Hey there, Backwoods Creepy. Long time reader here. I had a friend call me on Friday who knows that I'm into this kind of thing. They were in shock at what they'd seen and wondered if I had any idea what this could be. I figured that I would share it here to see if anyone has any ideas. Here is what they shared with me. They were camping at Hart Mountain Hot Springs at 6:45 a.m. They were leaving their campsite by foot to use the nearest bathroom. The campsite sits above the field overlooking the road that runs west to other campsites. A field, creek, and 3 hot springs pools. As they were walking out of their sight, they looked across the field and saw an animal. It was at least 200 feet away. They thought that it was a wild horse, but there were no wild horses in the Hart Mountain National Antelope Refuge. This animal's body was facing them, south, with its head turned slightly to its left. They thought that it was a horse because it had a black mane of hair and its body was brown and shiny. It appeared to be about the size of a yearling at first. They say at first because later they saw a human man in the same location. There's a path there from the west campsites that travels to the parking lot by the east campsites. And they now believe that the creature was 7 to 8 feet tall. It turned its head, right, directly towards them. Then it turned its body leftward, east, and walked across the parking lot toward the bridge, across the creek, and then they lost sight of it in the trees. It was bipedal. It did not move quickly, walking with its back slightly forward and arms swinging at its sides. They later looked for footprints. The ground was too hardened to find any. They crossed the bridge and walked a little bit up the creek, north, looking for any evidence like hair, and they could not locate anything. What do you think? My only thoughts are either a person dressed in some kind of ceremonial gear or animal skins, although the height makes that very unlikely. Or an animal with chronic wasting disease, which also seems unlikely, given that it was bipedal. When I went to college, I befriended a professor of mathematics. He was one of the most intelligent, eloquent, and articulate people that I've ever known. A remarkable family man who married in his 20s with a daughter and a son. He never drank or smoked, never used drugs, never permitted himself to curse, raise his voice, or become aggressive, even in disagreements. He was always in control, always punctual and on time, always organized and very disciplined. And he wore clothing that would not look out of place at the turn of the 20th century, and he acted like a true gentleman. I'm just telling you what kind of a man he was. Not a crazy man, not a junkie, no mental illnesses. I had the pleasure of taking advanced algebra, calculus 1, calculus 2, and differential equations with him. Anyway, we had this STEM club room in the math department where students hang out to study and chit-chat. And sometimes our professor would join us for help with tutoring, homework, exam study help, and just discussions about various unrelated topics. One time he told us a story about when he saw something strange in the woods. This happened during the 90s when he was a teenager. He lived in Quincy, California during that time, and he had a hobby of driving his dad's old beat-up truck all over the Sierra Nevada mountains, just for exploring, and also for hunting animals and gathering wild berries. He liked following old mining roads and seeing where they led. One such time, he was out looking for blackberries to pick. It was getting late and the sun had set, so he was driving down this narrow road when he saw that there was an obstruction in the road. It looked like someone had stretched a gigantic plastic bag across the road. He thought it might have been a construction work or something. As he drove up to what he thought was a plastic bag stretched across the road, he stopped his vehicle within like 40 feet of it, and he saw that it was not a plastic bag. It was some kind of screen or curtain, a 2-dimensional flat shape, stretching over the road, perpendicular to it, It was a rectangular shape with the width of the road and about 1.5 times in height, and he saw that it was translucent, like some kind of hologram. It was like semi-transparent, because when my professor shone a flashlight through the rectangle, the light penetrated through it, illuminating the road past it, but just barely. Like the light only went a foot or two beyond that screen. It was just standing or floating there, and yet it was not attached to anything. It held its own weight, but it was like weightless at the same time. Its surface was like wavy or rippling. My professor got out of the car to investigate this strange floating rectangle. He went right up to it, and as he did, it was like it was emitting a vibration or low humming that he could feel in his bones. There was an effect that the closer to the rectangle, the stronger the vibration was on the objects around it. And as he got close to it, he saw the hair on his arms standing up, like there was some kind of energy in the air. And there were dense trees on each side of the road, so he couldn't go around this rectangle in the middle of the road. He went up to the trees and broke off a branch. He then poked the branch into this rectangle, and he saw subtle ripples going up and down through the rectangle from the place where he touched the surface. And he stuck the stick all the way into the rectangle, and there was no resistance. But he didn't see the stick going through the other side of the rectangle. It was like it disappeared or became invisible. And then he pulled it out, and the stick was unchanged, not burned or deformed. Not knowing what this rectangle was, he went back to his car, continually looking at the rectangle. He didn't want to risk driving through the rectangle, so he drove his car in reverse until the road became wide enough to turn around and head back where he came from. To this day, he doesn't know what it was. He said it looked like a two-dimensional shape, like a semi-transparent rectangle stretched across the road, perpendicular to the surface of the road. He didn't even know that it was possible for a two-dimensional shape to be floating like that, but he saw it with his own eyes. I don't know if he ever went back there to find out. He didn't elaborate. He didn't even say where exactly this was. This was just when we were chatting in the club room after 6 p.m., doing homework or just resting and eating snacks. And I never got back into contact with him after graduating, moving out of that college town, and then the pandemic hit. I don't know, but I suspect that's one of the things that pushed him to become a professor of mathematics. Seeing a rectangle in the middle of the road. That's not something that happens every day now, is it? Anyway, that's all I know. Hey everyone. So this was 24 years ago in Nova Scotia. I was sitting on my grandma's porch having breakfast. It was still early dawn. Forest was darkened past the clearing about 200 feet from the house. I saw these largest green eyes high up in the trees looking at my direction. After 20 minutes, I walked inside for a few minutes to clean up, and I came back outside to nothing. I've tried looking for what sort of critters live out that way, with green eye shine. Cougars are rare in Nova Scotia. Possums in the area are extinct. Any regular explanation for tree-dwelling large green eyes? This has been bothering me ever since it happened. I'm writing this post while the incident is still fresh in my mind. It occurred around midnight of Saturday, September 2nd, and each day that goes by, I feel more unsure about what I really heard that night. To preface, this took place in the Olympic Peninsula, along the Hood Canal. My girlfriend's parents recently bought a beautiful riverfront property in a rural area, down a private gravel road that has a few other houses here and there. Their property is heavily forested on all sides, though the neighbors' houses are vaguely visible to both the left and the right. The night was winding down after watching a movie. Everyone had gone to sleep while I lay awake playing on my phone. The windows were open, letting in the pleasant sound of the river bubbling outside. Close to midnight, I started hearing splashing in the river, which startled my dog, but was easily explainable as elk or deer crossing the river, since the area is very wild. However, after the splashing subsided, I started hearing a repeated animal cry that sounded like a sort of bellow mixed with a scream or a yell. It's hard to remember exactly at this point in time, but it was deep, not like a cougar or a fox screaming, and fast in cadence. Definitely odd, but still explainable as an animal. This happened for around 10 minutes or so, intermittently with what sounded like a huffing or snorting sound. I was alert at this point, listening and trying to calm my dog, who was unsettled by the sound as well. As I listened, it started moving closer, at first sounding like it was across the river, but now on the right side of the house. As it moved closer, it transformed into what sounded like a human screaming for help, in the most deranged and unsettling way possible. Like it was screaming help, but it couldn't quite form or enunciate the words correctly. It literally gives me goosebumps thinking about it right now. At this point, I was thinking, what the heck, and woke up my girlfriend. We listened together in silence and rushed to wake up her parents when we both heard a pronounced help in the scream. Both dogs started going ballistic, and the screaming stopped at some point in the commotion, so her parents didn't get a good grasp on the sound. After shining flashlights out the windows, we went downstairs and made sure all the doors and windows were locked. After a sleepless night, we woke up and walked the perimeter of the property and found no sign of animals or humans. I was half expecting to see bloody human remains or something with how intense the screams were. I imagine that's what a person being axe murdered would sound like. At this point, I really regret not going outside, armed, to investigate, as I've spent the past 2 days constantly racking my brain, trying to figure out exactly what the heck that was. I've looked into every animal sound out there and haven't found a single thing that actually sounds similar to what we heard that night. I'd probably think I imagined the whole thing if my girlfriend hadn't heard it as well. I'd love to hear any thoughts and or similar experiences from this community. The very first time I went to my boyfriend's family's house, we explored the very wooded areas around his house, 30 acres of land. Some hunters go in, but no hikers. Only old logging trails which the original owner of the house probably created. A lot of the trails are not well maintained, with brush and logs all over them. One area my boyfriend wanted to show me was off trail. I hate walking off trail. I hate bushwhacking. And this was in the spring, so there were ticks. He brings me to a huge boulder that he calls Dragon Mountain, normal boulder, near a very small stream. He climbs up, and then helps me up. It was much taller than me, but by no means gargantuan. We sit on the boulder, then lie down looking up into the trees, talking. I'm on the left, my boyfriend is on the right. I don't remember if we heard the crunching of the leaves first or saw them first, but to our east, 3 adult men, all wearing black or dark navy blue from head to toe, in sunglasses, are walking toward the boulder, carrying a long black tube. All 3 of them are carrying it together, and none of them are talking. They're just walking, carrying this thing. My boyfriend and I are extremely still. We did not get the urge to say hello or say anything to them, like we would to normal people that we encounter hiking in the woods. They're walking towards us, but we don't think that they can see us, because we are lying in a sort of large divot in the top of the boulder. We can hear the men walk behind where we are on the boulder. Then, when they are to our southwest, very near the boulder, they completely stop. They do not talk or make any noise. Naturally, my boyfriend and I stay silent and still. We are looking at each other, trying to take this all in. It felt like a long time that there were no walking noises. The men then walked sort of around the left of us and the boulder, then walked off towards our northwest. They were still not talking at all, just walking through the woods, holding their black tube. We were very weirded out for a long time after this, and we got out of those woods pretty quickly in a direction away from them, opting to get to the road and follow that home instead of taking the quickest route towards the house, which was pretty much in their direction. We've both racked our brains for years about this, coming up with all kinds of explanations. My boyfriend later realized that the direction that they came from is a major highway, where there is a fence as well. We conjectured there may have been hunters, with the black tube being a device to carry a deer. But a lot of hunters live around there, and tend to wear camouflage in orange, not all black or navy or dark colors in general. I get if they were hunting they would likely be quiet, but they did make a fair amount of noise with their footsteps. Why did they stop? It just did not seem like three normal guys going through the woods. I forget all about this encounter periodically, but when I suddenly remember it, I cannot explain why I felt the way that I felt. We both had the instinct to hide and be silent.
This happened when I was growing up around 2004 or 2005, when I was about 13 years old. It took place in a rural area, a good ways outside of Olvade, Texas. The town itself was really small back then and not much to look at. It's just one of those towns that isn't really on the way to anywhere important. My father knew someone who owned a deer lease that was about 1,000 acres, I think, down outside that area, and was complaining about a ton of hogs that were tearing up their land. Being open season on hogs in the south, my dad thought he would surprise me that summer and take me down for a week to go hunting with him. Not only did that help him with networking for his job, but also gave us some quality father-son time. I remember the drive down there from Dallas was torture. It was about 7 hours in my dad's hardtop Jeep Wrangler. That car was so uncomfy. I hated it. All I had to do was either stare out the window or try and beat Super Mario Land 2 on my Game Boy Pocket, something I was never able to accomplish in my youth. The drive obviously took most of the day, so we got there early in the evening. The owner of the land had told my dad that he hadn't had anyone lease it that year yet, and the cabin and the property might be a little rough and dusty. I didn't really care. At this point in my life, I had been in scouts for a couple of years, and spent a lot of my free time in the woods or fishing with friends. Needless to say, I was pretty comfortable roughing it. So, after unlocking the gate and driving to the cabin on the land, we settled in. The cabin was pretty rough, dust and dirt everywhere, flies. I remember that it looked like some raccoons had gotten into the cabin and crapped on the floor. After cleaning up a bit and getting the sleeping bags out, then setting up the cots, we decided to sleep. Something about that night was weird. I never was able to get comfortable enough to fall asleep for any restful amount. I couldn't put my finger on why, but I had that feeling of being watched. I was finally able to drift off for what I guess was about an hour. When we woke up, it was early, about 7 a.m. We decided to scout around the land for tracks and signs of hogs, and find a good place to set up a blind. It was the summer and horribly hot in the afternoons, so morning was the best time to be out and about. After walking for an hour or so, we came to an area of trees, lightly dense, and luckily found some signs of hogs. Typical torn up ground where they had been rooting, so we followed them into the trees. I was looking for more signs when my dad stopped me with his arm. I remember looking up and seeing someone standing about 50 yards away. Some of their body was blocked by the trees. This was private land, so they definitely weren't supposed to be there. We also had confirmation from the owner, before we got to the lease, that nobody was there. Not to mention, the gate was locked up when we first arrived. The person was wearing some bright-colored red jacket. We slowly walked towards them. My dad called out something like, "Hey, we're hunters. This is private land." The person didn't move at all, dead still. We were about 30 yards away and could see that he was turned away from us with his hands in his pockets. Weird thing was that the person was in a ski jacket and what looked to be ski pants. Now this is Texas in the summer, It was about 98 degrees outside by then. My dad called out again. No reaction. He told me to stay behind him and unsnap the clip to his pistol holster. That's all we had at the time, since we were really only scouting the area. The rifles were back at the cabin. We approached the person's right side, and then my dad told me to stay about 20 yards away. I stayed and crouched down, watched him circle around to the front of the man, all the while talking, asking if he was okay. He finally passed around to the front of the man. My dad stood straight up with a confused look on his face. I called out and said, "What's wrong?" He called back saying, "It's a mannequin." I walked over to it while my dad stood there, staring. As I got closer, one thing stood out to me the most. The clothes it was wearing were brand new. No dust, sap, bird droppings, or signs of being outside for more than a day at most. At that moment, I looked at my dad and could see him getting worried. Almost immediately after, I felt that feeling again, like we were being watched, and I knew that my dad felt it too. I wanted to start crying. I remember feeling suddenly so scared. My dad whispered, "We're leaving right now." He grabbed my hand and drew his pistol. He scanned the area the whole way back while I was trying to hold back panic tears. We got back as fast as we could. I was terrified, so it felt like an eternity, but in reality, it was only about 45 minutes max. After returning, we packed up and beat feet. We drove back home that day and didn't talk much on the way back. I remember right after we left, my dad called his buddy, the owner of the land, and he was confused. He said that he would go check it out next week when he was in the area. He also said that he had never had an issue with people because his property was high fenced. My dad normally isn't a paranoid person, but me being young and Elise possibly having someone there we didn't know about, he decided to be cautious and just get out of there. After we got back home, we talked and my dad wasn't able to sleep the night before as well. He had the same feeling but didn't want to wake me up because he thought that I was sleeping too. Turns out that next week, he got a call from his buddy and he checked the whole property and never found any trace of anyone. No mannequin or anything. That story still makes my hair stand on end. No idea what that was, but the paranoid man in me thinks that it was some kind of trap or something. Not the creepiest thing that happened to me in the woods, but definitely top 3. And whoever was out there, I'm sure glad that we never met.
My encounter happened in February of 2007. I used to work third shift at a paper stock factory warehouse. The main day shift supervisor was on vacation, so our boss on night shift decided that she wanted to leave early. So she let us sneak off about 2 hours earlier than our normal shift end time. So this would have been between 4:30 to 5 a.m. I was following a coworker down this country road, as the warehouse was on the outskirts of my small rural town. I noticed he hit his brakes and proceeded to swerve off the road. I'm probably about 100 feet behind him, and I'm thinking to myself, what the heck is this dude doing? And that's when I saw it. There was a tall, dark shape strolling down the middle of the road in a hunched over and swaying side to side sort of manner. I have likened it to how one of those tall windblower figures you see swaying at a car dealership or something like that moved. Very unnatural movements. I can't do it justice by describing it, as it would only really make sense if someone saw it themselves. It looked like a tall person wrapped in a large, dark blanket or cloak. I had to hit the brakes and swerve too, but I came to a full stop. Whatever it was, I couldn't make out any features or characteristics. I saw a large torso with 2 legs. The upper half was hunched forward as if it was leaning like an older person would with a walker. Now, at that time, I was driving a 1998 Ford Explorer, and I've looked up the height of that vehicle, and it lists around 67 inches. But whatever walked past my driver's window was a good foot or more higher than that, leaning forward. So I believe whatever was walking was over 7 foot tall minimum. Again, I could not see a head, any arms, just a figure with legs walking. My taillights illuminated it as I started to drive past it. I couldn't make out any definite details for the body. I didn't see any fur, skin, or anything like clothing. It was solid, not like a translucent type of thing. It was just large, thick, and black, or at the very least dark gray in color. My coworker had pulled over into a parking lot a little ways down the road, and I followed him in, and you could tell that he was scared. He was saying something along the lines of, "What was that? It didn't have a head," amongst a lot of other things that most panicked people say. We decided to drive back down and try to see if it was still there, and it actually was. I drove in front and he was following behind. We come up to the general area, and I noticed there's a large black animal laying in the middle of the road. It appeared to be a big black dog. Part of me knew that it wasn't large enough to be what was walking in the road, but we had to stop because it was directly in the middle of the roadway. I decided to get out and walk up to it. All the while, my coworker is yelling at me to get back in my vehicle. As I approach whatever it is lying on the ground, it brings its head up and looks back at me. Its eyes are glowing yellow, which I write off as eye shine from the headlights, but it growls at me. So I stop dead in my tracks and just watch. This thing stands up on its back legs like a person, but falls back down. It sits back up and hobbles off to the side of the road like a wounded animal that wasn't able to use its front legs. It looked like your typical German shepherd / wolf type face, but its fur was puffy like a chow dog's. It was a lot bigger than most dogs, but still, nowhere near as tall as whatever was walking down the road. I didn't see any blood or wounds, so I can't say if it was actually hurt or not. My coworker got out of the car by this point, after it had disappeared into the wood line. We discussed what had just happened, but while we were talking, I noticed next to our feet was a mouse. It was just standing there with us, but it was cleaning itself. I nudged it with my shoe, and it just kept cleaning its face as if it wasn't afraid of us. The mouse was sitting in an upright position, as in it was on its hind legs and using its front paws to wipe itself. I never really considered it until recently that all three of these bizarre happenings were all on two legs. We got back in vehicles and drove off. Then, the next time at work, I had mentioned what happened, and our coworkers laughed at us. So the other guy who saw it told me if I don't stop talking about it, he's just going to deny it, and I best just forget it. So, for essentially 15 years, I never told anyone up until recently. I've tried to rationalize it into something that makes sense, but even then, it doesn't completely add up. I've tried to explain it away as it was just a large dog that must have gotten hit by another vehicle before my coworker and I got there. Maybe it was messing around with a mouse, and it got hit, which broke its front legs, so that's why it was trying to use its back legs. The mouse was traumatized from the dog trying to mess with it, so it was just standing there cleaning the dog slobber off of itself. That sounds at least plausible, until the original thing we saw walking without a head. The dog was nowhere as tall as that thing was, so even with the dog standing upright, it was close to 6 foot, roughly, but whatever was walking had to have been over 7 foot tall, as it was so much taller than my Explorer, even with it hunched forward. I can explain away the dog and mouse, but I can't just explain what that was. So, I'm back at square one, trying to understand what it could have possibly been. As someone who's always been very skeptical, it becomes very hard to accept the unacceptable. I've always been interested in weird creatures and such, but I never truly believed that they existed. I still struggle to believe that all these crazy stories could be true. And yet, who am I to say that they aren't? Especially with the weird stuff that my former coworker and I went through that night. All I know is what I saw. But whatever I saw is something that I don't know and probably never will. It sounds crazy, and I personally would be very hesitant to believe it if someone else told me that this happened to them. But that is what happened.
I am a 17-year-old guy currently living in Phoenix, Arizona. This incident took place around 6 months ago on an overnight camping trip into the Superstition Mountains, which are about an hour drive east of Phoenix. I'm not going to specify the exact trail because I've been doing this stuff long enough to realize what happens when you post stuff on the internet. Whether it's a good trail, abandoned mine, ghosts, or whatever it may be, people come flocking, and usually with a lot of trash and loud music. Anyway, this particular trail I was taking was an 8-mile loop through a canyon. Pretty simple in and out overnight trip. I had planned to go with my friend, but a last-minute cancel on his part left me on my own. So, with a packed bag and car ready to go, I decided to go on my own. Not leaving the house on time and some trouble navigating through forest roads, I didn't arrive to the trailhead until around 5:45, which for those of you who don't backpack, is a very big no-no. I had about a 4-mile hike until I arrived at my planned camping spot, and it was getting dark fast, so I figured if I moved quick enough, I could still get at least 2 to 3 miles in before I had to find a spot. The strategy left me hiking a very dark trail on my own, with about 15 miles of dirt road between me and anyone else. Hiking in the dark by itself is scary, especially for where I was and being on my own. Eventually, it got so dark that I could only see where my headlamp was pointing, and that's when I figured I needed to stop and get my camp set up. With only using the headlamp as my light source and trying to move fast, I ended up in a less than ideal spot. But there were some burnt pieces of wood and the remains of a fire circle, so it looked like people had been there before, but definitely not recently. My first priority was to get a fire going. I scanned the area around me and was able to find some dry wood, and I got the fire going. I got my tarp set up and cracked open a can of chili mac I had brought for myself and was very much looking forward to eating. I was feeling good. My camp was set up and my food was on the fire. The feeling of uneasiness from the hike had almost gone away, but it was still there. It's just a side effect of camping alone in remote areas. To fully understand what happened, I have to explain to you how my camp was set up. The site I had picked was a small clearing surrounded by large pine trees with the trail about 30 feet to my left. When you're in the woods and have a fire going, the fire casts a circle of light around it, and everything on the edge of that circle and past it are pitch black. I was sitting on the ground near my fire eating my dinner when a small rock about the size of a marble was thrown into my camp. I looked at the tiny rock in shock, as I was positive that I was the only person on this trail that night. I immediately turned my light on and towards the area where I'd seen the rock come from, but due to the density of the pines and brush, I could only see about 10 feet. I spent the next 15 minutes in disbelief as I scanned the tree line that surrounded me, searching for whatever or whoever had thrown the rock, not daring to stray too far from my fire that in hindsight offered me a false sense of security. After sitting back down and spending the rest of my time on high alert, I was able to convince myself that I had somehow kicked the rock or had fallen from a tree. I went to sleep that night, not expecting the pure terror that was about to unfold. I woke to the sound of rustling leaves, barely audible if you weren't listening for them, but they were there. Still in a sleepy daze, I listened as the rustling of leaves got harder to hear as I assumed they were moving away from me. I went to grab my handheld flashlight that I had left next to me when I had fallen asleep, but the more I looked, the more scared I got as I came to the realization that it was no longer there. I stood up in my sleeping bag and ducked out of my tarp and looked around. I was able to see a light off in the woods. I couldn't have been more than 15 feet away. It was my flashlight, laying on the ground in a pile of leaves. This is one of the few moments in my life where I've almost shit my pants. The flashlight that I had left sitting right next to me when I had fallen asleep a few hours ago was now 15 feet away from me, past the tree line in the woods. I hurriedly slipped my boots on, clutching my knife in my other hand and keeping my head on a swivel. I weighed my options: stay here and wait out the night, or attempt the 3-mile hike back to the car in the dark. I figured that whatever or whoever was out here with me was definitely going to have a better advantage if I was out on the trail without a light. So I decided to stay at the camp and wait out the night there. Eventually it came back. I could hear it walking through the woods. It was far off, but I could hear it. It sounded like someone lesserly walking by, like they were on a stroll without a care in the world. Sometimes it would walk too far away and I would lose the sound of its steps. But then an hour later, maybe two, it would return, still faint as ever. This went on for about 3 or 4 hours, until I listened to the steps get closer and closer until they were about 7 feet away from me. At this point, the fire had gotten very small as I had run out of wood in my pile. The footsteps stopped, and everything went totally silent. I sat there, still, for 2 hours, clutching a knife in my hand, and prayed that I wouldn't hear anything else. I stayed like that until the sun cast enough light that I could see that I was alone in my campsite. I packed the things and speed walked the 3 miles back down the trail that I had taken. I arrived at the empty dirt road where my car was parked and nearly sprinted to it as I unlocked my Subaru, jumped in, and drove and didn't stop until I had put at least 20 miles between me and that place. I stopped at a gas station in Apache Junction to buy a Red Bull, but mostly just to see and or talk to another person. As I exited the store, I was able to read what was written in the dust on the back window of my car. Sleep well. A lot of weird things have happened to me on my various adventures through Arizona, but this is the weirdest and scariest by far, so I thought I'd share it. There is a seriously deranged person living in the Superstition Mountains. Do yourself a favor and stay as far away from those mountains as you possibly can.
I'm not sure that this is the appropriate forum, since what I thought was a scary encounter turned out to have a totally normal explanation. But anyway, here it goes. I had bought a house with a steep backyard that sloped down 40 foot to some thick woods. In the fall, I started building a retaining wall to get a level space. I mostly worked on it in the evenings after work. At this particular time, I was cutting a trench in the hillside to lay in a dead man. If you aren't familiar with the term, a dead man is simply a log or railroad tie laid in a trench parallel to the wall, further up the hillside. Cables are run from it down to the wall through the dirt. The dead man acts like an anchor to keep the wall from bowing out from the weight of the earth it is holding back. Anyway, this night, I was hurrying to get the trench finished. I had put the railroad tie in the trench, and it wasn't lying flat. So I pulled it partially out, with one end resting on the edge of the trench, and was digging underneath it in the bottom of the trench with a hand towel. The sun had set, and it was really getting too dark to work. It was one of those cold, crisp autumn nights, with dry leaves skittering along pushed by a hissing wind. The moon had come up over the horizon and was shining through the trees. I was lying flat on the cold grass with my arms digging at the trench under the railroad tie. I had just about decided to quit for the evening when I felt my hand get grabbed by something from the bottom of the trench. With claws. I shrieked like a little girl. That old fight-or-flight reflex started with vengeance. I must have levitated to my feet and was just about to push the railroad tie back into the hole to crush whatever the heck it was that grabbed me. I hesitated for a moment. In that instant, my neighbor's cat poked his head up from the trench. It must have crawled in, unnoticed, from the other end of the trench, and had been attracted by my digging motions. That cat never knew how close it had come to being flattened like a pancake. I've had a few other weird incidents in my life, as I imagine most people have, but this was the one that I remembered that scared me the most, and yet had the most mundane possible explanation. There's a little hot springs nestled near the peak of the Peninsula Pass in central Idaho. Though it was hidden in plain sight, sitting quite literally on the shoulder of the road, it's not a well-known attraction outside of the valley, but the local ranchers are quite familiar with Barney Hot Springs. It's not unusual to drive by on weekends and see several families enjoying the water. Barney Hot Springs, or simply Barney's, is incredibly remote, even for Idaho standards. It's at least an hour of driving over rutty dirt roads to the small town of Salmon to the north. If you need a hospital It's over 2 hours to the regional hospital in Idaho Falls to the south. To say you're in the middle of nowhere at Barney's is an understatement. But the seclusion is one of Barney's major drawing points. That and the odd abundance of tropical fish swimming in the year-round warm waters. You can sit back, relax, and take in the surrounding views of the mighty Rocky Mountains with little in the way of distraction. But Barney's isn't all it seems to be on the surface. An event 40 years ago turned this little hot spring from a local retreat to a local nightmare. On the afternoon of October 27th, 2 truckers stopped for fuel at my parents' gas station and cafe in Howe, Idaho. They were hauling a load of hay over the Peninsula Pass, headed for a delivery point somewhere in Utah. As the truck fueled, the 2 men settled down at the cafe counter and ordered coffees. Sipping his coffee, the older trucker struck up a conversation with my mother and the regulars in the cafe. He seemed a bit on edge, but was normal in comparison to his younger partner. That young man was clearly shaken and didn't say more than a quiet, "Yes, ma'am," or "No, ma'am," to my mom. He kept his attention on the cup of coffee that he cradled in his shaking hands. As the older trucker and the others conversed, he brought up a peculiar event that had happened to him that afternoon. They had crested the Peninsula Pass and were coming down into the Little Lost Valley. As they approached Barney Hot Springs, standing in the middle of the road was what looked to be a child. Bringing the truck to a stop, they soon realized in horror and fascination what was before them. It was not a child, but an odd humanoid creature. Its body was slim, with long, slender limbs and a squat little torso. The head and eyes were large and amphibian-like. It was not standing any taller than a preschooler. They could see its green skin shimmer in the brilliant midday sun. Dripping with water, it was clutching a large bundle of what could only be described as hundreds of eggs. The creature watched the truck come to a stop, then awkwardly walked over the rest of the road and down an embankment. It was obvious from the trail of water that it left behind that it had just come from Barney Hot Springs. On the other side of the road was a small stream hidden in dense willow bushes. No sooner had the creature disappeared, the 2 truckers were driving away as fast as their Cummins engine would take them. My mom and a few regulars at the cafe took in the man's story with silent, somber expressions and comforting head nods. This wasn't the first time that strange things had been witnessed in the Little Lost Valley. Of course, a frogman carrying his brood certainly was the most unique story that they had heard in a long time. The regulars told the truckers not to get too worked up over the incident, as it could have been the autumn sun playing tricks on their eyes. The reassurance seemed to calm the men. They finished their coffees in a few quick gulps and headed out the door. My mom and the regulars had a good chuckle over the men's story and went on with their day. The following morning, on October 28th, one of the largest earthquakes ever recorded in Idaho history struck the area. The Bora Peak earthquake was a magnitude 7.5 and could be felt hundreds of miles away. It destroyed farm infrastructure, roads, and bridges. It was a horrific and frightening day for everyone in Idaho. Barney Hot Springs was not far from the earthquake's epicenter and did not escape its wrath. A couple of passing visitors near the springs that morning watched in amazement as the water drained into the earth, leaving behind a stinking, mucky hole. Minutes later, to their further astonishment, the water came splashing back into the depression, but was now boiling hot. It was a truly bizarre geological event to see. The boiling stopped immediately after the earthquake ceased, and the water at Barney's quickly cooled. It's now more of a warm springs, having permanently lost about 15 degrees of temperature after the earthquake. The frogman has been seen a handful of times since that initial sighting, always near Barney's, and almost always standing in the road. I like to think that the frogman was just a doting parent getting their babies out of harm's way before the earthquake struck and annihilated everything in the hot springs. Barney Hot Springs is still a wildly popular spot for the locals. No one seems to be too bothered by the idea of sharing the water with a little odd amphibian man and his family, Someone even reintroduced the tropical fish after the boiling incident killed all of them. It remains just one of the many weird stories to come out of the Lost Rivers area of Idaho, where I grew up.
I've spent my whole life in Georgia, and I love hiking all over, but I must admit, North Carolina has the best mountains. For this reason, I frequently drive up there to hike and camp. This time, I went up with my family in an RV and stayed with them in Maggie Valley. The next day, however, I had them drop me off about 10 miles away at the Cold Mountain Trailhead, and I planned to hike up, spend the night, and be back down in the morning. I was by no means inexperienced at hiking or camping, but I had never camped alone. On top of that, I didn't bring a pistol, something I won't go without now. On the way up, the trail was surprisingly strenuous, not necessarily steep. I've hiked some steep stuff out west, but more like a ton of ups and downs and feeling like it would never end. Eventually, it began to get darker, and I realized that I needed to stop and set up while I still had light. So I stopped about half a mile short of the summit and figured that I would continue in the morning. Nothing eventful happened. I set up camp in a really good spot, ate my food, and went into the tent. At this point, I realized I hadn't run into a single other person my entire way up. This wasn't really eerie at the time, but it soon would be. I have trouble sleeping and usually lay awake for up to an hour trying to sleep. During this, I thought I heard someone slightly walking around the general area because of the rhythm of the steps. I brushed it off as my mind running wild, but I did pull my big old knife out of my bag and put it next to me in the sleeping bag. That morning, I woke up and ate oatmeal. As I ate, I looked over at my tent and noticed a strange bundle of dried twigs and berries, tied with green cord propped up against my tent. But I packed my crap up and took off within 5 minutes. In no way I bothered going to the summit. I headed straight down. On the way down, I realized there was a pretty heavy fog, and I ended up on a side trail that eventually ended and I was lost. I used a compass to eventually reorient myself, and I found the trail again. One of the biggest reliefs. I made it out with no other incident. However, come to find out, that same morning, a 27-year-old died on the same section of trail as me, and it's possible that I would have run into him had I not gotten lost and rejoined the trail later. His family seems to have scrubbed the internet of several of the articles on him, but I'll see if I can find something. The scariest part was knowing that someone knew where I was and watched me, and I had no clue about them. So this happened last year in Virginia, and is also the reason that I never backpack alone anymore. I was taking summer courses at the time, and we ended up with a 3-day weekend in June, so I thought it was a great time to explore some of the Virginian wilderness. I did a Google search, and I found a state park with a trail that looked nice, and let my roommate and family know the trail that I was going to be on. When I got close to the park area, I saw a little outdoor shop where people hiking the Appalachian Trail stop. I went in to grab a map of the area just in case I got lost. As I was talking to the owner, he mentioned a trail that's not well known that has a pretty cool waterfall and swimming hole. This piqued my interest, so I had him show me on the map. It took me outside the state park, but he said it was a great place to go. I paid for the map and thanked the owner. I texted my roommate and parents about the new trail, and I parked my car and set off on my new adventure. I should note that the waterfall was going to be a side trip from my journey. I was planning 3 days and 2 nights. I started on part of the Appalachian Trail, and it was pretty packed with people, and some of them were really fun to talk to. As expected, as I got further and further from the main trails, I saw less and less people. Around early afternoon, 3 miles from my destination, I noticed it was unnaturally silent. No birds, no bugs, not even wind, and I had a feeling of being watched. I shook it off as me overanalyzing the situation. I got to the waterfall, and it wasn't too spectacular, but it was cool to look at. Plus, it had a good-sized area to swim in, so naturally, I stripped down to my skivvies and took a dip. It was pretty refreshing. As I was just getting back my clothes on, I started whistling to myself. It was Chill Bill because it was stuck in my head. That's when I heard something whistle the same tune back. I thought it was a bird copying me, so I went back and forth with it, and it'll repeat whatever I whistled. I thought it was pretty neat. As I was setting up camp, I couldn't shake this feeling that I was being watched again. Like, I'd get goosebumps and my hairs would stand up. As night fell, I built a small fire and lit my jet boil to make dinner. As I did this, I became super hyper aware that, again, there was no sound, just deafening silence. Some part of my brain was telling me that I'm not safe and I needed to leave. I ignored it and crawled into my tent with my flashlight and book. I went to sleep without incident. When I woke up the next morning, my sight was trashed. My camp stool was nowhere to be found. My bear bag with my food was cut down, and the contents were thrown across the site. My first thought was a crafty animal chewed through the rope and got at the bag, but I looked at the rope and it was cut with something very sharp. Plus, none of the food was even touched. I also noticed bare footprints all around my campsite. Keep in mind, I'm at least 6 to 8 miles from a road. As I was looking at the mess, I heard a branch snap off in the distance. I turned to look in that direction. I saw nothing, but I heard that whistling again. My whistle from yesterday. But it was different. It sounded more sinister. It made my hair stand on end. It sounded like it was a little off in the distance, so I packed up my camp as fast as I could. The whistling got closer as I finished stuffing the tent into my bag. I didn't bother with putting anything away properly. The whistling was incessant and sounded like it was coming from all directions. I got fed up with the whistling. I stood up and I yelled into the woods, "Shut up." It stopped whistling and it was quiet for a moment. Then it repeated what I said in my voice. It sounded just like me, but distorted, like it came from an old TV. After I heard this, I immediately threw my pack on and ran in the direction that I came from. I heard it moving just behind me, fast, switching between the whistle and my voice. It felt like it was toying with me, not coming too close, but not getting too far away either. Eventually, it sounded like it got further and further away from me. Then it stopped suddenly. When it stopped, I stopped and turned around. I wished I didn't, because I heard the most bone-chilling screech ever coming from right next to me. That's when I started running again. I didn't look. I only ran. Less than half a mile, I ran into a couple of people that were also backpacking. They saw the look of terror in my face and asked me if that was me that screamed and asked if I was okay. I told them about what happened, and they decided not to go down where I just came from. We moved to a more populated trail as quickly as we could. As soon as I got back in my car, I drove to one of the park rangers stations and reported what happened. Since the site was off park grounds, they told me it wasn't in their jurisdiction, but that they would send a ranger to investigate. The ranger station's parking lot ran right up into the woods, and when I was getting into my Jeep, I heard the Chill Bill tune coming from the woods just in front of me. I never drove so fast in my life. When I told my roommate why I was back after only one night, all he said was, "Bro, I'm never going camping with you."
Just a heads up, this is going to be a long one, and the whole story might be a bit hectic because it still terrifies me to this day, even to think about it. But after binge reading multiple similar stories here, I decided to share as well. So the whole thing happened back in summer of 2016. For some context, my parents go on holidays quite often, and I used to stay home alone for 2 weeks at a time to look after our dogs and take care of the garden in general. I've always been kind of a scaredy cat due to my experiences with being harassed and followed home alone a couple of times. My neighborhood was relatively new at the time, so the whole thing was surrounded by forests. And oftentimes you could come across some junkies lurking in the forest while walking home from shops. However, despite that, I usually felt very safe in my house, staying with 4 big dogs and all. Nothing would ever really happen since most of my neighbors were my dad's friends, who were all in the army. For some reason, it gives me this odd sense of safety because who would be stupid enough to try to break in an area like that? Oddly enough, during that particular summer, a couple of break-ins happened on my street, but my parents still decided to leave me home alone, reassuring me that I have nothing to worry about because I have my dogs and our house is surrounded by a big fence. My fence has little spikes on top, so it's almost impossible to jump across it without hurting yourself. So the first couple of days were fine. Nothing weird happened, except for some thuds that I heard in my garden. But I thought nothing of it, since usually it was just some small animals causing mischief in my mom's flowers. It would happen so often that even my dogs would ignore it at that point. 2 days passed, and I finally had to leave for the shops. But due to having loads of stuff to do throughout the day, I had to go in the evening when it was getting slightly dark outside. So I went to the shops, got my stuff, and would walk back home through my usual path. People would usually walk their dogs there, so it was quite busy in the evening, because it was something in between a park and a forest. So I was just casually walking, minding my own business, texting someone on my phone, when I noticed that some guy I passed suddenly stood up from behind the bench and started walking behind me. But again, I thought maybe it's just someone from my neighborhood that I don't recognize, and he's just walking in the same direction as me. So I exit the forest into a normal road where houses start. I live right at the end of that road. Guy's still walking behind me. I still think that maybe he lives in one of these houses. But no. I get to the last junction where my house is. The guy is still behind me, and at this point I know he's not one of my neighbors, so my blood runs cold. Luckily, my neighbor who lives to the left of my house was outside watering his plants, and he spotted me as I was walking by and started talking to me. He knew my parents were out of town and was clearly concerned why I looked so stressed. So the guy who was walking behind me immediately noticed and just started running away again towards the forest, which ultimately gave me the creeps. He was clearly trying to follow me to my house. I called my parents to tell them what had happened, but again, they told me that I have nothing to worry about. Our neighborhood is safe. I had my dogs with me, and so on and so on. So I try to calm down and go on with my things as usual. So for some more context, whenever my parents are out of town, I sleep in their bedroom downstairs, since I don't want my dogs to walk the stairs in the dark and possibly hurt themselves. That night, as usual, I was laying in bed, reading a book, my dogs already soundly sleeping in bed with me. I suppose they could sense that I was stressed because they usually sleep on the floor around the bed. I heard a thud coming from outside, like a little thud on the window in the room next to mine. Again, I thought it was just little animals, but this one time my dog started growling at the window in my bedroom. Couple of seconds of silence. Another thud, this time on the window in my bedroom. That already made me panic, but I tried to stay calm nonetheless. However, the third got louder, each coming from windows on the ground floor. Someone was banging on every window of the house, making my dogs go absolutely insane, running around the house wherever the bangs were coming from. At that point, I was in tears, knowing exactly what was happening. So I got out of my bedroom and walked to the center of my house. The house has an open concept, so I could see the main door. And here's the thing. My main door has a window on it, so you can see inside. So I sat down in the darkness, just a couple of feet away from the door, just waiting to see what was going to happen, hoping and praying that someone will get scared of my dogs barking. But no, I wasn't that lucky. First, I see my dogs rushing to the door, barking at it before there's anything there. But then I see a black silhouette outside my main door, peeking inside and then banging on the little window as I'm sitting there helpless. I moved out of sight, hiding under the table. I got my phone out as I'm still hearing that man trying to break the glass. I called my dad, barely being able to breathe. He didn't pick up. Right, it was like 2 a.m. and they were on holiday. I tried 2 times more until my mom picked up, very confused at why I'm calling in the middle of the night. I managed to spit out, "Someone's trying to break in. I don't know what to do." At that point, the man was trying to open the door, banging with his whole body on the frame to the point where my mom could hear it on the call. My dad was frantically trying to call everyone who could come and help me. His brother, my neighbors, my grandma. Everyone was put in a full mobility at that very moment to come here as fast as they could. My neighbors, the same one who spoke to me earlier that day, was the first one to come outside and scare the guy away. He rushed to my back garden, but I was still too afraid to open the main door, despite the fact that I could see the neighbor standing in front of it. I knew that man was still on my property, but back of the garden was pitch black, and my neighbor didn't want to risk going out there on his own and getting potentially knocked out with something heavy. 10 minutes later, my uncle, aunt, and grandma all pull up into my house, and I can see them all outside. My uncle had a key, so he opened the door, letting my dogs outside so they could chase after the intruder. My dogs are hunting dogs, so they're not cute little puppies for strangers. My uncle and neighbor went in the backyard with torches, accompanied by my dogs, to check every corner and make sure that it's safe now. I will never forget how my grandma and my aunt approached me when I was clinging onto the chair, absolutely in tears as my mom was trying to figure out what was happening on the call. The man escaped through the garden into my other neighbor's garden. I'm guessing trying to get away from the dogs, but he was finally gone. He did manage to damage the little window on my main door. The glass was already slightly cracked. The door itself got loose on the door hinges. I don't want to think about what could have happened if they didn't get to my house that quickly. Edit. For those who are asking why I didn't call the police, I forgot to mention that the whole situation happened in Poland. That's where I'm originally from, and the police here are not exactly reliable or helpful, so I'm guessing my parents were aware that it would do more damage rather than help. When I was about 12 years old, my mom was working later than usual, and because of that, I ended up being home alone. It was late summer, so 7:30 p.m. It was dusk, but not fully dark. I heard the doorbell go and assumed that my mom had her hands full and couldn't find her keys. I opened the door, and I stopped cold in my tracks when I noticed 3 males. They said they were from some kind of energy company and asked if my parents were home. I lied and said my mom was upstairs in the bath and closed the door. I quickly sped down the hall and went into the living room, where I dropped to the floor in a panic and crawled to the window to look. I could hear them laughing, and they sounded like a body group of lads on a night out. They knocked a few more times. This is when I started to fully panic. They even opened the letterbox for some reason a couple times. Finally, I heard the sounds of them getting quieter, so I peeked and they were leaving. They never went to another house in the neighborhood, and I have this awful feeling knowing that they didn't knock on any other houses after mine. So, quite a number of years ago, my cousin and I were on summer break at her house playing 007 on the GameCube and passing the time when we heard what sounded like broken glass on tile. The TV was up pretty loud, so we paused it, tensely waiting for another sound. Then, we heard the sound of flip-flop sandals walking around in the kitchen area, so my cousin called her mom/my aunt. She asked my aunt, who was a nurse, if she was home from work yet. My aunt was not home and, of course, wanted to know why we were asking. Once we told her, she told us to crawl out the window and run to the neighbors as quickly as we could while she called the cops. The bedroom window luckily led to the backyard just next to the gate, so we got the crap out of there. Fast forward an hour or so, and the cops informed my aunt that there had been an obvious break-in. The window on the back door had been broken, and there was a note left for my aunt. Now, my aunt had recently gotten into a serious relationship with this super nice guy. We'll call him Josh. Well, Josh's ex-wife, however, was not so nice. She had, at some point, followed my aunt home and found where she lived. She then proceeded to break in through the back door, rummage through a bunch of stuff, and leave a horrible note for my aunt. I can only imagine what it said. From what I heard, she was arrested. I'm not sure if any charges were pressed, but she later unalived herself, leaving behind a daughter and son whom I both went to school with. I also later found out that she suffered from severe bipolar disorder and a couple of other things. Tragic, but I'm glad that me and my cousin weren't caught up in her psychotic episode more than what we really were, and it still freaks me out to think about it. I was recently diagnosed with COVID, so I was home alone. The days have turned into a bit of a blur as I've just been resting and repeating. The other night, I heard some groans on our front porch. Our house is old and almost always has something falling apart, so I generally don't think too much of it when I hear strange sounds occur. When I found enough energy to look outside, I thought I could see someone on my porch. I froze scared and crept back into the living room. I phoned my fiancé and my parents, but by the time they had gotten over, no one was there. I figured it must be because I'm sick and just scaring myself. This morning I woke up to let my dogs out and saw the same person or figure on the front porch. I ran to wake up my fiancé, and by the time I was back, whatever it was or whoever it was gone. I'm sure I'm being paranoid, but I can't stop thinking about all the times the last couple of months that I thought someone was outside my house. What if they really were? Or maybe I'm just overanalyzing everything based on these two creepy occurrences. I've ordered a Ring doorbell, and I'm hoping to figure out what's happening. It's just odd. I lived in the middle of nowhere, in the country. The closest house was a few miles away. My parents never let me be home alone, but they had to go get groceries from a town 40 minutes away, and I begged them not to make me go. I just wanted to stay home and play Barbies. They agreed. I was having the time of my life, and all of a sudden I hear both of my dogs barking outside. They only bark like they did when a car pulls up. I'm on the second floor of my home. The front door is on the first floor, right by the stairs to the basement. I look out my window and just stare, because I had a sinking feeling in my stomach and start screaming. I see a man walking up my driveway, so I start hyperventilating and crying, and wondering how this person even got here. My driveway is pretty long, thank God, but it's covered in trees. He's about 20 feet from my front door, and that thing is never locked. So I bolted down the stairs, and thankfully got there in time. It was right out of the movies, it felt like, because as I was in front of the door locking it, I heard a pounding on the door. Then I heard the door handle trying to open. I book it to the dining room to make sure that the screen door is locked, and I call my dad on the home phone, and he starts swearing. Not directly at me, but like, WTF, blah blah blah. I hear him going through the garage and I'm just freaking out, and he's still trying to open the door. He eventually goes through the yard and seemed to be looking for something. My dog is small, but she's barking a storm. I try to call my closest neighbor, who was a retired cop, but of course he wasn't home. Felt like 30 minutes, but the guy finally leaves and my dad and mom get home. Turns out it was a very, very drunk neighbor. His house was like 7 miles away, and he came into our yard looking for my dad because he drove his car into the ditch, and we live on a tire farm. It wasn't uncommon for my dad to help these people. They were drunk all the time and looked for rides. Anyway, my dad took his gun and went to their house and threatened them to never do stuff like that again. If I remember, they were trying to get into our vehicles too. It was the scariest time of my life. I didn't stay home alone for a long time after that. Even thinking back on it now, my heart races. I don't think he would have done anything to me because they respected my dad. My dad's like 6'5" and has anger issues. But at the time, I didn't know that. Edit to add. These people ended up making me a dream catcher and a tribal blanket. They had 10 people living in a 2-bedroom house of theirs, so I didn't recognize the man. But their house ended up getting raided for drugs or something, and 2 dead dogs were found stacked behind the stove. So maybe they were like 50% nice and 50% harmful. Years ago when I was 11, I was staying home alone with only my little brother who was 7. At that time, it was about 9 p.m., dark and pouring rain, and we were reading in our room, right next to the front door with a big window and open blinds. That's when I hear the front doorbell ring, followed by knocking. I thought my parents had arrived. Strange though that they didn't use the garage or their keys. I looked outside to see their car, but nothing. As I approached the door, I hear a man's voice that was not my father's yell through the torrent. "Would you like some cookies? We're selling Girl Scout cookies." I'm shocked at this, considering the weather and time of day. I say nothing. I check the peephole and peer through the side window, only to see that it was not a father with his girl as I expected. My heart dropped. Standing there was just a fully grown man, maybe in his late 50s. No cookies in sight, soaking on my doorstep. I can remember the gut-wrenching feeling of having to check the locks while he was right on the other side. For sure he heard this. The two locks were the only things separating myself and my brother from a potential monster. He continued to knock and mention his cookies, as I considered calling the cops. That's when I remembered the blinds were open in my room where my brother was, with the light on. As I turn the corner into the doorway, I see the man carefully peering into our window, possibly eyeing my brother, distracted in his book. My heart was pounding now as I began to panic. In a move that took all of my willpower, I quickly turned off the lights and ran over to the window to close the blinds, in full view of the man. As fast as I could, I double-checked all the locks in the house, closed all the blinds, and told my brother to go hang out in one of the big closets in the interior of the house. I didn't tell him what was going on so he wouldn't be frightened, and for some reason I never did call the cops or my parents. I just waited in the hallway until he left. Still, thinking about it gives me the shivers that so many things could have gone wrong that night. My worst fear since is a stranger getting to the unlocked door before I do. This happened to me just last Tuesday, and I can't stop thinking about it. I'll start this story by saying that I'm a 30-year-old female who lives with my fiancé and our two dogs. I have two huskies. One is 2 and the other one is 4 months old. My huskies are not guard dogs to save their life. They don't bark nor howl. These dogs just love people so much. My brother-in-law and friends have walked in on multiple occasions and the dogs don't make a peep. So anyways, it's 8 p.m. It's dark out. I'm home alone. Fiancé had a hockey game. I'm in the bathroom with the door closed and the blow dryer going, so I can't really hear anything going on around me. That is, until I hear one of the dogs howl. I stop the blow dryer and listen, thinking that the dogs are fighting again. Then I hear a faint knock and the dogs are going crazy, barking, howling, jumping into the bay window so bad that I thought they'd break it. I'm thinking, what the crap is making them move crazy like that? Maybe a dog or a skunk? I look out my bedroom window, as it was the closest view to the front door for me. Well, lo and behold, there's 2 men in hoodies, standing right at the front door. They start knocking louder, and this time my 2-year-old husky jumps from the bay window to the front door and starts growling and ramming his body into the door. I'm watching this from my bedroom, as the dog jumps into the front door. One of the men jumps back startled, looks at the other guy, and they just walk away. I called my fiancé to get home ASAP. I watched them walk away down the road. They weren't selling anything as they didn't stop at any other houses. I was so creeped out and still am. Thank goodness for my crazy dogs. So this happened to me a few years ago in April, and I still can't shake off how terrifying and strange it was. So I was home alone, getting ready for my 12 o'clock college class that morning, and I opened my blinds to let some natural light in. I glanced out my window to see a man in his mid-30s wearing a baseball cap roaming around my property, with his hand on his hips, walking with a lot of weird confidence. Our yard is kind of like a cliff, and it looks over onto our 5 acres of property down below. I live in the Pacific Northwest, so it's a pretty scenic view. I was really confused and thought maybe it was a worker that my mom had hired for our renovations on the house admiring the view. I'm a little uncomfortable at this point because the dude walks to the side of my house out of sight. I head upstairs to see him now roaming around my front yard and my driveway, looking at things, checking out my house, etc. He still hasn't seen me at this point. I call my dad and ask him if we have hired anyone to come by the house, and he says not that he knows of, and he tells me that he's going to call my mom and ask her, and then call me back. I'm waiting for the call when I notice this strange dude's car. It's a white Honda with no license plates, just parked parallel to my front door. The man still hasn't seen me, and he's still wandering around, so I take this as an opportunity to remember that we have a security system and I armed it. So if he did try to break in, it would immediately alert the police. If this was some sort of professional or worker, he would have rang my doorbell or knocked at least once. He did neither. Just then I get a call back from my dad, saying neither him nor my mom has hired anyone to come by today, and that I need to call our local police station immediately. I went back downstairs after making sure to lock every door and window upstairs, and called my city's police station. I explained to a woman on the other end what is happening, and she decides that she's not going to send an officer out, and instead gives me a number to call their emergency dispatch line, and told me to talk to them. I call the number she gave me, and immediately I get an automated message saying, "Thank you for calling my town's name, non-emergency hotline. Nobody is available to take your call right now. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. At this point, I'm really irritated because 15 minutes has passed, and this weird dude is still lurking around my house while I'm home alone, and apparently that wasn't enough to warrant an emergency to the lady that I called at my local police department. I hung up and decided to call 911. After getting in touch with the 911 operator, I was asked a series of questions about his appearance before they would even alert officers near me to start heading towards my house. The whole thing seemed really weird. Nobody was in a hurry to have officers come up to my place when I was a younger girl home alone with a strange man. I asked the officer if I could stay on the line with her when she finally, after what seemed like forever, alerted police to come where I was. She agreed, and I went back upstairs to check on the weird guy, and he's now sitting in his unplated Honda, either listening to a radio show extremely loudly or on a phone call with someone through his car. It was a very prominent loud male voice coming from his car. Then all of a sudden, I hear the tone you hear when someone hangs up on you, and the operator was no longer on the line. I was really confused when my thoughts were interrupted by an unrecognized phone number calling me. I assumed it was the operator calling back, so I picked it up. Instead, I was greeted by really heavy, creepy breathing. I'm not sure whose it was, but it really freaked me out. I hung up immediately and dialed back 911. I had been pretty calm up to this point, but that phone call put me in panic mode. I got on the phone with another operator who already knew my situation and address before I even could explain it to her. She said the cops were on their way. 20 minutes had passed at this point. The dude is still here in his car, and the cops aren't. Keep in mind, I live in a smaller town, so there is no reason why it took the cops as long as it did to come down. Finally, this guy is leaving my driveway right as the cops pull in, and they stop him and ask him a few questions. A cop then comes to my door and hands me a sketchy-looking flyer saying it was just a landscaper. He said he had an appointment. I was really relieved and irritated that it was just a dude my mom had hired, until I realized that it wasn't. I called my mom back and said, "The cop said it was just a landscaper that you hired, and that he had an appointment." My mom replies with, "I can assure you, we never hired a landscaper. We don't even need one." This happened when I was 13. I lived in a duplex with my dad and my brother. It was a 2-bedroom, and I shared a room with my dad, while my older brother had his own room. It wasn't uncommon for both of them to have plans at night, while I stayed home to play video games alone. This night was no different. My dad was probably at some bar, and my brother, who knows where he was. I was playing the original Resident Evil on PlayStation, and at around midnight, my eyelids were getting too heavy, so I decided to go to bed. I slept with my bedroom door wide open. Now, not one time in the years that we lived in this place did my dad or brother come home by entering through the back sliding glass door. A couple of times, my brother didn't have his key for one reason or another, and he knocked on my bedroom window and asked me to let him in. My dad always had his key, and would always come home through the front door. On this night, I heard the back door slide open. It was an old door, and sliding it open wasn't easy. It was also very loud, so I heard it crystal clearly. I lay in bed, wide-eyed, my imagination going crazy. I heard whoever it was walk through the dining room, through the kitchen, and then into the living room. They made no attempt to be quiet. After a brief silent pause, I saw someone walk by my bedroom doorway. This scared the living hell out of me, as you can imagine, and my heart throbbed. Whoever was in my house walked into the bathroom right next to my bedroom and flipped the light on. The light poured into my bedroom, and I was laying there, terrified, completely exposed by the light from the bathroom. Why didn't I shout for my brother or my dad? Because like I mentioned earlier, I knew it wasn't them, and there was no one else it could have been that would have made sense. Not a family member, not a friend. I knew it was someone that didn't belong. The person then walked out of the bathroom, left the light on, and went into my brother's room and started making a ton of noise. It sounded like they were searching for something. All I did was lay there shivering. After a few more minutes, the person walked by my bedroom again. I expected at any moment a stranger would walk into my room, but they didn't. I heard them making noise in the living room, walking around huffing and puffing. Then they started walking back and forth by my bedroom repeatedly, into the bathroom and back out over and over. At this time, I was 100% sure that they were messing with me for some reason. They knew I was there, whoever they were. I heard the person making noises. By this, and by the huge figure that I saw walking back and forth, I knew it was a man. They continued walking around each room except the one I was in, and then suddenly I heard them walk back through the house, to the back sliding door, open it, and then leave. I lay there in bed terrified, wondering what the hell just happened. After a while, out of sheer exhaustion, I fell asleep. In the morning, I found that my dad and brother were home. I've always asked both of them dozens of times, and they both promised that it was not them. Plus, again, why the hell would they go through the back door and then leave again through that same door? This was 21 years ago. I'll never know who it was or why they were there. Nothing was missing either. What really makes me wonder to this day, why the hell did they never come into my bedroom? The door was wide open, and they walked by it at least 20 times. So I've had quite a few bad experiences with strange people in my house. From when I was young, an old man would come banging on our door late at night, demanding to see me, causing me to have to hide in the house and not be allowed into my garden alone for years. Or when a man came knocking on our door late at night with a knife because he mistook our house for my neighbor's. These experiences all caused me to be very cautious about opening the front door to anyone, or even being in the house alone, especially at night. But one evening was definitely the worst. It was around 6 p.m. in November of 2018. I'm from England, meaning it was already pitch black outside at this time of the year. I had just got home from work and was sat in my room upstairs watching YouTube on my laptop. My mom shouted up to me that she was going to pick my brother up from work and would be stopping off at a petrol station on the way home. So she'd be gone for a little while and asked if I wanted to come. I just said no and carried on with my video. I heard her close the front door and pull out of the driveway. I was 17 at the time, so being home alone at night was nothing new to me, and I was used to the eerie feeling of it. But after around 10 minutes, I started hearing noises coming from downstairs. At first, I thought nothing of it, and just related it to my cat noisily searching for food in an empty bowl, until I remembered him sitting at the end of my bed. I paused my video and listened more at the sound of banging on the back door. This instantly creeped me out, until it was followed by the sound of keys jingling, and I just thought, oh, my mom must have just dropped my brother off before going to the petrol station, and now she's just trying to go outside. So I let the noise continue as I kept watching my video. He can get quite angry sometimes, so the loud banging was nothing out of the ordinary. But it just kept carrying on. Banging and the sounds of keys jangling, then dropping, then banging again. Then the fear really hit me. I don't think it's my brother. I walked out of my room slowly and sat on the stairs listening carefully to the noise. It definitely wasn't him. I'm a very anxious person, and everyone gets those times late at night when they hear noises and immediately think the worst. This is just one of those, I told myself. So I decided to bite the bullet and just walk straight into the kitchen and face whatever it was causing the noise. Our kitchen has the door straight to the garden, but as I turned the corner into the kitchen, I heard a loud bang and clatter of footsteps run away. The cat flap had been ripped off the door, and there was a plastic from it everywhere. In fear, I still tried to console myself into thinking that it could be anything other than people breaking in. I sat back on the stairs and called my mom, just to check again that it wasn't my brother home early and just in a bad mood. But then he answered my mom's phone while still in the car. "Are you at home?" I shouted at him. "No." Then my voice started to break with terror. "Please be serious. Are you at home right now?" "No. What do you want?" Even though he said he wasn't, I still begged in my mind that he was joking, just to get a scare out of me. But he heard how scared I was and began to worry. I explained to him what happened, and he started to scream at me to call the police. He's never been the protective type, but I could tell now that he was really worried and told my mom to rush back home straight away. While dialing 999, I tried so hard to stay calm. I told him exactly what was happening as I hid back in my room with the door tightly locked. Then I heard talking and the banging of doors again downstairs. They were back. I burst into tears to the dispatcher out of pure fear and sat on the phone for what felt like forever until my mom, brother, and police all pulled up at the same time. Everyone charged through the house to the back door, and we instantly saw what they'd done. The people saw the keys to the back door on the side of the kitchen, took a broom from outside, broke it in half on the door handle, got the broom through the cat flap, knocked the keys off the side, and pulled them through the cat flap. Although, out of pure luck, as they broke the broom in half, they also managed to snap off the door handle, making it impossible for it to be opened from the outside. Otherwise, they would have gotten in no questions asked, and I would have been sat quietly in my room completely oblivious. It was clear afterward that they had been watching the house for a while, waiting until the exact moment that they saw my mom's car pull out of the drive. I'm not sure if they knew that I was there alone or not, but I know that after they initially saw me and ran away, they made the conscious choice to come back. So this happened to me 2 years ago when I was 18. I need to set up the scenery of my house so that the location makes sense. I live in an upper middle class neighborhood that resides in the middle of a golf course. The course wraps around and intertwines with the neighborhood. I live in one of the most remote locations of this neighborhood, where we have no access to a main roadway. Furthermore, our house is a 2-story on about 1 acre. On the first floor is a kitchen, bedroom, office, and living room with a couple of bathrooms. The second floor is just a couple of bedrooms, along with bathrooms and a room that we use for social gatherings. Along the back of the house, we also have a deck with metal and wicker furniture. Now that the setting is out of the way, it was on a rare Sunday that I had gotten off of work, and I wanted the day to relax and not go anywhere or do anything. My parents knew that I never really got days off, let alone a weekend day off, so they were okay with letting me stay home when they went out of town for the day. They decided that day they were going out of town to shop at a nearby mall and wouldn't be home until late. Honestly, I don't remember where my brother was. But anyways, it was a pretty normal day by myself. A lot of nothingness was accomplished until it got dark. I decided to come out of my room and watch TV in the living room, since my new dog wasn't accustomed to stairs yet and would hardly walk up them. So sitting on the couch, I noticed my pup growling and the hair on the back of her neck standing up. For clarification, at this point it's around 11 p.m. and I cannot see outside at all. I try to calm my dog down, but she's getting really hyper. I'm getting anxious now too because something is really upsetting her. So I walk upstairs and pick up my BB gun that I have in my room. I figure if someone is out there, I just have to stand inside with it and hope that they think it's real. Well, after coming down with the BB gun, I take a step over the baby gate that we have to keep our pup from peeing on the carpet, and I hear a tapping. Someone or something is tapping on the glass window next to where I was sitting, and my dog had hid behind my legs. I lifted the BB gun up, acting like I was going to shoot, when I saw through the window a figure jump over and off the deck railing. I quickly called my parents. Yeah, I know I should have called the police, but I wasn't thinking. Well, around midnight they got home and turned on the deck lights. we instantly noticed that one of our metal chairs were pulled very far out of place and positioned to look inside the house where I was sitting before. We never did call the police about that incident, but when I was coming home from work about a week later, I pulled into the driveway around 10 p.m. where my headlights lit up a person hiding beside a tree. This was a full-grown adult wearing a long black coat in the middle of June. We did eventually call the police about that, and I have an inkling that it was probably the same guy. So my husband Ted is in the military. We've generally lived on base at every station that we've been to because the surrounding towns can be crime-ridden and sketchy, and with my husband gone most of the time, the extra security is appreciated. I work from home due to us moving so often, so one afternoon I was taking a break, had made a bite to eat and was snuggling up on the couch with my dog. That's when I heard the sliding glass door open. It was so nonchalant that I thought it was Ted. I saw my cat run from the kitchen and a shadow standing near the door entering it. I thought maybe he had come back for something, so I called out for him and was like, "What are you doing home? Did you forget something?" No answer. This is where I just got an eerie feeling. After I asked what he was doing here, I saw the shadow move and heard the click of the sliding door lock. From there, he walked to the laundry room and shut the door. I still have had received no response. So I'm sitting on the couch, scared out of my mind, and I call my husband hoping to hear his phone in the laundry room. I don't hear a ring, but he answers. I asked him why he came home, and he didn't answer me. And all he says was, "That wasn't me. Grab the dog and get in your car." I freak out. After getting off the phone with Ted, I grab the dog and run to my car. From there, I call the military police. Waiting for them was probably the longest 20 minutes of my life. When they got there, they cleared the house and found no one. They asked me to make a statement, and even they were baffled that someone would try this on a base. We still live here, and I am so scared that he will come back. After reading 2 stories about hero dogs, it reminded me of one of my encounters that my own dog saved me from. This happened in the early 2000s, and I was around 12 years old. My dad had passed away about 2 years before, leaving my mom, sister, and myself. To help me cope with my father's passing, my mom took me to the animal shelter to pick out a dog, since having a large dog was something that I always wanted. In one of the cages was a small shepherd husky, huddled in the corner, that I right away fell in love with. When this incident happened, he was about 1 year old, 90 pounds, and my best friend. My mom worked nights, and my older sister, taking advantage that my mom wasn't home, would constantly leave me alone. I didn't mind though, because then she couldn't boss me around, since when she was home she would try to be mom, telling me what to do and when to go to bed. We lived in a small middle-class suburb with a low crime rate, that I wasn't scared to be home alone. I was sitting in the living room, playing video games, and I got up to head to the kitchen to grab a drink. In the kitchen, I had a clear view through the back door and could see the garage open. Thinking that I just left it open after putting my bike away, I headed out the door to close it. My dog was sleeping in the basement, since he liked to lay on the cool floor during the summer months, and I didn't think to take him with me. I step out the door and make it about 5 feet from it when I notice in the darkness a crouched shadow moving in the garage. I froze, trying to get my eyes to adjust to make out what the shadow was. It finally hit me when I saw the figure stand up and turn towards me. I was terrified and felt like I had been glued to the spot. I knew that this person could see me since the back porch light was shining above me. At that moment, the figure started running towards me. I was too scared to move and let out more of a yelp than a scream. But that was all it took for my dog to hear, and the next thing I hear is him behind me snarling and growling. I could make out that it was a man, but no features, when he now froze, seeing this 90-pound beast behind me. He turned and ran for the back fence with my dog right behind him. The guy made it to the fence, and since it was only about 4 feet high, He hopped right before my dog got to him. After he got away, my dog came running back to me, and we went inside where I barricaded the doors. I don't know why, but I didn't call the cops, and never told my mom or sister what happened. One thing that bothered me was that he had to have known that I was inside, since the lights were on and the blinds were open. So why take the risk to hit a house when someone was clearly home? The next morning after my mom was home, I went outside to finally close the garage and noticed that what he had been going through was my dad's toolbox. I locked up the garage and never told anyone about what happened. I walked my dog to McDonald's and got him a burger and ice cream cone for being my hero. This happened just over 2 years ago, at the end of my first year of university. I'm female, and at the time I was 21. My university is in a very large city, and I was living in university accommodation, a short walk away from the main campus. My flatmates had all finished their exams and gone home for the summer, so I was alone in my flat. I was pretty stressed because I was in the middle of my first round of university exams. I decided that it wouldn't be prudent to waste my precious study time cooking, so I ordered a pizza from a large pizza chain. It was about 8:30 in the evening when my pizza arrived, so it was on the verge of getting dark. My block of flats had a key card entry system, so the pizza delivery guy couldn't come right to my door. I saw his car pull up outside. As I mentioned, this is a big chain, so their cars are really easily recognizable, and I went downstairs to get my pizza. The delivery guy stepped out of his car as I walked over. He was tall, stocky, and looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s. He handed me the pizza box, and I said thanks and made my walk away. The delivery guy, however, had other ideas. "You're very pretty," he said. I wasn't sure how to respond, so I said thanks again. Then, and almost disconcertingly, he asked, "Are you home alone?" This set up my creep alarm right away, so I told him I wasn't. However, my order was clearly meant for one person, and I was in a largely deserted block of flats at the very end of the school year, so he could have deduced pretty easily that I was lying. I was thoroughly creeped out by this point, so I turned around to walk back to the door of my flat block. As I walked away, he wolf whistled and called after me. "Wow, nice butt." As I walked up the steps, he continued to whistle and whoop and generally be as inappropriate as possible. Needless to say, I closed and locked the door of the block of my flats, and then the door of my flat, and then the door of my room. Had this happened more recently, I would have called the pizza place right away to report the incident, and I wouldn't have eaten the pizza either. At the time, though, I wasn't in my best state of mind, so I ate my pizza and put the whole incident to the back of my mind. I felt pretty uneasy about the fact that this guy knew where I lived. Moreover, the other residents of my flat had a bad habit of letting strangers in, which made me even more uneasy. The next few days passed without incident, and I finished my exams and went back to my parents' house for the summer. When I arrived home, I decided at last that I ought to call the pizza place to report the creepy employee. I did, and the young woman who answered the phone sounded horrified when I explained the situation to her, and immediately gave the phone to a manager. He took the details of my order, presumably so he could ascertain who delivered the pizza, and apologized. I never heard anything back from the pizza place, but I hope that they have a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to their employees creeping on customers. I've been on Reddit for about 2 years now, but I just now found this subreddit. After reading a few of the top posts, I realized that what happened this summer to me is a perfect fit here. I haven't written anything in a long time, so sorry if this isn't the most articulate post. This really messed me up for a while, and I'm still not completely okay, but it's easier to cope. It was the middle of summer, and my parents had left for the weekend to go to our house in the Cape Cod. It's about a 2-hour drive away, so it's no big deal for them to leave me alone for a few days. My mom had made some pulled pork and pasta for me to heat up to eat whenever, and I had some money if I wanted to order a pizza. Things were all good. The first night I was alone, I stayed up until 3 in the morning playing Xbox, so I woke up really late the next day. I checked my phone when I woke up, and I saw that it was a little past 1. I had made plans to play some street hockey with my friends at 3, so I threw myself out of bed and stumbled into the shower. I take really long showers, so when my parents are gone, I go mental. I was in there for about 45 minutes on my phone scrolling through Reddit and Twitter and whatnot, when I heard my front door open. The bathroom is directly up the stairs from the back door, and that thing is pretty loud when it opens and closes. I immediately froze, since obviously I was supposed to be alone. I waited for about 2 minutes, ears trained in, trying to hear anything else. Nothing. I figured it was just the wind, or maybe my parents were home early, so I turned off the shower, wrapped my towel around myself, and slowly walked down the stairs to check it out. So the stairs to the kitchen are pretty tight and walled in, so I can't see into the kitchen when I walk down. Even though my house is old as crap and each step on the stairs makes a super loud creak, I still took my time and tried to be as quiet as possible. I probably took 45 seconds walking down all 12 of the stairs. So when I get to the second to last stair, right before I could see around the corner into the kitchen, I take a little breath to compose myself. In my mind, I knew I was being stupid. There obviously wasn't anything in the kitchen. There's no way I wouldn't have heard another noise, and there's no reason for them to still be in the kitchen, even if there were burglars or something in the house. After sort of mentally chastising myself for being such a wuss, I sort of chuckled to myself for being so stupid, and just normally walked the last 2 stairs and turned the corner into the kitchen. Standing about 2 feet away from me in the middle of my kitchen is a man staring straight at me, perfectly still with a massive smile across his face, just staring at me. The thing I remember most vividly wasn't his face or his smile, but his arms. They weren't just at his side. He held them in the strangest, most abnormal position I've ever seen. They were where one would normally hold their arms, but he had rotated them to the point where they were almost completely reversed, as well as lifting them up and a little behind himself. I don't know why I remember this so much, but it's just the most demonic, abnormal position I've ever seen. Honest to God, I think I almost had a heart attack right there. Looking back, I can realize how creepy this situation was, but in the moment, I just took a step towards him and punched him as hard as I could in the jaw, sort of half slapping / pushing him towards the ground. The second I connected, I beelined up the stairs, dropping my towel in the kitchen with my heart beating out of control. I sprinted into my room and locked the door behind me. I quickly put a chair up against the doorknob like you see in TV. Almost without thinking, I immediately called 911 and nearly in tears told the operator what happened. As I sat on the floor of my room in practically the fetal position, staring at the door praying that a cop would be here soon, I noticed the light coming from the gap between my door had stopped. He was standing outside of my door. There's no words to describe the feeling I had. I was paralyzed with fear, watching the shadow across the bottom of the door shift in tiny ways. I stayed balled up, staring at the gap, praying the man would go away for what seemed like an hour. All the while, the 911 operator was asking, "Hello, sir, are you there? Hello." I didn't want to make a noise, and even if I wanted to move my arms to bring the phone to my mouth, I don't think I could have. Eventually, the light returned to the gap, and I heard the faintest of footsteps slowly creaking the wooden floorboards as he walked down the hall. It was silent for minutes as I just sat there curled up, unable to even speak. I heard banging on the front door and the sound of 2 officers entering my house. I finally felt safe, and I opened the door to the 2 of them standing there. I almost cried. Nowadays, my parents don't even leave me home alone anymore, thank God, and I check every lock on the house before going to bed. I still get nightmares occasionally, and my heart starts racing whenever I see someone standing still, but I'm doing all right. Even working with sketch artists and a few lineups, the police never found whoever was in my house. That sends shivers down my spine every time I look outside, half expecting to see him standing across the street, smiling under a lamppost. I have no idea what he wanted, or who he was, but regardless, this event has scarred me. I was 14 at the time of this story, so keep that in mind for context. I sat on my bed, in my house on my own, as usual. My parents were going to be out for the night, and we lived in a peaceful area, so even the strictest parents would have let their son watch over the house. As I was on my laptop watching videos, I hear a knock from the door. Mind you, this was 2 a.m., and I was already paranoid from my previous experiences. There was no way I was going to answer that door, but my curiosity was piqued. Since my house has 2 floors, there was a window right above the door, which I could pull the blinds up to a slit to see who was at the door. My porch light was on, so light wasn't too much of a problem. Even though my paranoia peaked, I had to look to see who was outside. When I looked, there was nobody. I was about to just place the blind down when I saw someone under the light at the end of the cul-de-sac and almost jumped backwards. This person was in a conveniently suspicious-looking hoodie and tracksuit, with no light showing his facial features. His arms were to his sides, and he was staring directly at me. It was weird. He didn't move at all. He just stood there, under the light. After what seemed like 10 minutes, he had just turned around and walked into the darkness of the main street. I sighed and went back to watching videos. Perhaps he was just some weird guy who came from the train station near my house. I had no idea, but any justification was better than the alternative. Eventually, around 3 a.m., I fell asleep. I woke up at about 4:40 to the sound of my dog silently growling behind me. I thought it was because he wanted to go out in the garden, so I turned around and froze in terror. The person from the street, he was in my doorway. No light hit him from the front, and so even then I could only make out an outline of his face. We had another moment where I just stared into the void which was his face, only for him to break the silence with advice, which seemed silly at first glance, but I have forever took to heart since. Lock your back door. And as he did last time, he turned around towards the stairs, and with me still frozen in place, left my house through the back door. When I wasn't frozen stiff with fear, I sprinted downstairs and got to the back door. He was in the garden. I could only see his outline. He stayed still for a moment, only to sprint off into the woods. I never found out who he was. I didn't care to tell my parents what happened, and yet to this day, they still ask why I insist on keeping the back door locked. Honestly, I believe he was a warning. If he had been an unstable psychopath, I wouldn't be here right now. Considering some experiences I have had since, I say locking your doors, even in peaceful areas, is great advice. So, 2 a.m. security checker, thank you. Even if your intention was bad, I still learned something from you.
I read a post earlier tonight that reminded me of this not-so-fun moment that happened last year. At the time, I, 24-year-old female, had the entire lower main floor unit I lived in to myself. I used to bartend/manage a nightclub a few blocks away, and would usually get home around 4 a.m. This night, I had just finished a 12-hour shift, was exhausted and hungry, so I decided to order some food. I placed the order, get my joint rolled and ready for when the food arrives, put on a movie and wait. Eventually, I hear the doorbell ring, and being alone and it being late at night, I waited to get the photos sent to the delivery app to verify my food was at the door, and so I didn't have to make small talk with the driver as post-COVID I still kept the option for contactless delivery. 3 to 5 minutes pass. I see the photo of my food on the doorstep and decide to get up and go get it. My bedroom window had 5 large windows that gave my full view of the path along the house, the main street in front, our garbage area, and the area right in front of our unit's door. The driver is still out there, and now he's texting me to come out and get my food. I tell him he left it in a perfect spot. I'll be out shortly to get it, and thanks for delivering it. At this point, I'm waiting for him to go, because even though marijuana is legal here, people can still be judgmental, and I don't want to go out in my PJs to collect my food, smoke, and see a human after working all night. He doesn't leave. He keeps texting me to come outside, and now I can hear him talking to another male voice, although my window view obscures anyone else that might be out there. The food in the photo was right against my door, and I can see him edging it away and off to the side, so I'd have to fully step out and around a small corner to collect it. I keep texting him, telling him it's in a perfect spot. I'm glad he followed the instructions. I'll be out shortly. He starts banging on my front door, still occasionally talking to this other male voice. My food is now further away from the door. He won't stop banging and telling me to come outside. Eventually, I tell him I set delivery as no contact as I have COVID, which was a lie, and don't want to get anyone sick. After I saw he'd read my message on the app, he put my food back by the front door and walked out of there, through the back parking lot. Initially, he'd come in through the front of the house. Something about this entire encounter felt so off. I waited about 15 minutes until I couldn't see anyone or hear anyone, quickly opened the door and grabbed my food. The whole ordeal lasted about an hour. My food was nice and cold. The joint was put away for another day, and my heart was racing for the rest of the night. So, delivery man who would not take the hint and go away back to his friend, let's not meet. This just happened today, and it's got to be quite long. Maybe when you read it, it'll seem like nothing, and it has a good ending, but I've never been so scared in my life, and I need to share it. I'm a social work student doing an internship at a mental institution. It's not like other hospitals. It's organized like a village with care houses for people who have different pathologies and did different things, ranging from murdering people, serial assault, to people who have deficiencies and are considered harmless. There are closed and open units. It's in a remote town outside of the city I live in, and there are woods everywhere in the village. This patient in question is considered harmless, even though he SA'd a nurse and another patient a few years back, and he has deviant tendencies. Thing is, he's in an open unit, and free of his movements and can go out whenever he wants. Today, he came multiple times by the unit I was working in, because he wanted a football magazine we didn't have, and we had to lock ourselves in because he was screaming and was hitting against the door. At one point, he got yelled at by a colleague and started crying like a baby and ran away. It honestly made me feel so sad for him. He's in his late 20s, but he acts and talks like a child, and has been here since his teenage years. My coworkers warned me and told me what to answer if I ever got face to face with him, in order to not make him aggressive. So, ended work a little bit late this evening, and it was already night out. It was only me and my tutor left in the unit, and I had to leave by myself because she wanted to work a bit longer. So I go out, take the usual route, the shortest way out, going through a small wooded area. There is absolutely no one out. I walk for a few minutes and suddenly I hear someone running full speed behind me. I turn around and it's him. My heart stopped for a second. He then stops and gets very close to me, starts asking me questions. If I have a boyfriend, if I'm Algerian, if I like football, what team do I support, and several times if I find him handsome. I respond positively to all of his questions like I was told to do, but I see he's not satisfied and is getting irritated, and he's getting even closer, blocking my way. At that point, I think that's it. I'm alone at night here with this guy who's already assaulted people, and now it's going to be my turn, if not worse. I was told to always go his way, so at that point, I think my only option is to make him calmer, by talking about something he likes. So I start talking football with him for a good few minutes. I start to see him in a better mood, and I think now is my chance. I tell him I really need to go, which he doesn't seem to agree with at first, but finally I manage to get away. I walk as fast as I can to exit out of the hospital. At one point I look back to see he's not there anymore, and I felt so relieved. At the end, I don't know what his intentions were, if I managed to get out from something really bad or if he just wanted someone to talk to. But he really scared me anyways. Thank you to anyone who read that. Thank you. This happened a few years ago. I'm a 28-year-old female, and I was on my way to the BMV before work. For some context, we have two major streets, Lane Avenue and Park Avenue, in our city, with many residential streets that intersected both avenues. I was headed south from Lane to Park Avenue. My destination was on Park. On one of the intersecting streets, when a woman, about 22 years old, ran out in front of my truck. My truck was an old Ford that did not have automatic locks. I had barely stopped when she hopped into my truck, not even asking through my window for a ride or help. She got in and I told her to get out. She said she was diabetic and it was her birthday, and begged me to go back the opposite direction to her home. I told her no, I had to go to work. She said her boyfriend beat her up. She had not a single scratch or bruise, but I asked if she needed an ambulance anyways. It was 90 degrees outside and she claimed to be having a diabetic episode, and she begged me not to call. After a few minutes of her arguing, begging, and pleading with me, and me saying no, I finally and forcefully told her that I wasn't moving until she got the F out of my truck. At this point, she opened the door and jumped out. I started to drive away as soon as her feet hit the ground. She slammed the door shut and yelled through my window, "Oh yeah? Well, I've just been stabbed." And when I looked in the rear view, she was waiting in the road for the next car. I called 911 and told them what had happened and where she was. I knew if she was truly diabetic in the 90-plus degree weather, without food or water, she could become delusional very quickly. But every instinct in my body tells me she had more sinister intentions, especially living on one of the human trafficking hubs of the country. I don't know what fate I could have met had I taken her to wherever her supposed destination was. Girl that hopped in my truck, let's never meet again. I am 33 now, so this was a long time ago. I only remember parts of it, but my mom said it was the most terrified she had ever been in her entire life. Rightfully so. As a kid, I had a problem with wandering off. I still do this as an adult, and it's usually caused by something grabbing my attention, and I just disappear from a group sometimes. It's a joke now, but when I was a kid, it was incredibly dangerous. I would find out 15 years later that this was my undiagnosed ADHD kicking in. My family went to a park one afternoon. It was a beautiful day, and my mom and dad had a picnic on the grass and were drinking some wine. My siblings and I were off in the field playing. At some point, I saw an old man sitting on a bench. He wasn't looking at us or bothering us, but my ADHD brain decided to go say hello for some reason. In addition to wandering off, I also had a knack for talking to strangers. I'm surprised I'm still alive, to be honest. I remember this old man seemed nice and showed me a magic trick, the old coin behind the ear thing. I thought it was cool, and he showed me a couple more tricks. This is where my memory blanks until my mom ended up finding me. At some point, my mom noticed I was missing. She knew I had an issue for wandering off, but the fact I couldn't be seen in an open park was alarming. She searched for about 5 minutes and could not find me. Eventually, she did find me, with this old man, standing in between two cars in the parking lot. I don't remember how I got there, or why I went there, but I do remember my mom swooping me away from the man and freaking the hell out. My dad ended up punching the guy, I think. From what my mom said, no foul play was apparent when she found me. He just looked like a quiet old man in his 60s. But the fact that I was in between two cars probably meant that I was seconds away from getting abducted, if my mom didn't find me in time. So yeah, don't let your overly friendly ADHD kids talk to strangers. Bonus. One other time, 2 years later, I wandered off in Disney World. I was just playing in Goofy's house, but apparently I was missing for like 30 minutes. Nothing bad happened, and I had no idea what I was doing was wrong. But my parents and my grandparents basically had a heart attack searching for me. Clearly, I am the sole reason that they all have gray hair now. I grew up out in the wooded country in Illinois, on a short dead-end street 10 plus miles from a town, and there were 7 houses in the area spread out on 2.5 acres of wooded lots. There were no large wild animals. There aren't bears or similarly large animals in the region, and people didn't meander there or show up lost. Usually, lost folks or large animals wandering around never happened in the 20 years I lived there, so please keep that in mind. When I was a young girl in my early teens, I had a good guy friend a few years older than me who lived next door, Terry. Terry was allowed to go out with his friends much later than I was, and he would sometimes tromp over to my yard after getting home late and throw rocks from the gravel area outside my window to chat. The bed was right next to the window. I'd open the window and we'd whisper stories and generally talk for a bit. My second story window faced our backyard, and his house was to the side. I could see his house from my window over the shrub trees and the walking path to his driveway. I'd often know if he was out. The light was on over the side door entrance, or already home. Light was off. One time during the summer when my window was open, I heard a car in his driveway dropping him off. I was probably 14 years old and it was around midnight. I heard Terry get out of a car and he was talking to his friends. Soon his friends pulled away. I softly called out as loud as I could without waking my parents, asking Terry to stop by and chat. He didn't respond as he probably didn't hear me. Then I came up with the not-so-brilliant idea to sneak outside and scare him. I'd spent many years in the woods and learning how to blend in and be silent. As kids, we'd often sneak around and scare each other. So, I silently sneaked down from the second floor and out my back garage door, which led to our backyard below my window, which led to Terry's house off the side through our gravel area, then through a well-worn path through the woods about 25 feet long. My parents had put in a gravel pit around the back of the house, probably because nothing much grew due to the shade of the oak trees. There were 14-inch oaks set out as an uneven stepping path on the gravel, and if you stepped off the rounds, the crunch of the gravel rocks would give you away. I picked my way expertly and silently across the log rounds facing Terry's house. My eyes got accustomed to the dark and I didn't see him. Also, at that time I heard the door of his house close and the light going off signaling he went in, likely to bed. I waited a bit as I thought I saw something move in the woods between our houses, but not on the path we'd always use. If you didn't use the path, there were wild rose and raspberry plants that had thorns and were painful to walk through if you weren't careful. So I thought it was odd that he'd be in the woods, but maybe he wanted to scare me like I was plotting to do to him. But I saw something human-sized and dark moving through the woods, slow, and pausing every once in a while like me. It was coming closer, and I definitely saw it, but it was strange that it wasn't walking directly to my window to talk. Therefore, I hunched down and waited in silence, wondering if I could still startle him. I still thought it was Terry, and he saw me sneak out, and he was trying to scare me. I watched a dark outline of a human figure moving, but then I would lose sight of it in the foliage. It seemed to be stalking slowly, and listening/checking every few feet while hiding. So I whispered after losing patience one last time for Terry, but he didn't answer. I got bored of hiding and crouching, so I quietly tippy-toed back to my garage door, and went back inside, silently locking up as I went. I snuck back upstairs to my room above the area where I was just standing/crouching. My window was open and I definitely heard someone/something walking around the yard. I whispered again for Terry out my window but got no answer. Then I heard someone/something fall and grunt/moan pretty loudly in the window well right below my window. It wasn't enough to wake my parents, but definitely loud enough I didn't mistake it, and it sent a shock of fear through me. If you aren't familiar with a window well, it's a semicircle hole connected to the house dug out about 3 or 4 feet deep and reinforced with metal. It allows a basement window to be put in below ground level, and the hole lets some natural light in. There is no way Terry would have fallen into our window well. We had been playing hide and seek and many outdoor games for years since we were young around the whole neighborhood. We knew everyone's window wells and house footprints, plus paths in the woods, like the back of our hands. The grunt sounded humanish, and not like an animal. It also pulled itself out quietly without a lot of thrashing. That's when I realized this wasn't a fun game, and someone/something was out there, and it wasn't Terry. I tried to look outside my window as best as I could, but there was a screen on my windows to keep the bugs out, so I couldn't lean my head out the window to see next to the wall of our house directly below me. I then heard the crunch of rocks, as whatever it was stepping away in the noisy gravel. Again, Terry would know where the log rounds were and would not step in the gravel. He knew my parents were pretty strict, and he was as good at being quiet as I was. Whatever it was, stopped, and I held my breath. I pretty much sat there with my face pressed against the screen 2 stories up for probably half an hour. It seemed like an hour, but I'm sure I didn't have the patience back then to wait that long. I never heard it/him/her leave, but I grew tired and eventually fell asleep on my bed that was next to my window. There are a few things that I am certain of. 1, it wasn't Terry. I asked him later and he said he went to bed that night when he got home. He also would have no reason to lie. 2, I'm pretty sure it wasn't one of our neighbors, and I can't think of any reason a person would be there. We had a few neighbors and only 2 other houses out of 7 had kids. Again, these 7 houses were spread out in 2.5 acres per home. 3, there weren't any big animals in the area. As wooded as the whole area was, we only had some deer, but they were hunted and didn't come close to homes. Plus, our dogs scared them away. So, stranger in the woods, let's not ever meet. Content warning for misogynistic language, threats of violence, and minor actual violence. Shoving. Stay safe out there, everybody. Before I skipped a year, I was in a class with a guy named Charlie in year 2 and 3. I never particularly liked him. He spoke too loudly and boasted constantly. On top of that, he made fun of me for my social anxiety, my slight accent and nationality. He threw things at me occasionally, and teachers never believed me since I was shy and an imaginative young girl. When I skipped a year and moved to a different campus of the same private school, I was sure that I wouldn't see him again. I didn't. Not until last year. I was in year 10, and I am now in year 11. I do well in all classes except for art. Made a few close friends who I trust and even joined a couple of clubs. 7-year-old me would be proud. But the terror started at the beginning of the last school year. My friend Ray was walking me to Spanish class, and behind me I hear a boy calling my name. I turned around and surely enough, it's Charlie. He made a few jokes about me being a nerd to his friends, and Ray promptly took me around the outside of the main building to the other building where I have Spanish. He asked me about it and I brushed it off, saying that it was just some guy who probably knew me from the other campus. Every Monday I have MUN during lunch, and one day I was helping Patrick, the club leader, clean up and rearrange the classroom. He asked me to grab an eraser from the teacher's cupboard, and I quickly head a floor down. As I'm coming back up, I see Charlie jogging up behind me, tripping me and pushing me right into the metal railing. I wasn't severely hurt, but my foot was recovering from being fractured, so it wasn't ideal. I found him roaming the hallway with his friends, so I called out for him. He turned around and I asked if I could just quickly say one thing to him. I began politely asking him to be careful when on the stairs, to which he rolled his eyes. But I continued to explain why he should not push me again, since my foot was healing and that overall he could hurt someone. His face morphed from annoyance to a crooked smile. Him and his friends broke out in a fit of laughter. I ignored them and began to walk towards the classroom where MUN is hosted, as him and his friends started chanting the C word over and over again. His behavior only worsened from then on. I quickly got up from my chair, leaving my laptop open when I was in the library, and he swiftly started browsing my tabs and apps, some of which were private messages to friends and family. I returned, standing by the seat in horror, and snatched the laptop from his hands. On another occasion, he stole my sports uniform and broke my umbrella. What was worse was when he somehow got my number, and over a series of voicemails, he began detailing all the grotesque things he would do to me if I was ever alone. They started off as pretty average, beating me until I was bruised or ripping out my hair, but began to transgress into sexual violence. He said he wished he could choke me and arm me, only to leave me lying on his bed, bloodied and terrified. This was followed by remarks about how much I was asking for it through the clothes I wore, how women are stupid and deserve to be treated as such, and that no one would want me after him. I haven't had any reactions within this school year, but I remain wary. If anything escalates, I will tell my friends and family more details. But for now, at least I feel safer than I did before. Thrifting is my favorite hobby, if you can call it that. It's something I like to do alone when I get the time. It's a chance for my brain to shut off and just let go as I scan aisles, crammed with random things for hours. Note, I'm 5'5.5", former elementary teacher. I'm about as intimidating as a wet sock, and I'm pretty quiet and stay to myself in public. I had decided to go out of my way to a store I hadn't been to before, and followed my usual routine. When I'm in a store, it's just me and the items. I don't pay any mind to anyone else around me, as the stores are crowded and I'm really only there to do my own thing. So imagine my surprise when an older woman turned to me and said in a huff, "Can I help you?" I turned and looked around me to make sure that I was who she was talking to. I just shook my head no, making a confused expression, and went back to looking at shoes. Things were okay for a minute before I heard her in the next aisle talking to a friend. Oh my God, this creepy woman is following me. Every time I look up, she's there. There was only so much space in the store. I usually go along the edges and then make my way to the center of the store, so there's a good chance she probably just saw me doing my thing. I tried to avoid her until I realized she started talking to random people about me, about how creepy I was, and how I was stalking her. People started giving me funny looks, but paid no mind once they realized how harmless and shrimpy I look. Her? Really? Someone said. Yeah, I'm gonna mess her up if I see her again. She began making more and more aggressive comments, and I decided that I had had enough. I've never fought anyone in my life, and I wasn't planning to that day. I left my items and went to my car. Yeah, something was up with her, and I wasn't sticking around to find out what it was. To the actually creepy lady in the thrift store, let's not meet again. Last year, I was going out for drinks with my friends, but since I had to go to uni the next day, I only stayed till around midnight. My boyfriend promised to pick me up and go home with me, because I don't like to take the subway home at night, but since I was pretty drunk by then, I took a little too long walking out of the pub. Unfortunately, we had to wait for the night bus, with multiple stops, since the subway closes on weekdays at night. For context, my boyfriend and I don't live together, but very close to each other, around 15 to 20 minutes walking distance. Both areas are pretty crappy. He lives near a train station, a lot of crackheads, homeless, and sketchy people around. And I live in a cheap, bad district with a high crime rate. My building has 2 entrances on 2 different streets, because it is a corner building site leading to a patio, and then to the apartment building and its doors. To get into my apartment, I have to open 3 doors. I usually use the entrance door that is nearer to the subway and on the side of my apartment. We had to take 2 buses to go home. One drove us to the train station and the next one from the train station to my apartment. After getting out of the first bus, we realized that we would have to wait for around 20 minutes or something for the second bus to come. And since I really had to sleep at home, class the next day, I didn't want to stay at his place. My boyfriend didn't want to wait, so he persuaded me to walk instead of taking the bus, which sober me would have never done. But since I was still drunk, I didn't care how we got home, so I agreed. So, we started walking home, and passed by a few sketchy people, mostly people selling drugs, etc., but nothing really that bad. Then, I saw a guy walking on our direction, and I somehow got a bad feeling, so I told my boyfriend that I wanted to change to the other side of the street, because I don't want to walk past him. Suddenly, the guy yelled, "Hey," as if he wanted to ask us something, but we ignored it and continued to walk. He got louder and louder until he started to yell. I could see from the corner of my eye that he was coming over, so I whispered, "Run," to my boyfriend, took his hand and ran the fastest I could while he was chasing us. We ran, and then made a turn to the right, the street where I live, and we hid. It seemed like he was gone, so I took my keys out and we started running towards my building, taking the other entrance of my building that I normally didn't use. As I was trying to open the door, my boyfriend started panicking, throwing me inside the patio and closing the door aggressively, and then pushing me to the building. He explained that the guy came running from the other side of the street, meaning he took a shortcut, probably thinking we were going to run to the subway/bus stops. If we had taken the other entrance, he would have been clearly the faster one. Being in shock, we unfortunately didn't call the police, which I regret. I stopped going out for drinks/clubbing for a half a year after this, and slept at my boyfriend's place for 2 weeks, because I was scared that he would come back. I think the worst thing about this is that he really wanted to get us for whatever reason. I still want to know why he chased us for so long. 2 weeks later, a girl a few streets away was AR'd in front of her building by a guy who chased her home. I wonder if it was the same guy, or maybe it was just a coincidence. Either way, dude, let's not meet. This happened when I was 12 or 13. Back then, late 80s, there was a curfew for anyone underage. I don't know if that still exists, but it matters for the story. Me, female, and my best friend, female, would walk the neighborhood at night. She would spend the night a lot at my house, and me at hers, vice versa, most weekends. We would crawl through my bedroom window and walk around and visit our middle school friends or just go to the park or whatever. We were well aware of the curfew and would run and hide from headlights, as we didn't want to get caught. One night, we were out doing our thing, see some headlights, and run under a carport. The car pulls into the driveway we're hiding in. Guy gets out and starts yelling, "You trying to rob me?" So we run. My friend runs one way, I run the other. I hear her scream. I look back and see she's caught. She has her hands up. I realize that I can't leave her there by herself, so I walk over, with my hands up, saying it's okay, we're just kids. Then I see the man has a gun. He's pointing the gun at her, and she is hyperventilating. I walk up trying to explain that we aren't trying to do anything crazy, just running from possible cops. He points the gun at me. He's saying something about us trying to rob him. I'm like, no dude, we were hiding from possible cops because of curfew. He made us pull our shirts up to show, supposedly that we had no weapons, but we were 13 years old, so thinking back, he might have just been a perv. He let us leave after that. This was 30 years ago. I wonder what would have happened if I just kept running. I also wonder what would have happened if I or my friend had told an adult about it. I mean, it was a few streets down from my house. He could have been identified. Or maybe we were, ultimately, the bad guys. So this only happened yesterday, and it's been driving me crazy. It's not as wild as other stories on here, but it's by far one of the creepiest things that's ever happened to me. So my husband and I are walking home from having a beer at the local pub around 6 p.m. In terms of setting the scene, we live in a small New Zealand town. Population around 2,000. That's a real mixed bag in terms of residents. You got older folk, meth heads, low income, but increasingly commuters from our capital city have been settling here. We fall into the latter category. It's spring here, so it's still plenty light, and we're just chatting as we walk the 10 minutes or so home. About 3 minutes into the walk, at the first intersection on our walk, I spot a cat sitting on the fence of one of the corner houses on the other side of the street from us. I say meow, and it meows back. It then starts stalking a bird, so my husband and I continue watching this house. The cat, really, as we walk past. Suddenly, a person with a brown paper bag mask on their head kind of stumbles out of the front door of this house into the yard. Their mannerisms and how they're moving are so strange, but not what I'd associate with being drunk. The house itself seems completely dead, so there's no party on or anything. The person then turns to us and makes eye contact. Well, the eye holes in the mask are staring at us, and they slowly start backing away to the front door alcove of the house and disappear from view into the alcove. We've been slowly walking this whole time, and at this point, I have literal goosebumps and an intense sense of dread. When I write it down, it sounds so silly, but there was something so creepy about this person. We're still looking as we walk past the house, and the paper bag face slowly emerges from the alcove, watching us before disappearing from view again. As we walk and get further and further away, we keep turning around to look, and the same happens over and over again. Nothing. And then slowly but surely, the paper bag face emerges out to watch us. This continued until we were at the end of the street, some 350 meters, and rounded the corner out of sight. It still makes my skin crawl thinking about it. My husband laughed and said it was probably just some kid getting ready from Halloween or effing with us. And he's probably right. But I had to keep turning around to watch my back the rest of the walk home, because I was so creeped out. This happened when I was about 16 years old, so over 20 years ago. I have 5 younger siblings, and my little sister would have been 5 years old. We live in a bad neighborhood, in the housing projects. Our neighbor was nice, but she always had sketchy-looking people hanging around, especially men. One day, these 2 new guys started hanging out there every day. They'd always be outside smoking or just sitting on our porch. They made me really uncomfortable. They were always staring at me and would sometimes try to get me to walk over and talk to them. Or they'd come over into our yards when my parents weren't home and talk to me, asking me if I had a boyfriend and asking me if I wanted some beer or weed. I was a goody two-shoes Mormon girl, so I always said no thank you. I have to go inside now. They were probably both around 30 years old or so. Then they started coming over and asking to use our phone when my parents weren't home. My parents always let the neighbors use our phone, so I never said no, but I would just pass it through the door and make them stay on the porch. They'd sometimes ask to come in or try to talk to me, but I would tell them no because my parents weren't home. Now I realize how dumb that was because they could have just pushed the door open. But I was raised to ignore red flags and be polite and sweet at all times. Anyway, we had a little dog, and I always took him outside early in the morning on a leash. I was out one morning and one of the guys came inside and stood there staring at me for a few minutes and then went back in. I brought the dog inside, and just a few minutes later, there's a quiet knock on the door. I opened it, and both guys are there, and one says, "We just saw your baby sister out by the highway. You need to come get her." I panicked and ran outside with them. I started to run down our street towards the highway, and one of them says, "No, we'll drive you down there. We need to hurry." I seriously took 2 steps towards their truck before I realized what I was doing. I stopped and said that I needed to go back inside and tell my parents. And the man closest to me grabbed my arm and jerked me towards the truck, yelling, "We have to go now. She's going to get hit by a car." I instantly felt sick and just yelled, "Let go of me." He dropped my arm and I ran back inside my house. I ran into my parents' bedroom to wake them up, and my little sister was sleeping in their bed with them. I woke up everyone because I was freaking out, and my dad ran outside and the guys in their truck were gone. I never saw them at the neighbor's house again. I wish I could say that my parents called the police or something, but they just kind of shrugged it off and made excuses like maybe they saw another kid that looked like your sister. So this story happened almost 2 decades ago. I never had a place to tell it until this subreddit. Despite this makes up one of my core memories from childhood because of how creepy it was when I was younger. It was around 2008. Me, My mom, my dad, and my brother were on a bus to go to a very popular and well-known mall when I was around the age of 4. At the time, we didn't have a car, so we had to take a few buses from where we lived to get to this mall. This one bus that we got on that led to this mall directly from one of the stops was super crowded. I mean, everyone was riding up on each other crowded. There wasn't much room for any of us to move, so my family and I had to stand. Sometime during the bus ride, when we were getting close to the mall, I ended up getting separated from my parents, forced behind roughly 2 or 3 people, and unsure of where my parents were. We were near the back, by the rear doors. I was standing just a foot or 2 away from the stairs which led to an elevated area of the bus, and beside me was this old dude who was sitting in the seat next to me. Something that my parents taught me when I was a kid was that whenever the bus is moving, you were to always hold onto the rails so you don't get knocked around or go flying off. Due to my position on the bus, there was only a singular rail that I could hold on to, the one right in front of this guy's seat. Because of what I was taught, I naturally held on to it so I wouldn't bump into people in front of me. This old guy, in response, grabs onto my hand firmly, holding my hand against the rail so I couldn't let go or get away. This man looked like your average grandpa, and appeared to be likely in his 70s, definitely able to overpower me, who was basically just out of toddler range. The facial expression this man made is forever engraved into my mind. I cannot ever unsee it. Instead of this gentle smile like an old grandpa would make at a child, his chin was much more sinister, and he laughed at me in response to me trying to get my hand free once the bus had stopped and the doors were open. In fact, when the doors were open, he held onto my hand even tighter to stop me from leaving. Thankfully, I was able to wriggle my hand free because of the position in which his hand was at. I've never had a chance to tell anyone about this story, so Reddit, here you go. Old guy, let's not meet again. Last year, I was staying in a university hall for my final year. It's a private building, so not connected to the university. And out in the city near the main town, we have a car park, but nobody really uses it because we're poor students and it costs money to park there. So mine was one of only 2 or 3 cars at any given time. The car park isn't very well lit, and it's to the side of the building, so you have to walk for about 2 or 3 minutes to get into the main door. I was sitting in my car one evening after getting back from the gym, just scrolling on my phone because my seat was warm and it was dark and raining outside, so I couldn't be bothered to get up yet. I was reading an article when suddenly someone started knocking on my window, which was really odd. It was a man dressed in all black, and he started telling me how his friend had seen me through the window and thought I was really attractive, so could he have my number? I responded no, that's a bit odd and I don't feel comfortable with it. He continued to be insistent for a while, practically begging me to get out and give them my number or my social media details, telling me I should come over and speak to his friend, who was weirdly standing at the other side of the car park, furthest away from the building. I kept saying no and scrolling on my phone to show that I wasn't interested. He finally relented and walked away. I texted one of my friends to ask if he'd come and get me and walk me into the building. As I was waiting, the man returned, but now with his hood up, and he started banging loudly on my window, saying that I was being rude, ungrateful, and calling me all kinds of names. I kept staring at my phone and pretended I couldn't hear him. He then started trying the door handle. Thankfully, I'd locked my car after the first encounter, and then began violently pushing into my car when it didn't work. I still kept ignoring him, and texted for my friend to probably bring some other friends with him. My friend was taking a long time to read my message, and I was terrified, but for some reason didn't think to call the police. Probably because I was afraid of things escalating. The guy at my window had calmed down after a few minutes and walked off, saying that he'd leave me alone now. However, I watched him out of the corner of my eye join up with his friend, and then maybe 3 or 4 other men. They walked so that they were out of sight, but I could see their shadows lingering as they kind of circled around my car and moved towards the building but stayed in the dark. They lingered there for a while, until luckily another car came, which was obviously full of students going to a party due to the loud music and singing going on inside. This group of men left as they saw these people arrive, and I latched onto them and was able to walk with them as they entered the building. When I got home, my friend finally responded. He said that he'd actually heard about these guys before. Apparently, they'd followed another girl into the building and into the lift a couple of days prior. Then stood in the lift making really gross sexual comments to her. She'd had to run to her door and lock it, where they'd then stood outside knocking on the door and whispering for her to open it. We were able to report this to the building, who, to their credit, then hired a permanent set of security staff. We also got the CCTV footage of both incidents and were able to pass this on to police. So, weird men harassing young women at my university building? Let's not meet. This happened 7 years ago, but I still remember the fear I felt like it was yesterday. When I was in my early 20s, I worked the night shift at a bakery making the donuts. I loved that job. 3 nights of the week, I would be with my coworker, and 2 nights I would work alone. It was summertime, and we were having some problems with the AC, so the maintenance guy, Andy, came at night when I was on the clock to work on it. The bakery was small and crowded during the day, so it was best for him to come when it was empty. Management always let me know when Andy would be there, so it would never be a surprise. At first, he was very pleasant, and I had no issues sharing space with him as he worked. One evening, this changed. My coworker was a little late. She said she'd lost track of time in the shower, so Andy piped in saying, "We should all shower together to save time," and starts laughing. It was creepy as hell. He also had stated I lived alone, with his response being, "Good. I have you to myself then." After this night, I realized Andy wasn't the kind of guy that I thought he was. I stopped speaking to him unless I had to, and before long the AC was repaired and I thought I was free of him. Fast forward to a night a few weeks later. I'm working alone. It's 2 a.m. I'm trying donuts when I hear all of a sudden a loud banging on the front window. Startled, I looked up and see who else but Andy. He's calling my name and asking to be let in. No one had said anything to me about him coming that night. Andy then starts pulling on the front door handles. Luckily, it's locked. I run into a corner of the bakery where he can't see me, and I try calling my manager with no response. The phone starts ringing and I can see the caller ID from where I'm sitting. It's Andy. He's being relentless and won't stop banging on the window and trying to pry the door open. My fear is rising. I dial 911. The cops arrive within 10 minutes and search Andy's vehicle. In the back seat, they find duct tape, a knife, and rope. They can't do anything, though, because he hasn't harmed me. Andy told the police he was there to fix the AC. My manager calls me back in the morning and tells me the AC is working fine, and they never asked Andy to come. So, whatever you had planned for me, Andy, I'm glad that I never found out. Let's never meet again. I don't live in the best area, but it's close to my kids' school and it's what we can afford. I was in line at a stoplight waiting for it to change so I could get to the school to pick up my older kids. I had my toddler with me. While I was waiting, I heard my passenger side handle move like someone was trying to open it. I always lock my car doors out of habit. My car is older, so they don't lock automatically when I start the car like the newer ones do. I look over, and there's an older woman aggressively trying to open my door. My window is cracked a bit for fresh air, but not all the way down. She reached up trying to get the window to go down, but couldn't get her fingers in. Woman, excuse me. I need you to help me out. I need a ride. Now, I'm all for helping people, but not when they're trying to get in my car with no explanation. You just don't do that. Me. Do you need me to call 911? Woman. No. You need to help me. Let me in. Come on now, help me out. Pulls on door again. Luckily for me, the light changed and I told her, sorry, but I have to go, I can't help you. I drove off and haven't seen her since. It's the only way to get my kids to school, so I have to drive through that way about every day. So, lady, let's not meet. I don't know how long he was in my bed or why he was there. All I know is that he woke me up with a kiss, which I promptly wiped off with my hand. I was fully clothed, which hinted to me nothing had happened, but the buttons of my pants were undone. I don't know if they were undone the whole time or if he undid them. Under the sheets, I could see that my shirt was pushed up, so he could put his hands on my waist and hold me close to him. I moved his hand off, and he went back to sleep. I sat up in shock and caught a glimpse of his face. I asked him, "What are you doing?" And he yawned and said, "Resting." I brought out my hands and tightened them into fists. I was ready to defend myself, and at that moment he said, "Okay, I'll leave," and walked out of my room. I was so overcome with horror that I pushed my dresser up to the door to make sure he couldn't come back in. I immediately took a shower and was relieved that nothing worse had happened to me, to my knowledge. After all, I'd gone to bed at 11, and when I found him in my bed, it was 5 a.m. I had a weird dream that night too. In that dream, I lived in a zoo, and the zookeeper deliberately let every animal out of the cage so that they would roam free. One of those animals was a tiger, and when it saw me, it immediately started trying to eat me, so I fought back. I was wrestling it. Then I lost, and as the tiger had me pinned down, it started licking me, and that was when I woke up, to him kissing me. In my drunken stupor, I was fighting him. Edit. Thank you for trying to help me, but this all happened last September. There's not much I can do about it now. I felt compelled to post, because I had a nightmare about that last night, and even though it happened so long ago, I'm still scared he might be out there. I don't want justice at this point, just someone to listen.
This story happened just a few years back, when I was visiting an old friend in Cologne, while at the same time taking advantage of him as a free stay for a meeting with my LARP group. For those of you who don't know what LARP is, it's basically real-life role-playing. Imagine a D&D game, but instead of people sitting around a table with dice, you have people actually dressed up as their characters, actually role-playing in real life. LARPing was my hobby since I was 14, and after I got a job that paid pretty well, I started to go a bit more all out when it came to stuff for my hobby. One of the things that I spent a solid amount of money on was my character's armor. Important for this story. It's the chainmail that I wear under my outer armor. After the meeting of my group, I mostly got out of my LARP outfit because I really didn't want to walk through Cologne Mulem, which is one of the more dangerous places in the city, as a medieval knight. But since I couldn't fit it all in my back, I kept my chainmail on, as well as my tunic and pants. On my bus ride home, I noticed some guy seemed to have an eye on me, but I guessed it was because I still looked very much out of place. When he got off at the same station as me, I didn't really pay him much attention. I was almost at my friend's place and decided to call him, asking if we should meet and get a donor, which he agreed to before I even ended my question. I arrived at our meeting spot first and waited. Then I noticed the guy from the bus station again, who now walked straight towards me. I got closer to the wall to make space, but he didn't pass me. He stopped before me and pulled a knife on me, demanding my bag, wallet, and phone. I was willing to give him my wallet, but tried to explain that the bag only had some armor and foam weapons. But it seems that even just talking was enough to set this guy off, and suddenly I felt 2 fast, stinging punches in my stomach. It hurt like hell, and I dropped down, and the guy grabbed my bag. Honestly, the next things are not really in my mind. I was barely able to notice anything other than the voice in my head screaming, "You got stabbed." So the next thing I noticed was my friend shaking me. My bag was open and my stuff all over the place, and he was holding my helmet with blood on it. He told me he saw the guy throwing my stuff around after the bag was most likely too heavy and big for him. So my friend, seeing me on the floor, managed to grab the first thing he could, which was the helmet, and bash the guy with it until he ran away. We later checked my stomach, and even though I had 2 giant deep blue bruises which hurt like hell,
I only had small cuts since the chainmail stopped the knife. Until this day, I get sick in my stomach when I think back on that day and remember that if I had not worn a piece of my LARP clothing that day, I would be dead, literally killed over a bag of costumes, 150 euros in my wallet, and a 10-year-old phone. This world is beyond messed up. When I was 16, some friends and I went to an outdoor concert festival thing. We parked at the mall and took a shuttle to the venue. For perspective, the mall is a 20-minute drive from our homes, and the venue is another 20 minutes away in a different direction. During the concert, I end up losing my friends in the crowd. I don't care much as I wanted to get to the front, and I could just call them after the event ended. Well, of course, I lost my phone somewhere in the sea of people, and I don't even notice until the last show wraps up. I search the ground as the people dissipate with no luck. Reluctantly, I just hop on the bus heading back to the mall, hoping to meet them at the car. The car is gone and I start to freak out a little. It's 10 p.m. when I head to the bus station to see when the next bus to my city is coming. Just my luck. It happens to be Memorial Day, so no buses until 10 a.m. I borrow a stranger's phone and call the two numbers that I know, my mom and my brother. My mom doesn't answer. My brother does. He basically gives me the sucks to suck talk and hangs up. So I'm alone, scared, and a little drunk in a city that I don't know. I try walking, but quickly give up when I realize I'm basically walking down a random highway towards who knows where. Back at the station, I'm just staring at the map when a stranger creeps up behind me. He asks where I'm heading and I tell him the truth. He, conveniently, is going to the same city and asks if I'd like to split a cab. Realizing this is my only option as I didn't have enough on my own, we get in the car. Turns out, he has even less than I do. We barely have enough to get to the heart of the city, which is a 10-minute drive from my house. But at least I know my way home from there. During the drive, this guy gets progressively more creepy. He's aware I'm 16. He's 25. He scoots closer every minute, touching me, insisting I come back with him to his place, and even writes his phone number down on my bare leg. As we get there, I realize the situation that I'm in. We're about to get out in a quiet area at 2 a.m., and the cabbie is going to drive off, leaving no one to hear me scream. The second he gets out, I turn to the driver and beg him to take me a few streets further, so I could at least put some distance from him and me. The cab driver hadn't said a word the whole way, but he definitely heard everything. He asks me for my address and drives me all the way home. Creeper watches as the cab drives off, me still inside. When we got to my home, I offered to wake up my mom to pay him, but he declined, saying he's just glad I'm safe. I broke in through the kitchen window, got to bed, and cried my tears of relief for who knows how long. So, to the cab driver who tried to get with a teenage girl, let's not meet. And to the cab driver who saved my skin, thank you. I once met up with an old friend of mine, a friend I had known for a few years prior to the meetup in November of 2017. I had actually met this person on a dating site. However, as time went on, the relationship between us became strictly platonic. There were no red flags. My gut did not warn me, so I completely trusted this person. We met up in town, behind a bus station, on a grassy hill surrounded by trees and a tall wall. Our meeting was just to have a smoke, get a little high, and to have a small catch-up. The meetup was fine. I had actually started smoking weed a few months before, so I was still relatively new to it. He had brought something for me to try, purple haze. I wasn't at all anxious about trying it, as I completely trusted this person and would never believe that he would lie to me. He had packed a full blunt for me, but I only managed to smoke a quarter of the blunt. We spoke during this time about work, our previous relationships, and other random stuff. About half an hour later, I started to feel extremely lightheaded and anxious. I suddenly had this strange feeling where I did not feel comfortable at all, and I really wanted to go home. When I asked him if I could go home, he offered to take me, but I said, no, it's okay. He offered again, please, let me take you home. You'll be safe with me. I wouldn't hurt you. I shook my head and said, no thank you. I can take myself home. When I started to walk away, I felt like I was walking on a cloud. My head became dizzy and my eyesight was a little blurry. I had never felt like this before, and in time, I started to panic. When we made our way down the hill towards the bus station, I was relieved, as there were a lot of people around, so if anything happened, someone would step in. I became extremely terrified of him. I had this horrible feeling in my gut that told me to get away from him. When I got to the bus station, I told him I would call my taxi here and go home. His tone was no longer nice, but very stern. I'm gonna take you home now. And he began to pull at my jacket. I told him no, and that I was going home on my own. He pulled my jacket harder and I fell against him. He pulled me into him and told me I didn't need to be scared of him. But I was so terrified at this point. I started to feel very paranoid and I couldn't see properly. I pushed him away from me and rubbed my eyes and called for a taxi. He tried to pull my phone from me and yelled in my face, "Do you ever listen? I'm taking you home." I noticed a few people had stopped and asked if I was okay. All I remember was that I wanted to go home. So a lady kindly called a taxi for me and waited with me, made sure I was okay and helped me into the taxi. During the time I was waiting for the taxi, he kept trying to get me to come to his car with him, but that lady looked after me. She told him to go home and that she was going to take me home instead. So he left. When I got home, I gave the taxi driver money and told him to keep the change. I didn't want to wait around. I just wanted to go into my bed because at that time, it was the only place I would feel safe from harm. That evening, I laid in my bed for 5 hours straight, just staring at the ceiling. I don't remember if I thought about anything or if my mom came in at any time. I just remember lying in bed, doing nothing, until the paranoia and the sickly feeling began to wear off. I remember looking at my phone and seeing that I had 32 missed calls from him, 10 voicemails left, and over 50 messages. The messages were weird. He had sent around 20 messages just asking where I was and when I got home. And in one of the voicemails, he had told me how he had this fantasy of taking me home whilst drug up and tying me up. He wanted to blindfold me, and he wanted me to submit myself to him. I freaked out and blocked him on all social media: Instagram, Snapchat, Discord, and I blocked his phone number. Before the blocking, I told him that if he ever contacted me again, I would call the police. I heard nothing from him for a month, until I received a text from an unknown number asking me how I was. I hadn't given my number to anyone, so I ignored it. I then received another message a few days later, saying they missed me and that they would see me soon. I asked who they were. No reply. Nothing. So, creepy person who pretended to be my friend, I don't want to see you ever again. This was an event that happened in my childhood, and to this day, I've never gotten over it. This was around the time of my 9th birthday, and looking back on this night, I was sure that I would not have made it to my 10th had it gone any different. At the time, my family, one of my friends from school, Tasha, and I were visiting our family friend's cabin for a party about 15 minutes from our town. This party was large, as all the surrounding cabins were filled with other acquaintances and close friends. Everyone knew each other, and everyone had kids of their own, so there were plenty of people to play with for my younger brother, friend, and I. The cabins were off of a small gravel road that connected to a larger, main paved one, that was fairly secluded. In the middle of the cabins was a cleared section of forest, with a bonfire pit that was the communal party grounds. Otherwise, all the cabins were separated by short trails through dense forests, just large enough for pickup trucks to squeeze through. Since all the cabins were connected by this gravel road and had trails going in between, it made great territory for hide-and-seek tag, or a manhunt as the older, cooler kids called it, when we visited. This was super common pastime while the adults chatted, and since all the children, including my brother and I, were well acquainted with a broad age range between 7 and 13, it was one of my only things we could do together while still having fun. We had played hundreds of times over the many visits we shared, and it was not uncommon to hide in backyards, ditches, just into the forest, and under decks. We always drew clear boundaries set by the older kids to contain the many kids to a fair playing area, and stayed out playing well past sunset most nights until it eventually got too dark to see. None of the adults minded us running around like this, since everyone knew everyone, and the small cluster of cabins were close together, and the patches of dense forest between them were no more than 100 meters deep before you hit someone's yard. Of course, it also meant that all the children would be occupied, so the parents and adults could drink and talk without inhibition. This night, however, we wanted to expand the playing field. Along with my friend Tasha, many of the other kids had friends with them, and other invitees from outside the area had brought kids along as well. It was decided that our normal playing zone was too small for our numbers to be fair, and so the request was made to extend to the next cabin cluster over. The adults were hesitant, as the next cluster was only accessible by going all the way up the gravel road to the bigger paved one, and then walking a good distance down it until the next gravel road shot off from it. However, with the promise to pair up and the urging of all the kids, this was permitted, with the caveat that we return to our normal playing grounds before sunset. This was occurring at the time of year where fall had set in and it was very cold in the evenings. However, the trees still had all their dead leaves, so the forest was only marginally sparser. Tasha and I were playing together as a pair in the usual cluster, but realized that the only people around were other hiders, and figured it would be more fun to try and stalk to taggers, who were definitely in the next cluster. We held hands along the paved road just in case one of us fell into the steep ditches on either side, but also for warmth, as well as since it was freezing. Once we got to the other cluster, Tasha and I immediately split up like spies. Tasha would scout about 50 feet in front of me, and motion me forward when the coast was clear, while I watched for taggers from behind. This continued with a few narrow escapes and a lot of running and careful scoping. These were roads and paths none of us had played on, and the new territory was thrilling. But we were sensible enough not to run in the other people's yards or under their decks. This left us exposed on the road to taggers, but it was safer in this unfamiliar landscape. What happened next was so shocking that at the time I remember thinking I was making it up until my story was corroborated by Tasha and the other kids. As Tasha and I were making our way, like I described, down the main gravel road, we thought we heard footsteps crunching along and decided to duck between two different cars parked on the road. Tasha was fairly far in front of me, and I lost sight of her as I crouched down behind my own car. I remember staying there for a few minutes to make sure the coast was clear, but waited for a signal from Tasha to say that we were okay up ahead. Eventually, I got antsy and stood up to tell her to stop hiding. I have no idea how my instincts completely failed me, but to my horror, a large, ice-cold, rough hand sprung out to snatch my wrist. I jumped in shock and spun around to see that behind me was a tall man in a red hoodie and black beanie. He was looming over me with one hand in his jean pocket and the other holding my wrist in a death grip. I was so surprised that I couldn't even scream. It was like my throat was suddenly filled with cement, and my voice had become a heavy rock that sunk down into my stomach. I was frozen, just staring up at this stranger with no expression. It felt like we stared at each other for hours, both of us completely still. Even at 9, I could clearly see the turmoil rolling over this guy's face. It disturbed me to feel how he would tighten and loosen his hold on my wrist, like he was contemplating something. My mind was steamrolled with panic while this continued for what I assume now was only seconds. What did this guy want? Was it his car and he was mad? Was he going to tell my parents that I messed with it? Was I in trouble? Where was Tasha? Did he own a cabin here? Maybe he wanted us to play somewhere else. Finally, the silence and stillness stopped and the man grunted. It pulled me right out of my thoughts, and I saw him moving his hand inside his pocket like he was fishing for something. He was fidgeting around in there, and it was super distracting. I was staring at his hand, wondering what was going on, when I saw under the edge of his hoodie the unmistakable shape of a 5-inch buck knife tucked into his waistband on his opposite hip. At the same time, I saw it. His grip firmed, and he started pulling me off the road and towards the forest. Finally, my survival instincts kicked in, and I immediately started to struggle, pulling against him in a losing battle due to the gravel under my shoes. It seemed to surprise him, and he temporarily relaxed his hand just enough that I could yank my arm away. He stood there and watched as I ran off, down the road and towards the nearest older kid that I could see. I looked back just once, and in his hand was the buck knife, but I was already too far to chase. When I did find another older kid, I had them walk back with me to find Tasha, still shocked from what happened. I told them I had lost her, but when we got back to the cars, Tasha immediately ran up to me and started to freak out. The older kid wanted to know what was going on, and when pressed, I explained what had occurred. The older kid swiftly walked us back to a larger group of kids and made us all walk back to the other cluster and said that the game was over. Then, they and 3 other kids went around and yelled that the game was over and wrangled up the other kids. Once we were all accounted for, the older kids ran over to the adults and told them what happened. From there, everything devolved into chaos as angry parents with flashlights hopped on quads and drove off to search, while other adults checked on all of us. When all was said and done, we found out that Tasha had seen the whole thing and was just about to signal to me when she had peeked out from behind her car and saw the man standing behind me. She said he was actually there for a while before I got up and described the same behavior as I did. Still, quiet, hand moving around his pocket, just looming. She had stayed hidden behind the car and said he wandered into the forest after I had left. It is only now that I am older I understand he was playing with himself through his pocket and considered taking me to the woods to have his way and possibly kill me, considering the knife. We found out later that night a few other kids had seen him walking down the paved road and sitting just at the edge of the forest on a few different occasions, but didn't think much of it. Our parents never found wherever he went, mostly due to the large gap in time between when he disappeared and when we told our parents. To this day, it remains a super repressed memory that becomes an intrusive thought once in a while. Like I mentioned, even at the time, I thought that I had imagined the experience. It was too real. And though I have had times in my life where I felt worse in the moment, I get sick thinking about what would have happened. It makes me feel even worse to think about how I left Tasha and what would have happened if she had been discovered or had come to my aid. This world is full of sick weirdos. I am a 23-year-old female, and a few weeks ago, me and a friend who is also a 24-year-old female planned to go to an event together. Since we only had free time after work, we decided to get an Uber so we wouldn't take too long to arrive and could enjoy more. The first half of the ride was really normal, seemed like a normal, polite dude. But as soon as we got to the highway, his attitude changed. He seemed a lot more irritated. Me and my friend didn't pay much attention though and kept chatting between ourselves. Our attention was drawn when he started shouting with another driver. He turned to us and said he was going to pull over. I tried objecting, but he ignored and pulled over anyway. He reached out for the glove compartment and pulled out a gun. Important to note that guns are illegal in my country. We were just watching this unfold with holded breaths. And when the other guy drove away, we let out a sigh of relief. But then, we were still stuck in a car with a crazy man with a gun. After that, he went back to driving and apologized to us, saying that the guy was tailgating him. I let out an, "Oh, okay." We kept talking. "That guy is lucky that you two girls are here, or else I would have followed him and shot him in the face. Sleazy idiot." I look over to my friend. She's in shock and paralyzed. I'm in shock too, but trying to keep my cool because the last thing I want is to get him annoyed at us. If he was willing to shoot that guy for tailgating, I didn't want to know what he would do to us if I'd said the wrong thing. "No, it's okay, I understand." I was trying to appease him. "These guys need to be taught a lesson," he continued while I just agreed with my head. "I did that before, you know. You just trap the guy in an empty street. And when he leaves the car, bang." Did he just admit to murder? Was the only thing running through my mind. But I managed to keep calm and just agreed with him the rest of the way. He did deliver us right to the place with no more incidents. I waited a few weeks to report, since he had my home address and wouldn't be hard to figure out who reported him. Nobody showed up in my home with a gun, at least until now. And Uber has answered my report, saying that they started an investigation. I really hope that this guy doesn't do this to anyone else. My grandfather Jim died when I was 17, around 5 years ago, and his last months were rough on the whole family. He had advanced brain cancer, but he spent most of his time at home under hospice care. One afternoon, it was about 2 weeks before he died, I was alone with my grandpa, waiting for the hospice nurse to come check in on him. A man who I'd never seen before, Dave, knocked on the door. He was wearing hospital scrubs, but he hadn't brought any equipment with him, which was odd. I asked him if he worked with the hospital, and he nodded. He said this was his first shift with Jim, but that he'd reviewed my grandfather's file, and that he wanted to speak to whichever family member had the legal authority to pull the plug. Jim wasn't even on life support, so I guess Dave was using plug as an expression on my grandfather. I should say that I live in a right-to-die state where euthanasia is legal, so it's not like that option had never occurred to us. But as far as I know, no member of my family had ever expressed an openness to euthanizing Jim. I told him that I had no authority to make that decision, and that my grandfather, who was now delirious and unable to consent to much of anything, had specifically said to prolong his life indefinitely unless he was crying out in extreme pain, which he wasn't. Dave put his hand on my shoulder as though he were consoling me, and he talked about how old people become burdens that their families need to let go of. Then, Dave pulled a bottle of pills out of his pocket and said that they were barbiturates that would trigger a peaceful death. He said the coroner would determine that Jim died naturally from his cancer. I started to panic, and I firmly told him that under no circumstance would we be euthanizing my grandfather at this time. But he started to untwist the bottle as he walked towards Jim's bed. I tried to wrestle the pills from his hand, and he seemed startled. He played innocent and said he just wanted to show the pills to Jim. Dave knew perfectly well that my grandfather had almost no idea what was going on. I called 911 and rapidly explained the situation to the dispatcher. Dave suddenly became very scared and bolted out of the house. The cops arrived within 5 minutes, and Jim's actual hospice nurse arrived a few minutes after that. Based on my physical description, the police/hospital staff were able to identify Dave as a recently fired hospital orderly. My entire primary school experience felt like a fever dream, but I don't think I could fit all into a post. So instead, I'm choosing to tell the most bizarre experience in my schooling life. In my school, the language sub that I was taking had teachers leaving almost every 3 months. Some due to finding a job with higher wages. This teacher, however, left due to his disturbing attitudes towards the kids, ages 8 to 10 years old. This teacher is Mr. John. He came to our school during the second semester of grade 5, my class. He was not only a language teacher, but a PE and arts teacher as well, despite not having any experience in either fields. At first, he made a good impression, cracking jokes and giving helpful advice. However, one day he started to turn to very mature topics while he was teaching. He would talk about paintings, but somehow divert the conversation to body odor and what kind of object would emit such terrible smells, such as excrements. He would go too much into detail about excrements. Nothing you learn from biology, to the point where it's not funny but disturbing. He later talked about puberty, which at first seemed normal, but later talked about how puberty changes you, such as your body parts and other feelings you get. We were 8. He then showed pictures of his ex-girlfriend when she was 17. She was getting married. He had her photos in a file on his computer. The final blow was him taking off his shirt and showing every scar and injury that was inflicted on him. He forced us to look at all of them. We were so uncomfortable. Finally, I complained to the principal along with a few others. He tried to find those who complained about him. He asked around and interrogated 2 of my friends. This teacher was unhinged. To Mr. John, let's not meet. I recently came across this sub, and oh boy do I have a story that fits. For context, this happened 20 years ago just after Christmas. I had turned 6 a month prior. My mom went out one day and left my then 16-year-old cousin to look after me and my 2 older siblings. Brother 8, sister 11. My cousin decided to take us out into the city, which was 10 minutes from where we lived. We took the bus, walked around the city in incredibly unsafe neighborhoods with basically another child responsible for us, and after a few hours got tired and decided to go home. The city had a central area for buses. Not a bus station, but like a huge perfectly square field with some plants and flowers and bushes. Lining all 4 sides along the street were a couple bus stops and benches. So basically you could catch several buses from that area going all over the county/city. Since it was just after Christmas, the bushes along the field were still covered in Christmas lights. As we waited for the bus, I began to wonder away as I admired the lights. My cousin none the wiser. At some point, I heard a man say hi. I looked up from the bush and he was smiling down at me. Thinking back on it, once I got older, it was clear he was homeless and was probably on drugs. He had longish brown hair that was wet, teeth that were black along the gums, and his clothes were incredibly dirty and torn, and he had several jackets on. None of this really registered in my 6-year-old brain, so I just smiled back up and said hi. He asked if I liked looking at the lights, and I said yes, they're pretty. He said, I'll never forget this exact sentence. If you like Christmas lights, got some really cool lights at my house you'll love. Want to come see them? I eagerly said yes. So he reached down his hand to me and I took it. We started to walk away and were headed to the corner of the field where a few big buildings were. He said his apartment was just a couple blocks away, so we were headed around the corner of the building when my arm jerked backwards, and I turned to see my sister pulling me away from him. He didn't say a single word, just took off instantly running. It took a few years for me to fully grasp the danger that I was in. My sister and brother talked about what happened a lot and how scary it was. When I finally got a little older, I appreciated how terrifying this all was, and how close I was to having my life change, or end forever. If I had rounded that city corner with them, they never would have been able to find me in time, because they wouldn't even know where to start looking before we disappeared around the corner into the city. It's something we still bring up sometimes to this day. To that homeless man, let's not meet again. I found this thread, so I thought that I would share my experience. This happened when the Night Stalker show was really big on Netflix, so it was fresh in our mind because we were watching it. Earlier in the day, I was in my room with my dogs and roommate when we thought we heard the door open. We didn't think much of it until my roommate left the room a few minutes later and started screaming, and I heard the dog that followed her going nuts. The front door was wide open, and somebody saw her and fled. They had been in our house, and presumably heard us in the room chatting while doing who knows what. The dog ran the person off. We were really startled, but we figured that it was over and started locking the door, and that was that. Later that night, as we were watching the last episode of the Night Stalker show, we heard the doorknob jiggle. It's like 2 a.m., so we paused and looked at the door, kind of shook and confused. When it registered what was happening, my roommate started to yell for them to go away, and that the police were coming. My dumb self isn't too fond of calling the police, so I hesitated. But then they started banging something against the door trying to break it down. I grabbed my roommate, the dogs, and my partner, and we all rushed into another room to put more doors between us while police were on the way. I also had to stop my partner from trying to go out with a sword because we didn't know what this person might have or be trying to do. Luckily, he couldn't break the door down before police arrived and he fled. They caught him and he fought, so he's in jail for a lot longer than he would have been. He admitted to police that he heard women when he came into the wrong house earlier, but no man, so he came back to, quote-unquote, find a friend. They never found the weapon he used on our door, and he won't say what it was, but it messed up the metal pretty badly. This happened Sunday night. I got into a huge fight with my mom, and it was very emotional and intense to say the least. We made up, said goodnight to each other, blah, blah, blah. But I was still angry. So my impulsive self decided I was going to take off for the night. I just wanted to cool off. I went into my backyard and hopped over one of our walls and started walking around. Mind you, it was midnight and I'm a teenage girl. That is on the skinny side, walking around in a not-so-well-lit area. I didn't even have a phone in case something happened or a weapon for self-protection. For a bit of a layout of my story, down the street from my house, which is a neighborhood road, there's a church and a preschool across from it. In front of the preschool, there are large tall hedges that sort of hide the pickup/drop-off that's in the front of the school. There's a stop sign on the church's corner, before the busy main road and a street lamp on the same corner. I made my way from the corner on the church's side. I was very bored and cold, but it's not like I could call a friend to pick me up and hang out for the night. I decided to face the main road and put a hitchhiker's thumb up in hopes of someone pulling into the street and letting me use their phone to call a friend. After what felt like forever, I was getting no luck, and then I saw a guy across the main road and I called for him. I didn't have any weird feelings about him. He was harmless and he let me use his phone, but I still wasn't able to find any of my friends to come get me. Before he left, he asked if I had a knife on me or something. I said, honestly, I forgot mine at home. He handed me a small but very sharp switchblade and told me to keep it, to stay safe and to have a good night. After watching him walk into the dark heading east, I wandered up and down the sidewalk as cars passed by often. I started to pass the hedges and I glanced over to the left of me where the school was. I saw a large silhouette of a man slowly creeping around in front of the doors to the small preschool. He was tall and looked like he was strong, broad shoulders too. It took me a second to realize he stopped and saw me too. I went into flight mode and immediately noped the hell out of there and ran across the busy street because it was empty at the moment, and I kept sprinting until I was 5 streets down and realized he wasn't following me. About 30 minutes had gone by, and I decided it was time I made my way home. I eventually crossed the street and was facing the main road walking down to the church, and I take a left to get home. It was silent, and no cars had gone by for a few minutes at that point. Then, I heard a car speeding down the road, and I turned my head back to see it was a large white Suburban. I dismissed it, thinking nothing of it, as I turned right a few streets down across the road. I started to run the corner under the street lamp, when I looked back up again and saw it was starting to come out of the same road it had just turned into. I'm not sure why or how my gut was telling me to run, but I did. I ran into the parking lot of the church and started to see headlights turn into the street. I threw myself onto the ground behind a ramp wall that was barely tall enough to hide me. Next thing I know, I'm about to cry because of how freaked out I was while trying to stay silent at the same time, because the Suburban's headlight reflected off the walls of the building as it passed into the parking lot. It made a few laps from what I could sneak a peek of, and stopped in the middle for a couple of minutes before it turned out and drove into the main road. I waited it out a bit longer and pulled the knife out, listening for anything and everything. Once I realized I was probably in the clear, I ran back home. Not sure exactly what was going on, but to whoever was in that white Suburban, let's not meet. This happened when I was young, approximately 8 to 10 years old. I remember it perfectly, but have confirmed the details with my mother, and the memory of it sends chills down both of our spines to this day. It was broad daylight on a Saturday, and I was in the town center with my mother. The streets were busy and people bustled past. We paused at a shop front that sold ornaments, the ugly, old-fashioned kind that old grannies liked. We'd often stop to look at them and laugh at how expensive they were, wondering how that place even stayed open. I was a real chatterbox as a kid, and talking animatedly to my mother about something or another, facing her as I did so. Like it was yesterday, I remember her smiling face and how it suddenly dropped. Her jaw hung open and her eyes were as big as dinner plates. She just stared at me silently for a few seconds, and then grabbed my arm hard and pulled me away. Her fingers were digging into my arm as she dragged me into the crowd, walking as fast as she could without running. Being that kid, I squealed and loudly kept saying, "What are you doing? Ouch. Mom, you're hurting me. That hurts. Where are we going?" while trying to stop. She gritted her teeth and silently dragged me for about 3 streets before stopping somewhere less busy for a second. It was only then that she let go of my arm, rubbing it and looking extremely upset. Looking me dead in the eye, she explained that I was talking outside of the shop. She noticed an old man stood behind me. He was dirty and disheveled, like the horror movie stereotype of a creepy old man. I had pretty long hair as a little girl, and people stopped us all the time to remark on it, especially when I wore it loose. This old man had very gently lifted a handful of my hair in his hand and was smelling it, tickling his nose as he did so. I was clearly so absorbed in telling my story I hadn't even realized I was being touched. My mother made eye contact with the man as he opened his eyes while inhaling the smell of my hair. He gave her an absolutely nauseating toothy grin, quickly dropping my hair and waving at her, waggling his fingers all cutesy-like. Whoopsie, you caught me, was the vibe, clearly knowing exactly what he did. He then disappeared into the throng of people moving past. My poor mother felt sick and just went into autopilot, dragging me away as fast as she could in the opposite direction. I didn't even know how to react when she told me what happened, except to be horrified and so glad that we had gotten away safely. I still walk past that shop, and the memory of my mother's haunted expression makes me feel ill. Creepy old man, let's not meet. Ever. This happened about 15 years ago. I was 21 years old and living in my very first apartment. It was a small bachelor apartment in a sketchy area. I grew up in a town that was known to be rough and tough. I knew how to handle myself and learned at a young age to keep my head down and not to go looking for trouble. My apartment building was behind a bar. A lot of the customers of the bar would stand outside to smoke. When they stood outside to smoke, they would be looking at my apartment. Most of the people who were out smoking would keep to themselves. A few would nod and say hello if I passed by. Never any issues until one evening. One evening, I came home from work. I passed the bar and saw this extremely tall man outside smoking. As I passed by, he stared at me. I gave him a slight nod, but he didn't acknowledge me. He just continued to stare. It made me uncomfortable, but I didn't think much of it. About an hour later, I hear a knock on my door. It was odd, because you have to buzz people into the building. The building only had 8 units, and I didn't really know any of the neighbors. I froze because I really didn't want to talk to anyone, but the knocking continued. I finally shouted, "Who is it?" But there was no response. I shouted again, "Who's there?" And the voice said, "It's Tom." I didn't know anyone named Tom, so I shouted back, "I don't know anyone named Tom. You must have the wrong apartment." The voice said, "You may not know me, but I know you. Open up so we can talk." I went over to the peephole and it was the tall dude from the bar. I loudly said, "F off or I'm calling the cops." I heard his footsteps walk away and heard the building door open and then close. He was gone, or so I thought. A few minutes later, I peeked out the window and he was standing in the parking lot. He seemed to be talking to himself. At this point, I'm freaking out. I called my landlord who lived in the building next to me. He told me to call the police and that in the meantime, him and his brother would come check things out. I call the police and tell them what's going on. They said a car is on the way. Meanwhile, my landlord and his brother make their way to the parking lot. I watch out my window and see them approach the tall dude. Tall dude takes one look at them and bolts. My landlord and his brother try to chase him, but tall dude got away. About 5 minutes later, the police arrive. I give my version of the events and also a description of the man. The officer stares at me and says, "We've had reports of a man matching that description who has been SA-ing women. Thank God you didn't open that door." A few days later, I get a call from the officer. He told me part of their investigation was talking to the owner of the bar. The owner called the police when tall dude reappeared after a few days, and the police responded and arrested him. So, tall, creepy dude from the bar, it was a close call, and I sincerely hope I never see you again. Hello everyone. I wanted to share my scary encounter that occurred just yesterday on the bus. So for a bit of context, I'm a college student. Without giving too many details, I'm a woman on the smaller side of average female height. I currently do not have a car, so I use my bike, walking, and the bus to get around. My college has a transit service that allows you to scan in with a student boarding pass for free. Other non-students are allowed to ride the bus by paying upon entering or purchasing a ticket beforehand. I frequently ride the bus for various reasons, grocery runs or treating myself to food. And yesterday I had the idea of treating myself to a movie after all the exams I've been having lately. I'm an avid horror fan, and I knew that Terrifier 2 was in theaters, so of course I wanted to see it immediately. One of my friends told me they found it funny and really enjoyed it, which was more than enough reason to go see it. Side note, it was good and hilarious, but if gore is not your thing, I do not recommend it. I was looking at tickets the day before yesterday and trying to decide which time slot I wanted to see the movie in. Looking back now, something in my gut told me to choose the earlier time. I wish I had listened. Another detail I wanted to add is that there are 2 bus sizes, a large one and a small one. The bus I rode during the incident was the smaller one. The stop where I got on the bus is the beginning of the route. Unlike every other stop, the driver usually parks the bus here for 5 minutes and gets off to use the restroom or have a quick break before continuing with the rest of the route. Upon entering the bus, I notice only 2 other passengers, another girl about my age and an older man. The girl was in the front of the bus on the right side, and the man was in the second row on the left side. I sat on the right side several rows back. I usually read something on my phone or listen to music on the bus, so I immediately got on my phone when I sat down. Everything was okay for a little bit until I looked up and noticed the man repeatedly staring at me, and looking away before staring at me again. I was immediately apprehensive, but just brushed it off. He started speaking aloud out of nowhere, saying things like, "Beautiful baby," while staring at me. I was frozen out of fear and could only keep looking at my phone and trying to ignore it. This continued until I worked up the courage to say, "Sir, would you please stop staring at me?" To which he claimed he was not staring and just told me that I was extremely beautiful. Unsure of what to say, I just stupidly thanked him and went back on my phone. He had his body slightly turned, but when I confronted him, he faced fully forward. The driver got back on and we started moving again, so everything was calm for a bit, though I admittedly was still shaken up. This calm did not last long. Obviously, this creep couldn't contain himself and just had to voice his opinions about me out loud. He started saying similar things again, but also added some new phrases such as, "I'm gonna make you my wife." And by far the worst one, "I'm gonna get you pregnant." I was shaking at this point and was unsure what to do. I desperately wanted to sit next to the other girl, but did not want to pass by him to sit by her. We made it to 2 other stops before the girl got off and said sorry before leaving. My heart dropped to my stomach. The last thing I wanted was to be alone with this guy. Luckily, more people got on at this stop. A middle-aged couple and a guy about my age. In a panicked voice, I sort of shouted and asked the guy my age if he would sit with me. He was a bit confused but came to sit by me, and I immediately felt relief. The stress of the situation got to me and I broke down crying. I guess the creep took this as an indication to leave because he swiftly made his exit after that. The kind younger guy who sat next to me and began to comfort me. I'm so grateful he chose to ride the bus that day. The bus driver noticed the commotion and called me to the front to get information in order to make a report. He told me he couldn't hear anything, but that buses have video and would probably pick up what the creep was saying. He told me the same man had recently been kicked off for a similar incident, and that he would be reporting this immediately. For the rest of the ride, the younger guy and I talked about things like majors and other school-related stuff. I wanted to go into marine biology, and he is a graduate student in mechanical engineering. I made it to the movie. It was awesome, and back home safely. But I definitely learned a lesson. My boyfriend is going to help me look into some self-defense items, and he taught me a few fighting tactics. I'm still shaken just writing this, but actually really afraid to leave my room now. Sometimes it's easy to forget that creepy encounters with weirdos can happen at any time. They aren't just stories on the internet. This happened about 10 years ago. I was in graduate school at the time working on my master's degree for clinical social work. My practicum was at a confidential shelter which housed women and children seeking shelter from DV. As I was an intern, I worked a lot of late-night shifts. After closing up the shelter, I headed home. It was after midnight and the roads were fairly empty. I lived in a smaller town at the time, so this was not unusual. As I approached the stoplight, I noticed a man a few yards away, walking towards the crosswalk. I suddenly felt very anxious and had an unsettling feeling, so I immediately locked my car doors. This was before I had a car with automatic locks. I usually drove without locking my car doors as I never felt unsafe while doing so. I felt better after having locked my doors and pulled up to the red light. Staring ahead, I noticed the man never crossed the street. I glanced to my right where I had seen him earlier and came face to face with his face pressed up against my passenger side window. I screamed, honked my horn and told him to go away, but he continued standing there, staring right at me. Then he tried the handle of the door without success. I continued screaming at him, honking my horn and waiting for the red light to change. The man straightened, stepped away from the passenger side door, and moved quickly to my driver's side door, trying the handle again but without success. He stood with a wide stance next to my car, as though he was lunging. At the moment I thought to myself, screw it, and slammed the gas to run the red light. The man kind of stumbled when I did this, and I think I ran over his foot in my escape. When I arrived home, I woke up my husband to tell him and call the police. The police never found the man, as by the time they sent someone, he was gone. The police officer did commend me for running the red light, as well as for potentially running over the man's foot. So, to the creepy man who tried to get in my car in the middle of the night, let's not meet. It finally started raining here, so I took my son, 14-year-old male, out mushroom hunting over the weekend. It was later than we normally go, and the sun goes down much earlier. but we were taking a quick trail to the river and back in hopes of finding turkey tails or chanterelles. We took a wrong turn and ended up going through a big field, which the trail would take us back around to the main trail to the river. As we walked towards the main trail, the last group of people had left, and it was just me and my son. We walked along, and out of the thicket side trail came this weird man. He had a dog with him that was alert at his side. He was staring at us as we walked closer to him. Then he started waving at us. This really weird, slow wave. I was immediately uncomfortable and goosebumpy, but didn't want to be impolite. So I half-heartedly waved back while staring back and telling my son to slow up a little. I didn't want to actually meet up at the junction. After a full minute of us dawdling, the guy slowly turned and began walking down the trail towards the main trail. I was warily walking, didn't want to go too fast, and we stopped to look at some plants. So the guy and dog got further down this trail, which curved to the right, and continued on 2 blocks to the junction. I was thinking, if this was a creepy let's not meet, this dude will be waiting around the corner. And, sure enough, he was standing at the junction, off to the left and towards the parking lot, and to the right was a .6 trail to the river. Dude was just standing there, with his dog staring at us, not moving at all. Both my son and I were like, holy cow, what's going on? Let's keep wide to the right, and saying he looks old. We could probably outrun him, and just generally planning for freaky deaky stuff just in case. He kept staring at us, so we approached. I asked if he was okay and kept staring back. He was greasy-haired, tiny round glasses, a blue windbreaker, plaid long shorts, about 50 years old. His dog was a small beagle mix. He didn't answer me at all, just kept staring. We turned to the right and walked about a block. I had my phone cam facing me so I could watch him over my shoulder, and the only movement was him slowly shifting his direction to continue staring at us. I didn't say anything else to him. It was moderately unsettling, his stare, made more so by the lack of response, a motionless face, weird tiny glasses, slow wave at us, like a zombie. He did leave because on our way back he was no longer standing on the main trail. So, hey, freaky deaky forest zombie dude, for sure stay in the thickets, and let's not meet. I am a 22-year-old female, and last night my husband, who is a 25-year-old male, woke me up at around 11:50 to tell me that someone has been knocking on our door and ringing our apartment doorbell for about 10 minutes on and off. He woke me so I could possibly ID the person. Once I looked out our upstairs apartment window, I saw the man walking to his car in our apartment parking lot, across the street from our unit. He was wearing blue jeans and a gray t-shirt. He was a medium build, possibly 30-year-old blonde man. He wasn't covering his face or anything, but the thing is, he was carrying what looked like resistance bands or ropes. He sat in his car for about 3 minutes while I was on the phone with dispatch. Then he came back to our door and knocked hard for another few minutes. Dispatch advised me that police were on their way, and they hung up. I started videoing the vehicle. I read out the tag number, make, and model, and just watched as he put his car in park and reverse over and over again. Out of seemingly nowhere, he backed out of the parking lot and started rushing away, but not before the officer arrived and pulled him over. My downstairs neighbor knocked on my door and told me that he had been peering into their little children's windows and was pounding on their door as well. She said that her husband had left only 1 minute before he started knocking at her door. She said he saw her children through the window, and that's why he continued knocking. Our doors are right next to one another, so he probably didn't know what door he had wanted opened. He was watching us as well through our upstairs windows, so I turned all the lights out and shut the blinds while I called dispatch. The police never contacted us for a statement. I've reached out to dispatch about an update, and I'm waiting to see if any action was taken. We're keeping our eyes peeled to see if he's been following us. I'm replacing my porch light bulbs with motion detectors and putting bars in our window and door tracks. My neighbor and our families are panicked, to say the least. He was outside for about 25 to 30 minutes. To the knocking man with bad intentions, let's not meet. Update. I am trained in firearm usage, and now live in a state where I can open carry, and the background check is really quick. We're going this weekend to get a firearm. My husband will be taking some classes as he came from somewhere where owning a gun is illegal, so he's never handed one. I'm still waiting on a call from the responding officer. I have his badge number and name, so if they don't reach out to me today or tonight, he might be working third shift. I will call the substation. If they don't do anything, I will go ahead and make a suspicious persons case for the paper trail. We had no odd encounters last night. However, while I was looking at the video I took, I remember the car. I was walking my dog at 8 p.m. a week ago for him to pee, and this car was driving really slowly through my neighborhood parking lot and parked a few spots down from where I was letting my dog sniff. They just sat there with the car running. When I tell you my ears started ringing and I got an awful feeling, I'm not joking. I turned around and went home. Didn't give my dog much of a chance to pee, and shut every door and window. I think this man has been stalking out our apartment building, me and my neighbors. I think he wanted to get in where those children are. I'll update more when I have more information. Update 2. It's been a week since the incident. I called dispatch today because I never received a follow-up from the responding officer. A sergeant from the PT called me back to give me more information. He said that they pulled over the man, ran him to make sure that there were no warrants, and asked him what he was doing. He told the officer that he was meeting up with an acquaintance. The officer let him go with no further questions. Not only that, the responding officer is also a sergeant. I about lost my mind. The sergeant I spoke to today stated that he should have looked into it more. It was obviously an attempt at burglary, sexually motivated and or with intent to commit a felony. The responding officer is supposed to call me tonight when he gets on duty. I'm livid, honestly. Zero due diligence for this case. But there's not even a case. No case number. Just a documented police contact. I'll give more info when I have it. Final update. The officer finally called me. Here's how the conversation went. Hello? I answered groggily, as well as it was past midnight. Hello, miss. I was told you have some questions about an incident a few nights ago? Yes, about Thursday. I wanted to know what that man told you he was doing. You know he was looking in windows and carrying potential restraints. I'm not sure if that was relayed to you. I stopped him, ran his tags, and he told me that he was meeting up with a guy from a dating app. He seemed forthcoming and open with his motive for being there. Meeting up with... Wait. He was meeting up with someone by looking in windows, knocking on 2 different doors for 20 minutes? I was shocked and still not fully awake. Like I said, he seemed forthcoming and honest with me. When he said that, the first thing that popped to my mind was so was Jeffrey Dahmer. With resistance bands? Like workout bands? He had a lot of belongings in his car, so he probably just had them in there. Right, but bringing them to a hookup, knocking on multiple doors, he saw the little girls through the window. He waited until my neighbor's husband left until knocking. That's on tape, officer. I checked in with the apartment manager after the incident. Well, I'm familiar with this individual, and I've been doing drive-thrus of your complex to make sure he doesn't come back. I haven't seen anything. If you don't have any more questions, I'll let you go, ma'am. Doesn't make sense to me, but thank you, goodbye. And I hung up. I don't have much to say. I just feel so icky about that conversation. Nothing new has come of the situation. I haven't seen the man or the car. My mind is blown at the lack of follow-up or due diligence. I live in a suburb. It's not a busy one either. The PD has a small jurisdiction. I guess I'll just have to protect myself. This happened several years ago. I was home alone one evening when I heard a knock at the back door. This confused me as no one ever used that door. My husband and I lived in a fourplex at the time, and all of the units had a back door at the top of a narrow staircase. These doors were a little inconvenient to access, as you'd have to go around the building and up the narrow stairs, as opposed to the wider main entrance at the front. It didn't even make sense to use the back entrance, and I couldn't think of anyone who would go to that door to visit. As I approached the back door, I saw two tall men in the window, standing at the door. A chill went down my spine. I did not feel safe opening the door, so I called out, "Hello?" One of the men tapped on the window. "Yes, hello. May we come in? We're with Bresnan." At the time, my husband and I had Bresnan for cable, but did not have any issues with it. I replied, "We're not having any issues with Bresnan. Is there a problem?" "Ma'am," the man said, "can we come in? We're servicing the area and it's important we look at your cable." I shook my head. "We're not having any issues," I repeated, "so there's no need to stop by." "Ma'am, we are visiting every resident. Let us in so we can do our job." I noticed the man grabbed the doorknob and tried to open the locked door. I slowly grabbed the knife from our knife block and held it at my chest. "We're not having any issues," I repeated, trying not to convey the shakiness of my voice. "So you don't need to be here." The two figures appeared to shuffle and then straighten. "Ma'am, let us in. We're on a deadline and need to do our job." I glanced at the clock, gauging when my husband would arrive from work. I gripped the knife tighter. "Ma'am? Ma'am?" I saw him try the doorknob again. I closed my eyes and felt overwhelming gratitude of always locking my doors. Just then, a thought came to the forefront of my mind. "I'm sorry I can't help you. Could I please get your names and badge numbers? I can give your supervisor a call to let them know our cable is fine." I heard another shuffle and one man replied, "No need to, ma'am. We're sorry we wasted your time." With that, both of the men exited the staircase and disappeared into the night. Shaken up, I held the knife tight and tried to get my bearings. I remember making a mental note to call the cable company or the police, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't hold my phone. With the knife still grasped to my chest and the phone falling out of my other hand, I sank to the floor and cried. When my husband returned home, I told him what had happened. I was still very shaken up and had started crying again after he got home. He immediately called the Bresnan Cable Company and spoke to our representative, who informed us that no one from their company was out on assignment in our area. The next day, we asked our neighbors if they had a visit from the company. No one had. So, to the two creepy men who tried to break into my home under the guise of cable repair, let's not meet. I work at a gas station on a main route. We see a lot of travelers passing through. Only one person works each shift, and it's a 24-hour store. We're short-staffed, so I agreed to an overnight. I am female. I work in a state that's always had self-serve gas stations. So this guy comes in. I asked him if he needed any help. He said no. He's getting gas at the pump, but needs to use the bathroom. I go back to work on whatever invoices we got yesterday. The guy uses the bathroom and then goes back outside. About 5 to 7 minutes later, he comes back inside and tells me that he's confused about the pump. He directly says, "You might have to come outside to help me." Customers don't often say this. They usually just complain that it's not working, so I'm already feeling weird about this guy. I shake it off because he looks like a nerd, and I don't feel afraid of him really. I look at the register to see what error it came up with for this pump, and there's no errors. The register doesn't even say it was in use. Even if someone tries to pay and nothing's wrong with their payment, it will at least say, "Payment loyalty timed out." But literally, it had no sign of him trying to use it before him asking me for help. I ask him if he wants to just pay inside. He agrees to, gets his wallet out of his car, and then pays $10. I give him his receipt, and he says, "Can you help me? I don't understand the machine." And I reply, "We aren't really allowed to leave the store during overnight shifts, as it's just me in here and it's not safe to go outside." I don't know why I told him I was alone, but he wasn't seemingly threatening. He proceeds to say, "I don't understand what it's asking me. I need help. I'm not scary." I tell him again that I can't go outside because it's a store policy for the overnight shift. And then I say, It's not that you're scary. I just can't go outside. I would have to tell a little old lady asking for help at this hour the same thing. Which is true. We can't even take out the trash during overnights. He starts to walk away from the register counter, but then again stops at the door and asks me one last time to come outside and help him. I'm pretty annoyed at this point. I've said no twice now. I'm not going, so stop asking. I finally say, in a super annoyed tone, okay, all you need to do is 1, pick up the nozzle, 2, select fuel grade button, and 3, put it in your tank and squeeze the little handle. I'm not going outside. Then he finally goes back to the car, and the register tells me he had no trouble pumping gas. Also, his plates seem like they're from the state that I work in. This kind of thing wouldn't make me suspicious usually, but the fact that he originally opted for me to go outside instead of bringing me money inside is weird, along with how he didn't bother to use the pump before he came inside to ask for help, claiming it wasn't working and him not taking my first no for an answer. No means no. So, potential gas station abductor, let's not meet again. I don't remember how old I was, just that I was small enough to fit in the front baby seat of a grocery cart. That would put us in the late, very late 90s or the early 2000s. I was grocery shopping with my mom at Costco. For those who don't know the chain, it's basically a huge warehouse where everything is sold in bulk. Food, clothes, books. It's basically a Walmart. But if Walmart sold cereal boxes in counts of 3s or frozen dinners by the dozen. My mom has a habit of pulling her grocery cart down to one side of the aisle in stores, and then walking the length of the shelves, picking what she wants, and then coming back to the cart and dumping what she has in the basket. I don't get why she does it, but hey, moms do weird things. So, I'm maybe 4 or 5 years old, sitting in the front basket, playing with my Game Boy Color, when she pulls over to a fruit stand in Costco and tells me that she's going to look at the different deals and to sit tight. I wasn't a very fidgety kid, so I said no problem. She's gone for a couple of minutes. I'm absorbed in Pokemon, so I didn't really notice her walk up until the cart starts moving. Being a kid, I instinctively trust that she's the one pushing the cart. I was wrong. After a moment or two, I catch out of the corner of my vision her red nails. This is a problem because my mom never paints her nails and never, ever wears them long. I look up. The lady pushing the cart is a little older than my mother. Same curly black hair, but pulled into a ponytail at the nape of her neck. I still remember she had tanned, Italian-type skin with thick red lips, a heavy coat of eyeliner, and brown eyes. She was pretty skinny. Her teeth were yellowed and she smelled like, what I didn't realize until later, bad BO. This wasn't my mom, and I said so very loudly. She laughed and looked around and pushed the cart a little faster. I said it again and she looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Oh, sweetie, what game are you playing? I am your mom." So the way Costco is set up, at least ours, is that in the produce area, instead of aisles, they're more like islands. They're huge square setups that you can see the entire length of the produce section if you walk in that area. So of course, I can see my actual mother a few displays away. As loud as I could, I remember yelling, "Mom!" and watching her head whip around to look at me, right as this lady is trying to cover my mouth with her hand. I don't know if she decided then that I wasn't worth it because I was too noisy, or if she saw my mother charging from a few displays over. A side note, my mom is not a petite woman. She's built like a linebacker and played roller derby and softball throughout college. Up until I was about 10. She's more of an ox than a human woman, but that's what I appreciate about her. But anyways, this woman squeezed her hand around my little face once and then booked it. My mom comes running up to me and starts asking me a million questions at once, and my little brain thinks all of a sudden that I'm in trouble for using my outdoor voice inside because she looks mad, so I start to cry. By the time she calmed me down, the lady was already gone and reporting her to the head of security did bupkis. Store never found her inside, and security cam footage shows her leaving, but never with anyone else. I don't know why she picked me, or what it would have been for, but I'm just glad that my real mom ended up scaring her away, and that nothing became of this attempted kidnapping. I was 12 years old, and my older sister and I were home alone for the weekend. I was waiting for a friend to pick me up and getting restless. There was a knock on the door. Thinking it was her, I ran to answer it without checking through the peephole. A man was standing there with a clipboard and said he needed to check our gas meter. I was entrenched in the disappointment of my friend still not having arrived, so I just told him, "Yeah, sure, whatever you need to do." I didn't notice at the time that he wasn't dressed as a city official. He had on a green and purple shirt with bold stripes like the host of Blue's Clues. He came in and immediately went up the stairs to where our bedrooms were and walked into the open door of my room, the typical girly girl room with pink and glitter. Thank God my sister came down the stairs at almost that exact same moment. She said, "Oh, is that Daphne's dad? Why is he going upstairs?" And I complained about how Daphne wasn't here and was going on and on about how unreliable she was when my sister cut me off. Wait. If Daphne isn't here, who is that? I said, "He's here to read the gas meters." Her face turned white. She flung open the front door and dragged me out, hand clamped over my protesting mouth. She said, "Our gas meters are outside." Neither of us had a cell phone. This happened in the 60s. And obviously, we weren't going back in the house to call authorities on the landline phone. Then, my ever-resourceful sister had a stroke of genius. A man was walking right by our house, and she motioned him over. She called loudly into the house, "Oh, Dad, it's good you're home. A man from the city is here to read the gas meters upstairs." Just like she'd hoped, this man on the street said, "What are you talking about?" The man in the striped shirt bolted out of the house. The man on the street asked us repeatedly if we were okay, if we needed him to stay and wait in the yard with us until our parents came home. He was very sweet. We were so startled that we barely thanked him before slamming and locking the doors and windows. As irate as my sister was that I let someone in the house, she begged me not to call the authorities because my parents left her in charge, and she'd worried that she'd be in trouble. I didn't want to catch any heat from carelessly allowing some guy in, so I was on the same page. 3 weeks later, a girl in our community went missing. Same MO. She was home alone and authorities found the door open and no signs of forced entry. My sister and I discussed our options, but deep down, we knew we had no choice but to come clean. We told the police everything. I don't know if it ever helped, but they did tell us they had reason to believe it was the same man. They also tracked down the man who helped us on the street. Turns out, we already knew him. He worked in the butcher shop. We just didn't recognize him. He was lifelong friends with the family after that. Our parents were mortified. They weren't angry with us, just glad we were okay, though they did review all the rules of caution and didn't leave us home alone for a while. They found the girl and say she'd been held for a few days and then burned alive. They never caught the man, but fear not. He was in what appeared to be his early 30s in the 1960s. So in any case, he has to be dead by now. I just thank God every day for my sister's resourcefulness and quick action. This Happened a couple of years ago when I was a senior in high school, living in Southern California. It was later in the evening, sometime between 8 or 8:30, and my mom and I had just gotten home from a long day of driving and visiting family to discover that our cat was completely out of food. I was tired of being in the car by then and did not want to go to Petco to get cat food. My mom begged me to go with her, so I finally caved and said yes. Looking back now, I am so grateful that I did, because if I hadn't decided to go, I think there's a good chance my mom would have never come home. Another important detail that I want to mention is that the windows on my car my mom had were extremely tinted, making it pretty much impossible to see into the car. So, we pull into the parking lot of Petco, and I look around and notice there's only a few other cars, with one parked a few rows to the back of us. My mom says I can wait in the car since she's going in real quick to pick up food. A minute later, my mom walks out of the car and is halfway to the store. The car that's parked a few rows back pulls up into the spot right next to our car on the passenger side. I think it's a little strange, but think maybe the person wanted a closer spot to the store. A man steps out of the car and gets his big German Shepherd out of the back of his car and walks into the store. I'm looking inside the store and notice this guy is watching my mom and following her around, but not enough for her to notice. He gets ahead of her in line, and after he checks out, he stands outside the entrance and is watching her check out. My mom walks out of the store and the guy starts walking behind her. At this point, I'm starting to get a really bad feeling and I'm very creeped out. When my mom makes it back to our car, she opens the back to put cat food in, and the guy opens the back of his car, right next to ours, and starts talking to her and motioning for her to come look at something in the back of his car. My mom, being completely oblivious, takes a few steps over and is looking into the back of his car. His hands start to move towards his waist, and I immediately start yelling for her to get into our car right now. The guy looks super shocked as I'm guessing he never saw me in the car and stops talking to her. My mom looks very confused, but after I yell at her some more to get into the car, she finally does. The creepy guy immediately gets into his car and drives off in a hurry. When my mom gets into the car, I ask her what the guy was saying to her, and she tells me he was trying to get her to look at something he got for his dog that was in the back of his car. I tell her everything I observed, and that I'm pretty sure that he was trying to abduct her. This happened a few months ago in the McDonald's at Copenhagen Station. I'm not Danish, only visiting the country for a single day, and since I wanted to travel cheap, I decided to take the cheapest bus there, which just so happened to be the one arriving at 11 p.m. the day before. I thought I could save even more money by not renting a bed somewhere and instead spending the night awake, or half asleep at the station, do my business the next day, and sleep long and well on the bus back home. So this McDonald's is open 24/7. I pretty early discovered that the station was too cold for me to get some shut-eye, so I went inside and bought a coffee and sat down at an empty table. Plenty of lighting and semi-drunk people to keep me awake, I thought. I should add, I'm a 23-year-old female. After a while of sitting in my spot, a strange guy walked over and placed a full cup of soda on my table. He said in Danish something I believe meant, "I ate my food already. I didn't drink any. You should have it instead." I'm Swedish, and although some Swedes understand Danish perfectly well, I have some difficulties doing so this is just a guess. Anyway, I didn't really pay much attention to the cup after it was put on my table, just wrote it off as a random drunk guy trying to flirt. But I noticed that in front of me, a table away, sat another guy, and he was watching me closely, because we did lock eyes the times I looked up to peek at him. This creeped me out. I really didn't like being watched like this, and he just sat there for nearly an hour, even though he had no food in front of him. In the end, this dude stood up and walked over to me, and I cursed internally, thinking I'd have to defend myself and tell him to leave. But he turned, and there, stood the guy that had left the soda cup on my table. He told the soda guy to leave after pushing the soda cup back into his arms, and that he didn't want to see him anywhere near this place again. Then he turned to me and explained in English that soda guy had walked by my table several times, glancing at me and the cup and probably waiting for me to drink it. He said he'd finished his meal a while ago and just stayed to watch over me, but had to leave and reminded me to be careful. I hadn't even noticed the soda guy supposedly pacing by. I was too fixated on this other dude, who just so happened to be the good guy watching over me. And who knows what was in that soda, and what would have happened should I had gotten really thirsty and drank some of it. So thank you, McDonald's guy, who watched over me. My name is Corey, spelled C-O-R-I, not C-O-R-Y, not C-O-R-E-Y, C-O-R-I, a usually feminine spelling of a name for a guy. Not that I mind much of what spelling or so on of what my parents gave me. A few years ago, I had just been let go from my first job out of college. It had been pretty good money, but the company went under. So I started applying to every job I could find, as you do. Indeed, Monster, even Craigslist. One Craigslist job in particular was based on the outskirts of the city that I lived in, but I was ready to take anything. The job in question was some basic data entry and assistant work. At least that had been what the job listing said. I thought it was on the up and up, however, because this was one of the few Craigslist postings that had a website attached to it. It was a pretty basic website in retrospect, but the company message seemed to make it sound like they were heavy about serving the city and facilitating volunteer work. Within minutes of applying, I got a response inviting me for an interview that same day, though it titled me as Miss Corey. I was going to respond to correct them, but it read that it was an automated response, so there would be no one to read it. I figured I'd just have to correct them once I got there. And again, it didn't seem like that big of a deal. I'd gotten this once or twice before. I drove to the location that the company website listed, and it didn't seem too out of the ordinary. It was the second floor of a small building that was sandwiched in between a pawn shop and a phone store. I didn't think too much of it because this was a big city, and even if this is on the outskirts of that city, a job was a job. I looked up to the second floor of the outside and saw someone looking down at me. I couldn't make out the face, but it was a person. That much I'm sure of. I went inside of the building and took the elevator up to the second floor and didn't find a single soul. It looked like a half-finished office floor from what I remember, with some doors opened and some locked shut, but there was simply no one to speak to, no one to inform that I was there. There was one cubicle, but one of the detachable walls had been left in another office room. There was a computer monitor in one room, but no desktop attached to it. A half-finished company banner and a bookcase. On closer inspection of the bookcase, all the books weren't books, but they were cardboard printings of a bunch of books stacked together. I finally had too much and called the phone number that had been on the website, but I heard no phone ringing from where I stood. More so, the phone I called seemed to cut my call after a ring and a half, sending me straight to voicemail. Sufficiently creeped out by now, or wondering if I had stumbled on something that I shouldn't have, I took the elevator down. As the elevator doors closed, I heard someone muttering angrily. I thought that was a girl's name. I didn't want to stay to find out who said it. Instead, I walked right back to my car and drove back home. Not even daring to look back up at the window of the floor I was sure that I had been scheduled for. That very evening, out of morbid curiosity, I checked Craigslist. The posting was gone. I looked for the website. It has been disabled. To this day, I wonder what or who did I stumble on. And my greatest regret is not calling the police about this. This happened when I was around 17 years old, and is still happening now. At 17, I felt lost in the world, and stuck in a job that I disliked with work colleagues that didn't like me. This had to do with my accent, as I was quite well spoken, so they thought that I was a rich kid. It all started on a Friday after work. The factory I worked in had a half day on Fridays, so I would just spend the rest of the day wandering around the city that I lived in. It had been a tough day of relentless mocking, and I was reaching my breaking point. I went around the city looking for a new job. I visited the police recruitment center, the Army, Navy, and Air Force centers, and even the International Red Cross. I just wanted to get away from it all. After a few hours, I had a bag full of career pamphlets, and still no idea what I wanted to do with my life. I turned a corner and immediately saw a sign sitting in front of me. I can remember it so vividly now. It said, "Free personality test. Are you curious about yourself? Come in." I then looked up at the building, and in a big fancy sign outside, it said, "The Church of Scientology." Now before I continue, yes, I already knew about Scientology. However, I had a morbid curiosity about it. I had heard all the horror stories and goings-on inside the church, but Tom Cruise was my favorite actor, and he seemed to have his life all sorted out pretty good. My famous last words right there. So, I went inside. I was immediately greeted by a very nice lady. She asked me how I was doing, and what she could do for me today. I asked if I could speak to someone about the church and the personality test. She smiled and said, "I would be happy to. Please take a seat and I will get someone to speak right to you." After a minute, I was introduced to an older man named Alan, and he was the head of my city's Scientology center. Alan took me to a small room to talk privately. When we entered, I immediately noticed the large picture of L. Ron Hubbard on the wall. We sat down and genially had a nice talk. I told him about how I was upset about where my life was going. I told him about how I wanted to leave, plus all the trouble that I was having at work. He seemed genuinely concerned for me, and I felt like he wanted to help. After a while of talking, I agreed to do the personality test. He gave me the test and left the room, saying to give the test to the receptionist after I had finished. 2 hours later, I finished it. I'm not joking. That's how long it took. It was around 500 questions about anything and everything. I handed it in to the receptionist, and she told me it would take some time to process. In the meantime, Alan had told her to take me to their private cinema to show me a film. I thought it was just going to be some old room in the back with a TV on the wall. But no, they indeed have a private cinema. It could seat around 50 people and had a large screen in the front. It did feel a bit weird just sitting by myself in a cinema owned by Scientology, but I bet that hasn't happened to many people. Maybe it has. Anyway, I sat down and they played me the film. It was about 30 minutes long and consisted of a narrator explaining these strange feelings you sometimes get, with some mediocre acting following along. I remember a section about how much you doubt yourself, knowing you have a locked door but going back to check it multiple times. At one point, the film showed how a past event that happened to your mother while she was pregnant with you could affect your life in a negative way. For example, your mother was sick on a flight, so you're afraid of flying. I also vaguely remember something about rotten eggs and how much an event involving them can hurt you. I know it sounds absurd, but in some ways, the film really made sense to me at the time. When the film was done, I was taken to Alan's office, and he told me my results. He told me I was extremely depressed, one of the most unmotivated people that he had even met, lacking cognitive thinking, and I was a waste of talent. Now this made me very upset, but Alan said he could help me. He gave me about 4 books and a DVD. He told me to read the books and watch the film before my course. I asked, "What course?" And Alan told me he had signed me up to do a course at the center. He convinced me that if I didn't do this course, that my life would soon spiral out of control. He made me hand over quite a lot of money for the course, and said I would receive an email about the course, which was in a month's time. I left the center, ran home, and immediately started reading the books that I was given. This happened all over the weekend. I had basically locked myself in my room and did nothing but read and reread those books and watch the DVD over and over again. Over the next week, I began taking notes about myself and my family. I emailed Alan about questions and concerns. I started resenting my mother for my life. I began to think she was the problem, that everything bad that happened to me was the result of her. I started to treat her badly, swearing at her, and did the best that I could to ignore her. When I emailed Alan about my mother, he told me that if she was the catalyst for my problems, then maybe I should consider disconnecting from her. And I took that seriously. I made plans to totally leave her out of my life. A week before my course, I developed some kind of God complex towards everyone around me. What I read in those books told me what I could become. I saw everyone in my family as below me. I really became a truly spiteful person. Just days before my course, I was confronted by my mother and father. They said they were concerned about me, and they searched my room. My dad took out all my Scientology books and the DVD. I was outraged. I screamed and cursed at my parents. I said horrible and wicked things to them. I told them how I was going to leave them and how I never wanted to see them again. Hours of arguing back and forth, tears and crying. However, in the end, they did convince me that the church was a bad place. They said if I was so miserable at work, I should have told them. And that is true. To this day, I can't believe I didn't say anything to them. Instead, I went to Scientology. That night, after the arguing had stopped, they sat me down and comforted me. I really couldn't believe it. After the way that I had treated them for the past 3 weeks, they still cared for me. The next day, I emailed Alan and told him that I would not be coming back to the church. He quickly got back to me asking why, asking if it was my family, and if I was being forced to not go. However, I ignored him. The emails I received in the next few weeks were mad. He told me stuff like I should leave my family now and I could stay at the church. He tried to convince me that it was all because of my mother. He even emailed me to say something along the lines of, he won't be surprised if he read in the papers that I was found dead by suicide. I'm very sure he crossed a line there, but I just kept ignoring him. The strangest email I got was one in all binary code. 0011010011. This and 10001010110 that. I used a binary code translator, but it all came back as mixed up letters and numbers. None of it made sense. Eventually, I blocked him. However, it still hasn't stopped. About 2 or 3 times a year, I'll get an email from the church. It's either asking how I am or asking about my family. When I get them, I immediately block the email address. But they just keep coming. It's always someone new, saying they heard about my case and were worried about me. The whole reason I'm writing this is because I just got one the other day, and I thought it might make a good warning. Please, I beg of you, do not go to the Church of Scientology Center. If they can make me into a spitefully degenerate in just a few hours, what can they do with a person in a few months or even a year? If someone has any idea how to block an entire religion or cult from my email, then please let me know. And if you're lost in life, sad or upset, then please talk to your family, friends, or a doctor. When you're down, don't let others make you into a monster. Take it from me. After this event, I got help, and I'm a happy and confident person now. This happened to me about a week ago. I found a summer job at our local supermarket, and about 2 weeks in, I got asked to work the late shift, 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. I accepted since I was in need of money, and I never sleep early anyways. Everything was fine and dandy until about 3 a.m., when a shirtless, scarred-up guy came in the store. After lingering around the store for a while, he quickly came up to the counter, making intense eye contact with me. As I was about to ask him if he needed any help, he whispered, "Don't you dare move." I didn't hear him at first, so I asked him if he could repeat that. At that point, he got agitated and yelled, "Make another sound and I'll cut you up." In a swift motion, he vaulted over the counter, going to the alcohol section, trying to grab a bottle of whiskey. Thankfully, the owner has hid a baseball bat under the counter. The moment he turned his back to me, I took the bat and swung full force at his knee. He winced in pain and tried to get up. I winded my bat again, acting like I was going to hit him again, just to see him pull out a homemade shiv of some sort. I let him get up, and the moment he got up, he swung his shiv at me, lightly lacerating my wrist. I pushed him back with the bat, and he ran for the door and got out. The day after, I called the cops and showed them the security camera footage, but they haven't contacted me since. I think it's safe to say I won't be working the late shift again for a very long time. A little over a year ago, I had a job working overnight at a gas station close to my house. I'm a woman and was 31 at the time. I know to some it seems unsafe for a woman to want to work a graveyard shift by herself. However, it was a slow store, and the sheriff's office was about 20 feet across from it. I really didn't think that I would have any problems. There would be about 30 customers in an 8-hour shift, and that was on a busier night. It was about 3:30 in the morning. I went outside to sweep the parking lot and last minute check in the trash. It was time for a cigarette, and I had one headphone in, kind of jamming out. Across the road in the parking lot of the sheriff's office, I saw a figure with his back to me. He was swaying back and forth while looking down. I mean, yeah, the building closed at 4 p.m. and didn't open again till 6 the next morning. But why? By the back of his ripped white t-shirt, I remember that he came in about 4 hours earlier. He was a total creep, and I could already tell that he had a good buzz going. I didn't say anything. I just took my eyes off of him and tried not to draw attention to myself. It was working until a car pulled in. I was still outside as they pulled up. I saw him look at the car and then at me, and back and forth again. As the customer was leaving, I walked her outside. I still had half a smoke burning, and had left my dustpan outside with the squeegee. We both heard him start to swear angrily and seemingly engage in an argument with himself. He looked across the road and told me to be careful. I made an awkward joke about him being the one who should be more afraid of me or something like that. The man was still there, but closer to the road, now facing the parking lot of my store. Whatever he's yelling was completely unintelligible. He was obviously very drunk and can barely stand straight, still swaying away. I didn't engage him, but I didn't take my eyes off of him this time either. I just slowly walked back towards the store. Something about his face really bothered me. It had a darkness to it, but his eyes looked wild. My experience during graveyard jobs has been that the crazy-eyed ones are the worst ones. I didn't like it at all and wanted no part of it. I still had almost 3 hours to go, and 2 before any other employees got there. Instantly, I went to the computer and typed up a temporarily closed sign, just in case he wanted trouble. I was coming around the corner on my way to the doors when I saw that he'd walked across the road to my side now. I literally just barely got the second door locked when he stumbled into our very small parking lot. My hand mimed the signal for cut across my neck, basically saying, "Nope. Sorry, you can't come in here, we're closed." I shook my head back and forth too, hoping to further discourage him. He started walking away but screamed something at me while he was walking. I don't mean he was grumpy and shouted at me or yelled. I mean like he was in enraged volume and was violently throwing his hands everywhere. Definitely knowing I'm in the wrong shift of the wrong job, I got really skeeved out. I decided to call the cops. It's a good thing too, because the minute I hung up with them, there he comes again up to the door. He starts pulling and banging on it. He backs up and runs into it trying to ram it. Not that it would have done him any good. I made the mistake of telling him that I'd called the cops. I say I made the mistake of telling him because once I said that, he took off. The police never found him. They drove around the road and surrounding neighborhoods for over an hour, but found no one. He was on foot, so I don't get where he could have gone to. He didn't harm me, and with them not finding him, I didn't fill out a police report or anything. I was safe behind thick glass doors that were locked for the rest of my shift. It just sucked. Maybe if I didn't warn him ahead of time, I wouldn't have had to spend the last 3 months of my job constantly looking over my shoulder. I'll never know what the right choice was. I'm just glad that I don't work there anymore. So this happened a little over 2 years ago now, and I wanted to post it somewhere just to look back on it one day and never forget the lesson that I learned. It was 2016, and I had just started a new job at a motel. It was low pay, but I needed an office job. One of my friends, Michael, got me this job. For a few days, I did training with the owner in the mornings. For 2 nights, Michael trained me. Our job was the 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. shift. Nothing exciting. Checking guests in and doing paperwork. My boss went away with his wife on vacation for a week, which is attributed to the swift training that I had to endure. So it was my first night alone on the night shift. There was a monitor with security cameras around the motel's property, and large glass windows all around the office building with a glass door. There was a no night window like most motels have. It was fairly early in the night at about 1 a.m. I was just doing my normal check-in paperwork when a man walks in and asks if we have any rooms available. Usually if someone is sketchy, my boss has me lie and say no, but he seemed normal at the moment. Without hesitation, I said, "Yes, of course, just for one?" And he replies, "Yes." So I begin creating the reservation on the computer, when I notice that he starts swatting the air and making spitting noises, as if he's being surrounded by flies. I try to ignore it. As far as I was concerned, it wasn't my business. So I try to check him into the room quickly as possible. I give him his key and he's on his way. At this point in time, I could be described as very timid. I had a lot going on in my personal life, so I hope you can all understand my reaction to what happens next. The man comes back from his room and slams his hand on the glass door and causes me to jump. Absolutely frightened, I look up to see him just staring at me. He cracks the door and puts his head through and says, "I can't get into my room. Why won't you let me into my room?" And my only defense is trying to be helpful. So I replied, "Maybe there's something wrong with your key. Let me give you another one." The look he had in his eyes was inexplicable. I felt like I was in absolute danger. I handed him his new key and he went back to his room. I tried texting Michael because he is the one who trained me, though it was in the middle of the night and he was asleep. I needed some guidance. With no reply from Michael, I noticed the man trudging down the stairs to come back. I go into absolute panic mode. I run into the back office and lock the door, and I pull out my pocket knife. It's important to keep protection when working at night. I hear the man in my office yelling, "Hello? Hello? Why won't you let me into my room? Why do you not like me?" Me being an absolute idiot, not standing my ground and calling the police when I'm feeling scared, I decided to take this situation on alone. I reply, "I'm just on the phone. I'll be right out." I then start calling Michael over and over for help. No answer. I decided to take a few deep breaths and then step out of the office. The man was not there. He was in the bathroom. I start hearing him talking to himself, angrily saying, "Kill her. Kill her." My heart sank. Still being an idiot and not calling the police. He comes out and I say, "Your key was broken. I'm sorry. Let me escort you to your room." Thankfully, he agrees. I was wearing a long-sleeve sweater, so my arms down, I was able to hide my knife in my hand while holding it. I began to walk outside and he seemed insistent to walk behind me. We began making our way to the staircase and up towards his room. I was sweating from how nervous I was, continuously looking behind me to make sure that he wasn't going to make a move. He stops at a room and I stop at his room a few doors down. I smile and say, "Oh, that's the wrong room. This is your room," as it clearly said on the door. The whole time he was going to someone else's room and trying to open the door. I felt bad for them. I quickly ran back to the office and locked the door. The next guest I checked in was a police officer from a few towns away. I felt bad for confiding in them about the guy, but they seemed willing to keep an eye out and ear out. The next night, the man came back, but I had the doors locked and told him that we were all booked up. I explained to my boss what happened when he got back from vacation. However, he didn't take me seriously. I continued to work there on the night shift for the next year, where many other strange encounters happened. However, from that encounter, I learned that if you ever feel uncomfortable, always call the police. This encounter happened to me a couple of days ago, Friday night. I was so shocked by it I forgot to post it to the subreddit after it happened. It was a normal Friday night just like any other, watching some late night TV. We've all been there. But when I went to go get some snacks for my viewing, I noticed my cupboard was bare. So I decided to make a quick run to the local gas station to pick up a cheap midnight snack. It was late, and it was the only place within walking distance that was open. But when I got to the gas station, there was this man there, disheveled hair, and he was young looking, but his skin was oddly weather-beaten for someone so young looking, and his eyeballs had these yellow spots on them. Unnerving to say the least, but he was the cashier, so I didn't have much reason to be afraid of him yet. I grabbed some stuff, laid it out on the counter, and started fishing around for my debit card. The cashier smiles. "You like those Gatorades?" His teeth. I'll never forget those teeth. The only way I could describe them was pure evil, almost like they didn't fit in his head. I nod politely, praying silently that that would be the end of it. He rings up my groceries and I scan my card, and then he says, "Hold on, I need to replace the printer paper." And he walks back somewhere that I can't see, but I look at the card scanner. There's no printer feed on it at all. Okay, fair enough. Maybe I don't understand how the receipt scanners work. Maybe I don't know where to look for the receipt to come out. But then I see this other guy at the door. He's trying to lock it. My red flags go off like crazy. I grab my card and leave my groceries there, rushing to the door. I'm pounding on it like crazy, and the other guy's trying to stop me. I hear the cashier coming back, so I panic and push the other guy into one of the aisles, giving me the opportunity to unlock the door and rush out. I haven't been back to that gas station since. Now, I go to buy my groceries ahead of time. But if I'm at some other store, I hope that I don't meet that creepy gas station guy. It was winter of 2012, and I was 18 or 19 at the time. I was working in a gas station in an average-sized town in England. It was an okay job, good money for somebody who was at college, and at the time, it was just a shame it was a weekend job. So while my friends were getting drunk and having fun, I was in a gas station serving taxi drivers and the occasional drunk. Anyway, back to the story. It started off like any other night. Serve people, clean up, do stock, the average night shift work. Since it was winter, the night was really dark, and you could only see faint outlines of people walking back and forth, even with streetlights. The place where I worked was situated across the road from a pub, and had an alley running beside it that led to a housing estate. Around 3 to 4 a.m., as I finished cleaning a set of shelves, I noticed a figure standing in the alley just out of the light, but just enough to hide his face, but you could make out his clothing. I initially brushed it off as somebody waiting for a taxi, as it seemed harmless enough. I sat down in my chair behind the counter and looked at my phone and played some games for a bit. When I looked up, it was 5 a.m. and he was still there, waiting, watching me. To make my situation worse, after 5, there is hardly any traffic or passers-by. I had that guttural feeling that he had some harmful intent. I was safe, however, as I was locked in until morning. I stared back in a trance, trying to keep an eye on whatever he could do next. After a while, I needed to use the toilet, so I went and came back thinking that he might have walked off. But he didn't. He was still there. I then decided to not do my last job until my coworker came in to start their shift, as my last job was to take out the fire extinguishers and sand buckets. It got to about 6 a.m. The figure faded back into the alley, and I didn't see him for the rest of my shift. When my coworker arrived, it was still dark, and I usually walked the 10 minutes back home. But this time, I got a taxi back home. And I felt the guy could be anywhere still watching me. I told my coworkers and family members about my experience, and they said they personally haven't experienced anything like it, and they wouldn't like to either. I was very nervous when doing my shifts from then on, feeling like as soon as I let my guard down, he would strike. But thankfully, nothing else happened after that. I quit the following summer to go to university. Safe to say, I don't want to meet the person in the shadows from that night. I work in a fairly busy hospital downtown in the NICU. I usually work at night, and I kid you not, this happened to me less than 5 minutes ago. I figured it would be good to get this down in writing before I forgot. It's also a way for me to have some sort of proof in case something comes of it. During orientation, we are taught to be observant to the signs of a possible abductor. We're taught to look for oversized clothing, bags, and shifting behavior. Luckily, I've never encountered a strange individual until just now. It's currently 2:59 a.m., and I've been sitting at the front desk since 11. I'm a nursing student, so I usually just do clerical work around the unit. I also watch the cameras to make sure that no one is here that isn't supposed to be here. It's usually pretty quiet at night. However, I've already had a lot of weird night, so this just adds a cherry on top of it. The NICU and most of the second floor is a locked unit. This means that in order to gain entrance, you have to pick up a phone, which then rings to the desk. Usually it's parents wanting in to see their babies, and family members who are lost. It quiets down around 11, so no one usually comes in or out during my shift, with the exception of housekeeping. One of the security cameras is situated so that I can see who is picking up the first phone. I had been sitting here browsing Reddit when the phone rang. I glanced over at the phone thinking it was a parent wanting an update or something like that. It took me a second to register that it was the number for the first set of doors/phone. I picked it up and looked over to the screen. There was a lady in baggy clothing with a sling on her arm. I answered the door and she said she wanted in to find her cousin, who apparently had been brought up from the emergency department. I asked for the last name, and she unintelligibly rambled off a Latino name that I only caught the first part of. Knowing that we did not have any new admissions, I told her we didn't have anyone by that name. I tried to get some information out of her, and she said that her cousin had been brought up from the ED. I told her in that case she would have to go to the labor and delivery and talk to them. She hesitated and then said okay, and walked away. I got a really weird feeling from her, so I checked the census to see if there was anyone that was being assessed in L&D, and there wasn't. So either she was at the wrong hospital, or she wanted into the unit to do something a little bit more sinister than to just see her cousin. I shrugged it off and figured if her cousin was in L&D, then she would find her and all would be well. About 5 minutes later, the same lady appeared in her extremely baggy clothing and her sling. The only difference was that this time, she was putting the sling on and was using her injured hand to mess with something in her oversized sweatshirt. She picked up the phone and once again asked to be let in to find her cousin, and that L&D said that they had no one by that name. I told her the exact same thing, and that she would need to get in contact with her cousin and go back over to L&D. She got hostile for a second and then hung up the phone. Whether or not she was trying to gain access to the unit for things that she shouldn't be doing, I'll never know. But creepy lady who looked like a baby snatcher, let's not ever meet again. I was inspired by someone's story of an event while being an EMT, and it made me flash back to some of the weird things that occurred on night shift in a highly populated SoCal city. So here's one of my creepy EMT encounters. I worked on an ambulance that does both 911 and generic transport. So for this call, my partner and I, both females, took a lady back home from the ER. Now, this neighborhood is kind of sketch, and we drive down a block away from the known hooker/pimp street so we can finish our paperwork and clean equipment. We're parked opposing traffic on a curb in the ghetto suburbs at 1 a.m. I had just finished cleaning, and I'm standing at the passenger side with the door open, while my partner is sitting in the passenger seat still finishing her report. All of a sudden, we hear a girl's voice a few doors behind us screaming, "No, no, let me go," while a guy yells, "You can't take her." Partner and I look at each other, and then down the road, because now we hear some ricer revving like an angry lawnmower. All I see is headlights coming my way. I take a flying leap into the cab across my partner's lap as she slams the door behind me. Just in the nick of time, because the car comes within literally inches of our rig. I'd have been crushed if I didn't have almost cat-like reflexes. As the car goes by, we see that a bald, tatted-up Hispanic guy is the driver, and he's just casually flicking a cigarette out the window. In the back seat is a girl in her skivvies, desperately pounding on the window. Meanwhile, on the outside of the car is a dude in his tighty-whities. He has some weird Spider-Man grip, with one hand holding onto the roof and his feet braced against the door. He's also punching the window. I flick on the lights and sirens, hoping to scare the driver, and my partner gets on the radio telling dispatch a brief rundown and to send cops to our location. They GPS track us. Driver isn't fazed in the least by our display. He stops at the four-way, as one does in such a situation, looks at us in his mirror, flicks the cigarette, and takes off. Naturally, we, two unarmed females, give chase. The driver is cruising, weaving this way and that, trying to shake Captain Underpants. We see the dude fall and run after the car. A moment later, the girl comes flying out of the car in a very ungraceful tuck and roll. The two take off behind one of those giant power breakers you sometimes see on city streets, while the driver finishes his Mario Kart impression and floors it around a corner. We follow around the corner ourselves and stop to check for plate number, but alas, he's sporting a lemon lot ad. Since he's gone, we presume it's safe to get out and actually do our job. Take care of those injured. We hop out with the aid bag and my partner keeps watch while I run to the giant power thing, but the nearly naked duo is gone. At that moment, 5 squad cars pull up. Little late, boys, and ask if we're the ones who called for backup. We restrain ourselves from asking if they see any other freaked out EMTs in the neighborhood and giving them the story. They ask where the two who escaped the car went, and we respond that we don't know. They ask for a description and possible direction. We tell them that if they go left and make another left 3 streets down, then stop shortly before EC Boulevard, they'll see 2 people in underwear and likely covered in road rash. I helpfully add in whatever the design was on the guy's shorts, and they just stared at us for a minute. Realizing we were serious, 3 cars take off. Maybe 5 minutes later, one radios in saying that he found them. Here's the kicker. They denied everything. No car, no kidnapping, no chase. Of course, they can't explain why they're nearly a block away from their place, wearing only enough to not break any indecent exposure laws, their lack of shoes, or the copious road rash all over them. Since technically they didn't do anything wrong and they had no desire to press charges or be treated by us, they were let go. And that, people of Reddit, is only my second creepiest night in EMS. Since I'm at home now because of my fibro disability, I've got a lot of time to read these chilling tales. It also gives me time to look back at my own past and remember some of my own scary moments. I have several more stories to tell and share. This was one of those memories that I remembered and wanted to share. Back in 2007, I started a tech job with an IP, phone, VoIP, DT1 long-distance company. The company is no longer around, and honestly, I don't know how they stayed in business as long as they did back then. It was really a pyramid scheme, but thankfully I was on the IT side of things, so I didn't have to sell anything. It was a small, typical tech support call center. The customers would call in and say that DT lines were down or tell us about outages, etc. I was the only female on my team, having to prove myself and show that I can do anything that my male counterparts could. It didn't take long, and the customers respected me for being able to handle things. After making my mark, I decided to take the 10-hour night shifts. I worked Wednesday to Saturday from 1 p.m. to 12 a.m., an hour lunch, and after 6 p.m., I was completely alone in the whole building. The rush to get out of the office by 6 p.m. was insane. I couldn't blame them, but I decided having 3 days off was better than 2. Like I said, I was by myself for most of the night. I would have to keep an eye on emails and make sure I answered calls. It was a very slow shift. I would get a lot of video game, reading, schoolwork, and writing done during this time. But sometimes I would just wander around the building, walk all around just to get away from my desk for a time. I would have the VoIP phone system connected to my cell phone, so no calls would be missed. This allowed me to get a soda, go get food, and so on. One time, while I was up away from my desk, I was going down to the lunchroom to grab a soda. The vending machine was on the basement floor. The basement had a wall of windows and one set of security doors. Same for the main entrance, only there was one camera facing that door. Nothing else really made you feel very safe. I didn't like going to the basement much because the back of the building faced an acre of woods. There was a walking path to the woods, but for some reason they didn't install lights for the walking path. Never really sure why that was, but it didn't help the creepy factor. Sometimes I would see animals run past, but other times I felt like someone was watching me. I always tried my best to make it fast when getting a soda or snack, but sometimes it didn't feel fast enough. So, one night I was making my way down to the basement of the building to get a soda. It was a slow, dragging night, and I needed a little caffeine for a pick-me-up. I counted my money as I walked to make sure I had enough to get in and out quick. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw something dart from the glass door back into the darkness. I stopped dead in my tracks and tried to scan the forest, but like I said, it was just blackness. I felt a bit of unease, and everything told me to turn on my heels and go back to my desk. But it was 9 p.m., and I had a fair bit of time left on my shift before I could blow this pop stand. I tried shaking the feelings off and briskly walked over to the soda machine and made my selection. The soda dropped, and as I bent down to get it, I heard a loud ping noise. It was as if someone had hit the glass with something. I stood straight up and felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I slowly turned around and was scared to see someone out there. As I made the full turn, I saw once again nothing but darkness. I thought this was a good time to book it back up to the main floor. I didn't bother with the elevator. I went up to the stairs and ran up them. My heart was already racing from having to go down there in the first place. Then the loud bang and now running up 2 flights of stairs. Once I was back at my desk, I sunk down in my chair and tried to calm down. It was just one noise. I was in a building with locked doors and locked inner offices. I kept saying over and over in my head that it was nothing. I was relieved by that. But out of nowhere, I got that feeling of someone watching me again. I peeked up over my cubicle wall and looked around my office. Nothing seemed out of place until I turned to face the front of the building. Outside the first set of doors was a slender, tall, dirty male. He was cupping his hands around his eyes to try and see past the reflection of the lights inside. I dropped back down in my cubicle before he caught sight of me. He didn't look like anyone I have ever seen at the office, and it was a little past 9 p.m. There is no good reason why he is checking out my office. As I sit in my chair, I hear the doors shake. I slowly stood up and watched him pull at the handles of the doors. They didn't budge to my relief. But as I watched him, he turned to face me. His face looked bruised or dirty. I couldn't tell which. Once his eyes locked onto mine, he started to bang harder and smacked the glass. I was so scared. It was the middle of the night. I was by myself and out in the middle of this office building complex. I grabbed my headset and dialed 911. While getting the operator on the line, the guy was walking back and forth from one side of the glass doors to the next. 911, what's your emergency? The lady's voice was direct. Yes, my name is blank. I work at blank. I need someone to come out. There's a guy trying to break into my office building. While speaking with her, the guy disappeared from view. I tried to look in all directions, but I didn't see him. I knew that he wouldn't just walk off, not with how hard he was banging. Out of nowhere, a good-sized rock came out of nowhere and smashed against the door. I screamed and went under my desk. The operator asked what just happened, and I explained that a rock smashed against the glass door. She asked me if the glass was broken enough to let him in. I didn't want to stand up and look, but she told me to look in order to know where he was now. I crawled out from under my desk and just peeked over my wall and saw a huge crack down the first part of the door. I sank back down and told her to please have the police hurry. She said they were on their way. I've read many of these stories on this subreddit, and when people say that the cops can't get there fast enough, they aren't kidding. It feels like time is standing still, and you can do nothing. Another smash against the door, but along with that glass-breaking sound, sirens could be heard coming towards my building. It was music to my ears. I told the operator that the police had arrived and thanked her for all of her support. I stood back up and looked over the cubicle wall, and the red-blue lights were flashing wildly. But the thing I didn't see was the man. The top part of the door was completely smashed, and the rock was lying on the inside of the entryway. One officer came to the front door, and others were out combing the area. I could see their flashlights moving all around the parking lot. The first officer to come in the building and greet me was a very kind man. He was patient with me and let me explain what I saw happen. Soon, my boss arrived and checked on me, then the damage. At some point, my husband was called and told that I would be escorted home by one of the officers. I took the next few days off and started to look for another job that wasn't by myself at night. When I gave my statement, I explained to the officer that the person could be partnered with an ex-coworker who was fired a few weeks prior for stealing and just not showing up. He knew then people came and went. He knew where we kept the cell phones we were selling. Not under lock and key, but under a desk of the provisioner. From smartphones to Blackberries, when they were still worth buying, plus VoIP boxes and phone cards. I went on to leave this job a month later and started at a credit card machine company. It was an office full of people, still a call center, but I felt safer, especially with the security and cameras all over the building. Like I said before, this company is no longer around. It was bought up by another company, and they basically liquidated all the funds that were still worth something. My story is definitely not poop your pants scary or anything like that, but it's left me shaken and very uneasy about working late shifts. Anyways, I had just finished my year of university, and I had taken up a position as a taxi dispatcher with my boyfriend's cousin's taxi company. For the first week and a half, I worked mainly day shifts, until the owner decided to extend the hours to 24/7, and I was the lucky employee who would be covering 3 to 4 of these shifts per week. The next week, I was working my first night shift alone. The driver would be out all night looking for fares, which meant a lot of the night would be just me. I wasn't uneasy working such a shift by myself since I had worked a 24-hour coffee shop and was used to midnight shifts. It was also a Wednesday or Thursday night, so I wasn't very busy. The best part about the job was that my boss let me use the internet to play video games on my laptop in the office. From the computer desk in the office, I could see the front door, a portion of the desk, and most of the front windows, so I could keep an eye on what was happening outside. Plus, the bell above my door always alerted me to a new customer, so I wouldn't be caught off guard if I got too into my game. On this particular night, I was working with a taxi driver named Dave. Dave is about 6'3" and 300 pounds, plus he suffers from severe health problems, one of which made all his movements slow and painful. He definitely wasn't Mr. Fitness, or the type of person who would be able to defend themselves, or others very easily. Sometime during the early hours of the morning, around 1:30 to 2 a.m., Dave gets a call to go pick up someone in a town 15 minutes away. He gathered up his stuff and drove into the night, while I headed to the office and continued playing my video game. About 15 minutes later, I caught something over the top of my laptop. My mind froze. I could hear panting, and in the reflection of the window, I could see someone sitting in one of the waiting chairs. I walked to the doorway that connects the front room with the office. Some guy with a massive rat tail had managed to ninja his way into the office and was now sitting in one of the chairs with his face buried in his hands, panting heavily. He was dirty, sweaty, and sounded like he had just run a marathon. Now, the rat tail should have tipped me off, but I found it more hilarious than frightening. A few moments passed, and I finally got up the courage to go ask him if he needed a cab. He didn't respond at first. I asked him again, and he looks up at me. I took a step back into the office. His face was scratched and covered in blood from a wound on the top of his head. I was shocked and immediately offered assistance to him. He replies with, "I'm fine. I don't need no help. I just want to go home." I asked him if he needed a cab, and if so, where was he going? He told me he lives about 20 minutes away and wants Dave to take him home. After that, shit started getting weird. I called over to Dave using the radio to tell him that there was a fare in the office and that he wanted a ride. He told me he'd be another 10 minutes. My hand was on the phone the entire time in case this guy made any sudden movements. Instead of going back to the office, I decided it was best to stay out in front, where there are two great big bay windows that make it easy to see what's happening inside the taxi office. I didn't feel as though he was a threat at all, but he seemed really angry at something, so I wanted to make sure that if something happened to me, people would be able to see it. So I walked out into the front room, and as I get closer to the gentleman, that's when I see it. He's not just bleeding from the head, but from the shoulder and knee as well. I ask him again if he's okay, then I offer to call him an ambulance for him. Bad idea. "You don't need to be doing that," he told me. "It ain't like I killed nobody, right? I never killed nobody. Don't go doing that. You don't need to call anyone. I just want to go home." "I'm sorry, I just noticed that you're bleeding pretty badly and thought maybe you'd like someone to make sure you're okay," I replied. "I didn't kill nobody. He had what was coming to him. He shouldn't have said those things. But it ain't like I killed nobody. You don't need to call nobody. I just want to go home." "Okay," I tell him, "but you're bleeding." "It ain't like I killed nobody," he replied. "I swear I didn't kill nobody. Please don't call the cops. I don't need the cops. I just need to go home. I didn't kill anyone." Silence for a few minutes. He notices the phone clutched in my hand. "I fell down," he blurted. "Pardon?" "I fell," he repeated. "That's why I'm bleeding. I fell. It ain't like I killed nobody." He got up and started pacing. Blood was now on the chair and floor. I had the phone in my hand, and every once in a while, he broke the silence with another string of incoherent babbling about how he had done nothing wrong because he hadn't killed anyone, and that I didn't need to call the cops because he was a good guy. Eventually, Dave radios over that he's about 2 minutes away, and I breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled up out front. The man gets into the car, and they drive off. Now I'm worried for Dave, so I called the cops. I reported what happened, and they followed a taxi cab to this guy's house where they arrested him. Turns out, the guy had run away from a nearby bar after he had physically assaulted a fellow patron. To what extent, I never found out. Injured him with a sharp object, I assume a pocket knife or needle, took off running, fell, and managed to find his way to the taxi office. During his time in the cab office, the police had been searching for him, so technically no, he didn't kill anyone, but he did assault and attempt to kill someone. I also found out that one of the other drivers, Steven, knew the guy from a high school a few years ago. His name is Duke, explains the rat tail, and he has a history of violence. He also has a history of coming home drunk and cracking his wife's skull open from time to time. Whether he had planned to that night, I couldn't say, but I'm just glad that the guy ended up in the drunk tank for the night. His wife was unharmed, and the guy who got stabbed didn't die. At least, I assume he didn't, since I still see Duke every now and then, walking the streets with his glorious rat tail, which means he didn't get arrested. But in all seriousness, I wish you guys could have seen this rat tail. That thing was impressive. This is a true story that happened to me a few years ago. I'm from Germany and worked in an old people's home in a little German town at that time. The facility was in a rural area on the outskirts of town. One night, I had a shift with a new coworker that I'd never worked with before. He was in his mid-50s, wearing little round glasses, and for some reason seemed a little strange to me on the first sight. There's always only 2 workers alone in the facility at night, and our job was to watch after over 100 rooms on 3 floors and make control rounds throughout the facility. We weren't allowed to use the elevators for security reasons at night and had to use the stairway instead. I remember the strange weather that night. It was stormy and wild outside when my shift started at about 10 p.m. At this time, most of the personnel was gone. Only one older nurse was in the station room on the 2nd floor, where we had our headquarters at night. She wasn't used to the newer PC programs, and it took her longer to finish her writing stuff. Me and my coworker started our first round through the house. Using the stairways, which had heavy doors, we had to close slowly and carefully every time to avoid noise. Everything was quiet. Most old people were sleeping already, and after we checked all the rooms, we sat down on the 2nd floor station room and finished some paperwork. The old nurse was gone, all doors to the outside shut, and the house was completely quiet when we were sitting on the table. After about 15 minutes, sitting in the quiet, suddenly, a heavy door on the stairway was smashed hard. We looked at each other without saying anything and immediately run in the stairway. I run up the 3rd floor, and my workmate sprinted down to the ground floor. We saw nothing and nobody. We even checked the stairway windows. All were closed. Someone must have been in the stairway, we concluded. As we found nothing, we continued our tour, starting from the 3rd floor down to the ground floor. From there, I could not stop thinking who the hell would sneak around the floors in the middle of the night. It was about 2 a.m. when we had to change the double sheets from an old invalid man who pissed his bed. I stood in the corner of the room beside the bed, backed up against the wall. My co-worker was on the other side of the bed. I remember that I was watching the door, waiting for someone to peer in the room. While I was concentrating on the door and lost in my thoughts, suddenly my coworker freaked out, screaming at the old man out of nothing, ripping around the sheets and tossing around the old man. His face got an angry, creepy look, and I was totally shocked and not able to say or do anything. I just watched this creepy guy in front of me with the totally black windows behind him and the door leading to the dark floors where some freak sneaked around unseen. I stood there, pressed on the wall in the corner of that room, and felt totally lost, surrounded by psychopaths. We finally reached the ground floor and everything was quiet, only the wind blowing around the house. Suddenly we heard a dropping sound, like someone dropped a knife or something metallic. The sound came from the kitchen area. We run to the closed glass door where the sound came from. It was a long, dark hallway with a back door leading to the trash cans and parking lot at the end. We opened that door and searched every single room. I felt extremely uncomfortable and expected an attack every moment. Again, we found nothing. Some hours later, we started our last tour for this night. We split it up this time, and I checked the rooms like usual. When I looked in one room, an old lady was awake and sat on her bed. She asked me if I was in her room 5 minutes ago. I said no, and that we just started our tour. She told me that 5 minutes ago, she clearly heard someone enter her room. She asked, "Who's there?" but didn't get any answer back. Then the door was closed again. I got a creepy feeling while listening to the old lady. I told her to push the alarm button next time something like this happened. I think it's unnecessary to say how I felt for the next hours of the night. Every time I entered a room or walked around a corner, I expected some stranger standing there every time. I was more than glad when this shift was over. Some days later, I met an old nurse who left the facility late at night and told her the story. She told me that the back door to the kitchen area was wide open when she went to her car that night. She reached the open back door from the parking lot and called if somebody was there. Suddenly, she got a very bad feeling, turned around, ran to her car, and drove off fast. She was totally scared and tried to reach and warn us, but didn't find out the number. I told her that the back door was definitely closed when we checked the area. We never found out what creepy freaks sneaked around there that night, and many night shift workers reported similar experiences the following month. The coworker I had to work with that night was fired after more and more complaints about this person emerged over time. Anyway, I'm glad I don't have to work there anymore, and never will I ever take a night shift job. again. One night, I was working a night shift in a refinery. I was working a whole watch for my shift, which means I basically sit in an entrance and document anyone that goes in and out. Well, a guy showed up. I got his name and he gave me the company he worked for, so I logged him in. Everything checked out, so I'm waiting at the entrance for a few hours for the guy to come out. Now that's nothing unusual because most people that go in will stay there for 2 to 6 hours at a time, and every hour or two I yell up to make sure they're okay. I would yell, and usually the guys would whistle back or make a noise to let me know that everything is okay. And every time I check, I thought I heard a response. Later, a few more guys came up to go in. I logged them in and let them know there's another guy up there doing inspections. They go in and radio back, "Hey, there's no one in here." Immediately, I had a weird feeling because I was at the only exit/entrance, and there's no possible way to get out the container without me knowing. The way the container is set up, you have to climb a ladder to get into it from underneath, using a scaffold to help. I was sitting in the scaffold far back enough to where if anyone came out, they would drop down right in front of me, and the only way off of it was through the gate that I was guarding. So I radio my foreman and explained to him what happened. He got in contact with the company, and they had no one by that name, and no one scheduled to check that particular container. I was completely baffled at this point. Here I am, adamant as ever that someone went up in the container. I thought I was going crazy, and I was also a little weirded out. I had his signature on the log where they sign in, and I have to sign right next to their name also, acknowledging that I know that they are going in. For about 20 minutes, I'm in full panic mode and freaking out because I don't have an explanation as to what happened, or where he went, or who he was. And on top of that, I could have easily lost my job because of it. On my college campus, we had a night guard who would watch the campus because people kept sneaking in and stealing our gym supplies. But one day, apparently the guard left and crashed through the gate, and later was found dead. So the college was offering free rent for our apartment, since we didn't have dorms. So a girl quickly took the job, but went missing. So I took the job. It was pretty simple. Watch the place till 4 a.m. until the staff arrived. So I went to class after and got 3 hours of sleep and then went to work. But when I checked the cameras, I saw something weird that looked almost identical to a skinwalker. I don't believe in them, so I grabbed the thing nearest to me, my hockey stick, and waited. I told the dean, but they didn't listen, so I called the police on the third night. And turns out, it was an escaped prisoner who got a hold of drugs and went crazy. I quit the job after that and went back to my apartment. There was a note that said, "Congrats, you live." But it was just my girlfriend, so I was fine. Okay, so to begin this, I wasn't actually put in any danger, but this story creeped me out a lot, and I still can't stop thinking about it. I work the night shifts at my job, which is just a little smoothie shop. So basically, every day I work, I do night shifts. Well, today was a normal day with no real issues besides a few rude customers, which seemed more often today than normal. Anyway, at about 8:30 tonight, we get a call, which is normal, so my crew member answers the phone. Eventually, I hear her say something asking about a physical description for one of us employees. So the conversation went like this. "Do you know her name? What does she look like? What is her race?" Well, the guy on the phone couldn't say the name or looks, but the girl was white. Tonight, there was only me and another crew member who were white, working, so it was one of us. Crew member says, "Okay, that narrows it down. What color was her hair?" He didn't know, so she handed the phone to me because the other girl has bright red noticeable and unforgettable hair. So I answer, feeling nervous. I'm going to get yelled at. And he starts talking to me and saying, "Hello, I just remember the girl had brown hair with light blonde in it, and she looked about my age." So I say, "Yeah, that's me. What can I help you with?" Then he answered, "I just remembered something about her. She had kind of hairy arms." This was kind of weird to me, but I just ignored it because I have dark hair and it's noticeable. So I just say, "Okay, what did you want to speak to me about?" And he keeps talking about the hair on my arms and asks me to describe the hair on my arms. He's asking, "What color? Is it long? Is it like a lot?" And I just answer him awkwardly, and I'm getting increasingly more uncomfortable as the conversation continues. So I say, "Why are you asking me this?" And he goes, "Because I wanted to thank you for how nice you were to me earlier." So I say, "Oh, you're welcome. Have a nice night." Then he says, "What did you think I was going to ask?" And I said, "I don't know." Then he goes back to talking about my arm hair and says, "Is the hair on your arms long and straight or curly and messy?" So I'm getting really upset and creeped out at this point and just say, "I don't know how to answer that. Have a good night, sir," and hung up. As soon as I got off the phone, I tell my manager how uncomfortable that made me. But obviously you can't do anything over a phone call. Everyone was teasing me about my secret admirer, but it really gave me just an awful gut feeling, to be honest. Maybe I'm dramatic, but that guy was creepy, and I'm not sure what he was doing. But it seemed like he had some sort of weird fetish. This happened an hour ago. I work in an upscale hotel in one of my state's most affluent suburbs. Like most hotels, we're struggling during the virus. Our rates have been slashed in half to get guests through the door, and our clientele has shifted from upper crusty business people to a mixed bag of multiple different characters. It's mostly been fine, with a couple of notable exceptions earlier on in the pandemic. Cut to tonight. I'm working overnight alone, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. About 3 hours into my shift, I get a call from room 235. He has a strange voice. It's quiet, raspy, and maybe has an accent. He tells me that he can't figure out how to work his remote to his TV. I assume maybe the batteries have died, but he insists that the remote works fine. He just doesn't understand how to operate the volume button. I find this strange. I've worked in hotels for 5 years, and I've not once encountered someone who didn't understand a TV remote. I give him the benefit of the doubt. The volume button is like a Guitar Hero strum switch. You have to press a single switch up or down to navigate. Also, working in customer service, you come to realize that people are much, much dumber than what you believe they are. Since I'm alone at the hotel and not technically supposed to leave the front desk, I tell him that if he needs to come down to the lobby, I will gladly show him how it works. This upsets him. He grunts and starts complaining that our customer service is terrible, and what kind of hotel wouldn't have an attendant come to the room for something like this? I give in. He's only one floor up, and I can't possibly take long to show someone how to change the volume on a remote. Everyone is checked in. It's not worth the argument or the bad review later. I tell him I'll be up in just a moment. I knock on his door and do the customary call out. Guest services. I can faintly hear him talking to someone, but it's muttered, and I can't pick up any distinguishable words. At first, it felt like he was instructing someone else to get the door, and I anticipated it opening shortly thereafter. The talking went on for so long that I wondered if maybe the people in the room hadn't heard me. I was debating knocking again when the deadbolt slowly unlatched. Normally, when I go to a room, the guest opens the door wide and stands to the side to let me in, or at the very least opens the door enough that I can fully see them, and they can fully see me. Not 235. He barely cracks the door. It's open maybe an inch. Even weirder, all the room lights are off. It's entirely dark except for the very faint glow of his TV, which is on, but with the volume turned all the way down. His voice sounds exactly like it had on the phone, raspy and withered. He is standing behind the door, so I can't see him at all. Completely disembodied, he instructs me. "Come inside, sweetie." I say nothing and don't move. I guess now is the part where I tell you I'm a small-ish 5-foot-tall woman with a baby face in my mid-20s. "Come on, come inside." He sounds more edgy, more insistent this time. It feels so obviously like a trap that if I wasn't absurdly on edge, I would have been insulted. How naive does he think I am? I push the door open but remain as much in the hallway as possible. I also take the opportunity to reach for the light switch just inside the door. The room lights up and I finally get a look at him. He's at least 60, white-haired and slim, but with a little gut. He is shirtless. He is wearing pants, but his belt is undone and the ends are flopping down. I'm not entirely sure because I try not to look, but I believe his pants were also unzipped. He appears to be completely alone in the room. The only piece of luggage is a small black duffel bag. I try to quickly explain the volume switch from where I'm standing, awkwardly in the doorway, but he isn't comprehending it, or at least he's acting like he isn't. I ask him to give the remote to me so I could show him, but he backs further into the room. "You know, it'll be easier for both of us if you could just come inside," he tells me gruffly. For a brief moment, I think I see his eyes glimmer. Update. Made it through the night. My boss was very concerned and felt badly. He apologized if he had ever made me feel like I had to go to guest rooms while alone at the property, and made it clear that he wants us to not do that anymore. For the record, no one has made me feel like I have to do that. All of the front desk staff do it from time to time. I usually don't unless it's one of our regulars who just needs a new roll of toilet paper or something. I did in this instance because it seemed like it would be quick, and while he sounded weird on the phone and I hated his voice, I didn't expect it to go as it did. You encounter a lot of weird people working in lodging. Usually I feel like I can tell the benign from the malignant. Obviously it was a bad call on my part and I was wrong in this case. I've learned my lesson. As for not calling the police or my boss right then and there, I felt like I was potentially going to be in harm's way while I was standing in the doorway, and he was actively being a creep. But when I got downstairs to my lockable office with my security cameras, which would have allowed me to see him coming, I was just really anxious and on high alert. I had decided if he called again, I obviously wasn't going up, and if he came to the desk, I would have 911 punched in on my cell just in case. We're 2 minutes from the police station, and there's usually a patrol car hanging out in our shopping center. They show up quickly any time I have had to call. Also, I like to think critically before I call the police for any reason. I've called them on someone for being similarly as weird, but in a slightly different way, and was told that unfortunately he hadn't technically done anything, and to call back if he does. I don't believe it would have gotten me anywhere. I didn't call my GM because he lives 45 minutes away, and I'm not sure what he would have done. Even if he'd offered to wake up and drive the 45 minutes to the hotel to replace me on shift, I would have refused because I needed the money. Anyway, thanks everyone for the concern, and for checking in on me throughout the shift. I wrote the post because I couldn't believe what just happened and needed to share it with someone, even anonymous people who don't know my location, to feel less alone and to process it a little. I also eventually got in touch with my girlfriend, so I had a real person with my real address keeping tabs on me as well. I work in a nursing home, and my schedule consists of days, evenings, and nights. It's rough transitioning between days and nights, but everyone that works here has the same shifts, so we just get through them together. The building is about 100 residents with 3 floors. The building is shaped like an L, with a north and south wing, and the nurse station's in the middle. The floor currently only has a few residents living there due to construction, with one of the wings completely shut down because they're ripping out the walls. Due to only a few residents being on that floor, only one nurse is required to be on duty on that floor. I've worked the night shift alone on that floor many times, and never really experienced anything scary or weird. Sure, it's creepy and dark at night, but that was it. I've never believed in the paranormal, at all. I had the mindset that I had to see it to believe it. I'm a huge fan of true crime and scary movies and stories and paranormal documentaries, however. A few of my coworkers over the years had talked about how the third floor is haunted. They'd hear knocks at night and see weird things. I was always intrigued to hear about it, but we would always just laugh it off. But that night a few weeks ago has really started to change my mind. I was sitting in the nursing station, watching movies and playing on my phone. I had just done my rounds and had answered a call bell. I had felt off that night and constantly had that feeling of being watched. I also kept on thinking that I was seeing things out of the corner of my eye. The next part is hard to explain, but I'll try as best as I can. As I was sitting there, all of a sudden a shadow dropped from the ceiling and hovered over me. But by the time I realized what I was seeing, it was gone. My heart jumped and I jumped out of the chair. There was no way that anything would cast a shadow like that, or a car passing by, as the only window looks out into the forest, with nothing but trees for miles. After a few moments, I calmed down and left the nursing station to go check on my residents. Nothing seemed amiss, and none of them were awake except for the little old lady at the end of the hall, watching her TV shows. As I walked back to the nursing station, I swore I saw feet or a shadow moving under the crack of the door, leading to the wing that was closed for construction. I opened the door just to make sure it wasn't a wandering resident from another floor. This actually happens quite often. But there was no one there. I walked back to the nursing station freaked out, but still feeling like someone or something was watching me. I settled back into my chair and tried to watch TikTok videos to get my mind off of it. I was sitting with my back to the window facing the door. About an hour of watching videos, I glanced at the clock. It was 3:03. I remember being slightly annoyed as my coworker had promised to come up at 2:50 so I could have my break and go out to my car to have a smoke. Unhealthy, I know. I'm trying to quit, but that night I needed one. All of a sudden, I hear 3 knocks on the window behind me. I jumped up, looked out the window, and there was nothing there. Flight mode took over and I just darted down the hall, running into my coworker who was just coming off the elevator. Now bear in mind, I'm on the 3rd floor, which is pretty high up. There was no stairway, tree, or ladder outside that window, so it was impossible for someone to have climbed up there and knocked on the window. I immediately asked my coworker if she knocked, or heard any knocking at all, and she said no. She could see how shaken up I was, and offered to switch floors for the remainder of the shift. I was very thankful, as being on the 2nd floor means you're with another nurse, so I wouldn't be alone. I went out to my car and had a few smokes and just tried to calm down. I talked to the nurse on the 2nd floor, and she didn't seem too surprised. She's heard knocking up there, and seen and heard things that she can't explain. A lot of people have died up there, and after that night, I honestly don't know what to believe anymore. I haven't ever felt fear like I did that night, and I've since worked a few night shifts up there, and I haven't experienced anything like that again. Could it be that I was just tired? I don't know, but I won't ever forget how I felt that night. So this happened in 2020. At the time, I was 19 years old, and I'm a female. I lived in a flat above a senior residence. Since I work for that company, I could live there fairly cheap, because the company dealt with the costs. I sometimes did a night shift as well. In the night shift, you basically look in each apartment from the seniors to check if they're all there, since almost all of them have Alzheimer's disease. After that, you're supposed to clean the kitchen, living room, the library, and do the dishes as well as wash the clothes. Every now and then a bell will go off because one of the residents needs help with something, so you'll have to go there and help them. There was already a break-in a few years prior, so the company installed cameras around all the house. All people that live and work there know about it. On the day I had an uneasy feeling and just couldn't bring myself to sleep in this flat, so I left to sleep at my parents' house. When I came home the next day because I forgot something, I saw that police were there. They were questioning the night shift. Then they looked at me and asked for my ID and what I was doing there. I explained that I live above the residence and forgot something that I need for work. They proceeded to ask me if I was at home the last night, to which I said I was not. I finally had the guts to ask what was going on, and then got told that someone has broken in that night. After that, I asked if they needed the camera footage, and their faces lit up as they said yes. I found it weird how they got so excited, but I'm not the one to judge. They probably hoped that it would make it easier. I then called my boss, and she came with a laptop about 15 minutes later. We all looked through the footage together. It was creepy to see how two people carefully walked into the garden. One of them looked through a window, and you can see him closely watching the night shift. The other took a different route and walked around the house, peeking into an apartment of a resident while they were sleeping. He then walked a bit further around the house and stood under the window of the library. We could then see how the night shift went into the basement to wash the clothes. As soon as she was down in the basement, the person who was watching her ran to the other and gave a thumbs up. They then proceeded to pry the window open. One of them jumped in and looked around confused. Now here's why. A few years prior, when the first break-in happened, that was the room where the medicine was kept. After that, we relocated that into a safer room. They probably just wanted to get medicine, since a few of the residents have strong painkillers, which honestly are hard to get. They probably played part in the first break-in and hoped that the medicine would still be there. They got confused when the room looked completely different. They ended up stealing nothing and just running away again. As far as I know, they were caught about 2 weeks later. But it makes me wonder, what would have happened if I was home that night? Because this happened at a time where I would always go outside to take a little walk through the garden. I have insomnia and this helps me a bit. Would I have met them? If so, how would they have reacted? My grandfather has told us these stories countless times, and now I want to share them publicly. Back in the mid-1980s and 90s, he worked various security jobs. The first story took place in a small town outside of Chicago. He worked from midnight to 6 a.m. security at a junkyard. The junkyard was small, but had a fence lined with barbed wire on top. My grandfather said that, except for a few occasions where someone high, homeless, or crazy would try to break in and he would have to bullshit them by saying he had a gun or that he was calling the cops, the job was quiet. Get there, listen to a handheld radio on a low volume, and just wait till the morning. Well, one night, he actually had to get help. After hearing a struggle from the fence and a thud, he went inside the junkyard. A homeless man was inside, tearing through random garbage. My grandfather called out to the man, shining his flashlight on him. My grandfather saw that the guy's whole leg and hands were torn up. He shined his light on the barbed wire to see small pieces of skin hanging from it. The guy tried approaching my grandfather. The BS of "I have a gun" or "the cops are on their way" didn't work, so my grandfather got the guy over to the small security office where his phone was. He locked the guy outside of the office and called the cops. The guy fled back into the junkyard when the police came. My grandfather let them in, and they went deep into the junkyard before coming out with him in handcuffs. Apparently, the guy was high on crack. He tore up his hands and legs on the barbed wire and had to get intensive medical care. The second story is similar. This one is from the mid-90s. My grandfather was a security guard at a homeless shelter in a suburb of Chicago. I say homeless shelter because I don't remember the name for it. It was like a poor rehab center where you can check in, shower, eat, and sleep there, but it was mainly for poor and homeless people. My grandfather was once again the night shift guard. The place was a YMCA beforehand. It wasn't in a good condition, even when it was a YMCA. My grandfather's office was small, and on the first floor. He had a window to the outside, and a window looking into a hallway of the building. During one of his slower shifts, my grandfather was reading a hockey magazine and listening to the radio. He turned the radio down because he heard screaming, followed by a loud bang. My grandfather had first thought nothing of it. The place had a lot of people with mental issues, so he thought someone on the floors above him had an episode and broke something. This changed real quick when he heard moaning from outside the window. My grandfather stuck his head outside the window and saw one of the tenants from the building, face down, planted into a shed outside of the building. My grandfather called for an ambulance and ran outside to the shed. The man was fine when he got there. Apparently, the man, in a cracked out of his mind delusion, jumped from a higher story floor. Apparently, he found a way to get out of the window and threw himself out. The man wasn't okay. He broke bones in his ribcage and arms. My grandfather went up to the guy's room to lock it to prevent any like-minded people from jumping off. The people who stayed next to the jumper said he was making a lot of noise from the room. But no one said anything, because it was normal for people to go crazy in there. My grandfather has a lot of stories from the 80s and 90s security, and next time I talk to him, I'll ask for more. TLDR, crack makes you invincible, even if you seriously injure yourself. Back in the day, I worked at a chain store as an assistant manager, and that meant I almost always got the super early or super late shifts. Shortly after I was tired, the store extended its hours so that we closed at 10, but did all the cleanup and such after hours, so we wouldn't leave until 11. Nothing too crazy, but that late at night, things get a little sketchy. This was one of the worst times that I can remember. It was just before closing, and we had a short line of customers. It was a Friday night, so people in late getting drinks and snacks was pretty common. When suddenly, this very tall, very wide man came up to the counter. He had no items in his hands, so I asked if I could help him, and he said, "Yeah, I'm looking for this person." Now, I vaguely knew the person he had mentioned. Small town, and a guy with blue hair is hard to miss. But the way he said it made me nervous, so I told him I didn't know who or where he was. He was not happy. He leaned in real close and started to tell me how he really needed to find him, and how I just needed to tell him where he was and it would all be good. I insisted that I didn't know who the guy was. The man suddenly slams his hands down, telling me that if I didn't tell him where the guy is, I'm gonna be very sorry. Lucky for me, a few guys in line stepped up to scare him off. Over the next half hour, the guy just hung out in the parking lot, so I eventually called the state police, who, after hearing his description, were pretty keen to send someone out. Only problem is that the department was about 45 minutes away. Well, I figured I will lock up and me and my other coworker can clean up early while we wait, as the last thing I wanted to do was leave that door unlocked for him to wander back in. I locked the doors and we proceed to go about our business. About 5 minutes later, the lights go out. I was standing at the back of the store with a mop and almost had a heart attack as the emergency lights came on, and I went towards the front to see what was happening. My coworker was equally baffled and said, "Maybe the breaker tripped." I was this close to stepping outside to go find the breaker when I saw the guy still standing in the parking lot. I have never booked it to the back room so fast. I grabbed my cell phone, locked me and my coworker in the back office, and called to see where the cops were. Sadly, by the time they got there, the man had taken off. We gave a description of the only car that we had seen in the parking lot, but we were told that this guy was apparently into drug trafficking, and the person he was looking for used to be involved with him before getting clean. He'd been wanted for multiple violent assault charges, and they hadn't seen a trace of him in weeks. I didn't work the night shift again for a long time, but I did see him once more at a glance in a grocery store. Not a fun time. Okay, so for a tiny bit of background, I used to work at this drive-up coffee shop that sells coffee and snacks like bagels and muffins, etc. I live in a relatively small town, between 10 to 15,000 people, and I had never had anything like this happen before, so I was pretty shaken up. Alrighty, so it was Sunday night, and I was closing all by myself for the first time ever, being a new hire, and it was kind of getting late, and virtually no one was coming through, so I was just doing some closing activities like sweeping and mopping, etc. This is important, because we store the mop and broom in a separate room that can only be accessed by going outside and unlocking the room with a key. So, I had the employee entrance door unlocked since I was going in and out. It's starting to get dark, and I'm due to leave in about an hour or so, when this old Ford drives up. The driver was an older man, maybe 40 years old or so. I wasn't too fazed by it though, because a lot of people work on oil rigs in my town, and if they're on night shift, they'll stop by for a pick-me-up before making the 3-hour drive out to the rigs. I open the window, ask him what he'd like to order, etc. This is where it gets weird. He didn't order any coffee or food. No. He asked me, "Are you working alone?" I most certainly was working alone, and even both of my managers were no longer in the neighboring pawn shop that they also own, and I just feel my blood run cold. Thankfully, I'm smart enough to lie and respond with, "Oh no, my coworker will be back in a second, and my manager is coming here in about 5 minutes. He needs to take inventory." At this point, the man looks past me into the shop, directly at the cracked open door behind me, and gives me this extremely creepy smile before pulling forward and signaling to turn around on a road that goes right next to that open door. As soon as he could no longer see me, I jump over, slam the door shut, and locked the doorknob and deadbolt. I was worried to leave the building that night because I didn't want to walk across the parking lot to my car. I thought he might be lingering around the area, just waiting for me to get off of work. I'm really glad that I never told him that I was working by myself. That was the creepiest encounter that I've ever had at work. Hey everyone, this is my first post, so bear with me. I'm doing my best. For context, I work the front desk at a hotel very close to a busy interstate in New York. This didn't happen to me, but last night, my coworker who works the overnight shift had a man come in. She said hello, and he immediately says, "I'm gonna come in that door and assault you, and you're gonna love it." Said door goes into the laundry room, which also has an entrance to the first desk. She was rightfully terrified and called the police while telling him to leave. There are multiple exits, but one of them is right across from an entry door that goes into the back room that connects to the front desk, and that is, of course, the one he heads towards. She yelled back at him that he needs to leave through the front door, and thankfully he listened. The police arrived, told him to leave the property and let him go. They then proceeded to tell my coworker they got a call about the same man a couple hours ago for harassing and saying the same terrifying things to women outside a gas station about a mile away. It infuriates me that they just let him walk away and then left her all alone, knowing there was nothing stopping him from coming back. Thankfully, he didn't, and my coworker is safe. But holy cow, it was super scary for her. Short disclaimer. English is not my first language, so sorry if something doesn't make sense. On to the story. I'm working at a cinema for almost a year now. I love this job dearly, but some customers, especially at night, are really scary. A few months ago, my boss told me and the rest of the crew that we are now playing movies late at night. This means we would stay at this place until around 2 or 3 a.m. Okay, no problem. But my first night shift made me realize what I've gotten myself into. The last movie started playing, so I started cleaning and putting things away around 12 p.m. My coworker, who would bring me new drinks and so on, was sitting with me, but at an angle that you could only see her from my perspective. Anyway, I was almost finished and wanted to take my cash register to get my boss, when this one man comes in. Nothing new. Maybe he wanted to use the toilet or have a prospect from the movies. But something about him didn't seem right. He looked at me after a while and smiled. His smile sent a shiver down my spine. It almost looked like a warning. So he starts to look around and comes closer and closer until he almost stands in front of my register. My heart was pounding because I was so scared. Suddenly, my coworker sneezed. He froze in his tracks and looked over to her. He didn't really see her because of the way that she sat. He looked almost panicked, like he thought I would be alone. He looked back at me, nodded and smiled again, and almost ran out of the theater. My coworker and I looked at each other. This man smelled like danger. I saw him for another 20 to 30 minutes just lurking around until finally he vanished. My coworker stayed with me the whole time. Besides the fact, she had things to do and her shift was almost over. I don't know what his intentions were, but I do know that they weren't good. So, for context, I work in a radio station that has glass walls open to the public. I was doing my thing when I caught a shadow out of the corner of my eye. I turned and saw the creepiest person I've ever seen. I think the smiling man from that one creepypasta. He had his face pressed against the glass and was wiggling his fingers at me. He then took off and I was on edge for the rest of the night, thinking I'd turn and he'd be there again. But he wasn't. End of story, right? Wrong. I went to my bike after my shift and found a still-lit flashlight and a cocaine spoon in the basket. Probably wasn't the same guy, but to have 2 encounters in one night really unnerved me. Not to mention the guy that screamed at me for a couple blocks for being on the sidewalk with my bike. Overall, not a great day. "13 years ago, I was a dishwasher at a restaurant, and once a month we would do a deep clean of the entire kitchen. This was done overnight to avoid interruptions in service to our patrons. Naturally, everyone would call out for this shift, but I never liked to lose money, and it entitled me to work with headphones in. The only rule was that we needed to be wrapped up by 6 a.m. for the morning rush. Normally, there would be 3 of us in there, but that night it was only me. The manager asked if I was comfortable working through the night. I assured him that there was no issue, and the other guys, who were high school-aged guys, usually got in my way and wasted time. 10:30 p.m. All is quiet on the Western Front, as the door is locked behind the last member of the staff that leaves. The cleaning begins on one side of the building, working my way to the back door and dishwashing station, as to not track any undesirable grime or dirty mop water over clean floors. 12 a.m. I've moved the cleaning operation to the middle of the kitchen, working my way to the back. I've always been a heavy smoker, so at regular intervals of about an hour, I go out to the back door to burn one down. I notice an old woody wagon in the rear parking lot. The car is off and no one is inside. This isn't alarming to me because I've seen cars parked out back overnight before. 2 a.m. All quiet still. I've moved to the back of the restaurant. The offices, the floors are all completed. The floors, the dining room, and tables are all spotless. I take a coffee break around this time in the front of the building for about 30 minutes, and notice that the woody wagon is now around the front of the building. This is slightly troubling to me, because there is nowhere for someone to walk or go in this area. The coffee break ends, and I decide to keep an eye on the car every 30 minutes or so. 3 a.m. Almost everything is finished, but I failed to clean the bathrooms, which is actually contrary to my usual plan, because the bathrooms are in the front of the building by our doors, which are plate glass. I'm standing at a urinal cleaning it, and I hear loud banging at the back door. This immediately jolts me, more awake than the coffee did. I'm panicked that I didn't lock the back door properly. I sprint into the kitchen and look down the line into the back room to see the back door shaking, as someone is obviously pulling at it. I grab a fillet knife and run to the door and scream, "Get the F out of here. I already called the cops." I then sprint up to the front of the store to assure myself that the front door is locked and to check on the wagon out front. The wagon is now gone and the parking lot is quiet. I go to grab the restaurant phone to call the cops, and as soon as I turn, I catch a glimpse of a man staring through the side window at me. This was terrifying to see because he had no expression on his face at all. I scream at him again that the cops were already called, which they weren't, but I was panicking. So I dialed 911 and tell the lady what the situation is. She tells me the cops would be there ASAP. The man is now standing at the front door, staring at me, mouthing something that I am honestly too creeped out to get close enough to try and make out. I backed into the kitchen and turned the lights off so he wouldn't be able to see me. Now, I can still see him because we have lights under our awning. He's still staring into the restaurant, directly into the dark kitchen where I was standing. This lasted for about 1 minute, until he walked around the side of the building again and vanished. In a matter of seconds, I hear an engine start, and he peels out of our parking lot and heads down the highway. 3:15 a.m. The police arrive. I give them my statement and have them make sure I get into my car and out of the parking lot. I know what you're all thinking. The urinals never got fully cleaned, and they would have to wait for the morning. 6:30 a.m. I go back into work to let the owner know what happened. After letting him know what happened, I went home for some more sleep. 9:30 a.m. The owner called me and asked if I would come in for a few minutes. I thought this was strange and I asked what for. He told me he'd rather show me. 10 a.m. I arrive back at work and go sit in his office. He spins the computer monitor around and shows me the security footage from the incident. What I saw terrified me. During my second smoke break around the corner of the building, the man was standing watching me. During various times of the evening, he walked around the building and pulled on the doors, and multiple times checked the door, very gently after my smoke breaks. Needless to say, that was my last day at work. Who knows what he was going to do if he was able to get in that building. I was working graveyard at Walmart in the automotive department, and I was having a really depressing week. It was just the worst week that I've had in a long time. Anyway, I'm working over there alone and picking up a box from the pallet. When I turn around, I see a tall, thin, grayed-skinned man. He was maybe in his 70s or 80s, had a mostly bald head except for some dirty-looking stringy hair around the sides. His face was very gaunt. I could see his eye sockets and cheekbones. He was wearing a dirty, grayed, plain shirt and black jacket. It looked like a trench-type coat. His eyes were gray and just empty. He was just watching me. I blinked, and he was gone. I stocked the box I was holding and took another one down the same aisle at the very end. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the man peering around the corner of another aisle, but this time, he's smiling. He has all his teeth, but they're gray too. His smile looked like a priest from the poltergeist. Just a big, wide, creepy smile. And then he disappeared after I forced myself to look away. When I worked graveyard at Walmart, it was my first night on the job, and this older guy, I'd say about 45 to 50-ish, came to me and lady who was training me and asked where the Just for Men was. So we showed him. He then proceeds to tell us that he just got out of jail and that he was looking for a piece of booty, putting it nicer than he did. We just looked at each other and said, "Oh, okay, well, good luck." So we go back to working. We finish one cart, and as we were walking back to the back room, to the bins, we walked around behind jewelry and walked through the toys. She proceeds to tell me that the guy is behind us and not to freak out. So I just keep looking forward, and then he says something. I can't recall what, but her and I both almost took off running to the back. We tell the manager, but by the time he gets our story, the guy is gone. It was creepy as hell, and he just gave off really creepy vibes. I went to a summer camp in a rural part of New Jersey back in the mid-1990s. The camp was situated on a long, narrow man-made lake. One end of the lake was reserved for swimming, which we do as a group activity every other day or so. The swimming area had one long dock stretching straight out into the water, and two square floating docks further out. One of the two floating docks was a bit far away, and although I've spent a few summers at this camp at the time of this incident, I had never seen anyone use the second dock. One day, our group of about a dozen 11-year-olds got the bright idea that we were going to swim out to the faraway dock. I would consider this to be a moderate challenge for a casual swimmer. When we reached the dock, I noticed a strange-looking spider on the ladder that you had to use to climb up. It was quite large in terms of overall footprint, probably about 2 inches from end to end, with long, skinny legs. Spiders, of course, are normal critters to encounter in nature, but this one stood out to me because of its unusual appearance. After the long swim, we took a few minutes to lie on the dock and rest in the sun. It was relaxing, and we were all having a good time. We started messing around and decided to play one of our regular games where we would all shuffle towards the corner of the dock, causing it to sink. As the corner of the dock started to sink and fill with water, suddenly, hundreds of giant spiders came frantically pouring out from between the boards, swarming over and around the feet of those of us who were still standing on dry ground. The dock was theirs, apparently. We all immediately began to scream and jump into the water, trying to get away. But the spiders were in the water too, and stuck to us as we swam. I vividly remember the feeling of them clinging to my wet hair, fleshy bodies and long, squirming legs hopelessly intertwined with my own strands. Adrenaline propelled us back to the main part of the swimming area, and by the time we got there, thankfully we were spider-free. But this is a childhood trauma that lingers with me, and I had not really been afraid of spiders before, but I would say this was a major turning point. The thought of us lying on the dock in the sun, completely oblivious to the horde that was lurking just inches beneath us, creeps me out to this very day. This is a story that my mother and aunts told me when I was in high school. I'm 21 now, and it has never left me. I think about it constantly and ponder over what happened. My grandfather passed away close to a year ago in June of 2020. He was 96 when he died, and it caused some issues with my family. They don't really pertain to the story, but there are some things about him that I have to share in order to explain the story in the best way. My grandfather, John, was a man who was extremely callous and old-fashioned. He was bitter, abusive, and a complete macho man. My mother was raised on never showing emotion or pain due to his abuse and lack of compassion for others. He was also an extreme racist. He had many secrets in my family that are now coming to light after his death. Everything that happened around him was brushed off and forgotten because he had more important things to do, like drinking and having affairs. Just an overall intense and very no-nonsense type of man. He also was not religious at all, and had found things like faith and hope stupid. This story takes place sometime in the 70s, most likely early to mid-70s. My mom was born in 1965, and remembers this story clearly. My aunts as well remember this happening, but no one knows exactly what year. One summer day, John decided to take his family on a small outing with the intent to have a picnic in the woods. My mother, her 3 sisters, and her mother/my grandmother were all there and very excited about this. Where we are from, my family is more than accustomed to the woods and has lived in this area for generations. Going into the woods for a fun family activity was nothing out of the ordinary and seemed to be just another normal day. They made their way down a dirt backwoods road and stopped once they had found a clearing large enough to accommodate them. As all the kids started jumping out of the car and messing around as kids do after being stuck together, my grandmother began unloading their food and picnic supplies. John began surveying the area and decided where to set up. As he was doing that, something in the woods past the clearing caught his eye. Before going to see what was out there, he yelled at the family and said that he would be right back. The kids and my grandmother thought not much of this, since they're all used to the woods, and these woods in particular were very familiar to them. They continued unloading and setting up the stuff that they brought. One of the girls pointed out something in the clearing that caused a sudden shift from a normal day to something far worse. It was a dirt mound that looked like something was buried under it. This mound was about the size of a small person, maybe even child size. It was too big to simply be any animal in these woods. There was nothing but squirrels and raccoons in the area. Scattered amongst the mound were larger river rocks. There was no pattern, but they were definitely placed on the mound intentionally. Also, the dirt seemed to be fresh, as though it was just buried. It was loose and slightly darker than the area around it. The mood immediately shifted from an average day in the woods to something much darker. My grandmother became concerned and told the girls to stay away from it. She was clearly upset and worried about it, but did her best to ignore it. The girls, all being children, didn't have the same amount of worry and continued playing while just avoiding the mound. They tried to return to their picnic, and the girls were already chasing each other in circles again. It was supposed to be a joyous, sunny day, and my grandmother wanted to keep it that way. Things seemed to return to normal for a beat. The trees around them created a wall of dense foliage, blocking their view from anything inside the forest. One of the girls again took notice of something strange. It was clear immediately what it was. Along one of the long branches of the tree hung a noose. It was tied with rope and hung high above their heads. A lump of dirt can be explained away by nature, but someone had to have placed the noose there. My grandmother stopped dead in her tracks when she first saw it. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. They couldn't just pack up and leave. John was still out in the woods. Even children can recognize a noose as a symbol of death. The children started to become very anxious. Whatever innocence was keeping them from worrying about the mound had completely vanished. My grandmother, the resilient woman she is, soothed her children and told them it was just left there by deer hunters. But she knew in her heart that they needed to leave. No deer hunter would hang a deer and then bury it. At least no sane deer hunter. It wasn't until they started hearing something in the woods that they began to really panic. My grandmother, as well as all the children, began hearing a rhythmic chanting from deep in the woods. It sounded as though there was a group of people, all singing in deep voices to the beat of a drum. It went in a quick bum 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 pattern. 3 steady beats followed by a pause. Then it would repeat. It sounded far away, but immediately fear began to take hold on each of them. They each listened and gathered together. As the seconds passed, it began to increase in volume. It was getting not just louder, but closer. What started out as a distant echo soon began to engulf the entire clearing. My grandmother was terrified and wanted so desperately to leave, but John had yet to return. They waited, fear-ridden, as the sound began to fill their chests. It felt like they were at a concert as the deep bass began to vibrate in their chest. It was everywhere and constant, as though the sound was being made by the trees themselves, surrounding the family in every direction. Suddenly, the sound of yelling broke through the constant drone of chanting. John's voice was yelling out to them from the trees. "Go," he yelled. "Get in the car." He came running out of the woods, yelling that they needed to leave. They had never seen terror on this man as they had in this very moment. He was a man afraid of nothing, unbothered by the world around him. This was the most emotion any of them had ever seen from him. He saw something in those woods, something that shook his very being to his core. My grandmother began throwing everything back in the car as the kids got in as well. John and my grandmother picked up their things and as quickly as possible threw it all into the car. They had no care for the things they were packing up due to their fear. Food was all over the trunk and items were broken. After everything was tossed in, they both got in the car and drove away. This is where the main grunt of the story ends. But one fact from this story is what really has caused me to wonder all of these years. My grandfather has refused to ever speak of what he saw. He never told any of the children or my grandmother. Every time this was brought up, he quickly rebuffed it and angrily told them not to ask again. He never went to the police or told anyone outside of the family. My grandfather is the only person who knows what happened that day. When I first heard the story, I swore to myself that I would ask him one day. Now I can't, and I regret it greatly. By the time I was in high school, he had moved out of the state with other family members, and I mostly lost contact with him, outside of occasional happy birthday calls or letters. This story doesn't have an answer to go with it. When he died, the only thing I was sad about was never knowing what happened that day. We weren't close when I got older, and once I learned of all the abuse he caused, I separated myself from him. His death looms over me, and this story still haunts me to this day. My mother and aunts just look back on it as a spooky memory from their childhood. Nothing more than a story to spook the little ones at Thanksgiving. I am one of the only people in the family who is still curious about what happened. I've always been interested in mysteries, the occult, horror, and conspiracy theories. This story piqued my interest more than any of the others in my family, which, by the way, this isn't the only strange story from my family, but it definitely is the most strange. I wish I had answers. I hope you all find this story as fascinating as I do. I will gladly answer any questions, and I would love to hear theories about what was in those woods that day. Thank you for reading. Back around 2004 or 2005, I was leaving a buddy's house headed home. He lived on Lake Ariel in Wayne County. I was a good 15 miles away, so I decided to take back roads to save time and avoid cops. As I crest this mountain road, I see a van off the side, doors open, lights on. It's well after midnight, and no one is on the road. I slowed my car, a 1989 Volkswagen ragtop, down to first gear, looking for a person or people that may be hurt. Not a soul is around, and the woods are quiet. The van off the road is not running, but all lights are on, and the driver's door is open. I remember thinking, I don't have cell service until the top of the mountain. I gotta call the cops. So I proceeded to go forwards where I knew that I had cell service, maybe going 30-mile-per-hour tops. I knew this situation was messed up, but then it got worse. No more than 3 or so miles away, the brush thinned on the roadside, so you had a better view of what's in the woods. I see movement, so I let off the gas, thinking that I didn't want to hit a deer. As I let off, this man, soaking in fresh blood, comes from the tree line and into the road. He's so covered in gore, I couldn't tell that it was a man at first. He stumbled out in front of the car and waved me down. I was in my ragtop, top down, of course. He was yelling and grabbing at my door. I dropped into the first and took off. Another mile or so, I had cell service and called the cops. Dude was obviously hurt, and his grab for my door scared me. There is a wide space on the mountain where I agreed to wait for the cops. They were there in under 10 minutes. While I waited, I put the top up and locked the doors. An officer took my statement and he looked over my car with a torch. The guy from the woods left a bloody smear down my door. Another officer found the van, but couldn't locate the guy who came out of the woods. The cops let me go home and said they'd call if they needed anything further. Within a few days, I did get a call saying the van was located, and they asked if I could describe the man. They never found him that night, and as far as I know, they never did later either. Apparently the van was stolen, and the cops surmised this guy banged himself up and took off in a panic. As far as I know, they never did track him down. To this day, I keep a lookout for a bloody man running out of the woods. This experience has stuck with me and is 100% true. This is a real experience that happened to me when I was around 10, camping with my family at a provincial park in Newfoundland, Canada, in the mid-1980s. In Newfoundland, there is a lot of traditional folklore about fairies and being fairy-led, i.e., being sort of mesmerized and stolen away by the fairies. And although I've never really believed in that stuff, Whenever I hear those tales, I can't help but think about this experience. We arrived at the campground around mid-afternoon. I remember that it was strangely empty. We saw no other occupied sites as we drove around, looking for the perfect spot. We picked our site, and as my parents were setting up, my older sister asked if she and I could go check out the little beach area, which was a shortish walk along a clearly marked downhill path through some birch woods. Our mom said yes, but told us to be back in 2 hours. We found the sign pointing us to the beach trail and headed down the path. Almost as soon as we were out of sight of the campground, things started to feel off. It was weirdly quiet, with a sort of muffled feeling. No birds calling, no breeze, just a thick, velvety silence. I also noticed that there were strange-looking ferns growing thickly along the path all around us. Ferns are not an unusual sight in the Newfoundland woods, but these were different from the ones that I'd seen before. They were bright, almost luminous green, and very, very large. Some were as tall as I was. I couldn't shake the feeling that there were people or animals hiding in them, watching us pass by. Although it had been a lovely clear day, the weather started to change as we walked. A low-lying fog rolled in as we descended, first in tendrils close to the ground, then gradually rising around us as we went lower towards the water. Even living in Newfoundland, I'd never walked into a fog like that before, and it did nothing to relieve that eerie feeling that I was trying to ignore. Finally, we arrived at a steep set of wooden stairs, and following them we emerged onto a small, foggy beach. With the woods behind and above us, it felt very closed in, and I started wishing that we were safely back with our parents at our campsite. My sister made a small noise behind me, and I turned to see what had caught her attention. Although I'd thought we were alone, I now noticed that there was a man several meters away, standing very still and gazing silently out over the water. My sister called out a friendly hello. It was Newfoundland in the 80s. People did that sort of thing. But he didn't move or appear to hear her at all. After a minute or two, I started to feel nervous, so I talked my sister into heading back to our campsite. This is where things get a bit fuzzy. I don't remember leaving the beach, but the next thing I knew, we were on a wide, unfamiliar dirt road. It seemed like no time had passed, but I was tired and my legs and feet felt like I had been walking for a long time. The sun was also pretty low in the sky, which was strange because I thought we'd been gone for less than an hour. I felt disoriented and had no idea where we were, and I started to panic a bit, thinking that we were lost. My sister immediately went into protective older sibling mode, saying not to worry because she was pretty sure she knew the way back. We headed off down the road in the direction she suggested, and walked for about 45 minutes or so until we finally emerged at the campground, not far from our campsite. It was now almost completely dark, and we ran into our trailer to find our dad was worriedly asking where we had been. Although we thought we had been gone for less than 2 hours, my dad said that we'd been gone for more than 5. He said that our mom had headed back to the beach to look for us while he'd stayed back to wait for us at the campsite. By now, full-on darkness was setting in, and our dad was worried that our mom had not returned with us. As he prepared to go out looking for her, she burst in the door, frantically saying that she'd run up and down the hill and trail multiple times and hadn't found us. She was amazed when she saw us. The only way to access that beach, aside from cutting through steep, thick woods, was to take that trail, and we had not passed her. Once we'd all calmed down, we ate dinner and headed to bed. As I lay in my bunk, I remember hearing my mom quietly tell my dad how creepy and strange the trail had felt. Although we'd planned to stay longer, we packed up and left quickly the following morning, and never returned to that campground. Growing up, I was fortunate enough to live right at the edge of a very large nature preserve. The area was not open to the public, but thanks to the location of my neighborhood, there were several lesser-known entrances that I could use to gain access and explore to my heart's content. Countless days of my childhood were spent hiking, swimming, and playing pretend with my best friend in the woods. The woods became like a second home to me. I felt like I knew every shortcut and secret cave, and I always felt at peace except for one exceptional instance that is the subject of this post. My best friend and neighbor, who I'll refer to as Jacob, knew these woods just as well as I did. We had several choice spots that we liked hiking to, and a couple of makeshift forts that we made out of sticks and such. Keep in mind that things were simpler back then, and our parents felt little need to worry about us, and were accustomed to us disappearing for hours on end while we explored these woods. This was also before cell phones were a thing. One more important thing to note is that these woods were once home to Native Americans, more specifically the Comanche tribe. Oftentimes we would find arrowheads left by the natives, or ancient cans and bits of supplies presumably left by the settlers, who eventually found the area for themselves. We found this bit of history fascinating, and going in the woods sometimes felt like taking a step away from the modern world and going back to a different time. One afternoon, Jacob and I packed up some water and snacks and set out into the woods like we had many times before. Usually we would stick to the trails or the creek so that we would be able to find our way back home easily. But today, we had an urge to explore even deeper than we had ever gone before. We headed off the trail and into the uncharted areas of the preserve that even our parents hadn't taken us to before. Things were fine at first, but soon we realized that the trees had gotten incredibly dense. It became increasingly difficult to walk, as dead tree branches seemed to reach and claw at us every step of the way. We both found ourselves a sturdy stick and used this as a machete, chopping and carving ourselves a path through the trees. There were no longer any trails to be found, but we didn't care. We were invincible kids who knew these woods well. What's the worst that could happen? We had been proceeding like this for probably about 15 or 20 minutes when we got a horrible feeling. That horrible feeling that we're being watched. Jacob and I looked at each other with practically the same exact moment, and he said, "Dude, do you feel that?" "Yeah," I said. "I feel it." We both agreed that something felt very wrong. We couldn't describe why, but we both had the same feeling of dread that someone or something was watching us. We quickly agreed that it was time to head back. We turned around and started to make our way back. But after several minutes, we started having doubts that we knew where we were. The woods were dense here, denser than any other part of the preserve that we had seen, and it was nearly impossible to move. We were getting tired from hacking away tree branches and decided to stop for a break and try to get our bearings. That's when we noticed something else that was wrong. It was completely silent, save for our labored breathing. These woods, normally teeming with life, were absolutely still. I still haven't experienced anything like that to this day. We couldn't hear a single bug or bird or the rushing water of the creek. It was suddenly dead there. These comfortable woods that we were so familiar with suddenly felt alien and hostile, and we still had that feeling of being watched, although stalked might be a better word for it. Jacob and I were absolutely done with the adventure by this point. We were completely turned around and we couldn't even tell if we were heading back the way we came. We tried to climb a tree to see where we were, but it was too difficult. We would have had to break dozens of branches just to get a couple feet off the ground, and these trees were tall. The branches were so thick that they blocked out the sun at times. When climbing the tree failed, we both started yelling in hopes that someone might hear us. But the only reply we got was the oppressive silence of the woods. It was at this moment of desperation that we spotted something through the trees, probably about 20 or so yards away. Out of the corner of our eyes, we clearly saw an adult-sized figure, which quickly moved behind a tree once we spotted it. Jacob and I traded one brief and panicked look at each other and bolted in the opposite direction of the figure. We sprinted like human wrecking balls through the branches, no longer taking the care to carve ourselves a nice, safe path. Branches clawed and scraped at our arms and legs and faces as our flight instinct kicked into overdrive. My lungs burned, but I did not care. At one point, Jacob, who was wearing our backpack full of water and snacks, got snagged on a particularly big branch. I stopped to help untangle him as fast as I could, and we kept sprinting, not daring to look back behind us. A few times I might have heard something breaking branches as it followed us, but I can't be certain. We continued running for what felt like ages. In reality, we ran for what was probably 15 or 20 minutes. When we finally broke through the tree line and into a clearing, I was so relieved that I could have cried. I wished that the story ended here, so that I could chalk it up to an overactive imagination of two stupid lost kids, but I can't, because it turns out this clearing was essentially the backyard of a very large and very old 2-story house, a house that we didn't know existed until now. Decades-old blue paint peeled off the exterior. The roof was missing several shingles, many of which were lying on the overgrown grass below. The house had several large windows that were caked with grime. A single dirt road made its way from the front of the house and up a small hill where we couldn't see where it led to. It was obvious that this house wasn't part of our neighborhood, or any neighborhood that we had ever been to before for that matter. Jacob and I were halfway terrified and halfway in awe at our discovery. This house felt like our own personal discovery after a perilous quest. A bit of our fear from the woods evaporated as we summoned the courage to investigate this house. We walked up to the side of the house that was on our left and peered through the dirty window and into the strange house. The first floor seemed to consist of mainly one large room. Along the wall opposite us was a wooden staircase leading to the second floor. The first floor was completely devoid of any furniture. No tables or chairs or couches or anything. Just dozens upon dozens of broken bottles. Shards of glass covered almost the entirety of the first floor, as well as a few yellowed books and magazines that were sprawled open, some with pages clearly ripped out and laying next to them. And in the center of the room was a single sleeping bag, filthy from what we could see, with an unlit candlestick sitting next to it. "What are y'all doing?" We immediately pulled away from the window and saw that a man had walked around from the right side of the building and was now standing about 15 feet away from us. He was wearing nothing except for some dirty denim overalls. He had scarred skin that looked like rough leather, and his eyes, neither of his eyes were looking in the same direction, and neither one was looking directly at either of us. Everything about this man looked wrong. You know how some people can just feel their energy? It's hard to describe, but this guy just felt so wrong in every way. We were frozen in place, surprised and terrified by his appearance. We stared at him for a moment until Jacob found the words to speak. "We're, just checking out the house," he said sheepishly. The stranger seemed to take a moment to digest his response before gesturing to the woods and saying, "You should head back the way you came. You never know." And he just let that last sentence hang in the air. You never know. Jacob, God bless him, quickly thought of something to say while I stared in absolute terror. "Actually, we need to head to the road. Our parents will be expecting us soon." The man did not reply. He just stood there with his mouth slightly open, his eyes dancing off in different directions. It seemed like he was thinking hard about something to say. We didn't waste another second getting out of there. We walked as quickly as we could towards the front of the house and made our way up the dirt driveway, trying not to appear panicked. I say driveway because there were no cars at the house, not even a garage. The front of the house consisted of a porch, which was also littered with old cans, broken bottles, and yellowed pages from old magazines. We felt the man's eyes boring into our backs as we trudged up the driveway. It was rather long, and once we rounded the first corner and were out of sight of the house, we started running again. Eventually, we reached a pavement road. There was no mailbox or address that we could see. We followed this pavement road for quite a while. It was like ages before we could begin to recognize where we were again. Turns out we had gone through the entire nature preserve and were on the complete other side from where our neighborhood was. It took the rest of the afternoon to walk back home, but we made it safe and sound without incident. We didn't tell our parents what happened because we were afraid that they'd restrict our freedom and not let us go into the woods again. We didn't go into the woods again for a few weeks, and when we did go back, we rarely left the trails, and we never went into that area again. To this day, Jacob is still convinced that something paranormal is going on out there, that we found ourselves in the midst of things both unfathomable and dangerous. We're both usually pretty realistic and grounded people, but I'm inclined to agree with him. I'm still not sure if the feelings of dread/spookiness in the woods and the house/man are related in any way. I doubt I'll ever know. And ever since that day, we referred to that strange and forbidden area of the woods as the Indian Maze. So I was a wildland firefighter back in the day in Arizona. I worked in a forest that was generally popular with a lot of recreation in the northern portion, but I worked on the southern portion of the forest that was really remote. It barely had any roads or campgrounds, so if you wanted to recreate there, you had to work for it. The fire crew I was on had 2 duty stations, one in a small town where the rest of the forest employees worked out of, and one was about 2.5 hours away up a really windy, mountainous road. The remote duty station had an old Forest Service ranger station and a newer double-wide trailer that was recently put in. When I worked at this place, it had no cell reception. When my crew and I weren't working, we were playing horseshoes and watching movies. They did eventually add a cell phone booster, which sadly made people play on their phones, but I digress. So for my creepy story, I want to keep it pretty simple, but my supervisor from that crew had experienced some weird things as well working up there. There was one night he told me he was cowboy camping, sleeping outside with no tent, and he kept getting a weird mucusy drop of liquid on his face. He kept looking around and even yelling, and no one was around him. He told me he wasn't below any trees, so he was sure it wasn't tree sap. He never slept outside there ever again, which leads me to believe he was telling me the truth. Now for my story. I've had other interesting experiences at that remote duty station, but this one was scary. It was the night of July 4th, and we weren't on a fire, so the crew was playing horseshoes and having a good time. Everyone went to bed pretty early, because we were going to have a PT hike the next day. I had my own small room in the double-wide trailer, and my bed was situated next to a big window. I started dozing off, but felt awake still, and I hear one of my coworkers outside my window asking me to come outside. I was laying on my side facing the window, and I didn't look up, but I felt their presence by the window. It felt as though someone tall was looming over me from outside. They kept beckoning me, and I said no. Pretty quickly, their voice started changing to a deeper, raspier, angrier voice. They started cursing at me. I just froze. It was sort of a demonic voice. I lay frozen, not moving while they yelled at me. Eventually it stopped and I fell asleep. I woke up the next day and wanted to ask my coworker if he was standing outside my window, but I felt too weird. Perhaps this was a mild form of sleep paralysis, but still, a weird experience nonetheless. Last night, around 8:30 p.m., I went out to the edge of the woods on my property to set up a blind to shoot some nuisance coyotes that have been eating my chickens. I live in New Hampshire, at an area where people who live near these woods commonly refer to as a phenomenon known as bad nights. It's an eerie feeling where you don't want to be anywhere near a door or window when it gets dark, and you certainly don't want to be outside. Animal life seems to be affected as well, since it's always eerily quiet on those nights. Thankfully, it was a good night, so I thought I would be fine. I set up with a long-range modified handgun, a mounted night vision scope with a thermal setting, and a high-end night vision handheld. Both pieces of equipment have a high 4-figure price range. I set up facing the woods, and for most of the night saw nothing, coyote or otherwise. A little before 10:30, I was scanning the field just before the tree line with my thermal scope when I saw a red orb pop up. It was about 4 feet off the ground, not moving. The thermal was giving a reading of 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which made no sense considering it was around 40 degrees that night. Also, the scope is very high definition. I can see small birds at 50 yards away, and they show up perfectly bird-shaped. There is no reason anything should look round. It also had a strange low-quality staticky look to it, which made no sense considering it was well within my 50-yard marker at the tree line. When I went to switch to night vision mode, it disappeared. I never saw anything else like it for the rest of the night. Later on, around 11, my handheld night vision scope started malfunctioning. The brightness and exposure was fluctuating wildly for no reason, and it was randomly turning on and off. I chalked it up to the battery being dead or dying and stopped using it. But this afternoon, when I started to get my equipment ready again, it was working perfectly normally. It's the same temperature again today, around 40 degrees, so it's not temperature related. The final weird thing was that around midnight, right as I was packing up to head inside, after having no luck with my coyote problem as my gun jammed and the animals ran off, I heard a voice laughing. It sounded echoey, and due to being on a hill and there being lots of trees, I couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from. I thought it was my neighbor who lives on the other side of the field. No, the house was not in the direction that I was firing towards, just so no one comes for me about gun safety. The house was 200 feet behind me to the left. This morning, the neighbor was talking with me about how my hunt went, and I joked with her that she would know considering she laughed after I missed my shot. She was confused, and I said that I heard laughing and assumed it was from her house. She said no one in the house was outside or even awake at that time of night. So what do y'all think? You think it was a forest ghost messing with my equipment and laughing at me? Or just equipment malfunctions? I'm going out again tonight, and I'll try to record if anything like that happens again. My wife and I were on our honeymoon in the Shenandoah Valley National Park in Virginia in 2019. We were excited to get an early evening hike, just as we had arrived in town. We were driving to a hike on Skyline Drive at around 6 p.m. in a thick mist with overcast skies. We passed a strange-looking solitary man on the road a few hundred yards before the trailhead. I made a comment to my wife about how odd he looked. You know, unkempt, vacant-looking, etc. We hiked up 1.5 miles up the mountain to the end of the trail where it terminated at the AT. My wife stopped to pee and we collected ourselves before we turned to head back down towards our vehicle. Out of the mist came the guy that we'd passed on the road earlier. He was low-key brandishing one of those common hatchet/hammer multi-tools at his side. He wasn't just carrying it. It was somewhat raised. It gets creepier. He made a comment as we passed him about how he had found a set of teeth the last time he was up there. He made an awkward acknowledgement of what he'd said, nervous laugh, and then quickly started down towards our vehicle, looking back up to where we'd come to see if he'd turn to follow us. Once we were 100 feet away, we began running down the mountain. We'd stop every minute or so to listen/observe what was going on. It was terrifying. We obviously made it back to our car, but we were shook. We would read a few weeks later about how someone had been arrested in connection with a killing near that area, at the same time that we were in that area. I visited Yellowstone National Park last week and decided to take our boat out on the Yellowstone Lake yesterday. This was our last day and wanted to end our trip on a high note. While we were loading our boat down into the launch pad, there were fishermen from Wisconsin catching trout, cutting them up, and then throwing them back into the lake. This is a government job, aka an angler incentive program to manage the fisheries. One could tell how experienced these men were and knowledgeable about the lakes just by talking to them and watching them work in rhythm, as they probably had for several years. Basically, these guys know their stuff. So, a couple of the older, bigger guys were kind enough to help us get our boat in. We're new to using this boat. The guys tell us to be careful. The water has big swells and it's getting windy. In a side conversation, an angler tells my dad about the bodies still lost in the lake that were never recovered, including a couple park rangers. The anglers explain the water is too cold and within 20 minutes hypothermia sets in. So again, he cautions us and we head out anyway. We didn't make it far. 3 to 5 foot swells pushed us back in. It was almost as if the angler was expecting our short return, and he helped us guide the boat back into the dock onto the boat trailer. He just smiled and said, "I'm glad you're back. It's bad weather out there." I thought I had to give you the background so you could see why I'm so curious about these missing people, bodies in the lake, and park rangers' bodies, all believed to be at the bottom of Yellowstone Lake. However, I cannot find any information on these missing people and missing rangers. I asked other park employees and researched National Park website. Nothing. What are your thoughts? Anyone know about missing people and missing park rangers at Yellowstone Lake? This happened to my mom. A few months ago in rural Montana, my mom took her dog outside to potty in the middle of the night. She had a big yard and her dog would go off leash. While she waited for her dog, my mom said that she heard a strange whistling. She would have thought it was a human, except whatever it was didn't seem to need to breathe. The sounds were continuous. She described it as a combination of every dog whistle you could imagine all at once. She was convinced that some creature was attempting to lure away her dog into the wilderness. Luckily, the dog didn't seem to react to the sound and returned to her after doing its business. A few days prior, my mom and stepdad had been rock hounding near their home, and they saw what looked like 2-footed dog tracks going across the road that had an 8-foot stride. She thinks that this might have been all the work of a dog man, the cryptid dog that walks upright on 2 feet. As a child, she had a Bigfoot encounter. She is terrified of and believes in the existence of cryptids because of this. When I came to visit her this summer, she would not let me take out the dog after dark, and she would not do it herself either. She very frantically and emphatically made me promise not to go out after sundown. There were several strange occurrences at her home over the summer that I saw for myself. She is still seeking out other stories and experiences like hers to shed light on what might have happened to her. And so far, she has been unable to find any stories like hers. If you or someone you know have experienced whistling like that, please share. If anyone would like to hear more, I'd be happy to share. Unfortunately, my stepdad passed away while I was there, and now I am moving her back east with me right now. We're about to go get breakfast at the hotel lobby. It may be a few days before I can share more, and I may be slow to respond. My boyfriend and I had been dating almost a month at this point back in 2020. It was late October, almost Halloween. I wanted to do some fun nighttime nature walking, and my aunt told me about this cool unknown grave off of Lake Erie in a nature park. We went there and got super lost, and neither of us had reception, but we had a lot of fun. We stayed on the trails, so we weren't lost, and we could get back to the parking lot, but just lost enough for it to be the creepy kind of fun that we were looking for. We finally found the grave, got some picture/videos, took a short break, and saw that the lake was less than 10 yards from us, but we were at the top of a cliff. So we decided to follow the trails further out along the lake until we found a trail spot that took us to a little secluded beach. It was about 9 p.m., but it was October, so it was already really dark out, and it was partly cloudy. But the slight amount of stars lit up the lake in a way that was beautiful. So we sat on a log and just looked out while chatting a bit. After about 15 minutes of just sitting, looking, and relaxing, we both see this flash of light that came from behind us. I should tell you that unlike most stories like this, there was no alcohol or drugs involved. But we both see this flash and instantly freeze, look at each other and ask if we both saw it. We turned on our flashlights and turned around to see where it came from. It looked like a really bright camera flash, but there was no one there, and we hadn't seen or heard anyone else out there the entire time that we were there. And it had been about 2 hours. We even checked around for trail cams in the area, and we couldn't find anything. So we both grabbed large sticks from the beach and started walking down the trail to try and get back to the car. We didn't take the same trail back, which was kind of lucky judgment on our parts, because the one we took was way faster than the one we took to get there. But the whole way back, we kept seeing eyes in the woods around us. They were just deer and coyotes and other animals inhabiting that area, and we knew that, but it still freaked us out and kept us on our toes. We made it back to the car without incident, and then went home okay, but we came back during the daytime a few days later and looked around for trail cams that we may have missed because of how dark it was. We didn't find anything, and we still don't know what that flash was. It was pretty creepy, but we had a lot of fun that night. If anyone can think of what it might have been, please let me know. This is a story that my aunt told me years ago. My aunt and her family lived in a very rural and backwoods area of Lincoln County, West Virginia. She said that her father would go fox hunting periodically. He and other men would travel up the mountains to their camp. There, they would let their dogs run foxes and spend the evening talking and telling stories amongst themselves. My aunt had many siblings, and this was not uncommon back in the 1950s backwoods West Virginia. Her mother decided that she would walk with several of the younger children up to her husband's, my aunt's father's, camp. My aunt was one of the party. She said that they walked a long way back up to the mountain and spent a few hours relaxing and spending time with their dad. The group had such a nice time that they didn't realize how late it had gotten. My aunt's father gave his wife a lantern in order for her and the kids to be able to see on their long journey back down the mountain. As the group left, the light from Fox Hunter's camp eventually faded out of sight. As they walked on down the mountain, her mother noticed a small ball of light about the size of a softball coming down the mountain behind them. Thinking it was her husband needing something, she and the children stopped on the trail to wait. As they stood there, the light slowly made its way down the path and into better view. My aunt said the closer that it got, they could see that it wasn't a lantern, but a ball of light floating about 3 feet from the ground. She said once her mother realized this, she put the children in front of her and told them to run as fast as they could down that old trail that was cut into the mountain. My aunt told me that they all ran as fast as they could down the hill. She said that the faster they ran, the faster the ball of light moved. My aunt said that they finally got to where their home was and ran inside and locked the door. According to my aunt, they were all terrified. When they finally got the courage to look out the window, they saw nothing. My husband and his sister went hiking in September or November of 2020 when this happened. They were hiking Sharp Top in Southwest Virginia. They hiked the entire trail without incident, but as they were coming back down the trail, back towards their car, they noticed a black, opaque figure at the foot of the trail near the road. This figure was amorphous, and they saw white at the top where a face would be, but no other features. They said it was roughly 5 or 6 feet tall and glided across the road into the tree line. Once it hit the tree line, it disappeared soundlessly. Mind you, it's fall, so leaves were on the ground everywhere. They would have heard some sort of noise and seen it since the trees were bare, but nothing. He said they were roughly 40 yards away from it, but it was still light enough out for them to fully see what was happening. This was my husband's first experience with anything paranormal, but my sister-in-law has experienced some other things, just not like this in the past. We haven't found any similar accounts to this black figure with a white face in Appalachia, so I'm wondering if anyone has ever heard of similar accounts. We're familiar with most folklore in the area, but my husband isn't resonating with any of them yet. I debated whether or not I talked about this, as it's a super short blip of time and I didn't see anything. But I ultimately decided maybe I could find answers to what could have made this noise. My husband, 28, and I, 25, stay in a small town that borders the massive redwood forest. We're about 15 minutes or less from the trees of mystery. We live on a street that was built in the middle of the forest for whatever reason. There are 2 large patches, maybe 5 to 15 miles, one of which has a small forest bridge that connects to an even larger forest on either end of our street. I will also say, we tend to be night owls, preferring to stay up late and wake up late. So, getting to what happened, my husband was ready for bed while I sat under the covers. It was a nice, cool fall night after a hot day, So I opened the window to just curl up under my 5 blankets with the wonderful fall air on my face. While laying on my phone, not asleep yet, I started to look up the next full moon. I just kind of like that sort of stuff. I was surprised to find that the moon was at 100% tonight, so I looked outside my window from the bedside and confirmed the amount of light on the ground outside on our street, which has no street lights since it's an old street, was very well lit in a bluish moon-toned color. I was kind of like, oh neat, then sat back down on my phone. I like to wait for my husband to get into bed before I start falling asleep. I don't know if it's a comfort thing or not, but I usually can't sleep well in the bed unless he's near me. I was wide awake, sitting there for about 2 to 5-ish minutes, listening to the crickets outside, when I heard a man scream up my street. It sounded like it was coming from 2 to 3 doors down, near to one of the edges of the forest. At first, it was just a fearful scream, but the more it continued, the more I realized, oh, it's just a silly guy making a fake scream. Why? It's 2 a.m. But the scream went on for far too long, and then at the tail end, it went from this silly fake scream to a deep, gurgling roar, similar to, I don't know, when someone is transforming into something in the movies. But at the same time, the first part of the scream didn't sound real, like it was forced or pretend, or just to pretend to scream. I don't recall whether or not the crickets went silent. I just know that I was no longer trying to listen to them after hearing that crazy noise. I've wondered what it was. Maybe Sasquatch, a werewolf/dogman, some other creepy critter, all the way to a person doing it. But no one could go that deep or that long of a scream. Plus, it echoed and felt like live sound, not a speaker system or anything like that. I've gone through every possibility. Has anyone else experienced something similar to this, or even know what it could have possibly been? Alright, this happened about a year or 2 ago when I was asked to watch the neighbor's dog for a bit when they went on vacation. For context, I live in a super heavily forested rural community. Neighbors asked that I stay at their house while watching their dog, Cyclone, and I happily oblige. I am taking Cyclone on his usual route along some local hiking trails that connect to the neighborhood that are often tracked during the summer. But this was late fall, so they were deserted in anticipation of the snow. Of course, it's sunset and I'm just trying to get Cy to pee so we can head back inside. I let him off leash to do his thing, but he has other plans. He takes off into the woods and I wait for him to come back for about 5 minutes before following him. I'm calling his name and following his trail when I come up behind him, about 100 yards off the trail. He's chewing on a stick, and my patience for the night is gone, so I walk over to clip onto his lead again and take him home. Turns out, it wasn't a stick. It was a bone. A large bone that likely was the leg of some animal. I freeze, as the bears have already hibernated, and there are only 2 coyotes in the area. I take a closer look and see a paw still attached to the bone, and lose it. I grab Cyclone and book it back to the house. The next morning, I go out with Cyclone again, still freaked out, but determined to figure out whose dog had been snatched by apparently something. Y'all, it was a deer leg, and half the body was right around the corner. It had clearly died of natural causes, and I was clearly an idiot for getting so scared last night. So there's my dumb backwoods scare, because apparently locals can also completely forget that they are not the only things in the woods. In January of 2020, my brother, fiance, kid, and I decided to go backpacking in southern Indiana. We stayed at a shelter that is close to the Ohio River. At about 1 p.m., my brother and my kid were asleep, and my fiance and I were out by the fire just talking. My fiance got scared and pointed to multiple lights in the woods. It looked like there were 5 to 10 people out there with flashlights coming towards us. I was going to get my brother up so he could see it for himself and get his gun if need be. But before I could get him up, one by one, the lights started to disappear. We spoke with him about it the next morning, and he said it was probably lights from the boats that pass on the river. The next night, we waited for the boats to pass by again, and none of them made the same lights as the night before. And because of where we saw the lights, it seemed that it was too far away from the river to reflect that far into the woods. Then, around 5 to 5:30 in the morning of the third day, while I was laying in the shelter and everyone else was asleep, I was woken up by what sounded like people whispering. Then, I saw a shadow or something through the cracks of the shelter. When I poked my head out of the door, nothing was there. We've been back to that exact spot multiple times and haven't experienced anything like this since. So I came across this group when trying to research my experience, and I'm new to Reddit, but wanted to post my experiences. I've seen other posts online of similar experiences. I was backpacking last weekend in the Allegheny National Forest in northwest Pennsylvania with a friend of mine and his teenage son. We hiked the Minister Creek Trail and set up camp that night about 4 miles away from the trailhead. We saw only 2 other parties that day, and neither were overnighting on the trail. We explored the area we camped in extensively to find the best campsite, and did not see any other campers within at least a mile in either direction. The rest of the forest was heavily grown hillsides on either side of the valley without anywhere good to set up camp. About 2 a.m., I was woken up by the sound of drumming. It sounded like a single drum and was a rhythmic beat like bum, 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 bum. If anyone is familiar with the Cleveland Indians baseball team, now the Guardians, they used to have a guy who would beat on a native-style drum, and it sounded exactly like that. It was loud and close-sounding, and it reverberated throughout the valley we were camped in. If I were to guess, I would say it sounded as if it were within 100 yards of our location. I got up and out of my tent to investigate, and my friend had also been woken up by the sound. We couldn't see anything other than the dark woods around us. This continued for at least 2 hours until I was able to fall back asleep. The next morning, we woke up and all was normal. We continued on our hike and did not see any other campers around. I have no clue what it was. I've watched YouTube videos of grouse drumming, and that definitely wasn't it. Obviously, it could have been a person, and likely was. But sitting out in the middle of the woods at night, drumming on a drum for at least 2 hours straight without skipping a beat? Perhaps there is some Native American ritual which calls for this? I guess the story isn't too creepy, but I've been obsessing over the answer to this since Sunday morning. Let me describe how the woods are shaped for this story. I was in the same woods that I talked about in my old post, The Friendly Woods. I talked about it in the past tense in the old post because someone had bought our house, but I'm still living here. But I'm about to move. It's about half a mile long and 150 yards thick between some houses and not very busy road. Sometimes I feel like someone is watching me here, but I've never had a weird experience until now. Anyway, I'll get on to it. After the last weekend, I wasn't in the forest, as I had some work and was overall too busy to go out and spend some time alone in it. Last Monday, I walk into my little camp, and I find it trashed. A makeshift bench that I made was wrenched apart. A sign and a signpost saying camp was cast over 15 feet from where it stood. An entire wall of a cabin I made was torn down, and some guidelines holding the tarp on top in place were cut. There was no storm over the weekend, just a little rain if I remember right. Strange, I thought, but maybe some teenagers or a neighbor decided to vent some frustration by wrecking a camp. The damage wasn't that bad and I fixed everything. Today, I was splitting some wood and carving it into little pieces for a game that I play with some of my friends. I take a break and text a friend of mine for a bit. We talk about the forest, and I tell him that the forest I was in is not scary and that I feel safe there. Just as I press send, about 50 yards behind me, hidden behind a hill, I hear a terrible scream. Not a fox scream. I've heard those. Not human either. More like a woman being murdered, crossed with a car screeching to a halt. But that's not what it was. I turn around and grab a knife off my belt. That was strange. Just as I tell my friend that I'm not afraid, I hear a scream. Just wonder what y'all thought of that. Maybe I had my mind on skinwalkers and my brain misconstrued some sort of normal noise. I don't know. Does anyone have any suggestions? I had a really weird experience in Congaree National Park outside of Columbia last winter that brought me to these kind of subreddits. It's a beautiful boardwalk that goes through the swamps and the cypress forest in them. I lived in Columbia, South Carolina, and frequented CNP, so I'm familiar with the area. I often would jump the fence and walk the border walk at night, as it's super peaceful to walk the swamp and hear all the wildlife. They never have a ranger or guard there after hours, so I was always alone. The last time I did this was in October of 2021. I was taking my usual stroll with my flashlight in hand. I should mention, between the insects and frogs, the sound is loud. But then it completely stopped when I was about a mile in. I heard what I thought was my wife call me from the trailhead, but she wasn't there. I was alone and she was out of town. I then heard water sloshing to my right and saw nothing with my flashlight. I chalked it up to me being tired and I kept moving. The wildlife started up shortly after and everything was fine. Maybe 15 minutes later, I noticed it got eerily quiet again and I heard swamp water sloshing on my left. But this time it was more deliberate, like somebody walking. I was in a thick portion of the cypress and couldn't see more than 20 feet in front of me. And then I heard my wife's voice again. Again, she wasn't with me, and she was out of town, certainly not moving through the swamp at 1 a.m. I saw what looked like a human silhouette move between the trees for a split second, but it was off. Very skinny, pale, and taller than me at 6 feet. Like I said, this is a boardwalk that's in a swamp in the boonies. Nobody is walking around in the water at night without a light. Or ever, honestly. And I don't know of any animal that big that walks in a bipedal pattern, and have spent my entire life in the outdoors. I feel like I should add that I wasn't high or sleep deprived. I just liked the woods at night. I was so freaked out by this that I came to Reddit and dove into some of the stories on this subreddit as well as others. I'm convinced that I encountered a crawler or wendigo or something else that can mimic voices. There is no way some meth head was stumbling through the swamp miles from civilization that sounds like wifey. But then again, it is also South Carolina. This is a true story. I'll return to the spot at some point this summer and take photos to add for reference. I've been sitting with this story for many years now. It's not as exciting and creepy as some of the other stories that I find on here, but it is eerie, and I wanted to see if anyone could give me an idea of what might have happened. My aunt has owned a large piece of land, over 100 acres in northwest Connecticut for many years now. Her property is located in a state park that is mostly uninhabited and only frequented by backpackers. Her land is well off of any main roads, and we have to drive through a lot of forest to reach her house. She bought the land and remodeled the old house that was already built on it, so it was more livable. And going up to visit her has always been my favorite thing to do. I've been going yearly since I was a baby and have spent many countless hours exploring the woods, creeks, and land around the house. We call it the farm, although it's not a true agricultural or livestock farm. My aunt does have rescue miniature horses, alpacas, donkeys, and back in the day there were also ducks. The animals are on one part of the property, where area has been cleared out for them to graze, get fat, and be happy. The rest of the farm is untouched woodlands. In the early 2000s, she decided to install a 12-foot fencing around the property, although it only encloses about 80 acres of the land that she owns. She explained to me that she could not stand the sounds of the coyotes howling right outside her window at night, and that she has had some creepy encounters while living there. She did not go into details of these at this time because I was just a young child. She lives alone, so I understand why she wanted to feel a semblance of security in those deep woods. We are originally from the bayous of Louisiana, so being in this type of environment was all new to us. Anyway, despite being initially unfamiliar with the land, I eventually learned to navigate the area very well as a child. I had a few favorite spots, and one was up a small foothill in the deepest part of the woods. I would go up so often that eventually a small path was established in the brush, and I would bring my cousins with me to show them my little oasis. In 2008, when I was about 10 years old, I took a summer trip to my aunt's and brought my best friend Alex with me. She and I often took trips there during our childhood, and this was not her first time accompanying me to the farm. I remember that we were in the woods at my favorite spot, sitting together and listening to Katy Perry while playing Doodle Jump on our new iPod Touches. This makes me laugh to remember, but we were just trying to enjoy some nature while getting our fill of new tech, I guess. We were there for a while, enjoying ourselves and talking about random kid stuff, when there was this shift in the air. Almost like a suffocating stillness and silence settled upon the woods. I paused the music and looked at Alex, who was already staring at me with a concerned and worried expression on her face. We stayed still and silent for a minute, tilting our heads to listen to the woods and search out any of the unfamiliar sounds that normally crescendoed day and night across the farm. There were no birds, no summer bugs, and the trees almost seemed to stand frozen in place, as if the light winds that normally rustled their leaves left us completely. It was a vulnerable, terrible feeling that I knew Alex felt too. Then began the sound of footsteps coming from even deeper in the woods. It took a moment for me to determine what the sound was, but the distinct rhythm of weight being picked up and put down on leaves and brush was impossible not to notice. It was bipedal and heavy, and was coming up towards us from a steep slope down the side of the mountain/foothill. I remember thinking that it was impossible for a human to move so easily through that part of the woods, since it was very thick with growth, fallen branches, trees, and rocks, even making it hard for an agile small child to navigate, let alone a large adult. It felt as if the woods lay still in wait while these footsteps made their way swiftly up the steep incline towards us. "Do you hear that?" I asked Alex in a whisper. She nodded. "It sounds like footsteps," I continued. She nodded again, looking like she was about to burst into tears. I took her hand and began running the makeshift path with her, trying not to fall or let her lag behind me at all. We did not stop until we reached the house. I don't think we told anyone that day, because we were just too shaken to even comprehend what might have been out there. The next day, I asked Alex if she would go back out to the spot with me. She was very hesitant at first, but eventually agreed, and said we could go look for signs of another human. We made our way back, nervous but determined to discover what had invaded our little sanctuary. When we reached the spot, I looked down towards the direction we had heard the footsteps. I think I even slid down a bit to investigate passable indentations in the brushes and leaves. I did not go too far, because I was about to lose my nerve, and I hadn't noticed much anyway, so I quickly climbed back up to where Alex waited nervously for me. We decided that it must have been some sort of animal, or deer, despite every logical explanation indicating otherwise. I knew what deer sounded like, and that was not a deer, but I wanted to forget and have fun again. We took our iPods out and began the same ritual of relaxing and playing video games while chatting about nonsense. It seemed like things were back in their natural order again, so we quickly forgot about the terrifying experience and let our naive childlike wonder take over. After a little while, the stillness returned, and it happened so quickly it felt as if the forest took a grasp and never exhaled. This time, the footsteps started almost immediately. They were louder and coming from a different direction. The best way I can explain their location is that they were in a similar spot to the day before, but somewhat more to the right, where the forest was very dark and the incline to reach was less steep. I did not wait too long to run, but it was too long enough to realize that the sound was faster, closer, and definitely not a deer or bear. I knew it was close enough that it would be upon us any moment if we did not flee. So without another word, Alex and I took off and ran as fast as humanly possible out of those woods. It's not a super exciting story, but that is my first creepy experience in those woods. I have since had more, as I am an avid backpacker and love the outdoors. But the experiences on our land must have always been the most bizarre and inexplainable. If anyone has any ideas about what this was, please comment or let me know. I think about it every time I am in any woods. It still sends chills up my spine to remember. And for some extra info, the area we were at is pretty far away from the main house and any other civilization. We asked my aunt if there were any men on the property and she said no, there were not. She also confirmed that the gates were in working order, although it wouldn't be hard for a bear to breach them, or for a fox to dig underneath them. My family owns a lot of property in Helotes, Texas. Our ranch actually has a ton of history. I grew up on this ranch. My dad owned a small single-wide trailer. We were neighbors with my tia and tío. They were around 100 yards to the left of us. The back of our trailer was placed really close to thick woods, so I didn't really have a backyard. We were kind of plopped right in the middle of the woods, but our driveway was connected to the main dirt road, if that makes any sense. Well, I always felt creeped out by the backyard area and our back door. Like I said, we didn't really have a backyard. It was a heavy, uncleared wooded area. We never used the back door. It was always locked with one of those chain locks on the inside. I was a very active kid. I couldn't ever sit still and chill. I always had to be outside exploring. Usually, my cousins and I would explore the ranch, build forts, and ride four-wheelers. But there were times when I would be exploring alone. I remember there was one time I was looking around the trailer alone, trying to find a good spot to build a fort. I was around 8 years old at the time. I went to the right end of the trailer to explore. This area had a large area of cleared brush, but behind me was the back wooded area. I remember walking around more focused on finding a good fort spot, when out of nowhere I felt a very uneasy feeling. My attention immediately went to the back wooded area. I felt as if someone was staring at me. The feeling was so intense, I booked it back into my house. I don't remember any other key details about that experience other than feeling like someone was near and staring at me. There was another time, not long after the staring feeling that I experienced, where I came home from my cousin's house to get some clothes, since I was staying the night at her house around 9 p.m. My cousin's driveway connects to the main dirt road in the same area as my driveway. Anyway, when I opened the front door and walked into the trailer, I noticed the back door was completely open. Again, I was staying at my cousin's house, the next driveway over, and my dad was down the road at the local bar. No one had been in the trailer for hours. My dad never opened the back door ever, for any reason. I immediately felt very spooked and hightailed it back to my cousin's house without getting the clothes that I initially went there to pick up. There's many other things that happened that I have experienced on the ranch, but this experience is by far the most alarming for us. It was during the summer of 2007. We were 11 or 12 years old at the time. We were at my cousin's house. My dad took us to Hollywood Video earlier in the day to rent a movie. This was what he did to make up for being at the bar until 2 a.m. We ended up renting Texas Chainsaw Massacre and decided to watch it around 1 a.m. We chose to rent this movie and watch it at that time because we loved to get spooked. Well, after we finished the movie, it was around 2 a.m. We were still up and wanted to party, so we decided we would walk to my trailer and pick up my boombox so we could listen to our CDs we just burned on LimeWire and jam out and dance. Remember, my cousin's driveway is connected to my main road parallel to where my driveway was. We get to walking, and out of nowhere we hear a chainsaw going off in the hill, about 40 to 50 yards to the left of us, way too close for comfort. Again, this was 2 a.m. in the middle of nowhere. All the land surrounding us is owned by close family. None of them would ever opt to clear land or operate a chainsaw at 2 a.m. in pitch black. We had to use flashlight to see the dirt road in front of us. That's how dark it was. When we heard the chainsaw, we all paused and looked at each other super confused. Once we processed what was going on, we ran as fast as we could to my trailer, only because at that point it was closer than my cousin's home. Unfortunately, my dad wasn't home. He was out doing whatever he was doing, so we couldn't tell him about what we just heard or ask for a ride back to my cousin's. None of us had a cell phone at the time. We ended up grabbing my loaded .22 and walked back with it in hand. Luckily, we didn't hear the chainsaw again. To this day, my cousins and I are perplexed over this experience. There is no logical explanation for the chainsaw that we heard at 2 a.m. In a weird way, it almost sounded like a very loud recording of a chainsaw rather than an actual chainsaw. Again, none of my family would wake up at 2 a.m. and start clearing land or brush, or play very loud chainsaw recordings for any reason. And I feel especially weirded out about this because we had just got done watching the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Even though we were trying to get spooked, we know this wasn't just in our heads, nor were we expecting to hear what we heard. We all heard it clear as day at the same time. My cousins and I have told our family about this experience on a few occasions. My family's response is always weird. My dad got short with us and said, "Well, y'all shouldn't have been out at that time." My tia said something similar. "Well, this is why we always tell y'all to come inside once it gets dark." Some extra info. Our family has been in Texas since it was a part of Mexico. My cousins and I are a part of the Daughters of the Republic of Texas. Our history runs deep. We also have native/indigenous lineage. However, I don't know much about that. Anyway, I thought I would share my very mild, but very real and creepy experiences. What I am about to describe will sound like a cheap cliche movie script, but this did indeed happen. Even at home, barely anybody believes me without confirmation from the other parties involved. Buckle up, it's a long haul. Autumn 19, in British Columbia, Canada. I am from Germany, but spent half a year in Canada as part of my bachelor degree. I barely got back before COVID hit. I was 22 years old at the time, and the other people involved were about the same age. Another foreign student and I befriended this local Canadian student. We all had the same interests in humor, and the dude became a very good friend of ours. He told us about the local area, and we spent a week in the summer with him and his father at their very remote cabin near some woods. They taught us how to handle guns there and let us shoot a lot. Then fall came, and we had a lot of free time due to being finished up with all of our papers. So our buddy proposed that we spend a few days at his dad's cabin, this time without his father. We went. Absolutely. Because we could load up on booze and weed and have a great time there. Just living the life. 3 close dudes in the woods gaming and getting wasted. Sounds great, right? After loading up on all the supplies, the first 3 days were very calm. On the first day, just like the last time I was there, I barely slept and was generally tense. This is because I am naturally a very paranoid guy, and I often go into alert mode in situations, which is often mocked by my friends. In this case, what freaked me out the most was the fact that we were far away from civilization, and you never understand how quiet your surroundings can be until you've spent some time in a remote area like this, which led me to often just standing in the dark at night, listening to the surroundings of the cabin. But after the few first days, I got less paranoid. After all, I was with friends, was constantly high, and we were quite armed and dangerous. Probably most dangerous to ourselves, though, to be honest. Day 4 came. We spent the day attempting to hunt in the woods, mostly just chilling under trees with a beer and a rifle in hand. But in the evening, it started to rain heavily. After an hour, we were starting to see lightning in the distance, with quite a lot of time passing between lightning and thunder, which meant the thunderstorm itself was still some time away. So we aborted our incompetent hunting attempts and started trekking back to the cabin. It took us about an hour to reach it, due to it already being very dark and the rain creating unsafe footing. For context, you should know that once you spend a few days in the wilderness and haven't seen a soul other than your friends for days, you can become quite careless about your surroundings. I think you can imagine why I'm telling you that last part. So we enter the cabin. At that time, the thunderstorm was raging full on. We put away our gear and changed clothes, except for our guns. Yeah, I know. Drugs and guns are a horrible combination, and I wouldn't mix that stuff nowadays. But we were drilled quite well by Canadian friend's dad regarding trigger discipline, safety, etc. And man, I really miss spooning my rifle while sleeping. We cozied down in the living room at a table, started a YouTube video, and began playing cards. Barely 20 minutes passed since we returned, and at the time, we didn't bother closing the curtains in the living room, because thunderstorms are super cool. So imagine that we were 3 guys sitting around a table, occasionally in awe at the weather outside while playing cards. In such a remote place, it's extremely dark outside. Without a full moon and clear skies, it's pitch black. The only lamps we have are old, vintage-looking, and dimmer than my phone's screen. What comes next is how my also non-local friend has described what he saw. While sipping from his beer, another lightning went off. He spit it out instantly after the lightning came, and screamed loudly and stood up. No words, just the sound of panic. My Canadian friend and I were instantly perplexed and looked at him. There's somebody outside. He started rambling about how, in that split second, the lightning illuminated the outside of the cabin. He saw a person standing a bit of distance away from the cabin looking directly at us. Now, this is what I meant when I said cliché horror story, and barely anybody believes me at first. But trust me, this did happen. My non-local friend is obviously on full panic. His face looks anxious. This communicated to our Canadian buddy and me that this guy wasn't just messing with us. He did see somebody outside. I grabbed my rifle and pulled the bolt to rack another round into the chamber. I feel that warm sensation running down my spine of my body releasing adrenaline. I tried to stay far away from the window, stare into the darkness outside, but I can't see anything. While our Canadian friend rushed into his room to grab his pistol, I start panicking even more because I realize we didn't lock the door. Why would we? We haven't seen anyone in days and are in the middle of the wilderness. So I run to the door and lock it. Our friend returns with his pistol, which he grabbed because there was a flashlight attached to it. He carefully approached the window, then changed his pace from sneaky to fast, and pushed the window open with one hand, while the other hand was aiming the handgun outside. I wish I was any good at drawing, because what we saw next when our friend turned on the flashlight was the most terrifying image I have ever seen. It is burned into my mind. The fact that I cannot share that image with other people has been bugging me for 3 years now. The light turns on. What we saw in that moment was a man, tall and slim, dressed in all black, with a hooded raincoat which he has pulled over his head, almost covering his eyes. But not far away from the cabin, just a few steps away from the window. Not standing as our friend yelled earlier, but crouching, looking directly at us with clenched eyes and a terrifying little smirk on one side of his mouth. Another lightning flashes, and for that moment we were all frozen. The image of what we saw must have shocked the other guys as much as it did me, because nobody said anything for a few seconds. There is a hard-to-explain dreadful feeling about seeing something like this. In a storm, in the middle of nowhere, a person dressed in a black raincoat is suddenly crouching so close to you and facing you. Our Canadian buddy was aiming his pistol plus attached flashlight at the also frozen crouched smirking man and just yelled out, with a slight stutter and a higher-pitched voice than I've ever heard from him, "Get away from us or we will shoot." I guess that's the moment after his eyes adjusted. The raincoat man realized that this was not just a flashlight but a gun, and I was standing next to my friend with a hunting rifle in my arm. Raincoat man's slight smirk changed to something where I'm unsure if it was shock or rage. All this was happening in less than a minute. While my friend kept yelling, I was just frozen. The raincoat figure turned by about 90 degrees towards the nearest tree line and went from crouched to full sprint quickly. He ran away to the right side of our window. Two of us poked their head out of the window to see exactly where he was going. But with the heavy rainfall and darkness, we could only barely make out anything in the distance of that tree line. After a few minutes of just looking at each other in disbelief, we decided to pop off a few rounds outside the window to prove that we were for real. When the shock wore off, we decided to call the police. They asked me a lot of questions on the phone to describe the location of the cabin and a description of the man who just almost crept up on us, totally unsuspecting and only revealed due to lightning and luck. Due to us being in such a remote area, the cops told us it'd at least take 1 or 2 hours for someone to come out. They asked, because of the weather and the time, if it'd be alright if they send someone out tomorrow to talk to us about the details. Given how the man saw that we were armed, he probably wouldn't come back again. We agreed. We discussed just jumping in the truck and leaving right now, but us idiots were too lazy to refuel the truck. The idea of doing this now in the dark and in the heavy rain was just too frightening. I kept thinking about this guy lurking in the darkness and picking us off one by one. We spent the night sleeping in shifts. One person was awake and standing guard, the others at least attempting to sleep. When my turn came, the rain had died down. I turned off all the lights, opened a window, and just sat there in the darkness, trying to listen for any sound that I could hear, and looking out the windows to scan the area. Let me tell you, when you're standing in the darkness for hours in full alert mode, just trying to sit still, listen, and look around you, you have a lot of time to think and reiterate what just happened. Close to the middle of the next day, 2 cops arrived. We had to give them a detailed report of what happened, when it happened, and had to show them in which direction the raincoat shade ran off to. They said they'll organize for a patrol to comb through the woods, but that might take a while because they need experienced outdoorsmen, etc. Sadly, we didn't see any of the details of this man's face. We couldn't tell if he was young or old, only that he was tall and clean-shaven. The chances of finding who exactly that was, and finding out what the hell he was attempting to do, were very small. Though one of the officers expressed that this whole happening was deeply worrying. We left the cabin a few hours after the police left, and Canadian guy's dad insisted we stay at his place at least for a day until we feel safe again. He also wanted to hear every last detail, and figured that the time has come to install cameras around the cabin. I don't remember this part for sure, but I believe that I heard later the dad and his brother went back to the cabin and just sat there in the dark, waiting for the raincoat man to return. But I never heard any of the results, so I guess he must have gone hunting in other areas. I never heard from the cops again. Next January, I left Canada and returned home. My Canadian friend was called in for an interview a few months later, and it seemed like the police were still seriously investigating this, looking for the guy who crept up on the cabin during a thunderstorm. The image of that crouched raincoat figure completely wet and surrounded by darkness, so close to our cabin, is burned in my mind. I will most likely never forget this. I still sometimes turn off all the lights and just look out the windows in silence, trying to listen for sounds, even though I am on the other side of the world now. We've speculated a lot about what it was. The winning theory is that this guy most certainly had sinister intentions. This did not look like just an attempt at burglary. Remember, we had dim lights on. You could see that there was somebody inside the cabin. This guy was creeping towards us in a raincoat during a thunderstorm. When my friend yelled out that he saw somebody, this guy went from walking/standing to crouching, and he went closer towards the window. I suspect the raincoat man wanted to check what kind of victim was on the menu, and I don't really want to imagine what he had in store if there were 2 unarmed girls there, in a cabin, in the middle of nowhere. We didn't see any headlights passing the clearing the cabin was on. The guy also had no backpack or anything, just the raincoat and black weather, appropriate clothing. I'd bet my soul that this guy was a man on a mission, who knew exactly what he was doing and what he was well prepared for. While writing this post, I also started thinking about the logistics of it all. The guy must have a camp, or at least a car hidden somewhere in those woods. You can't sustain yourself out there otherwise. I also got the feeling that he either came upon the cabin during the storm itself, or that he spotted us in the woods during the hunting we did before. We moved slowly, while also not being shy with waving our lights around, and in total pitch darkness wilderness, a proper flashlight must have been as easy to spot as the beacons of Gondor, so he might have tracked us through the woods until we reached the cabin. If anybody has heard about similar things happening in the area of British Columbia near Vancouver, please let me know. That mystery has a grip on me for the rest of my life. Sometimes, I still dream of this raincoat figure creeping closer towards me with each flash of lightning. Thank you for reading. This happened to my roommate and I 2 years ago, when we drove into the national forest just outside of the town we live in. We go to a small college in New England, about 3 hours from any major city. For context, this forest has quite a few urban legends surrounding it, and the local community, although they do go there often, have a lot of superstitions about how to be safe while there. I had just broken up with my partner, and my roommate could sense I was feeling down. Finals were just around the corner, so she decided to help me get my mind off of things, and suggested we go to a nice spot she had found last week, and just chill and de-stress. We took a couple of beers with us and drove to this secluded spot in the forest. From the moment we left the main asphalt road in the forest, I saw a couple of things that unsettled me. You could see the abandoned houses of a ghost town from the higher ground the road was on, and we saw this old doll hanging from a rope in the tree. Creepy stuff. But we didn't really give it a second thought and kept driving. We got to a clearing and parked our cars behind some trees, popped open the back of our SUV and started just talking and playing music. About 10 minutes into this, 2 cars appeared from the road and parked in the clearing. My friend didn't pay them attention. Instead, she kept talking. But as I was facing them from where I sat, I couldn't stop seeing what they did. A guy popped out of each car, talked for a few minutes, and then I saw them take out a long object covered in a dark plastic bag from the back of one of the cars. This is when I noticed these guys had guns, and not like shotguns, which I see often in this town, but handguns. Then they started lighting the bag on fire. I told my friend to get down, and she turned around and saw them for the first time. Black smoke was rising from the bag. In between trying to keep my head down and steal glances at them, I saw them take out a second object and heard them shoot at it, right before they set it on fire. I don't know how long my friend and I were lying there in silence, but it was definitely enough time to let the terror sink in and whisper to each other how much we loved each other in case this was what we thought it was. At some point I looked up and saw that they were pointing at our car and saw them walking into the woods, maybe trying to follow our tracks or trying to look for us. All I know is that right then I told my friend to jump in the driver's seat and make a run for it. I shut the back door, and between that and the car starting up, the guys heard it and started running towards us, then ran towards one of their cars and hopped in. We went over a hill and were driving way above what was safe for dirt roads on a hillside. Then we lost them. We drove to a neighboring town and roamed around for a while just to make sure that no one was following us before we went back to our dorm. That day, we tried to make fun of the whole situation and got really drunk before finally breaking down and crying from knowing we had seen something we were not supposed to. We were at first terrified of not telling anyone, but eventually did tell officers on campus who contacted the police, but never found anything. In May 2009, I had just broken up with my girlfriend of almost 3 years. We had moved from Calgary to Toronto, and were still stuck living together after the breakup, as we didn't know many people in the city yet. Needless to say, the situation was pretty stressful and upsetting. So when a buddy I was going to school with at the time suggested a weekend camping/fishing trip, I jumped at the chance. He grew up in an area about an hour outside of Toronto called Flamborough. It's really beautiful. Loads of lush forests, farmers' fields, and small rivers and creeks. We decided to camp and fish along a creek called Grindstone Creek. It's close to some wetlands, and the fishing is supposed to be great. We ended up setting up our camp in what was probably a farmer's field. I'm guessing it was trespassing on our part. Bordered by a gorgeous forest. We spent the evening fishing, shooting the crap, drinking some quality craft beers, etc. As it got darker, we made a little fire and roasted potatoes and hot dogs. All in all, it was a really good night. We turned in just after midnight. We shared a tent. My buddy fell asleep before me, and I stayed up playing on my phone until probably around 1:30. I must have drifted off because the next thing I remember was being woken up by a high-pitched yipping type noise. I was kind of groggy, and it took me a moment to fully wake up. The yipping was incessant, and it sounded like a weird coyote. I laid there for a moment, listening, and then started playing on my phone again. The noise was annoying as hell. I tried ignoring it, but it sounded like it was getting closer. Finally, it sounded like it had to be no more than 10 feet from the tent. At this point, I was getting a little unsettled. I had seen coyotes in Calgary before, and I thought of them as pretty harmless. They never looked much bigger than a smallish dog. But what if this one was rabid or something? What if it could smell our food? I have a pretty bad anxiety disorder, so I'm prone to worrying about these types of things. I nudged my buddy to see if he was awake, and he was. The noise woke him up too. We discussed what to do about the coyote, as we hadn't brought anything to scare off critters. Not a BB gun, nothing. Finally, he decided he would shine the flashlight on it and holler a lot, hoping to scare him off. He unzipped the tent, and I watched him pointing the flashlight out into the darkness. I'll never forget what happened next. His legs suddenly went all wobbly, and he sort of stumbled backwards into the tent. He had a really dumbfounded look on his face when he looked at me and babbled, "It's not a coyote. It's a dude. It's some weird dude." Normally, I would have thought he was messing with me. I'm a huge wimp and scare easily. I won't even watch horror movies. But I've never seen someone look that scared, and I never want to see that expression on someone's face again. So I knew he wasn't pulling my leg. The weird yipping and howling type noises were still going on, and in retrospect, really didn't sound like a coyote. But I guess our groggy states, it was a way for our brains to make sense of it. Anyway, he kept telling me just to look out the tent flap to make sure he's not crazy. At this point, I was having a full-blown anxiety attack. My heart was racing, but I had to look. So I slowly peeked out of the flap and waited for my eyes to adjust. And that's when I saw him. He was standing only a few arms lengths away from the tent. He was swaying a little and wearing a baseball cap. What made it awful, though, was really creepy, was that he was wearing women's lingerie. That's when I knew that there was most likely something very wrong with this guy, if the making high-pitched noises at strangers in a tent in the middle of the night didn't give it away. After I pulled my head back inside the tent, my buddy and I discussed what to do. Finally, we decided to yell at the guy to F off. My buddy started yelling. The noise stopped. It was dead silent, and that's when we heard footsteps running towards the tent. They stopped right outside the tent, but we didn't waste any time. We started yelling again. With that, we heard him walk by the tent and head off. Sounded like he was moving towards the road. Needless to say, we lie awake, petrified until the first sign of sunlight. We discussed our experience on the way home, and we're both pretty embarrassed about how scared we got. It definitely was not manly on either of our parts. I think because we're both ashamed of how we let some weirdo freak us out so much, we haven't really ever talked about it since that day. So there's you go. There's my weird story. Sometimes I wonder if things would have turned out differently if we were a couple of girls. I'm not saying it was some serial killer, but it seemed like he was testing who was in the tent. I guess I'll never know. And for that, I'm kind of glad. Back around 2004 or 2005, I was leaving a buddy's house headed home. He lived on Lake Ariel in Wayne County, Pennsylvania. I was a good 15 miles away, so I decided to take back roads to save time and avoid cops. As I crest this mountain road, I see a van off the side. Doors open, lights on. It's well after midnight and no one is on the road. I slowed my car, a 1989 Volkswagen ragtop, down to first gear, looking for a person or persons that may be hurt. Not a soul is around and the woods are quiet. The van off the road is not running, but all lights are on, and the driver's door is open. I remember thinking, dang, I don't have a self-service until the top of the mountain. I gotta call the cops. So I proceeded to go towards where I knew had cell service, maybe going 30 miles per hour tops. I knew this situation was messed up, but then it got worse. No more than 3 or so miles away, the brush thinned on the roadside, so you had a better view of what's in the woods. I see movement, so I let off the gas, thinking I don't want to hit a deer. As I let off, this man, soaking in fresh blood, comes from the tree line and into the road. He's so covered in gore, I couldn't tell that it was a man at first. He stumbled out in front of the car and waved me down. I was in my ragtop, top down of course. He was yelling and grabbing at my door. I dropped into first and took off. Another mile or so, I had service and called the cops. Dude was obviously hurt, and his grab for my door scared me. There was a wide space on the mountain where I agreed to wait for the cops. They were there in under 10 minutes. While I waited, I put the top up, then locked the doors. An officer took my statement and he looked over my car with a torch. The guy from the woods left a bloody smear down my door. Another officer found the van but couldn't locate the guy who came out of the woods. The cops let me go home and said they'd call if they needed anything further. Within a few days, I did get a call, saying the van was located, and they asked if I could describe the van. They never found him that night, and as far as I know, they never did. Apparently, the van was stolen, and the cops surmised this guy banged himself up and took off in a panic. As far as I know, they never did track him down. To this day, I keep a lookout for a bloody man running out of the woods. This experience is 100% true and has stuck with me. I'm a wilderness survival instructor and security contractor. A couple days ago, a student of mine and good friend who I had taken out into the woods before told me his dad just got 150 acres of land in a secluded mountainous part of my state. It had a large amount of forest on it that hadn't been explored yet, as his dad was only building something for his horses that took up about 100 yards of the property, and his horses were free to roam at the moment. He said his dad got an insane deal on the property. My friend is now a dad of 3, and I know he doesn't go out into the woods that often. So I agreed to go out with him, because it seemed really fun, and I can imagine he needs a getaway every now and then. We're both indigenous, into cars, into wilderness survival, and all sorts of stuff, so we never run out of anything to talk about in the woods. His dad, however, told us that he didn't want anybody exploring the woods unless we had a gun. He said it was because he saw coyotes. Now, we're all indigenous here. We were raised in the same state. Coyotes don't actually attack people, really. My friend, who we'll call RC, also told me a while back when he was first at the property he saw movement in the tree lines that was roughly human-sized in shape, but couldn't really tell since his eyesight isn't that good. I brought my AR and a small flint knapping kit just for the fun of it, and we set off onto the property. We explored a lot of the rolling fields, creeks, multiple natural springs and ponds. Everything felt normal. It was a beautiful landscape. Eventually, we decided to get to the forested part of the property, as it hadn't been explored yet. As soon as we entered the tree line, the entire mood shifted. The forest had an ambiance of its own, very similar to the woods in the movie The Ritual. The woods were gray and dead silent save for the occasional creaking of tall, tired cedar trees. There was a very small stream running through the center of it, with sand that was black. It felt like we were surrounded, watched from all sides. It didn't take long before a very putrid stench hit our nostrils. It was the odor of rotting flesh. We decided to follow the smell and found the remains of 3 to 4 cows. I have the video. We examined the exposed skulls and couldn't find any bullet holes. It didn't appear to me that these cows had been put down. Something killed them, though, and their bones were spread over about 30 yards. There were large indentions in the dirt, all around them that were very vague in their shape. We decided to press on into the woods. Now we were accompanied only by silence, the putrid odor of death, and the sound of our own heartbeats. We kept stopping at the stream, as I noticed several different types of tracks, large coyote tracks and something else that was large but intentionally avoided the sand, it seemed. We pressed on into the woods until we started to find trees that had been bent over and pinned behind other trees while they were still alive. Something that could never, ever happen naturally. I have video of that too. We hiked on and found what I can only describe as a tool made of bone lying on the ground. It was extremely crude, but looked like some kind of scooping tool or knife. It was extensively photographed. It was disturbing, because although it looked primitive, it looked way more primitive than a person would make, but an intentionally shaped tool nonetheless. We hiked on until we found a clearing with a pond that had more large oval tracks surrounding it. On the other side of the pond, we found a very strange little tree structure. It was an A-frame. It had rocks placed up against it. However, it wasn't that sturdy, and the rocks were very peculiarly placed. We found no signs of any campfires around it. We found no camping trash. This isn't exactly a place you could hike to from a house. I photographed and made a video of that little hut thing. It was getting dark, so we decided we should head back. I had a flashlight on my AR, but I didn't want to rely on that in the dark with something that kills cows and makes tools out of their bones somewhere behind us. We made our way out of the forest and back to where the trucks were parked just in time before it got too dark to see. As we were leaving, we saw something on top of one of the hills that we couldn't identify, but didn't stick around to find out what it was. It's well worth mentioning the previous owner began construction of something on the property, abruptly halted construction, and left. Again, I have extensive photos of these things, so feel free to message me, and I will post updates as possible. I had previously posted this story with my wife's account a couple of days ago on r/Bigfoot. I didn't know what we had seen, and it wasn't until someone replied with, "Feel free to post on r/BackwoodsCreepy." This caught me off guard, as I had never heard of Glimmerman/Wendigo/crawlers before. Now, I haven't read too much into this topic as I have a lot going on, but I soon realized that this ties in just about everything that has happened since we moved in a year ago. I'm going to start with the seemingly unrelated incidents that have led up to this most recent, eye-opening experience. About a year ago, I moved my family and I to a home way out in the woods in Tennessee. I wanted to be brief here, but I needed to get this off my chest. And after looking into this matter a little more, I have a lot more details that I think will paint a clear picture in the end, so please bear with me. The nights here can be extremely loud. Between the crickets, the tree frogs, and the cicadas, it can almost be deafening. One night, not too long after we moved in, I had forgotten something in my car and headed outside to get it. The first thing that struck me as odd was that my dog wouldn't go outside with me. My dog goes everywhere with me, as I am her whole world. But not this night. As I held the door open, she looked out then looked up at me like nope. So I walked out and shut the door behind me. The second thing that caught me off guard was that there was not a peep. It was dead silent. Still, I shrugged this off and walked down my front steps and headed down to my car. When I had gotten about 10 feet from my car, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt as though something was watching me. I looked around but saw nothing. After I reached in my car for what I had forgotten to grab earlier, I had this feeling like something was moving towards me. I took a step back and checked around me. All of a sudden, I heard one of my hedges next to me that lined the walkway to our front door rattle. At first, I thought it was a rabbit that I had spooked, as I had seen one just earlier in the day right where this was. A few seconds later, I heard the sound of a large rock, about the size of a cantaloupe, landing just a few feet away from me. It hit the walkway and bounced into a shrub. I drew my gun and called out and said whoever this was is about to be shot. After a few seconds of nothing, I began to think that maybe this was some local teenagers messing with the new people. I holstered my sidearm, turned, and started walking back to my front door. Almost as soon as I turned towards my house, I heard this deep, panting sound. It sounded like a huge dog. But what made me note back to my front door was that it sounded like it was right behind me. I leaped up my front porch, turned, and drew my gun, again expecting something right there. But again, there was nothing. A couple of weeks later, I was on my porch at night, sitting on a bench with my wife. She got up and walked inside to get something, and as soon as she shut the door, I heard that panting sound again. I couldn't see anything, yet this sounded like it was right on top of me. The sound was coming from everywhere, and it was very loud. Again, I couldn't see anything, so I noped it back inside my house. Now at this point, I was questioning moving here, but after nothing else really happening, I let it go. A month or so later, it was really rainy and stormy. This is around 9 p.m., and my wife and I enjoy listening to the rain and talking about how relaxing the rain is. Me, growing up in Oregon, loved the rain, and for the past 10 years we lived in Vegas, where it would dump the entire year of rain in a day, then be bone dry for the rest of the year. For my wife, who grew up in Nevada, rain was such a rare thing. She loved going outside and watching it. So for us, this is an enjoyable experience. Except this night in particular, things took a weird turn. As we were sitting there talking about the rain and relaxing, my wife stops and said, "Did you hear that?" I said, "No, what did you hear?" She said, "I swear, it sounded like a small child calling for help out in the woods beside our house." I said, "No, I didn't hear anything." After a few moments of us listening intently, she said, "There it is again." I said, "I didn't hear anything, sweetie. Are you sure you're not just hearing things?" She looked at me offended that I didn't hear anything and said, "No, I'm positive. How could you not hear that? It was our son. I think he's out there and lost." I said, "No, he's in the house sleeping on the couch." Then we both looked through the blinds that were open right behind us, and we could see all of our children laying there. She said, "That's so weird. I swear it sounded like our son." I said, "Well, it isn't him. He's right there. Besides, I don't hear anything." She then stands up and says, "Wow, he's really crying out for help. I need to go look for him." Now at this point, if you knew my wife, you'd know that she is absolutely creeped out by the woods and wouldn't be caught dead walking into them during daylight, much less at night during a storm. I grabbed her hand and said, "I have been listening intently, and there is absolutely nothing calling out for help. You need to stay here." At this point, I'm getting worried about her. She was acting completely out of character. Not to mention that at this time, she is 8 months pregnant with our baby daughter. She then says, "What if there is some child out there lost in the woods?" I said, "Well, first off, I would be able to hear them too. Secondly, there are no kids around here for miles, and the odds of them being lost 100 feet from our house that's lit up like a Christmas tree is nil." She then says, "I know, but what if it's a kid?" Before I could say anything else, she stands up and starts walking towards the stairs. I jumped up and grabbed her hand again and said, "No, you're not. Get in the house. I don't know what's going on, but you need to go inside." She then complies and we both go inside. I didn't know what this was, but it freaked me out. A few months after this, just as it was getting dark outside, I heard the front door to our house open and I got up to investigate. We have autistic 6-year-old twins, and we have the door set up so they can't open it without us there. So to hear this sound, it could only be my wife. What was weird was the fact that she usually doesn't go outside without saying something to me. I walked out front and saw my wife walking down our private road towards the drive on the side of our house. I asked her what she's doing, and she says she was sitting on the back patio and kept hearing a baby crying out in the woods. I said, "Seriously? And you just decided to walk off into the woods to investigate?" She then looks out into the woods and says, "See, there it is again." Again, I can't hear anything, but what I did notice is that it was completely silent out again. I told her just like before, the chances of a baby being out in the woods outside our house is slim, and that she needed to get back in the house. She said, "What if someone left their baby out there?" I said, "Well, if that were true, I would hear it too." Now at this point, I was really starting to worry about my wife's mental health. I actually asked her to see a psychiatrist and she did. Now, looking back, I feel really bad about this, knowing what I know. The key to this moment was that my wife had just given birth to a baby girl a month before. A few days after this, we're out on the front porch. It's early evening, and I had just mowed the lawn that day, and our 3-year-old son was riding around on his little car in front of the house. Now, he knows that he's not allowed to go outside of a certain area that we've mapped off. He loves playing outside, but with the road behind 50 feet from our front porch, we have to be careful, as a lot of boaters will fly through after drinking all day on their boats. As we're talking, we are both keeping an eye on him. A neighbor drives by and stops to say hi for a second. This interaction took approximately 8 seconds, as all they said was, "How are things?" We said good, and he told us he would stop by later as his wife got something for the kids, who happens to be one of their teachers in school. And we said, "Okay, great," and he drove off. I looked over where our son was and he was gone. I called out his name and ran over to the side of the house and could hear his car on our side drive. I scolded him for leaving the area, and he said something in his 3-year-old gibberish and pointed to the woods behind our house. I said he had 5 seconds to get back up to that porch, or else, and he adamantly pointed back at the direction of the woods and kept trying to tell me something. I looked off in the direction of the woods and just assumed he saw a deer or squirrel or something and wanted to see it up close. I walked him back up to the front of the porch, and he cried the whole way there. He got really upset that I wouldn't let him go into the woods, but I just wrote this off as him being curious, as most 3-year-old boys are. Now, this incident isn't isolated, as our twins have done similar things, but nothing quite as extreme as this. There have been nights where we had just laid down for the night and heard a loud bang on the side of our house on the wall behind our bed. It was so loud that I jumped up and looked out the window. Our floodlight had come on, but I couldn't see anything. Now, the weird part about this is that our bedroom sits about 12 feet from the ground level, as we have a full-size basement that's a cinder block. I put on my slippers and grabbed one of the 12-gauge shotguns and walked outside to investigate. It was dead silent again. The floodlight that's on the side of the house had clicked off at this point, so I walked over to the end of the deck and shined my light around the yard. There was nothing. I walked around the house and shined the light around intently. As I approached the back side of my house, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It felt like someone was watching me. I shined my light up in the trees again, but nothing. I rounded the corner, and the first thing I noticed was that my 3 dogs that were in their area wouldn't make a peep. Now, our dogs have no filter and will bark at anyone and everyone. This includes me. So to see them hiding with their tails between their legs, not making a peep, really had me worried. As I kept walking, all of a sudden the crickets and frogs started making sounds again. It was as if someone had clicked a switch. I walked back into the house and told my wife that I hadn't seen anything. She shrugged and said, "Okay, as long as our dogs were okay." Due to the circumstances that night, I decided to let the dogs in and sleep with us. This very same thing has happened on all 4 exterior walls of our house. It's random and annoying, but just like this instance, every time there is nothing going on outside. There have also been times where we were sitting in the house, And as I was watching a movie, my wife walked over to me and said, "Did you call me?" I said no, and she said that she swears she heard me call her name in her ear. She said that it was definitely my voice, but she didn't understand because it sounded so close, and I was a good 20 feet away from her in my recliner. The important part to this was that she was sitting at the table doing something, and the slider to the backyard was open behind her. Now our back patio sits about 20 feet off the ground, and is like a balcony, as it has no stair access outside. I think the previous owner built it for barbecuing. There have been several instances where she would say she heard someone whisper in her ear, but she couldn't make out the sound. Again, I kept thinking she was going crazy, but as you'll see, I think all of this is tied into this final moment where things are revealed. The last thing I want to mention before we get into what just happened is that I have a shooting range built behind my workshop on the opposite side of our property next to the main road. It's kind of on a downslope, but it works perfectly for what I need it for. The range itself is cut straight into the woods going down about 100 yards or so. When you're at the downrange, you have woods surrounding you on all sides, except back up to my shop. I have to say, it's always felt creepy when I'm dealing with my targets or mowing. When you're down there, it feels like you're miles from anyone. One day, around 5 in the evening, I was sighting in a new rifle scope. The sun was still up, but was going to start to fade soon, so I knew I was going to be doing my final test. Up until this point, nothing really happened while I was making my multiple trips down range, other than this feeling of uneasiness. As soon as I got down range, I kept getting this feeling like someone or something was watching me. I looked around but didn't see anything. As I was placing stickers over my previous shots, I heard something big off to the side of me. It sounded like a large branch had snapped off a tree. Now, if you've been in Tennessee woods, you'll know a lot of branches fall off of trees randomly out of nowhere, so this is nothing new. Except this time, it was very loud, and sounded like fresh, strong wood, if that makes any sense. I turned and looked, but again couldn't see anything. I started walking back up to my rifle, and I swear I heard someone right behind me. I turned around, but again saw nothing. As I started to walk again, I heard this deep growl. It was really deep and loud, and what's worse is that it was all around me. I turned around facing the range and started walking backwards. The thought of some rabid dog charging out of the bushes had me freaked out, so running wasn't a good idea. I slowly walked backwards up the hill to my rifle, but nothing happened. I grabbed my rifle and sprayed the target with rapid fire, hoping to scare off whatever was stalking me. I left 10 rounds in the mag and grabbed my rifle bag and quickly walked back up to the house. I never told my wife about this as I didn't want to freak her out. Fast forward about a year later, from when we moved in, and my niece is staying with us as a live-in nanny to earn money over summer break from college. We were on our way back from the store, and about a mile from our house, I saw 2 big eyes reflecting in the headlights coming from a wide tree on the side of the road just ahead. It had caught my attention because they were higher than a deer, but a different color and size. Just as I had said, "What is that?" and squinted, they vanished. I had made a comment that it was almost as if I had known I could see its eyes move. The color was kind of a golden green, but they resembled the mannerism of a large cat as they felt ominous. It's hard to explain, but I shrugged it off as we're passing the tree and saw nothing. A few moments later, we arrived at the house. As we were getting bags out of the car, my 3-year-old son came bolting out of the house excited to see me. As I was waiting to help carry in her bags, I heard my dog growl. I looked in the direction she was looking at my neighbor's property across the street. Now what I saw has kept me up all night. Up until this point, I have always been skeptical, as I had never seen anything with my own 2 eyes. Even with what had happened to me a year prior, I still had my doubts that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Now my street is kind of a spread out neighborhood. Each house sits on several acres, and at the end of our road is Kentucky Lake. My neighbor's house sits adjacent to my house on about an acre lot. Directly in front of my house is a wall of woods, and directly behind my house is several thousand acres of untouched forest. As I was looking across the street to my neighbor's property, I saw a large dark figure between the trees at first. The movement caught me off guard, as it looked like something big moving quickly on all fours. Then it came into clear view. It stood up and walked like a man. At first, I didn't know what to make of it. It was very tall, but what was strange about it was the distance it was covering, and the fact that when it was in front of its shed, I swear I could see through it. It was clearly walking, but moving faster than any person could at a sprint. More importantly, there was no sound. It was like it was phasing in and out of reality as it moved. I said, "What the hell is that?" and realized that it was looking directly at us. It had moved at an angle away from us to minimize its time out in the open, and moving quickly as it could, while still being silent. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I realized that whatever it was stalking us. I told my niece to get in the house now, and I grabbed my son and booked it inside. I grabbed my AR-15 with a short scope and came back outside to see my niece still grabbing stuff out of the car. Knowing I told her firmly and clearly to get in the house, her disregard to my command annoyed me. But still, I watched over her without saying a word. As she was slowly walking, she turned towards the woods across the street from my house and suddenly bolted for the house. She ran up the steps in a panicked state. I asked her what she saw and her face was pale as a ghost. She said, "I heard something big in the woods walking loudly on the leaves, and when I turned toward it, I heard a deep, guttural growl." I asked her why she didn't come when I told her, and she said that she thought I was talking to my son. I told her what I had seen, and she wanted to get a closer look to see if she could see something. I told her that it was not a good idea, but she went anyway. As she was walking down to the walkway, I heard the sound of dry leaves crunching in the woods across the street. I told her to stop and come take the flashlight. Now at this point, she is about 6 feet away from my wife's SUV. As she turned and started walking back to me, I caught a glimpse of something gray and hairy bolt from behind the SUV across the street into the woods. My porch is a raised porch, and our SUV is about 6.5 feet tall, and whatever this was, it cleared about 45 feet in what looked like a single jump. It moved like lightning. Whatever it was, it wanted my niece. It jumped behind the car out of my line of sight and was waiting for her. She still doubted my warnings and grabbed the flashlight and walked back towards the car. As she entered my driveway, she stopped dead in her tracks, leaned forward as if she could see something. I asked her what she saw. She turned and ran back up on the porch with a terrified look on her face, saying nope, 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 over and over again. She said it was a figure hiding inside of a tree and that she saw its eyes. I asked her what they looked like, and all she could say was that they looked dull and red at first, but as she got closer, they looked dead. I said, "What do you mean dead?" And she said that there were pupils that looked like they were gray, like the way his eyes look when they go blind. She said it was really dark gray, and she swears she could see through it, almost like a dark cloud. She wanted to go down again and took a step down the stairs, and as she did, it revealed itself from the tree. I said, "Get inside," and I went in and locked the door. It looked like a tall, human-shaped being. It was really tall and looked ominous as hell. The next morning, we did a height comparison to the tree limb she saw it stand over, and it put its height around 9 feet tall, and its eyes were about 6 inches apart. At this point, I don't know what this thing was. After doing some research, I think it was a glimmerman/crawler. I looked to see if there had been any other sightings in Benton County, but nothing. More importantly, I swear it would phase in and out almost like a shadow person, but bigger and more obvious. Now, I originally posted this on r/Bigfoot, but after doing a bunch of research, I believe this belongs here. One of the things that makes this fit is that it can communicate telepathically. This explains why everyone was hearing something that nobody else could hear. Secondly, it has a playback-like communication, so when I heard a dog panting, it was probably one of my dogs that it had heard. My wife was actually hearing our son crying for help, as he had recently fell and cried for help. The baby crying would be our newborn baby who she had given birth to recently. And it must have heard me call my wife's name and kept telepathically calling my wife's name with my voice. Another thing that my niece had said that night was that she felt compelled to go back outside to it. She said she felt like this thing was communicating with her somehow, and it wanted her to go back outside. The more I read about this thing, the more everything that's been happening over the past year makes sense. One thing that I find extra convincing is that down the road towards the lake, there is a property that is barbed wired off, and it's a wall of forest with no driveway. A lot of property down our road is underdeveloped, owned land, and on one of the trees, there is a large old sign that says, "Screamer lives here," with an arrow pointing back into the woods. Now I have to admit, when I first saw this sign, I laughed, thinking maybe the owner screamed at trespassers who entered his property, and teenagers put up the sign to mess with him. But when I did a satellite search of our neighborhood, that entire section of road has no houses or trails or anything, and is just pure forest as far as the eyes can see. One of the things that this thing is said to do is make a loud scream when threatened. Now that you understand my story, I doubt this is the ending. The next question is, what can we do? I don't want my wife or kids to disappear one day. And if there's more than one of these things out there, this really makes the missing 411 make a whole lot of sense. I feel perplexed and scared as to what can I do. Any advice? I will try and keep this post alive with any new experiences. So I dated someone who owned a cadaver dog. Basically, they can find dead bodies. It was a new term to me when I met them. Anyways, they explained that they work with rescue teams. We live in wilderness country. The dog's job was to sniff out bodies for people who might have gotten lost and died, buried under avalanches, etc. After 5 months of dating, my now ex asked if I could house/dog sit. I was more than happy to. It was a great dog. Would be dog setting for 2 weeks while they visited family. I was warned that it has happened on hikes before that the dog picks up on the scent of a corpse, and I was given the steps to follow if it happens. First couple of days were pretty uneventful. Then one day the dog is dragging me down this trail, and I'm panicking because I was like, oh shoot, am I going to see a dead body? But the dog stops at this very stern woman, just sauntering along. She keeps looking back and forth between me and the woman. She gives me a quick, "Your dog isn't well trained," and keeps going. I had to drag him away. It happens with this same woman a few more times, so I call the owner to bring it up. I describe the woman, and my ex is so shocked and confused, not familiar with the woman. Fast forward to my last night dog sitting. I was going to bed and had this horrific nightmare of being held down in bed by the woman. I hear a bark and wake up. The dog is standing next to me on the bed, in its alert position, staring at the bed. I didn't get any sleep, and I never got an answer. I lived in Columbia, South Carolina, and frequented Congaree National Park, so I'm familiar with the area. I often would jump the fence and walk the boardwalk at night, and it's super peaceful to walk the swamp and hear all the wildlife. They never have a ranger or guard there after hours, so I was always alone. The last time I did this was in October of 2021. I was taking my usual stroll with flashlight in hand. I should mention, between the insects and frogs, the sound is loud. But then, it completely stopped when I was about a mile in. I heard what I thought was my wife call me from the trailhead, but she wasn't there. I was alone and she was out of town. I then heard water sloshing to my right and saw nothing with my flashlight. I chalked it up as being tired and kept moving. The wildlife started up shortly after and everything was fine. Maybe 15 minutes later, I noticed it got eerily quiet again and heard swamp water swashing on my left. But this time, it sounded more deliberate, like somebody walking. I was in a thick portion of the cypress and couldn't see more than 20 feet in front of me. And then I heard my wife's voice again. Again, she wasn't with me and was out of town, clearly not moving through a swamp at 1 a.m. I saw what looked like a human silhouette move between the trees for a split second, but it was off, very skinny, pale, and taller than me at 6 feet. I noped out of there and ran the almost 2 miles back to my truck and didn't slow down until I heard the wildlife again. Like I said, this is a boardwalk that's in a swamp in the boonies. Nobody's walking around in the water at night without a light. Or ever, honestly. And I don't know of any animal that big that walks in bipedal pattern. And I've spent my life outdoors. I feel like I should add that I wasn't high or sleep deprived. I just like the woods at night. I was so freaked out by this that I came to Reddit and dove into some of the stories on this sub as well as others. I'm convinced I encountered a crawler or wendigo or something else that can mimic voices. There is no way some meth head was stumbling through the swamp, miles from civilization, that sounded exactly like my wife. But then again, it's also South Carolina. A few years ago, in the northern parts of Sweden, I'm going out for a nice evening of fishing. I am what I guess is called a fishing supervisor. I check that the other fishermen got their license at a certain area of lakes and streams. This is in late summer, and I've been doing my round, which I usually end with going to a small lake and fly fish for some trout. This lake or pond is pretty deep in the forest, and I rarely meet anyone there. Actually, I've never met anyone there. This lake looks kind of like a crater. A perfect round circle that's perhaps 100 meters in diameter. It contains a natural population of perch and trout. It's a warm summer evening with a slight breeze. The birds are chirping and the fish are rising to all the insects spawning on the surface. I rig my gear and aim for one of the fish rising to the right of me. The same second as my fly lands on the surface, it's like someone pauses time. The sun hides behind a cloud. The wind stops blowing. The birds are suddenly silent, and the fish stop eating. A smell rises from the ground I'm standing on. It smells like something dead, something rotten, like I have a carcass buried under my feet. All of a sudden, I am aware there is something walking out in the forest behind me, maybe 10 to 15 meters behind me. It's like I can see it in the corner of my eye, but still, I really can't see it. Every hair on my body is on its end, and it's suddenly very cold around me. The thing watching me just stands there, and I don't have the courage to turn around at all. I see my fly sink to the bottom, but I can't move. I can't do anything about it because I don't dare move. Then the wind hits me, and it carries the awful smell away. The sun hits me again. A bird is singing somewhere in the forest, and the almost overtaking feeling of being watched lets go of me. I turn around and there is nothing there. On the lake, the fish start rising again. I pack my gear and throw the backpack on my back and run for it. Through the forest, to my car. I hit the gas and drive like a maniac until I find the big road and civilization again. I park at the side of the road and say to myself, "What was that?" My heart is still racing. I haven't visited this lake since this happened, and I don't know anyone else who has either. What do you guys think it was? I've probably visited this place 20 times before this happened, and never felt anything like it. The only thing is that I'm always afraid of bears when visiting it. I do fish at a lot of ponds and lakes that's pretty deep in the forest. There's always a lot of wildlife in these places. Deer, moose, fox, and the occasional wolf, bobcat, and bear. I'm never afraid of meeting one, except when I've been visiting this particular lake. Sorry for bad English. As you probably understand in the beginning, I'm from Sweden. After reading a few posts on here, I've decided to add one of the creepier, still unexplained events that happened to me and a group of friends within the past 5 years. Thinking back on it, I still get this unnerved bad feeling that just sort of lingers. Anyways, here it goes. A group of friends and myself rented a place on a lake for just a fun-filled, drunken weekend. We were all in our young to mid-20s, and it was supposed to be a big party. For the most part, that's what it was. The Friday night and Saturday morning, we pretty much went out having a blast on the water and just doing fun, stupid stuff. Well, naturally, when Saturday afternoon rolled around, we were all so dead from going out that we all decided it would be a night of no drinking, maybe a little weed smoking by some of us, but nothing more than that. And just kind of having a chill evening and night. That's what it was, relaxed. So 9 p.m. comes rolling around, and about 8 of us were inside the house and 5 outside. The house was a 2-story, with a second-story deck/back porch, and it was surrounded by the woods, and then down through the woods you would then hit the lake. I'll mention that we had already experienced some weird vibes from the locals when we first arrived in town, mostly just backcountry old-timers that I assumed were leering and irritated because we were a bunch of college-age kids looking to have a good time. But the town and the lake were large, so it's not like anyone knew where we were staying. Anyways, 3 of my friends were on the upstairs back porch, and my other friend and I were downstairs outside, just talking on this old table near the woods. I mean, it was otherwise just a really nice night. My friend and I were getting lost in conversation, and all of a sudden there was this weird feeling that encompassed us, like an unnerving physical presence that came from the woods behind us. It was so strong we both kind of quieted down, and then out of nowhere this loud chanting abruptly came from the woods. I have no idea how far away it was. Because of the way the lake is set up, I'm pretty sure the voices carried up through the forest. It sounded like a cult chanting away, and all of the voices were male. I mean, they were loud and perfectly in sync. I think we were silent for all of about 20 seconds before I couldn't contain myself and darted towards the house with her following me. I don't know how to explain the feeling that came with the chanting, but it was almost evil, like something so powerfully uninviting. I was shaking by the time that I got up to the second story and ran out the balcony with the other 3 friends. One of them, my brother. By the time we got up there, the chanting was gone, and I naturally asked, "Did you guys hear that?" in the most shaky, freaked out voice. They all had heard it, and not seconds later, the chanting began again. So the 5 of us are out there peering into the forest, listening to this chanting that would sometimes sound far away, and then would sound relatively close. All male voices in the weirdest language, or I don't even know what it was. It sounded like a strange, extreme church. Then following the chanting, a loud bang like someone hit a huge metal object. And then the worst part came. A man wailing, like an extreme pain wailing. All of my hair was up. It was the freakiest experience ever. My brother and I were staring at each other in a mixture of scared excitement and horror. The wailing stopped, and then it was back to the chanting, which eventually died out. I was so freaked out by it, I wanted to call the cops, because whoever screamed had been in a lot of pain. That, mixed with the weird chanting, just made me immediately think of some terrible sacrifice going on. One friend tried to say it had to be some drunk guys just messing around singing and being weird. But no way was that coming from some drunk guys. They were perfectly in sync. Then the bang, and then the well of pain. And then, all that weird tension and energy was just gone. No, I didn't call the cops. And I wish I would have. But honestly, the forest was so large, and since the lake house was up looking down at the woods and lake, it could have been anywhere. It definitely wasn't in our close proximity, but it was close enough to hear all of that perfectly. We went in and got some of the others, but by the time they came out, the chanting had stopped. Someone wanted to go explore and find out where it had been coming from, but obviously that was a stupid idea. After that, I was so ready to go home. I can't explain the relief of driving away from there the next morning. Even now, it gives me the worst feeling. Whatever that was, it felt so wrong and evil. I'll never forget that moment. I can only imagine that it was some weird cult stuff. So this experience that I had was really weird. I went out rock hounding solo today to a place my husband and I have gone before. Everything seemed normal when I arrived. It's a very secluded area of creek with a rock bar in the middle of the creek, and with a small patch of woods to the left, and a dense forest on the right. I crossed the creek and set up on my gear on the rock bar, grabbed a bag, and started walking up the creek. About 45 minutes in, I kept looking up at the forest. I don't know why, but I just kept getting an eerie feeling. Every now and again, I'd hear a couple of thumps out there, but nature, so I didn't think anything of it. About an hour in, I heard my first meow. I was so focused on pulling clay that I literally stood up and was like, I did not just hear a cat meow, did I? 10 minutes go by, and I'm walking further up creek, and damn it if I didn't hear it again. I stopped and was like, yep, I just heard a cat meow. How strange. But something seemed really off, and I started to feel uneasy, so I turned around and headed back to my site. Something about that meow wasn't right. It wasn't a painful meow, but just like a matter-of-fact meow, if that makes sense. About 5 minutes into the trek, I definitely hear a meow again, and I'm sweating like crazy because of the heat that instantly feel cold, clammy, and the hair is standing up on the back of my neck. I know what I was supposed to be hearing, a single meow, but it wasn't coming from a cat. It sounded like someone or something imitating a meow. I keep focused on getting back to my site, and about 5 minutes later, another single meow. Here's where I realize things are getting really weird. The meow always sounded the same distance from me, no matter how far I kept walking. I finally reach my site and pull out my drinks and plop down to rehydrate. That's when another meow sounded, and this time, I knew with everything in me that was not a cat following me. I calmly gathered up my gear and started to trek across the creek to the path to my car, and another meow. I made my way across the creek and hunched down into a pit. I parked my car right next to the edge of the forest and was really starting to lose my stuff. I get my keys and mace out and put my gear on me so I can drive into my car and rearrange later. And that's exactly what I did. And I hightailed it out of there fast. Thoughts? The rational answer is someone was screwing with me. But how did they get back there? It's like 200 acres of forest. Also, edit to add, I'm in northern Alabama. This occurred around 1999 or 2000. My best friend and I were avid outdoor adventurers and amateur pot growers. We would frequently find secluded places in the woods that allowed for ample light and shade for plants to grow, and that would not allow them to be easily found. One particular day, we went to an annex of trails located near a New Jersey State Park trail system. The trails weren't in the park, but I had hiked them before and knew they weren't that frequented. We had gone out that day with our seeds, partially sprouted in moist paper towels. We parked the car at the trailhead and started hiking in. We covered a mile or so and then ventured off the trail into the woods. We found a clearing, planted seeds, and tied a few barely visible ribbons off to mark the way to the plant spot to check them in the future. My friend and I got back on the trail and started walking back to the car, when my friend noticed a man in the other direction just staring at us. He was probably in his 30s or 40s, bald head, normal clothes. We didn't think anything of it for the most part, but we definitely kept looking back as anyone would when someone is behind them in the woods. We saw that he was walking 60 plus or so feet behind us. It seemed weird, but it was probably more so to us having anxiety that we planted seeds. We picked up the pace, but the man also seemed to pick up the pace as we weren't gaining any distance. At one point, we decided to just get off the trail and let him pass. We turned off the trail and walked into a thicket of stickier bushes, which I remember vividly getting shredded on. We got deep into the woods and heard cursing. When we turned around, the man was coming through where we entered. It was at that moment we actually became scared. Mind you, We're two young, strong 19-year-olds, but a man following you in the woods is pretty creepy. We made a U maneuver to outflank him, and came out of the woods a bit further down trail. Once we were back on the trail, we ran. As we were running, there was a fork in the trail, and my friend went right and I left. I realized my mistake as my buddy was going down the correct path and I wasn't. So I turned around and started running back towards the fork to follow my friend. As I was running towards the direction we came from, to get to the fork, I could see the man running towards me down the trail. He was a distance away, but not far enough in my eyes. Survival mode kicked in, and I ran as hard as I could. I caught up to my friend who was walking at that point. I screamed he's after us, and we both booked it all the way back to the car. We got in the car shaking and out of breath. We backed up and started to get out of the parking lot when the man appeared on the trailhead. He stopped there and just stared at us as we drove away. I always wonder what that was all about. Did he want to kill a couple of 19-year-olds? Was he also doing something illegal in those woods and wanted us gone? My buddy and I still laugh and talk about that day 22 years ago. I'm posting this for my boyfriend who doesn't have Reddit. Last weekend, he went up on a 2-mile hike into a small creek to fish in North Carolina. On his way up the mountain, he kept thinking that he saw things in his peripheral vision, looking backwards to see shadowy dark crags and rocks or a shadow falling along the tree bark. The mountain air was crisp and refreshing, at an altitude of over 2,000 feet. Yet, whenever he felt this weird presence, he described smelling something like a propane tank up his nostrils, sulfur and damp stickiness. There was no explanation or reason to smell that in this place. He had visited many times before and never smelled this in the area. The whole way up, the unsettling feeling of being watched maintained, and he just kept chanting, "God is with me, I fear no evil. God is with me, I fear no evil." Over and over. He swore to me that he felt like something was following him all the way up, maybe too scared to get close, and that he now thought he knew what a demon smelled like. He made it to his fishing spot and returning down the mountain, again saw the unmistakable shadowy movement out of the corner of his eye blend back into the trees behind him. Has anyone ever been alone in the woods and smelt that same smell or felt any kind of presence like this? I know there's a lot of folklore around the Appalachian Mountains about haints and things of that sort. I think he wants to figure out what it means and know if he's alone in this experience. The place was called Panther Town Creek. So I live in a cul-de-sac in a suburban neighborhood with a medium-sized wooded area behind my house. My bedroom is literally next to my back sliding glass door, and every night I can hear something large moving around back there. All of my cats and dogs are inside, so I know it's not them. It'll be slowly moving around back there and then stop. I'll say something loudly and then it'll start up again. Sometimes it'll even move faster, which will make me go back inside. I don't believe it's a wolf because I've only had one encounter with one in my 12 years of living here. Usually I'll hear the wolves howling at night, but they're always far away. I've been back in those woods during the day and I've saw nothing, not even a snake. It only happens in the dead of night. There's a legendary Bigfoot-like creature known as the Flintville Monster that's been spotted since it was seen and shot by several cops in the 1970s. But that community is several miles away. I just don't know what it could be. My family and I went on a trip to the Hocking Hills area of southern Ohio a few weeks ago. There was a place that I always wanted to visit, the abandoned ghost town of Moonville Rail Tunnel. I have never been to this area, so I don't know what to expect. But I did know that it was pretty deep in the woods. We took a trip from our rented cabin using Google for GPS to the location. We start driving, and it's, for lack of better words, real impoverished where we were driving / hills have eyes-esque. We literally only see a few cars on the way there and are on back roads. We get to a point where we need to enter into a forest, and we're close to the tunnel. There was a sign that said we were entering Bubba Wood. For a little additional information, I have a Mercedes that I am just lucky to have, and have my husband in the car, a black man with dreadlocks, my 10-year-old, non-verbal autistic son, and my 6-year-old daughter. We drive down this real creepy stone road into the forest, and there's nothing back there. No houses, no cars, nobody. We see signs that we're close and pull in the parking lot. There's a footbridge with a ton of stuff on it that people put there. We walk over the footbridge and make our way towards the tunnel, which is a lot larger than I expected. We hear this sound coming from the other side of the tunnel that goes into the woods away from the parking lot. A truck comes driving through the tunnel towards us while we are on foot. He gets out of his truck with a chainsaw, and it's a white guy in his 60s. He walks with my entire family everywhere we go, and through the tunnel. I tried to make small talk with him and pull some info about if he worked for the Department of Natural Resources, etc. He really wasn't budging. We turn around and walk out of the tunnel, and he starts using a chainsaw behind us, and the sound is just echoing through this tunnel. At this point, we have no cell phone service, and literally no one knows my family is out there except for us. I was already worried my car was sending the wrong idea to people, like we have money or something. We don't. We rush to the car to get the kids in their booster seats, and this dude comes driving over the footbridge in his truck towards us in the parking lot. I honestly don't even know how his truck fit on it. He stops again and gets out of his truck and starts walking the other direction, much to our relief. About this time, I noticed there are dusty handprints on my car. I asked my husband if they were his, and we compared his hand and my son's, and they were not a match. I don't know who could have touched the car because we were with the chainsaw man the entire time we were there. We get out of there as fast as possible. Just a few minutes later, I look in my rearview mirror and there's a bunch of dust kicked up behind us, and there he is. He had to have driven pretty fast on the stone road to catch up to us like that. There is nowhere to go in the woods. The road is basically one lane, and we have no cell service or GPS. Every time I think we lose him, he is there again. I'm waiting for my tires to get popped, or something, or for this guy to ram me off the road into a ravine in the woods. Finally, we get out of this woods, and I turn out and he's still following. We were following printed directions to get back, and I ended up making a wrong turn in the excitement. The guy in the truck was finally gone, and I turned around to go back past the stone road that goes into the forest. There is one lone house near this road, and there is his truck, parked there. He had to have seen us drive onto this road into the woods and taken some back way to the tunnel. I don't know if he was just trying to protect the site from more graffiti or what, but he really creeped us out. It was like every scary movie trope rolled into one single event. Me and my best friend were walking to the park. It was getting dark. My boyfriend wasn't far behind and was just finishing his pint at the pub. It wasn't dark when we set off, but it was getting dark by the time we reached the entrance to the park. Our plan was to just sit down and chill. Anyway, we heard a voice. I didn't respond to it, but I asked Josh, "Are they saying my dead name?" He said it sounded like Nessa, not Vanessa, which is weird because we may have heard two different things. Josh called me Nessa right up until I came out, and he found a new nickname for me. Everyone else called me Vanessa. I was distinctly creeped out by the voice, and so was Josh. We waited for my boyfriend to arrive and sat down at the entrance to the park, but didn't go in. That was enough outdoors for me. We walked Josh home, then went home ourselves. What am I to make of this? Edit. I was posting something about the government and how awful what is happening is, and behind me was a clapping noise. Every time I looked away from behind me, it stopped. I watched behind and it continued, but I saw nothing there. It again sounded mocking, like the voice in the woods. I once saw a shape-shifting type cryptoid creature when I was about 12 years old in Shasta County. I found it most correlated with the description of a Wendigo or skinwalker. It followed my family vehicle home from the wooded area near the Shasta College. I first noticed this thing jumping from tree to tree in pursuit of our truck heading down Old Oregon Trail. At some point, it vanished from sight, and later that night, I went out back to find my mother so I could ask something, and that's when I heard it. I had put on a sort of off-putting voice of my mother that I didn't quite trust, and felt chills when hearing it. Yet, it lured me into my backyard saying, "Shh." I'd say, "Mom, is that you?" No reply. I figured she was trying to show me something out there, so I walked down my porch stairs and asked, "Mom, is that you?" Again, I hear, "Shh." In a bone-chilling manner that did sound like my mother. This gave me chills to my core. Then, upon seeing it up close, I realized it was not my mother at all, and kind of looked as if it was trying to take on my look, but was much lengthier and had very pale, tight skin and deep black sunken-in eyes. Later on, my mother would tell me that she heard it too, before she left to go to the store. It's been happening for about 2 months now, but every time I'm outside alone, day or night, I hear someone calling my name, like long and drawn out, almost sing-song, like, Amanda. It's not the same voice every time, but it does sound like a relative each time. I have none that live close to me. I was outside putting things in my car one morning, and in the thicket behind me, I heard huge branches snapping and a lot of commotion among the leaves. But as soon as I turned towards the noise, it was dead silent. I've only heard a little bit about them, so I don't know if I'm just imagining things or what, but I believe it could be a skinwalker. Can anyone give me more info on them, or any insight as to what this might be? I do live in the Appalachia area as well. Edit. To add. I'm currently taking advantage of the mental health resources in my area, and I do not have any hallucinogenic conditions. I do not have schizophrenia. Thank you, though, for your comments. Another edit to clarify. The branch snapping sound sounded like something falling out of a tree because of a snapped limb, not just something walking that snapped it. It was about 8:30 p.m. While taking out the trash at work with a co-worker/roommate, a large dog approached us. It seemed to be galloping. It wasn't walking normally, like an animal should. Despite the many surrounding lights, the dog appeared to be entirely black. It was silhouetted just enough that you could see its muscle definition. I could see a slight reflection in its eyes. It seemed to lack a shadow. My roommate and I both expressed having different experiences and visions of the dog. When I initially saw the dog, I interacted saying, "Aw, a dog," in excitement. For me, it proceeded to sit entirely still on the cement, staring like a statue. What I saw was a large, fluffy black dog, lazy ears, similar to a Newfoundland dog. My roommate expresses seeing the dog as a large, very muscular, aggressive-looking black dog that stood rigid the entire time, staring like it wanted to attack. It was short-haired, muscled, and had pointed ears. I jokingly stated that the dog looked like a skinwalker.
not really anticipating that anything would happen. Then we both immediately felt a wake of dread fall over us. Something was wrong. We both saw the dog's jaw open, almost as if it was about to bark. We heard a distant, yet extremely clear, high-pitched, "Come here." The dog immediately turned to take off. We turned around the corner. The creature was unreasonably far up the road for a short amount of time that it was not being observed. It was wobbling, crossing its paws, walking oddly. When it turned left around a corner, it seemed to nearly stand up on its hind paws, walking on two legs, just before passing around out of sight. The rest of the night was just as interesting. We had trouble with certain objects slightly moving places, nudging a bit, settling. It quickly became more aggressive, but then, just as we were about to leave, we heard a loud and persistent knocking coming from the front of the store. We quickly went to our cars. On the drive home, I tried to blast music and ignore what I had just seen. I heard whispering coming from my back seat. I couldn't quite make out any words. It just sounded like whistling almost. But get this. I saw a random, antique clawfoot bathtub on the left side of the road in a field. It was certainly not there the day before, or even that morning on my drive there. The kicker, I was watching the sidelines of the roads for animals, and I most certainly saw a buck. He was leaping out in front of the road, a good 50 feet ahead. I slammed on my brakes, but when I got closer, it was merely a bush. Perhaps I was just paranoid, but this is all very concerning. So, I had an incident around 12 years ago. It was with an old buddy of mine and his old community. The community, I believe, was an Indian reservation. It was nighttime, and we went for a walk down a dirt road. The whole community was a trailer park home area, except for a few houses there. As we walked down the road, we came near this one house with an outside light on that had chickens and dogs. Mind you, my buddy knew this area pretty well. As we were walking, we hear the dogs making weird noises. After we heard the noise, my buddy looked at me and told me to run back to his house. So, of course, I ran with him. As we were running, I stopped running out of shock from what I saw right in front of me. It was a dark, cloaked figure with long black hair, a mask like a samurai face. You know, those masks that have the long teeth sticking out of the mouth, but it was an actual face, staring right at me. I was so scared I couldn't move. This lasted 5 seconds, and then it floated into the woods. Yes, it wasn't standing on the ground. It was floating. I remember this event with every small detail after all these years. No, I wasn't high on anything, nor was I drunk. I was completely sober and terrified. If anyone has any idea on what I saw that night, I would really appreciate it. Please don't comment if you're gonna be messed up. I'm very serious about this and I'm just looking for answers. Thank you in advance. My sister and I jokingly looked for paranormal creatures and such. I know you're not supposed to do that kind of stuff, but we didn't actually think they were real. Or at least, not able to actually hurt anybody or take on a physical form. Just give off energy. We were camping in the woods of Colorado, a decent distance from any pretty big town or anything. Day 1. We left our campsite as soon as the sun set, and walked around the lake surrounded by forestry. We were joking around and laughing about the whole thing. Once we got over to the small bridge, however, we got a lot more anxious. We walked by this information sign. Then, in the trees, there was this tall, skinny, white human-like figure. When I flashed my light on it, the thing was apparently tree branches, but the shape completely changed. We ran away from there and felt a bad energy following us the whole time. We felt it more in certain places and felt it less in others. My sister claimed to have seen one more creature at the top of the hill, but I didn't see it. We were walking for a while and nothing else super notable happened other than the negative energy, weird smells, and a few odd noises. My sister kept smelling rotting meat, but I didn't smell it despite being right next to her. The odd noises were really just things like footsteps and twigs crackling, but we did hear an off dog growl and a lot of coyote howls. We got back to camp and went to bed like normal. I'd like to note that we heard an owl all night, which may be important. Day 2. We went again, but this walk was much shorter. We went to the same place we saw the creature last time, but were too scared to go past the information sign. We heard an owl again, and saw it right there on top of a tree. I don't know if this owl means anything, but my sister said it was acting strange and that we should leave. We left and decided to go straight to the campsite. While we were walking, my sister claimed to have seen some weird coyote and was laser focused on it. I didn't see it. She then started running and told me to run too. I was confused because I really didn't see anything, but she was white as a ghost and claimed it changed to a humanoid form. When we got back to camp, I could feel something was in the forest behind us. As soon as we got there, we got silent lightning too. My dad's friend was camping with us and told us that she said something to keep skinwalkers away. She's native, like actually native, so we trusted it a lot and felt a relief from the negative energy that we were feeling. When I was in 7th grade, my sister and I went to the woods next to our school to explore. The woods are thick, but it's a relatively small patch. About 5 minutes into the walk, we felt a change, like we were being watched or almost like we were dreaming. At that moment, a large deer, a buck with enormous antlers, stood up. The deer stands there about 10 feet from us, doesn't panic or scare, just stands there. And as it did, the world felt like it stopped. And at that time, I felt like I was being spoken to. A form of communication without words, but it was a connection that I've never felt before. That feeling lasted for a minute, then faded. Then the deer turned and calmly walked away, disappearing under the brush. Me and my sister only told our parents we saw a deer, never said about how close or the strange occurrences that came with it. I never told anyone that I felt like a deer or creature spoke to me. Now, 20 years later, I retold this story with some family and my sister present. As I told the story up to when the deer looked at us, my sister cut in to say, "And I swear that deer had unnatural antlers, and I swear to God, it spoke to me." We freaked out because we never spoke of it talking. So now I'm looking for answers. Some friends told me that it could be a skinwalker, but I'm not sure. We didn't get any evil or negative feelings from this. If anyone knows of anything, I would love to hear it. The location was in Michigan, in the United States of America. I'm not that great of a storyteller, but I'll just quickly write what happened. We were staying at a Hogan Airbnb on the Navajo Nation close to Monument Valley, and there were several very friendly, calm dogs roaming around. I and my friends, one of whom is deathly afraid of dogs, had no problem being with them or petting them. We had a gorgeous view of Monument Valley right from our door, and it was cold, yet cozy. That night, I needed to use the bathroom and opened the door to the dogs going absolutely nuts. There's a difference between a dog barking at just whatever, a person walking by, for example, and then there was this total fight or flight response. One of the dogs ran up to me looking anxious and glanced into the desert behind the Hogan. It became close,
then walked back to look into the desert behind the hogan. Its fur stood up, and it suddenly looked more like a wolf and took off into the desert at full speed, growling and barking at a huge shadow that ran away from the dog. There aren't many huge animals in the area. Some deer and horses, maybe cattle, but this was bigger. I didn't stick around long enough to check what it was. I was pretty shaken by what I saw. Found some fresh wolf/mountain lion prints and hoof prints, probably from a horse, outside the hogan the next morning. The dog's prints are smaller. Our host said that we might have seen a skinwalker. I'd like to believe it was a horse. It was dark anyhow, but the host didn't want to talk much about it. The guides we met later on said the same thing and kept it at that. Later that day, one friend suddenly fell ill on a tour of another hogan and almost fainted. That never happened before in her life. The guide said that she probably had some bad spirits attached to her. She recovered quickly after stepping outside. That's all. It was a really wonderful trip overall, and I'd go again if I could. I grew up in a very small Kansas town on the Nebraska border, a relatively quiet place. I usually went on a walk with my very small dog around dusk or dark. Besides the rabbit or occasional skunk, we never really saw anything in town. It was starting to get dark when my dog and I walked up to the park. There was a row of bushes where we had a family cat buried when he passed. I just glanced up to that spot when I saw something hunched over at its grave. It looked like it was looking for something. It was on four paws and had skin that seemed to be a sickly grayish tint with patches of scraggly fur. The face looked vaguely dog-like. It looked really lean. I was frozen in place because I wasn't sure what I was seeing and how it would react when it saw me. But when it saw me, it looked me dead in the eye and ran off on 2 feet. I thought I was hallucinating or crazy, but my dog reacted to the same thing. She didn't bark, but she was terrified and stayed really close to my side. We rushed inside, and I've never seen that thing again. Happened over 10 years ago, but I still wonder what I saw. I know I don't live in Navajo area, so I have my doubts that it was a skinwalker. I'm just not quite sure what else it could have been. This experience I'm going to describe has taken a while for me to get together and actually write down. I have experienced a few paranormal things, but this is the craziest one of all of them. It takes place in Yosemite National Park in August of 2017 with my 2 best friends, Zach and Andrew. Zach had worked that summer as a parking agent at Glacier Point and was pretty familiar with the area. His employee housing he was given was a house in Wawona with 2 other guys. Andrew and I were visiting for the week and had each been to Yosemite before. One of the nights there, we decided to watch the sunset over Chilnawalna Falls. It was a great hike that Zach had done before. The trail was about 4 miles to the top, with about a 2,000-foot elevation gain. We brought food and decided to hike up and take a swim, and eat at the pools on top of the falls. We set out a couple of hours before sunset. As we approached the top portion, we were about a half mile to the top of the falls, where a guy about our age, early 20s, ran up to us from bushes, frantically asking for help. His friend had fallen 50 feet off a cliff and had a shattered femur. Zach was used to this. After working in the park all summer, he had seen many injuries and was used to it. The man didn't have cell reception, but I did, so I called 911 and reported the accident, requesting search and rescue. After a few minutes, we decided we wanted to continue the hike after search and rescue assured us that they would be there soon with a helicopter. We told the guy help was on its way, and we continued the next half mile up to the top of the falls. When we got there, it was a picture-perfect scene. A beautiful sunset as we swam and ate. We then got an amazing show as we saw the helicopter land to pick up the injured guy we just encountered right below us. I'm a private pilot and Air Force aviator, so I loved every second of watching the helicopter land on the mountainside. After the sunset, we began the hike down, and passed the spot with the injured guy, and search and rescue was taking care of him. We had a brief encounter with them. They thanked us for calling in. It was now dark out, and we continued the hike down. There wasn't much moonlight. It was pretty dark, so we used our phones as flashlights to see the trail. This is where the story gets interesting. The top of the hike was switchbacks with a steep incline on the right and a steep decline on the left with shrubs and trees. It was definitely too steep to hike down, hence the switchbacks. About 1 mile into the hike down, Zach was in front with a light. I was second, also shining my light, and Andrew was in the back. Zach was shining his light ahead and saw something sticking out from behind a tree that was about 15 feet ahead, just off the right to the path, and instinctively, he shined the light at it. That's when whatever it was exposed itself from the tree and ran across the path, down to the left and down the steep grade. It ran on 2 feet and resembled some sort of humanoid. It was a little shorter than us and very clearly had 2 arms and legs, but it moved in an inhuman way. It kind of resembled a person. It had a head and its limbs, but appeared to be just skin, no clothes on at all. We all 3 saw it and stopped dead in our tracks. We continued shining the light to where it ran, down the left side of the mountain, but didn't see anything after it ran down. We were absolutely terrified, none of us really knowing what to say because we had no idea what we saw. The worst part was that we had another 3-mile hike down, and 1.5 miles from the trailhead to Zach's house, all while knowing that this creature could be stalking us and was near. Luckily, we made it to his house, terrified and exhausted, but without harm. Whatever it was must have just been as scared as we were at it. My question is if anyone else has had similar experiences in that area. I've done some research, and my best guess would be a skinwalker, but it didn't try to lure us into the forest with it. We had a subsequent experience a couple years later, in Tioga Pass, right outside of the Tioga gate of the park. We were camping in a closed campground in Tioga. In the middle of the night, I woke up to take a pee, and after exiting the tent, I saw an orb about 5 feet from the tent, floating across with a bright light. I don't think it was a person, because Zach, Andrew, and I all saw the orb floating across, and there wasn't anyone around us. Our friend Jackson was also in the tent, and in the morning told us he felt rocks getting thrown at the tent all night, along with hearing footsteps near all night. Does anyone have similar experiences? I'd love to hear them. We all know what we saw, and we know that it was not human. I was on my way to go camping and had just crossed the Mackinac Bridge to get to Michigan's Upper Peninsula. It was storming and just started pouring buckets of rain. While driving up a hill, my daughter and I saw a man standing in the middle of the road. There was not great visibility with the sheets of rain, but we both pointed out the man standing in the middle of the road, and we were worried he could get hit by a car. When he turned around, it was not a man. It was a huge black dog. We both thought it was a man at first, and then it was a dog, and I can't explain it. It could have just been the combination of looking up from the bottom of a hill in the rain. I think it is odd, though, that my daughter and I both thought that we saw a man. I stopped on one side of the road to help it, and so did a man on the other side in a truck. I love dogs and always stop to help when I see one on the road, but I hoped that someone else would be able to help it because my truck was stuffed with camping stuff, and the only place it could go in my truck would be the front seat with my daughter and I. It was still in the middle of the road, looking back and forth between the man and I. Seeing it up close, I was a bit surprised to see how big it was. I also felt uneasy and intimidated by this animal. It looked almost like a black German shepherd, but also wolfish. I was a dog groomer, so I've been around a lot of big dogs, and this one was huge. And if I had to guess what breed, I would say a wolf hybrid. The guy yelled over asking if it was my dog, and I yelled back no. The man then yelled, "Here, boy," and patted his leg, and the dog ran off to him. Seeing the dog was being taken care of, I got back in my truck and got back on the road towards our camping destination. My daughter was telling me how it looked like a person standing in the road, and then when it turned, it was a dog. It may not be paranormal, but it was definitely an interesting experience. I've heard of this sort of thing, but only briefly. I've never really thought much of it, nor have I ever done any reasonable research into this. I figured this might be a good place to start. I'm cross-posting my story from the r/dogman sub. This is a really odd story of how I came to see a literal dogman last night, around midnight. I live in a neighborhood, by the way, but we're on the edge of a large forest behind our house, so it's not completely rural. Funny part of the story, so I set a live trap for a mouse last night. Catch and release. I can't stand to harm mice. It triggered at midnight, and the loud pop of the door woke me up. I decided I didn't want to just leave it in the cage all night long waiting for morning. I could hear him trying to chew through the wires and didn't want him to torture himself or get hurt attempting to get out. So, I decided I'd just take him outside immediately. Instead of releasing mice in the yard by my house, I always go about 3 miles away into a forested area. I'm not cruel enough to just release them by someone else's house, thus causing them a mouse problem. Irrelevant info, I know. Anyway, before I got in my car to transport the little mouse, my stomach began hurting like never before. It was a horrible, foreboding feeling that was almost telling me something terrible was about to happen. There was no reason for my stomach to suddenly just start screaming in pain. I essentially never have stomach problems like this. It's exceedingly rare. I just don't get stomach aches. But this was painful on a scale that was so strange. I kept getting this deep sense of something being wrong. I got into the car with the little cage. Going down the street, it was literally only 1 block away from my home that I instantly slowed on the brakes because of something enormous at the side of the road. At first I thought, well, that has got to be the tallest dog I've ever seen. Its silhouette was blacker than the night. As I slowed my car from maybe 20 miles an hour to 10, it suddenly came out into the streetlight and walked across the street in front of my car. It wasn't running, but it wasn't going slow either. I suddenly realized it was no ordinary dog, but I knew it wasn't a bear either, because it didn't have much of a belly. This was 3 to 4 times the size of a wolf, and so I can confirm it was not a wolf. What I saw looked like a humanoid literally hunched over on all fours, back erect in a hunch, moving with pace across the road. The head was distinctly wolf-like and enormous, literally looked like a giant wolf head. The being had jet black fur, as black as hair can get. The legs were lanky. My brain literally froze. Instantly I began rationalizing, but it was fairly impossible to rationalize what I had just seen. The closest thing I can compare this to would be the werewolf from Harry Potter that Professor Lupin turns into. All I can think of is, how did they know? That's nearly identical to what this thing looks like as it's hunched over and walking on all fours. It's horrifying. It was literally quite accurate to looking at that exact CGI rendering. On all fours, its backside probably about 4 to 4.5 feet in height. The head higher, easily reaching 5 feet. Again, there was no way that this was a bear or other regular beast we're familiar with as humans. There was nothing familiar about it. To anyone who might say, maybe it was just a really large dog that was sick and hunched. No, it was bigger than the largest dog breeds I've ever seen. It had to be over 4 feet in height, at the back, not the head, while hunched over. Definitely not a regular dog. Impossible to be a bear as none are this skinny. The humanoid aspect of it could not be denied. You could tell that if it wanted to, it could have easily stood up on 2 legs. What's more insane is that I could feel its energy. The energy was dark, oppressive, and really just a sense of danger swept over me. Had a very otherworldly energy about it. To continue, I slowly continued driving and quickly stared over to the left side of the road as I was passing to see where it had gone. I was able to see its silhouette by a bush, looking back at me, watching me pass. I didn't want to stop. I was scared. I went on with my mission to release the mouse. But I can tell you this. When I got home, I ran into my garage and shut that garage door as quickly as possible. I was panicked, truly terrified. When you know what you saw, you know what you saw. they always say. I also know my mind didn't just fill in the blanks or hallucinate this. Last night I looked up stories of dogmen, only to find people's descriptions and drawings were fairly identical to what I had witnessed. What are the odds of that? Now I'm convinced it's real. I never thought in my wildest dreams that I'd ever see anything like this. Does anyone know how common Oregon sightings are? And has anyone ever heard of an Oregon coast sighting? I'm also curious if anyone else has ever heard of literally getting sick to your stomach or not feeling well just before the encounter. Thanks. Edit to add. I do have house security cameras, but they're all out of batteries. I'm going to get them set back up today and make sure to record at night. From here, moving forward. When I was around 6 or 7 years old, my family and I were driving in southwestern Ontario, Canada, pretty late at night. While we were driving, I was staring out the window, watching the fields of corn and beans pass by. To my surprise, out of seemingly nowhere, this creature runs up out of one of the cornfields. It was large, bipedal, dark in color, and looked like a canine, but had a thick body which reminded me of a bear. It ran with the vehicle for maybe a few seconds, then dashed back in the field. I was more surprised that this thing could run at the same speed as our vehicle, more than I was surprised to actually see the thing itself. We were driving down a country road, which, as an adult, I now know means we were easily clocking 90 kilometers per hour, or 55 miles per hour. I didn't tell anyone until we got home. When I finally did tell my mom, she just said the standard stuff like, "You were dreaming. It was your imagination." I know I wasn't sleeping, but I will say I've doubted my own experience my entire life. However, at 25 years old and still remembering it so vividly, I now firmly believe it was a real experience that I had. I really just wanted to get this off my chest. Maybe share a true story that someone else also has an experience with. I don't know. I've seen ghosts and had weird things happen to me before, but for some reason, this one particular event always stuck with me. Either way, before this post gets too long, I'm signing off. Three or 4 nights ago, I was so sick that I couldn't sleep. So I went out to sit on my balcony, which overlooks many large trees. These trees have thick, clearly visible branches not obscured by anything. There are also lights around my condo which illuminate things, and I live near a busy city, lots of light pollution. So although it was midnight, I could see silhouettes very well. I'm peering over the balcony, and on this branch close to maybe 15 meters away from me, there's this huge dark shape. I'm talking bigger and wider than a person. It looks like 2 tightly folded wings, and I could see it overlapping the branch. As in, it wasn't behind the branch on the ground. This weirded me out because I'm very familiar with the view at night, and that shape has never been there. I stared at it for maybe 10 minutes, moving around on the balcony to try and figure out what it was, but no luck. So I made a note of it in my mind, making absolutely sure it's vivid in my memory, and go back to bed. Tonight, I was having trouble sleeping, so I went up to the balcony, again at midnight. The shape is gone. I'm kind of freaking out, because my family and I have no history of hallucinations. I quadruple checked that what I was seeing was real that first night, and the thing was again huge, like a large creature with folded wings. I live in Southeast Asia, and the biggest bird here is an average-sized eagle. Hell, the biggest animals aren't even half the height of a person. What did I see? Note, there are also 3 reports of similar sightings, but those are dated from 2015 and might not mean anything. Any help identifying what it could have been or just a logical explanation is highly appreciated. I'm really freaked out. I'm happy to clarify in the comments if anyone is lost. My father and uncle have a story of living as outsiders, non-native Caucasians, young people on the reservation. Their tale of experiencing a skinwalker. My grandma taught school on the reservation, and they lived well off compared to the natives living there. From what I know, there's a lot of lore surrounding the Navajo Nation. Non-natives, primarily older generations, keeping their experiences and stories left unspoken, especially to those not from the culture. Forgive me if I'm mistaken in any of this. The culture, ideology, practices, or any other part. I'm just trying to tell the story my family has only spoken to me in whispers about. My grandmother, father, and uncle lived there for a few years, and their experience was much different than the Navajo people who have lived there for generations upon generations. I just want to tell their story and get insight as to anyone else who has lived in that community and any other stories some people might be willing to share. My father and uncle are about 2 years in age apart. They lived in the Navajo Mountain in the 1980s. My dad was 10 to 12, and my uncle younger. As it goes, they were always outside riding bikes with their friends, natives of the reservation. My grandma was recovering from an abusive relationship with their father and wasn't too concerned with their whereabouts, being it was a small community. There wasn't much trouble around, nor would they know what real trouble was at that age. Trouble wasn't the issue to young white boys on a reservation then. Pure terror was. It was a typical night without any parental supervision. The night was colder than usual, and the night sky was blacker than you can imagine. In such a desolate place, the stars in the sky would light the night. This night was as if the earth had moved to a different dimension, an abyss. The boys raced each other, as they did every night, until they were compelled to force their brakes in unison. They simultaneously looked up. Each boy's face melted from carefree, innocent, and adolescent to unadulterated horror. The boys stood motionless, grasping their bikes with every nerve, muscle, and strength in their body on the dirt road. To the right of them was a mesa, one they rode by every day. The mesa that paralleled from my family's home. The mesa that they could see through my father and uncle's bedroom every night. This mesa would become fear and nightmares to them from this night onward. At the top of the mesa was a roaring fire, taller than any bonfire that someone could assemble, bigger than a group of people could assemble. It raged and was unbelievable. It was almost as tall as the mesa itself. More unbelievable was the pitch-black figure seen cavorting around the bonfire. The native boys with my father and uncle informed them that this was not a typical Navajo dance or ritual. Pits began to form in their stomachs. Friends of my father and uncle turned back around without a word and bolted back to their homes. My father and uncle threw their bikes on the ground and ran across the unpaved road to their home. The two came back in panic, relaying what they'd seen to my grandmother, but she was unconcerned. A legend of the natives, she told them, and shooed them away. They lay awake all night in their shared room, not saying a single word to one another. They forced their curtains as close as possible, too scared to look out the window and see what they shouldn't have to begin with. Neither could shake the images burnt into their memory, but the sun managed to rise and peeked through into their room. A sense of release washed over them as the darkness had faded. The boys left their beds and traveled to the kitchen to try a second time to tell my grandmother what they saw that night. They tried to get a handle on what they saw, but it was as if they couldn't explain it. Again, my grandmother brushed them off. With a coffee and newspaper more important than their story, she told them to climb the mesa and investigate. The boys wrangled the friends who shared the experience with the night prior as they passed on their bikes. The friends stayed on the dirt road, looking up at the mesa as my father and uncle climbed up to see any evidence of the hell-burning fire that they witnessed together. The mesa wasn't much taller than an average one-story house, so the brothers took less than 2 minutes to climb to the top where the nightmare took place. When they got to the top, they were hysterical and also relieved. There was no indication a bonfire of that enormity, or even a fire at all had taken place on the mesa. They had clearly seen it the night before. They climbed down and told the message to the friends who had also been a part of the shocking scene. Their native friends looked at them in shock, but neither said a word to them. They immediately turned their bikes around and proceeded home. It was never talked about again, despite my father and brother asking about it. My grandmother and everyone else in that community refused to talk about it again. My father is a skeptic. He does not believe in anything paranormal. Aliens, ghosts, mermaids, you name it. But whenever I ask about the skinwalker he saw, he turns pale and white. He gets quiet, jumpy, and curt. I had to plead to get the full story out of him, and I could see goosebumps and every hair standing up on his arms when he shared his experience. My grandma took me to Navajo Mountain in 2019 to show me her history and to see how Navajo natives still live on this reservation today. According to her, not much has changed since living there in the 80s. I hiked and explored what I could of the reservation, as to not invade or violate any of the Navajo reservation and its beauty. However, I did feel a change in mood when I visited. My existence felt heavy, as if I wasn't supposed to be there, or if I was invading on territory that wasn't meant for me. Not caused by any of the community there, but just by my presence being on the land. I will never forget my experience visiting and all that I learned about reservation life. I climbed the mesa, where the skinwalker that my dad and uncle saw had its ritual. I felt pretty normal until I got to the top and stood in the middle. I felt darkness creep into me as I stood there. I've never been the same since. Hello? I'd like to share something that happened to me when I was 9 years old, and that I remember really well, even now that I'm 35. I swear, I'm not lying or seeking for attention, but it bothers me that I haven't been able to find a proper explanation until now. So, I'm asking for your help. I was on holidays with my family at Gabice, a fairly known place in the Adriatic coast in Italy. I'm mentioning it because there were several weird legends surrounding this region, like the Valbruna towns, which is known as the Italian Atlantis, since it was apparently submerged by the sea for unknown reasons during Roman times, and fishers and locals claim to have found remnants of columns, temples, and other proof of it, as well as an ancient temple dedicated to Zeus, which was located on the St. Bartolomeo Mountain, which is located just nearby, or miraculous sightings of the Virgin Mary. Also, it's quite an eerie place, because mountains, seas, and towns are all merged together. I was taking a stroll with my father. There were many people surrounding us because it was June and the streets near the seaside were crowded, when I suddenly saw something really weird laying on the pavement. It was an animal's, or reptile's apparently, leg, which had been cut off. But instead of dripping blood, it oozed a clear, slimy fluid. It was dark green, almost black in color, covered in scales. A little lighter underneath with 3 slender digits, the middle one longer than the others, and every digit sported a curved claw, kind of like a hen's foot. Of course, I got really spooked off, and I instantly tried grabbing my father's attention about my discovery, but he looked really annoyed at me, claiming that there was nothing on the pavement. I'm absolutely sure that he wasn't lying, but at the same time, I'm also really sure about what I saw. Nobody else seemed to notice that horrible paw, so I just walked away. When I got back a couple hours later and checked the same spot, there was nothing. As I grew older, I did some research, and I found some similarities with a tatzelworm's leg. But since the creature is legendary and apparently doesn't really exist, I was more oriented believing that it could have been an abnormally big, slow worm or lizard's leg. Except, those usually have 4 digits instead of 3, and they don't usually sport claws of any sort. I also researched about sea cryptids, but no sea worms or other creatures have been sighted in the Adriatic Sea. If that was a cryptid's leg, though, other people should have seen it. Another possible explanation is the Green Man, which is a legend about a reptile-human hybrid, which has been sighted in various places near River Po and Emilia-Romagna. But it looks like he's really elusive and refuses contact with humans. I don't know what to believe anymore. What really bothers me is that nobody apparently could see what I saw on that day. Do you believe that it might have belonged to some ghostly being or to a fae? Could someone please help me understand? And who or what could cut it off like that? And for what reason? These unanswered questions are really obsessing me lately. I grew up in Okinawa, Japan, because I was a military brat. My father and his friends, along with my younger brother and a few of our father's friends' sons, would go fishing deep in the woods, at a secluded fishing hole that only locals would typically know of. So one day, it was almost time to go, and my father instructed me, my younger brother, and the other guy's two sons to start toting the extra fishing gear back to the car, which was probably a little less than half a mile away. As we were passing underneath a bridge, we heard a loud crash from above in some nearby trees. All four of us looked up to see a creature that I can only describe as resembling a massive mongoose/fox-like looking beast, covered in dark brown hair and roughly the size of a young lion. It had two tails that were bushy like a fox. It looked at all of us briefly, then jumped away in leaps and bounds that were not possible by any creature we know of on Earth. It was at that point that I realized that a lot of the Japanese manga/anime and Pokemon folklore that they put on TV isn't completely fiction-based. They're really telling us about cryptids that they have known existed since the beginning of recorded history. I know a lot of people get on these sites and post make-believe stories for likes, but I have never been as terrified and as puzzled as I was by this event. Mind you, 4 people saw it. It was broad daylight, and none of us were old enough to be influenced by any sorts of drugs. I've only spoken to a few close friends about this experience, and my parents don't quite believe me. When I was about 12 years old, me and my 2 younger brothers and my 2 younger cousins were playing outside at night. Our cousins came over to see us, and all of the adults were inside the home. We lived in a smaller trailer park in Texas at the time, and it was built either on top of or near indigenous land. We played outside a lot at the time, and there was a street light that shone over the part of the road that we were playing on, so it didn't feel so creepy. I looked down the road where a white house sat, and next to it was a garage, and next to that was the forest. There was a lot of forest in the area, and I saw something coming out of the forest. I thought it was a wolf for a brief moment. Then I felt my heart sink when I saw its distorted-looking long, thin limbs, and the uncanny way that it moved brought tears to my eyes. It had a long head and a small mouth, like a horse, tan in color, and was extremely thin and had no tail. I grabbed my cousins and told them to look where I was pointing, and asked if they could see it too, or if I was crazy. They had a terrified look on their faces and said, "Yes." Then I looked over where I saw the creature, and it got up and started walking on its 2 hind legs, and moved in such a freaky way. It began to climb the garage with ease. This thing had to have been around 8 to 10 feet tall while standing on its back legs. I then ordered everyone to run inside. I told the adults what we saw, and they didn't believe us for whatever reason. I assumed they thought it was our imaginations. Anyway, I haven't seen those cousins since the encounter due to family issues. I've searched the internet many times trying to find a sighting report or image that resembles this creature, to which I have had no luck finding. So now, I'm turning to Reddit. Let me know, please, If you know anything about what we saw that night, or if you have seen something like it. My story is a little boring, but it happened to me on Wednesday, so here you go. I was rock climbing with 2 other guys in Colorado, and was belaying one of them when the 2 friends on the ground heard something weird. The commands we use to communicate that we're safe at the top of the route are name of guy on the ground, off belay, which prompts the belayer to unclip the rope from his belay device so the climber can pull slack out of the rope. The response to that command is name of guy at the top of the route, belay off. The climber was approximately 40 meters up on a roughly 50-meter route. I didn't know this at the time. The rope stopped moving, which isn't uncommon when someone is having a hard time with a move, or is setting up an anchor, which is what I thought was going on. Then we heard it. A voice that sounded way closer to the ground, like close enough we could have had a shouting conversation, and way further left off the route of where the climber should have been. It said, "Tommy sticks, off belay." I looked at the other guy in our climbing party who was just as confused as I was. He said to me, "What was that?" And we discussed where the climber should be at this time and that we shouldn't be able to hear him that well. The rope still wasn't moving, but I decided to keep him on belay. I figured it would be best to keep him safe and just feed slack through my belay device in the event that it wasn't him. Turns out, it wasn't. A few moments later, the rope started moving again. Later, followed by a faint syllable counted, "Tommy sticks, off belay." That sounded way more like it should have. We didn't really think anything of it, but we have been traveling down the wall and hit a few routes without seeing anyone. We also had a friend just a few months ago that burned in on a route and took someone off belay when he wasn't safe. I remember seeing a video of a hiker, or rancher or something, walking down the road when he hears a voice of a woman calling him off the road. The guy stops to try to figure out what's going on, then just gets out of there because of how weird it was. Is there a specific cryptid that mimics the voice of a person? This story takes place in San Antonio, Texas. I was an amateur runner at the time, about 18 to 19 years old. My brother, my older cousin, but was basically my bro, and I would train during the summer. One promise/agreement we had was he'd challenge me to a run, and I had to accept. The latest on this day was at 10:30 to 11 p.m. We started the run, and of course, it was pitch black. It was super sketch too, because we couldn't see far ahead of ourselves. My cousin and I knew this running trail like the back of our hands. It's called O.P. Schnabel Park. We had spent years running throughout this park, even establishing our own trails. The reason I say this will come up later. So, we're running through the first, second, and third pavilion on the trail, and onto the soccer field adjacent to the trail. The field is attached to the running trail. We were headed to the soccer field to do sprint work before heading back. Anyway, as we exit the trailhead, we see a humongous thing in front of us. It had to be about 250 to 280 pounds. Wide. It had antlers, and was maybe about 6'6" or so. I'm 6 foot even. And it was sitting out in the open underneath a park lamp near a bench. Imagine seeing a creature underneath an amber lamp in an empty field just waiting for you. It saw us, pivoted, and stood up, and started snorting. My brother hits my chest and just starts cursing and physically turns me around, and then shouts, "Run." It was the most terrifying feeling I've ever had. My cousin was much faster than me at running, so, looking back, it was funny how he smoked me in terms of speed. We ran to the first pavilion at O.P. Schnabel. It was well lit and opened up to the largest trailhead, so the decision became, well, do we run back? And we agreed to do so. Mind you, it's still pitch black and about 7 miles back home. I swear that this was the most intense run I've ever done in my life. We talked about what we saw independently the next morning. We both saw the antlers, it standing up, and the figure. It had a body of a bear. I looked up cryptids native to South Texas to try and ID the thing too. I've talked to numerous people to try and explain this. It looked very similar to the Goatman pictures in the size of the thing and the big horns. However, it looked more like a deer with a huge, wide torso body. I'd like to know if anyone in South Texas has experience with this, or knows more about what we encountered. It's something that my brother and I have spent almost a decade trying to explain for ourselves, and we still haven't come up with any sort of logical conclusion. Last night I had some friends over. We were chilling and having fun. Just us. No one home, and couldn't reach anyone if we needed to, as my sister was out of town and my parents were out for the night with no signal. My friends and I went to get ice cream from the shed out back. A few steps out, we all hear a loud yelling coming from the field across. A male voice. We live in the country, so no neighbors. There was sheep, but this was someone yelling. There's a difference. This instantly made us all run inside. We go to sit in the living room, and that was when we all heard a light knocking from the window in the room next to us. This definitely wasn't our imagination, as we wouldn't all be able to hear it. We also tested it by staying still in silence, and yet, again we heard it. I was wondering, does anyone else have any idea of what this could possibly be? This story happened in 2007 and gets told every time my family gets together. My Nana owns a farm, and she's always had a herd of cows and a guard donkey. In one of her cattle fields, there used to be a large circle of mushrooms that my Nana said was a fairy circle. Now, my Nana is Irish, and Irish people don't mess with fairies, and she refused to even mow over the circle. When she married my step-granddad, he didn't believe in fairies or the paranormal, and he wanted to remove the circle from the field, but my Nana told him not to. He thought that she was just being silly, and they would argue about it all the time. Long story short, he went behind her back and had the fairy circle removed while she was away. When she found out what he did, she refused to talk to him for days, and was very angry and got upset. 2 weeks after the circle was removed, all of her pregnant cows aborted their calves. My Nana was devastated since she is very experienced and careful with looking after her cows, and she had never lost all of her calves before, and it hasn't happened since. She's lost one or two, but never all of them. There was also a strange, scary experience that involved me that my Nana believed was also connected. My mom and 1-year-old me stayed with my Nana for a few days to cheer her up, since she was still upset about the calves. Somehow, I ended up catching chickenpox, which is supposed to be rare in babies under 1. Luckily, I wasn't too sick, but it still scared everyone. I know that my Nana still leaves small offerings in the cattle field like small cakes and barley water, even though my step-granddad still thinks it's silly. I've stayed at her farm a lot, and the field definitely has a different feel to it than I've ever felt anywhere else, especially at night, and I would never stay outside after dark. I know it was probably just 2 random coincidences, but it's definitely become a legend in my family. Me and a friend went to the woods to a barbecue over a fire, as we do now and then all year round. I live in Stockholm, and the woods we go to lie next to a lot of apartments. I've always been very into the Sasquatch and Bigfoot subject, and I know it's real. We have them here in Sweden as well. What people refer to as trolls here is the same as Bigfoot or Sasquatch, same being, different names. However, Me and my friend went into the woods to a specific place we always go to when we make our fire, barbecue, and drink beer. After a while, when the fire was started, I grabbed a big stick, went to a tree, and knocked it hard 3 times. 10 minutes pass, and further into the woods, I see this orb just appear, and it hovers about 3 meters off the ground. I stare at it and think to myself, that's not a person with a flashlight or anything like that at all. The orb just hovered at the same spot, and then disappeared, and I thought to myself, weird stuff is about to go down. Time passes, and darkness has fallen over the woods. Me and my friend sit in front of the fire where we hear a weird noise, and my friend says, "Did you hear that?" I looked over the fire into the darkness and see 2 dark yellow eyes glowing in the darkness, staring at us. I said, "Do you see those glowing eyes staring at us?" "Yes," he answered. "That's not a human, not an animal, nothing of that nature," I said, and he agreed. We stared at it for a solid 30 seconds when it suddenly moves away, almost floating, leaving traces from the glowing eyes. I was creeped out. 1 week later, we go to the same spot and it's dark. The fire is lit when we suddenly start to hear trees break from the woods. Thick tree breaks. It starts from the left and moves to the right and circles around us. The tree breaks keep moving around us, and they get closer. It gets quiet for a couple of minutes. All of a sudden, 15 meters to the right of us, a big tree break echoes through the woods. And I go, "Holy cow," and it gets quiet. Behind me and my friend stood this 5-meter long tree, and the fire was on a rock maybe 1 meter above the ground. Suddenly, something appears behind us and smashes the tree with the big log. This thing broke in half minutes before. It hit the tree so hard that it hit the ground and swung back up again. Me and my friend jumped back like 2 meters. This thing hit the upper part of the tree. My friend turns on the flashlight and looks around. We see nothing, and it's quiet. The thing is that when me and my friend walked around the woods, we were loud, breaking twigs and tons of other sounds under our feet. But this thing moves fast, silently around us, and that's the scary part. I was so scared, so I just left the woods. I like the woods, but I get nervous and scared when I wander too far into the woods alone. One other time when I was walking on a track, 2 stones come flying from above and land in front of me. I look up into the trees and see this transparent shaped thing in the trees, and then it just disappears. Have any of you had any scary encounters in the woods? I've never told anyone this, or talked about it to anyone, besides the people that were with me that night, and my best friend that claims to have seen him at a different date, that I didn't know about until I described my experience to him. I lived in a small town in Louisiana with my cousin and his wife. There's not much to do in Morehouse Parish besides drive back roads like we've done thousands of times before. Then, one night in 2015, we were leaving a church that we used to clean. It was around 2 a.m. or so. We were in my cousin's 1990 GMC Sierra single cab 4x4. So we decided to ride back roads. So we're cruising. Me and him are talking and listening to Nirvana. Probably we played music together. But anyway, his wife was asleep in the middle seat when we turned on a paved road 5 miles or so outside of town and come around a curve. And then there was something that we have never seen before. I'm an avid hunter, been in the woods all hours of the night and day, was in the army, but I had never been more freaked out by something than what we witnessed. There was something dead in the road, and something eating it. When the headlights hit it, it looked up, and was about 2.5 to 3 feet tall, like it was kneeling over whatever it was eating. It had red eyes, and it stood up so fast, it seemed like a millisecond. It was 7 or 8 feet tall. It was pitch black. Its skin looked like a bat's skin, but way darker. And in one fell swoop, it leapt, and its wings opened and flew into the woods on the side of the road. It had to be moving over 50 miles per hour. This was the wildest experience of my life. And I've always been cynical when it comes to paranormal stuff. But I know what I saw that night, and so does my cousin. It was the Mothman. To the guy that tried to kill me. I am a 19-year-old female French student, so please excuse my English. This event happened last week. I was heading to my apartment after seeing a friend. I took the tramway at 11:30 p.m. because I didn't feel comfortable walking at night. As soon as I sat down, a man who was already sitting nearby came and sat in front of me. I had a very strange feeling about it, so I told my boyfriend by text. Then, I stood up to get out of the tram, but the man quickly got out after me. He was weirdly following me, not walking behind me, but next to me. I was getting very anxious, knowing something was wrong, so I continued to walk to the avenue I live in. I crossed the road and he didn't, so I thought it was okay. But a few seconds after, he crossed the road too and was walking behind me. Then he passed me and was walking in front of me. So I thought I was just getting paranoid and that he was just walking this way too. But near my building, he stopped and waited until I met him. He asked if I had a boyfriend, and I answered yes, I'm sorry, good evening, as polite as I can be. He proceeded to leave in front of me, so I was walking slower for him to be far from me, and to make sure he didn't know that I was almost home. I turned into the little pathway heading to the lobby of my building, but I was still anxious about this man, even though he continued to walk. I thought I'd put my keys in my pocket, but they were in my bag. I was shaking so much that I had to try multiple times before I was able to grab them. I managed to get them, and I opened the magnetic door, but thought of closing the door immediately after me in case the man wanted to follow me in. The door was closed, but the magnetic system wasn't on yet. The man was running to it. He pushed violently in on it with horrific eyes looking at me. The door was made of glass, so I was able to see him pretty easily. That's when I knew I was getting into real trouble. So, without even thinking, I screamed as loud as I could. And I think that's probably what saved my life. Immediately, the man ran towards me, pushed me hard on the ground, and started to choke me really hard. I was too stunned because I wasn't prepared for such a violent assault. While he was choking me, I couldn't scream at all, or even breathe, and nobody came, so I really thought that I was going to die, looking into his bulging eyes staring directly into mine with pure hate. I'm a very small female, so I wasn't able to do anything with my arms. I think it wasn't that long, but it felt like an eternity, and I lost consciousness for a moment. When I opened my eyes again, he had just ran out, and I saw the caretaker's wife beside me. The caretaker was chasing after the man, but didn't manage to get him. He came back and called the police. The police were able to catch the man within 10 minutes, thanks to the description that we gave him. I really don't know why he did that to me, because when he attacked me, he didn't SA me or even rob me, which would have been pretty easy for him. I don't understand why his only goal was to kill. I'll never be thankful enough to my caretaker who came to help me and save my life, because nobody else in the building called the police or tried to help. The man was judged 3 days later and is in jail now, but denied everything, even if the caretaker and myself identified him. There are no video proof of him following me. So to the man that tried to kill me, let's not meet again. So this happened in 2011. So the exact dialogue may have escaped my memory a bit, but The situation is something that I'll never forget. Also, AIM was still pretty active during this time, and so we were video chatting. This is important for later. I was on an online dating site. I won't say which one because I'll be dragged mercilessly in the comments. And I was talking to this guy. I was 31 at the time, he was 28. We talked for about 6 weeks before I gave him my phone number, and we took it offline to calling and texting for another couple of weeks. 2 months after our initial chat, we were texting, and he told me that he was out having a few beers at a bar near my house. He asked what I was doing, and asked if I wanted to come out, but I had a very long day at work and didn't feel like going to a bar. I invited him over to my place after he finished at the bar, and he accepted. I figured I would be okay since I do keep firearms for protection and I know how to defend myself if needed. I also had a webcam. I took a shower so I wouldn't smell like a water buffalo on a hot day, put on some makeup, and got dressed to wait. He then called and said he was outside of my house. I clicked record on my computer's webcam and turned off my monitor, and then I went to let him in. It's around 10 p.m. and he comes in and we go back to my bedroom because my living room was being remodeled. We're sitting on the bed chatting for about an hour, talking about everything under the sun. The conversation flowed. He was very handsome and so easy to be comfortable with. We got on the subject of firearms and I showed him mine. About 15 minutes later, he asks for some water, so I go to the kitchen to get him a bottle. When I come back, he said he had gotten a phone call and had to leave. After he left, I looked on my nightstand, where I put the firearm down after showing him, and noticed that it was gone. I looked everywhere for it, thinking I had put it down somewhere else. Nope, not there. I then played back the recording from my webcam program, and sure enough, it shows him grabbing it and putting it in his hoodie. I was terrified at that point. He knew where I lived. He had my firearm, and he left his phone on my bed. Right then, his phone rings and I answer it. Come to find out, he's married. His wife was calling and wondering where he was. I told her everything, including the fact that he stole my firearm, and I had video evidence and was calling the police on him. Next thing I know, he's banging on my door, my firearm in his hand, asking me for his phone. The conversation went like this. He said, "I need my phone. Give me my phone." Me not opening the door but yelling through the window, "Take the clip out of my firearm, empty the chamber, throw the clip into the bushes, the one in the chamber across the road, and put it on the ground." Him, "No, give me my phone." Me, "I'm on the phone with your wife at the moment, and I have you on video stealing from me." I put his wife on speaker, and she yells a whole bunch of expletives. Him, shocked. He runs and gets in his car and then comes back. "I threw your gun in the ditch." At this point, I made him empty his pockets, take his pants off, take his hoodie off, and show me that he doesn't have my firearm on him. All the while, his wife is on the phone. I go outside and get in his car, in the driver's seat, and tell him to take me where he threw my firearm. He proceeds to tell me that I don't know how hard it is for him, being a felon, not being allowed to own a firearm ever because of a mistake he made. The mistake? Domestic violence involving a firearm. We get up the road. He tells me the firearm is there in a ditch. Then I realize the situation I'm in. I can get out of the car and go get it, leaving him to do whatever to me if he chose. He was 6'4", 225 pounds. Me, I was only 5'3" and 135 pounds at the time. Or I could make him go get it, taking a chance of him seriously hurting me. I took that chance since I was on the phone with his wife and my phone with 911. He retrieves my firearm, brings it back to the car, and I drive back to the house and wait on the police. I get out of the car and he gets in the driver's seat. I'm still on the phone with the police. I walk around the back of his car to get his license plate number and he just puts his car in reverse, hits me, and takes off. They found him later that evening. He still had the clip and the one in the chamber in his pocket. So now he's enjoying time in prison. So glad that I never have to meet this person again. At the time of this story, I was 23 years old. I'm a female, and at the time, I was a student. I was living alone in a small apartment complex not too far away from my school. I've never liked living alone. I was also very afraid of the dark. However, I always felt safe in my little apartment. It only had one way to get in, and you needed to unlock 2 doors to get inside, the main front door to the building and my door to my apartment. I also used to have a few lights on, even at night, and my laptop was usually playing some movie until I fell asleep. I always locked my door, except this one time. One weekend I was out drinking with my friends, and when I was going back home, I ended up sharing a taxi with a random guy that was going to the same area as me. We both jumped out of the taxi outside my place and talked for a little while. He was about the same age as me and said he was also a student. He walked me to my front door, and we said goodnight, and I went inside. Some weeks, maybe a month later, I decided to stay home that weekend. I was just watching some series in bed until I fell asleep. Suddenly, I woke up to a voice. I couldn't really hear what the voice was saying, but I could hear that it was a man talking. I opened my eyes. The room was dark, but I could see a shadow standing in my doorway to my bedroom. I froze. My adrenaline started pumping. I couldn't scream. I just kept staring at the figure. I thought I must be dreaming. This had to be a nightmare. But I understood quickly my biggest fear had come true. He stopped talking and I asked quietly, "Who are you?" He took a step closer and whispered, "Don't you remember me?" He was clearly drunk, but I suddenly could see that it was the same guy that I shared a taxi with some weeks ago. I felt some weird feeling of relief that I recognized him, but at the same time, I was horrified. My thoughts started spinning. What did he want? Why was he here? I didn't know what to do. There was no place to run or even to hide. My first thought was to try and stay calm, so I just asked quietly what he was doing there. "I was thinking about you," he said. "I turned your lights and closed your laptop." He smiled. I kept looking at him. I was still in my bed. Still didn't know what to do. I felt sick of the thought of him walking around my apartment while I was sleeping, but decided that I needed to continue to stay calm. I asked him how he got in the building. He said that he had been ringing my doorbell, but I didn't open. So he tried my neighbor's doorbell and someone opened up for him. He also went into my neighbor's apartment but realized it wasn't mine. He then saw my name at the door and went in. I think he could see the fear in my eyes. He suddenly turned around and said, "I think I should go." He stumbled out and I went after him. Right before he left, he said, "You really should lock your door." I shut the door in his face and locked it. I went back to bed and cried. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I never called the police, but I told my friends the next day. The following months, someone would ring my doorbell every now and then in the middle of the night. I would get an anxiety attack every time. I never opened up, but I had a feeling that it was him. But I never saw him again. I'm so relieved nothing happened that night. And from this day, I always double check that I have the door locked. I also removed my name from the door. So to the guy that came into my apartment that fateful night, let's not meet again. Me and my cousin Elle are very close. We always did everything together, and have been mistaken as twins quite a bit. We'd always do sleepovers when we were teens, so when Elle invited me to her house, I immediately said yes. Once I got there with $30 from babysitting, we headed to the corner store to stock up on my snacks. My aunt trusted us as we were 13, and it was only a block away. When we got in, we noticed a guy about mid-30s in the corner, just staring at Elle. We just ignored him and got our snacks and left. When we were walking back, Elle dropped one of the bags, so I picked it up and noticed the guy from the corner store walking in our direction. I thought it was weird, so I whispered it to Elle to not look back and to just walk to our house, which was across the street by this point. When we got there, we told my aunt and uncle, who were shocked, so they locked the doors and windows and put down the blinds. I opened the window because it was in the middle of Michigan in summer. Me and Elle watched Murder, She Wrote until I heard the faintest crunching of leaves in the front yard. I turned off the TV and told Elle to get her dad, who said it might have been a raccoon that slept in the room next to us just to be safe. At around 1 a.m., I woke up to Elle screaming and saw her being dragged out the open window by the guy we saw at the store. I yelled for my uncle, who came in and grabbed Elle and ran back outside chasing the guy. I grabbed Elle, ran upstairs, and called the police, who then arrested the guy. Turns out, he had been stalking Elle for weeks and was planning on kidnapping her. He had an entire collection of things we took from her, and pictures he took of her without asking. To this day, I still lock all my windows.
It was my sophomore year of high school. My best friend and I had driven up a mountain to a party and were driving back to my house at around midnight or 1 a.m. My car was on E, and I was so nervous we would run out of gas that I coasted all the way down the mountain. We got onto the highway that would take us back home and started driving. It was dark, as there were very few streetlights on this stretch of highway, and there were no other cars out either. The highway ran parallel to a railroad track. We drove for a bit, listening to music and chatting. At some point, recognizing how dark it was and the absence of other cars, I flipped on my high beams. The light illuminated the street in front of us, and my friend said something like, "Holy crap, what is all of that?" The street in front of us was stained red, as if someone had splattered gallons and gallons of dark red tomato sauce all over it for 100 to 200 meters. A few meters ahead of us, dotting the red-stained ground, we saw whitish-gray chunks, some the size of a can of food, others the size of a human torso, dozens of them strewn across the lane. I had to slow down and drive around some pieces. My friend and I were both freaking out at this point. After the chunks, the red stains quickly faded and we felt relieved. We rationalized that it was probably a deer carcass. It was really common for deer to cross that street. Perhaps a deer had been hit by one car and fell dead in the lane. Then another car, perhaps a semi-truck, also common in that area, in the dark of night had come and run over the body with all 18 wheels, dragging it and tearing it up in pieces. Or maybe a semi just hit a deer and this was the outcome. Either way, that made some sense to us. We got back home without further issue, and I remember getting out to check my tires to see if they were covered in blood or had bone fragments stuck in the tread. Everything looked fine. My friend went to his car and headed home, and I went to bed. That next morning, I went upstairs for breakfast. My mom asked if I had heard about the car accident. I said I had not and asked her to explain. Apparently, that same night, a group of 3 to 4 teenagers from my school had driven onto the train tracks along the highway and somehow got stuck there. The police thought they must have been drunk because they stayed in the car even when a high-speed freight train appeared in the distance. The train apparently hit the car so hard that some of the kids, or at least parts of them, were thrown several meters away. The car was pushed along the tracks for some distance and there were no survivors. I remember the hair on my arms and neck standing on end as my mom told me this. I asked her, not really sure if I wanted to know, what time all of this happened. She said sometime around midnight. She added that it was not reported to the police for several hours after it happened. I remember feeling sick to my stomach, thinking I had potentially driven through the bloody remains of those kids from my school.
I, of course, called and told my friend about the story. We both thought it was too coincidental for those two things to happen just meters apart and not be, in actuality, one and the same. I was a pretty and relatively smart 15-year-old girl. A good kid who did well in school despite a tough childhood. I was working at an amusement park full-time during the summer. The area I lived in could be sketchy, but having grown up with little to no adult supervision, I was used to trying to look out for myself. My father was out of town, mother was long out of the picture, and my sister, 3 years older, and myself were staying at our home alone. I finished work at 11 p.m. when the park closed and walked home by myself as I usually did. It wasn't far, perhaps 10 minutes. I arrived home. My sister was still out somewhere, and I got ready for bed, putting my pajamas on and crawled into bed. I was starting to fall asleep, but heard a small noise. I didn't know what it was, but it didn't seem like the usual house noise. My bedroom was on the second floor, with stairs leading up. I didn't hear anything after that noise, didn't investigate, I just chalked it up to nothing. I started to fall back asleep when I heard what sounded like hesitant footsteps on the stairs. I was instantly awake. But in my mind, it was my sister coming home and climbing up the stairs where her bedroom was. Still in bed, I yelled out, "Wendy, Wendy, is that you?" I heard nothing back. I yelled again, "Wendy, is that you?" Nothing. More footsteps. I was petrified. But as I tell the story to this day, I don't understand some of my reactions that night, so I really can't explain them. I got out of bed, opened the ajar bedroom door fully, and went out to the stairs, where I stood at the top. Below me, about halfway up the stairs, was a man that I had never seen before. He looked to be in his early 20s, a little taller than my 5'7", but not a big guy. But he was solid with blonde curly hair. I asked him what he was doing. His reply was a garbled mess, something along the lines of, "Where's Wendy? My mother told me not to get mixed up with women. Where's Wendy?" From his manner and wild-eyed look, he seemed like he may have been doing drugs. He had followed me home from the park and was asking, "Where's Wendy?" in response to my calling out for her. For some reason, I got very angry, not just scared. I started screaming at him to get out of the house. That I was going to call my father and Wendy, and he needed to just get out. To my surprise, he did. He turned around, ran back down the stairs, and I didn't see where he went after that. But it turns out he must have left. I have no idea how he got in, but he was definitely there for me. That's why he followed me. Not burglary or anything else. I think the only reason he left was because he had no idea where my sister Wendy was. Thought she was in the house, and it was an added complication to him getting caught. I was so shaken. I stayed up the rest of the night. I didn't call the cops, didn't call a friend. The only person I told was my sister the next day. I don't know why. I just sat in a rocking chair, clutching my cat, rocking and crying, staying awake till the next morning. My sister never did come home that night. She stayed at a friend's and came home the next day. This happened 35 years ago. I never told anyone other than her until now. I wasn't sure where to post this, but I needed the validation that I'm not insane. I've never really had paranormal experiences, but I can't explain this. I'm in college and
Me and some other 7 people from my school went on a backpacking trip. We had 2 experienced leaders. We drove to Zaleski State Forest, which is in the Appalachian region of Ohio. It was early April this year, and it was cold and everything was still dead from winter. After hiking miles into the forest, we set up camp at the backpacking campsite, and there were a couple other groups of people as well. A few of them were friendly older couples and then 2 college-age girls. Everyone was pretty spread out from each other. We set up camp further away from everyone else. I've always been able to sense energies of places, and the energy in this area wasn't great. It was almost spooky. Each of us had individual 1-person tents, and we formed kind of a cluster in this site, with my tent being in the back so no one was behind me. Our cluster was also right next to the forest, because this backpacking site was like a big cleared off square in the middle of the trees. Fast forward, I'm dead asleep around 2 a.m., and I wake up to leaves crunching right behind my tent. I hear footsteps walking in circles around my tent. They had a sort of heaviness to them that couldn't be a deer or a dog. Also, it sounded like just 2 legs. I can't make this up. This creature was circling my tent for long periods of time, slowly creeping up to the sides of my tent and then just stopping. Then, after a period of time, would move on to walking around the rest of our tent cluster. I could hear a human-like breathing from the mouth when it was close to my tent, like a sort of heaving. I was shaking, too scared to unzip my tent and investigate. I kid you not, this occurred for hours. It seemed like I was the only one awake. Out of nowhere, I see an illuminated light shape from my tent. Although I couldn't tell what it was from inside my tent because it was all zipped up. It was like a warm glow, and it didn't move like a flashlight would. I was paralyzed in fear. I simply couldn't believe it was an animal. At some point, I fell asleep due to sheer exhaustion, but I could hear the heavy footsteps circling until I did. In the morning, I questioned my fellow campers about it, and my leader admitted she heard the footsteps and noises as well, admitting it was bizarre and she would have investigated had she not been so groggy. One of the boys in the group said he also noticed the light that came on, but thought it was someone else. Not a single person in this group went up to go to the bathroom or turned on a light that night. I've heard things about the Appalachian regions being creepy and bizarre, and now I believe it. Some people on Reddit have leaned towards Bigfoot, because apparently he is associated with white orbs. Never been a Bigfoot believer, but I'm telling you, this didn't feel like just any animal. It definitely didn't feel like something like a bear.
I grew up in a small, rural town where nothing ever happens. The sort of place where it wasn't unusual to leave your doors unlocked, and your closest neighbors are a mile or so away from your house. Our family also had this giant old cat, Tag. He was a bit of a drama king, but we loved him. One summer, when I was around 9 or 10 years old, the cat starts going ballistic. Tag generally slept in my room curled up next to me until I fell asleep, and then would get up to doing whatever cat things he did at night. Occasionally he would meow or try to wake me up on unfortunate nights when I could see the bottom of his food bowl and needed a midnight snack. Usually, if I ignored him, he would give up or rarely go try to wake up my mom instead. This night, however, he bangs against my parents' bedroom door until he gets in and is meowing loud enough to wake us up. Our bedroom doors were next to each other, and I call to Tag to come to bed because it's about 2 a.m. He's having none of it and is carrying on. My mom gets up, goes down to the kitchen, and then huffs back up with Tag on her heels still meowing insanely. She said his bowl had plenty of food and he just walked over to the door of the kitchen. Tag was an indoor/outdoor cat, but had his own cat door through the garage, so there was no need for one of us to let him out. My mom said my brother must have left the kitchen door open and just the screen door was shut, but she wasn't holding it open forever for the cat to just stand there and not go out. She shut the kitchen door and went back to sleep, firmly shutting her bedroom door this time so Tag couldn't let himself back into their room. I always kept treats for him in my room and offered him one, but he was still meowing at their door trying to get them up. I grabbed him and bring him into my bedroom and shut the door to get him to sleep. I lay in bed trying to go back to sleep and Tag meows at my door wanting back out. I finally open my door and he bolts back downstairs towards the kitchen, and that's when I heard what sounded like a door slamming. I have 3 older siblings, though, and someone is always up watching TV or running to the bathroom, so I think nothing of it. The cat finally falls back into my room, but instead of curling up in my armpit like usual, he sat on the bottom of my bed staring at my door. I fell asleep until morning when some commotion wakes me up and I pad down to the kitchen to find my parents on the phone with the police. They got up as usual to get ready for work. While making coffee, my mom went to grab her rings from the little jewelry dish she had by the sink, because she would take them off in the evenings to rinse dishes and load the dishwasher, but discovered the dish was empty this morning. Small town, so the sheriff sends a deputy over, and when my dad walks out to meet them, sees the ATV is missing up from out back. The key is off the key ring. My brothers are all up at this point too, and we were all freaked out that while we were sleeping, some robber came in and removed the ATV key, saw an opportunity to take my mom's rings. They were asking if we had any clue when it happened, and my parents say no. My mom asked my middle brother, who was a freshman in college and home for the summer that time. He ended up off the couch last night, and if he had heard anything. He said he went to bed at 10 or 11 and asked what she meant, as his bedroom was in the basement and he wouldn't have heard anything in the kitchen. She said, "But you were in the living room off the kitchen when I went to feed the cat and shut the door. You left open and I told you not to sleep on my couch and go to your bed as I went back upstairs." He told Mom he was in the basement since dinner and never went out or came upstairs again. He watched a movie in the basement living room before going to bed in his own bedroom. She goes white and realizes that the cat must have been trying to warn us someone came into the house, and the robber dove onto the couch and covered up to hide when she came to the kitchen and exited after she went back to bed. The cops said for someone to be so brazen, they probably knew our family, knew our habits, but didn't count on the cat being so overprotective, and then probably intended to steal more but was afraid the cat may wake up the whole house. It's been over 20 years since this happened, and the robber was never caught. But it is unnerving to think it was probably someone who had been to our home before as a friend. Thank God for our cat. It was nearing Christmas of 2021, and by that, I mean that it was mid-November. I live in the US, so Christmas and holiday items tend to go up in October. Being that I was a 16-year-old female at the time, I always tried to get my shopping done early because a lot of my gifts were handmade. Some background. There are a lot of shops, small grocery stores, as well as the local uptown within walking distance of my house. It was the uptown where this occurred. One of my brothers, Anthony, was really into music and learning different instruments, so I decided to go to the specific store in the uptown that sold music supplies. Because of my schedule, I wasn't able to go until well after 4 o'clock, which is when the sun started to set. In hindsight, I shouldn't have tried to go out, but I was desperate enough to finish my gift shopping by the first week of December. I stopped at a local Dollar General to get some paint I ran out of, then across the street to the uptown for Anthony's music supplies. While crossing the street, I saw a large brown truck stopped at the intersection. I hadn't seen a truck of that color in tow or ever before, so I was pretty noticeable. I also noticed that it was turning into the Uptown's parking lot, same as me. One thing about our Uptown is that the majority of it is bars and restaurants, so there were quite a lot of people mingling around some of the bars. It did make me a bit nervous, but the music store was close, so I just decided to tough it out. As I was entering the store, the brown truck slowly crept by me. I was kind of spooked, but figured whoever was just being careful of the people. The store didn't end up having what I needed, so I placed an order for the following week and left the shop. By now it was well into dusk. As soon as I left, I saw the truck parked right outside the store. I brushed it off as that they were just in the store next to me and went to leave. As soon as I turned my back, I saw the lights of the truck go on and the engine roared to life. I basically peed myself right there. I turned to look at who was in the car, but the windows were so heavily tinted that I didn't know they were able to see. The car pulls out and slowly creeps toward me, and I'm paralyzed. I figured I was going to be kidnapped and murdered right then and there. I found my nerve to run where the car was only 6 feet away, and I booked it down the sidewalk. The car started to go faster to match pace with me, and the people from the bars didn't seem to notice or care. I was crying at this point, and I didn't know what to do. Then, when I saw my saving grace, I saw 2 ladies, a little younger than my mom, outside a coffee shop that just closed. They spotted me too, and I took a chance to run up behind them and told them the situation. The pink shirt coffee lady had to leave, but gave the key to the lady in the blue shirt, who offered to let me stay inside the cafe until my mom could come get me. The brown truck drove past a few times, but then gave up and left the way it came in. My mom showed up minutes later. I thanked the blue coffee lady for her help, and I still go to their shop regularly. Thank you so much to the pink and blue coffee ladies, because you probably saved my life. And to the people driving that brown truck, let's not meet. I've had creeps tailgate me or try to grab my attention on the road, and I usually just ignore them, which usually always works. But the guy in this story takes the golden medal. My shift starts in the afternoon, and I was feeling off for most of the day. A beautiful sunny day, mind you. You know, one of those days where you drag yourself out of bed to start adulting. I decided to lift my mood up, so I wore something new that I had. A beautiful, creamy white faux fur vest, and I hit the road. I looked like $1 million. Feel like $1 million, right? Maybe not. I played some piano tracks and hope that I'll get out of this funk. I just needed something to comfort me, and those 2 things didn't cut it. While I was driving to work, I decided to grab a drink. An iced, crisp green tea will definitely lift my spirits. There were 2 branches of a famous coffee shop. I could have gone to the first one, the drive-through, but they use a pretty crappy tea brand as they ran out of the good stuff. So I had to go to the one that was inside a mall. Anything to feel better, right? I parked my car and I saw a private fleet of black SUVs, making it difficult to view the entrance. This is important later. I grabbed a cold bottle of water and headed to the counter. I paid for my drink and got a cherry lollipop, because why not? While waiting for my drink, and once I got it, I started walking out. I had to pass a fountain in the courtyard before I could reach the exit. I slowed my pace as I noticed that I was walking too fast. I felt a bit off, but brushed it off. As I passed between the SUVs, a bus shot through quickly. I stopped in shock as I almost walked in its path. This didn't make me realize what was happening, as I got distracted and wasn't aware of my surroundings. As I walked further, I had to pass an area where there isn't anyone. It was shaded, but still outdoors, almost like under a bridge-style building, if that makes sense. This was the way to my car. I noticed that I wasn't aware of my surroundings till I heard footsteps on my right. Then I saw a man in my peripheral vision walking and matching my speed. At first, I thought he was in a uniform, so I assumed he was a part of the cleaning staff in the mall. It felt off, but I told myself that I was being paranoid and overthinking things. Next to my car, on my left side, was a woman with a child who were getting into their car. This will make sense later. I was sandwiched between my car and hers. I was getting my keys out of my fur vest, and then I had to turn around in order to open my driver door, as I was a bit ahead of it. Once I turned, I saw a man standing. Looked like in his late 30s. Skinny, average height. He had a dark blue baseball cap with sunglasses, a gray shirt with some print on it, and black sweatpants. He was wearing Crocs with socks. He was so close that it took me by surprise and I was startled. But being nice and polite is in my blood, so I assumed nothing. The first thing he said was, "Why are you afraid?" I told him that I wasn't and asked him what he wanted. "Is your car for sale?" he said, grinning. I said no. Then he started to ask about how my day was going and stuff along those lines. The heck? I don't know you. Alarm bells were ringing in my head. I smiled as to not escalate the situation. I knew I had to do something. He was blocking my way to the mall entrance, and if I decided to go the other way, which is a pretty large shaded parking lot with few people standing here and there. "It was nice to meet you, but I gotta leave," I said while smiling. "Give me your phone number," he said bluntly. I just repeated the same phrase and took a step closer to my door as I didn't want to show him that I was afraid. And he said something that made me want to crawl out of my skin. "Give me your phone number so I don't have to chase you around in my car." At this moment, I knew I had to move fast, so I opened my door and ignored him. He kept talking and I wasn't sure what he was saying as it felt muffled. My anxiety was higher than the tip of Mount Everest now, and I was hit with this realization that even in public spaces and in broad daylight with people around, you can lose your sense of safety in a split of a second. I closed the door quickly and locked it. My fingers felt weak, but I managed to turn on the car. He kept knocking on my window. He was so insistent. I put my car in reverse and I couldn't back out. The woman was halfway getting out of her parking spot, thus forcing me to wait. He kept knocking pretty hard and saying stuff. That moment I honestly couldn't even hear him. All I wanted to do was nope out of there. I was so afraid and just baffled. I had to look at the window to see when the road was clear so I could back out. He was standing in front of my window, rapidly knocking on it. I avoided making eye contact with him. Once the road was clear, I hit the gas pedal and sped off. I drove to random places while my eyes are fixed on my rearview window to make sure he wasn't following me. It was so hard to breathe as my chest felt so heavy and my heart was beating out of my chest. I was glad he wasn't there. This creep followed me around the mall and waited for the right moment that I was alone and threatened me to give him my phone number, and was totally unaware of how much of a creep he was. My therapist will definitely hear about this. And to the guy with the baseball cap and Crocs with socks, let's never, ever meet again. I started working at this pizza place when I was 17 years old. This was hands down the worst and best place that I've ever worked. When I first started, I had a very crappy regional manager. He would smoke meth in the store and was never around. He also made everyone do his work for him. Anyways, he would disappear from the shift all the time, sometimes for hours. I would always end up finishing the shift and doing my closing list, and I would end up leaving before he would get back, all the time. It was frustrating because he would leave at the worst times, like the one in this story. One night, I was serving and a group of men came in. There was about 4 of them. They were very flirtatious, but I didn't mind at first. Then they started taking pictures of me. They also whispered among themselves while pointing at me. I then started really getting freaked out. It wasn't like they were sneaky about it either. I went to tell my manager and he was gone. All the other coworkers were teenagers and I was the oldest one. I decided to just ignore them. I know it was dumb, but I was scared. The whole time they were there, they never stopped looking at me. They also didn't speak English very well, so if they were talking about me, I didn't know. They left after a while. It was about 2 hours after closing. I was finishing up and I went to text my dad that I was coming home. I figured I was going to be finishing something up in like 3 minutes and be out the door. The thing about my dad, though, was he never slept until I got home. He waited for me every night. I was the last person there, and I grabbed my things and I walked out. I looked over at my car to see the men from earlier. They were parked in a car next to my driver's side door. They didn't see me yet. I tried to unlock the car from the passenger side, but I couldn't. I then decided that if I walked quickly enough to the driver's side, I could be able to go. My heart was racing. I knew they were there for me and only me. So I decided to be fast. They were all put out of the car in seconds. I quickly unlocked my door and one of them pushed it shut. They all grouped around me. And they all told me that they would give me a ride. I was crying at this point, and they were just laughing. I said, no, I need to go home. I tried to open the door again and they slammed it shut. I was freaking out. What did they want? I was trying to find a way out of this. I know I should have just grabbed my phone and called, but when your life is being threatened, you don't grab it. You run or fight. I personally decided to freeze. I stood there crying, trying to push past them and to get back into the restaurant, but one opened the back seat door. The others were pushing me in. I don't remember what they were saying at this point. I was so scared. Before I knew, my father came blowing in the parking lot. They quickly let me go and got in their car and sped off. My dad got out of the car, came up to me and asked what happened. I told him everything. He grabbed my arm and took me to his car. He wanted me to point them out because he didn't get a good look at their car. We drove around for a bit, but we couldn't find them. Come to find out that I stalled the men long enough for my dad to get worried. He decided to come see what was taking so long and came to the store. My dad and I decided not to go to the police. It was more like I decided. I was freaked out. I told my manager the next day and he was pretty much not even concerned. He bought me a taser. That was about it. I never saw the group of men after that. I don't know who or where they are or anything of that nature. Still don't even know what they wanted with me. So, to the group of men that tried to kidnap me, let's never meet again. Most of the neighbors on our street are friendly. We look out for each other. We text, chat, and say hello when we see one another. It's a sweet feeling of community. In the past, there had been one household that wasn't interested in being friendly with any of us. An elderly woman, mid-70s, we'll call her Maud, and her son, 50s, we'll call him Don. My partner and I would attempt to wave and say hello, only to be met with cold stares. Once my dog managed to slip out of his collar and run through their yard while Maud was out getting the mail. The glare that I received from her while trying to catch the dog left me with a feeling hard to shake. You know, that unexpected gut punch feeling when you become the object of a stranger's misery and hatred. Anyways, we learned quickly to stay out of her way. We barely ever saw Dawn. The blinds were always closed tight. They rarely left the house, and no one ever visited. The last time I saw either of them, at the beginning of August, in 2021. Don was getting the mail while wearing blue latex gloves. I thought it was weird. In early October, one of our other neighbors reached out to ask if we had seen Maud or Don recently. We had not. Suddenly, we were all too aware that their grass was that over 3 feet tall. The mailbox was so full that it couldn't close anymore, and papers were spilling out into the street. Obviously, a welfare check was called. The neighbor, who had put herself in charge of directly communicating with the police, called shortly after the check and told us to sit down. Maud and Don were both dead, and had been dead for around 6 to 8 weeks. It appeared to be a murder-suicide, the assumption being that he killed her. I paced the rest of the day in front of my living room windows, watching the crime scene van pull up, the officers in and out of the front door, taking breaks to somberly chat in the front yard. And then, after a few hours, out came the body bags. The smell was something I had never experienced before, and that I will never forget. The following weeks, I thought of how many times I had walked by that house with my son and dog, while 2 bodies had sat there rotting. I stayed up for hours, a few nights, trying to find out anything I could. Nothing. No news, no stories, no crime reports, nothing. So I dug into Maud's history. All I could find was that she had been buried in a field north of town, dedicated to the unclaimed. I kept a close watch on the house and researched the legal proceedings it would go through, since there was no kin. Looking at that house, I'd always felt cold and sad before, but now it also felt dark, haunted even. I became obsessed with Maud's story, with no way of getting answers. Her house just kept staring back at me blankly every single day. Back in the spring, my young son and I were out catching fireflies. We would stand still waiting for one to blink and run in that direction. It took us up and down the street multiple times. I know this is such a small, silly detail, but that night, I stared into Maud's yard for minutes at a time waiting to see a firefly, and I swear to God, not a single firefly blinked over there. I became so bothered by it that I stared longer, sure that if I just stared long enough I would see at least one, but nothing. Complete stillness and darkness. I told my husband that I hoped someone would buy the property and knock the house down. No one had any business living there now. Today, around a year after they died, doors were opened, and people I hadn't seen before were in and out, carrying bag after bag of what looked like junk. I texted a neighbor and asked for intel. He said the house and all of its belongings had been collectively sold and bought at an auction 2 weeks ago. These were the new owners, probably getting ready to flip the house. I typically don't shove myself into situations, but I had just spent way too much time thinking about Maud, wondering who she was, why she was so angry, imagining what strange life her and her son had been living, and what their last moments were like. I knew I'd regret it forever if I didn't at least ask them what it was like inside. So I did, and they invited me in. One step into the front door, and more puzzle pieces fell into place. This was a hoarder home. There was barely anywhere to put my feet. Stacks upon stacks of old fine china, pots and pans, vintage books and records, knickknacks, and countless boxes filled with God knows what from floor to ceiling. The woman who had led me inside said, "The mattress where it happened is still here. Do you want to see it?" Slightly afraid that she'd think I was completely demented, but far more curious, I said that of course I wanted to see it. She led me to a bedroom through piles and leaning stacks of junk. She walked into a cramped, small bedroom with a twin-sized bed and pulled the blanket back. If you've seen what decomposition stains look like, then you can imagine what I saw. After processing, I asked, "So this is where Maud was found?" "I think they were both in here. I'm trying to piece it all together. I haven't even started in the other corner bedroom, but I'm hoping it'll give me some answers. I'll be here organizing and sorting over the next few days. You're welcome to join me if you'd like." I told her that I would love nothing more. So after all of these months, I'm excited to have a chance to get some answers to everything I've been wondering, to get a sense of who Maud really was, to possibly find a way to honor what seems to have been a very sad life, to maybe get some clues into why her son murdered her. Her son, who I found out shortly after seeing the house, was a deeply troubled offender who was charged by the FBI for child images and soliciting a minor in 2014. And to hopefully do it without any bad energy attaching itself to me. When I was 9, I went to a sleepaway camp for the summer. The sleepaway camp itself was massive and very isolated. The kids were separated into age groups and gender. All these different groups slept in different camp areas in these wood cabins. My group happened to be one of the largest and most developed, and because it was right off the main road in the camp, it allowed easy access for cars to come into our area. My story happened one night when I woke up and needed to pee. My cabin didn't have a bathroom, so I had to walk down to the bathhouse, which was right next to the entrance where the cars can come in. When I left the cabin, I saw that there was a white pickup truck in front of the bathhouse with its headlights on. I found it strange, but it got stranger when I got closer to the truck and nobody was inside. I figured that the driver would be in the bathhouse, but when I got in there, there was nobody. I was starting to get spooked, so I used the bathroom as fast as possible. When I left the bathhouse, the truck was gone. There was no sign that it was even there. This shocked me, as the truck was close enough to the bathhouse to where I would have been able to hear it leave, but I heard nothing. This freaked me out, so I ran back up the hill to my cabin and just sat in bed for the rest of the night, not being able to sleep. When the sun came up, I went back outside to check the area where the truck had been. And there weren't even track marks, which would be impossible since the ground was very muddy. To this day, I still don't know what happened, or if the truck was even really there or not. I grew up in a mining town in the north of England. After all of the mines had closed down in the 1980s, the area went to crap. There were no jobs, no money, and nothing for kids to do. As with most of the north, towns are surrounded with woodlands and farms. So as kids, we had nothing else to do. We'd go exploring the woods and build swings, climb trees, make fires, the usual kid stuff. I was around 6 or 7 years old when the following happened. I met up with 3 or 4 friends one morning, and off we went looking for adventures. We walked a few hours and passed a few places that we'd already explored, such as caves, farms, and woodlands. When we came to an area of woodlands that we hadn't yet investigated, so, being the curious kids that we were, we went in. We soon found a stream, so we followed it for maybe 10 minutes and came to a large pond surrounded by trees. Thinking back, it was a spooky spot. Picturesque, but still a bit spooky. It was the perfect spot for a rope swing overhanging the pond. So, over the course of the following week, we went back to this pond, and after a few failed attempts, made a pretty good rope swing. Over the next few weeks, I'd go back with friends every other day, and we'd hang out around this pond. But with it being so far away, not everybody was so keen to walk so far. So the group eventually became just myself and a friend of mine. And we went from going there almost daily to just going around once a week. The two of us head over there one day, and as we're approaching the woods, we could tell somebody else had been there. I'm not sure how we knew. We just knew. We get inside the woods, grab a few sticks for weapons, and follow the stream, keeping our eyes peeled for anything unusual. We get maybe 100 meters away from a kind of small clearing in the trees, when we both notice in the distance there were dozens of these small objects hanging from the trees. We couldn't quite make out what they were, but from a distance, they looked kind of doll-shaped. We're both on the edge at this point, but we'd walked over an hour. So, with sticks in hand, we slowly approached the things that we saw. We get to within 10 meters of one of the objects, and we still can't quite tell what they were. They looked like little bags of fur. Some black, some grayish, some brown. It wasn't until we were almost within arm's reach when it dawned on us. They were cats. Surrounding this small clearing in the woods, there were maybe 20 or 30 cats, dead, hanging from trees. It looked like something out of a horror movie. And thinking back, we should have just turned on the spot and ran. But being dumb kids and curious, we hung around for a few minutes and looked around. I don't think either of us had ever seen a dead cat before, so morbid curiosity took over, and we just walked around this clearing, poking a few with our sticks. And that's when we see him. About 30 minutes away, we see a man approaching. Typical, homeless looking. Brown coat, dirty, long scruffy beard, a dark woolly hat and hood. Once we notice him, he steps. He's just standing there between trees and bushes, partly camouflaged, just staring at us. He was carrying a white plastic bag that was sagging down by his side. I'm gonna hazard a guess here and say there was another dead cat in that bag. We stand frozen on the spot for maybe about 10 to 20 seconds, not quite sure what to do, and he's just standing there, staring, not even moving, just staring. My friend and I both nope out at this point and just start running as fast as we could, screaming. I looked back a few times and the man hadn't moved. He was just standing there facing us, watching as we ran for our stupid little lives. We got out of the woods and didn't stop running until we reached a busy road about 10 minutes away. We jogged the rest of the way home, barely stopping to catch a breath until we reached the safety of our neighborhood. We both went home and didn't see each other until the next day. We told our friends about what happened the next day and never went back to those woods. We gave him the name the Catman. I dread to think what would have happened to my pal and I if we hadn't seen him and hadn't noped out of there. But I'm guessing it would have ended with us also hanging from those trees. I was about 12 years old at the time of this incident. I would often visit my cousin who worked at Dollarama. It was about a 15-minute walk from my house. One day, I went to walk to Dollarama to visit my cousin. We were at the back of the store just chatting away. My cousin then had to go to the back room of the store to grab some stuff. Meanwhile, I was just standing, leaning against the wall as I waited. I then looked up and there was a guy that was just staring at me. He had tan skin, black hair, and was wearing really baggy clothes with a backpack. It looked like he hadn't showered in days. He wasn't showing any emotions on his face, but as soon as I looked up at him, he smiled at me. Not one of those small, nice smiles. He smiled big, where Almost felt like his smile took up his whole face. I got creeped out. Then he started to walk towards me very fast. At this point, his face was only an inch away from me, still smiling. I was backed up against the wall at this point. I didn't move because I was in shock on what was happening. Then, he touched my hair and softly whispered, "Que linda." I speak Spanish too, so I understood what he meant. He said, "How beautiful." After that, he walked away. After a minute or two, my cousin came back. I told her what had happened, and she was freaked out as well. She told me that when I walked back home, I needed to keep my phone ready to call someone if it was needed. Sometime later, it was time for me to walk home. I started to walk home and just walked past Freshco, and I see the same guy that was in the store riding his bike. Start to walk slower so I don't catch up to him. All of a sudden, he looked back and stopped biking. He turned around and biked past me. I just kept walking, trying to ignore him. Then, he biked past me again, but very slowly. He stopped the bike right in front of me, blocking my path. And he still had that disgusting smile on his face. But I just quickly walked around him. He starts biking after me. This is when I really start to panic. So I started to run, constantly looking behind me and still seeing him biking after me. I had been running for about 5 minutes, and I was slowly starting to get tired. That's when I stopped at the streetlight, looked behind me, and watched him as I quickly call my best friend, who was literally 1 minute walk away from me. Put the phone up to my ear, and that's when the guy stopped biking. He then quickly turned to the left and went down a different street. I quickly turned around and ran to my house that was just on the other side of the lights. I haven't seen the guy for years. However, when I was in 11th grade in high school, I saw him biking on the school grounds. I hid right away, and I started to get scared, but he biked away, and that was the last time I saw him. I have no idea what would have happened if I didn't start to call my best friend, but I feel like my phone and my cousin's advice saved my life. When I was about 14 or 15, we moved to a new town hundreds of miles from our old one near Los Angeles. The new town was much older, much smaller community, and it was that old-fashioned style of people living their garage doors open at night because no one was worried about security. However, my family, coming from a town where you knew better, we never left ours open. One weekend, my parents went out of town, leaving me home alone because they went back to our old city to visit my aunt and uncle. I didn't care. I wanted to be home alone and be able to do what I wanted. I had a couple of friends over. We ordered pizza and just watched and rented movies. Around 10 or 11, everyone went home and I was home alone in this big, old, 5-bedroom house. My bedroom and our family room was upstairs, so when my friends left, I just stayed upstairs with the TV on and started to fall asleep on the sofa. At around 1 a.m., I suddenly woke up. Don't remember if I heard something or felt something, but I woke up almost in a panic. I heard noises from downstairs. I realized I was in the dark with only one light from the TV on. Our family room light had turned off for some reason, but I didn't remember ever turning it off. I jumped up and started turning lights on from upstairs. I heard footsteps in the dark downstairs, as you can hear walking across the tile flooring. My dad kept a shotgun in a case upstairs in the spare bedroom. I knew how to use guns my entire life, and he trusted me with it. I grabbed the shotgun, and it was a single shot, so I loaded one shell and put 3 more in my pocket. I walked very slowly downstairs, and the stairway had a little light as the light switch downstairs lit the bottom half. I make my way to that light switch, then the front room lamp, then the kitchen light. I go down the hallway to the bottom floor, bedrooms, turning on every light I see. I don't hear anything or see anything out of the ordinary. I check every room, especially my parents' bedroom and bathroom. I figured that this is where a burglar would go for cash or jewelry. I don't see any windows or doors open. I started to think that maybe I was making myself more hyped up over nothing. So I started making my way back to the stairway in the front room. That front room had like a living room that my mom always called the sitting room, because we were not allowed to hang out there, but it's where guests would sit. You know, a fancy room. Anyway, that room had a front door, the stairs leading upstairs, and off to the side, the door to the garage. When I checked that our front door was locked, I then turned to the garage. I see that that door was unlocked. Note that we locked the door leading from our house to the garage all the time. Something inside me dreaded to open it, but I figured I had to check there too. When I opened the door from the house to the garage, I nearly crapped my pants. The big garage door was open. This was impossible. My parents had left earlier that day, and I know for a fact that the garage door was closed after they left, because when I was cleaning up my room for when my friends came over, I took all my dirty laundry to the garage. I would have noticed it was closed at this point. Also, when I said goodbye to my friends, I walked out with them, and for sure I would have saw my garage door open at that point. Anyway, I turned on the garage lights, and the garage was empty. Just the big door rolled up, so I hit the button to close it and locked the door from the garage to the house. I went back upstairs and pretty much stayed awake all night with the loaded shotgun next to me. The next day, I put the shotgun away, unloaded. I go outside to see if someone maybe forced the door open. No tool marks or anything. I looked through the garage and noticed that someone had opened my dad's toolbox. I couldn't tell if anything was missing, but it did in fact look like someone had went through things in there. I decided against telling my parents what happened when they came home, but only if my dad noticed something missing from the garage. Mostly because I didn't want him to blame me for leaving the door open when I clearly hadn't. Also, I didn't want them to not leave me alone home again. I do wonder if what shook me awake was the noise of the garage door opening, but I was too sleepy to realize it.
I am a 17-year-old male. And last Friday night, I was home alone while my family stayed in their cabin a few kilometers away. I'm used to staying home alone, as this exact scenario is very common in the summertime, especially while I'm working and can't travel from the cabin and back. I'm not usually jumpy or afraid while home alone anymore, used to the odd creaks and settling noises of our old house. I was especially comforted by the fact that my sister's dog was also in the house with me that night, and most noises could be attributed to him. And if anything were to happen, he would act as a guard dog of sorts and alert me to anything odd. At the same time, however, he's the type of dog to bark at any noise or person walking past the doors or windows, so I'm used to hearing him bark or growl at night.
Even so, this past Friday, the sound of his barks at nearly 12 a.m. were very concerning to me. Despite my effort to stay home alone, I'm still terrified of the premise of a break-in or some other uninvited human interaction at midnight. I let him bark for a few seconds, telling myself it was just someone past our glass door in the adjacent alleyway, and he would quiet down once they passed. Needless to say, that's not what happened. He kept barking and growling for a few minutes too long, and I finally got out of bed. I sleep in the basement, so I walked upstairs to check it out. As I'd suspected, he was standing alert at the glass door. I was comforted for a moment until I walked over, ready to close the curtains and go back to sleep, and saw the door open about 2 or 3 inches. I froze. I had let the dog out earlier, but I know I closed the door. I've never left this door open. I'm a paranoid person with bad anxiety, especially concerning break-ins and the like. So I would never, while I'm home alone, forget to close this door. I am 100% certain. However, at the time, I didn't let myself think about these facts or even acknowledge that I couldn't have left the door open, because I knew that it would send me into a spiral, possibly even an anxiety or panic attack if I didn't explain this away. I closed and locked the door, double checking that it was certainly locked. Using the flashlight on my phone, I looked around the entire second floor of my 3-story house, including closets and other reasonable hiding spots, just to put my mind at ease, and upon finding nothing, went back downstairs to my room. As I was laying there, trying to push away the fear, I could hear the dog walking around the floor that doubles as my bedroom's roof. I thought I was overthinking it when it started to sound like human footsteps accompanied by our dog's footsteps. He walks around for about 10 minutes before I put in my earphones and tuck myself down until I can fall asleep. At 2 a.m. the same night, my sister comes home from work. I woke up a few minutes before this to let the dog into the basement. I woke up a few minutes before this to my dog in my room, which he never comes into. There's even a gate to stop him from getting down there, whining at my bedroom door. When I got up to let him out, my sister walked in. We let him out the front door rather than the glass patio door leading him in the same way. We talked for a while before I went back downstairs and my sister went to the bathroom. I forgot about the door, busy with work for the next few days, and forgot to mention to anyone until tonight. My sister and mom were home with me for a movie night, while my dad and brothers stayed at the cabin. I remember the door situation when we were picking out horror movies to watch. I was sharing it as a creepy, almost funny story before my sister spoke up, saying that the same night, an hour or so after they got home, the door was open again. The same door that was locked from the inside and not opened since earlier that night. My stomach dropped, and I started shaking the second this was revealed. We first started trying to explain it away. Maybe she had let the dog out and forgot to close it until we both recalled that we'd used the front door. Then, we were trying to justify a reason someone would break in and not steal anything, and proceed to stay for 2 hours before leaving. Ultimately, I realized that I quite possibly locked someone in the house with me, then forced them to hide upstairs while I searched the second level of our house. Then, this hypothetical person will be trapped up there now thinking that this house, that appears to be empty with the rest of the family gone and all the lights off, was not actually empty. And there was a dog who would bark if anyone showed themselves again, alerting me to their presence. Then, when I was in the basement and my sister was in the bathroom, they ran out the glass door, which is timed perfectly to when they found the door open once more, much wider than I found it, as though they were only in a hurry on the way out. Perhaps they left it open the first time for a quick escape, or to stop the loud sound of it meeting the door frame. Either way, it ties together too perfectly for me to reasonably brush it off. I know it's unlikely, especially with nothing missing. But in this small town, there have been many reports of break-ins with nothing missing, vandalizing, or just breaking and enterings many, many times. So it's not as unlikely as it may be in a bigger city. I can't make sense of this, and I'm shaken up thinking of the possibility of someone being in my house while I was asleep, alone, in the basement. There's a part of me that doesn't believe it, but I can't shake the many coincidences that all tie together to make this concerning as it is. I certainly am glad that my searching came up empty that night, and I did not meet this person face to face. This happened some years ago, when I was 20, I think. I was going on a road trip of a sort with a really good friend of mine and his family. Our destination was a concert in a country next to ours, but we would be stopping at night to sleep in the camper that we drove in. We hadn't crossed the border yet when we stopped at the first campsite for the night. Now, it seemed like a pretty family-friendly and safe place, so none of us had our guards up or anything. That night, around 11 p.m. or so, while my friend and his family was getting ready for bed, I went outside to get some fresh air. Our camper was almost completely next to the beach, so I went down to the shore to dip my feet and get some much-needed quiet time by myself. On the way there, I passed by a beach shack, a detail that will be very important later. As I stood there, letting the waves lap over my feet, I noticed the silhouette of a man further down the beach, but it was a public space for campers, so I didn't think much of it. After being absorbed by splashing in the water with my feet and enjoying the moonlight, I decided to make my way back. Of course, it was very dark given the late hour, but I don't scare easily. Now, as a woman in the modern world, I usually do stay on my guard after dark, but that thought never occurred to me since I felt that I was in a safe environment so close to the campsite. Anyways, as I was walking back, I noticed that the silhouette of the man further down the beach was gone. But even more worrying was the fact that I was nearing the beach shack. I saw that someone seemed to be trying to hide from my view behind it. Immediately, I was on alert and called a friend I knew would be awake. I gave the shack a wide berth while talking loudly to my friend about how she was coming to meet me. After not too long, I got safely back to the campsite and hopped in bed in the caravan. I didn't tell my friend or his family, because even though I was scared, there could have been many logical, non-threatening answers to what I saw. I put it out of mind, and the rest of the trip went off without a hitch. About a year or so later, I was talking to my friend about the trip, and suddenly remembered the creepy experience. As I told him, he slowly got pale, though, and told me something his brother had told him and his family over breakfast some months after the trip. That same night, after I had gotten back and gone to bed, his brother had gotten up late that night to get some water. But when he passed the window right by his bed, he saw a man standing right there outside looking in the window. As soon as he was seen, the man left, but it definitely creeped out the brother a lot. But just like me, he seemed to put it out of his mind. Now, with both these stories, it doesn't seem far-fetched that the man hiding by the shack had followed me back. I really am scared to think what would have happened if I had been alone. So this happened to me when I was 11 or 12 years old, over a decade ago, and I still remember it vividly. At the time, I lived in a semi-detached house with my mom, dad, and sibling. It was decent sized, but the most impressive part was the garden, which essentially had 3 levels. The first level was concrete, the second grass, and the third also grass. It had my trampoline on it. At the very end of the garden was a tree embankment. The area I lived in was somewhat hilly. One morning, I woke up to a crackling sound, like a snapped branch, and I was worried since a week earlier, a tree from the embankment had fallen onto our neighbor's garden. My bedroom was at the back of the house overlooking the garden, so I opened the curtains to see if another tree had fallen. Instead, I saw a guy hiding in one of the trees in the garden. He was pale with blonde hair and wearing all black clothing. He was looking directly at me, presumably because he saw the curtains move. He started smirking and moved his finger in a come here motion. I totally freaked out and shouted for my mom and dad to come into my room. I was so scared, I physically couldn't move. This was super early in the morning, by the way, maybe around 5 a.m. So it took my dad a good 30 seconds to get in my room, at which point the stranger had already hidden behind the trees. I remember being really shaken up. I was crying whilst I told my dad what happened. He went out into the back garden to see if he could spot the guy, but he was already gone by that point. A bit of time had passed, and I'd started to forget about it. Then, about 3 months later, my mom and I were watching TV together after I'd finished school. The doorbell rang, and my mom went to answer the door. I looked out the window of the living room where we all sat, and we saw a white van parked outside. It was the same van as my uncle's, so I walked out of the living room and into the hallway to say hi to him. When I got to the porch where my mom was stood, I realized it wasn't my uncle. It was the same guy that I had seen in my garden a few months prior, and it really freaked me out. He noticed me as I walked behind my mom and gave me the same smirk as when he was in the garden. I wanted to say something to my mom, but I couldn't. I was freaking out inside. Anyway, he just asked my mom if she wanted work done on the driveway. She said no, and he left, got back in the van, and drove off. He didn't give her a business card or anything. The van didn't have any company branding, and he didn't knock on any of the neighbors' doors. I told my mom that it was the same guy as soon as he went, and she started to feel uneasy about the situation too. A month or so after that, I got my first job doing the paper round. I had to deliver around 300 papers with my best friend at the time. It was getting towards winter, and it was dark by 4:30. We'd been doing the job together for around a month. When the one evening after school, it was super dark and rainy. We were halfway through delivering the newspapers and a van started following us, driving really slow, at the same pace that we were walking. We clocked that it was following us after about a minute. We started to panic as I noticed that it was the same guy again. We left the newspaper trolley and started walking quite fast up the hill. We were about a 10-minute walk from my house. I rang my mom, who made me stay on the line while she left the house to meet us. She told us to go to the corner shop that we were about a minute away from. When we made it to the shop, the van sped off really fast. The police were called, who came to my house for a report. We told them everything. That was the last time I ever saw the creepy stranger, but I still remember what he looked like so vividly. So this happened a couple days ago. I live in the suburbs of Northern California with my parents in an upper middle class neighborhood. My parents are away for their anniversary, so I've had the place to myself for the week. So I got home from a late shift at work around 1 a.m. I go inside, shower, then I head to the kitchen to make some buffalo wings for dinner. I crack open a beer and sit in front of the TV. I was sifting through movies to watch on HBO Max when, all of a sudden, the doorbell rings. Startled me to the point where I actually jumped off the couch and knocked my beer over in the process. It's now 2 a.m., and there was no good reason for anyone to be at the door at this hour. I just started in the direction of the door for several seconds before it rang again, followed by rapid knocking on the door and window. Now, for whatever reason, I was no longer scared, but more annoyed at the fact that some idiot would think that it's an appropriate time to be banging on someone's front door. I headed over to the front door, unlock the deadbolt, and pull it open, leaving the chain in place. In the heat of the moment, I did not think to look out the window first. I just yanked the door open. Standing on my front porch was a woman in her mid-20s, with long, silky black hair and a purple hoodie with black pants. I said, "Can I help you?" To which she responded with, "Yeah, sorry to bother you so late, but my boyfriend and I are having some car trouble and our phones are dead. We were wondering if you could possibly let us use yours." She pointed up the street to a dark-colored sedan parked underneath the street lamp and said, "See, that's us right there." Now, had this been any other person, I'd have said no, but she looked innocent, like she was a college student. I do live in a college town after all, and it wasn't uncommon for college kids to be out late on a Friday night. I asked her where her boyfriend was, and she said he walked to the gas station to see if anyone had a phone there. I pulled my iPhone out and told her to make it quick as I was about to go to bed. She thanked me and said she'd only take 2 seconds. She took my phone and dialed a number and put the phone up to her ear. After a couple of rings, whoever she called picked up and said, "Yeah, it's me, I'm borrowing someone's phone." She stopped talking and I could barely make out a man's voice on the other end. Now at this point I started to feel uneasy. She was taking a lot longer to be done with this phone call, and I started to get impatient. The whole time she just stood there, staring at me with a wide-eyed expression and a creepy smile that looked forced while this person on the other end kept talking. She finally said, "Okay, bye," and handed me my phone back. She then said, "Do you think I might be able to come inside and use your restroom?" I said no and wished her good luck before shutting the front door. Right as I was about to walk away, I heard her laugh and say, "You made the right choice." I looked out the peephole, and she was still standing on my porch. But now, she had a man standing next to her. She looked to be around her age and was wearing a hoodie and face mask. The pair then started to circle around my house, banging on windows and laughing. I didn't hesitate to call 911. They stuck around for several minutes, trying to get in through my back door. I had my Glock 19 in hand, aimed at the back door with 911 on speaker, and was prepared to do whatever I had to do if they got in. They banged on my back door for around 5 minutes before they finally left. I watched them run up the street to that same black sedan that I mentioned earlier and take off. Cops showed up in a few minutes later and took a report. They told me that I was the third person to call them that night, reporting a suspicious couple attempting to enter homes. I didn't know what they had planned, but I'm inclined to believe it was nothing nice. Moral of the story is never answer the front door at 2 a.m., especially without looking to see who it is first. I know that I learned my lesson that night. My boyfriend and I recently decided that we wanted to take the new tent we bought on its first trip. The tent was one that hooks up to your car to provide more storage space, and we were excited to try it out. We had planned a kayaking trip the next day at a kayak rental shop. It was supposed to be a nice, inexpensive, outdoorsy weekend getaway. We tend to book things last minute, so all of the state parks and professional campgrounds were full. This led us to a website that is essentially an Airbnb for campsites. The place we chose was a 100-acre property just 20 minutes south of the kayak shop. Of all the sites in the area, it was described as having working bathrooms and showers. It allowed for campfires, and all the sites were car accessible, important for a car-dependent tent. This site was also the most reviewed in the area, with 3 5 out of 5 star reviews. The area was very rural, so we didn't think very much about the low number of reviews for any of the campsites. The renter was Mary, who only ever texted us updates but seemed sweet. We start out on our 2-hour drive a bit later than anticipated, which put us behind the 11 a.m. time we had originally informed the host. But we tried to keep her updated with the new schedule. She told us to let her know when we arrive at the address she sent us. We arrived to the address and are greeted with the barn from the pictures. It had string lights all over it, seemed fairly new, and just gave a nice feel to it. We sit in the car for a minute and struggle with cell service to text the host to let her know we had arrived. 10 minutes after our text sends, a sweaty man who appears to be in his 60s pulls up in an ATV. He lets us know that he is the father-in-law of Mary, and she is busy taking care of the seasonal harvest and sent him instead. She lets us know that we can take the car anywhere on the property and offers to show us around in the ATV. My boyfriend, visibly uncomfortable, declines the offer and asks a few more questions about the woods and how far into them are we allowed to take the car. Anywhere. There are no designated campsites. We can go anywhere. And the ATV man even offers to help pull my car out if it gets stuck. We ask one final question about cell service, and he jokes that if we aren't from around here, we will understand that reception works better on one side of the barn than the other. I am from around here and thought it was funny. But once he said that, I realized he didn't have any ounce of an accent for here like he should. Eventually he leaves and we begin exploring the property on foot. The barn is nice and maintained. It was fully lit in the middle of the day, and with the string lights decorating the interior too. It is insulated and has a working kitchen. The only warning we got was to not drink the water. It seemed like a place that would host small 50-guest weddings. We walk past a shed out behind the barn to get to the trails that ran through the woods. After going through a hike that my car would have never survived, we decided it might be best just to camp by a small creek, and we chose a spot to the side opposite the barn. We were still within walking distance, but we used my car as a buffer to feel more isolated. We choose our spot and then go into the main town to eat and walk around. We message Mary about the fire policy, and she tells us that they will deliver a fire ring to the barn for us to take to camp. We arrive back at the barn about an hour and a half from nighttime. We drive by the barn and the lights had been turned off. We assumed it was on a timer as to not waste energy or money. We also noticed the fire ring had not yet been delivered. We start the grueling 30-minute setup in the sticky heat and reward ourselves with a set in the air-conditioned car. We notice it looks like it's about to rain, so my boyfriend and I pull out a card game and wait for it to pass in the car. It only lasted about 10 minutes, but it started to be sunset. The tent held up nicely, so we felt okay leaving it for a second. Needing to use the bathroom, we start walking towards the barn. As we cross the creek, we hear what sounds to be like someone in the shed moving things around. A bit unsettling, but I tell my boyfriend that maybe they used equipment today and it's just sitting in there making the cracking cool-off noise that it sometimes does. We get to the barn and the lights are still off, but the fire ring is there. We go in and check to make sure the power is off, and it's not just the lights outside. None of the light switches work, so we assume the power is cut. Again, maybe it's just on a timer. No worries. We step out of the barn and get 10 feet away. We hear a hum in the distance, to the opposite side of the shed. The power to the barn is restored. We change direction to use the bathroom. As soon as we step inside, the power cuts. I start to get a weird feeling, and I can tell he has it too. I look to my boyfriend and say, maybe they're just watching us. I immediately follow it up with, no, that's a lot worse. We walk back outside and the lights turn on. My boyfriend says that we need to leave, and I have the same gut-wrenching primal fear. We put the ring back by the barn, since we had moved it 10 feet and the barn lights start flickering. We briskly walk back to the car. Being from Appalachia, I know better than to run. The 30-minute setup was torn down and packed up in 5 minutes. We jump in the car and lock it. I managed to get my car going, thanking God that the rain did not get my car stuck. We start towards the driveway, and just as we made it to the road, my boyfriend looks back and sees a man standing by the shed, watching us. As soon as my car pulls off onto the road, we get a text from Mary, letting us know that the fire ring is out by the barn. She also informs us that we are welcome to stay in the barn if the rain had messed up our camping experience. We arrive at a nice hotel, willing to splurge for safety. At this point, it's 10 p.m. at the earliest. A sweet older lady checks us in, desperate for validation and just comfort from anyone. We tell her what had just happened to us at the campsite. She looks shocked. She asks if we'd seen the news lately, which we both respond that we had not. The lady tells us that couples in the state have been going missing. All of them had gone camping. 3 couples were truly missing, and one was recently found on the side of the freeway, slashed to near death. They are, to the time of posting, still recovering in the hospital. We couldn't find many articles about where in the state, but the look on the lady's face suggested that it was near us. We get to our room and text Mary back to tell her we are not staying. Thank you for staying with us. We lock the door and I break down into tears. I will not forget that feeling I got at the barn. The primal flight or flight feeling, and the feeling of being watched. I feel it in my throat just writing this. I never want to experience that again. This is a messed up story, with so many details that I'm not sure how to structure it, but I'll do my best. I'll probably forget to add some parts. I'll divide it into chapters and parts so that it'll be easier to navigate through. I used to live in Stockholm, Sweden. There, I attended high school and met my then boyfriend, Jack. He's going to come into play later. I was very active on social media then. I had Gifyo back when that was a thing. I used the GIFs to link to my own blog to show makeup, hairstyles, etc. For those who don't know what Gifyo was, it was basically Instagram, but only for GIFs. Back in the early day, I had a pretty large following on that site, but the site had its downsides, particularly the nasty, sexual messages you could get quite often. Part 1. The meeting. Then, this person, Robin, started following me, and was so nice and friendly. It felt genuinely like Robin wished me all the best, and made me happy whenever he or she would write. Robin said that he/she was a male, 23 at the time, and was from the United States, but that he had Swedish relatives. I thought that was pretty dope, and we would chat a few times a month in English. I also love to sing, and I uploaded covers to YouTube. Robin would be so excited when I released new covers and compliment me, and I'd feel great. It was so nice to have an online friend who seemed truly happy for me, though this behavior started to become too much sometimes. It started to feel wrong. Part 2. The flags. Robin then sent me a drawing. He said it was a portrait of me. It was a girl with animal ears, making a cute pose with her hand, piercing green eyes and whiskers. He said it was like me, but mixed with a cat, my favorite animal. I was beyond impressed. It was so cute, and I was so flattered that someone would draw me. But that excitement turned to ash in my mouth one night. This is where it all started for real, where the flag should have gone up. I play League of Legends, and one of my favorite champions back then was Ahri, especially in her Foxfire Ahri skin. I was scrolling through Safari on my phone to find a wallpaper of her to have on my phone, and then I see a picture. The fan art Robin made. Only that the eyes were not yellow, like Aris. I clicked the picture and it linked me to a DeviantArt account. The caption was something like, "Casual cute Foxfire Ahri, posted 3 years ago." I wrote to Robin and told him how upset I was that he stole a drawing from an artist, edited the colors a bit, and claimed to have worked hard making it himself. I explained to him how awful it is to take someone else's work and say that you yourself made it. He said he was ashamed and sorry, and said he only wanted to impress me and make me smile. I couldn't stay mad at him for long, but I was wary now. It had been a while since I posted a cover. I posted a cover a few weeks later. Part 3. Too close to comfort. I broke up with Jack, my boyfriend. We went our ways and it was okay. Robin, on the other hand, was not. He couldn't, for the sake of humanity, grasp why we had broken up and pleaded yet again. But this time, it was a pleading for me to get back together with my boyfriend. I tolerated this at first because, to most people, we seemed perfectly happy together, Jack and I. I recently really got upset with him because, after a few days on end, he would ask me if we were getting back, and I just explained that Jack was unfaithful, seeing other girls flirting with him. The response, "Oh, but can't you forgive him? Not getting back?" I was done. I told him to leave me alone, and he did. Part 4. Found out. I was just like last time, scrolling on the internet, and thought one night that I wanted to listen to others doing the same cover that I did. I started scrolling through the list, and I see my face on a thumbnail with the caption, "Song name, cover by me." This was not my video, not my YouTube account. My heart froze. I felt myself grow cold. I clicked and my audio started playing. It was my voice, my picture, but not my name. I clicked the profile and the coldness intensified. Every cover of me, every video of me from my own YouTube, Instagram, friends' YouTubes, Jack's YouTube, and SoundCloud was all on there. The videos dated back 2 whole years. The account said that her name was Jenny, and that she was the one singing, producing the music, even going as far as taking videos of my relatives and saying that it was her family. I was confused, scared, and angry. Who would do this? I got my answer with the most twisted thing I've experienced online. In the comments to the videos were comments from Robin's account. Robin, thank you so much, Jenny, for dedicating this song to me. Jenny, oh, no bother, Robin. I made it all for you. It was like this stalker was either 2 stalkers or this person had made up 2 characters and was talking to himself through the comments. This freaked me out big time. I wrote to all my friends whose content was stolen, wrote to my ex and my new boyfriend, my now fiance, and told them to help me shut this thing down. The account was shut down within 20 hours. I blocked all accounts linked to Robin, including the Jenny accounts. I locked all social medias, removed everyone that I didn't know IRL. I reverse image searched all my profile pictures and nothing came up. I was paranoid for about a year after this. I didn't trust anyone that I didn't know in real life. Part 5. The Aftermath. Robin made new accounts to follow me, which I blocked. I have an official Instagram for work and such, which he could be looking at, but it's something I've just now accepted will happen, and that I shouldn't live in internet fear because of one person. Just a month ago, I logged into Tumblr, because I wanted to see if I had some juicy memes stashed there somewhere. Yeah, I know. Cringe. Then I saw blocked accounts. Only one blocked. Guess who? Robin had changed the Tumblr blog from his Robin fakery to something new. Something personal. The blog was filled with angst, just like all other Tumblrs. But this one was filled with self-hatred posts, extremism, racism, and long posts written in Swedish. This was the first time it hit me. This person was Swedish. I told my best friend to go through the blog to see if her FBI skills could sniff something out, and she did. I'll lay out all the evidence that her and I have come to know so far. Conclusion. Part 6. The stalker is probably born in 1989, and he lives in the same part of the city as my parents, where I lived before. Gender, we're not too sure. It seems to depend. The stalker couldn't go to high school with me, but must have known me through something else. Maybe mutual friends or something. He or she stole my content for years, pretending to be my friend to get more content, and is probably still checking in on me. My best guess is that it was a girl who wanted to be me, have my life and my boyfriend. When I stopped creating new content and broke up with Jack, her whole made-up world started to fall apart. If Robin somehow reads this, I hope you'll find acceptance and happiness in yourself. Because it is no life living it through someone else. Go in peace. And I have, to this day, Still no clue who Robin really is. This is a story that's hard to share, but it's also something that I desperately need to get off my chest. It's a story about learning the true meaning of naivete and deception, the story of destruction and of rebirth. I guess it all started about 3 or 4 years ago, when I had been working at my first job for about 2 years. That was the year that I would meet the 2 men that changed my life forever, one for the better and one for the much worse. The restaurant I worked at had been bought out by a big company, so there was a big overhaul in staff and everything else. A whole new set of managers and some new wait staff as well. One of these men would become my boyfriend 3 years later, and we're still very much in love now. The other, let's just call him POS, because I can't even think of his name without getting upset. POS started as a manager at that time. I never took much note of him. He was nice enough and seemed funny. I worked there for a while, getting closer as a friend to my current boyfriend. I then left that job for a good 6 months before returning to it. At this point, most of the staff had changed because of high turnover. I only knew about 3 of the workers, one of which was POS. Flash to about 1 year later, where him and I are okay friends and I'm well into dating my boyfriend. He starts giving me compliments and love bombing me. He constantly found my weak spots and tried to make them better. He always tried to buy me things and get me to work more hours with him. I learned many things about him during this time. I started to notice how very unstable he was. The dots started to connect, and I remembered how many fights he'd gotten into, in his defense or for the restaurant. I started thinking about his weapon collection, and how off his voice was when he said, "I had you picked out from the moment I met you." In my biggest moment of weakness, when I felt ugly and vulnerable, he made me feel pretty, and I made what I believe is the biggest mistake in my entire life. I listened to him. I sent him pictures that could destroy my relationship. I was naive in believing all the ways he related to me. He was just a great liar. He even joked to me about his masks and his 9 other personalities. I want to go back and slap myself for not putting it all together faster. The crazed look he got in his eyes sometimes, his breakdowns, so much of it were red flags that I didn't see. He knew how to manipulate me and the people around me. None of it even hit until about a week after I quit that place. Then, one night, out of the blue, he starts messaging me. Things start escalating because I had told him that there would never be anything between us the last time I'd seen him. He starts ranting about justice and how he could see through me and my lies. He said I needed to tell my boyfriend about us, or he would. I told him there wasn't an us, and that it wasn't his business. He kept insisting that he loved me, and that we needed to be together. He couldn't take no for an answer, even though he kept asking and asking for me to tell him that it was over. I told him, and he couldn't take it. Then it got worse. He started talking in third person, calling himself Jack the Ripper, saying he was going to find me and find my boyfriend. I was panicking in my room, crying and throwing up, all while trying to deal with this. I asked him what he wanted, and his only reply was you. I've never felt that kind of fear before. I started thinking about how much I love my boyfriend, my amazing, perfect boyfriend, who has been with me through everything, and it helps calm me down. That's when I marched to my boyfriend's room, set him down and tell him everything, and we talk and he forgave me. And it hurt, and I still haven't completely forgiven myself for hurting him that way, but I'm hoping one day I will. I messaged POS and told him I already told my boyfriend and that he didn't have any power over me anymore. He then started grasping at straws, threatening my other job, where I work with children, even threatening my PlayStation account. He's a genius. He's insane. I called him by his name while he was talking in other personalities, and he told me to call him Jack, or there would be consequences. I blocked him on everything. I deleted my Facebook. I disconnected from everyone who works there, and I spent an entire day speaking to police and the principal of my work. While talking to the police, they told me that soon he'll find someone new to target, so I could rest easy. But that didn't make me feel better. I still felt sick because even if it's not fixated on me, that doesn't mean that some other poor girl deserves him to do that to her either. That experience with the police changed me. What do you do when someone says you have to be with them or he'll kill you and the person you love? I don't know, and I still don't. I still have nightmares. That Friday, while I was driving home from work, I got pulled over because an anonymous person called in describing my car and license plate, saying that I was drunk and on drugs. I wonder who that was. I calmly explained to the officer that I was coming home from work and gave him my case number. I got about 8 calls a day from different random numbers for about 3 days after. Months later, after so much work and therapy, I see him twice in one day. I know his car, so I pretty much get anxious whenever I see the color or make of that car anywhere. One day, my worst fear happened. I was just on my way to a doctor's appointment, and my turn was literally one light up. I pull up to a car that is way too familiar to me, and I notice that there is no way for me to escape. He knows my car. My windows aren't very well tinted. I see the shadow of his hair move, and know it's him, and my stomach rolls. I pull out my phone and call my mom, shaking so bad that I had to redial twice. I ended up making 5 different turns to get to the doctor instead of one, and I parked very hidden. I was very proud of how calm I was when I walked in for my appointment. It was very hard. After my appointment, I meet with my best friend, and we go to walk her adorable dogs around our house. This guy knew where we were, because my car was right there at my friend's house, and I see familiar movement in the corner of my eye. I seriously went cold. I see him walking, and start to cross the street to the side we were at. I didn't have anything to say. I just dragged the dogs around the corner and kept turning and going until I felt safe. When I explained to my friend what happened, she helped me calm down. And honestly, I'm just very thankful that she was there. I am now writing this 7 months later. I'm still undergoing therapy for this, but I've started to do something very important. I've been reclaiming my space and my mind. I have slowly started to reach out to old co-workers from that restaurant, and I even went outside of the restaurant to say hi to managers and servers that I used to know. I found out the next day through my good friend that works there that he said he was uncomfortable with me being there. I laughed. I genuinely laughed really hard, and then I went back for the next 3 days to pick up my friend from there, just to make a point. I haven't been strong enough to go inside yet, though. So many of my nightmares are placed there. I can smell it. I can hear the glasses clinking, and it makes me shake. There's a certain shade of blue he wears, and if I see it, it makes me shake. In every dream that I have, that collar is always lurking in the background. His presence is always felt. There is a big festival that includes that restaurant every year. It's so much fun, and it would be the first year I could go in 4 years because I always worked it. My friend invited me to go, and I was hesitant at first because this is somewhere that I knew he would be. But I went, and sure enough, when we passed the restaurant, he was wearing the blue shirt. And instead of seeing him from the corner of my eye like I had on my dream, I looked him in the face. I got so angry, and honestly pretty anxious. I just kept walking and forced myself out of the funk. I'll be posting updates if anything more happens. Thank you so much for sharing this journey with me, and thank you for reading, if you did in fact read any of it. This is the deepest story of my heart at this point in my life, so by reading it, you are giving a great piece of me. About a month ago, a man came to my boyfriend's work and asked to speak to him. He asked if my boyfriend was blank, and my boyfriend confirmed and asked who he was / what he could do for him. He said, "I just wanted to meet the guy who was with the girl that I proposed to." My boyfriend, assuming this is a misunderstanding, asks, "And who's that?" The guy gives my full name. My boyfriend asks his name, so he can tell me he said hello, and the guy gives him a death glare and walks away. Now I'm 1,000% sure that I do not know who this person is, or at the very least 100% sure it isn't someone that I dated. Only one person has ever proposed to me, and my boyfriend has met that person prior. I went through every person that remotely matched the description, even if it didn't make sense, and my boyfriend said that none of them were him. Today, I confirmed for sure that my dance bag is missing from my car. I only leave my car unlocked at home. If someone was to steal something from my car, there are a lot of tools and things that would be worth stealing. A lot more than my bag of sweaty old shoes and tight leotards. Maybe I somehow forgot to lock my car someplace, and someone stole it because the bag itself is cute. But I really can't imagine I would leave it unlocked like that. Do you think this is paranoia? Or something more? I had a stalker growing up. She lived in my neighborhood with her parents. Note, she's an adult living with her parents, not a child. I used to ride my bike around the neighborhood and would always pass by her house. Every time I passed her house, I would notice that she would come outside and watch me if she wasn't already there. I never thought anything of it because I was young. Her watching me turned into her trying to talk to me, but of course I would ignore her because I didn't know her. Then she would follow me wherever I rode my bike. Now I was getting freaked out. That turned into her following me to my house, asking if she could come in. I eventually stopped riding my bike altogether, so this lady stopped doing what she was doing. I'm 14 now, still living in the same neighborhood. She's back. It all started with her coming out to our door and knocking on it. I remembered her and immediately freaked out. Her knocking turned into her banging and violently shaking the doorknob while yelling. She knew our names. She yells hi, my name, or hi, my mom's name. I have no clue how she knows our names. Neither me nor my mom have ever spoken to her in our lives. The only way she would know our names is if she asked the neighbors that knows us or the landlord, which is super creepy. Why couldn't she have just asked us ourselves? One night, my mom is getting ready to head out to do the laundry at the laundromat near our house. My mom unlocks the door and then goes into the living room where I am. The lady had pushed the door open, came into our house, and started walking into the living room. My mom yelled at her and pushed her out, slamming and locking the door. This must have meant that she was waiting for the door to be unlocked, or waiting for one of us to come outside. Or it could have been a coincidence, but that seems kind of unlikely. My mom left eventually, and as she was walking into the laundromat, the lady was walking behind her, but my mom noticed and slammed the door so she couldn't get in. It was midnight at this point. I was folding the clothes and I hear banging on the door. What do you know? Of course it's her again. I check the peephole and I can see her running away, as if she knew that I was there. Now, it's maybe 2 to 3 a.m. I was in the living room again. I hear something moving in the grass behind my house. I checked to see what it was and it was the lady. She ran away as she saw me look at her. This has been happening every night since then. I've also been hearing a few people stand in front of our yard, talking to each other quite often late at night, but I'm not sure if this has anything to do with this woman or not. I think this might be happening to our neighbors as well, because I heard them talking about a stalker a couple of times. I remember them saying something along the lines of, "Go away, you neighborhood stalker." I have no idea why this started up again, but God, I wish it hadn't. What are the effects of being stalked? Once it happens, how does it affect you? And in what way? I was 16, going about life and trying to score well in tests to go to a college of my choice. He was in the class adjacent to mine. I've never spoken to him. I've only seen him around here or there. When school was about to end, he sent the yearbook through a friend for me to write in. I found it very weird because we have had absolutely no contact, and I refused to write in it, and I told her that I didn't know him, so I wouldn't do it. On the last day of school, while I'm waiting in the parking lot, he and a friend come stand in front of me and start saying things and making hand gestures. I don't say anything, so I just walk away as the car arrived. He then started calling up my aunt. I'd given everyone at school her number and talking to her. It never struck me as excessively odd because she never could remember his name, and she just told me that it was one of my classmates. He was trying to get into a similar college to mine, so they just talked about that. A year later, a friend calls me and tells me that he came to her house asking for information about me. He apparently told her that he liked her so much because she was friends with me. Her dad was at home when it happened, so she told her to inform me. She thought I knew about him, but I didn't. He was apparently also going around my town, looking for me and asking other people about me. She told me about how he followed me home, and that she found this out from someone else, but I had no idea about that either. Then I remember all the times he and I were going in the same direction, his vehicle coming behind mine, but I brushed it off, thinking that it was just because he probably lived nearby. Oh, how very wrong I was. I was 18 and I was coming home for Christmas vacation and saw him on the way to my house. He was with a friend. They were following me. I had to get my passport renewed, so I needed to schedule an appointment. For that, I went to the office, and as I was telling them some personal information, he came in and started to make small talk with one of the men there. I got out after my work was done. His friend and him were on the other side of the road to where my car was parked. I went home, but it didn't seem like they were following me then. But really, it doesn't matter, because they already knew where I lived. I checked my phone after I got home, and I had a message from an unknown number around the time that I was in the office. It was him. He introduced himself in it. I immediately blocked him, and he messaged me from another number. The message said that his motive wasn't to mess with me, and that he never talked to me in school or did anything else because of the same. He would delete my number, everything he had as a reminder of me, and that this message would be his last message if I thought so. It ended with him saying that he just wanted me to know that he liked me, and I blocked this number as well. I found it very creepy that he had to delete my number and everything that he had as a reminder of me, mostly because I don't know how he got my number, and we've never interacted for him to have things that remind him of me. I thought I saw him just outside my backyard the next day, but I just rushed inside and locked the doors and didn't dare peek out the window. The next few days I was looking out the window every now and then, making sure that no one was there. I felt unsafe in my own home. I got back to college when I got a call from an unknown number again. Because I'd given my number for official purposes, I don't always know who exactly was calling me, but I still picked up because it could have been important. It was his friend. He said that I had no right to just block him like that, and that I did not know how to respect people. He said the stalker changed after what I had done to him, and that I was ruining his life, and that the stalker didn't know that he had called me. He said that he didn't want me to be the reason for the ruin of someone's life, so he was telling me this. In order to undo the damage I had done, I needed to talk to the stalker. He was very demanding and pushy. I refused. I genuinely felt afraid and traumatized by that phone call, so much so that I ran to my friends in tears and told them about it. They told me if it were to happen again, I should just tell him off. For a while, whenever I got phone calls from an unknown number, my heart would start pounding, and my hands would start shaking. I was afraid it would be them again. I was 19 when I got a message from an unknown number asking me how my exams were. I don't know how he knew I had exams then. Maybe he had his friends spying on me. I blocked that number as well. I then proceeded to cut off all my school friends because I didn't know who was giving him information about me. I was getting very paranoid, especially when I got a phone call from someone that I knew back then. Of course, I didn't pick up. Then, I got random messages from a few numbers that I again blocked. The reason I didn't change my number was because I had given it in a number of places for official purposes, and it would be a pain to change it from everywhere. I still don't know if he has people spying on me, and I don't know if he is gone for good, but I still feel unsafe at sometimes, and afraid. No one should have to go through things like this just because someone doesn't know the difference between fantasy and reality. Getting obsessed with someone to the point of threatening them with your life is downright horrifying. In this country, in this age, I am unable to voice my concerns because they ask me, why did you talk to him? Why did you give your phone number to him? Will you believe me if I said that I did no such thing? It started 4 years ago. A Facebook friend of mine, purely because he seemed to have attended my school and graduated 2 years before me, was Facebook messaging me. To be friendly, I responded politely. General Q&A. What are you studying? Which university are you attending? I was doing a distance course from my comforts of my home. I can swear that I never gave my personal number out, but I have always had the same number since the day that I turned 16. It could be common knowledge from mutual school friends. 2 years ago, he called me from a US-based number. I live in Asia. He talked to me for about 2 minutes, mentioned that he would like to meet me if he came back home. Being the girl that was called ugly her whole life, I never conceived that boys/men could be interested in me in any other way than just a friendship. I said, oh yeah, sure, out of pure courtesy, and had no intention of following through with the meeting. Last year, he called again, from a different number, and said the same thing. We'll be visiting next month. Let's catch up. Me. Oh, I don't live in our hometown anymore. I've moved elsewhere for my job. Him. You can allocate one weekend for me. Me. Haha. Let's see, I'm out right now, so bye. No contact after that for the rest of the year. 15 days ago, May 6, 2018, I received a call from an unknown local number. I was expecting a parcel delivery and thinking it was the Amazon delivery executive, so I answered the call. It was him. I didn't realize it right away, though I had suspicion because of his distinctive, creepy, childlike voice. He's 26 plus years old. He would not cut the call. He called me sweetie, princess, honeybun. Nicknames that give me goosebumps because honestly, even my boyfriend does not call me those things. It's just not my thing. I repeatedly tried to be nice and cut the call, saying I had prior commitments, and he kept asking to meet me. Although he never specifically said, would you like to go out with me? Because that I can answer by saying no, I have a boyfriend. I'm the kind of person who does not believe in using the boyfriend term as a throwaway threat. If a person does not respect my wish to be left alone, they do not deserve to have a place anywhere near me. After I specifically told him 5 times that we are friends and nothing more, he said, yes, we are friends. Of course we are friends. Him. Can I call you later? Me. I'm really busy. We'll see. Him. Do you want me to call you later? Me. I guess I don't mind. Him. You don't mind? Or you want to talk to me? Me. Whichever way you want to take it. I really don't care. And then I kind of threw a fake laugh in there. Him. I'll take it the sweeter way. Do you want things to be sweeter? In literally the most saccharine, disgusting tone that you can possibly imagine. Me. What is that supposed to mean? Please stop being vague and subtle. Whatever it is you want, just be direct. After a few more minutes of behaving oddly, I had to cut him off halfway when he kept insisting that I meet him. A few hours later, I got a call from yet another number, which I answered as I was expecting an official client call around this time. He was acting so weird. Did you block me, baby? I really want to talk to you. Understand the feelings behind my words. I cut him off yet again and called a girlfriend for advice, as this was beginning to get creepy. She suggested that I pick up the next call and tell him I'm not interested and I have a boyfriend. During my call with her, he called me at least 5 times. After telling him that I have a boyfriend, he says, I want a sweet friendship, your love and affection. I want to be a constant in your life. During the entire duration of the call, he accused me of thinking badly of him by saying so blatantly that I had a boyfriend, all while calling me sweetie, baby, and other regional pet names that people don't even call their own children. It was in full creep territory. Bear in mind, this is an acquaintance that I have spoken to for an overall 2 minutes and have never met. I put him out of my mind and attended my official call, at which he calls me 15 times. The call was on wait, and normal sane humans don't call 15 times in the duration of an hour. The next morning, I woke up to 12 more missed calls. I texted him in the most polite way, knowing I am dealing with a probably psychopath. Me. Hi. While I appreciate that you consider and call me occasionally, I'm not comfortable with it. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, but we are not really friends, so I doubt it would be a major problem to end things here. All the best for your business, and congrats on the new car. He asked me for advice when he had called the first time. Take care. Bye. Him. I'm sorry if I made you feel bad. Calling you occasionally is not my intention. I wish to be a constant and be there in your life. Kindly consider once more before taking this decision. Please give me a chance. Take care. Me. I understand, but I'm not comfortable. You cannot force a person to be your friend. I'm sure you're a nice person, but I am not comfortable with your vague insinuations and nicknames. Yes, I admit I am being cautious, but I don't know anything about you except your name. At this point, I don't want to know much more. I have a lot on my plate and cannot deal with this vagueness and drama. I want to be as direct as possible to avoid misunderstandings in the future. Him. I completely understand, and I was not being dramatic. I just want to be real to you. I'm sorry to push you to such an extreme. I will really miss you. Take care. God bless. If you need me, reach out anytime. I blocked all his numbers and moved on to bigger problems. I even forgot his existence. Yesterday, I received a call from a vague 4-digit number. For the record, I do not use any social media apps like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or WhatsApp. I have tons to do and I find them distracting. Although I have a WhatsApp account, I'm not active on it for the last month and a half. The other sites, I don't even have an account. My boyfriend is abroad on vacation, and thinking he was calling me, I answered the phone and heard Mr. Psycho's voice. Hello? Are you online? I pretended my network was weak and said, hello, hello, about 6 times and ended the call. Immediately after, my junior from office called for clarifications. Over that 10-minute discussion, Psycho called me 8 times from various 3- and 4-digit numbers, which I now know is due to voice over IP, and I let it ring until it got cut. I was already creeped out by this, and called a few friends to let them know the situation had escalated. I couldn't sleep last night, probably due to overthinking things. I figured I'd get a glass of water around 1 a.m. My dog was whining away at the gate, and I figured that I'd check up on him. We have a gated compound, and my dog likes to stay outside the house in the compound during the nights. As I inserted the key and unlocked the main door, a car passed by on the road. Through the glass panel, by the door, I saw the headlights illuminate the figure of a short human standing right outside the gates. Wide stance and seemed to be facing my door. Although the lights inside my house were off, I was scared to have been spotted. I wondered again why my dog wasn't barking his head off, just whining. I saw him walk around the short driveway very slowly, almost as if he was drugged. I could hear my heartbeat quicken as I ensured all the latches were fastened. All the windows are protected by metal grills, and the window panes cannot be opened from the outside. I tossed and turned all night, scared for my family, my aging grandparents and my sick father. I kept walking to the first floor windows to see if he was still there. There were no cars on the road, and I couldn't see anything, but I had a feeling he was still there. This morning, my dog was still woozy, but otherwise unharmed. He had a muddy print around his neck. It looked like a hand. I'm not paranoid. I bathed him 2 days ago. He was clean as a whistle. Nobody walks around with muddy red soil on their hands. Do they? I have not spoken to my parents, yet primarily due to my father's recent heart condition. I should call the cops, I suppose. I have been stalked for a little over 10 years. Obviously, the time frame of this makes it nearly impossible to share the full story, so I'll give some highlights. And in case you're wondering, not a ton of people in my life know about this, and I thought it would be a good way to air out some of my frustrations. I met this guy when I was 17. He came to a party I had thrown at my house, and was invited by a friend of a friend. Looking back now, he could probably be classified as a nice guy. Wore fedoras, owned more swords than clean shirts, and told everyone he was a vampire. He also said that he was from Ireland, even though his accent was garbage. However, he seemed harmless enough. At this point, he was probably 23 or so. The party was going fine until he tried to kiss me, even though my boyfriend at the time was there and he knew that. He got drunk and crawled into my neighbor's car. His friends took him home, and I figured I would never see him again. 2 days later, he popped up on MySpace. Once again, I thought he was harmless, and I added him. He immediately starts messaging me, saying how much he likes me, he thinks I'm beautiful, etc. I thanked him, but I reminded him that I had a boyfriend, and I wasn't interested in anything romantic. I thought he got the picture. 3 months later, I'm off to college. My boyfriend and I broke up since I moved 14 plus hours away, and it just wasn't working. I get a message, on Facebook this time, from said guy. He saw my relationship status had changed and wanted to see if I was doing okay. I didn't respond. Flash forward a year later in college, turns out it's not for me. I moved back home, slightly defeated, and resume life as normal. I'm now hanging out with all my hometown besties, living life as normal, and we decided to throw another party. By the way, my father was recently divorced and working for the military, so he was gone for a couple of weeks at a time, in case you're wondering how an 18-year-old is throwing so many parties. But guess who shows up? Yep. Well, at this point, I'm depressed about college and drunk, so I'm chatting Irish Vampire up. He starts telling me how excited he is that I'm back and blah blah. I'm just mostly ignoring him. However, that night, my friend made a grave error. She sees me talking to him, so figured it was okay to give him my number. 2 days go by, and this guy has already texted me about 50 times, called several times, as well as sent pictures of his blade collection, all within me going to sleep. I promptly blocked his number and told/sewed said friend everything. At this point, he then messaged me on Facebook a ton of times, and I blocked him on there as well. Remember that he had been to my house, so he knows where I live, and a couple days later, after the whole blocking thing, he shows up with flowers, telling me that he's sorry, and that he loves me, and that we're meant to be together. Thankfully, my dad was home and scared him off. After this, I started seeing his car everywhere I went. I felt like everything I was doing was being monitored. I decided that it would be better to go live with my mom in another state. My dad and I weren't getting along, and a lot of my friends were moving, so I felt no reason to stay. At this point, I'm 20. I moved, and everything is cool for about a year, until I get a package in the mail from Irish Vamp. I had no idea, still to this day, how he got my address. He starts sending me gifts and letters. Then, he gets my new number and starts texting and calling me all over again. The messages started getting cryptic, like, "You can never escape me. I'll always find you." He figured out my work and school schedule. I went back and would call every time that I had a break. I finally told my mom, and she pushed me to getting a restraining order. But since he lived in a different state, it proved rather hard. This goes on and on for years. 2 years ago, I didn't hear anything from him. By the way, I'm happily married and in a happy relationship for almost 6 years now. And yes, my husband does know about everything. I thought, oh, he finally got the picture and is leaving me alone. No. He was in jail for beating the absolute out of his ex, trying to run her over with his car, and then crashing said car while intoxicated. He was meant to be locked up for 8 years, but he got out in 2. As soon as he was released, he started all over again. Got my number and has been messaging me nonstop. I hope one day there will be a happy end to this, but for now, I have to leave it as a cliffhanger, because it's still going on, and it doesn't show any signs of slowing down. Hi there. I couldn't find a better word to convey what I'm feeling right now other than crazy, although it's a very stigmatizing word. I had an abusive ex for 3 years. Multiple domestic violence convictions, whatever. I left him 10 years ago. Throughout time, he has sporadically reached out, to which for the most part I am cordial. Don't ask why, I just was. A part of it was because I cared. Trauma bonding. And the other part, because I wanted to be on good terms for my safety. More recently, 2 years ago, I blocked him. That's when I really started to become suspicious. I didn't know blocked people could still leave voicemails until I cleaned my mailbox and discovered a blocked messages file. He began leaving voicemails saying things like, "I'm sitting outside of your mom's house thinking of you, 3 a.m. to, "I'm sitting outside our high school, remembering things, and I'm leaving for London tomorrow, and I need to see you tonight." He never left. Shortly after, I saw him at Walmart. I was shopping for items for grad school when I felt a hand on my shoulder and a shiver down my spine. I turned around to find him. "I'm moving to LA, he said. "That's nice," I replied, thinking that he was bragging. "You know," he quipped, "I joined a fraternity, got my degree in psychology. I'm moving to LA. I'm living the life that you wanted to live." Annoyingly, I replied, "Okay." "You know I do all this for you," he said. Shortly after that, I bumped into him at the mall. Weird, I thought, as my then partner asked if he has a tracker on me. I wondered. Nah, I rationalized. San Diego is smallish. We're bound to run into one another every once in a while. Then, I saw his best, straight, gal pal at a gay bar that I've never seen her at before. The same night that I saw her on. The next week he's there perusing the bar. Which is interesting, because he hated gay people when we were together. I confronted him via text, which was probably satisfying to him. People change, he reasoned. The kicker to that night was that my ex reported seeing him there, appearing to look for me. I, at the last minute, opted out of going to the bar to catch up with a friend who was shortly after murdered by her fiancé. Chills. Then, he started working at the job I worked at before I quit for grad school. Began commenting on my blogs, which I didn't know it was him until recently. He now has been reaching out repetitively to apologize for what he's done, as he's going to therapy, he says. "What are you apologizing for exactly?" I asked, wanting him to verbalize the abuse. It was a moment I thought I could stand up for myself, because I didn't before. "My game addiction," he said. I corrected him and told him that he abused me. Then, randomly, as I'm leaving my domestic violence advocacy training, oh, the irony, he texts me, "I forgive you." I know now that he probably wanted to get a reaction out of me, but it worked. "For what?" I asked, to which he responded, "For the lies." I then asked, how could I ever feel comfortable telling the truth to someone who beat me over simple things? He went on to try to say that my fiancé had been calling him from my phone and cursing him out. Really? I had to call to hear this lie for myself. Little did he know, my fiancé and I separated 6 months prior, so there was no way that could happen. His response, he stumbled, but then went on to say, "Well, now I'm really concerned," implying that my ex-fiancé may have hacked my phone. It was a trap. I feel stupid. Now he knows I'm single. He then began confessing his love for me, mentioning me having a dog. "How did you know that?" I asked. He explained he doesn't have any social media, so how did he know that? He changed the subject. The only thing is, I'm not naive to these tactics anymore. He asked where I lived, only to show restraint in saying that's too personal, and then asked again anyways. "Too personal," I replied. He then asked me to help him learn how to have boundaries, as I have such good ones. The next day he messaged me. "This is the last time I ever want to talk to you again. It's toxic. Bye." I am appalled and feel dumb for even engaging with this person and subjecting myself to these manipulations. I may be stronger and more knowledgeable, but it still took a toll on my mental health. Now I'm wondering, am I crazy? Am I overthinking this? I've thought about this all day, and how to write it up in a way that would express the true emotion behind it. But here it goes. Last night, I had an appointment at 7 to give a speech, and was on my way wearing heels and a dress. I pulled up to a traffic light with a 4-way stop. Straight ahead was a mobile home park. To the left was Trader Joe's, and to the right, another mobile home park. As I sat at the stoplight, I noticed a girl wearing a long black sweatshirt and shorts. She was running at full speed out of the mobile home park in front of me. Behind her was a man, twice her age, in a green windbreaker, shorts, a scruffy beard, and a mountain bike, following within 5 to 10 feet of her. I initially thought it was her dad, keep an eye on her while she jogged. How wrong I was. Suddenly, her run turned into an all-out sprint up the street to the right, headed towards the second mobile home park. She kept looking behind her, frantically running even faster. I watched the stalker pause at the stoplight for a moment, just watching her as she walked up the street. I felt like I had just witnessed his inner monologue that told him to continue to go after her. He picked his bike up in one swoop and turned it in the direction she'd run. At this point, I'd flipped my car around and was ready to take this guy out. I suddenly see the girl run into the second mobile home park and was worried she was probably running home and he'd know where she lived. My heart sank, but right as she begun running up her row to her mobile unit, the guy comes flying around the corner and cuts her off on his bike, forcing her to turn and run back to the street. At this point, I pulled up into the turn lane to the mobile park, as did another man. I could see the biker was still on a mission to get this girl, and he had no plans of moving on despite all the attention. Since the person in the turn lane in front of me got out to help, I had nowhere to go and threw my hazards on. The man in the van ran over to me and asked what he should do. I told him to call 911. Then I went to work on the stalker guy. I told the girl to stay right next to me because I didn't want him to see where she lived. He was 10 feet away now at a bus stop, writing in figure eights, pretending he hadn't done anything wrong. You need to leave now. Do you understand me? I said. Him. I didn't do anything. Me, looking at the girl. Do you know this man? The girl. No. Me. Was he chasing you? Girl. Yes. Me. Do not look at her. You need to leave now. The police have been called and we have video and photos of you. Man. Takes off, almost swerving in front of a car with his bike. Me. I yell at him to pay attention to traffic and move on. I wait until he's long gone and then turn to the girl. Me. This is extremely serious. He was actually following you. You need to go home and stay home tonight. During this time, more than 3 people stopped to help this girl. It was so apparent that things were about to go wrong that I'm proud to say multiple citizens stepped up to help. I wish I could give people this advice, both men and women. When you feel you're being followed, turn your phone/video on if possible, and face it towards the person. Hold your hand straight out and say firmly, "Stop following me." Most people will back off if they didn't know they were too close for comfort, and will gladly apologize and offer for you to go ahead. But the bad ones will curse you out and make excuses. Get them on video if you can. If you're more comfortable without the camera, put your hand up and say the above. Don't be afraid to do this. They are either going to apologize or run away. Go with your gut and stay safe. Hey everyone, I do not want to overreact, so I'm looking for advice. I received a text from an unknown, although local to my current temporary residence phone number. For the purposes of this story, let's say my name is Sally. The text said, Hey Sally, what's up baby girl? I was put off because I do not know any man with that area code, let alone one who would text me like that. I texted my friend a screenshot and then asked him who he was. She called him, maybe 10 minutes later, but he did not pick up. I blocked the number. It's important to mention that in December of 2018, the police were called to my residence while I was asleep. A man was trying to get into my apartment, but my neighbor and roommate would not let him pass because he was aggressive. I slept through it. My roommate knew the people in my circle, and she knew that he was not in it. The police woke me up around 3 a.m. and asked me if I knew him. I was honestly still very much asleep, but confirmed to myself I really had no idea who the guy was, and the officer that I didn't know him. They had a verbal argument outside my apartment afterwards. Today, my maintenance man, my blinds were broke so he came over to fix them, asked me if I had anyone throwing things at my window at night. I said no. He said that he asked because my neighbor had complained of that to the police and property management. I've not heard it myself, but sometimes you sleep through things. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper. Anyway, I know that this is not illegal, and I do not have much trust in the police here. What do I do? Side note, in the past, I have had received anonymous gifts and detailed anonymous messages online. I'm going to start off by saying that I wasn't the perfect person, and I have made mistakes. I had this really great friend for almost 4 to 5 years, and I knew he had a crush on me during high school and after. We remained friends after graduation, even became best friends. I was attracted to him, but it wasn't the right time in my life for a serious relationship. So I never let him on, and always let him know our friendship was everything to me. After a year or two, I changed. I became a better person. I liked who I saw in the mirror, and I felt as if I was ready for a relationship with him. So I made my move, and we got together in a couple months. In the beginning, I was so happy to be with him. He was my best friend, of course. I thought everything would be perfect. We know how each other were. But I guess I never really knew him, because he would get mad pretty easily. And when he got mad, there wasn't anything I could do to calm him down. I always used to try to talk things through. It wasn't us versus each other. It was us versus the problem that we were trying to overcome. But he would get handsy, start shoving me or pushing me off of him. There were so many times he would twist my arm and tell me that I was nothing to him. He even said that he only got with me to tell everyone we had sex, since I was everyone's crush in high school. But for some reason I stayed. I stayed because I thought maybe that I pushed him to this. He wasn't like this before. Maybe I'm just not trying hard enough to fix us. Maybe I haven't changed enough. We stayed together for a year and a couple of months. He would talk to other girls, and eventually I started talking to guys too. I never deleted my messages because at some point I just didn't care anymore. But neither one of us could walk away. This was the ideal relationship. The dorky friend finally getting with his high school crush. He was the nice guy that finally got the girl. In the last couple of months, I started to talk to an ex of mine. Let's call him A. It was just catching up and that we wanted to hang out soon one day. I noticed something was off, and I felt like I should talk to him, even if my ex-boyfriend didn't want me to. One day after a friend's birthday, we were all drinking. My ex thought that I was flirting with guys and conveniently found my messages with A. So he told me we were leaving and took me back to his place. He dragged me out of the car and started punching me. He sat on my chest and just kept slamming his fist to my face. I screamed and screamed, but no one came. I begged him to let me go. I wouldn't tell anyone just to let me go home. But he didn't. My screams fell on deaf ears. Then he dragged me by my hair into his house. The night became a blur after I got into the house. I woke up the next day in his bed. He had sex with me when I was unconscious. Then he dropped me off at my house and left. The following weeks, I would drink to get my mind off of things. I was going to drunk call A and just cry and tell him everything. But I didn't, because I didn't want to worry him. The following day, I was with friends when someone told me that A died. They said that he had killed himself, and I was broken. I wanted to see him and talk to him, but it was too late. My ex reached out to me and told me that he wanted to talk, and I stupidly accepted. We talked in a park in front of people, but he started sobbing, so he went to the car at the park. He told me I had to talk to him or else he would kill himself, and it would be my fault, so I accepted. Fast forward 2 months, and he's going crazy finding out that I hung out with a guy, and comes to my house screaming at me. I told him to leave, and I never wanted to see him again. The following weeks, I noticed on my Snapchat and Instagram some messages were being read and deleted. At first, I thought I was doing that when I was drunk. I also noticed on my Facebook some messages were deleted as well. If you go on Facebook, it'll show you where you log into, so I decided to check. What I saw scared the hell out of me. There were so many logins at my ex's house, my house, and where I worked. And I don't use Facebook that much, and it conveniently happens that my Instagram and Facebook were connected. My ex had been stalking me for months, and I never knew it. New Year's Day, my ex posted a naked photo of me on the profile before I knew he had access to my accounts. It was up for 5 minutes, and he took it down. He told everyone that he was sorry and drunk. I went to the cops, and they told me it could be me doing that trying to set him up. But I don't have an Android, I have an iPhone, and it shows what type of phone logs in onto Facebook. I've deleted all my accounts and stopped talking to people. The cops are no help at all, and haven't even arrested him for the assault charges. And the last thing he did that makes him even more disgusting is he made a fake account, using a family member's name, knowing that I would accept it. Also, he called me one day, saying when he picked me up from a party, he had sex with me while I was passed out, and this happened 2 years before we got together. I hate him. He's a disgusting person, and I hope to God that he stops stalking me. I can't share this with my Facebook friends because he keeps figuring out how to bypass my block settings. So I'm here because I have to vent to someone, and he hasn't discovered this account yet. I was doing some online dating in 2014, chatting with this guy for weeks, then drove all night after work to spend a couple of days blowing off steam away from the stress of work and life. I was young and naive. I believed almost anything that I was told, and boy, did he have some stories to tell. I guess I wanted to believe him, even though I should have known nothing he said was real. I guess even if I had known, I wouldn't have cared. I was at a vulnerable point in my life, and I just needed someone to be close to. He saw that and took advantage. To make a long story short, we finally met in person, spent the night together, and I went back home. He later claimed to have been disgusted with my appearance, because any girl who works all day then drives all night should look like a model on a runway. And that must have been what spurred his decision to tell me that it would never work out. I, wanting to stubbornly see things through, convinced him that it was too early to make that decision and waste the weeks of conversations up to that point. And we kept our long-distance conversations going for a while longer. Eventually, I started to see the cracks in his story, see the shadow of his true nature, and agreed that we weren't right for each other. But he saw things differently. At first, he accused me of being a liar, a slut, a whore, still into my ex, and that's why I didn't want him. A switch flipped, and he showed me his crazy side. I blocked his number, ignored his emails, took him off of my Facebook, but he still managed to get to me. For every account that I blocked, he made 3 more. I started dating a guy where I was, but I moved in with a friend for a few months to help with the renovation, closer to where the crazy lived than I was before. Ended up filing a police report of stalking and harassment. By that time, he had started posting lies about me online, on blog sites and cheater sites, about me and pretending to be me, and I didn't feel safe. I moved back to where my boyfriend lived, an all-night drive that he helped me with, just happy to have me home again. I was happy to be home, and I finally felt safe again, for a while. But crazy never stopped. The harassment continued. The posts kept coming. He tried contacting me, and even went so far as to post my information online. My phone number, address, social media, work, vehicle info, etc. He offered to pay for more information on me, and pressed for violence against me. He slandered my name all over, and I had to stop my occasional freelance modeling because of it. I had to ask photographers to remove me from their online portfolios so he wouldn't plaster my body all over these sites devoted to tearing down exes. My boyfriend could have believed the lies, but have hated me for what crazy was trying to put us through. But he didn't. He got protective, helped me compile a 2-inch binder full of the accounts of the slander, harassment, and threats. And with guidance from a lawyer that I met at karaoke, we filed another police report and tried to get a protective order. Unfortunately for me, I was being stalked by a professional. He knew how to cover his tracks, use various aliases, leave threats just veiled enough to not be legally considered threatening. He also lived 4 states away, and although it would be less than a 2-hour flight, he had already mentioned my address and what he thought someone should do to me. The judge didn't think that this was close enough to be a threat and denied the protective order. I watched the slander sites for a while, got contacted by his apologetic sister and some other exes in a group devoted to stopping the constant abuse we all faced. It only hurt me more to know how badly I'd been lied to, and eventually, I just stopped keeping track and ignored it all, hoping it would go away. For the most part, it did stop, for a while at least, and after a year or so of seeing my name and face dragged through the dirt, I didn't fight back, so he got nothing from trying to hurt me. I stayed friends with one of the girls from that group, changed my number a few times, made new social media accounts, and he found a few of them, but I blocked and ignored it all. After a while, there was nothing. Fast forward to last fall, and I'm still with the same man who held me through the mess before, with a wedding dress in the car and the last of our recently packed belongings, moving to a new state for a fresh start. I didn't see it until yesterday, but Crazy tried to reach out again when we moved. A notification popped up on my phone that a cousin sent a message on Facebook, but when I opened the app, it showed an ignored message from someone not in my contacts. From him. It's been 4 years, but he's back at it. A quick Google search showed that he'd been posting more stuff about me recently, though not as much as before, all pretending to be me or someone else, then himself again, to look like the victim. It's hard to believe. But then, really, it isn't that believable. He's done it before, to me and to others, and it should be no shock. I just wonder how much he knows about my new life, or if I should be worried. I wonder if I'll ever be free of his harassment, even though I'll never be free of the awful memories. I wonder if I'll need to use that revolver sitting in my nightstand one day to protect myself. I wonder if one day someone else will get tired of his shit and do it for me. I wonder, will I ever be truly safe again? I wanted to share my story of when I was 18 years old. I was working at my first ever job as a cashier. I had been there almost 6 months and was really hoping for a promotion sometime soon. We were a resale shop, so as long as I had another cashier working, I helped out my other coworkers with stocking and cleaning. When I was on the floor, a customer approached me. Nothing odd at first. Usually, people just ask for help. That's what I'm here for. He comes up and goes, "Hi, Jennifer." Not my real name, but I thought I'd put it there. "Hi, can I help you? Do you remember me? I bought those cups last week." No, I didn't actually remember him, but I wanted to be polite, and silly me thought, he's just an old man. What's the worst he could do? Sure, I hope you're enjoying them. Is there anything you're trying to find? He shakes his head no and just kind of stands there. Okay, well, if you need anything, let me know. So I start to walk away, but he starts walking behind me. Not far behind me either. He was so close that I could feel his body heat. After a minute of this, I turned and said, "Are you sure there isn't something you need?" He pulls out a little slip of paper that looks like it'd fit inside a fortune cookie and sets it on the shelf and slides it to me. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Surprised and shocked, I said no. I had a girlfriend, but didn't think to say it because of how surprised I was. "Well, let me take you fishing sometime." And the paper had his name on it. Kevin. Alongside of his phone number. "Take it," he said. So I did and ran into the employee back of the store and told my manager immediately. He concluded that he probably wouldn't come back because I wasn't going to call him. We were wrong. He came back and tried to give me his phone number multiple times. Each time I saw him, I spoke to him less and less, or went into the employees-only rooms. All of my managers were very supportive, except one who thought that I was overreacting. When I told him about him continuing to come back, continuing to ask me out, and continuing to give me his phone number. He would say stuff like, he's a regular, or he just wants his senior discounts, despite the fact that he would only bust his shift at my register. I came off my lunch break once, and he had just finished being checked out, and was almost at the door when he saw me. He had a line wrapping around the store, and he stood next to my register for an hour, staring at me until all the other customers went away. He stood there and pulled out his number yet again. I was so stressed, I just screamed, "Stop giving me your number. You're too old to be doing this." I broke down and he ran out of the store. I was tired of him waiting, always asking. He had started going into the employees-only parts of the store, and my coworkers who closed said that he had waited for me more than once in the parking lot and wrote down his plate numbers. After I screamed and broke down, I thought he finally went away. He had shown up every day for 2 weeks before then, but when I screamed at him, he stopped coming by for a week. The night he came back, my heart sunk into my chest. When he came to my register to check out, he said, "I gave you some space." "I've noticed," I replied. After some silence, he pulls out his wallet. "Are you sure you don't want to go out with me?" "Yes." So he bought his things and put his wallet back in his pocket. Then he paused and said he wanted to buy something else. So I ring him up, and this time he pulls out a pocket knife and puts it on the counter. He looks at me and says, "Now, are you sure you don't want to go out with me?" Scared, I take a step away and say, "Yes, I am sure." He sighed and pulled out his wallet, paid, put it away, and the knife, then stomps out of the store. I had a complete and total panic attack. During the confrontation, a coworker who saw but didn't like me pointed and laughed when I mouthed help. I stormed back there and screamed, "He had a knife! He had a knife!" I had to get calmed down as I yelled at her about how I could have been seriously hurt. I turned to my manager, tell him about what just happened, and then as soon as I got off, I called my mom and went straight to the sheriff's station. We filed a report about what happened that night and everything leading up to it. After a few days, I found out that they went down to where he lived and gave him a firm warning to stop. I was sad they didn't arrest him, but he did stop. They had to drive 3 towns over because his current living address was 40 minutes away. He had been making daily trips to me. Also, his wife was very unhappy to find out what he was doing. That's right, he was married on top of all of that. I ended up quitting shortly after, scared that he would come back, but I was happy that it had all been finally taken care of. That's about it though. Scary and kind of long, but I hope you find my rather traumatizing story at least a little bit interesting. I am a 25-year-old female, and have been living in Japan for a few years now. And one thing I have quite often are stalker encounters. It seems that in my area, or anywhere that isn't a big city now that I think about it, Japanese men can become quite obsessed with foreign women, especially fair-skinned, blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign women such as myself. I've dealt with quite a few situations where I was sure that I would be kidnapped. One such encounter was back in 2013 when I was in my third year of university. The following was a very brief encounter, but a terrifying one nonetheless. I was studying abroad at a school in Saitama, making a lot of friends and having the time of my life. I joined the a cappella club and had a group that I sang with. Together there were 5 of us. They were all men, which made me uncomfortable at first, but we blended well together, and they felt more comfortable singing English songs with me there to help with pronunciation and whatnot. One day after practice was finished, my group invited me to go shopping with them at a local supermarket to get things for a nabe party. For those who don't know, nabe is basically a hot spot. You get a bunch of veggies and some meat, then you put a big pot on a little portable gas burner and everyone gathers around and eats together. It's a huge part of Japanese culture, and a great way to hang out with friends. I was ecstatic that they invited me. I was usually left out of these things at first because I was an outsider, whereas they had known each other since their freshman year. Over the few months that we have been seeing together, though, they had grown to be like family to me. Each one like an overprotective big brother, especially a guy named Kasuke. He was tall and a bit on the heavy side, but he was extremely charismatic. Whenever he saw me fumbling around, nervous or confused, he'd quickly appear by my side and throw a heavy arm around my shoulder, practically knocking me over while asking, "What's the problem, Tani-chan?" Anyway, the nabe party. We all went to our friend's house for the party and ended up drinking and talking until pretty late. When my phone in my pocket vibrated to tell me that I had low battery, I finally saw the time and realized it was already 4 a.m. The guys were getting ready to nap until the train started back up, but I was only a 30-minute walk away from my share house. I announced that I was leaving and started packing up my stuff. Kasuke offered to walk me home, but I told him I was fine. The sun would be rising soon. Japan has an early sunrise, and it really wasn't that far. The cold would kill me before the walk did, I joked. They reluctantly agreed and saw me off, demanding I call them if anything happened. I made it to the station safely, marking the halfway point home. I descended the stairs to see a single car parked outside, with a man leaning up against it, staring straight at me. It wasn't anyone I knew. He was older than me, in his mid-30s, maybe early 40s. His head turned, watching me as I walked down the stairs. Feeling uncomfortable with the unwanted attention, I rushed my pace a little, grabbing my hands together to fight the sudden chill that overcame me. Though I was pretty sure I had nothing to do with the cold. I crossed to the other side of the street, avoiding him as best as I could. I avoided looking at him as well, but I heard the car door slam and the engine start up. Headlights illuminated me, and he turned to drive alongside where I was walking. His window rolled down. "Hey," he said in Japanese, "are you alone?" I said nothing. "Where are you going? Do you speak Japanese?" I quickened my pace. "You're pretty. Let's hang out." I began power walking. The sluggish tiredness from the party was quickly being replaced with adrenaline. He pulled ahead, and I thought he gave up, but his car stopped not far ahead, and he put it in park, getting out. "Let's go home together." He was standing about 10 feet ahead of me. I stopped, so I wasn't walking closer to him. "Let's go home together," he repeated a little more forcefully, stepping towards me. "Get in my car." I didn't have much time to think. I immediately turned left and sprinted into the park. There were only 4 entrances, all of which a car could not enter. It was a traditional Japanese-style garden with tall bamboo trees and a pond of koi surrounding a gazebo in the middle. The man was in a no-parking zone, so he wouldn't leave his car alone. I heard him curse under his breath and jump back into the car. I pulled out my phone, immediately calling Kasuke. Just my luck, though, he didn't answer. I tried the rest of my group. No one answered. I looked at the next exit, just in time to see his car crawl by slowly, his head sticking out the window, searching for me as I hid behind a grove of bamboo. Trembling in fear, I tried again and again, with no success of reaching the guys. I looked repeatedly at my 4 exits, always seeing him crawl by. He was circling the park, waiting for me to walk out so he could talk to me again. though I had a feeling talking wasn't really what he wanted to do. Just as I was about to cry, my phone lit up dimly with a phone call from Kasuke. "What's the problem, Tani-chan?" he said jokingly. The other guys in the background were still joking around. In a rush of breath, I explained to him my current predicament. Though he didn't say a word the entire time, I could practically hear the smile leave his face. The rest of the group had quieted too, and I heard one say, "What's going on? Is she okay?" He told me to stay where I was and that he was on his way, but I was already 20 minutes away, and I wasn't sure that I had 20 minutes before the guy parked his car and came into the park to look for me. I looked behind me again, just in time to see him drive by that exit slowly, looking through. That's it. I'm cold, I'm tired, I'm scared, and I want to go home. I'm going to run after he passes the next exit and turns the corner, I explained. "No," he said. "Wait for me. I can run and be there soon." But Kasuke wasn't a runner. I didn't think he could get there any faster than I could. He started to say something more, but my phone suddenly went dark. Dead battery. No turning back now. I waited a few seconds and there he was, right on schedule. He crawled by the exit then stopped. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it, but he looked hard and slowly turned around. The sun was starting to come up now, and he had a better view. It was really now or never. He slowly moved forward. I crept out of my hiding spot and moved towards the exit. I poked my head out and saw him turn the corner. I sprinted towards my house and didn't look back. I was too scared to. I don't know if he saw me, and I was too fast to follow or what, but I didn't ever see that guy again. I immediately put my phone on the charger and called the guys back to let them know that I was okay. But Kasuke never let me walk home alone in the dark ever again. I am a 19-year-old female from the UK. Me and my friend have been harassed by this girl that used to be my friend for around a year. A little backstory. This girl and I, let's call her Jane, met when we were in primary school, when we were around 10. As we grew older, I realized that she had some problems. She got into trouble a lot, and we lost contact as we left primary school and entered secondary school. It wasn't until college that we got back into contact. I straight up knew then that this girl had serious behavioral issues. She would tell me she would get into arguments with her mother and ask to stay at my place. She would constantly ask for me to stay at hers. When we were out in public, she would shout offensive things to other people, which was understandably embarrassing for me. Years went on, and now I'm 19, and she only got worse. She would begin to lie to get attention, and lie about the most horrible and disgusting things which I would believe, until I obviously found out from her mother that she was a liar. For example, she said she was pregnant, and when she was asked for proof by friends and family, she would then say that she had a miscarriage. She once lied about her ex-boyfriend assaulting her, but then when asked to report it to the police, she said that she didn't need to because it never happened. Things like that. It was horrible, and I didn't want to associate with her anymore. Not long before I blocked her out of my life, she became possessive and nasty towards me. If I didn't want to meet up, she would try to guilt trip me into meeting her. If I said I was meeting other friends, she would get jealous and get nasty. She would also make things up in her head that I apparently had said to her. For example, it was my dad's birthday in March. She lives nearby. I get a message when I'm with him saying, "Can I meet you?" I said no, I'm with my dad for his birthday and it would be rude to just leave. She then said, "You promised you would meet me," which I never did say that at all. She said, "Yes, you did. Why would you lie to me?" And I said I can never lie about something I never said. She said I wasn't being a good friend and said to come outside and stop acting like this. She would ring me nearly 10 times in a row if I didn't reply, and I just about had enough. So I blocked her. I blocked her on Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, and WhatsApp. And that was that for around a week. I got another friend request from another account under her name. I denied and blocked. I then received another a few days later, along with a message saying hi. I blocked that account too. A week later, I checked my Facebook and had a notification saying, "Jane liked your photo." I clicked it, and obviously it was her, but she didn't add me on this one this time, so I blocked her before she could. I got another 2 friend requests after that and a few messages saying hello and add me back. "Why aren't you speaking to me?" I blocked that account, and then she went on to Instagram. She made 3 new accounts trying to message me and followed my account, liking pictures of my boyfriend and I. She then began following him, even though she hasn't even met him, or she's never spoke to him once. She finally tried to add me on Snapchat, which I obviously declined. The final straw was when she went into a social club where my father normally goes with his friends, asking him where I was and why I wasn't speaking to her, and asking if I was there with him. This totally freaked me out. This was only a week ago, and I pray to God that she gives up soon. So this happened 3 months ago. I was out hiking with my friend. I'm not going to disclaim her real name for privacy, so let's call her Amy. Anyway, me and Amy set off on our travels at 6 a.m. We traveled by public transport. We got the 6:35 bus to our destination. The bus stop was empty for the first 10 minutes or so, then a man joined. He was looking at the same timetable as us, so we knew he was getting on the same bus. He sat on the bench opposite us and started reading a book. I felt strange, as in I knew something was up. I glanced at the man and he would catch my glare and just stare. It wasn't a normal stare. It was a sinister stare. I pulled out my phone and texted Amy to check it out. I didn't want to speak out loud so that he knew that I was talking about him. As soon as Amy's phone pinged, the man looks at us. He turns to Amy and asks, "Who is that texting you?" He said it in a way as if to say, "I already know." She nervously replies back, "Oh, it's my dad asking if I got here all right." He squinted his eyes, then continued reading. He started mumbling stuff to himself in a different language. I think it was Polish, but I'm not 100% sure. The bus was due in 5 minutes by this time, so me and Amy got our stuff together to get ready to get on. We stand up and step towards the road where the bus pulls up. The man also stands up and stands literally a foot away from me. I can feel his breath on my neck. I felt so uncomfortable. I see the bus coming along. We boarded the bus and sat at the back. The man sits at the very front on the seats facing backwards. He puts his book away and stared at me. He stared at me even when I saw him. His glance didn't leave me. Our stop was the next one, so we walked to the driver's section of the bus and waited. The bus pulled up and we left. The man stayed on. We thought he wouldn't see him again. We were so wrong. Later that evening, we had stopped on our hike to have lunch. We sat on a large rock on the top of the hill with forests surrounding us. We were gossiping and laughing till Amy noticed someone walking up the path towards us. "Look," she said. "Isn't that the man from the bus?" I turned around and my heart sank. "Yes," I replied. "Why is he here? He stayed on the bus when we got off. How does he know we would be there?" Amy gave me a scared/confused look and shrugged nervously. We decided to pack up our stuff and head back to the bus station to go home. We were sat at the station and the bus arrived. We got on the bus. The man was nowhere in sight. Last time we saw him, he was on the hike track about 3 miles from here. He walked past us in the opposite direction. So we go for a few stops when the bus stops and someone gets on. Thinking nothing of it, we continue our conversation when a hand touches my shoulder. "Hey." I turn around to see that creepy man standing there, touching my shoulder. How can he be here? He was miles behind us. How has he got that far in this short of time? It's impossible. Yes, I say to him. "Can I help you?" "No, I just wanted to feel you." Immediately creeped out, I stepped up and complained to the driver about what was just said. The driver stops the bus and asks the man to leave. The man gets off, staring at me viciously as he passes me. I sat back down and didn't say a single word all the bus journey back home. We got off the bus and Amy asks me if I'm okay and tells me that I'm looking pale. That was strange, wasn't it? I asked Amy for reassurance that I wasn't over-exaggerating. Hell yeah, it was, she instantly responded. We walked back to Amy's and sat in her room for an hour or two. We watched a movie and chatted. Time was getting on and I had to leave so her and her family could have lunch. I walked the short distance home and locked my door behind me. I never usually lock my door, but I was so creeped out. I chucked some lunch in and popped the TV on whilst I ran a bath. I had my lunch, then went in the bath. I like to apply a face mask and lay in the bath for ages. So I'm laying there relaxing when I start getting an eerie feeling. I washed my face mask off and quickly washed my hair and jumped out of the bath. I went to my bedroom to put on my pajamas, and then went and turned the TV off downstairs and made sure all of my windows and doors were locked. I lay in bed and I keep thinking that I can hear someone outside my home, but I brush it off as a stray dog or another animal. I eventually fell asleep and wake up suddenly during the night. I checked my alarm and it was 3:20 a.m. I don't usually wake up during the night, so I found this a little odd. I sat up and turned my lamp on. I then heard loud footsteps pacing around my house. I got out of bed and checked out of my bedroom window and couldn't see nothing, so I went downstairs. Keeping the downstairs lights off and peeked through the blinds to the front of the house. I saw a person standing there, staring at my bedroom window. I couldn't make out the face. I continued watching as the person paced up and down my driveway. Who could this be? I thought to myself. I had many thoughts like, is this person drunk? Is this an escapee from the asylum up the road? I continued watching for a good 15 minutes until they turned around to walk out. Stopped at my gate, and it's like they turned and looked straight at me. The streetlight was shining on the face, and I recognized the person. It was the man from the bus. How does he know where I live? The man left my driveway and walked off. I went back to bed and texted Amy the news in the morning. Oh my God, was her reply. We planned to meet for lunch that day. Lunchtime comes around and we meet at a cafe on the main street. As we're chatting, I notice the man from the bus on the opposite side of the road, walking backwards and forwards down the road, slowing down and staring directly at me as he passes us. I turned to Amy and said, "He's here again." He seemed to be everywhere I was that day. I got my nails done. He was there, pacing around. I went grocery shopping. He was there. I started feeling very uncomfortable by this point and went to my local police station to report him. I was told there was nothing they can do, as he hadn't actually harmed me in any way, but they did log it down. I left feeling pretty shitty as the police basically turned me away. The next few days got worse and worse. I would see him everywhere I was. I would get woken up in the middle of the night to him beating on my door, yelling to let him in. He loves me. We were meant for each other. All that garbage. My neighbors must have phoned the police one night as I saw blue lights and heard the man yelling, "I live here, she's my love," as the police arrested him for a disturbance. I went down and spoke to an officer and told them that I had reported the man already to your department, and I hoped that they could do something now. All they did was warn the man to stay away. There wasn't much they could do. It was quiet for a week or two, then I started getting calls from an unknown number. I answered the first few times as I didn't know who it was, and all I heard was deep, heavy breathing down the phone. I hung up and eventually I stopped answering. The calls became constant. I had 54 missed calls within 20 minutes. I went to the police station to report this, and I said I think it's the man who has been stalking me. They had to log it as a different case, as we couldn't prove it was him, with the calls being from an unknown number. I didn't know how he got my number, or why he had such an obsession with me, but I hated it. The calls became worse, where it would be 70 to even 90 missed calls in 20 minutes. There would be days where my phone would not stop ringing, and I would have to turn it off. I eventually changed my number and got no more calls. It's been 8 weeks now, and I haven't seen the man, but I have heard weird noises from outside late at night. Nothing has happened yet so far, and I will update if anything does. I've considered the idea of sharing this story for some time now. I never, in a million years, thought that I would have a story like this to share, and sometimes even I struggle with the fact that it's real. Almost 6 years ago, I met and fell in love with my husband Vincent, and we have shared an extremely happy life together. Very little in our world has ever been out of place, except for this one issue with a person that I will call Chris. I have never known anyone with a stalker before, and up until this point, I pretty much believe that a stalker is an ex-boyfriend who simply can't let his former girlfriend go. The idea that I would end up stalked by a woman who I never met wasn't even in the realm of possibility, so I had no clue what was in store for me going into my relationship with Vincent. Vincent knew Chris from high school, and she had grown up in his childhood neighborhood as well. They had been semi-friends when they were kids, but that friendship had dwindled in their adult years. Vincent and I had been dating for about 4 months before I even knew of Chris's existence. He had met my friends and family, and I had met his as well. The subject of a girl named Chris had never come up. One night, while Vincent was staying at my apartment, his phone rang. He answered it and exchanged pleasantries with the person on the other end for a few minutes before telling the person that he was spending some time with his girlfriend and couldn't really talk, and then he said goodnight and hung up. I've never been one to pry into my partner's phone calls, so I said nothing and went to unpause the movie. He said to me, "That was an old friend from high school who calls me every now and again. Her name is Chris." I told him that's nice, and we continued the movie. 2 nights later, we were again spending an evening together when Chris called. After that, she started calling nearly every night at odd hours. This went on for weeks until Vincent said that Chris wanted to meet. I said that's fine, but he seemed uncomfortable and added, "She wants to meet you in a neutral location to discuss what her relationship is with me." Fun fact about me, I don't like drama, and I don't tolerate people who try to cause drama in my life. After he told me this, I consulted with my friends, and they advised me to refuse the meeting, which I did. After I told him I wouldn't meet her, the phone calls became more frequent and took on an abusive quality. She repeatedly advised him to end our relationship and said she could tell that I was clearly abusive and controlling. Vincent assured me that she is harmless and that she will get over the fact that I don't want to meet her and will leave us alone. I decided that I want to put a face to this ranting voice on the other end of the phone. I've read many times that a picture can tell a story, and the pictures I saw clearly told me everything I needed to know about Chris. This person, who is 2 years younger than me, already looked to be in her mid to late 50s, and clearly had a long history with drugs. I sat Vincent down and asked him if she was a drug addict, and that opened the floodgates of truth. This woman, who I have never met but clearly hates me, is a meth addict with multiple children who have all been removed by the state. My defense was immediately on the rise, because I wasn't about to let this person into my life, or expose my friends and family to her. I told Vincent that I wanted nothing to do with her, and he should have nothing to do with her either, to which he agreed. He explained that they had been friends before the drugs, and he had distanced himself from her when she started using. That for the most part, he never hears from her, unless she has a problem, or when he has a girlfriend. If he is seeing someone, she tends to get a little psycho. I was having none of it, and he told me he would distance himself from her further. But the phone calls kept coming. The ranting Facebook messages kept coming, and the disturbances kept getting weirder. She would call and rant to him about how terrible I am, and then demand that he come to her house. She even ranted to me on Facebook about how he needs to start coming to see her once a month, as if we were getting a visitation schedule. Finally, enough was enough, and after he had told her several times to stop bothering us, I sent her a message telling her to leave us alone and good luck with her life. 3 days later, she sent him a message saying that he has to meet with her alone or she will do something to ruin our relationship. I told him to ignore her and don't respond. 2 days after that, she sent me a long ranting Facebook message that included how Vincent had assaulted her and given her an STD. I was beyond furious and wrote her back, telling her to never contact us again, or I would file a restraining order against her. Another 2 days passed, and I heard from her again in another ranting message about how he had been calling her from another number. She left the number in question, and it turned out to be a property management company that had never heard of him. After that, Vincent and I called her and put her on speakerphone to tell her to never contact us again or we would be filing a restraining order against her. She agreed to stop bothering us, but then demanded to know how my pet rabbit was doing. Nobody had ever told her that I had a pet rabbit, of course. We just told her goodbye and hung up. We got 11 months of peace, until one day she called again. During the 11 months of peace, our relationship had really blossomed. We stopped worrying about Chris and really didn't give her a single thought. We became engaged, much to the delight of friends and family, and we moved in together. Things were really lovely until one day Vincent came home from work to tell me that Chris had called him crying about her problems again. I was totally furious and sent her a scathing message via Facebook full of hate and venom. Frankly, I didn't know I could be that wicked, especially to someone who was so obviously beneath me in all aspects of life. Chris definitely brought out the worst in me, but putting up with her special brand of hell would probably push anyone over the edge. I again threatened her with a restraining order, and I really thought that it would end. The very next day, she sent Vincent a message with a threat of violence against me that would turn out to be the first of many. The calls started again. The messages started again. We would block an account online, and she would make another one. She called and texted with various phone numbers and restricted numbers as well. She started writing things about me online about how if she had her way, we would not be together because I would be in a coma that she put me in. I wanted to file for a restraining order, but during this period of time, she moved, and we didn't have an address to send the paperwork. She took full advantage of this fact and continued the harassment, and she was clearly enjoying it. Once she started leaving love songs on Vincent's voicemail at 3 a.m., night after night. We had to change our phone numbers. A dear friend of mine reached out to Chris's husband. Yeah, she was married, to tell him the harassment needs to stop. He responded by saying he is fully aware of the situation, but dealing with her is like kicking a hornet's nest, and she'll just turn the situation around. So, she is the one being wronged. It was about this time that another friend of mine sent me a link to a video on YouTube that was made by Chris. My friend said, "I don't want to upset you, but this video is very disturbing, and it's about you and Vincent. You need to watch it." So I did watch it, and to my horror, there is Chris, sitting in front of a camera, ranting and raving about me and how I stole her very best friend from her, about how the only reason we were together is because she allows it, and she was using my full name in the video. I looked at the actual YouTube account and discovered that she had made several videos with similar content. These psychotic ravings were filled with bizarre statements about me and updates about what she had learned about me. They were so full of other things as well. Details about her magical powers, her encounters with shapeshifters, her magic hawk that only she could see, her invisible dragon, and how aliens are out to get her. I was stunned. I again sent her a vicious email demanding that she stop publishing these videos about us, and I also included some very harsh words. After that, she took advantage of the fact that she knew I was watching the videos to speak directly to me. She would go into detail about my work, my personal life, and my co-workers. She explained that I hate her because she is gorgeous, and I can't handle how beautiful she is. Watching her toothless mouth spit out such ridiculous nonsense would have almost been comical if it were not for the fact that she was clearly unhinged and unpredictable. I've only seen my husband angry a few times, and almost always it's been at her. One night, after a rather bad video, he came unglued and called her up screaming. Once she hung up on him, he called her back and left a screaming message on her voicemail. One thing I found curious about this is the next day she made a video about how I had gotten someone else to call her up to harass her. She could never admit it was Vincent, and she could never admit that he hated her. She had this bizarre idea that he was her very best friend and cared deeply for her. She often referred to him as her white knight in shining armor. And once, after the email where I said that he hated her, she made a video where she kept saying over and over, "He doesn't hate me." It's like she completely forgot that she had made an assault accusation against this white knight in shining armor. I didn't know how to find her, and we had been told several times that I needed her address in order to serve paperwork on her. She made videos saying she was going to file her own restraining order against me, even claiming she had all the paperwork ready to go. I hoped like hell she would file, because then we could counterfile, and present our own case, which now included almost 3 years of stalking behavior. But she never filed anything against me, and I was incredibly disappointed. I had her location pinned to 3 different areas, and I decided to call the police in the area I had her most likely as in, and asked what I could do to locate her. The police had a former address for her from some domestic violence calls they had received, but unfortunately she had been evicted from that location and was again in the wind. That's when the officer told me to create the flyer. I was told that if she was known among the local street people, then if I distributed the flyers with her picture on it and offered a reward for her current location, then I was well within my rights to do so. I felt ridiculous creating and distributing, which was essentially a wanted poster looking for Chris. I even sent one to her husband so he would know how serious I was in finding her and ending the stalking. In his stupidity, he threatened again to have a restraining order put against me, but with $300 on the line, I knew someone in that area would give her up. It took a couple of months, but finally I was contacted by a guy named Walter who knew where she was. I was beyond thrilled. My mother and I met with the manager of the apartment complex Chris was living at, who could not confirm, but also would not deny that this was the address for Chris. She promised to cooperate in full if law enforcement needed to serve the paperwork. Finally, after almost 3 years of psychotic nonsense from this woman, who I had never met, I received a phone call that an officer had personally put 2 anti-stalking orders in Chris's hand, one for Vincent and one for myself. Now, we just had to finalize the orders in court. In between the service of the paperwork and the actual court date, the videos mostly dried up. She didn't mention us by name, and mostly just acted like everything was normal in her life. She did make a video where she talked about a vision she had where a car crashes into a business and kills someone inside, and then she described the area in which I work. It was insane revisiting all that crap, but it also made me pity Chris somewhat. Her life was nothing but crap, and she has a very obvious untreated mental illness. I was really hoping that the restraining orders would put her on a path to some kind of treatment for either drugs, mental health issues, or both. My number one goal was to permanently remove her from our lives, but I also wanted some good to come out of this for her as well. We headed to court in October of 2016. A couple of friends offered to join us, but we decided it would just be the 2 of us, along with a crime victim advocate as well. Luckily for me, my mother had to be in her studio all day filming and editing, so she was not able to go. Things would have been really heated if she had been there. Nobody thought Chris would actually show up, and we would just get the order and be done with it. It was 50-50 on her showing up, and I wasn't surprised at all that the elevator door opened and she was there. What did surprise me was how she made her entrance. She came out of the elevator riding on the back of a woman who must have weighed 400 pounds. She rode her down the hallway and turned the corner. I was absolutely shocked at the ridiculous sight. You don't take this situation seriously at all, do you? I didn't want this day to be a spectacle, but clearly I wasn't going to get my wish. I called my mother at the studio and told her that Chris had actually showed up. My mom asked what she looked like, and I said she looked like a crazy person. She was clearly as unstable as she had appeared in all those videos. After that, she stood against the wall and stared at us silently. I was so grateful for the victim's advocate, because he sat in between her and us and advised us to just look straight ahead, which was great advice. It all seemed like I was on autopilot, walking into the courtroom, and luckily, we were called after 2 cases. The judge had read our file, and all we needed to do was prove our case with evidence. Vincent spoke first, and detailed how he had been trying to distance himself from Chris before he had ever met me. I spoke second, and handed over the text messages, blog posts, and a phone record. Both of our testimonies were often interrupted by gasps and loud sighs by Chris, which she had to be scolded by the judge repeatedly. Chris was given a chance to speak, and her statement was almost as bizarre as the videos themselves. She claimed everything she had done was perfectly legal, and tried to use YouTube's terms and conditions to override anti-stalking laws in our state. She then claimed that she was not stalking us and said I was harassing her. She said I had impersonated my sister to contact her husband, and that I had been impersonating another woman and feeding her details about my life in order to stalk me. Basically, she was saying I was stalking myself, which made me produce a gasp of my own. She showed the 2 angry messages she got from me demanding she leaves us alone as evidence of my stalking behavior on her. She never once mentioned Vincent's voicemail or his demands to leave us alone, once again refusing to admit that Vincent wants nothing to do with her. The strangest thing was when she waved a large stack of papers saying it's proof that I am stalking myself. The judge refused to view this evidence, which honestly disappointed me, because now I have several unanswered questions about what all this could have been. I assume it was something she fabricated, but I still wonder what those papers said. After her bizarre testimony, the judge started filling out the paperwork silently while we stood waiting. At one point, Chris asked if she could speak, which the judge immediately said no, and I knew we had won. Vincent squeezed my hand, letting me know that he also knew the judgment. The judge then told us he was granted both orders and read the restrictions placed on Chris. After she had finished with the restrictions, Chris had another outburst and again waved the mysterious papers. After the judge told her to be silent, she announced that the orders would be in effect for 5 years rather than the standard 1 year. We left the courthouse feeling a sense of relief that had been almost 3 years in the making. After court, I went back to work, and my wonderful friends were there waiting for the judgment. Everyone was thrilled that this nightmare had finally been capped, at least for a while. The same day, Vincent showed up to my workplace with a dozen roses, and he was so happy. It's funny because this situation should have been enough to drive us apart, but honestly, it only made our relationship stronger. Chris's whole goal was to ruin our relationship, but she did the exact opposite. Vincent stood by me and defended me through this ordeal, and I was able to acknowledge that none of this was his fault. The restraining orders were almost 3 years old, and honestly, we both believe that Chris will resurface at some point. At one point, after the restraining orders were placed, Chris called Vincent's best friend and demanded Vincent's phone number. I don't think we're lucky enough to have not heard the last from her, but we have made every effort to shut her out of our life. We got married and moved away, so she won't know where we live anymore. I don't let Chris occupy my thoughts anymore. I don't check for videos, and I even blocked her YouTube account to prevent any videos from popping up in my feed. I have it on good authority that she is still making crazy ranting videos with mine and Vincent's names left out, but frankly, I have no interest in hearing her voice. She just isn't worth my time or effort when I have so much good going on in my life. She can believe what she wants about me. I don't really care anymore. Honestly, most of my anger is faded, and I have only pity left. I really hope she gets help and moves on with her life. So you might be wondering why I'm sharing this story. When we were in the thick of this situation, there was very little information on female stalkers or dealing with a stalker that you have never met. Most law enforcers would say, "Who is the guy?" assuming it was a male perpetrator. We also found very little support for a man being stalked by a woman. If this story makes one person who is in a similar situation feel like they are not alone, then it's worth it for me to share it. A few years ago, while I was still in university, I was in a serious relationship with this guy who I thought was perfect for me. My parents liked him, he got along with all my friends, and frankly, I thought I was the luckiest girl alive. He was on his exchange semester in my city, and about 5 to 6 months into the relationship, he suggested transferring to my city. I thought that would be great, and helped him out with his application. A few months passed by. He extends his exchange semester, and we were closer than ever, even living together at this point. One day, I was at work, summer internship. He got accepted into my university and forwarded the email to me. I was overjoyed, and my friends were extremely thrilled as well. It felt like a fairy tale come true. We then started looking for apartments and making other arrangements for his move. A few weeks before classes were supposed to start, he flew back to his home country to visit his parents. I did the same, and we planned to come back in 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, I fly back out for university, but he didn't. He tells me his dad is really sick, and he has to stay home to take care of him for a few weeks. I didn't think much of it, but then a few weeks later, he tells me that the university emailed him and told him to join in next semester as he already missed out on a few weeks of classes. I thought that was super weird, but then he forwarded all the emails that the university sent him, so I had no reason to believe he was lying. Even though he wasn't attending classes in my country, he would come visit me every month, which was great. A few months pass. The next semester rolls in. He doesn't show up for the first week of class, and when I ask him about it, he says he's really sick and will fly in the following week. He sends me his flight tickets, apartment lease contract, and student visa documents. So again, I have no reason to doubt him. The following week rolls in and he sends me snaps of him boarding the flight. At this point, I'm super excited to see him, and I go wait for him outside of his apartment once the flight lands. It's been an hour since the flight landed, and I don't see him pull up outside the apartment. I ask him where he is, and he says the airport isn't letting him leave because his visa had expired, and that he has to fly back to his home country. My roommate goes down to the university office to figure out why his visa was expired, and they say they have no records of him as a student at my university. My ex then gets really mad over the call and says that the university lost his record, even though they told him to delay his semester. He tells me to hang tight and that his dad will fly in soon to sort it out with the university. At this point, I'm super confused, so I go to the office in his apartment to check if he had paid his deposit. Surprisingly, he did, and it was around $6,000, so I thought that there was no way that he would blow that amount of money for no reason. So I believe his story, and just wait for his dad to sort things out with the university. A few days pass, and I'm just waiting in my room and looking for his acceptance letter, when I notice his student number looks oddly familiar. I open up my acceptance letter and realize I have the exact same student number. That's when I realized he had forged all my documents and had manipulated my friends and I into believing he was a student at my university. I confronted him, and he said that he did all this for me, and that he would find a way to be with me. Till this day, I can never trust anything a guy says to me. So, my ex-boyfriend, if you're reading this, please don't try to come see me again. This is my first time ever posting on Reddit, and I'm not a writer, and I'm writing this on mobile. This is something that happened to me a long time ago, and I am now a much older and wiser woman. I was 20, and I moved from northwestern England to live and work in London. I had no real experience of relationships. On the outside, I appeared extroverted and quite tough, but on the inside, I had no self-confidence. I looked in the mirror and all I could see was a fat, ugly, aggressive, and unlikable person. I now see that none of that was true, but it meant that I was vulnerable. I met a man, Robert. He was 27 years old. We dated, and 6 months later I moved into his flat. There were loads of red flags which I stupidly ignored until I was living in a nightmare. It started with control and emotional abuse. Now, I grew up in a very rough city in northwestern England, and I could handle myself and had a quick temper. So at the beginning, I gave as good as I got, but it escalated to him cheating on me, physically assaulting me, locking me in the flat, isolating me, mind games, and taking my money. There were too many incidents to write about here, but suffice to say, in that 12-month relationship, he terrorized me until I hardly recognized myself. I was desperate to escape, but deep down, I always knew that when I left him, I would be in danger, so I just kept putting it off. One day, he started another fight, but this time, he told me to get out. I didn't need to be told twice. I packed my stuff and was gone within 10 minutes. I had no close friends because he would be so vile that nobody stayed around for very long. I rang a girl that I used to work with and begged her to let me stay with her for the night. She gave me her address and she let me stay with her for a month in her flat, which was about a mile away from his flat in northwest London. This meant I had to use the same tube station to get to work. It started one morning when he was waiting at the tube station. I heard the words, "You effing slag," in my ear, and I ran through the morning rush hour crowd to the train with my heart pounding. He escalated it from that point onwards. He would be at the tube station waiting for me a couple times a week. He would stand behind me as I got my ticket and would verbally abuse me. He would never shout or draw attention to himself, but he would call me names and threaten me in a low tone of voice that made my stomach heave. I never reacted because I knew that's what he wanted. I foolishly hoped that he would get fed up and just leave me alone. Then, he started to show up in the neighborhood around my workplace in West London. I told my manager and colleagues, but this was before mobile phones were commonly used. Other than keeping an eye out for him, they couldn't really do much to help me. Sometimes I would see him at a distance standing in a corner, or catch a glimpse of him in a local market, and then he would vanish. I thought I was going mad or developing paranoia. I moved out of my friend's flat into a shared house about 1.5 miles away from him. I don't know any other areas of London, and I had made some friends in that area, so I didn't want to leave completely. I used the same tube station, and as I stopped seeing him there, I thought he was starting to move on. It took me a couple of weeks to notice the white van with blacked out windows that was permanently parked across the road from my flat. I thought it belonged to a neighbor. I was horrified when I realized it was him, and he would sit in that van day and night, watching me and tracking my movements. One day, soon after the van appeared, he approached one of my housemates to give me a message and asked for the telephone number. I wasn't that friendly with my housemates, so I hadn't told them what was going on. They thought that he was a friend and gave him the number. From then on, he rang every night all through the night. Eventually, I told my housemates what was happening, and they promised not to let him, and unplugged the phone that night. He started to leave gifts and cards on my doorstep. My room was on the ground floor, and a brick was thrown through my window. I'm phobic about birds and keep finding dead birds on my windowsill. I was a nervous wreck, flinching at shadows and jumping at the slightest sound. I thought about moving again, but I knew he would find me through my workplace. I went to the police, who said because he hadn't actually done anything, then there was nothing they could do. This was before stalking was a criminal offense in the UK. I would come home and find typed letters posted through the door, asking me why had I been to a certain shop or cafe or theater on a certain day or night. The letters would ask me why I had visited a certain address and who lived there. It was relentless, and I knew that he was letting me know that he was there watching all the time. I wanted to leave London and go back home, but I couldn't tell my family what was happening, as my mother was seriously ill, and I didn't want to worry my dad and my siblings, as they had enough to deal with. In desperation, I decided to pretend that I left London by packing a couple of suitcases and taking them back to my home city. I knew he would be watching me, and I hoped that he would be fooled. I totally underestimated his lunacy. I would stay at my best mate's house when I returned home. I thought I saw him once, but I thought I was just being paranoid. The night after I arrived, I went out for a couple of drinks with my best friend Diane and 2 other friends, Billy and John. We went to a couple of bars, listened to some music, then all ended up back at her house just drinking and chatting. Billy and John left around 3 a.m. A couple of days later, I returned to London. There was a note waiting for me on the doormat. I opened it, and to my horror, it contained details of my night out, along with threats about what would happen to me for being a cheating slag. It mentioned John. It named bars where we had drank, and even the name of the band. Then he rang the house phone, screaming and ranting words that made no sense. I saw one of his friends who told me that, unbeknownst to me, the crazy ex had drove 200 miles and gone straight to my best friend's house. He had watched me go out and waited for me to return home from the night out. Then he followed John and waited outside his house too. The following day, when John went to his local pub for a Sunday afternoon drink, my maniac ex followed John in there and made a point of chatting with him to find out his name, etc. This had gone on for about 4 months at this point. About a month later, I was on my way home from work. It was winter, around 7 p.m. and the streets were dark. He grabbed me on a side street, dragged me into the back of the van. I was petrified and crying in the dark, being thrown from side to side. All I could hear was the radio. He hadn't said a word. After about an hour, the van stopped and the back door opened, and I was in an empty car park with trees around it. He kept his hand on the back of my neck as he made me walk for about 20 minutes through what I guessed was a forest. He never said a word as I asked him where we were going, and why he was doing this. It was as though he was deaf because he didn't even acknowledge what I was saying. The night was freezing and there were no lights other than his torch. I don't know how many times I fell over and got dragged back up to my feet. Eventually, we reached a sort of clearing, and he pulled me behind a tree with a stick and plastic bag tied to it. Then he showed me a shallow rectangular hole in the ground and said that that was my grave, and that he would happily go to prison knowing that I was dead because of all the pain that I had caused him. He pulled a short, thin blue rope from his pocket, and at that point he looked unrecognizable. His expression was pure darkness, and all I could see was his crazy eyes staring right through me. He had his hand on my throat and the rope in his other hand. I swear I have never been so scared in my life. I was shaking with terror. I honestly thought that forest clearing would be the last place I would ever see again in this world. Suddenly, I knew with complete certainty that I had to stay calm if I was going to get out of this alive. I told him he didn't need to do this, that I knew I was wrong to make him mad. It was all my fault and I was sorry. I told him we could get back together, and I knew now that he really loved me. In the end, God knows how, but somehow I got through to him, and his eyes cleared and he spoke to me. He agreed to let me go and get my things to move back in with him. He drove me back to my flat and I ran inside and collapsed on the floor while he waited outside. He started beeping his horn, banging on the door, and ranting and raving outside the house. My housemate rang the police, but he left as they arrived in the street. I gave him his details and told them what had happened. He denied everything, and the police said that there was no witnesses, so it was my word against his. The police told me they had warned him, but ultimately they couldn't do anything without proof. I gave them the notes he had left, the van registration, the names of people who could verify what I was saying, but still, they said it wasn't enough to arrest him and charge him. They checked the van registration, but it wasn't registered to his name. And so, the stalking and harassment continued. I started carrying a R alarm, hairspray, a screwdriver, and anything else that I thought might protect me. I hadn't slept properly for weeks, and food stuck in my throat if I tried to eat. I was a shadow of my normal self. Friends of his came to see me, to tell me to leave London, as he was obsessed with revenge because I had been to the police. I went to a solicitor who wrote a cease and desist letter. I found parts of it ripped on my doorstep. About 6 months from the start of his terror campaign, I was asked out on a date by Gary, who was a friend of my friend's boyfriend Pete. I was trying to convince myself that I could carry on living with some semblance of normality. I agreed to go out with Gary if Pete came along too. After a few drinks, we went to the club. Pete, who wasn't drinking, said he would give us a lift home. We were in Pete's car, and he started the engine and drove for about 5 minutes. Then I heard Pete say, "There's something wrong with my brakes." Then he said, "There's a white van following us." My heart started beating 100 miles per hour, and my throat started to close as I asked him, "Does the van have the reg number 1234? To my horror, it did. It was him following us. I quickly had to explain to Pete and Gary that I had a lunatic ex-boyfriend who just happened to be stalking me right at that very moment. Pete was only driving at about 20 miles per hour. He pulled the car over, and we jumped out and ran through a housing estate of tenant flats until we lost him. We found a mini cab office, and as I was too scared to go back to my flat, I ended up sleeping on Gary's couch. Unsurprisingly, the potential new relationship ended that night. The next day, Gary rang me to say that he had been back to pick up his car, and the brake cable had been partially cut until it was nearly severed. I truly believe he tried to kill all 3 of us that night. Gary and Pete wanted me to go to the police, but I had lost all faith in them. Every time I had asked the police to help me, they had done nothing, and it just made things worse by reinforcing how powerless I was. Enough was enough. I knew that he wasn't going to stop. I didn't even know what he wanted anymore. That same week, I gave notice on my flat and handed in my notice at work. I booked a 6-month air ticket to India. In my crazy mind, I thought, well, it's one of the most populated places on the planet, so he will never find me there. I traveled around India on my own for 6 months. I did a lot of thinking and healing and returned to my home city. I never returned to London. And thank God, I never saw him again.
It was September in central Idaho. Autumn had come to the mountains, and with it, bow hunters looking for mountain goats. My cousin, let's call him Vern for anonymity's sake, is an avid hunter. He's been all over North America hunting various game: bears in Alaska, wild hogs in Texas, bighorn sheep in Wyoming. But his favorite hunting area was the Lemhi mountain range in central Idaho. Our extended family has been hunting in those mountains for generations. We know every river bottom and mountain peak like many people know their own neighborhoods. Mountain goats are a fascinating animal to hunt. They live well above the tree line in rocky environments. They are sure-footed and can climb near vertical slopes. Hunting these animals requires one to venture into these dangerous areas. You have to be mindful as you pursue an animal like that. One wrong step on a rocky slope or one loose rock could mean that you're not going home ever again. Vern was an expert mountain hunter. It's something he was born to do. Vern decided to hunt in the Hayden River area of the Lemhis. It's a familiar spot to most locals, and the area is home to plenty of mountain goats. The first mile of Vern's hike was uneventful as he climbed up the canyon. The air was crisp, and his breath formed in great plumes as he progressed. The sun was just peeking over the mountains when Vern came to a small deer trail. He decided it might be a nice shortcut from his usual route and took it. A few hundred feet up the trail, he saw something odd pop out from behind a tree. It was a man. He was dressed in a light denim coat and jeans, and was carrying a small backpack. My cousin stopped for a second to get his bearings, unsure of where this guy came from. The man waved at him with both arms. One of them was holding an older-style hunting bow. Acknowledging him, Vern waved back. Although the man looked to be physically fine, it was clear that he was emotionally distressed. He yelled out something that my cousin couldn't quite hear and waved his arm, indicating my cousin should follow him. Vern didn't get any bad vibes from this man and could tell that he was genuinely in need of some help. He began to make his way up the canyon, following this mystery man. Vern could never gain any ground on this guy. He was always just far enough away that he couldn't talk to him. Periodically, the man would stop, turn towards him to make sure that Vern was still following. Every time he looked back, Vern could see the worry in his face. My cousin did his best to remain calm and kept a smile on his face, unsure who or what he was being led to. It was peculiar, Vern thought as he hiked. He hadn't seen any other vehicles on his drive up to the trailhead. Perhaps he came in from over another ridge. What could he possibly be leading him to? He figured one of his hunting party had been hurt and needed help. Of course, he wouldn't have had to speculate if the man would just stop and talk to him for 5 minutes. Vern lost sight of the guy just past a turn in the trail. The trail opened up into an incredibly steep, rocky talus slope. He looked in every direction and could not locate the man when he heard a whistle. Looking up, he saw the guy about 500 feet up the rocky slope waving at him. There was no possible way that he could have gotten up that far in just a short time that Vern lost sight of him. He still didn't feel any fear or wariness about this weird situation. The man was waving more frantically now, practically begging Vern to follow him up the slope. With a sigh and a grunt, he started up the rocks. It was slow going. Every other step caused a mini rock slide and would cause him to continually lose his footing. Huffing and puffing on the cool, thin air, my cousin eventually made it to a small landing. It had taken him almost 45 minutes to get to that spot, where he saw the man from below. There was no earthly way anyone could have done that scramble uphill any faster. Totally exhausted and out of breath, Vern sat down on the stone landing. He looked around and couldn't see the man anywhere. As he scanned his surroundings, he saw something odd poking out of a boulder about 20 feet away from him. Walking over to it, he found a weathered boot. 2 boots, actually. Inside those boots, and under the boulder as well, were bones. Vern looked around once again for the man, but he never saw him again. Instead of feeling eerie or unnerving, Vern felt a sense of relief wash over him. These emotions weren't his own. What he felt seemed to come from all around him. He marked the spot with his GPS and decided to make his way down and call the authorities. The Lemhi County Sheriff's Office responded, and he led them up the canyon to the body. It took 4 grown men to push the boulder out of the way, and when they did, they found the skeletonized remains of a man. On the body, they found hunting equipment and some personal effects. From a credit card in the wallet, they were able to identify the man. He was a bow hunter that had gone missing almost exactly 53 years beforehand. Vern never wanted to be identified to the public or the missing hunter's family. He didn't want recognition for something like that. To him, it was just one of those bizarre mountain stories. He was happy that the family got closure, even if it was a half a century later. The only thing that bothered him was the man leading him up the canyon, and with his strange and sudden disappearance. He had mentioned the waving man to the sheriff but was brushed off. When news reports came out announcing the discovery, several photos of the man were published. Vern was absolutely shocked when he saw them. In the photos was the man that he had seen leading him up the mountain to the body. It finally made sense to him. The man's distressful look, the constant checking if Vern was following him, the sense of relief he felt when the body was discovered. That man was desperate to get home, and through Vern, he was able to be reunited with his family. The poster of this story also linked to a news article, and this news article is a news article about the man that was found. I'm going to read that news article now. Idaho Falls. For most of his life, September has been a hard month for Jeffrey Jones. He was born on September 7th, his dad's 27th birthday, and for 12 years they celebrated their special day together. But in 1968, on their birthday, Jeffrey's dad, Raymond Jones, went hunting in the East Fork of Hayden Creek in Lemhi County and never returned. Every September, the memories come rushing back, Jeffrey tells EastIdahoNews.com. Several years ago, I got a tattoo on my arm that's a portrait of my dad. It has September 7th on it, and the phrase, "Wake me up when September ends," from the Green Day song. 2 weeks ago, Jeffrey turned 65 on the day his dad would have turned 92. 3 days later, a bow hunter found a wallet, boot, and some skeletal remains in the area where Raymond disappeared. Lemhi County Sheriff deputies were called and determined the 53-year mystery of the lost hunter had been solved. The bow hunter was going from one hunting area to another and took a shortcut and just happened to come across my dad, Jeffrey explains. It's quite amazing because they had a lot of people up there searching for him, along with helicopters and scent dogs, but they never did find him. Jeffrey remembers his outgoing, well-liked dad always had a smile on his face. Raymond and his wife, Elizabeth Betty Jones, married in the mid-1950s and loved dancing, fishing, and doing everything together. They spent time racing stock cars, but one day, Betty was in a terrible wreck that paralyzed her from the waist down. That had a lot to do with them splitting up, and they ended up divorcing, Jeffrey says. My sisters and I stayed with my mom in Montana, while my dad moved to Salmon and remarried. He would come get me in his plane and take me back to Salmon for 2 to 3 weeks every summer, and then bring me back home. Even though it's been over 5 decades, Jeffrey will never forget learning his father was missing. He was with his mom in Montana celebrating his 12th birthday when they received a phone call from 2 of his uncles saying Raymond had disappeared while hunting. 2 days later, a birthday card for Jeffrey arrived in the mail from his dad that must have been sent before the hunting trip. I believed for a long time that he would be found. I kept hoping, and it was probably 15 years before I finally gave up, Jeffrey says. Rumors and stories kept circulating that somebody had seen him or that he took off. I heard all this stuff and just kept expecting or hoping that he would walk through the door one day. Betty passed away in 1986. Raymond's second wife is still living in Montana, but his parents and siblings have died, except for his 89-year-old sister. Jeffrey says he never expected the call he received last week from a deputy saying his father's remains had been found. Since then, he's spoken with the bow hunter who discovered his dad. I'm very relieved to know what happened. I'm grateful to the guy that found him, Jeffrey says. I couldn't ask for a better person to find my dad. After talking to him, he's just a super guy. The hunter, whose name has not been released, told Jeffrey there were cliffs with layers of slab rock above Raymond's remains. Before he left camp, Raymond told other hunters that he was going to look for mountain goats. The bow hunter believes Raymond may have seen some at the top of the cliffs and tried to climb them. He could have been tempted to climb it, and the hunter thinks rock came off that cliff and landed on him, Jeffrey says. There was a stone covering most of his lower body, and it matched the rock above him. If the fall didn't kill him, that rock for sure did. That was the opinion of the hunter. Jeffrey plans to travel from his home in Billings to Salmon this weekend to collect his father's remains. He will take them to Miles City, Montana, and have them buried next to Raymond's parents. The past week and a half have been surreal, but I'm very lucky to know what happened to my dad after all these years, Jeffrey says. I could have gone my whole life without knowing, but now I know, and it brings some peace. For context, I'm a 17-year-old female, and I've lived in my house my whole life with my 2 other siblings and parents. My family and I have lived in this partly rural part of the Fenton/Heartland, Michigan area for a long time. We own 10 acres of land, which includes a pretty large track in our backyard to ride 4-wheelers and such. Every once in a great while, it seems, we hear strange and unnerving noises when we go outside. A few years ago, my family took a walk to look at our new neighbor's house, as they were gone for the weekend, and said we were welcome to check things out. On our way down our quarter-mile gravel driveway, all of us heard what I can only describe as drums and chanting. It really freaked my brother and I out, because it seemed to be a fair distance away, almost as if it had been coming from the woods in our backyard. There was a fair number of drumming sounds, and then we heard chanting. It must have been pretty far away, but the sound still carried, which made it even creepier. I've probably had this occur 2 to 3 times the whole time that we've lived there, and every time it has been unsettling and felt really wrong. We would be very aware if our town had any native tribes or reservations around here, but my small, conservative hometown would not be the place to do so. I've searched high and low, but haven't been able to find anything on the internet in close areas with a similar experience. If anyone here has any information, please feel free to share. Howdy, folks. I posted a while back about a peculiar occurrence at the in-laws' house on Lake Greenwood in South Carolina. My wife and I recently paid a visit there, and for the first time in years had a similar experience to the first time. We had been out all day hiking in the mountains, and just enjoying being in the fresh air and out of the concrete jungle of Florida that we live in. It was late, closing in on 1 a.m. We were on the country road just prior to the right turn onto their driveway. Most of the trip down the road was uneventful. Bugs were loud and could be heard even with the windows up. The night sky was clear and littered with stars. The outside was rather well illuminated by moonlight as well. About 100 yards prior to the property, outside the car, we hear the bugs stop as fog rolls in. The stars all seem to fade and the moonlight gets dimmer. I'm blaming the fog for that one. Instantly, after driving through the fog, I get chills, goosebumps, and hairs on my arms and back stand up. I briefly slow the car, expecting something to jump out in front of us. My wife inquired about why I was stopping. I just told her something felt weird. I peered into the woods with my peripheral vision. I was too much of a wuss to look directly into it, but I saw nothing. Again, just like years before, I felt like I was being watched. The fog remained as we pulled up to the house. I told the wife to wait in the car as I hurried to the door of the house to unlock it. The fog had an odor to it, something I didn't get to experience last time. It smelled like morning breath. That was the best description that most people could imagine, as if someone was breathing on me. Once the door was open, we went inside with no event. I let the dogs out in the fenced part of the property, away from the woods toward the lake. There was no fog coming off the lake, definitely coming from the woods. They didn't seem to alert to anything, but were very reluctant to stay outside. Ben, who had experienced the spooky experience before, was not barking this time. He didn't leave within a few feet of me though. Not usual behavior for home when we were inside or at our apartment in Florida. Outside at the lake though, he's usually far more adventurous. We go to bed to no significant events aside from the fog lingering. The next morning, I wake up and peek outside. No fog, just beautiful sunshine and fresh air. I walk out with the dogs who act normal once again. I don't immediately notice anything overtly perturbed or unusual. Our lab, Penny though, seems to have found something under the porch. A portion of their porch has enough clearance to squat under. I peek under to examine what she has. She's allergic to everything, and the last thing I wanted to deal with was a sick dog while we were on vacation. There were about 10 dead rabbits under that porch. It took a bit to get my dog away from them and out from under the porch so she wouldn't try to eat them. All of them were cold, but not stiff, and with matching bite marks on their backs. Almost like a dog bite, but lacking the accompanying signs of shaking that dogs tend to do when they grab something. Very spooky. This past spring, my hubby and I went to Acadia National Park in Maine. There are tons of cabins to rent surrounding the historic town. Anyway, we rented a small cabin and had our dog with us. We had been there 2 days with no issue. I had found a private side road a few hundred feet from the cabin that led to some newer, nice houses. I even saw a woman putting her elementary-age children in her Subaru. I felt perfectly fine on that quarter-mile track. I also chose to walk my dog down that road because the cabin was along a highway and it backed up against thick woods. The first 2 days I walked my dog down that road, I didn't have any issue. The third day, however, I was walking in the morning and got a weird feeling. I felt like I needed to turn back, so I did. My dog at that moment started to whine in a way that I had never heard her whine before or since. She looked into the woods while yipping, so I decided to book it back to the cabin. There were 2 dirt footpaths that led to this road. I only took the one near the cabin and not the other one near the barn on the property we were staying at. I get back to the cabin and let hubby know what happened. He got this look on his face, and then he told me. The night before, he had walked our dog towards the barn nearby and taken the other footpath. On the side by the trees, he saw what looked like animal skulls, 2 empty liquor bottles, candles, and other items arranged in a deliberate way on a table in the woods. He got a terrible feeling and retreated. Now, my husband is in the military and has been to war, and he's seen a lot of stuff. He doesn't get scared easily. This, though, really creeped him out. It further freaked us out because I realized we got the bad feeling near the barn. My dog was on edge after that, and so was I. I was very happy that we were on our way shortly thereafter. It also turned out that that was the night of a full moon, so we believed that it was possibly set up for a ritual, or as an altar. Somebody told me to post my story/question here for more accurate answers, so here I go. 2 or 3 times a year, we vacation in a cabin in the wilderness. Me, my wife, and our 3 young children and 2 dogs. I am no stranger to the wild, and have made a lot of multiple day and week solo trips in national parks, and even in the Arctic Circle. Yesterday, I went for a 10-mile solo hike. At the farthest point, after 2 hours, I heard my children arguing, playing, crying, laughing, and calling me from the forest. I was totally alone, and my first instinct was to run through the thick brush and trees where the sound was coming from. But then I realized that it couldn't be my kids and I should just walk on and ignore it. I decided to walk back to the cabin. The whole family was there and never left. I know how my children sound, and I swear it was them. Later, I realized the combination of all the sounds, laughing, crying, playing, etc. made no sense. What was this experience? What did I hear? This happened about 20 years ago when I was a junior in high school in southern Louisiana. At this time, a few friends and I would go canoeing on the weekends. One of our friends lived right next to a local river, and we would just park a car at a landing several miles downstream from his property, and then drive back to his house and canoe back down to the landing. It would usually take us a few hours because we would just take our time, take breaks to swim or stop and eat on the riverbank beaches along the way. On this day in particular, there were 4 of us, all males 16 to 17 years old. After we got on the river this day, our friend, whose property was on the river, remarked about a weird place he and another friend had seen on the river on a prior trip. He described it as a cult compound that was set back from the river a few yards into the woods. He said that he would be able to remember the little ramshackle dock that was built on the river in front of it if he saw it. In our teenage minds, we thought it would be the perfect adventure for the day to try and find and explore this cult compound if we could. Only in the mind of a 16-year-old boy would it seem like a great idea to walk around uninvited at a creepy structure in the woods. So we set off and were in our usual high spirits. It was a beautiful day, and we were having a good time. After a while, our friend sees a dirt road that led away from the riverbank into the woods. He said he thinks this road would lead to a weird place. So we bank the canoes and start down this dirt road. Not too long on the road though, and we began to get attacked by a swarm of horseflies. To this day, it was the most horseflies I have ever encountered. We decided to cancel our little trip down this road and ran as fast as we could back to the canoes. Surprisingly, the horseflies didn't follow us to the canoes, and we continued down the river on our merry way. Now I wonder what would have happened if we continued walking down that road. But also, I regretted not taking it as a hint to stop our search for the cult compound. A little after that, though, our friend sees the handmade dock that he mentioned earlier. So, we decide to dock there and continue our adventure. We climbed up the bank of the river and walked into the wood line. After a few steps, I could see it. In a clearing was a 2-story shack built from an assortment of lumber, tarps, and billboards. It was about the time that I noticed the moat dug around it that I realized, oh, a crazy person lives here. We should probably leave. But before the words could leave my mouth, we saw him walking towards us. He looked a lot like Charles Manson, with his unkempt brown hair and woolly beard. He was wearing khaki shorts and an Abita beer t-shirt, and had something shiny and metallic in his hands that I thought was a knife. He said to us, "Turn around." I thought this was a wonderful idea, so we turned around to walk back to the canoes. He then said, "Not that way," and then bam, fires a shot into some bushes next to him. I realized at that point that it was a pistol that he had, and not a knife. He then led us to his clearing and sat us down in the dirt. I looked above us and noticed that we were sitting under a log that had been suspended by ropes and pulleys. I don't know if he could have pulled some switch and dropped the log on us or what. So he starts to rant and rave at us about all the people that he has shot before who have tried to steal from him. He said that he's also had his dogs attack people before, and proceeded to tell dogs that we couldn't see or hear to shut up and stop barking. And I think to myself, well, I'm gonna die. It was weird because I wasn't panicked, and I remember thinking that I was kind of lucky because most people don't know when and where or how they'll die, but I did. I know, it's weird, and I have no idea why I was thinking that or how exactly it comforted me. Then I remember being a little sad that my parents may never find my body or ever find out what happened to me. He kept ranting, and I remember thinking that I would stay calm and compliant, but if he started shooting, tried to tie us up, or tried to make us go into his shack, I would try and fight him for the gun. I would have rather gone out fighting than be tied up and face some kind of other horror. He tells us that he needs our information so that he can call the police. I was really relieved at that notion and wanted to say yes, call the police right now. He goes into his truck, which was an old beat-up Toyota Tacoma type truck, and starts to look for a paper and pen. He couldn't find any paper, so he handed us a small piece of lumber and told us to write our names and addresses on it. 3 of us wrote fake names and addresses because we didn't want this guy to know where we lived, but a 4th guy actually wrote down his real name and address. His rants continued, and he tells us that he fought in Vietnam, and often the Vietnamese would sneak up and attack in groups of 3 and 4, just like we were doing. I decided to try and make small talk with him, and I said, "So you were in the military?" So he starts to tell us that his shack was actually built by the Navy and transported down the river to this location. He said he was in the Navy and trained Marines martial arts. He regaled us with other stories and kind of switched from angry, menacing rants to a happy, friendly ranting. He says that he could tell that we weren't there to rob him because we don't have any buckets. He tells us that his parents always welcomed guests here, and he was happy to do the same. He proceeded to tell us to stand up and walk us back to our canoes. He tells us we are always welcome to come back, and if we need a name to call this place, we should call it Skull Island, because his parents and the bones of several dogs were buried here. Our same friend who wrote his real name and address down says, "Oh, I'm never coming back here." We elbowed him and whispered for him to shut up, and we waved goodbye to our host. We then got back in the canoes and paddled in silence the whole way back. I was worried that at any point he was following us in the woods with a rifle, ready to switch back to menacing mode and decide to take us out. But thankfully, we made it back to the landing and were able to drive off in peace, after the 4 of us had a huge group hug. So the lesson is, if you don't already know it, never trespass on people's land in the woods, especially if you already know the place is supposed to be creepy. Looking back as I got older, I feel bad for the man. He most likely had some mental health issues and was living in a place where he just wanted to be left alone. He shouldn't have to deal with a bunch of teenage boys near his place, and may have had people try and steal from him before. I'm doubtful if he ever shot anyone before, but I am definitely thankful that it didn't end worse for us. In many rural areas of the American West, cutting firewood in national forests is a necessary chore if you want a warm house through the winter. Our home in mountainous central Idaho was no exception. It was normal for my dad to pick me and my brothers up after school and head into the mountains for an afternoon of firewood gathering. My dad would fell the dead trees, then saw them into chunks. My brothers and I had the task of rolling the wood to the truck and loading it. He would continue this assembly line process until we had a truckload of wood, usually before nightfall. Hot, sweaty, and exhausted, we would pile into the truck cab and make our way down the mountain. At home the next day, we would unload and split the wood and stack it into neat little rows. This process was repeated until we had a winter's worth of fuel for our house, our grandma's cabin, and any extra for elderly neighbors. This particular afternoon, we decided to try a different logging road on the other side of the valley. This was well outside our familiar logging area. No real reason for the change, but my dad said he wanted a change of the scenery. This log road hadn't been maintained in some time. Large rocks and fallen branches littered the path. My brothers and I had to walk out in front, pushing rocks and wood out of the way as my dad lurched the truck up the switchbacks. Yard by yard, we slowly made our way up the mountain. That hike was physically brutal. As we ascended the mountain and got further into the trees, this odd feeling started to set in. I wasn't sure if it was the exhaustion from the hike or something more. There was electricity in the air, like the whole mountain was buzzing at a wavelength just below my senses. In some odd way, it felt like the mountain knew we were there, and it wasn't welcome to that fact. I wanted to say something to my brothers, but before I opened my mouth, my younger brother said, "Does anyone else feel like we're not welcome here?" My older brother and I stopped in our tracks and looked back at him. Both of us nodded in agreement. This moment was broken by my dad honking and motioning us to continue clearing the path. Reluctantly, we pushed forward to a small clearing in the woods, where we finally stopped the truck. My dad, oblivious to our apprehension, or simply choosing to ignore it, grabbed his saw and went to work. As the wood was felled and loaded, I couldn't shake this ominous feeling enveloping me like a dark shroud. I noticed my brothers were taking occasional glances over their shoulders as we worked. Everyone but my dad, it seemed, was on edge. The sun nestled down into the trees and twilight began to set in. As the light drained from the sky, my anxiety only intensified. It wasn't until my dad unexpectedly told us to load up that a wave of relief flooded over me. I could see the tension in my brothers melt away as well. The truck wasn't fully loaded. An oddity. Getting a half load was a waste according to my dad. We would sometimes work into the dark just to make sure the truck was full. But tonight, he seemed eager to head home. With everything loaded, we started down the road. Although dead tired, everyone seemed to be in a much lighter mood. We were chatting and cracking jokes while trying to blow off steam from the afternoon. We were almost out of the tree line and into the valley desert. Going down the switchbacks, you want to be careful, especially with a load, even if it was half that. A brown blur jumped up from the downslope side of the switchback. Crap was the only word that came out of my dad's mouth as he slammed on the brakes. Loaded with wood and traveling downhill, there was no way to avoid smashing into the blur. The truck finally ground to a standstill. The four of us peered through the windshield, nobody saying a word. Illuminated in the yellow glow of our headlights was a crumpled body of a deer. Grumbling and cursing the deer's existence, my dad exited the truck to investigate. Doing as they were told, my brothers stayed put in the truck. I didn't listen, following close behind my dad. The truck was fine. We hadn't been traveling fast when we smacked the deer. Just some hair and blood in the grill guard. Hitting a deer really wasn't that unusual. The mountains were full of them. What was unusual was that the deer dropped so quickly. At faster speeds, deer could still be upright and sprinting away to die in the woods after a collision. That last burst of an adrenaline dump. This one fell over like a rag doll. Before even approaching the carcass, a deep, foul smell hit us. Deer smell bad when they're alive, but this was on a whole other level. It was the smell of decay and rot. My stomach began to turn as we got closer. My nostrils were burning. Coming up on the deer, it was clearly dead. Like, really, really dead. The stench was so overwhelming that my eyes were watering. The body was a true horror scene. The deer's eyes were gone, replaced with a sunken hollow hole, as if to overcompensate for their absence. The tongue was swollen and black as coal. It could not be contained and hung out the side of its mouth. The underbelly was split open. Entrails and offal spilled into the dirt. In the dim headlights, it looked as though the deer's fur and viscera were moving, wiggling almost. Holding my breath, I bent down for a closer look, and my heart stopped. The deer, inside and out, was covered in maggots. It was dead all right, but our truck didn't kill it. Clearly it had been dead for days, if not weeks. I backed away retching. That electric anxiety came screeching back. My dad was always the quiet, stoic type, but right now, even in the dim headlights of the truck, I could see the abject horror in his face. His gaze wasn't on the deer, but focused down the mountain. Poorly masking the fear in his voice, he told me firmly to walk back to the truck and get inside. I obeyed without objection. As I grabbed the door handle, a loud shriek came out of the trees. Branches were shattering and breaking. Something was heading up the slope towards us. I slammed my door closed just as my dad reached the truck. Before his door was shut, he pressed on the accelerator. The truck launched forward, sending us over the deer carcass and racing downhill. With mine and my brothers yelling, it was hard to tell if the shrieking was following us. Our truck popped out of the tree line and into the desert sagebrush. Once out of the woods, everything quieted down. We were left with only the rumble of the engine and wind through the half-open windows. Pulling into our property, the truck came to a stop. We sat in silence. No one moved to leave the truck. Everyone started talking at once. We all had questions. What was the screaming? How does a dead deer jump uphill in front of a truck? There was no way the truck killed it. Dad just shook his head and motioned for us to quiet down. That deer was dead when we hit it. It didn't jump out in front of us. It was thrown at us. We stared at him. He explained that all day up on the mountain he had felt uneasy. Not wanting to worry us boys, he kept it to himself. He described it like walking into a stranger's living room while they were upstairs asleep. That feeling never left him, and as twilight came, he happened to catch a shadow in the corner of his eye, not far into the woods, and saw figures moving from tree to tree. He couldn't focus on them long enough for a good look before they dodged behind trees. His stomach dropped. Working hard to keep his composure, he hurried us back to the truck to leave. It was after hitting the deer and discovering it was long dead that my dad pieced together what was happening. Something threw that deer to get us to stop. Before the shrieking began, he could hear something moving in the darkness beyond the road. It was a trap. Running back to the truck could have started an ambush or triggered a prey dive, so we walked back to the truck. The second we were inside, he drove that truck downhill with no intention of stopping for anyone or anything. That feeling of electricity didn't disappear until we hit the county highway. My brothers and I never saw anything as we drove away, but those screams from the forest will never leave my mind. We didn't gather firewood the rest of the season. For the first time in his life, my dad just bought what we needed. And although we started to gather wood again the next season, we've never been back up that particular mountain. The Forest Service has permanently closed and reclaimed that road. The only way back up into those woods is a long hike, one that I'm not interested in ever taking again. Whatever was on that mountain, whatever threw that deer carcass, whatever chased us out of the woods, it did not want us there. It wanted us gone. Or worse, it wanted us dead. I was with my friends. We were all in the car sitting, waiting for another person to text us and tell us to head to their house. It was like 10 p.m., so dark but not too late, and all the windows were down, and we hear this short, monotone whistle noise, like somebody calling a dog. It wasn't too high-pitched, and not lasting more than a couple seconds. Then 20 seconds later it happened again. Almost the same, but different enough that it couldn't have been a machine. It kept happening every 20 to 30 seconds. Everybody was terrified, but my superstitious friends said, "Don't acknowledge it," and we carried on our conversation, and it seemed to go away, but not for a few minutes. It was eerie. I don't think it was a human calling a dog or something like that because there didn't seem to be any urgency, but it sort of sounded like it was communicating to something. And it sounded maybe human, not a bug or a coyote. I live in the Pacific Northwest, by the way. Last note, all of us heard it and it freaked all of us out. Like maybe it was just a really creepy bird, but it felt like it was talking to or trying to find something. And it was just one of those feelings that make your hair stand up. We weren't even in the boonies, just in a pretty rural area just outside town with lots of forest and not a lot of houses. As a child/young teen, I lived in a very strange situation in the woods. I'm not sure if this encounter may have been some kind of entity, or perhaps something different. I hope someone can give me more information about what happened to me and my friend. I'm a female, and I was around 12 years old at the time, and one of my best friends, Alex, must have been 10. Alex's father had purchased a large amount of forested land around 100 kilometers away from the city that we lived in, Montreal, Canada. It was all forest when Alex's family acquired it. They cleared a little patch to build a house, and the rest was pure, unadulterated forest. Their land was cut in two by a dirt road that, if you followed it for several kilometers, led to a few houses. And their land was very different, depending on which side of the dirt road you looked. On the right side, where their house was, the forest was light and luminous, or at least it felt that way. It wasn't too dense with little rolling hills. A lovely place to play. On the left side of the road, though, it was another story. First, there was a deep ditch, perhaps 2 meters deep, which then became a quite high and steep hill. Weirdly enough, all along the long road, the ditch was full of car parts. A set of car wheels here, a door there, a steering wheel way over there, all old and overgrown with moss. And over the steep hill, the forest gave off a really bad vibe. It had lots of very tall, dark coniferous trees with almost black trunks, and the place seemed somehow devoid of light or life. Climbing the hill, which we seldom were willing to do because of the creeps it gave us, there was some sort of swamp there. When we were there was this strange pressure. We sensed a kind of animal instinct that told us to leave this place. The strange atmosphere was spontaneously obvious to both me and Alex, and we playfully called that side of the road Demon's Forest. One weekend day, probably in 2001 or 2002, my family and I came to visit Alex's family. Bored by the adults, my friend and I decided to go play in the forest. Alex's father told us to watch out. There was an animal that had been rummaging in their trash bin and causing other nuisances. He said it was a dog that looked somewhat like a Rottweiler that surely belonged to someone living up the dirt road. He warned us that we shouldn't interact with the dog if we saw it, as it didn't look healthy, as far as he could tell, or something was weird about it. He said it somehow looked diseased or contagious, or had patches of fur missing. I can't remember exactly. And so we set out on our walk. It was autumn, and the leaves were pretty and golden, many having already fallen to the ground. It was a calm, slightly overcast, windless day. The air was very still and calm. Alex and I decided to walk along the dirt road, with the pleasant section of the forest to our right, and the Demon's Forest to our left. We chatted while following the road, as it was rising up a slope. As usual, we were slightly creeped out going up the road because of the weird vibes of the forest to the left side, but we were challenging ourselves to be brave and try to not really think about how unsettling it felt. A good distance away from their home, when it was already well out of sight, I noticed the first strange thing of the day. Out of the steep hill on the left side of the road, there was a very large and dark pine tree hanging over the road. Somebody had attached a pink ribbon to one of the branches, which was already strange, since this was the territory of Alex's family, and they had no daughters or other little girls likely to hang around, or other people who may be owners of pink ribbons who were likely to hang out in this deserted road. The strange thing was, the ribbon was flailing strongly in the wind. Its loose ends were flapping almost horizontally. The thing is, it was a completely windless day. There was no wind to speak of. The ribbon was within my reach, so I even touched it as it was flailing. I even licked my finger and held it in the air to check if I could feel any wind or air current at all, as my dad had taught me to do. The air was perfectly still, yet the ribbon flailed. I mentioned it to my friend. He seemed distracted and was younger than me, and sometimes didn't catch on to what I said, so I didn't press the matter. We continued our climb. We reached a place where the hill on the left side of the road had a gentler slope, and began further away from the road. In fact, it looked as if the hill was kind of carved out in a way that would have made it easy for us to climb to get into Demon's Forest. It almost seemed as if the hill was carved in a sloping half circle, like in a theater, and the road we stood on would have been the stage. It gave us a very clear, treeless view of the hillside, full of golden and red fallen leaves. The trees began at the top of the hill, maybe 9 meters higher. We stopped to admire the view. Canadian autumns are a sight to behold. Alex suddenly got really excited. He thought he heard something in the Demon Woods, up the hill, and he really wanted me to pay attention. He explained that there are wild cats in that forest. They had spotted them with his dad. One of them had reportedly had kittens. Kittens being one of the most exciting things in the world for kids our age, getting us all riled up. But somehow my hackles were up, and I couldn't really relax, even thinking about adorable wild kittens. He actually thought he had heard the cat meow in the forest up the hill close by. I heard nothing of the sort and thought that he was just making it up. he vehemently suggested that we try meowing at it to see if it would respond. Maybe it would even bring its kittens along and we could see them and play with them, he said. I hadn't heard any sounds at all and didn't really like his idea of screaming meows into the creepy forest. What kind of wild cat would respond to human children anyway? Wouldn't it be obvious that we're not cats by the sounds of us? That seemed like a dumb idea to me. Before I could try to talk him out of it, he loudly meowed into the forest. To my utter shock, the forest meowed back. Alex was delighted. He meowed again. Something in the forest answered again. I was actually shocked. This didn't make sense to me, and it creeped me out, but I suspended my disbelief to see what would happen. He kept meowing over and over. For every one of his meows, there was one coming back in response from the woods. Something felt off to me. Feral or wild animals didn't behave that way. Even at 12 years old, I realized that. And it wasn't an echo. The cat did not bounce back any sound that we threw at it except meows, which it reciprocated immediately. And anyway, there were no hard rocky surfaces around off of which sound could bounce. Everything was covered in a soft layer of sound-dulling leaves. Alex got even more excited. Listen, the cat is coming towards us. She's coming to see us with her kittens. To my surprise, he was right. There was a rustle of dead leaves coming from above us, from above the slope in the creepy forest. It seemed like the rustling was getting closer to us, but it was way off, because cats are small and light and careful with their steps. They don't make a ruckus when they walk through the woods. But here, the rustling leaves sound was extremely obvious, along with the meowing. And in fact, it sounded more like footsteps, like someone with two legs walking in the leaves, and it was getting closer to us. My alarm signals were starting to go off with the wrongness of it all, while my younger friend was oblivious. He was calling it more vehemently, noticing that it was coming towards us. Then I realized what seemed so wrong. The sound was coming towards us, but there was nothing to be seen. Right in front of us, we had the gently sloping hill, treeless and clearly visible. Anything coming from the forest should have been plainly exposed to view. There was nothing. No source for the rustling sound. Nothing moving. Oh, her kittens are joining her. Listen, there are more sounds. They're coming to play with us. He was right. The walking sound seemed to have multiplied, and now it came from various directions at once, ever getting closer, with nothing being visible. Something was way off. I wanted to leave, but Alex was getting mad at me. The kittens were almost here and he wanted to see them. He insisted. At this point, I was extremely tense, and fight or flight was activating from the wrongness of it all. We were alone, and quite exposed on this theater stage to whatever was getting closer to us, which was more and more obviously with every moment decidedly not kittens. I was on the verge of forcing him to go run home, and then, suddenly, I heard a very loud panting sound, right at my feet. During the first millisecond, I got only mildly surprised. We had a huge husky at home. I was used to it panting next to my feet. But then, a sense of profound dread dawned on me as I realized that obviously my dog was not here, and it must be another dog, a very big one by the sound of it, right at my feet. I panickingly looked down, ready to jump away from the dog that somehow got extremely close to me, almost on me without my noticing. Only there is absolutely nothing at my feet, but I still hear the loud, breathy panting sound coming from there. I whirl around, all 360 degrees screaming. Where is it coming from? There is nothing at my feet or anywhere around me. There is nothing there, yet the sound is clearly there. As I whirl about in a frenzy, I look up the dirt road we were following. Around 100 meters away at the top of the slope, I see a lone dog standing. It looks somewhat similar to a Rottweiler, but in very, very bad shape. Extremely unkempt, with patches of fur missing. Shaggy and dirty as heck, with some skin exposed where the fur is missing. It looks down at us too. Obviously, there is no way that I could hear it panting at that distance, and the source of the sound is at my feet. At that point, the flight instinct wins inside of me. I have never ran as desperately and as fast in my whole life. Thank goodness it was all downhill. Alex kept pace right behind me, terrified. We made it home in one piece. We didn't walk in these woods anymore. I came back to Alex's place several times in my life. I never wanted to walk in the woods again. We had amazing parties at his house as teens. I was often there rather drunk and having a great time, but I always had this very stressful sensation when I went out of his house, especially at night. When I slept over there, I had these extremely strange experiences where when I woke up, I sensed as if something was there and was observing me. In my mid-awake state, I even saw something floating near the ceiling. It had the sensation that it was not an immediate threat, though. It was just observing. I'm not sure that whatever this is was related to what happened on the dirt road. We never discussed what happened that day. As I research it now, I see that this land is historically Algonquin land, though one source seemed to say Mohawk. If anybody can help clarify what happened, I would be eternally thankful. I've been thinking about this for years, and I am still baffled. When I was a child, maybe 11, I lived near the river in Pulaski County on very private land. One road, no walkthroughs, fenced off. Behind our property was river, and we could walk to it, but anyone trying to access the property would have to boat or swim in, stumble through the woods, stumble through a large garden that we had, and a large yard with huge floodlights that were motion sensing. In front of the house was more dense woods and our private road, one way in, one way out. More porch lights, and at the end of that road was a steel gate. So I was maybe 9 or 10, and I wanted to catch fireflies. My mom said okay, gave me a mason jar, and I went to leave, and I told my mom that I was turning off the front porch light to see them better. She said it was okay, but not to go to the tree line. So I was out there for 6 or 7 fireflies worth when I started to see something odd. There was a strange light hanging in between some trees. It didn't move, didn't turn, didn't shake, rotate, or anything. I stared at it for a while, fascinated and scared, but trying to figure out what it was. It appeared to be a ball and not a beam, and was definitely well defined. I was starting to get past my fascination, and I was getting scared. Then another appeared further in the trees, maybe 5 feet further back. They were literally just hanging there in the air, single balls of light clearly defined. I decided that enough was enough and ran to the house. My parents said that I was hysterical enough to warrant a rifle search of the property, and my mom called the police who came out. No one found anything. No evidence of a fire, lanterns hung in trees as a joke. Nothing. I already knew that it was neither, but I hoped that someone would figure it out. I was in deep crap with my dad, who told me that I was making up nonsense, and I got the belt and was put on a diet of stacking wood for the winter that my dad was splitting, housework, etc. Does anyone have any idea what those lights might have been? There are lots of situations where I went camping and it snowed, or it was super cold, or there were small accidents. But there's one that stands out to me that took a while to deal with, and it was fairly recent. I was visiting my family, and I decided to bring my gear to go camping with my dad and my youngest brother. We had never been with just the 3 of us as adults. My dad was in declining health at this point in time, and was going to need a transplant soon. So we stayed close and went car camping nearby in the mountains. It was a beautiful spot, and it ended up being a super nice time. Very chill, good food, fun conversation around the fire. We woke up in the morning and started making coffee and breakfast, and my dad went to go use the restroom. He was pretty weak, and we watched him basically just collapse and fall forward, face first, down an embankment of boulders into a wash or gully or whatever you want to call it. We jumped up and ran to him. His nose looked broken, his face sliced. The top of his hand had degloved due to his thin skin. He was concussed, but mostly okay. I went into overdrive, grabbed a tarp from under a tent, and threw it over the seat of my brother's car. We washed off what dirt we could from my dad and set up to take him down the mountain to the hospital, which wasn't terribly far away. I stayed behind to clean up camp and process aging family and life circumstances changing. And then it gets worse. The doctor was pretty skeptical of his injuries, tested his blood alcohol content, thinking that he might be drunk in spite of the fact that he had been going through treatment for liver disease. And he was right. Something like 0.2% at 7 a.m. My dad had been suffering from pretty bad depression from being so sick, so he had decided to just go the whole way. From what I understand, the drinking wasn't what triggered the disease, but definitely was exacerbated by it. It was rough, in ways that I still don't fully comprehend. The good news is that it was a big wake-up call, I think even for him. So he told a lot of people in his community, stopped drinking, ended up getting a transplant. We went winter camping last month now that he has been recovering, mostly to just have another experience that wasn't so traumatic. It was nice though. I will still say that one trip was one of my top 5 for the hardest days of my life. My parents and I got lost in Grand Gulch for 2 days. On the tail end of a 5-day trip, we were exiting the canyon. The route seemed a lot more difficult than we anticipated. We knew there would be a faint trail, if any, but once we crested the rim, we found out that we were way off course. Knowing the general direction we needed to head, we started walking and conserving water as much as we could, having left the multitude of water pockets in the canyon below us. We slept that night under a pinyon pine and shared our last couple power bars, hoping to find some source of water the next day in the open desert. After a few miles, the next morning, we finally came upon a faint road that became more pronounced as we went on. This road brought some good feelings knowing we stashed a shuttle bike for someone to ride the last 8 or so miles to the van. Finally, we got to the bike cache, and my stepdad hopped on as a rainstorm started rolling in. After half an hour or so, it turned to a full downpour, which was great because we were really thirsty. After walking what felt like an eternity and wondering where our ride was, we walked upon the primitive, empty, other than our van, parking lot. We see my stepdad tearing through it trying to get it started. It had a dead battery. He ended up riding through thick mud another 6 miles to the highway to try and flag someone down. He ended up catching the eye of a ranger out patrolling. He got us a tow truck and took us in to Blanding, Utah, while we got that jerk of a van running again. That felt like a lot for 11-year-old me. My fiance and I were on a camping trip last summer in Arkansas, casually grilling some dinner when we heard someone loudly yelling for help. I ran a few campsites over to find a clearly drunk man standing in a pool of his own blood. Apparently, he had dropped his knife and nicked an artery in his ankle, which was spurting blood like a fountain. My fiance was not far behind me and helped get it wrapped up and elevated while I ran back for my phone to call an ambulance, only to find out that I had no cell service. I knew there was a hospital roughly 20 miles away, so I made a judgment call, and I loaded the man up into his truck and took off. Now is a good time to mention that blood makes me super squeamish, and I think pure adrenaline is the only thing that kept me from passing out at the wheel. I made it to the hospital in 12 minutes, just as he started slurring his speech and hinting at losing consciousness. I still remember the pool of blood spilling out of the door off the floor mat as they took him inside. My fiance picked me up from the hospital and we headed back. We ended up having to watch his dog and tried our best to have a normal evening. The man showed back up at around 10:30 p.m. with 18 stitches. The doctor had told him that if we hadn't been there or we had waited for an ambulance, he would have bled out and died. Horrifying situation, but we saved a man's life. I went camping up at Rock Island, Wisconsin over the summer. For anyone who hasn't been there, you have to take a ferry off of Door County to Washington Island, and then a second boat to Rock Island. It's totally primitive, remote, and has a lot of history. The island has 3 separate cemeteries and building remains from early settlers. It was a perfect, clear night, so my husband and I wanted to go stargazing at a field about a quarter mile from our campsite. To get there, you had to pass by one of the cemeteries. Just as we did, maybe halfway to the field, a thick fog starts rolling in. We decide to keep going when I noticed a set of glowing eyes in the distance. I start freaking out, and I get my husband to shine his flashlight over in that direction. Suddenly, 3 to 4 more sets of eyes appear, just as the fog really starts to thicken. We immediately started sprinting back to camp after nearly crapping ourselves. Turns out, the whole island is home to a whole heck of a lot of foxes who like to wander near the campsites at night, and they all decided to visit just as we were making our way out. I personally have 2 camping horror stories. Number 1. My wife and I hiked and camped backcountry in Glacier National Park a few years ago. 12 miles in, no cell signal. Tent site locations were strictly set. You have to camp exactly where your permit says. Ours was next to 2 tall dead trees. Besides that, it's totally open landscape. Bushes, rocks, other sparse tall dead trees. At 4 a.m., a huge thunderstorm rolled in. Crazy wind, rain, and lightning. Nowhere to run and hide. Pitch black darkness besides bright flashes of light. I was scared to death for the entirety of the storm, anticipating the trees crashing down on our tent. But in the end, we did make it out. And then, my second story. 2012, Shenandoah National Park backcountry. I was camping solo in a hammock with a fly over top. The guidelines from the fly stretched out about 10 feet into the surrounding woods. Around midnight, I heard some rustling in the woods, and by dim moonlight, I saw 2 black bears appear. They approached my camp casually, rooting for food in the leaves and rocks. Eventually, they were at the 10-foot mark. I could hear them breathing. They flipped over several large rocks around the perimeter, looking for grubs or whatever. My biggest fear was that one of them would accidentally stumble into and become entangled in the thin guidelines of the fly, get angry and confused and flip out. I laid awake from midnight to 2 a.m. with a Fox 40 whistle in my mouth and a 3-inch foldable pocket knife ready to defend my life. In the end, though, they just wandered off. Ultimately, I consider these both to be fantastic memories, although at the time I experienced severe mental discomfort. I worried about bears for many years after the Shenandoah incident, but I eventually got over it, and now I sleep like a log whenever I camp, regardless of the surroundings or animal species present. Me, my wife, and our 3 kids in Franconia Notch, New Hampshire. We spent the week at a campground, visiting the basin and all kinds of cool spots. We were hiking the Ridge Trail, etc. On the second night, we got back late from hiking, ate, and cleaned the dishes, and we were putting everything in our car, and a big black bear shows up and gets close enough that I could have touched his nose. I banged a big metal spoon on a pot right in its face. I thought he would either run or kill me. Luckily, he ran, but came right back. I did it again and followed him with it. That is the second most scariest thing from the trip. Number 1 goes to the last night that we were there. It was 4th of July, hot and sunny all day. We watched fireworks in a nearby town and came back to camp. Around midnight, a storm came in so strong that rain was getting under the fly, so I went out with my son to put a tarp over the tent. Large tree branches were coming off and rolling through the campground, and very tall trees were bending low to the ground. I watched people abandon their tents and drive off, and their tents just blew away into the trees. I had no choice but to wait it out since I lived 14 hours away in Pennsylvania, and I didn't want to leave my stuff behind. By morning, telephone poles were down and the place was a complete mess. I got no sleep all day, and all night I waited for certain death, then attempted to drive home 14 hours. I made it to a farm in Vermont and took a nap while everyone else visited the farm store. It's a great memory, but insanely scary at the same time. When I was about 13, I was camping with family, and as I was sleeping, I woke up in the middle of the night and was just staring at the fire. As I was staring at the fire, I saw a man, or at least a figure of a man, walk up to the fire, remove a burning log from the fire, put it on his shoulder, and walk away until he disappeared, and the fiery log with him. Till this day, I don't understand what happened. I was terrified but couldn't scream. And when we all woke up, I looked around the fire and saw some cans of gas and lighter fluid rather close by. And I can't help but to wonder if that figure was some kind of otherworldly entity who may have saved our lives by removing the log, because had the fire stayed the size it was, it would have caused a huge fire with the slightest change in the wind. A buddy and I were camping in backwoods Idaho mountains, pretty far from everyone in the middle of the week. Nearest town is like 600 people an hour away. We got camp set up around 7, and we get a fire going to cook hot dogs. We're just chilling around the fire when it gets dark. We're just snacking on like Cheetos and stuff. As we talk, we heard branches up the mountain from us cracking. It sounded as if something was stepping on bushes and stuff. We stopped talking and the noises stopped as well. We were a little unnerved, but we brought guns to go shooting the next day, and we've got a pretty big fire going, so we started talking again. The rustling gets closer, like something or someone is moving down the mountain. We stop talking, and the noises stop again. This happens like 2 more times. We talk, something or someone moves closer. We stop, the noises stop. Finally, when whatever or whoever it was is like 200 feet away in the dark, I grabbed my rifle out of the truck and put a shot into the air. Whatever it was leaves up the mountainside in pitch black. We're talking like 400 feet in 30 seconds. I didn't think that it was an elk or bear or cattle. It was super eerie, and it knew to stop when we stopped talking. But I don't think it could have been a person. It moved way too quickly up the hill in dense brush and pitch black. We've not gone back there ever since. This isn't exactly a camping story, but when I was 15, we lived on a 5-acre property outside of a small town, surrounded by woods that I regularly explored during the day. I got into a fight with my parents and ran out of the house, hiding behind a hill in the backyard until I saw them get into the vehicle and leave. I then entered the house, went to my room, grabbed a duffel bag that I was storing supplies in under my bed, added my pillow and blanket, and left again, grabbing my bike. I then walked into the house through my usual path at the back of the property. I went to my usual place, an old house, well, the remnants of a basement to what was once a house. I set to work turning the large circle hole, about 5 feet deep, lined with bricks, into my shelter. I didn't complete the roof, but figured I would get to that the next day. I didn't build a fire. I grabbed my blanket and pillow to lie down shortly after dark. Just as I'm about to fall asleep, I hear a twig snap and promptly set up. I calm myself down, assuring myself that animals step on branches and stuff too, and I was just overreacting. Just as I'm about to drift off again, I hear someone ringing a bell. I sat up, threw my pillow and blanket in my bag, and walked out of the woods, leaving my bike behind. This time I went out towards the highway, which was a considerably faster way to exit the woods. Parked by the barrier was 3 cars, adding confirmation that humans were with me in the woods for an unknown reason. I walked quickly down the highway to our house and went inside to find that we had visitors. Technically, they were there because they were helping my parents look all over town for me. No one thought to check the woods. I put my bag down while I found out the details of the search and received my parents' lectures for scaring them. I was sent to bed and had to come back down to get my pillow and blanket. It was then that everyone paid attention to my bag. The main guy who had helped them even looked in and was surprised by how prepared I was to live in the woods. I had dishes, pans, a hatchet and shovel, along with spare clothes and some other random stuff that I don't recall. I never entered those woods after dark again, and I found out shortly after that the house that was burned down that I was staying at supposedly used to house a family of cannibals who had killed a bunch of people in the area, and they were burned alive when they were caught, and then their house was torn down. I never did admit that that was my special place in the woods. In college, I went camping and hunting with a girlfriend on an island where my family has a very tiny plot of unusable land. The island borders the ship channel in coastal Louisiana, about 5 miles from the Gulf. This place is relatively new, but I've scouted it before. We get to the spot, and I have to pull my boat across about 60 yards worth of 4-inch water over a sandy bottom to get close to the shoreline. I then bury a big 4-foot aluminum rod as far as I can get it into the sand with my bow rope on it. Boat's tied up. Girlfriend is excited. We bushwhacked our way through somewhat of a sandy clearing on a hill next to a small bluff where the boat is staked and tied below. First issue, no mosquito repellent, and they were awful. Whatever. We pick up and head into the thicket, being careful because there were signs of massive hogs out there. We find a spot, set up, and start hunting. Aside from the mosquitoes, we didn't see anything but a really pretty sunset. And that is when it all went to crap. I didn't have a flashlight. We ended up getting into some thick stuff on the way back, and pigs started darting around. We could hear them, but we couldn't see them. I only had the laser on my AR, which was absolutely useless for vision. She's freaking out. Pigs are crashing around. We pushed forward slowly and made it out, and quickly walked back to camp to start a fire. We had to shoo some wild cows away from our spot, and one broke one of my tent poles, but whatever, it was still working. We started a fire and ate, and everything was a little bit better. So we turned in. I tossed and turned. It was like 60 degrees, but the humidity and fog was so bad that it was dripping off the roof of the tent. Soaking wet, cold. We were just trying to make it through the night. I woke up to the sound of a hurricane, waves crashing ridiculously loud. I thought, what the heck? Then I thought about the boat. I ran down there with no light, only the laser on my AR and the dim light of the moon through the fog. A big LNG ship had come down the channel, and it pushes a wall of water that, when it gets to the shallows, curls up and crashes and drags trees. It's pretty violent. So I look around. No boat. I am in full panic now. I start shining the laser around, hoping to bounce off of something. It took about a minute, and I hit the shiny reflective boat registration tag. It was well into the ship channel. I ditched my pants and gun and started swimming, at night in the ship channel. I get to my boat, tangled in trees from the bow rope and half sunk. I got it back finally, and it was about 5 a.m. Once there was enough light, I packed up the tent and we left. That was absolutely the worst night camping in my entire life. My husband, my older children, and I were camping in southern Colorado in the summer of 2020. This was a multi-state loop over close to 2 weeks, and our last site out of 4. Before dawn on our first night, in the Durango area in a federal campground, we both woke up incompletely because someone was walking around outside our tent with a flashlight. We were both acutely aware that someone was outside our tent, but we both also perceived other things were happening and realized that it wasn't the time to bolt up and run outside with a gun. We discussed this later that morning, and we both were conscious, but perceived intuitively that we should not react to what was happening, so we did not. It was the local sheriff walking around within inches of our tent and shining a flashlight into our tent. The sheriff didn't address us, wake us up, or ask any questions. Late the night before, as we were going to sleep after pitching camp after dark, we heard loud screaming and arguing. My husband just assumed that it was a party of drunk people, and I remember him telling me to go to bed with the girls and not to worry. It was a violent domestic dispute in a campsite, several parcels over from us, and by the time it was pre-dawn, the sheriff had been called. The instigator, alleged, parked his truck 20 feet from our campsite in the middle of the night and fled. The armed sheriff had been looking for him when he walked around our tent and shined his flashlight into our tent. Had either my husband or I decided that we were in mortal danger and rushed outside with a weapon, we would have had a bad situation. For our first anniversary, I took my husband on his first real camping trip. He's 13 years older than me, but his family had never been into it, and as an adult, he just did drinking trips with his friends. We originally went to the St. Croix State Park, which turned out to be like a KOA with trees and more mosquitoes. We got a shadow show when the people across the road from us decided to passionately hug in their dining tent with a lantern lit. The next day, we talked to a park ranger, and after explaining what we were looking for in a campsite, she recommended that we go to the forest instead, gave us a refund on our remaining nights, and directions to the camping area. It was exactly what we wanted, and about 25 miles into the forest. We got set up and made something to eat. Afterwards, my husband got to work making a cleaning stick. This involved swinging his knife at the end of the stick he was holding. My husband, being adamant about knife safety, this seemed odd to me. I asked him if this was dangerous, to which he said, "A little." I asked if he was worried about getting hurt. He replied, "Not really," and promptly swung the knife into his left pointer finger. His knives are extremely sharp. I jumped up, grabbed the first aid kit, cleaned and butterflied the wound, and suggested going to the hospital, but he wouldn't hear of it because he hates hospitals. The nearest one was about 50 miles from the town. That was 25 miles from our campsite, and he didn't want to ruin the trip. He busted his wound care open a few times. After the fourth time, I told him that if it happened again, we were going to the hospital because the accumulated blood loss was getting to a level that I wasn't comfortable with. He said no, and explained that he just kept forgetting and bending his finger. I looked around the tent, grabbed an empty cigarette pack. He smoked back then. Tore it apart, folded up a section, covered it from end to end with waterproof tape from the first aid kit, and taped it to his finger. 2 days later, we go home just in time for him to get ready and go to work as a security guard at Regions Hospital. He takes all the wound care off in the car right before walking into work. During his shift, the head nurse of the hospital came into where he was doing a patient watch. He asked her if she minded taking a look at his finger, after already telling her that he went camping deep in the woods for his anniversary. She was amazed at how well it was taken care of, and asked him who did it, so he explained that I had, and told her the details. She told him that I would make a great ER nurse because of how well I kept my head, and said that if I ever wanted to go to school for it, she would sponsor me. I never pursued it, but it still makes me proud to know that I did that well. He has a small scar, but never lost any ability to use that finger.
I am a 25-year-old female. At the time of this story, I was 16 or 17. My then boyfriend and two of our other friends decided to go camping in a small patch of woods next to a neighborhood that was being developed. And the small patch of woods was roughly 900 feet across both ways. On the left side, if you were viewing it from the road, was the underdeveloped neighborhood. No people living in the houses. They're mainly just wood and no windows, just actual walls. And on the right side was about a mile-long driveway that led up to a house a little over a half mile past the patch of woods. Pretty deserted. So we get to our tent, fire pit, chairs, etc. set up. And we're relaxing as it starts to get dark, when we hear extremely loud screaming coming from a woman, maybe 400 to 500 feet away. At first, there weren't any words that we could make out. But then there was a help and a no, and then the loudest, most terrifying scream was cut off mid-scream. We can't see through these trees. They're thick, and it's getting dark. So we get out, leave all our stuff behind. As we're walking back to the underdeveloped neighborhood where we parked, keep in mind the screaming was coming from over that way of the woods, so we had to get out near the long driveway to the road, around the tiny bit of woods into the underdeveloped neighborhood where we'd parked. I'm immediately on the phone with police who are trying to tell me that it was just a cat in heat. From where we parked, we were facing the woods. A man comes out, dragging something in heavy sheets / cloth / something, spots us and starts coming towards our car. The police pulled in right then. The man ran, and as it turned out, he had killed a woman about 400 feet from where we were camping. Don't know if he was ever caught, but please, let's not meet. To understand my story, you sort of have to know a tiny bit about trespassing laws in our country, in that we don't have any so long as you're respectful and non-destructive. We can walk over any hills you like, and in my case, camp on any beach of your choosing, so long as once you leave the area, it's how you found it. I used to love camping when I was little. Our family would go multiple times a year with a large group of my parents' friends and their kids. On average, there were maybe 10 of us at a time, which was a bit of a logistical challenge, since we always headed out to this one really remote beach on the coast. Actually, we weren't the only ones. There's always yachts just bobbing off the short pier with people in them and other campers lining up and down the beach. Most of them also had children and teenagers. so it wasn't a wild party scene. It was very much an informal family holiday spot. There was even a small building with toilets and showers installed nearby, even though this was the middle of nowhere. I guess the local council must have figured it out and got sick of people peeing behind bushes. We took a trip up in spring 2011. I'm really bad with time, but I know this because I got my dog in winter of 2010. After picking her out that November from the shelter as a birthday gift from me to me, as I paid her adoption fee. Reddit, I know you love dogs, and she will be very important to the story later on, so let me tell you a bit about Parmesan. Parmesan came to me as a 6-month-old puppy who had been rescued from a dogfighting situation. We're not entirely sure what breed she is exactly, but my best guess is a Lurcher Staffy mix. She's a wonderfully well-tempered dog with people, and most dogs, but you absolutely do not threaten her. She'll have you. So, by the time of this camping trip, I'd had Parmesan for a few months. She'd never come camping with us before, but far as my family are concerned, dogs go on camping trips. So, we all piled into the car and she came too. Unusually though, none of my family friends could make it, so it was only me, my sister, my dad, and my mom. I didn't mind. I wasn't that attached to the other kids. I'd rather play with my dog and I'd still have my sister. The drive took the best part of 6 hours, and because we'd left a bit later, although I don't remember why we'd left later than normal, we arrived at sunset. Not a good time to be building a tent, but we'd expected to arrive to other campers already set up on the beach illuminated in campfires. The beach was empty. In spite of this, my parents started taking stuff out and trying to build the tent. They asked us to fetch some of the lighter bags from the boot of the car while they sat pointing a flashlight at the sand to see properly. I rolled down the window of the car for Parmesan before getting out. It was pretty hot for that time of year and I wanted her to have some air. Always got to be looking out for my furry little homie. As we're fumbling about in the dark on a beach, in the middle of nowhere, it's pretty spooky. The one road that led to this beach was circular and had a bridge over the water, meaning you could basically circle around the beach like a big zero shape if you felt like it. I wasn't really paying attention to the road. I was more complaining that I was tired, as kids do. After maybe 15 minutes of my dad trying to nail the tent into the sand, my mom's asking him, had he seen that car drive around? It's been a few times. My dad kind of shrugged her off. He's sort of like that. I don't know if he said anything back to her, but after a few more minutes, a car pulled up next to ours on the road and someone got out. It was maybe 15 or 20 feet from the cars to where we were, and the light was pretty low, except for the torches. We weren't expecting to see anyone else out here at this point, and I think my mom said it must be the security. I don't know why a random beach would have security. I think what she meant was the wildlife trust or something, as they do occasionally come down to do their nosy. The guy was walking pretty unevenly. He must have been drunk or high because he had that stagger to him. There was absolutely no way this guy was sober. Cool. A junkie. Not an unusual find, but it's rare to see them in the wild. As he walked into the flashlight range, we realized he was carrying a large knife, probably about 15 inches. Although I was small at the time, so maybe my sense of scale was off. I don't like my dad, but credit to him, because once he saw this man, he got up immediately, holding onto the camping mallet, and put us all behind him. The man began to shout wildly at us that we can't camp here and he was just letting us know. My dad tried to initially be a bit low-key with the guy and told him that this was fine. We'd leave, but this didn't work. He kept coming closer to us, so my dad started shouting, and the man kept shouting back. My sister and I were crying. I remember shaking. I was utterly terrified, as I'm sure anyone would be in that situation. It really did seem like this guy and my dad were going to fight, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't fancy my dad's chances. While it's grim to consider, I'm absolutely convinced he would have killed my dad and possibly us as well once he was done, as I don't think my mother would have had the common sense to run with us. I love her, but she's always put Dad and her relationship with him above us. This isn't how it went down. A bolt from the black like a wolf descending upon its prey took us all by surprise. Most of all, the man with the knife. In that moment, Parmesan was the apex predator, large canines represent in nature. She got him good by the arm and clamped down hard, ripping his jacket and shredding the skin underneath. He dropped the knife, as it had been in the arm that she had got him by. He kicked her. He punched her and eventually got her off. He grabbed the knife from the sand and ran back to his car and drove off. Parmesan didn't follow him. She stayed with us, muzzle covered in blood. Quickly as we gathered our things and all got back in the car, all pretty shook up by the incident, I looked Parmy over. She was okay, but the car's window was much more open than I'd left it. We think what happened was when the shouting started, she must have put her paws up on the gap I'd left for her. As it was an old car and had the rolly down windows and not an electric button, we think she must have been able to hit it with her paws to force it down enough to squeeze out. This is not the end of my story. We're all pretty scared, and since we had the dog with us, we couldn't book it into a hotel for a night. My parents decided just to drive us home, so we could all feel safe. But first had to drive into the nearest town for gas, as they were kind of low. I spent the time trying to clean Parmesan up a little. I'd always loved dogs, but what she'd just done for me blew my mind. As we drove into town, we came across a petrol station, but it looked closed. My dad drove up closer to get a better look and stuck his head out the window to get a better look at the sign. My mom asked him what on earth he was doing, and he told her he was trying to see when it opens. Never. My heart sank. Parked in the corner behind a van so we hadn't seen him at first, was the man with the knife. He was sitting in the boot of his car, using some tissue paper to clean up his arm. It looked pretty bad. Without stopping to refuel or look anywhere else in town, my dad drove right out of there. He decided to go to the next town over, but this was removed. The next town over was 60 miles away. He didn't have that much gas, we realized, as we began driving. We were going to break down. That's fine, Dad said. We had AAA coverage. They'd come tow us home, or at least to somewhere acceptable for the night. It's better than staying in the last town. After driving for maybe 5 minutes, lights flashed us from behind. Another car. The same car the man had been driving. It was him, following us. He must have realized we were low on gas. The next half hour was one of the worst half hours of my life. I had a complete and utter breakdown, as did everyone really. I could tell my parents were trying to keep it under wraps, so it wouldn't upset us, but we weren't really little kids. We were both double digits. We knew how dangerous this situation was. Dad turned off the radio to conserve petrol, and the man followed us for about 55 miles before he peeled away onto another road. Our fuel meter was on the big red E for empty for the last 10 miles. We were driving on fumes. I didn't really believe in God, but if he does exist, that was definitely one of his miracles. Once we got there, he drove into a petrol station and refilled to a full tank before driving the rest of the way home. Sister and I slept in the car after that. I only woke up once we made it all the way home, just grateful nothing worse had happened than that. After getting some sleep, my mom phoned the non-emergency line for the police and reported what had happened. They never got back to her after that, but apparently the woman she spoke to said they may wish to in the future, as he matched the description given of a suspect wanted in relation to a murder charge. No idea if he was actually the guy or just a random psycho. As I said, they never got back to her. So what's the takeaway then? Other than crazy man on the beach, let's not meet. Well, for me, it's that I love Parmesan. She's still with us now. Old as the hills and twice as grizzled as one of my mom's friends likes to joke. I don't know why she did what she did that day. I couldn't tell you what her thought process was. What I do know is that this poor puppy was born into an environment where they abused and neglected her, only to be rescued and taken to a shelter where her mother and siblings all found homes for her. Despite how badly people treated her, when I took her home, she forgave but never forgot. I think the saying is, I never trust a person who doesn't like a dog, but I always trust a dog when they don't like a person. They have a very good understanding of human body language, and I think she must have understood how much danger we were in. If you're able to, please adopt. You might find yourself in a good situation like mine one day. I promise you, if you're willing to save a four-legged friend's life, they'll pay you back tenfold if they're able to, without a thought for their own safety. I paid €78 for Parmesan's adoption fee, which is a lot when you're a kid, but it chills me to my bones knowing that if I hadn't been so insistent on my dog, I might be dead.
I was out walking around the bush hunting for upland birds. I walked through a bit of a valley as a shortcut to get to another area, when I came across a guy standing on the trail with an AR-15 at the ready position. Instantly, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, instinctively knowing that this wasn't a place that I wanted to be. Trying my best to stay calm, I said, "Hey, just out bird hunting. How are you doing?" He replied, "Fine." Then there was a long pause. "I'm hunting for deer." Deer season wasn't open. AR-15s are not legal for deer, and he wasn't dressed for deer hunting. As a matter of fact, he looked homeless. Hadn't changed his clothes or bathed or shaved in several days, obviously, and he looked emaciated. Think of the scariest 50-year-old meth addict you can think of, and put an AR-15 in his hands and you're probably pretty close. "Do you know the best way for me to go to find some birds?" "Well, I imagine you might find some back the way you came." His voice got noticeably sharper with the "back the way you came," and I obviously took the hint. I don't know if there was a meth lab or what just down the trail, but I was certainly happy to leave. I reported the incident to the sheriff the next day, but I don't know if anything ever came of it. I went on a group camping trip in the middle of nowhere, Arizona, only to awake and hear something sniffing the outside of our tent. My immediate reaction was that it was likely a bear or some animal that came across our site, and maybe just my idiot friends didn't tie up the garbage. Seconds later, I can hear the sniffing go to the next tent, and everyone in mine grabs one another quietly to acknowledge that we were all awake and were aware of what's happening outside. Moments later, a friend in another tent popped out and started to scream and make noise. He had a gun too, hoping that it would scare off whatever animal was in our sight. Turns out, it wasn't an animal. It was some guy who had gone through our coolers/food and also decided that it would be okay to sniff our tents. Our friend chased him off, and we immediately packed our stuff and left. A year later, my idiot friends and I went back to the nearby area, thinking that what we encountered was a one-time incident. This time, we thought we'd outsmart any possible creepers, and instead of camping in our tents, we all slept in the beds of our trucks and SUVs. Because, they can't possibly sniff a Toyota Tacoma. Anyways, it's the middle of the night. I'm passed out in the back of my SUV when I suddenly feel a bright light on my face. Naturally, I would have woken up, cussed, and asked who was doing that. However, I instantly knew to pretend to be asleep and not let the individual know that I was awake. I laid there next to my girlfriend, hoping that she would do the same as I, and I kept an ear out for any unusual sounds, like sniffing. All I could hear was a friend snoring by the campfire. After the light left my car, I heard the person walk to the next truck and shine his light on my friends in there. I slowly looked up, and it ended up being some older guy, just standing there staring at everyone while they slept. I waited until he left the campsite. Then I busted out of the truck, and I woke up my friends, most of which had also been pretending to sleep, and realized what was going on. This is my parents' story, not mine. They were on a canoe trip way up in somewhere Saskatchewan, far from any semblance of civilization. One morning, they hear a rustling sound outside their tent. Still half asleep, my dad sets up and tries to figure out what's going on. The noise is loud and very close. Before he can collect himself enough to go investigate, his whole side of the tent collapses in on top of him. The weight lifted quickly. Now entirely awake, my parents scrambled to open the tent flap and figure out what the heck was going on. About 10 feet away was a spooked black bear, staring confused and concerned at the tent. After being yelled at for a bit, it ran off. We figure it had been foraging in the bushes right behind the tent and lost its balance. So my dad can truthfully say that he has been sat on by a bear. I was camping in a valley by myself with no cell service. I stayed late on a trail and ran into a nice local dude as it was getting dark. He showed me a local camping spot close to the road and the river, but camouflaged. I had a fire, drank beer, and listened to my friend's comedy podcast. I was loud and visible. Because it was dark already, I decided to sleep in the back of my truck, under my topper, next to all of my gear as opposed to setting up my tent. The next morning I made a fire, cracked a beer, and started making breakfast. Then I noticed that there's a man at the edge of my camp. He comes closer but never looks directly at me. This dude looks homeless, has a long ratty beard, and has at least 100 plastic grocery bags tied all over his clothes. I comment about how nice the day is. No response. I offer him breakfast. Nothing. He sort of paces around the perimeter of my camp. I offer him a beer, but he just turns around. The dude is just standing there, back to me, wandering around. I'm realizing that there isn't going to be any good happenings. I have my bear spray and buck knife super close. I give him an ultimatum. Hey, you're either going to acknowledge me or leave immediately. He ignores me. I grab the bear mace and walk a few steps toward him. He sulked away and I threw my stuff in my truck, and I left that place right quick. I wonder if he had watched me during the night, and I thank my laziness for staying in my truck instead of setting up the tent.
My family has a camping timeshare, and we used to go camping for weeks at a time in the summer. My dad had to work, so he would stay at home Monday through Thursday and come meet us at the camping grounds Friday through Sunday. The campgrounds had a pool, miniature golf course, basketball courts, and we'd gone for so long that my mom was comfortable letting us wander, since there was only one entrance and exit. When I was around 8, but small for my age, so I looked around 5, I met a little boy who was camping with his single dad for a few days. He came to our campsite a lot and knew we were staying for a while. I was pretty sad when he left, but his dad said they'd come back sometime soon. A few weeks later, his dad came to the campsite right after my mom left to take a shower. He told me his son was coming later that week. He asked where my parents were, and I told him my dad doesn't come until Friday, and my mom always takes a shower at this time. He said bye and left. The next day, he came by at the same time and told me that he had just found some kittens and asked if I wanted one. I said yes. He told me he kept them in his tent and I could come pick one up. Now, this guy wasn't a stranger. My mom had met him when he picked up his son from our campsite, so I didn't get that creepy stranger vibe and get okay going with him. We walked towards his campsite, and then he told me that he had actually moved them to his truck so they wouldn't get too hot, which made sense to me. He pointed to his truck right outside the gates of the entrance. I started walking towards the entrance with the guy when my dad pulls up. He got the day off work so he could spend more time with us. He asks what's going on, and I say, Tommy's dad said he had kittens in the truck and I can have one. My dad gets out of the car, tells me to run back to the campsite, so I do. When my dad gets back, he tells me to never go alone with an adult anywhere, even if I know them. I asked my mom years later about the whole thing, and she told me that my dad kicked the crap out of him and called the cops. Let me start off by saying this is my first post on this subreddit, so if I messed anything up, please tell me and I'll fix it. Also, for reference, I was a 19-year-old female at the time. Still female, of course, just a little older. I love camping. Anytime my friends and I came home from college, we would load up our cooler with the beer, grab some gear, and go screw around outside. Unfortunately, when I was actually at school, none of my sorority sisters or other friends ever wanted to go with me, so I would often suffer withdrawals from camping. One day, the weather was way too nice to waste, so I grabbed some of my gear, hopped in a car that I borrowed from a buddy, and drove to a spot that was secluded, yet within a safe distance to civilization that I could run and get help. Camping also creeps me out sometimes, but that creepy feeling is also somewhat of a plus for me. It's the same reason that people read these stories. It's fun to be scared. So, I make a little camp and get a fire going. I hadn't brought all that much to eat, but I was enjoying myself, reading and looking around the area, that sort of thing. I got the feeling I was being watched, and I stopped dead in my tracks. I hear a twig crunch over to my right. Then I see a doe bolt from 100 feet or so in front of me. I laughed at myself and went back to camp, with the armful of wood that I had gathered. I kept freaking myself out, hearing sounds just outside the ring of light cast by the fire. I always get inside my own head, so I shrugged it off and kept whittling at the stick that I had been messing with. Around 1, I decided to go into my tent and snuff out the lantern. I had been slamming beers in the most unladylike fashion and smoking cheap cigars. Another reason I like camping. I can act however I want. So I passed out relatively quick. At about 2 a.m., I start hearing footsteps. They sound pretty light and sort of timid. I think to myself that it's just a deer or some other animal, more likely a raccoon because I had probably left some food out. I'm still on guard though. About 30 minutes of sleeping with one eye open, I hear a rubbing noise, and the tent fabric is being pushed in a bit. I don't know how I didn't crap my sleeping bag, but I just sat there paralyzed with my K-bar in my hand. I desperately wanted to thrust the knife through the tent fabric, but I was still holding out hope that it was just some of my buddies from a frat joking with me. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it all stopped. I was starting to feel slightly more secure, because daylight would be coming in about 2 or 3 hours, but I sure as shit wasn't going to sleep. All of a sudden, at about 4 o'clock, I realized I should put my boots on, so that if anything did happen, I would be ready. After having stayed up and keeping alert a little while longer, my friend's car alarm goes blaring. I freak out and run out of the tent. I go about 2 steps before something grabs me around the mouth. I open my mouth to scream, but instead the person's pinky finger slips between my teeth. I've heard that people can perform superhuman feats when they have huge adrenaline rushes. In my case, I just clamped down, and there's no way to say this without sounding ridiculous. His finger popped off. He screamed, pulled his hand away with the missing digit falling to the ground. He took off running down the hill that I was camping on. I took off right quick in the opposite direction. I must have looked ridiculous to the people whose house I ran to. A little sorority girl in a white beater, boxers, and steel-toe boots. I also had some blood that had oozed out of my lip, not from the finger, but because I had also managed to take a pretty good chunk out of my lip as well. I told them what had happened. They called the police and got me some real clothing, and the man at the house made me a whiskey and coke. When the cops got there, they checked it out. The cops went to check it out, and when they came back, it was light out. They brought me back so I could get my friend's car. What I saw inside just made me more scared. Right next to the tent was a red gas can. He could have just lit me on fire earlier. The finger was also gone, suggesting that he had come back. The kicker is that they never caught the guy. So somewhere out there, a man is sitting down to dinner, maybe alone, maybe with a wife and a couple of kids, and he's missing his right pinky. So this one might be a bit long, but I need to go into it slowly, so bear with me. Me and my boyfriend love to camp. About 2 weeks ago, we decided to go to the coast because we had a Friday off from our classes in university and decided to hike and camp out for the weekend. We had a 3-day plan to stay in 3 different towns and hike to each place. This story is about the first place we stayed in. The first town was barely a town. It was more like a bunch of small houses and farmlands and very few people. It was off-season, so normally there would be some tourists there, since the main attraction is a huge abandoned city left over from the times of the ancient Greek civilization. Anyway, since there were 5 to 6 camping grounds available, one of which was highly recommended on TripAdvisor and the likes of, we didn't bother calling beforehand. We simply headed there, and then straight to that camping area. Upon reaching it, we saw the gate open. Not really so unusual, but when we entered it, no one seemed to be there. We knocked and called out for someone, and no one responded, except the outdoor bar was all open with expensive bottles of alcohol lined up, and food left on the kitchen table, as we saw from the window. So, they couldn't have gone far. My boyfriend found it a bit strange they would leave everything open like that, but assuming it was a small community with no crime, we didn't think more. We went to some other campgrounds to ask if they were open. The first one we went to said they were closed because their grounds were very messy these days, but they did recommend us another place. We asked them about the first ground we had went to, and strangely, the man said don't go there. When we asked why, he said, just don't. I don't really recommend you going there. Anyway, the other place he told us about was also closed, and luckily in the meantime I found a signboard for the first place, and it had their number on it. We called them, and a man picked up and told us that he and his wife, who ran the place, were out for a couple of hours, but they'd be back by the evening. He said we could set up our camp and that we would meet later. The place was a bit secluded, but it was quite picturesque, and we set our camp and left. We spent the whole day exploring and hiking around, and after a tiring day, around 10 p.m. after dinner, started to head back. This is where things got extra creepy. When we got back, we found the place still empty. No one had returned, and it was quite late. My boyfriend called up the owners again, and they said that they had decided not to return tonight, that we could leave the money under a table by the bar. They said the kitchen and bathrooms are open if we need to use them. The place was dark, and the yard where we had set up camp was huge and without lighting. My boyfriend immediately started to feel a bit uneasy. He was concerned why 2 business owners would leave their property completely open to 2 total strangers, with a bar full of unopened bottles and half-open house. As we walked towards our camp, he kept subtly expressing his uneasiness and kept looking around. He's usually pretty calm, so I told him if he's really feeling so strongly about this, we can just go to the pension, where we had dinner earlier, and stay the night there in a hotel room. He opened the flashlight of his phone and kept looking around and getting more and more uneasy. We agreed to pack up our camp and leave. I began to pack it up since it requires a lot of folding and he was extra anxious. I told him to just stand and give me light as I pack it up. Except constantly he would move the light and check the area, and I kept getting irritated because I could sense his worry, and at the same time I couldn't pack fast enough because I couldn't see. At one point, he even told me in a slightly bitchy way to hurry it up. And as soon as I folded the camp, we stuffed it into its bag and hurriedly packed our stuff and scooted. He still seemed super anxious, and I told him to relax. Just telling this part gives me the chills all over again. The road back to the main area of the town was dark and lonely, and this is when he told me. There's something I wanted to say, but not while we were still on the grounds. Well, what is it? I asked. He hesitated, then said he didn't want to freak me out, but he was sure that he saw someone lurking in the dark behind the wooden cabins and the bathrooms twice. No one was supposed to be there except for us. I got chills, but I still tried to rationalize, saying it's a farm area, so there's lots of animals. Maybe a cat moving around. But he was adamant that it was a human figure walking like a human would and standing. That is why he kept checking and wanted to hurry so much. And that's why he was telling me to hush up and keep my voice down. I almost had tears in my eyes at this point, and the hair on my neck was standing. I kept looking back, and almost running at this point to the lighted area of the quiet town, and only really relaxed till we reached the pension, and booked a room there, got the key, locked, and checked it twice. I'm generally a skeptical person, but I really do believe that my boyfriend didn't just see things. I don't know who was back there or what could have happened, if anything, and I don't care to know. Dark and isolated places have always creeped me out anyways. Back in 2011, I was within a circle of friends that made it a tradition to go camping at a certain spot every May-long weekend. The spot we chose was in a beautiful area right on the edge of a large lake and was located on government land. The lake itself had a dam on it, so during May-long, the water levels were always low, if not completely empty, making it possible to walk across it. People were allowed to camp there as long as they weren't causing any trouble or making a mess, and it was generally a good time for everyone. The spots themselves were spaced far enough apart that you had your own privacy, but not far enough that you couldn't meet other people. In this particular year, our spot was in the middle of a small hill, with one campsite below us and one above us. The first night of our trip happened without incident. During the second day, the people staying at the site below us had moved in. We didn't think much of it and continued drinking throughout the day and into the night. And around midnight, the people at the campsite below us were really out of control. They were yelling and screaming, and their music had gotten even louder. So our friend Ben went down to ask them to turn their music down. He was promptly punched in the face, and he came back to inform us that he was 90% sure that they were on drugs. After that, the vibe wasn't as relaxed and we were all somewhat on edge. I was feeling really tired, so I just decided to go to bed. Some of my friends were still awake, including Ben, and one couple, Lily and Derek, that were visiting another campsite we had made friends with that day. I could hear the campsite below us was still blasting their music and partying pretty hard, but I just tried to ignore it and get some sleep. I don't know what time it was when I was jolted awake. Parts of this are somewhat a blur. All I know is that I sat straight up as soon as I heard the screaming and yelling coming from outside my tent. I quickly ran outside to find our campsite in total chaos. One of my friends was clutching their chest. People were running around and screaming to call 911. I was quickly informed of what happened. Apparently, not long after Derek had went to bed, the people camping at the site below us decided they weren't finished talking to Ben. And on their way up, they had encountered Lily and Derek walking back. Now, Derek and Ben are about the same height and have the same hair color. So they assumed that Derek was Ben, and bottled both him and Lily over the head with a full glass bottle. I don't know if it was the same guys that showed up at our campsite, but I was told that everyone else was sitting around the fire when 2 or 3 huge guys appeared from the darkness and walked over to them. One had a paring knife, and the other had a butcher's knife in their hand. Ben saw the knives and had gotten up to talk to them, and had barely spoken a word when the guy with the paring knife stabbed him once in the chest. At the time, some people from the campsite above had seen the guys coming and came down to help. One of the guys, Tim, was coming from down the hill when the guy with the butcher's knife ran up to him and stabbed him in the stomach. From there, sheer panic ensued. People called 911, but the ambulance was over a half an hour away. This is where I came out of the tent. Tim's wound was bleeding profusely, and he was losing blood way too quickly. His friends ended up putting him in the back of his car and speeding off to meet the ambulance halfway. Ben was also bleeding, but his wound wasn't as deep as Tim's, and we were able to keep him calm until an ambulance arrived. The guys with the knives ran off into darkness, back down to their campsite, and took off in their Land Rover. My boyfriend at the time and I had gotten into his car and drove to the entrance to try and flag down the policemen on their way to the scene. Once they arrived, we were informed to stay in the car, as they had released a canine search unit to hunt down the people who stabbed our friends. By the end of the night, they had arrested the men. They had tried to flee by driving their vehicle across the bed lake, where they got stuck in a muddy section. They were on a concoction of several drugs, as suspected. Luckily, both Tim and Ben survived, although Tim had lost a lot of blood and took a few weeks to recover from his wounds. Derek and Lily have huge goose eggs. and possibly one person had a concussion, but I can't recall. One thing I do know, though, is that this was definitely the scariest thing I have ever experienced. This happened to my husband and I about 3 years ago, late November. It still gives us chills to this day. While living in Seattle, my husband and I would frequently go surfing. Usually we'd drive out to Nia Bay or Westport, but on this particular weekend, the surf report looked pretty messy for spots located directly on the coast. We decided instead to try hitting some spots along the Strait of Juan de Fuca. The land along the strait is beautiful, but remote. You can only access it by driving all along Highway 112, which runs from Port Angeles to Nia Bay. There's no cell service along most of all of Highway 112, and only a smattering of small towns. So we decided to try surfing along the strait at this one spot, Twin. We'd surfed there before and had a good lay of the land. The report showed that the waves would be the best in the early morning, so we opted to drive out the evening before and sleep in our car overnight. Since it was late November, we decided to forego paying for a camping spot at a nearby campground and would just park somewhere along the beach at Twin. We figured there would be no one there, and we were right. We arrived around 3:30 p.m., and the only other people parked were a young couple in their Westfalia. Nothing terribly eventful occurred between our arrival and 7 p.m. We arrived, cooked some dinner, and I took a quick walk along the beach. The only other thing that occurred was just before sunset we heard this loud whistling, and then saw some guy who'd been walking along the highway come down the entrance road towards the beach. My husband and I thought it was pretty odd, given that there's absolutely nowhere you can easily walk to along that highway. All he had with him was a tiny backpack, so he definitely wasn't hiking. He said hello to the young couple as he walked along the beach, and they invited him to hang out by their campfire for a while. Last time we saw any of them that night was when my husband and I decided to call it a night and go to sleep. This was about 7 p.m. I woke up about an hour later and opened the car door a bit to get some fresh air. I noticed that the young couple's Westfalia was gone, and something about them being gone unnerved me. I couldn't put a logical finger on why, so I chalked up my feelings to just being tired and I laid back down. When I woke up next, it was close to 11 p.m., and this time I shot up so quickly that my husband woke up. He asked what was wrong, and I said nothing, just that I woke up startled. He seemed completely relaxed and fell back asleep, but I stayed up for about 15 minutes trying to listen for anything. In hindsight, I think my intuition was screaming to me that something was off. Since I didn't hear anything, I laid back down and really tried to focus on getting some sleep. About 20 minutes later, I woke up again, and this time to my husband already being up. He was sitting silently, listening. Him sitting so still freaked me out, so I turned on the interior car lights and asked him what was up. He whispered, "Someone was tapping on the windows." I remember feeling this deep sense of dread. When I woke up a few hours, I noticed that the couple in the Westphalia left. There's no one else camping here. At that, we both put our shoes on, grabbed flashlights, a knife, and pepper spray, and then opened the doors. Total silence. Pitch black darkness. My husband stared up towards the trees behind us to look around, while I stood by our car and shined a light down onto the beach. I saw no one and sat on the back bumper, while he continued to look. I checked to see if I had cell service. Nope. Nothing. Maybe 2 minutes later, he returned walking fast. "We need to leave. There's a car parked up by the exit road. It's just sitting there with the lights off and the ignition on. I couldn't tell if there was anyone inside." In no more than 60 seconds, we threw everything in the front seats into the back where we'd been sleeping, started the car, and started driving back up towards the entrance road. We didn't want a chance taking the exit road and driving by that car. We peeled out of there so fast that in a moment of disorientation, my husband turned the wrong way and started driving down the highway towards Nia Bay. As we started going the wrong way, we drove past the exit road, and lo and behold, there was the car, now with its lights on. A few seconds later, we both noticed that the car was speeding up behind us. I practically screamed, "What are you doing? There's basically nowhere to turn around." The highway is narrow, with forest on one side and ocean on the other. Luckily, we saw a small turnaround coming up. I remember my husband just saying, "Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God," and then cutting hard to the left. As soon as we cut left, the person following us just kept going in the same direction. We took off down the highway going like 90 back towards Port Angeles. No one followed us the rest of the way back. I feel deeply creeped out when thinking about the intentions of whoever was in that car.
I was camping in northeastern Ohio by myself. I was on my third and final night there. I woke up to use the restroom, and I walked about 10 feet from my hammock, and I noticed a headlamp about 80 to 100 feet in front of me. I watched it for about 10 minutes. I watched him stand up, sit down. I got my boots on and grabbed my hatchet, and I started walking to the right of my campsite. I was going to find out what he was up to. I got about 50 yards from my site and started walking towards him when I noticed another headlamp about 40 feet from me and walking around. I hit the ground and threw some leaves on top of me. He walked about 10 feet from where I was lying. Then he stopped, lit his cigarette, and finished his beer. He threw his can on the ground. After he got far enough that he couldn't hear me, I got up and started walking towards the first guy. I got close enough to him that I could hear his phone receiving messages. I stood up closer to him quietly to where I could see his face lit up from his cell phone. That's when he stood up and started walking towards my hammock. I laid there on the ground for a minute and made my way towards my site. I stopped when I started hearing my tarp that I had above my hammock being trashed. Then I could see flashlights, and then my big flashlight turn on and off. I heard my mess kit being thrown and them talking about how he was just here. I laid on the ground and watched my flashlight walk away until it was a small dim light. When the sun came up and I returned, my whole site was destroyed. My hammock and tarp was shredded by what looked like a machete. My mess kit was stomped on. They took my backpack, rain gear, and flashlight. I went to the spot where I had first seen the guy, and I found chew pouches, 8 empty beer cans, and an empty lighter. I walked to where I seen the other guy and found an empty bag of powder which turned up to be meth, and a whole mess of cigarette butts. When I was younger, around 14 or 15 years old, my family used to camp at a state park. Every night, my friend and I would walk through the woods. We called this the ritual. This particular night, we decided to walk further into the woods than usual. We had flashlights, and we liked to try and navigate through the woods with them turned off. We were about half a mile from the nearest campsite when we heard soft whispering behind us. Obviously, we hit the flashlights and spun around. We didn't see anything, so we kept walking and we hear it again. This time we stop and look around a bit before we decided to head back to our campsite. Then we see what's whispering. It's a lady crawling on the ground whispering random words. She was wearing dark clothes and was covered in dirt. When she sees that we notice her, she stands up and declares that she's looking for her campsite. We ended up walking her back to the campground and tried helping her find her group. Turns out she was just super drunk/high and got lost trying to find a bathroom. Her friends didn't even notice that she was missing, and if we didn't go that far into the woods, she would have been lost all night. It was really creepy.
This event happened to me last summer. It was probably the scariest story in my life, and I wanted to share it so hopefully someone learns from it. Something I've realized growing up, year by year, is that this world can be an amazing place, but it is filled with some super sick people, and unfortunately, I've seen that side of our world firsthand. I'm a very social person, and love the opportunity to hang out with friends whenever I can. I'm also the type of person who's always looking for the next big thing. I guess I should tell you that I was a 17-year-old male at the time of this story, and I have a decent-sized friend group from both boys and girls. Throughout high school, we had done a lot of crazy stuff together. Being just out of high school, we wanted to do something insane together before departing for college, and we all decided to go camping in the middle of nowhere for 3 days. Fun, right? And for some miracle, all our parents thought it'd be fine. So we had 6 people going. Me and my girlfriend Stephanie, my friend Brandon and his girlfriend Kaylee, and Steve and his girlfriend Sarah. We had decided to have 3 different tents for each couple, for reasons that you could probably guess. Being a former Boy Scout, I was aware of everything that we needed to survive for 3 days. Food, water, and other essential supplies. Being rebellious teenagers, we also stocked up on plenty of booze and weed for our fun getaway. So mid-July, we depart for our camping vacation. After hours of driving and driving down back roads, we eventually find a place that looks secluded but not too sketchy like some horror stories. There were houses nearby, but not too close. Again, we weren't looking for a sketchy woods to camp, but unfortunately there was no service. It took us at least an hour to get everything set up. While the girls and Steve finished setting up camp, Brandon and I took a look around while fetching firewood. We eventually came across a cool-looking trail. We weren't too concerned because there were houses within a mile radius, and we assumed that those people had used this trail to hunt, which was big in this area, or maybe animals used it. If you're wondering about our car, we drove a Honda Pilot, which was Steve's, that has plenty of room for us and our supplies. We parked the car rather close to the site, so we had eyes on the car at all times. The first night, nothing much happened. We rolled a blunt and drank a bit and called it a night. The next day, we decided to explore the woods a bit, but Brandon and Kaylee stayed behind to watch the site and spend time together. We decided to go down the path we found earlier. Around 20 minutes down the path, Steve spots a metal fence. We approach it to find a cemetery. The cemetery looked old, but there were signs of activity there. And no, not some voodoo stuff or cult. Like flowers and notes left. And beyond the cemetery, we saw a bigger trail that had tire tracks and a half-assed parking lot for the cemetery. We venture down the path a little bit more to spot some deer, then head back because it's getting late. That night, we really partied hard because we were to leave the next day and didn't want to return with extra beer or weed. Now this night was the polar opposite of the other night. The other night was peaceful, and we assumed the same about this night as we began to turn in. Boy, were we wrong. Now, you would assume there would have been warning signs earlier in our trip, like a rusty knife on the path or foot tracks around our site. No, not at all. All of us woke up to a blood-curdling scream coming from Steve and Sarah's tent, as we hear the fabric being ripped by what we assumed to be something sharp. I guess Steve hit the guy really hard with his flashlight and was able to get both him and Sarah to his car. Now here's the issue. Steve's tent is closest to the car, while the other 2 tents are closer to the trail. So to get to Steve's car, we had to get past whatever attacked Steve and Sarah. Luckily, all our drunken selves were gone, because before getting into his car, he yelled cemetery and it clicked in my head. The trail on the other side of the cemetery. So I quickly grabbed Brandon, Kaylee, and Stephanie and start running towards the trail. I use my phone flashlight to help see. You might think, why would you turn your flashlight on? Well, Last thing I wanted to do was miss the cemetery and be lost in the woods with the guy who attacked Steve. By the time we get to the trail, Steve and Sarah had gotten out from the site, and we could hear the guy chasing us, but from several yards behind. We were able to find the cemetery rather easily, and I hop over the fence first. When we all get over the fence, we notice Steve had not yet arrived, so we all hid in the cemetery. Luckily to our advantage, it was pitch black by the time I turned my flashlight off, and we all hid in complete silence. My heart dropped when all I heard was the metallic shaking, as if someone was climbing over the fence. The guy had tracked us down, probably due to the fact that Steve yelled cemetery. We all stayed still, as we heard the ground crunch, and as the guy took slow steps. When in fight or flight moments, you're capable of a lot more than you would think, and your brain is put on some super high alert mode or something. As the guy approached, I realized I had my small Swiss Army pocket knife in my pocket. As the guy's steps grew closer to me, when he was right about on top of me, I grabbed the knife and lodged it into the back of his knee. The guy tumbled to the ground with a shriek of pain and a metallic sound as he dropped his weapon. Soon the pair of headlights came around the corner. Steve had made it. We all got up and ran towards the car. While I got up, the light gave me a glimpse of the guy. He was tall, bulky, and had the look of pure hatred in his eye as he clutched the back of his knee. And by his side, a huge machete. I was the last one to get in the car, and even before I fully closed the door, Steve floored it out of there. The girls were bawling their eyes out. We drove until the first house, where we politely knocked and asked for directions to a motel or something. It was a friendly old couple. They told us there was not one for miles. They took us in and gave us warm food and a place to rest for the remainder of the night. In the morning, the man brought us hunting rifle with us to retrieve our stuff from our campsite. When we got there was nothing stolen, but all our tents were slashed up. The elderly woman called and made a report while we were gone, and when we got back, the officers were at their home and we gave our statements. The officers said there's not enough evidence to find the guy, but they promised to search. We headed home later that day. No one said a word on the way home. We were all processing what really happened. The police unfortunately never found the guy. And yeah, college did split us up a bit. We barely talk about it as a group, and it's been a year. My advice to all of you is please find a populated place to camp. I don't care if it's some Yogi Bear camp. Be in reach of help and police. Stay safe, guys. Please. Growing up, every summer in July/August, my family would get together and camp out for 2 weeks at White Lake State Park in Tamworth, New Hampshire. Some of my best childhood memories were made there. Rollerblading, Nerf gun wars, flashlight tag, and water balloon fights with my cousins and neighboring kids in the campground. When I was around my late teen years, my family stopped gathering together to camp out after my grandmother passed away. One of the last years I was there, this one particular memory has stuck with me. A little over 10 years ago, I was 16 years old. It was around 10 p.m. at night when I noticed I had missed a call on my cheapy little track phone. My family was sitting around the campfire cooking s'mores and sharing some laughs, so I decided to go off for some privacy and return the call. I took a long, narrow trail that winds in between other campsites that, at the end, leads up to a bathroom. I wasn't going up to the bathroom. I just wanted to find an empty campsite and sit at a picnic table to make my call. There were plenty of those since this whole side of the campground where I was heading was vacant. There were no other campers nearby in that area. It was quiet and dark, so I chose a campsite, sat down at the table. The lights from the distant bathroom from up on top of the hill behind me were illuminating my surroundings just a little bit. I called my friend and was carrying on a conversation for around 20 minutes. As I'm sitting there staring straight ahead, I see a silhouette coming down the road in front of me. The figure is coming towards my direction, where all these empty campsites are. I could see it was a person. It's not that unusual to see people strolling through the campground for a night walk. The people I see usually have flashlights, though. This person did not. I wasn't creeped out at this point. No reason to be. I was just watching curiously. As the person got closer, I could see a better outline, and that was a man I was looking at. I also noticed his pace slowed down. I kept my eyes fixated on him as I continued conversing on my cell phone. A minute or two passes, and now he stopped moving. He's just standing there in the road, looking straight into the campsite where I'm at. I don't know if he knew I could see him. He was staring at me, and I was staring right back at him. He was a little heavy-set and tall. I could also make out that he was wearing a light jacket. I couldn't see much for facial features, but I would guess I was staring at a man in his 30s or 40s. Alarm bells were going off in my head now. My mind had turned to mush at this point. I'm frozen. I was no longer listening to what my friend was saying on the phone. I was in a stare-off with this guy. Then he started to move again. He was tiptoeing towards me, very carefully, like he didn't want to make a noise. He put one foot in front of the other, leaned forward in a slight hunched form. It looked like he was about to charge towards me. In that moment, I snapped out of that mind-mushy frozen state and leaped off the picnic table and started running through the campsite back towards the trail. Thud, thud, thud. I could hear him trampling behind me. Leaves scuffling. Heavy yet fast footsteps. Footsteps were getting louder and closer. I made it back to that narrow trail. Once he got close to where I was, I heard the sound of twigs snapping and an oof noise that came from the man, which I can imagine maybe he tripped or almost tripped and maybe got a face slapped by a tree branch. Most likely, he wasn't familiar with the trail like I was. Whatever the reason was, it caused him to stop chasing after me. I didn't stop to look back. I just kept running and running until I made it back to my family's campsite. When I got back, they were still sharing laughs and smiles by the campfire. I broke down crying and I was trembling. I explained what had just happened. My aunt spoke up and said, "Oh, geez. He probably thought he knew you and was coming up to give you a good scare as a joke." She dismissed me. My cousin chimed in and said, "Yeah, he probably stopped running after he realized that he didn't actually know you. He probably just feels dumb now." They all chuckled about it and changed the subject. I think I was dismissed because no one wanted the good vibes of the night to be ruined, and the fact that I'm just a socially anxious person in general. I'm very cautious and shy. For that time being, I let them convince me that I was just overreacting and overthinking. But here I am years later, looking back and shaking my head over this. I wish I was taken seriously. But other than that one thing happening, it was still a great trip. It was time well spent with family. My experience makes me think twice about going for a walk by myself anywhere. I carry pepper spray and a mini keychain alarm on me now. So Mr. Campground Chaser, let's not meet again. Also, to add, my speculation was the man may have not been a camper there. It would be easy for anyone to sneak in the campground from the boat launch area. One night, I guess I was about 15, so 3 years ago, me and a few friends decided to go camping out in the woods. It was a pretty hot summer, and we were like 10, we were all scouts together and decided that it would be pretty funny to do the whole camping thing again. So we packed some stuff and went to a nearby refuge hut that we have a lot of here in our woods. Now I have to explain that we all live in a village that can only be described as little or even rural, although it's only like 10 minutes to the big city. Yet, there are great woods that separate us from civilization, as the youngsters here always like to put it. So in that city, close to us, there's really huge prisons where they keep all the really bad criminals. You know, the ones who have committed murder or have committed the R word to someone and stuff like that. Recently, there had been an outbreak, and 3 of the 5 prisoners had already been caught again. So naturally, my mom didn't want us to go and was all worried that the other prisoners were still hiding somewhere in the woods. But we were in our youthful foolishness, couldn't care less because all we wanted was a great night where we could drink and do all the other stuff that you do at that age, although you actually aren't allowed to. So we went up there and had fun, and everything was just fine, and about 1 a.m. we decided to finally call it a night and go to sleep. At about 3 a.m., we were awoken by the sound of a vehicle. It was very close to us, and suddenly, we were all for once jerked out of our doze by 2 car headlights that were shining straight at us. Needless to say that we almost wet our pants. But then it came even worse when suddenly the lights went out and we heard the car door being slammed shut. It was completely dark and we didn't dare breathe because we had no idea who this was and what he or she was about to do if we did. We then lay there motionless for what seemed like an hour, but I guess it really couldn't have been more than 5 minutes until we heard footsteps, and then the door slammed again and the car drove off. I know it's nothing supernatural and it probably doesn't sound that creepy now, but for me, those were the scariest minutes I've ever lived through in my entire life. Not knowing who was staring at us there in the middle of the night, but dreading that it might be one of the criminals who are currently on the run. I haven't been camping out somewhere but my garden ever since. This happened to me last year on my birthday. I had a few friends around to sleep in my 6-man tent. Whilst I was setting up my tent, my dad came into the garden and told me and my friends to be careful, as he had seen a shady-looking man in a baseball cap slowly walking up and down my street, like he was checking out my house. It was about 1 a.m. when me and my friends were sitting on the patio at the table, just talking about random stuff, when I heard rustling in my neighbor's garden. I didn't find this too unusual because it was the summer, and I lived in a rural area of the UK, and we had hedgehogs living nearby. Then, I noticed the shape of someone's body emerging from the bush. It was a man in a baseball cap. One of my friends asked what he was doing here, but there was no answer. We asked again, and he chuckled and left through my neighbor's gate. It was later on, about 4 a.m., and most of my friends were asleep except for me and my slightly older friend who was in the same year as me. We were whispering to each other, as we were trying not to wake everyone else up. I heard my neighbor's fence rattle, as if someone had hopped over it. A few seconds later, we see a figure move past the window of a tent. I could barely make it out, but I distinctly remember seeing a hat in the moonlit window. He moved around to the back of the tent, so I decided to wake everyone up and run back inside my house and into the living room. A good half an hour passed when I heard police sirens outside. This wasn't possible, as my mom was asleep and my dad worked nights. I looked outside to see 3 police officers in my garden where the tents were, and my neighbor talking to another officer. After a few minutes of watching through my back door window, the police walked out of my garden with a man in his early 40s in handcuffs. I saw my neighbor, and he gestured for me to come outside. My friends followed behind and we spoke to him. No, that my neighbor is in his late 80s and lives alone. He said that he was getting a glass of water from his kitchen when he saw his security light turn on in his garden. He quickly glanced over and saw a man hop over his fence and into my garden. He then called the police, and they said they would come over. After telling me this, a police officer walked over and informed me that the man they arrested was a burglar who had broken into multiple houses in the local area. What he said next still makes me shiver. They said they found him crouched down in the corner of the tent with a large knife. He then advised me and my friends to get our stuff and sleep in the living room. By this time, my mom had been woken up by all the commotion, and she had been given the same information. She called my dad and told him what happened. I don't think I will ever sleep in a tent again.
This past weekend, me and my partner decided to go to our usual camping spot. It's very low-key. There's never usually anyone up this mountain besides one or two people at a time, and even at that, they're miles away from your campground. It's not a well-known spot. This past weekend, just like every year, we brought my parents' little elderly dog, set up camp, ate some food, and drank some beer around the campsite. When we arrived prior to this, we scoped out the area to see how busy it was. There was absolutely nobody in sight. The entire mountain campgrounds were entirely empty. We're used to having one hunter or fisher in the area at least. We've never not seen at least one person the entire trip. So we sat around the fire, completely relaxed with my little dog nearby. When we decide to get into bed, my usually very complacent, placid pup refuses to settle inside the tent. It's pretty hot this time of year, so we had the tent unzipped with just the mesh covering the opening to let some breeze in. But my pup was looking through the mesh and sniffing, zoning in on something entirely. We decided to get up and check out the camp for whatever he's looking at. We don't see anything, so we decided to just sit by the fire to fire us out, when my sleepy puppy unsettles suddenly, with his hackles straight up on end, growling in a deep growl into one direction of the woods. We decided to grab the hunting knife and axe and listen. He's snarling and barking vigorously, which took us by surprise because he's been completely comfortable every other year. After a few hours of him acting on high alert, we decide to flip the truck lights on to illuminate our camp as we're surrounded by darkness. We were listening intently, trying to figure out what he was seeing or hearing. After a few minutes, he lays down and alarms us again a few minutes later, startling us to the point where we make a run for the truck by how aggressively my dog is warning something. We wait, hearts pounding inside of the truck, trying to see what's out there. After about 30 minutes, we assume whatever it is has passed on. After we reposition ourselves in front of the fire again, my dog's hackles are up, and we hear the loudest tree branch snap a mere 10 feet away from us in the pitch black wilderness. Again, we hop in the truck with the dog and decide we better leave. As earlier that night, we were hearing wolves hunting for a few hours, and their howls echoing through the woods. Our main concern was it being a cougar, as they're commonly seen in this area, and there had been a lot of attacks on unsuspecting victims. Our main thought was something was stalking us for a long time without moving on. We told my partner's parents that we decided it's better to be safe than sorry, and we were mocked extensively, but we were armed with very minimal weapons, not anything that would handle a mountain lion or a pack of wolves. We were called chickens the entire weekend and mocked over it. I also felt protective over my dog, as she's very small.
When I was 12 years old, I went to a week-long scout camp with my troop. Our campsite was notably isolated from the majority of other sites. So even though there were hundreds of kids at the camp overall, there were probably 5 of us kids and 2 or 3 leaders on our site. I shared a tent with 2 other kids. Being the anti-scout that I was, I brought a full-size cot to sleep on, while the other kids slept on the ground. I'm a horrible sleeper in any conditions other than my own bed, so I've always taken sleeping pills when I go camping. I sometimes have strange reactions to them, where I don't sleep well and get dreams confused with reality. On our final night at camp, it was storming with lightning everywhere. We were in a creeped out mood, telling scary stories before trying to go to sleep. I couldn't wait to go home the next morning. I took my pills and somehow managed to fall asleep. I woke up a few hours into the night. I opened my eyes, and in the darkness I could barely make out the crouched over figure of a tall man. I'd woken up because he was gently grabbing my leg. He didn't look like any of my leaders from what I could tell. Confused, groggy, and horrified, I said, "What?" The figure remained silent. After a week on these sleeping pills, I knew how they could make me confused. I closed my eyes, hoping that it was just the pills combining with the night of scary stories. I felt the gentle grip on my leg again. The figure was still standing there. "What?" I said again, this time a little more panicked. Suddenly, without a word, the man leaned down on the ground next to me, where I couldn't see because I was elevated. I couldn't hear anything strange happening, but I was filled with so much terror that I couldn't bring myself to peek over the edge of my cot. I was still unbelievably tired and confused, and in my frightened stupor, I convinced myself that the sleeping pills were causing me to blend nightmares with reality. I drifted in and out of a horrified semi-sleep for the rest of the night, wondering what had happened. I never recalled hearing anything notable or seeing the man leave the tent. Once the sun began to dimly light the tent, I mustered the courage to look over the edge of the cot. The kid next to me was fast asleep and appeared to be unharmed. If this were all there was to the story, I would dismiss it as a weird reaction to my sleeping pills. But then, the next morning over breakfast, the kid who has been next to me asks me and our other tent mate if somebody had come into our tent overnight. The other tent mate said he'd assumed one of us was getting up to pee and had gone back to sleep. When we all confirmed that none of us had gotten up in the middle of the night, he started freaking out, begging our leaders and other scouts from them to admit that they had played a joke on us, or that they had a history of sleepwalking. Nobody ever had any idea what we were talking about. I don't know what someone's motives would have to been to come into our tent only to gently touch my leg and be silent. Unless I have some serious mental blocks, there was no kind of sexual violation, that I can recall at least. Just a strange, quiet intruder. I was out camping with my mom and, at the time, 6-year-old brother, when a white pickup truck pulls into our campsite. 3 or 4 guys get out of the truck, all wearing small, bright white lights attached to their hats that blind us from seeing their faces much. They approach my mom and start asking her questions about who we are and what our plans are for the night. My little brother started whimpering and stopped eating the Doritos he had been happily munching on, and I got the impression that my mom was creeped out as well. So the men leave after about 5 minutes and told my mom that they were official campground employees who were just making sure that everything was all right. Their trucks certainly didn't look official, and they weren't wearing anything that would suggest they were more than just regular, albeit creepy dudes, wandering around and being nosy. My mom told my brother and I to get in the car and take only a few essentials like clothes and a bit of food, and we went to my grandmother's house and spent the night there instead. We left the tent at the campsite, giving the illusion that we were still there. The next morning, after we had told my grandma about what happened, and that we were suspicious, we went back to the campsite to gather our things and head home. When we pulled up, we immediately noticed that our stuff had been picked through by someone who wasn't us. There were footprints leading up to our tent, and the zipper was stuck, halfway open like someone was trying to close it. It was closed when we left it. Our sleeping bags also had boot prints on them. We never saw those guys again, but we still wonder what would have happened if we had stayed. When I was around 9, I went to a summer camp at a nearby YMCA for a few summers. It was a day camp, and there were different camps you could do, such as water sports, crafts, canoeing, etc. Each camp lasted a week. I started the summer by taking one of the craft camps, a special one that lasted 2 weeks. I was really excited about it, but I was nervous because I didn't know anyone else in my group and I'm very shy. The first day, I managed to make friends with an older kid who was in a wheelchair. He was 17, I believe. I'm not sure what his disability was, but he was socially awkward and kind of gave off a creepy vibe. I was trying to be nice to him, because no one else talked to him. But he started to make me uncomfortable. First, he'd start by talking about how much he hated being in the wheelchair because it made his back hurt. He liked being able to get out at the end of the day and stretch, as well as do some exercises with his physical therapist. I'd just smile and nod as he talked about this, not knowing what else to say. At some point, I mentioned to him how I was a dancer and really liked acrobatics class. He asked me to show him some of my moves, so I did a cartwheel. He told me that my legs looked beautiful when I stretched them out like that. Being a kid, I didn't think much of the comment, but I started getting uncomfortable when he began telling me how much he liked my hair, or how white my teeth were, or how cute I was because I was so little. One day, he was talking about stretching out outside of his wheelchair, and mentioned how good it would feel if someone were to walk on his back. You'd be perfect. Just the right size. Would you do that for me one day? I'd love to have you on top of me. He smiled creepily when he said this, so I awkwardly changed the direction of the conversation by telling him how I used to do that for my dad. I was young and stupid. I probably shouldn't have told him that. He got really excited and started talking about how much he'd love it, and how good it must have felt for my dad. I bet he loves having his little girl on top of him like that. He reached out to me at this point and put his hand on my knee. We were sitting by a table in the craft cabin. I awkwardly shrugged it off, moving away a little. He smiled and started talking about how good it would feel if I were to do cartwheels on his back and jump on him. Maybe even lay down on top of him and rub his sides. I got really uncomfortable at this point, and luckily my mom drove up a moment later, so I was able to leave. This was on the weekend, and the camp was going to continue the following Monday. I didn't mention anything to my mom because I figured he was just lonely and awkward and didn't mean to be creepy. But when I got to the camp Monday, he immediately came up to me. I was so upset that I couldn't see you this weekend. I missed my little girl. I smiled and awkwardly walked away, but he followed me. We were all going as a group to the craft cabin, and he came up next to me and asked if I wanted to sit on his lap and ride to the cabin with him. I politely declined and managed to avoid him for the rest of the day, until I was walking to my mom's car at the end of the day. He came up to me, grabbed my hand and pulled me towards him. You've really hurt me today. How would you like it if I hurt you? I yanked my hand away and walked quickly to the car. I told my mom about it all as soon as I got in the car. She immediately drove over to the camp office and spoke with the camp leader about it, who I shared my story with. He assured us he would take care of it immediately. As we were driving away after the meeting, I saw 2 counselors go up to the boy and lead him into the camp office. The look on his face looked like he was going to murder someone. I never saw him after that. I was told that he was kicked out of the camp and never allowed to return. And for the rest of the week, the camp counselors would check on me and make sure that I was okay. So, creepy boy from summer camp, I hope you got your issues worked out and that you're living a happy life now. But please, let's not meet again. I've posted a few times and finally have decided to post this story from a while back. My dad is a journalist and nonfiction writer, that at the time was a reporter for the Genuine Pilot, based out of Virginia. He was working on a new book titled The Big Roads when this occurred. We often went on road trips for his research needs, and once his proposal for his new book was accepted, he went on a cross-country road trip from Virginia to California, and back, on old Route 66 for the book. Me being 13 at the time, I demanded he let me bring a friend along so that we were 3. The first quarter of our month-long venture went off without a hitch. We either stayed in motels with the occasional stay at a grand old historic hotel. My dad, being the outdoorsman that he is, decided that we should camp about 5 or 6 times throughout the trip. The first night we camped, we were in the middle of literal nowhere. No one, for at least 20 miles on either side in the middle of the Utah desert. When we arrived at our campsite in our rented minivan, My dad wanted to explore a bit because at the bottom of the hill that our campsite was situated on was an old Pony Express shop. My friend decided to stay in the minivan until my dad and I finished checking out the Pony Express stop to set up camp on account of all the wasps and bees. We were utterly alone, and as a rather jumpy and skittish 13-year-old girl, it became apparent we were isolated to the point that, if anything happened, we would be screwed. That's all I could think about, as my dad and I walked down the hill to explore. We checked out the old station, and everything was going smoothly, until we were about halfway back up the hill. A large truck that we noticed driving down the old dirt road a few minutes before had turned into our campsite. We were surprised, but didn't really think anything of it. Maybe this guy was on an adventure too. The truck parked halfway up the road and a man got out. He had what I think was a hunting rifle and started hunting around the area my dad and I were in, about 50 feet from our campsite. Of course, this was an absolute no hunting zone, and my dad became a bit concerned because my friend was closer to the stranger than she was to us. He yelled out to the man, saying that there were children around and he couldn't hunt there. As soon as the man turned to face us, I got an overwhelming sense of complete doom. I felt in my entire body that something was not right. The man looked us over, and without saying a word, aimed his gun at us. My dad does not carry a gun, or knife, or any kind of weapon. I felt trapped. My dad ushered me behind a large boulder, but he didn't hide. He stood his ground. There was a solid minute of this man aiming his gun at my dad, and my dad standing completely still, staring back. In my mind, I considered all of the ways this could go down. I was absolutely terrified this guy would shoot my dad, and somehow my friend and I would have to escape or get murdered during this tense minute. The guy lowered his gun, cocked his head to the side, and pointed at my dad using the fake gun fingers and shot him. He got in his truck and drove away. That night, my friend and I slept in the minivan in 90-degree heat because I was positive this guy would come back and murder us all. He didn't come back. A few other creepy incidents occurred on that trip, but we were fine and safe after all. When I was younger, I lived on an estate of houses that backed onto a huge field where many people walked their dogs. It was even used as a cut through to the next neighborhood, which would take approximately 25 minutes to walk though. When I was about 13, my neighbor and I decided to camp out for the night in my back garden, which, apart from a 6-foot wooden fence, was completely open to the field, albeit with 20 trees around the fence. Seeing as we were into action figures at the time, we decided we would make the tent a hideout. So we got together some branches and one of those army nets to put over the tent to make it a bit stealthier. We also put the tent in the corner of the back garden, which had a small roof over it, which made it very dark once the sun went down. We did the usual thing, ate loads of chips and sweets before we decided to try and get some sleep in our well-hidden, super dark tent. Around 4 a.m., I woke up to the sound of someone landing, and then walking on small stones. I then realized that below the fence my mom and dad had decorated with some gravel and flower pots. At first I thought it was our cat, but it was far too loud to be such a small animal. I slowly sat up, trying not to make too much noise from my sleeping bag. Then I heard it again. Once again I tried to make my way out to the front of the tent silently and look through the zipper. About 10 feet away from us, there were 2 guys dressed in all black, crouching under the windowsill of the kitchen talking to each other. I immediately froze and had no idea what to do. They proceeded to creep closer to us, looking for more windows or maybe an entrance, because we were in the corner of the garden. We were quite close to the path that led to the side of our house, where there was a door into the adjoined garage. I heard them talking quite clearly, as now they were less than 5 feet away from me, and my friend who was still asleep. They were talking about being unseen, and just taking whatever they could find in the garage instead of breaking into the house and disturbing anyone. I had no idea what to do, so I rang the house phone. which was pretty loud, and waited for someone to answer. It took a while as it was very early. As soon as the phone rang, the two people bolted to the fence and hopped over. My dad then answered, and I whispered for him to get outside ASAP with the bat or something. Nothing happened in the end, but I'm glad that my friend slept silently.
I'm a 25-year-old female, and I work on a cruise ship. I visit countries around the world. It sounds cool, but it's hard work and it may put you in some weird situations. This day, I had been transferred from one ship to another. Usually, when you disembark from a ship, you leave with many other people disembarking and get into a bus hired by the company to take you to the airport. Well, this time it was different. I was leaving the ship in the middle of the cruise, and I was the only one. It was my first time in that country. It was north of Europe. And I get out of the ship next to the crew admin, and I find 2 different cars and 2 different drivers to take me to the airport. She's the one making contact with them, and she's lost. No idea which is the correct one. One of them starts already taking my luggage and putting it in the trunk. The other approaches to stop him, and they start arguing badly in their language, which none of us understand. She asks then for the credentials of both, to decide with whom she'll send me. Needless to say, my mind at this point is going far with ideas of human trafficking and other possibilities, and I told her that. Her face seemed concerned and confused the whole time. One of them gave her an ID with a picture and a company logo. The other one, only a business card from the company. She then said that she was going to check them, and I thought, good, we'll wait to see what's going on here. But she straight away sent me with the first one, the one that had the ID card, as she says that she knows the name of the company. Well, of course, I didn't want to chill. At the car, I was sending messages to my mom and boyfriend, sharing my location and explaining what was going on. Also, I opened Google Maps to see if we were going in the right direction. The driver then starts doing a voice call, also arguing with someone, in his language, and I try to download a translating app as fast as I can so that I can record it and get the meaning. When I finally got it, he finishes the call and doesn't start another. He doesn't talk to me at any time, and he keeps an unfriendly expression. I proceed to check Google Maps, and to my despair, he does not take the route that I was hoping for. He then stops at a place that looks like a bus station, leaves the car, and starts taking my luggage out. I ask what this place is, and he says it's the airport and we need to go to the immigration. I follow him to an entry, and it's a huge building, so I do believe that it may be the airport, just a different entrance, but I'm not chill yet. He takes me to a corridor. We finally check my documents with an officer and he leaves me there. Only then did I finally breathe. To this day, I didn't find out if the other driver was official or not. Once you leave a ship, you hardly have contact again with the people working there. It could be something very innocent, but maybe my gut doesn't trust that at all. I don't know if you'll consider this story really eerie, but I know how scared I was, and I wanted to share it with someone. So I went grocery shopping as usual, while my boyfriend was still at work yesterday. After I was done checking out, I put everything in my tote bag and walked home. It's about a 350-meter walk to my apartment building from the store. I also had headphones on with loud music. When I get to the entrance of my building, I unlock the door with my tag. I notice a man behind me slip it through the door too. At first, I thought he was just a new neighbor, so I decided to check my mail and let him take the elevator first, so I could go after him. Instead, he stays and gestures for me to take my headphones off. I do. He says that he saw me outside the store and thought that I was beautiful, so he jumped out of his car and followed me so that he could get my number. This man had walked behind me the entire way home. I tell him I have a boyfriend. He says he wants my number anyway. We can at least be friends. I say no. He insists that we'll just be friends. I say no again and tell him that I have to go. He asks if I live alone and says that he lives nearby, so he'll see me around. He can see my entire name and apartment number on my mailbox. I tell him I really need to go, but it was nice meeting him. He sighs and then finally nods and leaves. I feel unsafe now because he knows literally which apartment door is mine. Who the heck follows someone into an otherwise locked private building? Plus my neighbors, me included, usually open doors for people outside the gate because we assume that they're friends or family of people inside. So now, there's a risk that he'll just be in here, and I hate it. So to start this off, I've seen so many posts with several comments that are just insulting and horribly rude to the writer. I'm a bit nervous of how this will be perceived, but I'm going to post it anyway. For context, I'm a 20-year-old female, and at the time of these events, I was around 12 or 13 years old. So I grew up in a very rural area. Like, my town was so small that it was legally considered a village. My house was one of 4 on a span of 40 acres. My childhood home, my grandparents' house right up the street, and 2 neighbors. One of the neighbors, not the subject of this post, let's call him T, had been living across near my family for as long as I could remember, and he rented out a trailer he owned, which was inhabited by the 4th neighbor. The subject of this post, we'll call him J. J and his girlfriend, who we'll call A, had moved in a few months before these events, and I hadn't really met them. I knew of them, but hadn't interacted with them directly. The day I met J and A was extremely awkward, as I was a kid, and I didn't really want to talk to them, but my grandma had made me go with her to drop off some vegetables that she had grown in her garden. When they came out after my grandma knocked on the trailer door, I was first struck by how they looked. I know that sounds bad, but I'm not judging. I now know both of them were addicted to meth. My grandma started the conversation, and I tried to be polite, as I was raised to be by introducing myself when told to do so. I wasn't really able to finish my sentence, as I noticed that Jay was staring at me very intently. He looked like he was either mad or hungry or both. Not the creepiest off the bat, as they both seemed polite enough and I brushed off the stare, as just him trying to be polite, looking at me as I spoke to him as most people do. The creepy part is that as time went on, he began to try and be near me more and more. He'd ride his bike past our house over and over for what seemed like hours, while me and my brother played catch in the yard, with baseball gloves and a softball. Then he began to go to church with me, my brother, and my grandparents. He'd make sure to sit right next to me in the back seat of his car as he rode with us. If my brother tried to sit in the middle, so I wasn't right next to Jay, he'd throw a fit about how my brother was squishing him against the door. Then he began coming to my grandma's house when she'd have me and my brother after school, offering to tutor me with various subjects. What really scared me was that I had begun to see him walking near our house at night, trying to shine a flashlight into my window. He tried various things to get close to me, tried to convince my parents to let him teach me how to golf, tried to help me practice my catching positions for softball, tried to get me to go with him and A to the movies, and none of these things ever included my brother. Only me. Things finally came to a head when I was playing with my dog outside in our front yard. She was a boxer, and he started repeatedly doing laps on his bike down the road again, staring at me like he did the day we met. I was extremely uncomfortable. I've always had very good intuition about people, and something was just always off with him. But that day, I was terrified. He parked his bike right in the middle of the road and got off. He started walking towards me at almost a jog, and I just kept backing away. What happened next is why I believe that dogs are a better judge of character than people could ever hope to be. My boxer ran up to him and launched herself onto him when he was about 6 feet away from me. She tore into his arm and I saw blood. I screamed and my mom ran out shortly after. She was trying to pull my dog off of him, but as soon as she was able to do so, holding onto the dog's collar, she started yelling, asking him why he was in our yard with me alone. He couldn't answer her and just started running back to his bike, riding back to the trailer. My grandma ended up driving him to the hospital as J and A didn't have a car. and I learned later that he got 16 stitches. He never gave a reason as to why he was approaching me, and they moved out shortly after. I haven't seen him since, and I'm still terrified to this day to run into him again. When I was probably 13 to 14 years old, one of my best friends lived about a mile from my house. So naturally, she and I used to walk to meet each other regularly. Once I went over there late. Can't remember exactly why, but our other friend, who also lived nearby, had walked to meet us as well. We probably smoked a little and had a drink, because at that age, it's scandalous, fun, and exciting. So anyway, I walked back to my house late, by myself. It was probably about midnight. A man pulled up in his car next to me and insisted that I get in the car so that he could take me home, after I explained what I was doing. Something about his behavior told me that he was not trying to be kind. I dismissed him several times while he trailed behind me slowly in his car. Eventually, I did the classic pretend to be on the phone trick, naming my exact location and describing his car while I faked going home by ducking into a nearby house's backyard. Surely enough, he sped off as soon as he heard me giving his car description. I still wonder to this day if I could have been murdered or something. Hopefully, it's more innocent than it sounds, but if not, I hope that he didn't harm anyone else. This happened back in 2020. I'm a female and was 19 at the time. My mom used to be a baker, and she needed some chocolates for decoration. Since my siblings were asleep, my mom asked me to get some from the nearby shop. As it was close by, I thought I'd just walk. Most of the shops that I went to were closed due to an ongoing strike. Unfortunately, I was unaware of it, and the ones that were open didn't have the brand of chocolate that my mom wanted. Due to the strike, the place looked like a ghost town with not a soul in sight. I was determined to get that chocolate, so I walked a bit further but still had no luck. Finally, I decided to head home. I could reach home either by a long route or a short one. Since the short route includes trespassing through the neighbor's property, I chose the long route, mainly because I didn't want to cause any inconvenience to them. As I was walking, a van with two men passed me and stopped right in the middle of the road, a couple of meters ahead of me. I didn't think much of it because I assumed they might be lost and looking for directions. Suddenly, the man sitting in the passenger seat stuck his head out of the window, turned back, and looked at me. His gaze moved in a way that he examined me from head to toe. He then gave me a creepy smile and sat back. I immediately thought to myself, why did he look at me so weirdly? But since it seemed physically harmless, I brushed it off and continued walking. The back of the van had this large see-through window, which I could see both men talking to each other right after the creepy gesture. As I was about to reach the back of the van, the driver did the exact same thing as the guy in the passenger seat. He stuck his head out, turned back to look at me, and sat back, all while smiling creepily. That's when my alarm bells started to ring, and I quickly moved away from there. Fortunately, this happened right beside the short route. I immediately changed my direction and started walking towards the short route, which was a narrow path. As soon as they noticed me taking a different route, they sped off. I was quite shaken up, especially by the fact that they sped off the very moment that I took the short route. I'm not sure what they were planning to do with me, but considering that the area looked pretty deserted and me being a skinny person, I would have been an easy target for an abduction or something worse. I'll never forget the way they looked at me. It was as if a predator was eyeing its prey. I'm a 33-year-old female, and I went to a convention with two female friends and stayed in a downtown area hotel near the convention center. Catty corner from our hotel was a chain drugstore. It was still light outside when we decided to get some snacks to eat while watching Netflix that night. While my friends were looking at the candy, I stood back because I wanted chips and noticed a man next to them. He wasn't looking at the candy. He was watching them. They hadn't noticed, so when they picked their candy, I whispered for them to follow me. I picked up the pace, turned quickly down the middle and down an aisle. I told them there's a creepy guy here and to stay together. That's when I noticed that he's on the other end of the aisle. We keep taking turns down various aisles and he's following us, but walking where he's in between us and the exit. At this time, we were basically trapped at the back of the store near the pharmacy. The line for the pharmacy was long, but was full of men, so we got in line and started talking to the men in front of us, hoping that it would scare off our stalker. We could still see him in the big globe mirror, one aisle down, waiting for us. We waited in line for 30 minutes to ask for security. The security swept the pharmacy, and the stalker guy left. We were extra thankful when the security guard offered to walk us back to the front of our hotel. I don't know what intentions that guy had, but I'm glad that I'll never find out. I want to tell this story to warn others. I'm an 18-year-old female, and I live in Maryland, United States. I work at a very popular burger restaurant. I work at the payment window, which is where I stand all night. I'm very friendly. I know sometimes a smile and a compliment can make someone's day a little bit better. Just this same night, before the creeper came, I had a customer tell me that I was so happy, and she loved me for it. That gave me the courage and energy to survive this next interaction. I'm used to the awkward comments and stares from old men. I'm sure it's my friendliness that attracts them. Our uniforms are not revealing. They think I'm naive. Maybe I am. A lot more than I thought. I'm fully aware of the dangers of kidnapping. This particular old man came through just before 6. He pretended to not hear his order, then laughed, like it was a joke between two friends. That's not uncommon. It's an old man thing. No red flags yet. I tell him his total and he hands me all but the change. When he does this, he waves the money around, making me chase it. I was able to snatch the cash, but again, it's just an old man thing. I wasn't concerned yet. He stared at the company name on my shirt and asked if that was my name. I don't wear a name tag for this reason. I joked that I was going to change my name permanently to that. He perked up. At this point, I should state that he was white, mid-60s to 70s, driving a small white SUV with a kayak on top. He had some scruff on his face and was holding a phone to his ear the entire time. When I finally began to engage with him, he moved the phone to be facing me. Looking back, I believe he was recording me. At no point did he speak into the phone or acknowledge it in any way. He probed with more pressing questions. Here's the thing. I have the same last name as someone from U.S. history. Most old people like talking about that stuff, so I told him my last name. He didn't reflect or laugh. He just accepted and continued asking questions. That's when I started to get this sinking feeling. He still owed me change, I told him. He grabbed another $1 and handed it to me, but he wouldn't let go. He wanted to know my first name, and I dodged answering because I was getting really creeped out at this point. He wouldn't let go of the money and was practically drooling for more data about me. I gave him a name that I don't use and he smiled, finally letting go. I got his change and told him to have a nice day. I then immediately left the window and told one of my coworkers about the weird experience. He returned just 2 hours later. I didn't recognize his car on the cameras until he got to my window. I hadn't thought too much about our interaction and was busy texting my dad about whether or not a chicken sandwich was a burger. My stomach dropped when I saw his face. I have many regulars, all of whom I'd have been happy to see. I hope he doesn't become one. I'll call the police. He smiled and said, "Hey, the one with the last name." I half smiled back and wished for the days when we all wore masks. I tell him his total and he makes me chase the money again. The entire time he had his phone against his ear facing me. He starts asking even more intimate questions about me. I lie or dodge them the best I can, giving him 0 correct answers, wanting our interaction to be as short as possible. Some of the questions he asked me: how often do you work? What time do you leave? How old are you? For that one, I knew he wouldn't leave without a number, and I had a nasty feeling the younger wouldn't be the better. So I said, probably 20s. He joked about me being legal. I made a face and tried to get his change even faster. He asked if I had a boyfriend. I was getting more and more nervous, so my answers started getting more sarcastic. I told him boys were trouble. He specifically talked about himself and said that he'd treat me right. I handed him his receipt and told him to have a great night. He threw his hands in the air and was saying, "Don't be like that. I'll treat you right." I shut my window and said bye. He made a bit more of a fuss, but eventually drove forward. From his question about when I got off work, I believed that he was watching the restaurant. I was shaking by this time and I called my mom. She immediately drove up. I talked to my manager and I was a little unsure of the car's color, so he checked the camera for me. Shout out to my manager, he's the best. I continued at my window, watching for the old guy, but I didn't see him again. I left an hour early and gave my manager specific instructions to not place a girl at my window. He agreed. These interactions are unfortunately what cause formerly happy and cheerful service workers to become sour and quiet. I think I'll be taking a couple of days off. I had already had another job lined up, and I'm excited to start it. Thank you for reading. Edit. I did not mean to make light of kidnapping victims with my story. I did feel trapped by this guy, and I felt real fear that he would be waiting for me, no matter when he thought that I got off shift. I do not have a car, and I take myself home on a bike after dark. I think I would be very easy to follow and trap. I did not tell him how I get home. Also, people seem to be confused, and I guess I didn't really elaborate enough on his phone. He held it facing me for the extent of both of our interactions, roughly 5 to 8 minutes. He wouldn't leave, never moving or lower it. I have 2 guesses. He was either recording me and could be preparing to use that video or send it to someone, or he was on a call with someone listening in who I can't identify. Kidnapping was not my first thought. I'm more concerned about how easily I could be to kidnap at night on a dark suburban road. And yes, after kidnapping, any number of things could happen to me. Just because I have a job and people assume my father lives in state doesn't mean that I should feel threatened. That's the reason I left so quickly, by car, with a trusted adult who picked me up. The reason I made this post was to warn others in my area. That's why I gave a description of him and his car. I'm still trying to figure out how to handle this, so any advice would be greatly appreciated. I was going back upstairs to my room in a motel, and a guy joined me in the elevator. He started asking me what I'm up to and if I'm here alone. I am, but he doesn't need to know that, so I told him I'm with my boyfriend. I got out of the elevator, and when I noticed he was close behind me, I walked a bit past my room, and then turned around and walked the other way towards the elevator again. As I waited for the elevator, I saw him turn around and begin walking towards me yet again. I went to the lobby to see if he would still follow me, and of course he did. I was eventually able to get to my room without him seeing me, but I'm pretty anxious now. I don't want to leave my room anymore on the off chance that he'd see me and know what room I'm in. Is there anything I should do in this situation? In joining this subreddit, I was reminded of a bizarre encounter that I had when I was in middle school. So this was nearly 13 years ago. Maybe this isn't as creepy as I remember it being as an adult, but given all the stories about trafficking or kidnapping, I still feel very weird whenever I think of this. I am now a 25-year-old female, but at the time, I was, like I said, in middle school, and I was walking home from my aunt's house after school, and she lives only about a block from my parents' house. It was starting to drizzle a little, So I remember finding it curious to see a man in a business suit and no coat or umbrella walking seemingly to nowhere that would make sense. There aren't any modeling agencies near this street, so him being on foot at about 6 p.m. seemed odd. He stopped me while I was walking on the sidewalk past him and abruptly asked me if I ever considered modeling. At this time, I was about 12 and very goth, so no, I obviously was not modeling. Something about this whole thing sent off alarm bells for me, because it didn't seem like any viable agent would ever approach any random young girl like this. What still strikes me about this was how he was carrying a portfolio of his models that he showed me to try and legitimize his proposal. But the pictures were either A, not of actual people, but illustrations, watercolor paintings, architecture, or scenery, or B, photo shoots taken from fashion magazines like Vogue that he was passing as his own clients. He tried to get my information from me, and I hurriedly declined and said that I would have to talk to my parents. I don't believe he had a business card, and at the mention of my parents, he seemed to back off. Once I walked away from him, I remember running the rest of the way home. I told my parents about this, and they agreed that it seemed really off too. They did call the police to alert them of any suspicious activity just in case, but I never heard anything about it again. I'm curious if any other young girls encountered something similar to this a few years ago. This happened during my freshman year of college. I'm a male, and at the time I was 18. It was the first few days of the semester, and upperclassmen were offering to take freshmen to Target. I needed to get some things for my dorm, so I went. Everything was completely normal up until we walked out of the Target. After we stowed our items in the car, I took the empty cart and looked for a parking lot cart station to leave it in. Here's where things get interesting. On my way back from dropping the cart off, I noticed this car was driving slowly behind me. I looked back confusingly, and the driver sped up to meet me and lowered the window. He looked like a regular middle-aged man and told me, "My boss is giving away these huge surround sound stereo systems we've got in the back of the car. We've got a bunch of them. Do you want one?" This is when I noticed the other guy in the passenger seat. He was huge and had a nasty glare that gave a really bad vibe. I took a quick peek to the back since it was kind of visible and I couldn't see anything. I said no thanks and to have a good day, and the driver just says F you and speeds away. Overall, really suspicious experience. Don't know what would have happened had I gone to the back. I'm a female in my 20s, and I work retail, and I'm very, outwardly friendly, so I'm constantly talking to anyone that comes within 5 feet of me. I had some off-putting encounters, but never anything I couldn't handle. This happened over 3 days in early December around my birthday. Day 1, a guest came up to me and said, "You exude happiness. Can I take a photo of you?" I dress very unique, so I chalked it up to my outfit, and being the fleshy doormat that I am, I said sure. I held thumbs up awkwardly and off he went. My other coworkers and my boyfriend thought that I was dumb for letting him take my photo. My mom watches a lot of Dateline and thought someone was going to order a kidnapping on me with the photo, and I started to get unnerved, but nothing really came of it. The next day, a man, let's call him F, came into the pharmacy next to my department asking for me by name. I have an uncommon name with an unusual spelling on top. The pharmacy tech made an excuse that I was at lunch, thinking he'd leave, but he came back an hour later asking if lunch was over, but I had actually left for the day, so no luck, I guess. The next time, the third day, he sees the tech and he tries to apologize, saying that he and I had just locked eyes at one point and connected, or something like that. In all actuality, I smile at everyone out of nervousness at work. The tech sent all of this to me in a Facebook message on the third day, my birthday. I, of course, had no idea who she was talking about, and when I went back into work, they let me see him on the security camera. and I had never seen him to my knowledge. The next time I saw him was the next month, and I didn't recognize him before it was too late, and he gave me a really creepy smile and a flirty wave, but I ran to the offices. The security guys told him that he can't be asking about team members, schedules, whereabouts, and things like that, and he said that he'd back off, which he had, and my higher-ups spot him when he comes in and they walkie to me to take off from the sales floor each time. Looking back, I don't think the two incidences / two different creepy people were connected at all. While I wasn't comfortable with F asking me, I think the photo guy before him made the situation more stressful, and I bet F was a bit confused as to why it had been taken so seriously. This might not be creepy to some, but that month of looking over my shoulder, changing my schedule, not being allowed to walk outside alone, and having to set off stage while F took his time and seemingly circled my area, it was definitely feeling very creepy. F came in today at the end of my shift, but I was already off the floor, and I read a post today on here that kind of reminded me of it, so I wanted to share. This happened a few hours ago, just after 9 a.m. I was on my way back to the hotel that I stayed at last night because a family friend was in town after I walked to the local Tim Hortons to get my usual drink this morning. After returning to said hotel, I came in through the side entrance that needs the room key to open, which I had, and after entering the second set of doors, this random dude comes up to me. He was standing on the side near this crevice that's near the elevators. The elevators also need a room key to use them, and he was like, "Hey, I forgot my room key upstairs and need to use the bathroom. Can you help me out?" I obviously said, "No, sorry, I can't," and he just straight up left through the same doors that I just came from. Right after that happened, I thought to myself, if he forgot his room key, he should have went to the front desk, because it was literally just around the corner from where we were standing. And that's the most logical thing to do, especially if you're an actual guest. Personally, I think that he thought that since I look young for my age that I would be naive enough to say yes. I'm glad that nothing more happened, but either way it was really weird, and most definitely an interesting experience. Recently, a relative told me a kind of weird and unsettling story that I suspect, without any hard evidence, might relate to kidnapping or human trafficking. I'm posting here to see what everyone else thinks, and if anyone has had any similar experiences. The story may come off as silly to some, but please be aware that I'm just seeking knowledge and perspective. The story came up because we were talking about house hunting. My partner, a 22-year-old female, and I, a 22-year-old male, are looking to move soon and are looking for a place to live. The relative and her partner are in a similar boat. The discussion eventually led to our preferences of rural versus suburban properties. At some point, I said something about how I'd like to live somewhere more rural, but there are things that freak me out about the countryside too. She then shared with us a strange experience that her and her partner had when going to look at a house. They had scheduled a showing with their realtor and had gone to meet him at the house. According to her, the place was pretty far out in the boonies, but still cornfields rural, not middle of the woods rural. An important distinction here in Michigan. When they arrived, their realtor was already there. However, when they got out of the car and started walking up the driveway, a white van abruptly pulled into the driveway. The sliding door swung open, and the van was packed full of adult men in Amish/Mennonite type attire. Like 6 or 7 guys according to her. Apparently these guys introduced themselves by saying that they were Jehovah's Witnesses, and that their church was having a cookout right up the road, and that they should hop in and hitch a ride with them. As you can guess, the relative, her partner, and their realtor were all a little weirded out by this interaction, and were unsure how to respond. After nicely trying to tell them no, The men continued to insist that they get in the car, and eventually had to be told by the realtor that they were on private property and needed to leave. They then closed the sliding door and whipped out of the driveway and went speeding down the road. Now, obviously, this could just be a misunderstanding of some kind, but hearing this story, the first place that my mind went to was kidnapping. However, I don't know if that's just how my brain is conditioned to interpret events like this, because trafficking is so prevalent in my home state. The whole story just gave me a very uneasy feeling, mostly because the idea of creepy people posing as Jehovah's Witnesses is terrifying to me. I'm curious if there's anyone with similar experiences, or if anything like this has ever been documented. Hey guys, this one may seem pretty minor, but it still grossed me out. A few days ago, I had to go to the DMV to get a real ID, Chicago's new kind of ID. I also lost my previous wallet at Target, so I had to get a new one ASAP. When I arrived, a man held the door for me. I thanked him and he said nothing. I didn't care about that, but what I did care about was how he sat down in the same row as me waiting for service, and every 5 minutes or so gradually slid down one chair until he was 2 chairs from me. Okay. He didn't say anything and just sat there until they called my number. Then I just did my stuff and got called over to take my photo. I was waiting for them to take a photo when I saw the guy standing near the picture-taking wall behind the camera, sort of, just making weird faces at me. He was sort of contorting and clenching his jaw, half closing his eyes, all the while staring at me. I told the lady what was going on. She had some people who worked there, maybe plainclothes police officers, try to escort him off from the building, but he speed walked out before anyone got to him. I think he heard the photographer say something about him. When I left, he wasn't outside. Just some weird, dumb thing that happened to me. I'm currently traveling SEA with my 2 brothers. We just arrived in Saigon this morning. In the evening, after dinner and a few beers, me and my 2 brothers, older and younger, I'm the middle child, decided to sit on a bench in the Hao Dan Park and have a quick smoke. We were chatting away, sat on the bench, when I noticed a Vietnamese man repeatedly looking at us and walking in circles very near where we were sitting. At first, I wasn't too concerned about him. However, my spidey senses were alerted. Then a minute or 2 later, I noticed another Vietnamese man, dressed as a Grab delivery driver, acting suspicious and repeatedly looking at me and my brothers. The stalkers were both on the phone, and I believed that they were communicating with each other. Being in a foreign country, this alerted us heavily, and we decided to leave. However, it was a good 600-meter walk to the park exit. As we were walking, I noticed both Vietnamese men had got on mopeds and were following us through the park, stopping behind trees and watching us. They then overtook us and sat at a bench further down the path waiting for us to cross their path. Being aware of this, we left the path and started walking on muddy grass as the crow flies to the nearest exit, avoiding the 2 men who were still watching us and clearly had bad intentions. We were 100 meters from the exit when my younger brother looks behind us to see one of the men sprinting towards us. My younger brother took stance, standing his ground, and asked the man what he wanted. The man's posture became very small, and he began talking very quietly. Both me and my younger brother kept a good distance and told him to leave us alone as we walked backwards towards the exit. Noticing the second assailant was also approaching us wearing motorcycle gear, helmet and motorcycle gloves, potentially a big problem. However, my oldest brother decided instead of trying to get out of the situation, to get closer to the whispering Vietnamese man to hear what he was saying. Both me and my younger brother were yelling at him to get out of there, but he was being an idiot. It took the Vietnamese guy 5 seconds to win my oldest brother's trust. Then out of nowhere, when my older brother was leaning in very close trying to hear Whispering Man, The guy grabbed my brother between the legs. I was ready to fight, expecting to be robbed or something, but the grab was super unexpected and a real curveball. After the grab, we started shouting and approached the men in an aggressive manner, in a fighting stance. This slowed down their approach enough for us to make a dash for the park exit. For context, both me and my younger brother are competing MMA fighters. I posted one of my fights on Reddit if you don't believe me. However, the whole situation was unexpected. We didn't engage in any violence towards the men, just shouting at them. We walked out the exit into the busy city and walked around for a while, making sure we were not being followed before heading back to the hotel. What's your take on this story? Be careful in parks at night at Vietnam. Grabbers be peeking from behind trees. I'm not sure if I've been traumatized or if I'm just overreacting, but my mom's neighbor was killed recently, and I'm really struggling to cope. The thing about this is I grew up in my mom's house for 18 years and moved back recently to an apartment 5 minutes away, so I'm over at her house very often. I grew up with these neighbors and got somewhat strange vibes from all of them, but I really liked one of them, the dad. He was always very kind and very likable. He and his wife had issues, and they had 4 kids, one of whom was mentally unstable and was living with her parents well into adulthood. I always got eerie vibes from her, but I always just chalked it up to a manageable dose of anger and severe mental illness. She had also gone through a severe trauma in her teen years that kind of explained the instability. Well, I showed up at my mom's house on a Thursday. The daughter was outside appearing to have a full-on mental breakdown, laughing nonstop and talking to herself quickly and strangely in between laughs. It seemed like she never even paused for a breath. I was afraid, I won't lie, but I knew another neighbor had called the police, so I thought it was going to be handled. I will never forget the look of her face though. She had been laughing all day long for hours on end, and her face had changed a strange color of bright red and orange. At one point, she was laughing and talking to herself while looking directly at me. By the end of the evening, she was inside, and the house was quiet, and I stupidly assumed in her state had somewhat lessened. You would think I would know how bad it was and how dangerous she was from the description, but if it's someone you know, or even just see regularly, somehow you just don't consider that they can be as dangerous as what you hear on true crime podcasts. The next day, police and ambulances came and taped off the house. I assumed that it was a self-unaliving at first, and I was only a little surprised. Then we found out that she had done it. She had killed her father. He was a sickly and frail older man who had been taking care of her alone out of compassion. The photo of her crazed mugshot with scratch marks on her face from him fighting for his life. The image of seeing the two of them together seemingly happy and normal. The image of her red and orange face. And the idea of his horrific last moments haunt me. I can't process it. I can't find a lot of info about a neighbor being murdered. And I don't know if I'm just overreacting or if this is just trauma. I was scrolling through old posts, and one reminded me of this story that happened about a decade ago. My kids and I lived in a little house on the corner of my street. Occasionally, I'd see a drifter wandering in the area. He wasn't bothering anyone, and the house was at a very busy thoroughfare, so I never thought much of it. He seemed to be minding his business, so I minded mine. One day, while I was hanging out on my front porch with the kiddos, 5 and 1 at the time, he came up to the edge of my walkway, but didn't actually set foot on my property, asking if I had some food and water. It was summer in Florida, and I'm not heartless, so I told him to wait there and give me a minute. I'd take the kids inside with me, grab a few bottles of water, make a couple sandwiches, and throw some single-serving snacks in a bag for him. I go back outside without the kids, give it to him. He thanks me and leaves. Every week or so he'd come by, and I, or my babysitter if I was at work, would give him some water bottles and food. He was always polite, always said thank you, and immediately moved it along. After about a month of this, I let a friend who was down on his luck stay with me since I had the extra space short term. My friend was 5'11" and about 250 pounds. Well, I got home from work one evening, and my friend was sitting on my porch waiting for me. He looked agitated. The drifter had been by again, but this time he'd come up to the door and knocked. Any other time, he always just happened upon me or my kid's sitter while we were on the porch. Apparently, he was very surprised to see my very large friend answer the door, and immediately said something along the lines of, "I thought it was just her and the kids living here," and started acting antsy. And then my friend saw the knife he was hiding in his hand. Wham! He shoved the dude off my porch and told him if he ever saw him within 3 blocks of my house again, he'd break both of his arms. My kid's father, we were split up and living separately at the time, was livid when I told him. He worked for a security systems company and immediately set an appointment up to have a security system installed in my house after that, and paid the monthly fee himself. He absolutely hated that particular friend of mine, but thanked him profusely for looking out for me and the kids. All in all, I was upset and scared, but also sad. I helped keep that man fed for over a month at that point. I never did see him again after that, though, fortunately. I was a sophomore in high school when this happened. It was during May, and I stayed after school with half of my grade due to an award show. It was conducted by the literature department and our principal. Me and my group actually won the Best Message Award for our short film. Anyways, after the award show was over, me and my friends went back to our classroom to change into more comfortable clothes and to spend some more time together while we waited for our parents to come pick us up. Only 5 of us were in that classroom. As time went by, 3 of my friends left with their parents. It was only me and my best friend in the classroom. 30 minutes later, her dad called her to say that they were waiting for her on the school's yard. By the way, our classroom is on the 3rd and highest floor. Together, we walked down the stairs to the ground floor. She asked me if I wanted to come outside with her and maybe wait in the waiting area next to the security. To this day, I curse myself for not saying yes. Instead, I said no and decided to wait in the waiting area inside our building. I could have went to my principal's office and waited with her, since she liked spending time with me and talking to me. If you couldn't tell, I was a nerd and one of the top kids in my grade. Anyways, in my school there were 5 couches in the waiting area for both students and parents. As I was walking to the waiting area, I saw a janitor but didn't think much of it. I put my bags down, but as I was about to sit down, I had a weird feeling, like he was watching me and my moves. I felt too uneasy to sit down, so I stayed standing up while holding my bags, just in case I had to run or throw them to save myself. As a reflex, I raised my head and looked at him. He continued to stare at me. It was as if we were in a race where neither of us were looking away. Believe me when I say I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. Maybe it was because I saw him as a threat, or maybe it was because I was too scared and uncomfortable to move. He had this weird smirk on his face, but since it was getting dark, I couldn't exactly tell. I don't know how long we looked at each other, but I broke out of my trance when I saw my classmate from the previous year walking outside the building. In a desperate attempt, I waved at her and she saw it. Then I remember her coming in and walking towards me saying, "I saw someone waving," to which I replied with, "Oh, it was me. I thought you left and was surprised to see you, so I waved at you. Actually, if you don't mind, can you walk me to the waiting area next to the security?" As we were walking outside, I looked back and the janitor is still staring at me. I was wearing high heels, a short skirt and a tight shirt, but it was an award show and we wanted to dress up. I don't think that these sort of things happen to women because of what they wear, but I do think that he was staring at me because of my attire. At the waiting area next to the security, I was so anxious while waiting for my mom, thinking, what if he comes in here? Even when my mom came and I got in the car, I was shaking slightly, and I wasn't in the headspace to speak about anything. So I told my mom that we got an award, but that I was too tired to speak. Also, to anyone wondering, I only told this story to 2 females I used to work with outside of school. I never had the courage to tell my parents or anyone in my school. However, after this incident, I tried to not be alone at school and always have someone with me just in case something like this were to happen again. One of the reasons that I never told anyone was the fact that nothing physically abusive happened, and I probably couldn't prove anything anyways. This was a hard dose of reality for me, since I realized that females weren't safe anywhere, not even in their own high schools. Writing this makes me feel better in a way, that I can finally let it out of my system. This happened like a week ago, so it's still quite fresh in my memory. I was up in northern Canada, camping with a bunch of my cousins and friends, something that we've done every year since I can remember. The trip started off routinely, waking up with a sore back from sleeping on a crappy air mattress, spending a bit too much time in the sun out on the lake, only to deal with itching shoulders and feet the rest of the trip, and hanging out by the fire into the early hours of the morning. It's strange. Although camping can be one of the most uncomfortable things ever, I've always felt grounded and safe whenever I'm by that water. That is, until what happened to me last night, that we were there. My cousins, buddies, and I, the whole gang, would explore the campground every year to see if there were any new changes or upgrades to the old 1970s amenities. This year, we were pleasantly surprised to see that a brand new picnic shelter had been built on the opposite end of the park, maybe about a 15-minute walk from our site. This thing was outrigged with a dozen or so outlets, 6 brand new picnic tables, and a great view of the beach leading into the lake. We decided that the last night of our trip we'd play some card games under a crudely hung flashlight at around 1 a.m., milking our last hours in the great outdoors. Being in our early 20s, we decided to indulge in some libations before playing the games, just to spice it up a bit and get the creative juices floating. We brought along a handful of beers each too, keeping a watchful eye for park rangers looking to spoil some innocent fun with a citation. Those beers flowed right on through me, and within a half an hour of being at the shelter, I had to use the restroom. So I got up from the table that we were sitting at and moved around the side of the structure, out of the dim lighting and into the pitch black of the night. The only light around me was the moon's reflection off the perfectly still water, just enough for me to make my way onto the little trail we'd taken to get to this pretty secluded area. I unzipped my fly and began letting it fly when I saw it. I did maybe a triple take to make sure that I wasn't just high and tipsy, but no. There in front of me, maybe 15 feet away, was a pair of human eyes glaring out of the bushes right at me. I knew that I wasn't tripping out, because even in that short amount of time, my eyes had begun to adjust, and there I could see the faintest outline of the figure the eyes belonged to, shifting ever so slightly and rustling some leaves. I didn't know what to do, and keep in mind, I'm in the middle of using the restroom, so I just blurted out, "Get your eyes off of me," because apparently that's the first thing that came to mind. I don't know. Then 2 things happened at once. The figure started emerging from the bushes towards me, and I heard the quick footsteps of my buddies behind me running over to see what the heck I was talking about. That must have been all whatever that thing in the bushes needed to see, because it took off back into the woods. My friends were quite concerned, because I'd been the one telling everyone to shut up and keep quiet all night. And now I'm yelling out loud something about myself. I told them what I'd seen, and they believed every word because one of them had heard bushes moving earlier when he went to take a leak, but he thought nothing of it. The following incident happened in high school, and it's slightly creepy, but more shady. Anyways, I'll give a little bit of background first. In middle school, I was bullied by two guys in 6th grade, with one even getting physical with me. Fortunately, they were taken care of. And then there was one guy in high school who was a bully to others, but not me. He was rather shady though. Now, cut to my high school days. Sometimes after classes, I would get work done at my local library, which had a computer lab in the downstairs area. The lab had about 6 rows of computers, with about 8 computers in each set row, and I would use that time to get work done. Or, if I finished early, I would surf the web. One day, it was rather busy in the computer lab area, and I signed in and took a computer. Later, I saw 3 people enter the library area and sign in to take seats. The 2 bullies from middle school years prior, and the shady guy from high school. At first, I thought nothing of it. Maybe it was just a coincidence. However, as they sat down, they started whispering to each other, with one of the guys even occasionally glancing back at me for a split second, just to make sure that I was still there, before whispering again. I continued to work for the next 5 minutes, keeping an eye on the guys, and the whispering and glances increased. I also noticed that they weren't even surfing the web. They were just on the home screen, seemingly waiting for something. I had a bad feeling, and something told me that I should get up and go home. Turns out, I was right, because as soon as I logged out and started getting up, I heard one of the guys say to another, "Oh, dang it, she's leaving." I walked home without any of them following me, so it had to be something else. I have no idea what they were planning, but whatever it was, I am glad that I decided to get up and leave before things escalated. In 2017, I had heard news of people dressing up as clowns and running around with knives at night. I typically brush those things off because I got my own problems. I, at the time, was a 20-year-old female and was often up all hours of the night dealing with my screaming newborn. It was January/February, so we still had some snow, and I wasn't able to get out of the house very often. Taking out the trash, which is located right out the back door, was usually the most I got of fresh air. One morning I took out the trash and happened to glance over to the right, and I noticed footprints directly under the window to my baby's room. I walked over to inspect, and not only were there footprints, but there were also hand indentations on the window screen. Weird, but the baby slept in my room, so I was not very concerned at the moment, but my boyfriend was losing his marbles. Fast forward a couple of days, and I was up around 3 a.m. and heard not exactly what I would call screaming, but more of a screeching howl. We have lots of stray cats, so I kinda thought that's what it was, and I ignored it. Once the sun was up, I looked out the window, and I noticed a few sets of footprints that really didn't make sense, because it kinda looked like someone had just been passing in between the houses. So again, I blow it off, because we had a drug house across the street, and we have had a few people cross through our yard before to get to that house. Maybe 4 nights later, again at 3 a.m., I'm breastfeeding and hear a dragging noise against the house, and from where I was sitting on my couch, I could see the back door. The back door has a window with blinds on it, and it doesn't seal well due to wood rot on the frame. I paused the TV and listened, just to hear it again, now directly at the back door. Looking over, I can clearly see a looming figure just standing in the window, holding one of those big kitchen knives. And granted, the blinds were shut, so I'm seeing the creepy shadow version of this. He runs the knife across the window panes before softly knocking. Meanwhile, I'm trying to figure out what to do with a newborn latched on because my phone is in the bedroom, and something in me doesn't want whoever this is out of my vision. So I stand up and readjust because I really didn't want a screaming baby right then, and walking into my kitchen and flick on the light, and then said, just loud enough for him to hear me, "Hey man, I already called the police, and I'm sure you don't want to deal with them, so why don't you just go home?" I don't know why I talked to him so calm and normal like that, but I don't think that he was expecting anyone to say anything, because he froze the moment that I began talking. He talked it over with himself for a minute and darted down towards the alleyway, Never had anything like that happen again, but my boyfriend sure was mad that I didn't wake him up to handle the situation, or at least actually call the police. Not sure if this counts as a creepy encounter, but I sure was creeped out once my sleep-deprivated self realized what had happened. A few years ago, I was the only one home in a snowstorm and minding my own business. I decided to call a friend, and we talked for a while and got into some political chatter and what many would call conspiracy theories. The discussion was getting deep into the subject. I don't even remember what we were talking about, to be honest, when suddenly the call drops, and immediately there's knocking at the door. I remember my stomach dropping, and I felt a bit frozen, but I calmed myself down and went to the door. There was a woman there with a clipboard and papers. She was dressed in a bohemian look under her jacket, and she proceeded to say hi and tell me that she's collecting petitions for a river preservation or something like that, and asks me to sign if I can. Mind you, the speech was long, and it's literally blizzarding outside. I write down fake information, and as I do, I get this weird feeling that she was trying to go inside. She was really close to the door, and I made sure to keep it close to me to ensure that she couldn't see inside. It was a small house that I was living in at the time. The vibes were weird. The call dropping after, talking about the government. She shows up right away in the middle of the storm, asking for info. It really left me uneasy. It could have been a coincidence, though. Many years ago, I, a 24-year-old male at the time, would hang out with a coworker of mine most Friday nights at a bar and play pool. I'm not good at pool, but sometimes after I've had a few drinks in me, I start to play well. My coworker was pretty good, so on the nights that I was hot, we would often clean up and be playing for a while. The usual way pool works in a bar is you come up and put a quarter on the table to claim next game. The winner stays on the table and the new group pays for that game. The table took 4 quarters to release the balls for the next game. If you keep winning, you stay on the table and don't pay. This particular bar had a main floor and a basement level, and the pool table was in the basement. On this night it was slow. We played a few games 1v1 between us since nobody else was around. Eventually, these 2 other guys came down and wanted to play, and we proceeded to beat them in an uneventful game. One of the guys seemed to get agitated that they lost, but wanted to play again. We told them to pay for it and we can play again, and this guy started arguing that he shouldn't have to pay and we should split it. We explained how it usually works and he reluctantly agreed. My coworker and I then proceeded to kick their butt again. This made the guy mad. He started screaming at us, insulting us, just losing it. The 2 of us were both in decent shape at the time, so we didn't feel threatened, and there was no way we were going to give up the table to these guys and leave. In hindsight, we should have just left. Miraculously, we actually managed to calm this guy down. He seemed susceptible to reason, maybe understood there was a protocol for playing. We cracked some self-deprecating jokes and eventually fell into a decent rapport with these 2 guys. They kept wanting to play, and we kept beating them. But they kept paying and we were joking around and doing some playful trash talking, etc. Then the guy who was angry earlier started to get too comfortable. He would come over and stand way too close to me. He started touching me and putting his hands on my shoulders, and he kept on talking about my shirt and how much he loved it. It was a boring, plaid pattern green shirt, but he would not stop talking about it. At one point, he came up behind me while I was shooting and grabbed at the collar and pulled it away from me because he needed to know what size it was and wanted to see the tag. This was really starting to make me angry. So my coworker and I eventually said that we're going upstairs to get some beers, and we just left. That Monday, I was back to work. I work at the TV industry, and at the time, I was working at a small local TV station. It was my first job out of college, and I was working my way up. And at the time, I was doing a weekly rotation with 2 other people, where we would cycle through different jobs in the control room. That week, I was the Chiron operator, which is the machine that does live on-air graphics. lower thirds, over the shoulder boxes, full screen pictures, etc. I would come in, make the graphics, then during the news I would call them up and have everything ready when it needed to be. I missed the morning meeting that day for some reason, so I didn't know what any of the stories were about. One story was about a crime, so I opened the folder that a producer left mugshots in to get it ready in the Chiron. To my shock, there he was, that creep from the bar staring back at me through the screen. I couldn't open up the show rundown fast enough to see what he did. Apparently, the next night at the same bar, he stabbed someone in the parking lot, allegedly over a fight regarding the pool table. The guy he stabbed lived, but whenever this story pops in my head, I always think about how my night would have ended if we didn't ride the fine line between making this guy too angry or letting him get too friendly. So this all starts when me and my two buddies, me 19 and them 20 and 17, went to go fish off this bank on the river in the afternoon. The layout is that you drive over the levee before you drop down into a boat ramp / parking area right next to the river. We brought pizza, beer, weed, music, and of course our rods, hoping we'd just hang out and do some late night fishing. At this point, we're all set up on the bank with our chairs and speaker having a nice evening, and it's probably been 2 hours and it's 9 p.m. now. All three of us were feeling good with some beers in our system, and then, all of a sudden, we hear 2 cars with super loud music pull up, and everyone gets out. The cars must have had 4 to 5 people in them each, because I heard a lot of people talking, but it was all in Spanish, so I couldn't make anything out. We try to ignore it, but then it gets so loud that we couldn't enjoy ourselves. So we start packing our stuff to head back to the car and just chill out while we sober up. While we're gathering our things, we start to hear what sounds like an argument go down. We start to hear lots of glass shattering and people screaming at the top of their lungs. They couldn't see us, but they were basically no more than 20 feet behind our heads. At this point, we're just keeping quiet, and then you start to hear what sounded like someone getting punched repeatedly, and then a loud splash into the river by the boat ramp, and someone saying, "Nah, leave him," which was the only words spoken in English. At this point, we didn't know what we just heard happen, and we didn't want to stick around to find out. The three of us trekked back up the steep incline to get back to the car, but as soon as we came into their view, they all got back into their 2 cars and quickly sped back over the levee. Except we spotted one of the cars just sitting on top of the levee, slowly creeping forward. When we turned our car on, that car went fully over the levee. We realized we were the only car left in the parking lot, and it was now pitch black outside, around 9:30 p.m. We sat there for no more than 30 seconds just trying to process what we just heard go down, and then we decided we need to get out of there completely and park somewhere to sober up all the way. As we're going over the levee, the road goes over it and then down and makes a sharp left. Right after we take that sharp left, our hearts drop when we see 4 cars lined up completely horizontal across the road, blocking us from getting through. There's orchards on our left and right, so there was no going around at all. At this point, my buddy just gassed it straight towards their bumpers to try and split in between the cars and get out of there, even if it meant damaging the front end of his car. Just as we do that, one of the 4 cars slightly moved out of the way, creating a gap. We flew right through it and got out of there, and they were laying on the horn while we passed through. We didn't know what their intentions were, but clearly there were 2 cars in the boat ramp area where we were at, and 2 cars on the other side of the levee blocking the road from anyone else coming in. I ended up filing a police report, just in case they really did bump a body into the river. It happens all the time here, but I haven't heard anything back. Definitely one of my most terrifying experiences. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I was around 22 at the time of this story. I used to work at Starbucks, and there was a regular there. We'll call him John. John is old enough to be my dad,
probably like 60s. I'd see him every day, and we never really even made small talk. I ended up transferring to a store down the street, and I noticed John started coming in. I thought maybe he just frequents stores in the area, no big deal, until he started bringing me gifts out of nowhere. He gave me his old Bluetooth Bose speaker, perfume, roses, a giant stuffed animal, etc. I hadn't seen John come in for a few days, so to my surprise, I'm on a break and someone comes and tells me he's asking for me. He hands me this straw hat with painted birds all over and says, "I just got back from Mexico, saw this hat and it reminded me of so much of you and knew you had to have it." What the F? To top the cake, I had graduated college while I was working there. John comes in probably a week later with a bunch of pizzas and congratulates me for my victory. I never told him or really even made a big deal about it at work. This is a customer who I went from seeing every day for 2 years with minimal contact to absolute off the deep end love bombing coming out of literal thin air. This happened about 5 years ago when I was attending college in a small, rural town. I'm a female, and I was 21 at the time, and I lived in a duplex with 2 roommates in a neighborhood. We had 2 houses on either side of us. We never really saw our neighbors much or talked to them until it was maybe 3 to 4 a.m. I was just getting home from my boyfriend's house. I pull into the driveway and start walking up to my door when I hear, "Help me. Please help me." At first, I was so startled that I bolted towards my door, but then I realized someone actually might need help. So I slowly walked back out front and noticed an older woman laying in my neighbor's yard. She calls out to me again, "Please help me. I think I broke my hip. I fell off the porch." I walk over to her and ask if I can call an ambulance. She says no. "Can you please go inside and get Dr. Jones?" I don't remember the exact name she said, but I do remember her saying doctor. I'm going to preface this by saying I know my next actions were not smart, but I wasn't thinking clearly at the time. So I walk inside the house and start calling out for Dr. Jones. While inside, I notice an open bedroom door with the light on and a mattress on the floor, which I assumed was the woman's room. I walked further back into the house calling out for Dr. Jones, and he eventually comes out of a back bedroom. He looks just as startled as I was. I tell him the situation and he follows me outside and helps her up. They thank me, and I go back inside my house. The rest of the time I lived there, I never saw either of them again. Still, one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me. It was 2002. I was 13 and had just started middle school. I was opened up to many different groups of people, and I definitely found myself interested in the punk/goth group of kids, mostly because I had a crush on one of the boys who had shoulder-length straight black hair and wore a floor-length black trench coat. What a weird time. Shortly after meeting him, he became my first boyfriend, and I absolutely wanted to match his style. I loved the style anyways, but matching him made it seem so much cooler back then. He also gave me an old skateboard to practice with because he loved skateboarding. I came home from school one day and begged my mom to take me to the mall to get some new clothes. My poor mom, who had just bought me tons of new school clothes, was kind enough to take me to get new clothes in this style that I wanted. She was such a saint. So we get to the mall and I head straight for Hot Topic, Zoomies, Spencer's, and PacSun. My mom definitely wasn't ready for Hot Topic, so she bought me a pair of black, wide-legged cargo pants from PacSun, a black hoodie with a red Independent logo, and some skate shoes. I wanted to be a skater girl. We got home around 8 p.m., and I asked if I could go to my friend's house to show off my cool new look. She said no and that it was getting late, and it was a school night. So I put all my new clothes on and decided to go out on my driveway and practice my kickflips. As I was heading down my stairs, I decided that maybe I should bring the cordless phone with me.
This was before cell phones were given to kids. The cordless phone wouldn't work beyond my front porch, but it made me feel better. So I put the bulky phone in my pocket, took another look at myself in the mirror, and decided to put my very long hair in a low ponytail and tuck it into my hoodie and pull the hood up. I had a gut feeling that something might happen, so I wanted to disguise myself as a guy. My stepdad was playing video games in the family room, which had windows facing our court and driveway. I told him that I was going to leave the front door open and close the glass storm door to let more light out, and also so that my mom and stepdad could easily see me if they looked out the door. I don't know why I had all of these inclinations, but I was listening to them. I walked out the door to the end of my driveway and started messing around with my board. I had been out there for maybe 5 to 10 minutes when I saw a figure in the distance. There was a man dressed in all white. He was wearing what looked like an all-white Sean John sweatsuit, white high-top sneakers, and a white pageboy hat. He stood out against the dark night, and his clothes illuminated under the glow of the street lamps. I didn't recognize him, and we really didn't have a lot of people walk around by my house because my court sat at the bottom of 2 inclined roads. People typically took different routes that didn't force you to walk downhill and uphill. He was walking with a sort of purposeful limp, like he thought it looked cool. His head looked down towards the ground the whole time, and he slowly made his way down the sidewalk on the other side of the street. I stopped kicking my board around and stayed quiet just watching this guy. Once he got to where my court was, he crossed the street. I could feel myself getting nervous, but I watched him cross and continue up the street. The worry left me and I went back to my skateboard, did a kickflip, landed it excitedly, and turned around to see if the guy was still on his walking path away from my house. But then suddenly, I see him turn around and start walking back toward my court. I stood there so confused just watching. He wasn't picking up pace, but he was looking at me now. I waited to see if he would continue on straight forward or turn into my court, hoping he would just keep walking. Then I see his body shift to the left and turn onto the sidewalk that leads to my driveway. I kicked my board up into my hands and darted to my front porch and turned to look back, and he was standing in the driveway taking small steps forward. I swung the door open and I heard him call me a name. I ran inside, locked the door, and ran upstairs to my sister's room to look out her window, which overlooked the driveway. He was still standing there with a wide-legged stance and balled-up fists, not moving at all. I was frozen in fear, and he was frozen in anger, probably. After about 20 seconds, he turned around and continued back in the direction he had originally been walking. I don't know what he wanted or what he was going to do, but he gave me an awful feeling. I didn't tell my parents until the next day. I'm not sure why I waited, but at that point, there wasn't anything that we could do. I don't know why I had all those prior feelings that something was going to happen, but I'm glad I listened and stayed aware of my surroundings. That was one of the first times I had a scary encounter, and it definitely sticks out in my memory of creepy encounters. Always be aware of the people around you. You never know what could happen. This happened last year, and I honestly forgot until it came up in my Snapchat memories. My then roommate, a 20-year-old female, and I, another 20-year-old female, were studying for finals and pulled an all-nighter. Around 3:30, we decided to go to the gas station to get snacks. When we finally came back, we sat in the car for a few minutes before heading in. While we were walking up the stairs to our house, we heard the most gut-wrenching scream coming from behind us. It was nearly 4 a.m., and it sounded like someone was being murdered. My roommate, of course, freezes in fear with the keys, so I had to unlock the door and basically throw us both inside. Shortly after, on the ring, we saw a person throw garbage bags in the dumpster across the street. We called the police because we were terrified and sat locked in my bedroom all night. We went down to the station in the morning because we had caught the scream on our Ring doorbell. The police claim all they saw was an old woman walking around, and it sounded very young. Safe to say, I didn't sleep well until I moved out of that place. It still gives me anxiety thinking about it. I hope it was just some weird person, and not something more sinister.
I went to college in Florida. After graduating, the first thing on my mind was getting out of there. So I made plans to move across the country and start a new life. I was a 23-year-old female at the time with all the options in the world. Everything was in order. I quit my job and a friend of mine agreed to take over my lease. I'd been living alone in a townhouse since my previous roommate graduated, so my friend moved into the other bedroom while I was preparing to move out. About a week later, 10 p.m., the two of us were watching TV when there was a knock at the door. My friend got up to answer. He came back with a bag full of food from a sandwich delivery place, assuming I'd ordered it. I hadn't. We thought maybe it had been delivered to the wrong address, but there was my name and address on the receipt. The phone number on the receipt, however, was unfamiliar. I called the number, and someone answered, but they never spoke. I could only hear the ambient sounds of a room and breathing. I searched the phone number, and it appeared to be through an app. I convinced myself that this was some kind of prank or misunderstanding. A few nights later, another knock at the door. My friend insisted on answering again, and I heard him telling a delivery person that this was a mistake. She doesn't live here anymore. No one ordered food to this address. The driver responded that they had taken the order themselves over the phone and spoken to a man who simply asked for the specials and ordered the first one. It was the same number on the receipt. I called again and again. I heard someone listening on the other end. The deliveries kept coming in every few nights. My move was delayed for unrelated reasons, and the longer I stayed, the more it began to really scare me. Why would someone do this? One time I called the number after another delivery, with my friend sitting next to me. The stranger picked up the phone as usual, but this time we heard a faint voice. She definitely still lives there. Then abrupt silence. I didn't recognize the person speaking, but I realized I shouldn't have been calling from my own number. I never called again. My friend tried, but the person on the other end never spoke aside from that one time. Eventually, most of the deliveries stopped, but someone continued harassing us for months in various ways. That phone number began calling at all hours of the day and night, sometimes 30 calls in a row. They usually called my phone, but called my friend sometimes as well. If we answered, they would immediately hang up and call again. I began getting random friend requests on every social media with messages such as, "Don't you remember meeting at the party last night?" when I definitely hadn't left my house in a week. Most disturbingly, someone also started throwing eggs at the townhouse, which suggested the stalker was local and knew where I lived. Maybe he was watching every time a delivery was dropped off. Maybe he was watching other times too. The only thing I ever learned was that he knew I hadn't moved. By this point, I was staying inside as much as possible, but you have to leave the house sometimes. I was terrified until I finally moved and blocked the number. My friend elected not to take over my lease, but I was always thankful he stayed with me those last couple of months. This was about 8 years ago now, and I still don't have the faintest idea who it could have been. My former coworkers and a few college friends knew I was moving, but I couldn't think of anyone who would have a reason to keep track of whether or not I'd moved. And I didn't recognize their voice the one time I heard it. To this day, I refuse to answer unknown phone numbers or unexpected knocks at my door. Even contactless delivery gives me anxiety. I'm always half expecting them to show up again. One evening after work, my boyfriend, a 34-year-old male, and I, a 26-year-old female, were trying to decide what we wanted to eat, and if we wanted to cook something or order it. We decided to have some food delivered to us, so I clicked on my DoorDash app and placed an order. We waited a little while, and it said the Dasher was on their way. My boyfriend had gone to the kitchen table and was moving stuff. I began hearing shuffling outside the door. Our dog hears it as well and begins barking. My boyfriend quiets down and tells him he doesn't hear anything. I'm just looking because this time he wasn't just hearing things. I had heard it too. The shuffling was odd, like someone was rubbing up against our door. It had gotten quiet. Then I started hearing the shuffling again with mumbling, and at that point,
I was just staring at the door and looking like, what the heck? And the dog starts up again. Before my boyfriend or I could say anything, here comes 3 hard knocks that made me jump and made my dog stop barking. Since my boyfriend was already up, he went to the door and opened it. There were 2 guys standing there. Where I was sitting and how my boyfriend was standing in the doorway, I could mostly see them, but they couldn't see me. They looked surprised to see that my boyfriend answered the door instead of me. They awkwardly gave him the food and said for him to have a great day. My boyfriend turned around and was like, "They look real surprised to see me. I can only imagine if you had answered the door alone." For whatever reason, that made my stomach sink, thinking about what if I were the one to answer the door and my boyfriend hadn't been home yet. I don't know if I was just paranoid, but thinking back to when this happened makes me uneasy. I had a stalker for a very short time. I first noticed him when I was out for a walk. He looked like an average guy, except something sent my alarm bells blaring. As soon as I noticed him, I felt like I couldn't stand or talk properly. He was walking weird and kept crossing the street when I was with intensity and making eye contact with me. He looked familiar to me for some reason. I saw him again at a bus stop near where I live. He was standing there just looking at me. Then he looked like he wanted to say something, and I quickly went home. He didn't catch the bus either. Also, he stared at me walking home. Then I saw a guy that was giving me a bad gut feeling when I normally would feel safe. He looked familiar. He approached me, and what happened was really scary. He kept saying that he knew me and was hurt that I didn't recognize him. He wanted a place to stay. He had weed for me. He thought I was very beautiful. And he said that he'd contact me again. I forget what he looks like. I'm so scared that I wouldn't recognize him if he approached me again. Everyone is telling me that it wasn't that bad, but none of them met him. Also, around the same time, a guy returned my dog at 10 at night, and the interaction rubbed me the wrong way. Since that, I keep getting friend requests from fake accounts. A guy approached my sister and her friend claiming to be a neighbor, and they felt something was off, but they couldn't place it. Also, this guy has a photo of me on his phone that he took. I didn't realize that was happening. I don't think my life is in danger currently, but that's really creepy in my opinion. Also, someone broke into our car and took weird, useless things and went through personal stuff. I just have a feeling that it's not a coincidence sometimes. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I was waiting for my at-the-time partner to finish work. He worked at a pub in our city as a chef. I would finish work earlier than him and have a drink, and sometimes talk to locals who frequented the bar. One day I was outside on the balcony having a cigarette, and this guy came out and asked if he could join me. He seemed as normal as could be. Normal clothing, tidy hair, etc. You could walk past him in the street and not notice him. I said sure and handed him a lighter. All seemed normal. I felt safe as the balcony had a lot of people sitting around and drinking. Conversation was normal. He asked what I did. I asked what he did for a job. He was an orderly at the hospital. He randomly said something like, "Don't you just wish the balcony would collapse and everyone fall and get crushed?" I was shocked. I laughed a little because I thought maybe he had a very dark sense of humor. I tried to change the subject and started asking about his work. I remember looking around for my then partner. He wasn't finished yet, but I hoped he was. Asking about that was a mistake. He told me that he would often go to the rooms where people were in long-term comas and mess with them. To be honest, I thought he was just reusing a storyline from the Kill Bill movie. But the way he talked about it, and his eyes went weird. It was like he was excited to tell someone. His eyes were kind of wild when he spoke. He had the creepiest smile when he started talking about it, and staring off and rambling about wanting to kill one of them in their coma. I freaked out and jumped up saying I needed to go to the bathroom. I got one of the bouncers and had this man removed. As he was being taken out, I was standing at the door watching to make sure he left.
He started screeching and pointing at me over the mountain of a man bouncer who was almost carrying him out. He was saying, "You laughed. When the balcony collapsed, you laughed. You're in on this too. It's your fault too." I felt gross and dirty after this and tried to block it out of my memory. I should have said something to someone, but I never did. I didn't even tell my partner. I just wanted him and his crazy eyes to disappear. I've never spoken about this to anyone, apart from the girl who was with me when this happened. We had just turned 18, and it was summer, and there was this old abandoned bandstand where we would go to drink wine and talk about the future and watch the stars. We went often. I now realize that was a bit silly of us, but we were young. One night, it would have been around 2 a.m., a dude dressed in all black walked past the road above us and looked down at us. My friend was creeped out, and I was like, "It's okay if you don't feel comfortable. We can leave." We started to gather our things, and this guy jumped up through the entrance on the other side. The road he was on to the entrance would have been like a 5-minute walk, and we couldn't have been getting ready to leave for longer than 2 minutes. He must have bolted around there. We ran away, and he followed us, chasing us up the steps. It was honestly the scariest experience of our lives. My friend was falling over as she ran because she was so scared, so I put her in front of me so I could keep picking her up. She said she had looked behind us and he was so close. She said if he had reached his hand out, he would have been able to grab my hood and pull me back. We ran for around 10 minutes, and I'm not exactly sure when he stopped following us, but it was so scary. We ran onto the grounds of our old high school with the idea of, if he does do anything, we will be on CCTV. We never drank there again after that, and never found out who he was. But I have to believe that his intentions were not good. Almost a year ago, I, a 24-year-old male, was fresh out of college and had just moved into an apartment with my middle school bestie, a 23-year-old female, and her fiancé, a 25-year-old male. This was after a long period of not seeing her in person. My bestie and I had a long and great relationship with few rocky periods. I didn't know fiancé well, but I had met him a couple of times. He came off as kind of rude and loud, but mostly nice enough. I let a lot of little annoying behaviors slide because she was so in love with him. I really just wanted to spend time with my best friend. Over the course of a few months, I slowly discovered that she was trapped in an abusive relationship with the most classic example of a malignant narcissist imaginable. Their fights, really just him raging at her while she cried, escalated to the point where he was completely trashing the apartment, breaking her phone and laptop, hiding her car keys, blocking the door, and grabbing her arms so hard that she had bruises, all while hurling out the worst insults that he could fathom at the top of his lungs for hours. This man is about a foot taller and 100 pounds heavier than me, so there was nothing I could do other than give her a ride somewhere else away from him until the next day. He didn't like it when I did that. Once it reached the point of physical harm against her, I put my foot down and demanded that he move out or I would call the cops. He wasn't technically signed onto the lease, so I could have him kicked out. He begged me for time to find a new place. He was extremely drunk and high the night that he hurt her, and he promised to stay sober until he moved. Not wanting to escalate things, I agreed on the condition that nothing like that ever happened again. My friend and her fiancé broke up soon after that. 3 weeks pass and everything is going great. Ex-fiancé has found a new place, is in training for a new job, and while still loud and inconsiderate, he hasn't caused any problems so far. I get ready for bed early. I have an important meeting early tomorrow. I put on some comfy pajamas, locking the door before I change out of habit. My bestie is out working, and it's just me upstairs in bed, and ex-fiancé downstairs yelling on the phone about something. I tuned him out and try to sleep,
He's moving out next week. My chest rattles from the booming footfalls up the stairs to my room, waking me up from sleep. My eyes snap open to see my bedroom doorknob rattling back and forth. Locked. He lets out a yell of pure malice and bangs on my door. He screams my name, and it's so slurred that he sounds like he's trying to impersonate a lizard man. The hinges aren't looking so good. We lived in a crappy, cheap apartment with thin doors. I have to do something before he breaks the door open, right? I say the only thing I can think of. What the heck? Suddenly, the banging and screaming stops. My doorknob falls still. After a terrifying moment of silence, he says flatly, "Open the door, bud. Just come and open the door." I still laugh about that one. Like after all that, I'd just walk over and open up. Instead, I grabbed my essentials and jumped out the window. I was on the second floor, but we lived on a hill, so the fall wasn't quite that high. Still managed to fall wrong. I hobbled as quickly as I could to my car and peeled away. I called my best friend and warned her not to go home. We made plans for her to stay with a friend after she got off work. I made it to the friend's house and passed out for a few hours. I woke up to a call from my bestie. He traveled all the way to her workplace with a knife and broke in. He assaulted her and held the knife up to her special needs client's throat and said that he'd kill him in front of her. Thank God a coworker overheard everything in another room and was able to call the police in time for everyone to come out alive. My bestie also said that he was on the phone with her while he was banging on my door, and he said he was going to kill me and make her listen. I was totally alone in the apartment with him, sleeping upstairs in my bed. If I hadn't locked my door that night, would I still even be alive? If I had left my car keys downstairs, would I have been able to get away? When I returned to my apartment the next morning, my bedroom door was completely kicked in. My belongings were scattered everywhere, and the large butcher knives were missing from the kitchen. Instead, sitting in the corner of the hallway to my room. This happened when I was about 11 or 12. It was a Sunday afternoon and I was hanging out with two friends, Lisa and Michael. We were all around the same age. We were bored and looking for something to do. It was a warm, sunny day, so we decided to have a walk over to the golf course that joined on our housing estate and look for some frogs in the little stream that ran through the course. The stream was quite far back on the golf course, in a quiet area where you didn't encounter many people playing golf. We were just enjoying ourselves and looking for frogs, when we became aware of a guy in the distance dressed in all black, walking in our direction. The golf course has public access, and has a few different entry/exit points, so it wasn't uncommon for people to use the golf course for walks, or as a cut-through to get somewhere. Anyway, a little while later, Michael noticed that the guy had stopped in his tracks facing us, still with some distance between us, and he appeared to be just stood there, having a pee while staring at us. Now that I'm older and I look back on it, I don't know if he was peeing or doing something else, but he was definitely exposed. Obviously, this creeped us out, so we decided to go. We started walking back in the direction of the exit. The guy started catching up to us, so we continued to up our pace until we were basically running, with the guy running behind us. At this point, myself and Lisa were starting to get upset. We started crying a little while we ran holding hands. Michael was faster than us, so he told me and Lisa to run on ahead, and he would try and delay the guy so we could get a head start. By this point, we are in full tears, and look back to see Michael literally running around in circles with this guy hot on his heels. We finally found some older men playing golf. They didn't seem to bat an eyelid or wonder why two young girls were running while hysterically crying, so we tried asking them for help and told them that there was a man chasing us and our friend was holding him off. We kind of expected that the men would help, but they dismissed us and told us to just leave them alone. To this day, it absolutely disgusts me that these men were approached by two distressed children who asked for their help, and they couldn't care less. Michael finally caught up with us and told us he had lost the man, but we still needed to run because we didn't know where he was, and the golf course had lots of trees and stuff that he could have been hiding behind. We finally made it to the exit, and just as we were going through the back gate on the housing estate, we saw the guy walking up the center of the golf course. We ran to Michael's house that was the closest to where we were. Michael's dad and uncle went to the golf course to see if they could see the guy, but the golf course is massive, so he could have been literally anywhere. This happened in the early 2000s. In the 80s before I was born, my grandma was apparently grabbed by a man whilst walking her dog on the same golf course. She only got away because her dog went for the man who grabbed her, and that caused him to let go of my grandma. I don't actually know if the guy wanted to cause us harm, seeing as though it would have been 3 against 1, or if he just got a kick out of exposing himself in front of us and thrill from the chase. But either way, it was absolutely terrifying, and we never did fight any frogs in the end. Just a golf course creeper. Me, 16, and my sister, 15, went to a nearby Goodwill to find some athletic wear for her. It wasn't that long after we entered that my dad approached me and gave me his clothes to hold as he wanted to smoke a cigarette outside. I had always stuck to the buddy system when alone, but I figured as my dad could see me and I was within earshot of my sister, I was able to browse the clothes. There wasn't very much at our Goodwill. It was after I turned down an aisle where the books and CDs were that I noticed a man in a bright blue shirt was behind me. I had essentially thought nothing of it and browsed through the records, but I started to get this weird and itchy feeling after I noticed that he kept on inching closer. At the time, I already found a record and was debating if I should quickly turn and walk off, but I was admittedly stupid and didn't get away as fast as I wanted to. He seemed really icky and creepy when he was pretending to browse the lack of books. I wasn't there for long before my dad had found me and told me that it was time to go. I was incredibly grateful for his timing, as I was feeling really tense and anxious. My dad even told the man to back up and watch how close he was, but the man didn't even react. He just stayed hunched over looking at the same shelf of books. I quickly turned the conversation to something light as my sister came over, when we were walking to the counter, and kept it that way for the rest of our outing. But what made me feel worse was the fact that the man, not even 5 minutes later as we were checking out, had moved from the spot and was looking at us. Not only that, but he had moved to another location in the store, further away in the women's section, stared at us for a bit, then started to look around. The whole ordeal was really uncomfortable and was the first I ever experienced firsthand. Even I had doubts that maybe he was browsing and wasn't being a creep, but the fact that he kept on inching closer and even watched us checked out continued to stay on my mind the whole time. It just made me feel really out of place. He didn't come out of the store or follow us from what I can tell. We went to 3 other places afterwards. But it was such an unforgettable experience. I had just felt like writing this after experiencing this earlier today. And this whole experience just solidified the fear I have of being alone next to a strange man. It is times like today that I pity the fact that I was born a woman. I moved into this new apartment maybe last August. Right outside is a busy side road that leads to a grocery store, and it's constant driving, unless it's late. Usually after 8 it tends to become empty and barren. The streetlights line the path on both sides. However, across the street here are large trees and a lot of trash. The trash resembles a homeless man's old home, but I've walked by it many times and never seen one person. One night I was outside on my deck smoking, and I looked to see a man under the branches of a low-hanging tree, standing in the dark, motionless, not saying a thing. I couldn't tell if he was staring at me or the trees or anywhere. It was just a figure. It freaked me out and I went inside. I turned the TV on to forget about it. An hour or so later, I turned off the TV, and as I'm closing the blinds, the man is still there, in the same spot, not moving, just still. I wonder what he was doing, if he was even real or just my imagination. I spent my childhood in a village between the countryside and the city. It was a quiet place, like any small village one perceives during childhood. The case I'm going to talk about is not terrifying, but it is mysterious. There's a man who often prowls along the farm, the bookstore not far from my mother's house, and the metro stations. He's not dangerous. He's even a nice person. But almost everyone makes fun of him and thinks he's crazy. I don't really know much about him other than his name is Alan, and he's a man who was in the Vietnam War, and I think he has PTSD. I saw him again, not long ago, while shopping with my mother. He greeted us and came to tell us that he had seen aliens. He always whistles friendly Western film music on the way while he walks. Always seemingly cheerful, but very lonely. I don't even know where he lives. He's the kind of man who tells you that one day he's a grandmaster black belt in karate, and then another day he's going to act in a cowboy movie. That he was a close friend of Bruce Lee and other things. Most disturbing is his obsession with aliens and fairies, but when you talk to him, you get used to it. I've known him for many years and he hasn't changed. He's someone who hasn't aged physically. It's very disturbing. He says he traveled back in time. Last summer, I took 2 of my kids and 2 of my daughter's friends to a Renaissance fair. As we were leaving, the girls, 15, 15, and 16, were walking ahead of us when I could see a man approach them and appear to ask to take their pictures. He had camera equipment, so my first thought was that he was with the fair, taking pictures to be sold. When I got up close to them, I realized that he didn't have an employee shirt on or any indication of who he was. I stopped him from taking the picture and politely asked why he was taking a picture of my girls. Just one is mine, but he didn't need to know that. He had the gall and bristle to say, well, first of all, because they said I could, and turned his back to me. Wrong thing to do. I stepped in front of him and said, absolutely not. You're not taking pictures of them. The girls were confused, and the dude tried to motion to them to step to the side. I raised my voice to make a scene and said, you are not taking photos of my girls. He asked which one was mine. I glared at him with my best teacher glare and said, all of them. He shook his head and started to walk off, then turned to hand 2 of them business cards and said to call him. I grabbed them out of his hands and told him to leave. He stormed off. The cards had perforations on the edges and looked as though he had made them at home. They advertised him as a modeling agent with a phone number. The kids wanted to know why I was being mean to him. They had also assumed that he was with the fair. After I explained that if he had been legit, he would have looked for a parent rather than avoiding one, and I explained what kind of modeling he may have had in mind, I could see it click with them, and they were completely creeped out. The audacity on this dude. My wife and I took our new baby to the waterfront in Wilmington, and the baby started getting cranky, so we decided to sit down on the bench and feed him. When it was my turn to do the bottle, this bedraggled-looking guy, shoulder-length matted hair, unshaven face and neck, dirty t-shirt, comes over and tells us that our baby is so beautiful and starts telling us how beautiful of a couple we are. I said thank you and continued feeding my baby, and he just keeps going on and on about how beautiful my wife and I are, and that it just warms his heart seeing such beautiful people out together with such a beautiful baby. My wife whispers something to me about how uncomfortable she is, and I nod. He then comes over to the bench and sits down right next to me and the baby. I mean right next to us. There's probably not even 6 inches between my infant son and this weird stranger. And he again starts talking about how beautiful we are. And I finally look at him and say, dude, could you give us some space? And he gets up immediately and is apologetic and tells us again how nice it was seeing such a beautiful, loving couple. Part of me worries that I snapped at a genuinely nice man trying to be personable. But I am of the school of thought that random strangers don't come within 6 inches of a baby. Either way, if I don't know how to read a situation, I'm always going to err on the side of keeping my baby safe. I was recently driving from a campsite in southern Minnesota. I was driving on back roads. As I left a tiny town, maybe 500 people, I noticed a silver SUV ahead of me. They were about a half-mile in front of me. The SUV pulled onto the shoulder of the road. No flashers. I went around them, pulling into the other side of the lane to be nice. As soon as I get by them, they pull right back onto the road behind me. I go through another small town, and then to a bigger town, 20,000 people. I'm turning from a single lane to a double. Traffic law states to go into the closest lane. I went to the far lane. They stayed right behind me. I'm nervous at this point. They've been following me for about 30 to 40 minutes. I keep telling myself that it was just a coincidence. I knew my next turn did not have a turn lane. I decided to make the corner without signaling. I had signaled every other turn I made, and so had the SUV. I was keeping an eye on them. No signal, but he did follow me around the corner. I had not slowed down to give a clue that I was turning either. The SUV followed me for another 30 minutes. I finally lost him when I barely made it through a railroad crossing before the train. He was stuck on the other side of the train from me. I made the last 30 minutes of my drive with no sign of the silver SUV. I had a church acquaintance who we'll call Matthew for this story. He was popular, funny, charismatic, and attractive. I myself had once been interested in him, but by this point I knew better. He was flirty with everyone, and I wasn't into being one of the many. We were all back in town for a break over a holiday from university. It was cold, and we ended up at a rental house near downtown in a sketchy neighborhood. The party itself wasn't terribly memorable. My best friend Faith had ended up in Matthew's lap. Some kissing, but still out in a main room, and then appeared to drink too much. So we were going home. She had already had some very bad stuff happen to her while drinking, so I was already a bit concerned about her getting too drunk. Matthew, I thought, was helping me walk her out to my car when he offered to give her a ride home because she lived closer to him. I told him no, I would take her home. He stopped in the middle of the street holding onto her arm pulling. He wanted to take her. I held her other arm, again, reassured that I would be taking her. I made a pretty firm declaration that she came with me and she would be leaving with me. This is when things got weirder. Matthew's face changed, and he went through every human emotion trying to convince me to let him take her. From trying to peer pressure me, begging with tears to anger, pulling with each approach. If I hadn't seen it, I don't know that I would have believed a person could be so fake. But it weirded me out and reinforced that there was something very, very off about him. I think we stood in the road arguing over her for 5 to 10 minutes. Once he'd given it all he had, he abruptly gave up, and I hustled to get her in my car and far, far away from him. I dropped her off as planned. I drove home just shook, but it brought to my mind all of the other crazy things that he did previously. Killed and tortured kittens, used to whisper extremely inappropriate things in my ear and others during church to get me to react, started fires, the list goes on. His mom escaped his bio-abusive dad and changed their last names. But the real kicker for me was when I found out he was pursuing an occupation in medicine that pretty much controls if you live or die in surgery. I was disturbed. The next day, I checked in with my friend to ask if she remembered what he did that night or how things felt to her. She vaguely remembered a struggle, but that was it. The alcohol had erased a lot. I ended up moving across the country, unrelated, and so did he, so I didn't have to be in any contact with him anymore. I warned my friends because they still ran into him from time to time during the holidays. I wish I could have warned the world. At the time, the cycling through every single emotion for minutes on a freezing night, trying to get my friend in his car, already practically passed out to do whatever he wanted. It all felt cold and evil. It's definitely one creepy encounter that I won't ever forget. I'm a 22-year-old female. I was 18 years old at the time. In those days, I was a party girl, going out 3 times a week and drinking a lot. That time was wild. I decided to host a party. It was my first party, and I rented a space in my village. It was a cabin on location for events, very cheap for locals. I organized everything with my 18-year-old female best friend. Let's call her Marie, and another friend, another 18-year-old female named Rose. We were having fun decorating and preparing the party. I was so stressed about the party potentially being lame. I decided to cope the stress with alcohol. When the party started and people arrived, I was already tipsy. I invited unrelated people I knew from middle school to high school, and some friends I made at college, even though no one knew anyone. The party was great and people were meeting with each other. I had a boyfriend, 19, who was coming with his friends. We were around 30 people. It was late summer, so the weather was mild, and most people were outside talking, laughing, and dancing. I had this middle school friend, let's call her Luna, who binge drank and threw up at the entrance of the cabin. She even hurt her foot, and so she had some difficulties walking. I was, at that point, drunk, but I wanted to help my friend. I asked her if she wanted to be put to bed, and she said yes. I took her arm and guided her to my house. I live in a small village in the countryside, so it takes less than 5 minutes to get to my house. It was super safe. I used to wander alone in the streets late at night, around 1 a.m. to 4 a.m., when I had insomnia, and nothing ever happened. It was pitch dark. We were the only ones outside. As we walked, we saw a white SUV but didn't think much of it. I came home, gave her some water, and let her sleep in my room. I was alone with my sister that night. I warned her of the presence of my friend and headed back to the party. I was not walking straight since I was so intoxicated. I saw the white SUV parked near the farm. As I continued walking, a black car stopped next to me and opened its window. I looked at the man. I still don't know what age he was. It was so dark. He said to me, "I've seen this white SUV following you for a while. It's dangerous. You should come to my car." I was drunk, but I directly felt that something was wrong. I just answered that I was okay and my friends were nearby. He insisted. He repeated to come to his car for my safety. My inner alarm bells went off as I was trying to walk faster and answered again that I was okay. Suddenly, I heard the car's door open. He was not alone. I didn't think twice. I just ran for my life. I arrived quickly to the cabin. My friends were all drunk. One of my drunk male friends was complimenting Rose. They saw me coming at them in a hurry. The male friend looked at me and started to compliment me. I told him, "Man, someone tried to abduct me." He stared at me and told me that I shouldn't have left alone, that it was not safe. The party lasted until 4 a.m. People who didn't drink took their cars and left. The few others were inside the cabin and started to talk. One of my boyfriend's friends was mad on the Snapchat group because he forgot his knife at the cabin. Why did he carry a knife with him at the party? I told them about what happened, and we were all spooked. After that event, I stopped wandering in the village late at night, but I hosted a few other parties. I have never seen this man and his black car again. Most people keep telling me how great the party was. A couple who met at the party are still together. I still wonder to this day, what would have happened to me if I didn't react that spontaneously? I used to live in a 3-story house with my parents, younger sibling, and our dog. We moved into this house a few months before my younger sibling was born, and that was when we first met the neighbors across the street. Lucas, who was the oldest child in their family, was always a bit strange, but there were some aspects of his personality that were more than just strange. They were straight up disturbing. It would take hours to cover everything, so I'm just going to get straight to the point. I'm almost positive that Lucas has been inside of our house in the middle of the night. Our house was built on a hill, so it looked like it was only 2 stories from the front, and the basement was connected to the backyard. The yards in this neighborhood were much larger than they are in newer housing developments, so it would have been very easy for someone to enter our backyard unnoticed. Despite this, my family was terrible about making sure all of the basement doors were locked. My younger sibling and I would always go in and out when we were playing in the backyard, or someone would go down to let the dog out, and we would end up forgetting to lock one of the doors before bed. We also lived in a safe area, where it was common for people to leave their doors unlocked. However, my family did always lock the door leading down to the basement every night, along with all of the other doors on the main level of the house. I had a messed up sleep schedule back then, so I would usually still be awake at 3 or 4 in the morning. There are 2 specific incidences that happened very late at night, which make me think that Lucas has been inside of our house without our knowledge. One night, I was in my bedroom on the upper level of the house. It was probably around 2:30 in the morning when I suddenly heard the sound of an angry growl coming from downstairs. Thinking that my dog had spotted a cat in the front yard, I quickly rushed downstairs to stop him from barking and waking up my entire family. This kind of thing would happen every now and then, so I wasn't thinking too much of it at the time. But instead of going downstairs and finding my dog by the front window, I found him by the locked door that leads down to the basement. The fur on the back of his neck was standing up, and his nose was pressed to the bottom of the door. I instantly froze when I realized what was happening. There was something or someone on the other side of the basement door. I was barely a teenager at the time, so I began to panic and started making my way upstairs as quietly as possible. I woke up both of my parents, but neither of them took me very seriously. My dad just assumed that my dog was hearing random noises coming from outside, but he did eventually go down to check things out. He said that everything downstairs looked normal, but he also mentioned that we forgot to lock one of the basement doors that night. Then there was another time that I was up late and in my room, but this time, instead of hearing my dog growling, I heard a loud bark that echoed through the entire house. The sound was sudden and intense, similar to a gunshot, and it almost made me jump out of my chair. Assuming again that my dog had seen a cat outside, I quickly looked out of my bedroom window and tried to spot whatever he was barking at. But my heart suddenly dropped when instead of seeing a cat, I saw Lucas running out of our front yard in the pitch black. I watched him run across the street and back towards his own house before I rushed to close the curtains and duck out of sight. I remember sitting there struggling to process what I had just seen and questioning why Lucas would be in our yard in the middle of the night. I told my mom about it the very next morning, and she said that she would bring it up to Lucas's mom. Because of these 2 incidences, and because of other details that I can't include, I'm 99.9% sure that Lucas has been inside of our house in the middle of the night. If you knew the entire story behind this family, then you would also find the thought of this to be extremely disturbing. I do want to mention that this all happened years ago. My family no longer lives in that house, and those neighbors across the street are doing just fine. But looking back on everything now, I'm just realizing how creepy the situation truly was. This happened when I was a teen, or in my 20s. I'm a female. I would regularly walk to the local lake, park, and fields alone. Mind you, this was before cell phones and internet. One afternoon, I headed through the fields and was on my way to the lake when I felt something really weird in my gut telling me not to go. I felt creeped out and decided to change paths and head to a baseball/soccer field. The whole walk there, I felt kind of tense, but I just figured I was shaken up by something at the lake. I got to the soccer field and sat on a swing set. I could easily see a fair distance around me and felt pretty safe. I lost track of time, I guess, and suddenly it started to get dark. I was about 20 to 25 minutes from home and decided to head back. I got off the swing and immediately feel complete terror wash over me. I hear someone's voice, a man's voice. It said something, but I couldn't make out what it was. I freeze and listen, every hair on my body standing up. Suddenly, I hear a click and see a white flash of light. I immediately hear that disposable camera post-picture ringing sound and the loud, rapid clicking of the camera person rolling the film. I am in a full panic at this point. I have 3 exit points. One leads backwards and towards the lake. The second exit is where the camera person is. The only other option is the opening in a fence nearly a football field away. On the other side of the fence is a neighborhood, lights and people. I take off in a full sprint. I hear a rustling / thudding sound and another click, flash, ring, winding the film. Tears stream down my face and I tear through the grass. I draw my knife and fly through the gate and down another pathway behind the houses on the right. I duck in a ditch in a backyard where I am far off the path, hidden, but can see whoever comes into the cul-de-sac. I have pepper spray too and grip it in my right hand, shaking. My heart is pounding as I stare at the opening and wait. I wait for what feels like an eternity, but nobody comes through. I went to a friend's house who lived nearby and stayed with her for the night. I never went to the lake, park, or fields alone again. I don't know who or what was nearby, but I felt like something's prey. This happened a handful of years ago. We had a transfer come on the team from another department within the company. He was nearly completely deaf, meaning he could hear really, really loud noises, but nothing else. He did quite well speaking out loud, and he read lips to understand what was being said to him. No big deal, it just was an easy adjustment to make sure you faced him when talking and talked one at a time. He was a decent team member in the beginning, but after a while started making comments to me and the only other female on the team. Things like, "Why haven't you made the coffee yet?" and just other stupid old school jokes that made fun of women. My role gave him instructions on customer requests and needs. He would often not follow the instructions, and I would get calls from customers complaining. Often I had to let him know he had to go back and fix the work so it matched the original request. Afterwards, he would storm into my office and yell at me as if his inability to read and follow simple instructions was my fault. I got tired of it and said, "Do your job right the first time and there wouldn't be complaints." This, of course, didn't go over well with him. His anger was very unnerving. I got the feeling it wasn't going to stop there. In the following weeks, he would intentionally block doorways I would be trying to go through. One time, I was in the other female worker's small office and he blocked the entire doorway. He stood there and smiled this super creepy smile, as if he was saying, "What are we going to do about it?" I refused to touch him and try to push past him. The other lady kept looking at me like she was beyond uncomfortable too. It was like we read each other's mind, and we kept having our own conversation about something work-related and ignoring him. After several minutes, he left. Another time, I had to go to the far back of the warehouse to organize some stuff in the room. I remember going in and thinking, okay, there are 2 cameras, and they can see this main hallway, but not between the shelving units. I had the uneasy feeling he would come back there. Sure enough, a few minutes later, he came barging in the room and came right at me. I had already been on high alert, so I quickly exited the other door in the room and booked it back to where the rest of the team was. I pulled up the security cameras to see if he had a reason to be in there. Sure enough, he paced in the room for a few minutes after I bolted and then he left. He clearly had no reason to be in there, that exact moment that I was in there. I shared this with a male coworker friend, and he said he would go back with me to any of the spaces away from the main team areas. I had to get my work done, but I didn't trust that I could do it without this angry guy finding me. Anytime he would make comments about his anger or demeaning jokes, the managers would say, "Oh, he didn't understand because you talked too fast. I bet it was just a misunderstanding." As if having a disability means you can't also be a disgusting person. Not too long after that, I heard from a teammate that this angry guy had grabbed the other female's upper thigh. literally right below her waist, squeezed and said, "Does this make you uncomfortable?" Then laughed. A few teammates witnessed it but didn't know what to do as the other female worker froze up. I immediately went to HR and told them everything he had been doing to intimidate, belittle, trap, and of course, harass us female employees. He was fired the next day. When they escorted him out, he yelled, "This is retaliation." HR asked me what I would make of that comment, and all I could think was it had to do with me standing my ground with him. I was so scared to see him show up unexpectedly. I told my family what he looked like, his tattoos, the car he drove, anything that would identify him since they never met him. I blocked him from every social media platform too. After he was let go, other females came forward and shared things that he said or did to them too. They had told managers, but they dismissed it because the guy is deaf and they didn't want to deal with any of the lawsuits. As much as I hate what he did to my coworker, I'm grateful it gave that final boost to get him fired. So this happened almost 20 years ago, when I was a young 15-year-old girl. I had an older neighbor who taught drums and was a friend of my family's, and I would take drum lessons from him once a week. He only lived like 2.5 blocks away, so I would always walk, and he and his family lived on the end of the cul-de-sac. Well, one summery day when I was walking home at like 4 p.m., broad daylight in a quiet neighborhood, there was a strange man standing across from the end of the cul-de-sac. He had on a big cowboy hat, odd for my area, and some facial hair. I don't know, he was maybe in his 30s, and he was just staring at me. He was watching me unabashedly as I walked down the cul-de-sac and crossed the street, and once my back was to him, I could hear that he was following me. My heart sped up. My drumsticks seemed like weak protection, and I was wearing these thin little flip-flops, and I remember thinking if I had to kick him, they weren't going to help me at all. Less than half a block away from me was a more busy street, and I remember thinking if I could just get to that street, where people would see, he'd be sure to back off. But his steps sounded closer, and I could taste my panic knowing I wasn't going to make it. I ended up running up a house where I kind of knew the family, and I knew a mom with young kids were probably there, and pounded on her door. I tried to open it myself even in the panic. She opened it, and I spilled into her house and locked the door, told her what had happened, and let my heart calm down a little. After being inside for like 15 minutes, I asked if I could just hop her back fence to go home, since it would cut out a block of travel. But when we slid back the drapes of her back door, the dude was leaning against the fence, right outside her house, where he could see both the front and back doors. She ended up loading her kids in the car and driving me home, and later had her husband ask around. Turned out the dude was living with his mother and had just gotten out of jail. I don't know the charges. All I know was that my stomach had been twisted in knots, and it was the first time I'd ever tasted fear like that. I don't know what would have happened if he'd caught me. This happened a few years ago, and I kind of wrote it off as just some random creep at the park. But now that I think about it, it really freaks me out. So I had promised my daughter, 5 years old, that I would take her to the park on a Saturday. The park she wanted to go to is really big and typically crowded with lots of families. So I decided we would wake up early and try to beat the crowds. Just as I had planned, we arrived around 8 a.m., and we had the whole park to ourselves. After getting her out of the car, she sprinted into the park and headed towards her favorite slide. I followed behind her, but not too close. She made her way up the slide in the play area. It was pretty tall. As soon as she stepped onto the platform to go into the slide, she turns around and looks at me and screams. I rushed to see what she screamed about, and I was only about 2 seconds behind her. Once I get to the platform, I see a grown man laying in the slide, and he is on a laptop. He turns around and sees me and slams the laptop shut. He then proceeded to go down the slide, come out the other side, and jogs off onto a walking trail beside the park. I didn't really get a good look at the guy because I was trying to keep my daughter from freaking out, but it really scared her. Now that I think about this encounter, I can't help but wonder what this guy was doing at a kid's park in a slide on his laptop, and why did he run off so quickly? This happened close to 14 years ago, when I was pregnant with my first child. My husband and I had gone to a friend's house one night for a bonfire and hayride party. There were a lot of people there, and we knew quite a few, but some groups brought people we didn't know. This was during a time when goth was big in some social circles. It was mostly people obsessed with bands like Insane Clown Posse and heavy metal / screamo music. But there was another segment of this culture that was pretty heavily involved with the occult / Satan, etc. That night, there was a group of these types, and the majority gave off good vibes. Except for one. When I walked into the house, he immediately focused on me. It was very unsettling. He would stare, but in a very, very intense way. I don't know if I could explain it. It was unnerving. The hayride was taking off soon, so I told my husband that we should go on it. He had slipped out of the house, and I knew this guy was still in the house. I just wanted to get away from him. We loaded up on the wagon and got situated. Seconds before we took off, the guy suddenly jumps up in the wagon and squeezes in a spot directly across from me. The entire ride he stared, eyes boring into my soul. And honestly, this might sound super odd, but I had this overwhelming sense that he wanted to kill my baby. I can't explain it. I just felt the overpowering sense of evil. And how can you share this with someone else without sounding like you've lost your mind? So I didn't say anything to anyone. When we got back, I told my husband I didn't feel well and we should head out. With my large belly and all, he didn't question it and we left. Fast forward to a few years later, we visited a church of that same friend that held the party. And who should be there but that guy? Except this time, he had toned down his looks quite a bit, and his body language was more relaxed. I immediately sensed that he was a different person than I encountered years ago. My husband struck up a conversation with the guy for a while, but I decided to keep my distance. Afterwards, my husband told me how this guy had completely changed his life, how he had once been deep into satanic stuff and see evil spirits. And then he shared the one thing that made the hair on the back of my neck stand straight up. Do you remember seeing him at that bonfire years ago? You won't believe it. He said he was at his lowest point at that time. He said he constantly heard voices telling him to kill people, and it was all he could do to not listen to them. Lurking on this sub has helped some memories resurface. This is the first experience that I feel like sharing. At the age of 20, I, who am now a 29-year-old female, was working to get my cosmetology license at a small-town beauty school. It was a modest school in a slightly run-down, dated building. The owner was a woman in her mid to late 60s, whose husband of similar age and son performed the property maintenance for the school. I didn't like being around the husband. I found him off-putting. I sensed an unpredictable vibe. He was quiet, but I always felt like he was leering at us girls. Rumors abound that he was always drunk, and that would have lined up with his demeanor and general appearance. One day, he really gave me a reason to not like him. This happened during our end-of-day cleanup, where students had to complete a list of chores. Right of the hallway with our lockers was a tiny break room that housed a creepy old closet that was used for storing cleaning supplies. The dimensions of the closet are important. Roughly 15 feet deep, but only as wide as its door, so around 3 feet. Someone coming to stand in the closet doorway while you were inside would stop you from exiting. A single crappy light hung near the door, so the farther you went into the closet, the darker it got, approaching blackness. A vending machine in front of that closet obstructed its view, meaning that someone walking down the hallway cannot see the closet unless they actually come into the break room. I'm also 99% sure the closet door couldn't even be seen by the one camera in the break room. One day, I'm in the closet alone, looking for Swiffer pads or something. No one in the break room. Suddenly, someone appears in the closet doorway. It's the owner's husband. He steps into the closet and I just stare. Now, I have little to no rapport with this man. It's doubtful he even knows my name. I was also 5'5" and about 100 pounds. Dude was old, but he was able-bodied and bigger than I was. Without any kind of greeting that I can remember, he says in his low rumble, "I'll get you back there, pinned so tight." And he finishes his sentence with either, "You won't know what to do," or, "You wouldn't believe it." I can't remember verbatim. I'm trying to process his words while alarm bells are going off in my head. What did he just say? There's no one here but us. We weren't even having a conversation, let alone a conversation that would match those words. I'm so confused and nervous that I don't say anything in response. I just pretend everything is fine, and that I'm so absorbed in finding Swiffer pads that I didn't hear him. After a few moments, he steps back out of the doorway and leaves the break room. Relieved, I got the hell out of the closet. I couldn't believe he said that. There was no context that would have made his words make sense. Also, I don't think he got anything out of the closet, so why would he even go in there? The cleaning tasks were assigned to students. The whole thing was only a minute, but it was unsettling. I'm glad he didn't do anything worse. I quietly told a few girls, but I was scared to complain formally. I was timid, broke, with limited prospects in a town that I had just moved to, and I didn't want trouble. I just wanted to graduate. Upon hearing my experience, another girl told me that she'd also had an unsettling encounter with him, where he'd stated that it had been a while since he had a little girl in the closet. I've survived worse situations, and I have since learned how to stand up for myself, but I regret letting him get away with intimidation. I should have just told him to F off. A couple of weeks before my 19th birthday, I woke up one morning around 4 a.m. while someone was trying to break down my bedroom door. I had fallen asleep with my light on after coming in tired from work, so when they came in my room, I could at least see what was happening. Not that it helped much at first. There were two guys, and one of them immediately attacked me with a hammer, so I told them to just take whatever they wanted. The other guy started to load all of my electronics into a backpack. Meanwhile, my mother down the hallway had woken up with the commotion and started shouting to know what was going on, staying in her room at least. Next moment, they both ran out of my room and shut the door on the way out, going to my mother's room. She managed to hold the door closed on them for a few seconds, giving me time to open the safe in my cupboard, 6-digit key code that I amazingly input correctly on the first try, and I removed my pistol. I checked for a round in the chamber and went to open the door to make my way to my mother's room. As I opened the door, one of the guys turned around and ran at me with a hammer. I fired 2 shots before he could get to me and pushed me back into my room and onto my bed, where he held me down and tried to take my pistol while the other guy started to cut my arm and head with what turned out to be one of my mother's own kitchen knives. My mother eventually joined the fray and managed to take the knife away from the guy cutting me. Meanwhile, I was just holding on to the pistol with everything I had in me, because I knew that if one of them got control of the firearm, my mother and I would be dead. My mother froze after she took the knife away, and the guy got up, grabbing my DVD player and knocked my TV to the ground, then hit me over the head with the DVD player. By this time, I managed to sort of wrestle my gun hand free, and I shouted to my mother to get out of the way for me to try and get off another shot. She rolled off of the bed, and I managed to turn the gun enough to get a shot off into the guy on top of me. It was then that they decided to bolt, and grabbed my bag of electronics on the way out. When the cops came, they found a body with 2 gunshot wounds in my garden a few meters away from the house, and a blood trail leading away where it disappeared at a nearby road.
When I was a kid, about 10 years old, a group of passers-by threw a baseball into our yard. Someone in a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and a cowboy hat came into our yard, around the corner of our house, and into our side yard about 2 feet away from our house to get the ball. I watched this from the window and commented to my mother that I thought it was weird. As a kid, I had insomnia and would often get out of bed after everyone else was asleep and play computer games until I was tired. After my mom and my aunt went to sleep, right around the time I was getting into my thoughts and about to go use the computer, I heard some rustling outside my first floor bedroom window. It was a very tight neighborhood with houses only a dozen feet apart, so these sounds were very distinguishable from wind or other common noises. Being 10 or so, I was now glued to the noise. About 5 minutes later, I heard the basement door open. This door was about 6 feet away from my bedroom door. I heard slow footprints leading to the kitchen table, start shaking some pill bottles, and rustling some things on the table. I turned on my bedroom light and the noises stopped. I waited a minute, freaking out the whole time, before shutting off the light and watching the gap in the door carefully. About 10 minutes later, the standoff was broken by footsteps, and someone passed by my bedroom door into the dining room. I heard the sliding closet door open and rustling. I waited a while, got out of bed, and planned my break. I wanted to go through the dining room, up the stairs, and into my mother's bedroom. It took about 15 minutes to work up the nerve, but I finally ran for the stairs, flew up them instantly, and ran into my mother's bedroom. When I woke her up and told her what was going on, she didn't believe me. Not one bit. She gave me a pillow and a blanket, and I slept on the floor. I obviously didn't sleep at all, and about 20 minutes later, I heard the basement door open again. The next day, nothing was missing, and everyone thought that I was having a dream. I remember these things so vividly that to this day, 19 years later, I still believe that I scared off a burglar. I was so convinced of what I went through that about 6 months or so later, I had an episode where I thought there was another burglar, that I jumped out my window in the middle of the night and waited until morning to knock on my own front door to get back inside. That experience messed me up really bad, but I've since moved on, and we can all now enjoy the tale. It was one of the first times I was left home alone. Probably 13, I reckon. Chilling in the living room when I heard a set of ladders being put up on the side of my house. The side where I knew I left the bathroom window open. I grabbed a knife and hid behind a door and waited. I just waited and waited. I was freaking out, and I decided that it was time to vacate my house as soon as possible. I ran for the front door, and I saw the van for the builder who was installing our security lights at the time, and I realized I was safe. Fast forward to about 22 years old. I'm in my friend's flat in a really horrid area. I was playing virtual tennis on the PS3, and suddenly I had a spider sense. I paused the game and found myself wandering to the flat's front door. It was slightly ajar, and as I went to shut it, I saw an elbow briefly, which then sank into one of the rooms. I went feral and kicked the bedroom door open, screaming like a Viking. There was a really skinny junkie woman in the room asking for Frasier. I threw her out of the flat and spent the rest of the night losing at virtual tennis. One night in high school, I was studying for a major test and fell asleep on the living room couch. I shared a room with my snoring sister, so I don't study in our room that often. I woke up startled, and I saw a guy's face just a few inches from mine. I guess my mind wasn't fully awake yet because I didn't register that 1, there's a stranger inside the house. 2, my life is probably in danger. So we just stared at each other for a few seconds before he bolted out the front door. And that's when I screamed bloody murder. My dad and brothers came running to the living room, and I told them what happened through my hysterical crying. I was so freaked out. My brother called 911, while my other brother and dad went around the house, but they didn't find the guy. The police came, and it turns out the guy climbed up a tree beside our house and broke into the attic window. They never caught him, but we double locked that window and always left the lights on the porch and backyard ever since. It still makes me shudder to this day, thinking about what he could have done to me. I'm glad that he decided to just make a run for it. I was in bed asleep at 7 a.m. when I heard a loud bang. I thought nothing of it because of the large cat tree I have downstairs that's always getting knocked over. So I rolled over and tried to go back to sleep. Not long after, my elderly cat comes running into my bedroom, jumps up on the bed, and tries to hide under the blankets. This immediately woke me up, because that old fat cat hadn't ran nor jumped on our bed for years. As I came to, I see two men coming up my stairs. At that point, it felt like time stopped, and I somehow ran incredibly fast at the same time. I jumped out of bed and started screaming, "Get out of my house." And I remembered thinking, while chasing these guys through my house and screaming again and again at the top of my lungs, that my voice actually sounds like my brother's, and I wonder how strange that was. I tackled one of them on my front lawn, but he struggled free and got away. I saw the getaway car and tried to keep repeating the license plate number, but it faded away in my mind as I was repeating it. I remember vividly being so mad at myself that I couldn't remember 7 numbers, and how stupid I was for not grabbing my phone. Looking back on the situation, there are so many things that happened that I never noticed, like how I fractured my arm slamming into the wall at the bottom of my stairs, and that I cut my feet up on the splintered wood of my front door. The adrenaline rush of a true fight-or-flight situation is something so strange that it's almost impossible to accurately describe. The sense of time, not being aware of pain and injuries for hours, and the hyper-focus on some details, but the complete loss of others. Luckily, I wasn't seriously hurt and nothing was stolen, but I installed cameras all over my house the very next day. About 10 years ago, some guy broke down my mom's front door at 2 a.m. The noise of it woke her up, and she came out of her bedroom and saw the guy messing with the papers on her desk, thinking that there was money there maybe. My mom's little dog was barking for all that he was worth, and my mom was yelling my name. The yelling and barking woke me up upstairs in the guest bedroom, so I came running down the stairs making a lot of noise. The guy ran off. Because of my mom? The barking dog? Me coming down the stairs? Who knows? I ran out onto the street after him, but he was gone. We called the cops. They showed up in less than 5 minutes. The officer was very nice. The next day, my mom got a new door with a longer deadbolt. It's a very quiet neighborhood. I haven't heard of such a thing happening to anyone else. I'm not sure if the guy was just crazy, at the wrong house, thought nobody was home, or something else. My boyfriend Jay and I were staying with 2 friends of his, Jem and Jeremy. Jeremy had left the apartment an hour or so before Jay and I decided to go to bed. A few minutes after Jay fell asleep, I heard a knock on the door and Jem answered it. Turns out it was Jeremy, but he wasn't alone. 2 guys that also lived in the apartment building forced Jeremy to knock at the door so that they could force their way in, as he didn't have his keys with him. Once they were inside, I could hear what sounded like a scuffle from where I was in the bedroom with the door closed. I woke Jay up, and all of a sudden we hear 2 unknown voices yelling, "Get down! Get on the ground!" Jay wanted to see what was going on, but I begged him to stay in the bedroom with me, which he did. After what seemed like a couple of minutes of arguing and fighting sounds, everything went absolutely silent. We opened the bedroom door to see Jim laying on the ground with what we later found out to be a barbed machete sticking out of his chest. Jeremy was calling 911. The apartment building didn't have a buzzer to let anyone into the building, so when the police got there, Jay let them in and showed them to the suite that we were in. After they separated us all and put the three of us into the back of 3 different police cars, where they left us while the paramedics tried to save Jim. Unfortunately, they weren't able to save him. He died at the apartment. I knew that he was dead when the paramedics wheeled him out to the ambulance, but didn't leave for at least 5 minutes without working on him at all. The police took us to be questioned, again, keeping us separated the entire time. About 12 hours later, they were ready to let us go, but told us that we were not allowed to go back to the apartment as it was an active crime scene. We were dropped off by the police at a coffee shop with no money, phones, wallets, or even shoes on our feet, as they wouldn't let us take anything from the apartment before they put us in the police cars before being questioned. We ended up going to a friend's house where we stayed until we were let back into the apartment 4 or 5 days later. Once we were finally allowed back into the apartment, the first thing that I had to do was clean up the blood, which I'm sure that you can imagine was pretty hard to handle. It was pretty traumatic. I was in college and had the only room on the ground floor. I was bartending, so I got home at like 3:30 a.m. I had just changed and gotten into bed when I heard someone fiddling with my window screen. I lived in a beach town and usually left my windows cracked open to hear the ocean as I fell asleep. I first thought it was one of my roommates who forgot their keys or something, but I realized that they would have called me first. So I flattened myself against the foot of my bed and the wall to look. It was a dude in a black hoodie with a box cutter cutting my window screen. As he was lifting himself to enter, I jumped up onto my bed and kicked him as hard as I could on the chest. He fell onto the parking lot, hit a bike rack, and was knocked unconscious. I slammed my window shut, bolted it, and called the cops. By the time they showed up, he was gone, but they found him 2 blocks away. His bag had zip ties and duct tape in it, and he had a record of SA. The cops blamed me a bit for having my windows open. I keep my windows shut after that. The guy who stalked me broke into my house with his buddy. I had a messed up sleep schedule, so I was awake at 3 or so a.m. I grabbed my little dog and my phone and went to the basement. It was more like a cellar almost, a trapdoor in the floor with stairs that led down to a small space with the furnace, hot water tank, etc. And I got my dog and I got into the crawl space. I'd had some cardboard on top of the door, so they didn't see it when it was closed. I turned my phone on silent and texted my best friend asking her to call the cops for me. After the longest 15 minutes of my life, the cops eventually got there, arrested the guy and his buddy, and came to find me. These 2 jerks had what the police described to me as a R-word and disposal kit. Duct tape, toys, a handsaw, a box of heavy-duty big black garbage bags, things of that nature, which implied intent and planning. So they went away for conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit assault, breaking and entering, and something else that I can't remember. The guy who actually stalked me pinned it all on his buddy, so the buddy went away for 5 years and is still in prison because he can't not act like a psycho, while the stalker served 2 3/4 years of his 4-year sentence. He threw his buddy under the bus and took a plea deal for himself, later got out on good behavior. I got a restraining order, which he violated a couple of times right away. It had been quiet for a while, until he got a girlfriend a couple of years ago. He told her his version, in which he was the victim and I was the villain, who sent him to jail for nothing. So she sent me a long, nasty message telling me that she'd find me and make me pay for it. So predictably, the cops got to go talk to both of them, and I haven't heard from them since. This was about 4 years ago. For some reason, a few hours leading up to the event, I was feeling uneasy and on edge. This was 3 hours prior, and I even consciously thought that it was weird because I had a buddy over and was playing my favorite video game, but I just could not enjoy myself. Unusually, my father was also up very late watching TV in the lounge, and he too later commented that he felt like he was being watched. Approximately an hour after he turned into bed, everything happened all at once. We believe at least 3 men tried to quietly pull a window out of our double doors. They were French-type doors to get in. But they dropped the pane, and when it shattered, everyone was alerted. Shouting, barking, and screaming commenced. And they then tried to break down the door to get in and grab anything convenient. Unfortunately for them, we had a large birdcage blocking the door on the inside, and they couldn't get in. They decided to make their getaway, and while doing so, one of them threw a brick at the window my father was looking through and broke that pane as well. While this was all going down, my buddy and I stayed in my room, door shut and locked. I grabbed a nearby skateboard, only thing I had that could be weaponized. It felt like everything was happening very slowly, especially because I could hear but not see what was going on. For reference, we have a freestanding house that, at the time, had an empty plot next door. We think they jumped over the concrete wall, as there's a palisade fencing in front of our house. A dude kicked the door in to beat up my roommate, who just got home from a late night of gambling. I was in the back and heard the commotion. I called 911, and they didn't take me seriously. "Can you just leave?" Until I said it sounded like someone was going to get murdered. The cops came. I was told to leave the house by the cops. I walked to the front of the house to greet some Glocks to my cell phone. Blood was everywhere. The floor, the walls, etc. The fight had broken windows and spread into the hallway and kitchen. I backed out of the house and was dragged across the yard by police. I told them I didn't see anyone in the house. They entered, and there was commotion when they found my roommate hiding next to his bed. The police were upset that I didn't see him. He was dragged out on a stretcher, and the neighbors watching probably figured that I beat the crap out of him. I was fixing the windows when he walked home from the hospital, still wearing a gown and hospital slippers. He didn't want to pay to be admitted. He looked like he had escaped an asylum. We never spoke about it after he repaired the damage. My tip? Just say murder when you call 911. A lot of police will come by. My dog scared off what I believe to be robbers and home invaders. I was at home cooking dinner one night, and I was about 8 months pregnant at the time. My husband had to work about 2 hours away from our home on this particular day. Anyways, as I was standing in our kitchen cooking, our dog suddenly got alarmed out of nowhere, and his hair raised on his back, and he was growling and barking. Well, next thing I know, someone knocked at our door. So I go to answer the door, and our dog stepped in front of me. As soon as I opened the door, our dog almost ran out in pure anger, but I held him back by his collar. There was a man standing on our porch. I asked, "Can I help you?" The man then said, "We're here to pick up the washer and dryer." After he said that, I looked in the driveway, and there was a tiny car no bigger than a Honda Civic out there. I immediately said, "There's no washer or dryer here for anyone to pick up." The man then said aggressively, "I told you, we're here to pick up the washer and dryer."
Mind you, this whole time I'm having to hold back our dog by his collar. He knew something wasn't right, and so did I. I then said, "Sir, there is nothing here for you, so please leave." You could tell the man was getting more and more scared of our dog because he kept backing up. He then just turned around and walked to his car, and I could tell that there were multiple people in the car as well. I let go of my dog's collar and he stood on the porch, growling with his hair raised the entire time the guy was walking to his car. Then, when the guy got to his car, they all sat there for like 10 minutes and my dog never moved off the porch. He stayed there growling the whole time. By this time, I grabbed our shotgun that we kept by our door. They then drove off, and my dog came back inside with me and wouldn't leave my side. I called my husband in a panic, because what if they try and come back? My husband said that he was about 15 minutes away from the house, and that he was hurrying as fast as he could. Our dog truly saved mine and my baby's life. He was so protective, and I know if I would have let him go, he would have attacked this man without question. It was truly a scary experience. I wish our dog was still alive today, but he sadly passed away a year ago. He absolutely adored our son. This isn't my story, but it's a roommate's from a previous house. The roommate killed an intruder in his entryway. He had a guy walk up to the open door midday and walk into the house. Windows were large, and the guy could clearly see inside that my roommate and his adult sister were inside. He entered the house anyway. After confronting the guy, it became apparent that the guy wasn't confused and deliberately entered. The roommate tackled him and managed to pin him down through a struggle, yelled for his sister to grab a gun. Sister brought it back and he held it against the guy till the guy calmed down, with the guy fully aware that he had a gun pressed to his side. Roommate disentangles himself slowly and gets some distance, backing up 10 feet from the guy. Sister is calling the cops at this point. Guy stands up and faces my roommate, who's clearly pointing a gun at him. Guy gets aggressive again, starts moving towards my roommate and reaches into his jacket pocket. Roommate proceeds to unload and drop the guy on the spot. Police arrive and clear the situation. Shooting was ruled as self-defense and the roommate was cleared. I believe the guy was found to be heavily under the influence, but I'm not sure of what. Roommate ended up struggling heavily with PTSD from this event, as well as following events from the military. This is heavy stuff. This was one of the worst experiences of my life. 3 men broke in while I was at home with my husband. I was pregnant. I managed to keep the lounge door shut by putting myself against it. I had some bad bruises and damaged my wrist, but physically I was mostly okay. My husband got acid thrown in his face. Luckily, it only really caught his forehead. We both suffered terribly mentally afterwards. My husband, after having the acid thrown in his face, ran and locked himself in the bathroom. They were mostly focused on trying to get into the lounge where I was. I have no idea how I physically kept them out. It still shocks me to this day. I also managed to call the police and an ambulance while they were still in my home, but they left before the police arrived. They could hear me on the phone. They took some stuff from upstairs, but that was all. The police didn't believe us and didn't bother investigating the crime. The 3 men were never caught. I lived in the same home, and I really struggle with the fear of home invasion. All my doors are always double locked, and I'm very careful with windows. I was in bed and I heard something outside. I have a lot of vivid dreams, so I ignored it at first. But then he started using a screwdriver to get the window open. My bed was right next to the window. After realizing that this really was happening, Remember, I woke up to this. I got up quietly and found my phone. I'm a small woman, so I didn't want him to see me. It was still dark and the blind was down, so I turned the torchlight on and stood against the wall opposite to the window, aiming the light directly at him. I held it up high so that I would look taller. I figured all he would see was the torchlight as soon as he got in, and sure enough, he got the window open, pushed the fly screen out, and lifted the blind to start climbing in. As soon as his head was through, I started shaking my phone so that he could see not only the light, but that someone was holding it. I was also banging on the wall, making the lowest, most guttural noise I could muster, like an ape. I don't know what came over me. I just knew he couldn't see me, and I had to overwhelm his senses so that he wouldn't notice my size and gender. And it worked. He let out an ungodly scream and ran. I think my behavior startled him. He left a bag behind that had a needle in it. I ran to my neighbor's house and called the police. They came and fingerprinted the place, took his bag, and left. And that's the end of the story. He never came back, and I never did get an update from the police. This is not my story, but it's a client that I used to work with. He was home with his daughter when 3 men broke in. He woke up when they broke a window. He put his daughter in his closet with his cell phone to call 911, and he got his shotgun. He crept to the top of the stairs, since he could hear them all moving around and talking downstairs. He warned them that he had a gun and to get out. They replied that they also had guns, so he better run. So he fired, towards the ground as best as he could see in the dark. He hears screaming as his shot wasn't aimed low enough. He saw 2 shadows run away, but could still hear the screaming. His buck spray severed one of the men's legs off above the knee, and his buddies left him. The man bled out in his living room before an ambulance could arrive, despite him applying a tourniquet. Police arrive and separate him from his traumatized kid, and then arrest him. Kid had to go with a social worker until they released him the next day. They caught the other 2 the next day as well. My client was never the same knowing that he killed a man, despite knowing that he was protecting his daughter. This is not my case personally, but I was a prosecutor involved in a case where an older woman was about to take a shower when an intruder attacked her. This was back in the day when we had corded telephones. She started to try to call the police, and he grabbed her. She beat him in the head with the telephone, and then grabbed his family jewels, twisting very hard. He yelled, "Lady, you're killing me." And she yelled back, "What do you think you were trying to do to me?" He ran out of the house, and she got her pistol and started shooting at him. When the cops arrived, he ran to the police car yelling that crazy lady was trying to kill him. He was arrested and convicted. I was about 25 years old at the time, and I'm a female, and I was sick and at home in bed. I lived in a block of 8 units. It was about midday on a weekday. I heard my front door jiggle, and then it opened, and 2 big burly guys came in. I came to the door and said, "What the heck are you doing?" They said, "Oh, sorry. We thought this was our friend's house." I shut the door, but noticed that they had broken the lock and door handle to break in. I looked out the window, and they were standing outside my door arguing about whether to just come in my house anyway, which was horrifying as I was imagining being assaulted, etc. So I opened the door and screamed, "Leave, I've called the police," as loud as possible, and that made them run off. I then called the cops, and they showed up quickly but didn't find them. However, they had systematically robbed every single one of the 8 units. They had all been broken into. I got a call about 2 years later from the police saying they eventually caught the guys because they were found with stolen property from the other housing units, and they matched the description that I had given. My parents had gone out of town for the weekend. I was 16 at the time. We live in a pretty rural town of about 1,500 people. I was streaming my game and having a blast. I had ordered pizza and the night was going great. Now, ever since my parents would leave for weekends, I knew where my stepdad had a pistol, a Ruger 9mm. Whenever they'd leave, I felt safer having the pistol with me. So when this all first started, I learned and got trained in pistols. It's about 11:30 to 12 at night when I hear a loud bang and the floor beneath me shook. Coincidentally, there was a door to the basement below where my desk sat, so I calmly told my stream that I'd be back, grabbed the pistol, and flagged the door from our kitchen that led to the basement for about 5 minutes. Nobody came up, so I go to the basement door and really quietly open it up. I hear whispering and shuffling of things. I flicked the light onto the stairs of the basement and said, "I'm giving you until 10 to leave this house, or you're not gonna like the outcome." And it had turned pin drop silent. I started counting from 10, and once I hit 5, I racked the slide to chamber around, and as they heard that slide rack back, all I heard was shuffling and stuff being dropped, and they ran out the back door. I'm thankful they left, because I didn't want to shoot anybody, but I wasn't going to let someone steal from my family. Come to find out, it was a relative that was privy to my parents' departure, and figured that I wouldn't be around. Someone tried our door after my brother had left around 11 p.m. on a Saturday. We thought they were drunk and maybe tried the wrong door. My girlfriend didn't see his face when she went through the peephole. We went to bed, but I grabbed a hammer before we went just to be safe. 2 minutes after the lights went out in our room, someone opened our front door. I jumped out of bed with the hammer in hand and charged the door. My girlfriend said she's never heard my voice sound so scary. I was hoarse the next day. It was wild. She barricaded herself and our dog in the bedroom and called 911, while I charged the door and body slammed it before they could get the whole way in. I felt him get pushed out. He must have thought my girlfriend was alone. Who knows how long he'd been watching us and her. It's unsettling that we never figured out who it was. A week later, we went back to try and get back to a routine, and at 10 p.m., someone threw something at our bedroom window. Cops are useless, and we moved out and broke our lease a week later. My wife and I sleep in separate rooms because I snore. I wake up at 3 a.m. to my wife frantically whispering that there was someone in the house. In fact, he was right across the hall in the bathroom, looking for pills perhaps. I told my wife to get our daughter and go lock themselves in our detached garage. I tried to sneak into the master bedroom to the gun safe, but the intruder looked over at me just as I passed the bathroom. I slammed the door in his face and sprinted into the bedroom. I have a pistol safe that opens very quickly with a keypad. He was coming out of the bathroom just as I racked the slide to put a round in the chamber. I told him to get back in the bathroom or I was going to shoot him in the face. He went back into the bathroom and I called 911. He played a little peekaboo at the bathroom door, but I told him if he did it again, I was going to shoot him. The police were there in a very few minutes. I was naked the whole time. Always leave a robe by your bed. I was in the process of cutting all contact with an abusive ex, and had been ignoring her for a week or so, and not responding to any messages. One night, I was in bed, about 7 beers deep, and someone starts banging on my door. I think, well, I'm not opening that. I didn't own a gun or anything at the time, and felt frozen just watching the door shake. I was on the 3rd floor of an apartment complex, and she jumped onto my balcony and smashed out the bottom part of the balcony door, window panes, with her shirt wrapped around her hand. I ran into the bathroom and put my back up against the toilet and my feet against the bathroom door, and the bathroom door was not one that locked. It was a cheap apartment complex and the doors were terrible. She's backing up to the furthest end of the living room and throwing her body weight against the door over and over, and I was just on the phone with the police giving them my information. And I guess the adrenaline gave me more strength than I really had. At the time, I was a 21-year-old woman with no muscles. Eventually, she realizes that I'm on the phone and changes her whole tone into this weird baby sweet voice and says, "Baby, who are you in there with? I'm not gonna hurt you." I responded and told her the police were coming, and she screamed this unhinged scream I've never heard another human make and ran out into the parking lot where she was apprehended and arrested. She only stayed in jail for 2 days. Even though she was threatening violence that entire time, she was trying to get into the bathroom. The next day, she showed up at my apartment again and forced her way inside and held me captive for a day with a knife and kept my phone on her person at all times so I couldn't call anyone. I got out of it by pretending that I had forgiven her and that we were still going to be together, but that she needed to go home and figure out her jail bond situation. It surprisingly worked, and I've never spoken to her again since I threatened her with a restraining order. You never think that you'll be one to freeze when someone is breaking in, but the panic just takes over and fight or flight kicks in hard. There also is this very real realization that you might have to kill someone if you initiate any type of self-defense. I think that's the main reason that I didn't fight back when she held me hostage. The idea of having to fight and possibly kill someone in self-defense was very difficult for me to act on. I lived in a studio apartment at the time. I came home from the bars to a random dude rifling through my stuff. I invited him to leave through the door. Instead, he decided to punch me in the face. Needless to say, this made me angry, and I proceeded to throw him around my apartment like a beach ball. After breaking most of my furniture and throwing him through the wall of my bathroom, I picked him up and chunked him out of the window head first. He got lucky and landed on his feet, shattering both of his legs. I lived on the 3rd story. Cops got called by my neighbors while this was happening. I got charged with defenestration. I pled the castle defense and got the charges dropped. He is still in a wheelchair. Side note, this event led me to getting sober, and I'm now 6 years clean and 3 years sober. I don't need the level of anger in my life that I used to have pretty consistently. I was absurdly lucky when this happened, 12 years ago. I was a single female, living in a ground floor flat on a private garden. I must have been targeted. The dude snapped the lock of the garden-facing windows and snuck in the middle of the night with a rucksack and what must have been a pocket full of condoms. I only know that because we found some on the ground in the home and in the garden. What he hadn't expected was that the day before, a friend of a friend had a pipe breaks in his flat and totally wrecked his place. Said friend called in a favor for his buddy, and I agreed to take him in. The dude was huge, red-headed, scarified, tattooed, psych nurse, and fun as heck. I set him a cot in my living room, the same room that had the garden-facing windows. When the wannabe intruder stumbled in, he wasn't faced by a scared, defenseless woman, but by a very startled, very angry, beefy dude who bellowed at him. I was woken up by my guardian angel, temporary roommate, a scream of terror from the invader, and the sound of said invader face-planting when he jumped the garden fence. Blood smears the morning after led me to hope he really hurt himself. Redhead tattooed guardian angel was welcome to stay as long as he needed after that, and I started to sleep with a machete behind my bedroom door. When I was staying with my brother, he let a mutual friend of ours stay there as well. He was selling weed and would constantly bring people by to sell to them, even though I told him repeatedly not to. One night, me and my brother were playing Borderlands when there was a knock at the door around midnight. I answered, and someone I didn't know asked for our friend who wasn't there. That's when someone who was standing on the side out of sight appeared and put a gun in my face. My first instinct was to grab the gun, and we both wrestled with it for a few seconds, and that's when I had 2 more guns shoved in my face. I had no choice but to back off. 4 people entered, one of whom had brass knuckles. They made me lay on my stomach. At one point, I felt someone come up behind me, and I got hit with something. Not sure what it was, but it was probably a gun or the brass knuckles. I immediately tried to lift myself up to defend myself when I got knocked out. I still have the scar on my cheek. When I came to, they were gone, and my brother was standing there with a look of shock on his face, with blood on the back of his head. Those jerks hit him with a salsa jar, which caused him to get staples on the back of his head. I went to a neighbor's apartment and asked them to call the police. My brother was taken to the hospital. I still don't know who they were, but if I ever find out, that will be the last time they ever do some coward stuff like that again. This happened around 2011. I'm a female, and I was home alone getting ready to leave for work. I let the dogs out into the backyard while I put my shoes on and gathered things for my day. Our backyard's access from inside the house is through a door in the kitchen. The house is on a hill with a basement, so there's a staircase going down the side of the hill that brings you from the back door and deck to the full yard below. As a security measure, my dad had put the deadbolt key for the door onto a 3-foot-long chain, which was secured to the door frame opposite the side where the lock was. So I'd lock the deadbolt, then release the key, where it would swing down with the chain. I hope that makes sense. The key was still in the deadbolt after letting my dogs out, even though I locked it after letting them out, because it made the process for my morning quicker. Well, when I opened the back door to let the dogs in, there was a guy there who came from the side where the stairs are and pushed his way in. I'm literally fighting him about 4 feet into the kitchen. Luckily, he knocked into something on my counter, which fell to the tile floor and broke, because he then slipped and lost his balance. I was able to push him out of the still open door. I slammed it so fast and turned the key that was still in the deadbolt. I ran to the bathroom and called the police. They were at my house within like 5 minutes. The guy was gone, but an officer called me a month later because he wanted me to ID a guy who broke into the house of someone a few blocks over and was arrested for attempted R and assault. It turns out he lived 4 houses down from me. Same street. He had watched my patterns, knew that my dogs were friendly, and knew the time that I would be leaving for work. I think I was 12 when this happened. I think it was like 2 a.m., and my dad was up still watching TV and heard rustling outside, which he initially thought were raccoons trying to get into the trash, which had been a recent issue. And then something tipped him off, because in his words, it sounded like it wasn't trying to be heard, and raccoons are persistent and don't care about that. He wakes my mother up, shushes her, then goes and wakes my brother, 18 years old, up. They quite literally lock and load shotguns, gun safe in Dad's closet, and he gets me my .22 as well. We basically just sit tight and try to spot the intruders in dim streetlight while my mom called 911 quietly. So here comes dude trying to brazenly blow through the back door of our house, and my father lets him get into another room, and then puts the shotgun to his back angled to an outside wall, while my brother is in front of him angling to the other outside wall, and I'm behind my dad with the .22, not aimed but ready to roll. The dude was tweaking, but he wasn't tweaking bad enough that he didn't realize that he messed up. So he just sat down on the floor and put his hands on his knees. We kept him there until the cops showed up, which was like 42 seconds. Because surprise, dumb dude, there were like 7 cops who lived in my neighborhood. The clincher, as I recall, is the guy didn't have any weapons. None. Nothing. And we were the 4th house in our neighborhood who he had broken into, yet the first who was awake and heard it. I'm kind of the neighborhood mom. I have my own kids and I have a nice backyard with a swimming pool, and I always have the good snacks. I live in a neighborhood that is mixed social class, with some folks that are upper middle class a few streets up from me, and some folks in Section 8 a few streets down. I make up the border of in between. I'd say that we're lower middle class, not the poorest of poor, and we can cover a few minor car or appliance repairs where needed, but we'd probably be screwed if a big cash requiring emergency happened. Sometimes the poorer neighborhood kids come over to swim in our Walmart pop-up pool. Sometimes they knock on our door and ask for snacks. Sometimes I notice their shoes are too small or falling apart, and I pick up a pair of shoes that might fit them better. One day, a few years ago, during the height of the George Floyd protests, 3 boys, 6, 8, and 15, started coming to my door every morning for breakfast. They'd play with my kids all day, eating lunch and dinner, playing in the pool, watching cartoons, and just hanging out. Then at night, they'd begrudgingly leave. They never answered questions about their parents, and their parents never seemed to come look for them or wonder where they were. They were always wearing the same clothes and swam in their underwear, and honestly, they smelled pretty awful. I bought them some new clothes and some soap and shampoos suitable for their hair and skin, and sent them up to shower and change one day. They then told me that their dad was an alcoholic and beat them and threw them out. I let them spend the night, and the next day I called a social worker friend of mine, and we took them to a local youth shelter. Their dad pitched a fit, and they were forced to come home, but then they were immediately thrown out again. They came back to my house and I let them sleep here again. They started sneaking over every night that their dad threw them out. One day they ran to my house and banged on my door. I threw it open and was met with 3 bloodied kids. The 15-year-old had a head injury and a black eye and 2 broken fingers. One of the younger boys had a huge cut on his cheek and a bruise on his side, and the other had bruises all up and down his back. I brought them inside and locked the door. We called the police. They took 5.5 hours to respond. I sent the boys upstairs to the bathroom with my kids and told them to hide. I called my friends. For 5.5 hours, the boy's drunken, armed father tried to kick in my solid oak door. He screamed at my neighbors, calling me the P word. Thankfully, no one believed him, and eventually he split the door, just as the police showed up. I stood there in my living room, watching the door with my bow staff, while my friends stood outside, waiting and watching to make sure things were safe. I prayed to my grandmother's gods that I wouldn't have to use my staff, and prepared myself to try and calmly talk him down, but to do whatever I had to do to keep him from getting at the kids. He did manage to break my door, but the deadbolt and the latch lock thing held, so he didn't make it all the way in. The police didn't even arrest him. I was home in bed in our 2-story house with my wife at the time and my 11-year-old son. It was about 5 a.m. when the house alarm went off. I went into my son's room, realized that he was still in bed, and pulled him into our bedroom. I could hear someone downstairs breaking things and tearing the house up. I'm former military. I grabbed my shotgun and took a shooting stance, aiming down the upstairs hallway, loudly cracking the shotgun as my wife called 911. The whole time I yelled, "We're armed. Set foot on the stairs and I'll shoot you." It took the police about 2 minutes to arrive. Though the attackers had fled, they were quickly caught. All 3 were armed with pistols and had duct tape and box cutters on them. Turns out, These three had been on a crime spree, breaking into 2 other unoccupied houses that night and committing armed robbery in broad daylight earlier that afternoon. I've since upgraded to an AR-15. Not a day will go by that I am not armed. I had some dude banging on the bay window in the front yard. It was shaking the entire pane of glass, which was about 6 foot wide and 4 foot high. He banged it hard enough that the glass flexed inward and moved the curtains. He then came around to the door under the carport and tried to get inside. I argued with my ex-fiancée because she wanted to open the door and tell him to leave so he wouldn't smash the huge window pane. We rented, and I wanted to call the police. She opened the door anyway. He stormed in, shoved past her, and immediately attacked me, so I fought back. We tussled some and ended up on the floor, getting jammed in the corner of our dining room in a stalemate. Neither of us could move, and I had a death grip on his ear, but he had my finger and was bending it back nearly to the point of breaking it. We both struggled for an upper hand, but since we were stuck together in an awkward knot, neither of us could move enough. I pulled his ear and told him it only takes 11 pounds of pressure to tear an ear off of a human head, something I read once somewhere. He bent my finger back and told me that he'd snap it in half. Neither of us moved after that. We agreed to both let go, and untrustingly, we each relaxed our grip a little at a time until we untangled. His friend, who I recognized, barged in and shouted, "Let's get out of here, man." He jumped up and they both left. After, I started calling the cops, but my ex stopped me and said she knew him. She explained that she'd cheated on me and messed around with this guy, so now he was jealous. So yeah, that happened. When I was 9, I was down the street at my best friend's house. Her mom was quote-unquote sick, which really meant blackout drunk, in bed, completely non-responsive. Before she went to bed, she had told us to make sure that we didn't answer the door under any circumstances. Easy. Can do. We went upstairs to play Barbies or whatever. About 2 hours later, there's a knock at the door, and then another, and then louder knocking, and then it stops. We go back to playing until the back door opens and there are footsteps into the living room. She tells me her dad won't get off work until late that night. It can't be him. Her mom is passed out in bed. What do we do? My friend is really freaking out at this point. We were 2 9-year-old girls, and she whispers, "My dad has a Glock in the closet." Bingo. To be fair, I had parents that took me to the gun range for about a year at that point, and I did riflery at camp every summer. But obviously this was dumb. We found the gun, loaded it, and crept downstairs to defend ourselves against the home invader. At this point, you might be wondering, couldn't they have called the police? Yes, but we were 9-year-old girls and we were lost in the sauce. Caught up in the moment. It happened so fast. I turned the corner with the gun, feeling like one of Charlie's Angels, ready to shoot the invader and literally kill someone if they came for me, only to find her grandmother making a sandwich. Her grandmother was planning on coming over, but in my friend's mom's drunken state, she had completely forgotten. I guess it's not a real home invasion, but 9-year-old me was ready to shoot, so I'd say that it's close.
I was about 23, a British girl backpacking around the States alone. I'd been to NYC and taken the Amtrak down the East Coast and around Florida, with a ticket to fly out of Baton Rouge. No idea why I picked there. It sounded nice. I got to New Orleans, checked into the not-so-hostel, and was tired, so crashed. Woke up the next day, did some touristy stuff, and generally relaxed. I had over a week, so was in no hurry. I was vaguely aware of the weather forecast, but didn't think it was a big deal. The next day, the hostel put up a sign saying, "Katrina is coming. Hurricanes mean party time in New Orleans. Get some beer, food, and water, and we'll board up the windows." Still not at all worried, I went to the supermarket and stocked up. Someone in my dorm was trying to leave the city and found out there were no buses or planes. The next day there was a news report, the mayor, I think, who said everyone had to leave the city or go to a shelter. I still wasn't worried. A shelter seemed like it wouldn't be a big deal, so I packed my stuff with about a dozen other backpackers and went to the corner where we'd been told to wait. A bus picked us up and took us to the Superdome. At first it was cool. There were loads of people, but it was pretty organized and it seemed like an interesting new experience. I stuck with the other backpackers. We were pretty much the only white people in there, which seemed strange to us, but not bad. There were guards, but they were quite chilled. Everyone was really worried about protecting the AstroTurf, so we were really careful. We set up camp on the bleachers and went to sleep for the night. The storm started about 6 and woke us up. It was incredibly loud and ripped off bits of the roof. It was scary, but eventually it was over. I remember seeing beams of sunlight shining through the holes in the roof. That was day 2. Then things started to get scary. There were a lot of unwell people. I've no idea if it actually happened or was a mental health symptom. People were coming down off drugs, and I think I saw someone fall or jump off one of the balconies. Every day more soldiers came in, with bigger, scarier guns. There were fights, and the whole place felt scary. There was no running water. We were trying to arrange to be transported out, so we went to meet with one of the army guys in charge. We went downstairs under the bleachers, where they were keeping all the really old, sick people. They were sitting in wheelchairs in 6 inches of water, and several seemed not far away from dying. After that, I stopped complaining and got on with it. After 6 days, they moved us to the basketball stadium for a night, then one of the big hotels. Every day they said they'd be getting us out today, and then we would have to stay. Finally, they got us on a bus. They wouldn't tell us where we were going, but we didn't much care. I remember the bus driver being the nicest man. I remember we were given the MRE meals and spent ages talking about food and what we missed. Then we were on the bus and we crossed the "Welcome to Texas" sign. And right there was a picnic/BBQ at the side of the road. We were talking about how amazing BBQ food would be, not realizing that they'd set it up for us. From that day on, Texas was my favorite state. We got taken to Dallas after then, and the embassy put me up in a hotel for the night and bought me waffles and some clothes. There's more, but it's late here now and I can't think. If anyone's interested, ask questions, and I'll try and answer them.
Hey everyone, Interscare here. And for my first story of this video, since we're going to be talking about hurricane stories and things in this video, I want to give my own personal account of my time during Hurricane Sandy. Now, I don't have this written down or anything, so I'm just kind of talking into the microphone as I remember things. I actually have already been reading a bunch of these stories, and I moved them forward in the video because it brought back a lot of memories of my time. So I was 15 years old when Hurricane Sandy hit, and I wasn't in New York or New Jersey at the time, but I did live in a little town in West Virginia. At the time, my family and I lived in a double-wide trailer, So with the storm coming, we decided that probably wasn't the best place to be. So we ended up going to my uncle's house, who lived down in the valley between two mountains. To get down to his house, you had to drive about 2 miles down switchbacks, straight down a mountain with no guardrail blocking. So we went down there before the storm hit. And whenever the storm hit, it was much worse than we could have even imagined. We went outside and there was 5 feet of snow. We literally had to dig out the door just so that we could go outside. We lost power. We didn't have any internet, no electricity. The only heat that we had was my uncle's wood furnace that he had in his living room. He also only had well water. And with the storm, that well water was absolutely disgusting. So we didn't have any running water to drink. We were stuck in his house for about a week. Mind you, this was a 3-bedroom home. And my family, I'm the oldest of 5. And in his family, he had 4 kids himself. So it was 9 kids and 4 adults, all huddled together in a 3-bedroom house for an entire week. When we ran out of bottled water, we had to go get snow from outside and boil it on the wood furnace just so that we could have water to drink. For food, all we had was canned foods, which I guess is a good thing to have during the storm, but we had no way of heating it up other than just opening the can and setting it on top of the wood furnace in hopes of it heating it up just enough for us to be able to eat it. My grandparents didn't come with us to my uncle's house. They had stayed at their home. They lived right across the yard from where our double wide was, but we had no way of contacting them. I didn't know if my grandpa was alive or if he had deceased in the storm. We didn't know anything. Finally, after about a week of us being stuck in this house, me, my dad, my uncle, and my uncle's oldest son, who was a few years younger than myself, all decided that we would try our best to clean up the trees and all that stuff that had fallen on the switchbacks getting out of his house. My uncle had a tractor that we all piled into, my dad and my uncle sitting in the seats and me and my cousin riding on the sides holding on. He would drive it up the switchback, and he would stop every 5 feet or so that me, my dad, and my cousin could go move fallen trees from the path. The tractor was pushing the snow out of the way, trying to clear the road enough for us to get our minivans up there. Finally, after about 8 or 9 hours of nothing but hard labor trying to get this switchback cleaned up, it was finally clear enough where my uncle and my dad finally felt comfortable trying to get these minivans up there. So, my family all piled into our minivan, his family into his, and we started our ascent up this switchback. Remember, like I said before, there are no guardrails. If you slip off the switchback, you're falling straight down a mountain. And it was scary because these roads were slick. There were several times that my dad had to fight to keep control of the vehicle and not let it slide off the road. But we finally got up. And when we got out, we saw the devastation that had hit the top of the mountain. There were fallen trees everywhere. Power lines were down. It was desolate. And there was nobody around at the time because even a week later, it was still too dangerous to get out and even start working on things. We worked our way back to our house, and we finally got to see my grandparents. They were alive and well, but they weren't thriving. They didn't have power either, even though they lived closer to town. The only way that they could keep refrigerator stuff cold was by throwing it all outside in the snow. I remember seeing gallons of milk, eggs, deer meat from our previous hunting season, and everything just thrown outside on the porch in the snow because that was the only way to keep it cold. My grandpa had a generator, but it soon ran out of gas, and there were no gas stations that had any gas available at the time. It was a very, very rough couple of weeks until the snow finally melted, power lines were able to be restored, and things finally got back to normal. And I say all that to say this, because I wasn't even in New York or New Jersey. I was miles and miles away in West Virginia. So I couldn't even imagine what it would be like being in one of the cities where these hurricanes hit and devastate thousands and thousands of people's homes and lives. My heart goes out to everyone who is affected by these storms. I hope each and every one of you that live in an area that is affected by Hurricane Idalia, please be safe. I was 21 years old. We evacuated, but came back very quickly because my dad's a contractor. We stayed with friends just outside of the city and had special passes that were given to people like contractors, people who were coming in to work on cleaning up, that were inspected by the National Guard on the way in every day. It was eerie. We could drive all the way from one end of Veterans Highway, a large road right outside of New Orleans proper, but still in the impacted vicinity, in the suburbs, normally lousy with traffic, to the other, and not see another car, person, working light, or even living thing. It was desolate, like a wasteland. I remember it took a long time for places to start feeling occupied again, because so many were gone. It took years for some 24-hour places to work up the staff to be able to run for 24 hours again. I was 11 when Hurricane Katrina came knocking. I had never spent more than a week outside of New Orleans. I remember being in school a week before it hit. The administration handed out a "in case this crap storm messes us up" form, and I remember immediately throwing it in the trash. Every year I could remember a hurricane had threatened the city. We'd gotten no worse than a drizzle. We evacuated the Saturday before it struck, and I still didn't think much of it, even when we were stuck in traffic for 12 hours, trying to drive 2 hours west to Lafayette. It wasn't until we saw the videos of the levees breaking that I understood just how serious the situation was. My mother was crying hysterically. She had lived in New Orleans her whole life. I was simply stunned. I saw the photos of my school and my house under 8 feet of water. My dad was a consultant, but all of his clients were underwater, so we were suddenly poor. My family of 7 was stuck in the same 2-bed hotel room for 2 months. We never went hungry because the local churches had put together food drives for the refugees. After a time, it became clear that we could not go back. We had nothing to go back to anymore. So we settled down in the city that we evacuated to. My mom would take me to a local church and just pray for hours for all the people who needed help. The priest was this venerable old guy who personally introduced himself to all of the refugees. When we told him that we were still living in a hotel 2 months after the storm, he let us stay in a house that the church owned for almost nothing. He even let us attend the Catholic school for no charge for an entire year. It was really moving how the entire church banded together to help us out when we needed it. I remember being absolutely angry at the government. All that FEMA money only went to the poor and uninsured. I don't resent the poor at all because they needed it, but the poor weren't the only ones. My middle-class, tax-paying, flood insurance-owning family never got crap from them. Never mind that the insurance agency was underwater too, and we didn't get compensation of any kind until the day after my 13th birthday. Never mind that we had to go up to our eyeballs in debt just to survive because our assets drowned with the banks. It's been almost 10 years since it happened. I don't think I'll ever trust the government or view it as competent again. When we really needed it, the government failed us on every possible level. The churches did more for us than any government official did. This came out, a lot angrier than I intended. I guess I'm still bitter about the whole thing, but it's not easy to lose your home, your way of life, and all your friends in a single day. I'm from Biloxi, Missouri, and our families have ridden out every storm that we have ever gotten, Katrina included. I had just turned 19 and was home for the weekend from college. I had no idea that there was a storm, so I brought my dirty clothes home and left everything else at school in my dorm. I will never forget my mama running into my room Sunday morning saying, "It's a Category 5. I was like, what the heck? I'm going back to sleep. We stayed up all day boarding up the windows and getting our stuff packed to go around the corner to my paternal grandmother's house. Our house was surrounded by trees and she had a generator. Mama was on the phone with her mom begging her to leave. She lived on the point in Biloxi. Basically, her house was in between the Gulf of Mexico and Biloxi Back Bay. After hours of crying and begging, she was off to Tallahassee to stay with my uncle. My aunt, other uncle, and 2 little cousins were in tow. Once they were gone, we loaded up our stuff and our animals and went up the road. Honestly, I slept through the entire night when it hit. I was thinking I was going to wake up. We would clean the yards and just go about our lives. I was wrong. Really wrong. Since we lived north of I-10, our houses were fine. However, everything else was completely devastated. The Grand Casino in Biloxi was setting on the north side of Highway 90. The water had picked an entire casino up and moved it across the beach and north of the highway. My mama's mom, my maternal grandmother, lost everything that she has ever owned. She had a little shotgun house, and it was picked up and full of water. We went into the house and got some of her knickknacks, salvaged some clothes, and looked for our papa's service flag. The day we found his flag was the last day we ever went to that house. Another casino has since been built on her property. It's a gym now or something. Seeing the point completely obliterated was absolutely heart-shattering. The place I had lived my whole life was decimated. We cried and cried, but we lived. We did what we had to do. The coast was never the same after the storm, but we're building back slowly but surely. I love Biloxi. It's my home. I hate that it didn't get the attention it needed. Heck, none of the coast did. But you know what? We rallied together. We all became a big family, and we are now thriving. I pray that this kind of storm will never happen again. I was a year out of college and had just moved back to the North Shore area about 4 weeks before the storm hit. When the call came to evacuate, I packed up with my family and 4 other families that we were very close with to caravan out of the area. We evacuated, but finding a place to stay was troublesome. We wound up going all the way to Northeast Texas, where we stayed in a campground for 2 nights, before going to a friend of a cousin's lake house near Oklahoma. We stayed for about 4 more days before we heard rumors that you could get back down south. Mind you, there was no cellular service much past Baton Rouge for a while. There was significant storm damage and power outages as far north as Natchitoches, Louisiana. So we drove to Jackson, Mississippi, and of all things, stayed at a lovely B&B for 2 nights while we tried to get supplies. Mind you, Jackson is almost 200 miles north of New Orleans, and every store was either very low or completely out of gasoline, candles, batteries, bottled water, generators, lanterns, chainsaws, and most non-perishable food. We wound up finding a small mom-and-pop hardware store that sold oil lamps and lamp oil. So we bought all of those, about 3 dozen lamps and all the lamp oil and wicks that they had. Then we started to drive south. If you've ever driven down I-55 in Mississippi, you may be familiar with the invasive kudzu plant that covers everything. All the trees, bushes, plants, etc. The closer we got to Louisiana, the more you could see the trees start to bed from wind, and the kudzu was disturbed. It was very odd. We made it as far as Washington Parish before we hit roadblocks. This was about 10 days after the storm, give or take. From Washington Parish to St. Tammany Parish, we wound our way on the back roads via a good old-fashioned road atlas. There was no power, no gasoline stations, nothing was open, and there was just endless storm damage. Roofs were blown down, trees were scattered everywhere, and the ones still standing had been blown to almost a 50-degree angle. There was localized flooding, and worst of all, lots of downed power lines. When we got to one of the family's houses, we stopped. It was on a lot of land, and we could all hang out together. No one knew how long it would take to get to the lake. There was no cell service, no radio, obviously no telephone or television service. When the sun went down, it was just dark. But there was plenty to do. The house had suffered minor damage, but the property was a mess. I learned how to use a chainsaw. Every day was spent working from the time the sun came up until it went down. We cleared the driveway, the property, and then went to work with the rest of the community that had started to come back and worked on clearing the roads. This was in late summer, and late summer in Louisiana without AC is not a fun time. But every day was so physically demanding that we slept like logs. Every other day we sent a few people to find more water, gasoline, and food. They once came to a Red Cross station near Covington. They reported that there were at least 500 people there, and by 10 a.m., all the supplies had run out. I saw fights over 5-pound bags of ice at a Red Cross station. MREs, also Red Cross station. Gasoline purchases, D batteries, and most heartbreaking, I saw people abandoning their pets because they weren't able to care for them. My dad was working abroad, and as soon as he could, he flew to Dallas, then Houston, then rented a car and drove across I-10 with an SUV filled with bottled water and a generator that he found near Beaumont, Texas. The generator was used to cool the refrigerator and run fans at night. It was so hot that summer. 3 weeks after the storm, we could navigate most of St. Tammany Parish well enough, and by that point, things were in full swing. Stores were getting deliveries, power lines were being repaired, roads were being constantly cleared, etc. The bridge from Slidell to New Orleans had been damaged and was unusable. Homes and buildings along the lake were in toothpick-sized shards. It was easily visible where the storm surge had hit, and how far the water levels rose from the lake. There was a huge spike in crime in an otherwise very safe and suburban community along the North Shore. There was constant looting, reports of shootings. Fights in stores were downright commonplace. It was a really horrible time. People lost all their things, which, sure, it's just stuff. But it isn't easy to rationalize that when 3 generations of heirlooms and keepsakes have been destroyed, along with their home, their neighborhood, and their community. I didn't know about what happened in the Superdome and Convention Center for weeks. I didn't know that there had been a huge telethon to raise money until almost a year later. I didn't know for almost 6 months if all my friends had survived. But let us also not forget that this storm hit the Gulf Coast, not just New Orleans. Coastal Mississippi was devastated, and only a few weeks after the storm, Hurricane Rita gave the far west Gulf Coast its own major storm. I have to make sure to recognize all the road, power, telecom, etc. crews that came from all over the nation to help get people in the area connected and moving again. The other thing I want to call out is the illness that has plagued the community since the storm. I don't have any scientific data or even a great knowledge of things, but in my own personal inner circle, the instances of cancer since the storm would blow your mind. Mostly men and women who were older than 45 when the storm hit, and all kinds of cancer,
all along the Gulf Coast, especially in adults of all ethnicities. I don't know what gets stirred up. Well, everything does, I suppose, during these storms. But I'm not exaggerating when I say that more than 75% of the adults that I know/knew suffered serious health complications after the storm. Here's my takeaway. FEMA obviously didn't have a plan before this storm, and they still aren't great. Looking at Hurricane Sandy survivors, the Red Cross can only do as much as it possibly can. This stuff brings out the worst in people, and I love my family and friends. I was 8 when Hurricane Katrina hit. It was my first real big hurricane. We were supposed to evacuate, but my grandfather opted to stay because he said that he had rode out similar big storms back in the day, so we stayed. It was strange, because at 4 a.m., 2 hours before the storm hit, you could see the rats, roaches, anything that's able to climb vertically, crawling up the telephone poles to get to high ground. The storm started at 6 a.m., when it slowly started to flood. No winds just yet. By around 10, all of our furniture floated out of the house. In the house was me, my mom, my grandparents, and my aunt. I was in the attic with my mom, while my grandparents and aunt were downstairs on top of the stove. My grandparents couldn't climb the ladder to get in the attic. The storm knocked down my buddy's house. They were in the attic too. Unfortunately, they didn't make it. It stopped around 7 p.m. We slept on someone's porch for the night. Then we got a boat to a bridge and slept there for 3 days and 2 nights. Finally, we caught a bus to a different city. It was crazy for an 8-year-old. When I finish high school, I'm moving away for college. I will never experience that again. I was a sophomore in high school when Katrina hit. The last day of school that we had was August 26th, and the thing is that no one said goodbye to each other. None of us could have guessed that the majority of us wouldn't see each other again. Many people were skeptical about the impact that Katrina would cause, because just about a year prior, Hurricane Ivan was supposed to hit New Orleans straight on, and it ended up turning at the last moment to hit Florida. People didn't want to spend the extra money evacuating. My family did evacuate to northeastern Alabama, with the exception of my brother who had to stay. He was a police officer. I know, the police officer, at least in my parish, weren't getting fed. My brother ended up getting out and had to get transported to Baton Rouge. I enrolled in school in Alabama for 3 weeks. All the people were nice. My family then left for Louisiana, but another city, just north of New Orleans. I enrolled in 2 more schools that year, a grand total of 4 schools my sophomore year. Needless to say, I didn't make any attachments. In October, my area was finally open to the former residents, so we went and salvaged a few things. The only area of my house that didn't have water was the attic. All of our photos were ruined, with the exception of Polaroids. Great film. There were houses in the middle of several streets. One, I had no idea where it came from. Vehicles and boats were on top of houses. It was a very sad thing, but I had prepared myself for it, since I had 2 months to wonder how it all looked. I will say that following the hurricane, there was a huge sense of community. People would help each other. Every single business opening was a celebration. I later moved closer to Baton Rouge my junior, and I've been there ever since. I haven't been back home in 2 years, because I have no reason to go. I didn't live in New Orleans. I lived in Long Beach, Missouri. I could throw a baseball from the front door of my apartment and have it land in the Gulf of Mexico, if the wind wasn't against me.
A coworker that lived in the same apartment complex as I did went to Hawaii on his honeymoon. The storm hit while he was in Hawaii, and I don't know how, but he had no idea that it had happened. He returned home to a wasteland. My apartment manager decided to stay with her boyfriend to ride out the storm. Shortly before the storm hit, they got into a big argument about something. She got mad and returned to her home in the apartment complex. Sometime in the middle of the storm, she got a call through to her mother. "I'm on the second floor. The water is still rising." And she disconnected. Her body was never found. I was able to stay with my sister-in-laws, about an hour north of the beach for the storm. The eye of the hurricane passed over us while I was there. I went outside during it, looked around. We picked up some debris to move it away from the house before we were back in the thick of things. My parents live about a half an hour drive away from my sister-in-laws. Of course, the first thing my sister and I wanted to do was to go see if our parents were okay. It took us 2 days to get there because of all the trees that had blown over in the road. My brother-in-law and I were trying to get there in a mule, kind of like a golf cart, but four-wheel drive and gas-powered. So we had to cut a lot of trees out of the road with a chainsaw. We had no idea what to expect, so we carried shotguns with us everywhere we went. Luckily, we never even came close to needing them. After 2 days, we finally made it to my parents' house, but they weren't there. We left the mule, hid the extra can of gasoline, and started hiking to my parents' closest neighbors. When I was in 5th and 6th grade, I was always at the neighbor's house, as I was very good friends with their son and daughter, Stephen and Elise. Normally, it's a 10 to 15 minute walk to get there, but it took about a half an hour on this particular day because of the trees in the road. We made it there. I'd have to be the one to call Stephen and Elise. In the next couple of days, my brother-in-law, a friend of his, Jeremy, that lived near where I did, and I made it back down to the coast to see if there was anything that we could recover. We had to park on the side of the road, north of Jeremy's apartment complex. After a short hike, we made it to the complex, and things looked to be not so bad. There was a lot of damage, but overall not so bad. Then we walked around to the side of the building that was blocking our view. We were staring at a roof. A roof. An intact roof. It was on the ground, in front of us. It was removed from the top of a 3-story apartment building and placed gingerly on the ground. So we climbed over it, and then we saw it. Devastation. Destroyed buildings, and a crying girl. The girl was in a room, or at least what used to be a room. But now it wasn't really a room anymore. It was like a picture from World War II, where you see a shelled building, missing walls, but you still see a kitchen with furniture. I think we saw her in her bedroom. I think I remember seeing a bed and some other furniture. But she was alone and crying. I'm ashamed that I didn't try to see if she was okay. We proceeded to where Jeremy's apartment was. It was gone. Just a concrete slab with pipes sticking up out of the ground. It was actually kind of clean. The water had washed everything away. We didn't even bother going back to my apartment. I was closer to the water than Jeremy was. After a week or so of staying at my sister-in-law's, we all decided to evacuate to Houston. Roads were finally clearing up, but local grocery stores were running low on food. So we packed up what we could and we left. When we were a good bit west of New Orleans, we drove around it, not through it, I finally got cell signal. I spent at least an hour just dialing, over and over, Elise's number. I finally got through. Elise was on the phone with her mom when the line went dead. The last thing her mom had said to her was that she thought she heard a tornado. It was probably the tornado that took out the line. Elise was hysterical, but she calmed down quickly when I told her that her parents were okay. They were worried sick about what Elise and Stephen had to assume, based on the line going dead when it did. My parents were okay too. They were all over there drinking and having a grand time. So that's my story. My family and I are from New Orleans, though I was in Chicago when Katrina hit. Coincidentally, my parents were up in Chicago visiting me when Katrina hit as well. I'm thankful for this, not just because they were out of town, but because I know my dad, and I know that he would have been stubborn and would have wanted to stay. After the storm, my parents left me to go back south. They drove up to Chicago and stayed in Memphis for a week, then went down to Mendeville, Louisiana, to stay with my aunt and uncle until the city was reopened. In the meantime, they were concerned for their place, a condo in the warehouse district, and an amazing thing happened. I had been following the blog of an IT guy at an ISP in New Orleans, an ex-Marine who decided to stay at his company downtown and keep the servers and everything up and running. I don't really know how, but he arranged shipments of fuel for the generators for the servers, and water and food, I assume, for him and a few others that stayed with him. Anyway, he and the other few guys would go out on patrol around the building where they were working and living to keep an eye on the neighborhood, since the cops were nowhere to be found at the time. He'd write up reports of his patrols, which I had been reading, and it turned out that he was only a block or two from my parents' place. I contacted him and asked if he'd eyeball the building if they patrolled down that street. He was able to report back that the street hadn't flooded and that the front door was still intact, so it hadn't been looted. So, from Chicago, I was able to report back to my parents that their home was still intact, despite the fact that they couldn't get back to it for almost a month following the storm. It was so frustrating being in Chicago, seeing everything that was happening to my home and being unable to do anything about it or to help anyone. But thanks to the internet and that one tenacious IT guy, I was at least able to provide my parents with some comfort. And that at least felt good. My family and I was trapped in downtown New Orleans, across from the Superdome during Katrina, for 6 days, and we eventually evacuated via a Black Hawk helicopter. I worked on downtown New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina, doing maintenance, and I was on my employer's hurricane emergency response team. Basically, we were to evacuate to our work and just stay there on the clock watching over everything. When it became a Category 5 overnight, we were given the option to leave, but most, if not all of us, elected to stay rather than get trapped on the road. Needless to say, it got pretty bad. There were over 100 of us there, and most did not bring adequate food, water, and supplies. By the 5th day, it started getting Lord of the Flies, and I really started getting concerned for me and my family's safety. On the 6th day, the Army came and evacuated us all via Blackhawks to New Orleans Airport, which was hell on earth. My employer sent buses to bring us to our headquarters in Baton Rouge. From there, we were transferred to the Louisiana State Police Barracks, where chow hall food and porta showers were the best thing ever. We wound up staying with a family in Baton Rouge for 2 weeks until I could secure transportation out of Louisiana. While we were there, we found our apartment in Slidell completely destroyed on Google Maps. Everything turned out for the best, though. Insurance paid off on everything. Renter's policy with exactly 2 premiums paid. And with that and FEMA, we were able to put a down payment on a house, and I was able to go back to school and completely change my career. I was a 36-year-old freshman at the local community college, and then to a university majoring in IT. I am now a corporate IT director. It was a long 6 days, and we saw quite a few things that could take me hours to type here. The Superdome was as hellish as everyone had heard. We heard snipers firing on helicopters attempting to evacuate patients from Mercy Hospital. We saw roving patrols of tactical teams and airboats, patrolling the flooded streets of New Orleans hunting looters. I saw boat after boat of victims, most of them children with notes pinned to their clothes, assumedly for when they were found, being offloaded at University Hospital, and a few bodies just randomly floating by. That's just a few. I wrote a paper on this in English composition when I went back to school, and it was 12 pages fully typed out. We got the whole experience. I went back the day the city was open to retrieve our cars from the parking garage. The bridge over Pontchartrain was out, so we had to go to Baton Rouge and come back in. It took 17 hours total to get from Mobile, Alabama to New Orleans and back. It was very post-apocalyptic. The streets were deserted except for military vehicles at intersections, and dead/flooded cars were all bulldozed into piles in the center and sides of the roads. Creepiest thing that I've ever seen. This is a story from a friend that I met a few years ago. I live in Baton Rouge, and he was in the New Orleans Parish Jail when Katrina made landfall. From what he's told me, all of the guards literally abandoned the jail and left the prisoners to fend for themselves. He said that they thought that it would be possible to wait it out, as everyone knows waiting it out was the worst possible idea, and the levee broke and the jail started flooding. So, they had to start ramming the doors with their beds. Fortunately, him and the others were able to bust down enough doors to get the roof and signal for help. A boat or helicopter, I can't remember, it's been a while since he told me the story, came and got them. The prisoners that made it were saved and evacuated to wherever they wanted. He went to Texas, and when the smoke had cleared, he was cleared of all charges, and pretty much told not to mention what had happened. I was 21, in my 4th year at Loyola University of New Orleans when Katrina hit. I grew up and lived in Kenner at the time, which is a suburb of New Orleans. When Katrina was about to hit, absolutely nobody that I knew took it seriously. That might sound ridiculous, but when hurricanes threaten annually and nothing ever really happens, then their ferocity lessens on you. I remember going clubbing the Friday night before, talking to my friends about the hurricane, and we all agreed to evacuate to Baton Rouge, bring only a few days of clothes, get hammered, then drive back to NOLA when everything cleared up. Holy cow, were we wrong about that. On the Sunday before it hit, we realized how serious this was, and we were scrambling for food, water, and supplies. I cooked up tons of chicken, but of course my drunk college student friends ate it all before the hurricane even came. There were 7 of us, crammed in a 2-bedroom townhouse, and we waited for the hurricane to come. The next morning, we watched the news on my battery-powered TV set. The first report we saw was for my neighborhood. There was a Sam's Club building right off my exit, and because the TV was in black and white, I couldn't understand why it seemed like the bottom half of the building was missing. Then it hit me that it flooded up to the roof, and that my house was most likely flooded. The next report we saw was for Biloxi, Missouri, and then my friend screamed out in anguish. The TV showed his neighborhood, but it was absolutely flattened and his house was missing. Later, he learned that his elderly mother had to climb a tree to escape the floodwaters. We were stuck to the TV, drinking to forget and chain smoking the stress away. A few days later, one of the owners of the apartment, John, got a call from his father, a doctor, who had to stay back at hospital in New Orleans East. He got word that his father and another family were being evacuated by helicopter to Baton Rouge, and that he needs to pick them up. When his father and the family got to the apartment, the husband and wife broke down in tears. We didn't even know them and they embraced us, thanking us for letting them stay the night. After they calmed down, the husband told us the story of their week in hell. The husband, wife, and their 2 little daughters were stuck at the hospital when it flooded. They had to wade in knee-high water for a week, with no showers, while doctors and nurses tried to care for patients, with the only backup generator. It was a hot, humid Louisiana summer. All the while, junkies and looters would try to break into the hospital. There were constant shootouts between the criminals and the police, barricading the entrance with their squad cars. They were terrified for their lives, and especially for their little girls. After a week, they were finally evacuated. I stayed a total of 2 weeks in Baton Rouge at a friend's house. I did go back to my house after the first week to check it out, and grabbed some things. And yes, it had flooded 3 feet. The stench of rotting, molding wood that assaulted me when I first opened the door will never leave me. My mother was also stuck, working at a hospital in Metairie, but she fared a lot better than the New Orleans East people. I stopped by her office, gave her a teary goodbye, and then drove to Houston, where I would take a flight to Richmond, Virginia, and live with my sister for the semester. In Richmond, VCU let me schedule all of the classes that I wanted and gave me free supplies and textbooks. I really appreciated the care that VCU showed me because I desperately needed it. While I lived there, I was interviewed by the local news twice, and random people around town would come talk to me, which was pretty cool. I'm not a survivor, necessarily, but when they bused the evacuees to Houston, I went down to the Astrodome, where they were housing them all, to volunteer. They had put out a call for people to bring their laptops down to help people enter their information into databases and look up people they lost contact with. 2 things stick with me. First, all of those news stations and nonprofits who like to set up their own missing persons database after a natural disaster really need to stop. They cost us hundreds of hours. There's an official Red Cross database, but of course, instead of just searching that, we had to search 20 other databases that everyone trying to help had set up, because who knows where their loved ones had registered. Sorry, that's just aggravated me to this day. The story that will really stick with me until the end of my life, though, is there was one old man. He must have been in his 60s or 70s, and he came up to me, wanting to find his daughter or son. I can't remember. So I gave him a piece of paper to fill out with a bunch of information, like name, date of birth, address, relationship, that I could take and put into the databases that we were searching. I handed him the paper, and he just sort of stood there and looked at me. I looked back at him, not getting it at all. He didn't say anything. He just kind of stood there. The girl sitting next to me got it more quickly than I did, and leaned over to whisper in my ear, "He can't read or write." I just remember this gulf suddenly opened up in my mind between us. This old guy and me, a young white grad student, that had our life experiences, were so different that I couldn't even conceive of the fact that he might not know how to read or write. It was one of the most human and humbling experiences of my life. I also want to read this reply to that story. I volunteered at the Astrodome too. 2 things. The guy from the hood, someone I would have been afraid of in other circumstances, who came up and thanked me, a middle-aged white woman, and all of Houston for being so friendly and helpful. You're right. It was a real visceral moment when 2 people from different worlds connected. Second, I'd taken a bunch of my kids' outgrown toys to donate when I saw a family walking across the Astrodome parking lot with 3 little kids. I pulled up next to them and opened the back, and I told them that they could each pick out whatever they wanted. The kids were very shy. They were shell-shocked, but they each carefully chose a toy and held on to it for dear life, and then they kept walking. I flew with a medevac crew. It's basically an Army air ambulance from nearby Fort Polk, assisting in the evacuation of the city for days after Hurricane Katrina. We dropped water and food to people living in their attics through holes in their roofs. We went into a nursing home to check for survivors, and all there were dead bodies that swelled and rotted in the heat and humidity. One of the young guys on our crew had to take a couple of days off after that. We pulled out a man near downtown with an alligator bite in his right leg. We evacuated a family with all of their luggage and a dog in a carrier. 2 of the women had 3 to 4 rings on all of their fingers. I can only imagine where they got them. One of the only fun moments was when we saw a man rolling a bulldozer through the water. We waved to him to see if he was okay, and he waved back and smiled. We soon realized that he was rolling right toward a bank. We just let him go. A few of us ended up with PTSD after that. As bad as the news made it look, it was 10 times worse in real life. The city smelled like death from the swamp water, natural gas leaks, and bodies in the houses in the water. I still have dreams about it once in a while that I'll never forget. This isn't my story. Katrina happened when I was in high school. We lived in northern Louisiana. So after the disaster, we had a lot of refugees living in our city. My parents decided that they wanted to volunteer to help these people, which is cool. So my dad and I show up at this old school gymnasium where a lot of folks were taking refuge and such. The awkward part about it was that they had so many volunteers at this point that there really wasn't enough work for everyone. We ended up getting put in the shower area, basically just handing out shower supplies and making sure that it didn't get crazy in there. Well, this one guy comes in and sits down with us and starts talking. He didn't go through the showers or anything, so we figured that he just needed someone to listen to him. So he starts talking about how he lived in the middle of New Orleans when the storm hit. Apparently, he was completely against evacuating and decided to hold up in his house with his wife and newborn until the storm passed. Said he'd been through a few of them already, and it probably wouldn't be a big deal. Well, as we all know, it was a big deal, and it soon became too late for him to get out. His house flooded completely, up to the second floor, and they were trapped. Not sure how long that they were there for, and I'm not sure how it happened, but he said at some point his wife and child died, so he's stuck in this house with their bodies for some untold amount of time before rescuers arrive. They try to evacuate him out of his house, but I guess that he was overcome with grief and had gone a bit crazy because he said that he refused to go with them and was even threatening them with a shotgun to stay away. While trying to fend them off, the roof of his house collapsed in on him, and he finally gave up and let him take him. Both my dad and I listened to this story, and neither of us really knew what to say to him. After this, I wasn't very thrilled about volunteering anymore. I have a lot of mixed feelings about it, and I'm not even sure how much truth is in it. But regardless, it has stuck with me for a very long time.
I was leaving from PH Hungary to Zurich, catching a flight there back to Boston via JFK in New York City. To get to Zurich, I needed to take a 5-hour bus ride to Budapest, take the subway a few stops until I reached the main rail station. I was tired, hungry, thirsty, and really had to use the bathroom by the time I got to Budapest. I decided to carry on and hold it until I got to the main railway station. I make it there just in the nick of time. Something about holding it in for that long really exhausted me, and I just wanted to get off the train and sleep. After waiting 2 hours, my train arrived, and I found my cabin. There were 2 portly Hungarian girls already in there, watching movies on their laptop, and they seemed very friendly and easygoing. I mingled a little to be friendly, but really just wanted to sleep. Then arrived disaster. These 2 Roma girls literally fell into our cabin, laughing their heads off, and blasting dance music on their Nokias. They were blasting 2 different songs on 2 different Nokias. Now I ride the subway every day in Boston, so I'm used to pricks who don't know how to use headphones, so I didn't think too much of it. They didn't speak a lick of English, but I guess really took a liking to me since every time I closed my eyes I would get poked in the side of the head and giggled at like I was an animal. They really wanted to talk to me through the other Hungarian girls, asking if I had a girlfriend, where I was from, occasionally breaking out a few lines of broken English themselves, like, "handsome boy," while petting my head. I believe in personal space, but I also know trying to argue with them would probably be futile. After a while, I fell into one of my books realizing I would soon get no sleep. I don't know at what point this happened, but somebody broke out a porno and put it on the Hungarian girl's laptop. I would get poked, shown the porno and laughed at. Now I'm no slouch. When it comes time to get nasty, I get nasty. But this was not the time for this. I was not attracted to these girls. They smelled like a hockey player's foot, and I was going on 24 hours with no sleep. Plus I had just left my girlfriend in PH, and I was, and still am in love. I wasn't going to screw around. Finally, one of them puts her hand on my junk, bites my ear and asks me, "You want to make love with me?" To which I replied, "Name," taking her hand out of my lap. I then got a barrage of shekfe from the two Roma. I spent the next 6 hours with these girls blasting music, poking me, berating me, and holding in a pee for fear of them rifling through my stuff. I guess I'm kind of a pushover in these situations. I didn't want to overreact or lose my head. I just wanted the train ride to end without getting stabbed or assaulted by two girls. I guess karma shifted my way in the long run. When we hit the Switzerland border, the girls were detained by Border Patrol, probably for being Roma. That sucks and everything. I know that the Roma people had a bad rap in Europe, but I hated these girls at this point. I hated them so hard. I got a good 1 hour of drifting in and out of naps, but I still felt like crap when we pulled into the Zurich train station. More good news when I arrived at the Zurich airport. I found out they overbooked the flight, and I had been bumped up to first class. I went from sharing a cramped quarter with two Roma snookies to having a chair that turned into a bed, unlimited wine, and a 4-course meal.
In the Greek islands, our taxi driver accused us of putting a dent in the side of his cab after we gave the roof a tap to let him know that we were all out of the car. Next thing I know, he has my friend by the throat. All of the iOS locals come running out and pin us all against the wall until the cops rock up. Two guys in no uniform, and chuck both of my friends in the car without asking any questions. I run to the police station, a dingy little shack with no sign or anything, to find out that both of my mates attempted to run away because they didn't believe that these men were police. They asked for ID but were told to be quiet. They caught one of them and the other got away. As a result, the one who got caught was beaten up and chucked in a cell. Cue me. I rock up to the station to find none of these cops can barely speak English. The taxi driver is there going crazy, talking in Greek to these cops and pointing at me and then his car. I know what he's telling them. I try to act out what happened by pointing to the dent in the back, shaking my head, then miming tapping on the roof. They grab me and take me off the premises. As I wait out on the road, a friend of the taxi driver tries to fight me. I hold him away and say no. One of the cops comes out the front and sees us, and thankfully this guy backs off. Eventually they get this young cop, the only one who can speak English, to tell me they won't talk to me until I bring my other mate back to the police station. This guy was reasonable. I later found out that he was the one who stopped the other cops from beating my friend in the cell to a pulp. He told me as soon as I bring the other guy back, we can sort this all out. I run back to the hotel, grab my friend. Thankfully he was there, and we headed back. Anyway, long story short, they were saying that we could either pay the taxi driver the damages worth 200 euros, or my friends would get taken to another island and put on trial. It was complete bullcrap. I knew it. But we had to leave at 11 a.m. the next day, and it was already 4 a.m. I had enough. I just agreed to pay the money to the crooked taxi driver. Really bad way to end what was such a great trip to Europe. But all was well in the end. We split the fine, and I got my friends out slightly in one piece. I bet the cops and the taxi driver split the cash, too. I was driving from Jerusalem to Amman. It's really not that far and much faster/easier than flying. Just take an Israeli taxi to the King Hussein Bridge cross and take a Jordanian taxi from there, all for much less than a much slower Sur trip would be. I was already in a bad mood because just prior to leaving Jerusalem, I bought a ticket to walk around the tops of the old city walls, one last tourist thing. I caught up with a group of Russian tourists and walked with them. I speak Russian and they were pretty fun, including one who took his shirt off, joking with me about being attractive to the ladies. Full disclosure, I'm a female writing this. As we passed above the Arab quarter, These cute kids right below us shouted up hello. When we answered in English, they threw rocks at us and hit one guy in the neck. They were throwing up. It didn't hurt too much, but speaking English and going shirtless was enough to get pelted, and it was upsetting. Everyone had been so nice to me up until then. So I was already in a bad mood when I caught a cab. Things started to get better when my nice Palestinian taxi driver told me lots of funny Palestinian jokes as we drove along. Then we were stopped at one checkpoint on the highway, but it looked like it would be a quick stop until I presented my passport. I'm a dual US/EU citizen and was using my US passport in Israel because I was told that Border Control would stamp a card instead of the actual passport for United States citizens, so that I could later travel to Arab countries that won't allow people who visit Israel to enter. The Israeli soldiers, police, saw my US passport and smiled at me. Then they opened it, saw place of birth, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and their faces fell. They went from seeing me as a friend to looking hurt that I was an enemy without my opening my mouth. Then the search took a little longer. When we got to the bridge, we were too late. It closed 10 minutes before, to reopen the next morning. The border guards told us of another town a few kilometers down the road, so we tried to find it. We got lost. Very lost. It was dark. There were very few lights, no signs, and my driver had never been there before. We finally found a middle-aged Orthodox Jewish man walking by, so my driver asked him in Hebrew where the bridge was. He gave directions, but the driver said that he suspected the guy deliberately gave us the wrong directions to mess with him because he's Palestinian. I dismissed this as paranoia until we ran into two secular-looking Israeli girls a few minutes later who gave us the correct directions, very contrary to the ones the Orthodox guy gave us. We found the bridge, paid my driver, and entered the border crossing office on foot. That was okay, but finding the bus that actually crossed the bridge was a bit hard in the dark. When the near-empty bus stopped on the Jordanian side, everyone but me had someone to pick with them. I walked the 200 meters or so to the taxi stand, easy to find as the one light in the distance, where I signed a book with my information, passport number, taxi driver's name and license, etc. This seemed like a safe system, and I got in the front seat of the rickety cab with confidence. As we drove along the highway, we chatted a little and everything seemed fine. All of a sudden, the driver pulled onto a dark, unlit road leading into the mountains, running to the left of the highway. I immediately protested and insisted on returning to the main road. The driver told me that the mountain road was a shortcut, but I said I'd pay the metered fare for the longer main road that went through towns. He went back to the highway and then creeped me out even further by asking me if I had anyone waiting for me in Amman. I lied and said yes. My husband flew in from Dubai earlier that day, and he was already at the hotel. Shortly after that, his wife called him on his cell phone, and he had me talk to her to vouch for his whereabouts. When we got to Amman and found the hotel, we couldn't find the entrance. I wanted out of that cab so badly, I said it was fine. I paid and got out. It was late at night, without a person on the street, and I had to walk around a scary block to find the front of the hotel. Well lit, with a lot of full cars and smiling doormen. I've never been so glad to see a meridian in my life. I took the last train from Vienna to Bratislava in the middle of the night in order to get to the airport early in the morning. I was the only one on the train other than the conductor, engineer, whatever. The train slowly came to a halt a little after the Slovakian border in the middle of the countryside on a dark platform, and the dude told me to get out. Confused and scared, I did so, and the train left. I had about 2 minutes of utter panic before another guy came around the corner and directed me to the correct train, which started up just then. I hadn't known that I was supposed to transfer. I arrived in Bratislava about 1:30 a.m. I disembarked and made my way through the tunnel under the tracks to come up inside the train station. The entire place was deserted. The lights were off and I could hear dripping water echoing through the building. I could see a circular drive outside with a few taxis waiting and a 24-hour snack stand. So I decided to wait outside until the first buses began running and I could catch the correct one to the airport. However, the doors were locked. I couldn't get out. As I was trying all the doors to find an open one, a woman with wild eyes and wild hair appeared from outside and began hurling herself bodily at the glass doors, yelling and trying to get inside the station. I skedaddled off to a deserted corner and sat down and cried a little bit because I was tired and scared. I realized that if any other person came into the station from the platforms, I was trapped and had no way to escape. Eventually, I steeled myself and went back out onto the platform. I ended up clambering over the train tracks and walking alongside them for a very long time until the fence ended, where I came into a residential neighborhood. Luckily, I came across a policeman who directed me back towards the station. I sat on a bench outside near the snack stand until morning came, and then there was no sign of the woman with the crazy eyes. My girlfriend and I backpacked Croatia last summer. We arrived at Split and eventually found our accommodation after having a rest from the midday heat. We decided to head out into town and see what was what. The first thing we noticed was armed police on every corner, fully tooled up with machine guns, dogs, body armor. And we were like, oh, maybe that's how they do it over here, having known that they had had some rough football fans over the years. We carry on exploring the old town and eventually decide to head home, only to be told by a huge policeman, not that way, which was the only way we knew back to our accommodation. We turned around and tried to get out of the other end of the street, and were met with a similar response in less English. All the while, the streets were filling up with more and more Croats. So, we wound our way through a maze of old town streets, around Diocletian's palace. The whole time, we could hear extremely loud bangs and explosions, and the odd screaming, shouting, and chanting. Obviously, this was quite scary, as we didn't know where we were, and it was our first day there. We ended up coming out on the main strip by the sea, where there were literally about 3,000 people on either side of the street behind barriers, who were all shouting as well, and there was smoke coming down from the street. We turned back to the maze of alleys and were met by hundreds of people running past us and screaming, and the acrid smell of CS gas. We went back to the front to try and avoid choking out and being separated. When we got back to the front, we found out that it was a gay pride parade of about 30 to 50 people, marching due to the police killing an LGBTQ member a few weeks earlier. Due to this, the whole city had come out to heckle and attack them, thousands against only a few. It was one of the most eye-opening and terrifying experiences I've ever witnessed. Children, women, and terrifying men hurling abuse and rocks at people. The first time I crossed the border from Laos to Vietnam, I took a bus from Viet Nay to Hanoi. We left at 6 p.m. one night. All of us were tourists, and there were 3 drivers. For the duration of the journey to the border, they played incredibly loud and annoying Laotian music, complete with whiny female singing and twanging, out-of-tune guitars. Now, I love everything from free jazz to gamelan, to Malian kora to Indian sitar, but Southeast Asian pop music is unspeakably awful. We eventually arrived near a border crossing around 1 a.m. and stopped. Except, we didn't know it was a border crossing. We couldn't see any buildings or hear any cars. It felt like we were going to be robbed and left in the middle of nowhere. The drivers turned off the lights and went to sleep on the floor of the bus. They left the music on, extraordinarily loud. When someone asked them to turn it down, they turned it up and laughed. One of the drivers started to touch a girl's leg. Her boyfriend was next to her. The boyfriend was massive, but she was afraid to wake him up in case he started a fight, and everything broke loose. After several hours of hell with sobbing girls and people desperate to sleep, not to mention confused and a little scared about what was going on, we left for the 5-minute journey to the border around 6 a.m. When we got to the border, we had to queue for ages in a dirty room. Sheets of rain fell on what felt like a very high crossing. We were treated like cattle and then had to pay $1 to get our passports back, despite already having paid $55 for visas before leaving Laos. The border police slept in the filthiest hovels you can imagine. The walls were black with damp. There were pools of dark water in the rooms and filthy sheets on the beds. We arrived late that same day in Hanoi, exhausted, filthy, suspicious of everyone, and emotionally drained. The first thing I did when I arrived at my guest house was to order a beer. To this day, that ice-cold Tiger beer is the best I've ever had. The funny thing is, though, I went back to Southeast Asia the next year and did the exact same bus trip. Being able to tell other backpackers why we were stopping at 1 a.m. and not having to listen to music as we slept actually made it tolerable. Though, I'll never do it again. I was semi-mugged in New York. I say semi-mugged because the guy didn't have a weapon. He just used words to take our money. It was late at night. My friend and I were drunk and hungry, so we went to McDonald's in Times Square. Sketchy dude is just loitering around in there, not eating or anything. Sketchy dude comes up to us continually saying, "Here, take this," while trying to shove something in our hands. I just ignore him completely, but my friend falls into the trap of actually engaging the guy by saying no. After a while, my friend gives in and takes the package. Now, the sketchy dude is telling us that the package is drugs. Strange, because normally you would be more specific, and we have to pay him for it or we'll get messed up. Sketchy dude also claims that the other guy standing around in the McDonald's is with him, and that they're going to both bash us if we don't pay up. Of course, Sketchy Dude refuses to take the package back instead of payment. Sketchy Dude and other guy are bigger than us, and we're drunk, so I knew that we'd have no chance if things turned violent. We wouldn't even be able to run away fast enough if we tried. At first, I offer Sketchy Dude 5 British pounds, telling him that it's worth much more than a US dollar. He wouldn't take it, so I hand over $20 to Sketchy Dude. While all this is going on, I'm looking over to the staff, trying to point out that we need help, without saying anything to provoke Sketchy Dude. But they either didn't understand or didn't want to get involved, maybe assuming that we were actually wanting to buy drugs. Now, Sketchy Dude is saying that he wants more money, so I give him a bit of talking to, saying that he's done very well and that I'll give him another $20. But then that'll be the end of it and he has to leave. He agrees and sticks to the deal. I give him a second $20 bill, then he runs out. The other guy doesn't leave or even pay any attention to the rest of us. So as it turns out, that was crap, and they didn't even know each other. My friend puts the package in his pocket and we go upstairs to eat. Knowing America's war on drugs and high incarceration rate, I'm still scared more about getting done for possession than I was about Sketchy Dude messing us up. My friend goes into the toilets to inspect the package, which is rolled up in a paper napkin. Luckily, it turns out just to be more napkins rolled up inside, nothing more. So, the lesson of the day is don't just say no to drugs or random sketchy dudes, as that makes them engage and lock onto you rather than moving on to someone else. Always better to just pretend that you can't hear or see them at all. I've fallen into the trap a couple of times myself with hobos wanting to fight me for saying no, when I should have just ignored them completely. So in the end, all good. No one got hurt, and I paid $40 for a travel story to tell my friends and you guys. I was overlanding through Africa, and the group had stopped in Harare, Zimbabwe for the afternoon. Several of us had visited the National Art Gallery and split up afterwards. I was wandering back to the truck with one other guy, and we were doing the usual touristy thing of taking pictures of the city. It so happened that the trees which lined some of the streets were all out in full purple bloom, so there were some good photo opportunities. We took a few photos, and I was taking one last one when my mate, let's call him Mr. Tall, turned around to me and said, "I think we need to go over there and speak to that guy." To which I replied, "Why?" half expecting another person trying to sell us something. Mr. Tall then said, "Well, he's the one with the rifle." This then made me overthink everything that I'd done in the last few hours as we crossed over the road to the guard. There was nothing I'd done that was illegal to my knowledge. So what's this all about? We reach the guard and he begins to ask us why we're taking photos of the street. My friend does the talking to start with, telling the guy holding the AK that we're just tourists and that we've come here to see the beautiful city. This, however, does not go down particularly well, and the guard isn't satisfied with our answers. And when we try to start walking away, he points the AK at us, and again, we tell him that we're only tourists. He's still not satisfied with our answers, and tells us that we have to come with him. This throws us a little, as we're not sure where he wants to take us, and he motions over another guard. I'm still supporting the tourist comments made by Mr. Tall, and glancing around at the same time to see if I can see any other members of our group, or the group leaders, etc. It's at this point that I see little notices on the wall of the building we're next to, and it says that you're not allowed to take pictures, use your phone to call or receive calls, or even hang around the area. So, unsurprisingly, I begin to wonder what's associated with this building. We again tell the guard that we do not want to come with him and that we're only tourists. He then unclicks the safety of his AK, and it's at this moment, pointing at my gut. I'm standing there thinking, if he has a negligent discharge, then I'm going to have a hole in my lower back the size of my fist, and the round may hit my spine, and either way, that'll be the end of me. We relent after asking why we were going many times, and stopped and starting, and walk into the large parking lot area behind the building, and walk towards the small guard's office at the rear of the building. A larger, bigger guard steps out after the first guard goes in, and explains the situation. The second guard still watches us the whole time. Essentially, we can't sneak away, and the car park is too open anyway. We have another conversation with the guy who's slightly higher up the chain of command, and we again explain that we're just tourists. At this moment in time, I'm also thinking that we may end up losing our cameras, or having to pay a large fine or bribe, or both, and or end up being detained. I didn't particularly like the thought of a Zimbabwean jail. It turned out that we'd inadvertently taken pictures of the president's office. Luckily, though, we managed to reason with the third guard and delete the pictures we'd taken. This seemed to satisfy him, which meant by the chain of command, the first and second guards would be satisfied too. We then turned sharply away from the small guard's house, walked quickly out of the compound, round the barrier, and off out into the city. The face of another guard when we walked past him, because we walked in one way and out a different way, was particularly memorable, as he just watches two white tourist-looking people walk out of the back of the president's office building. Lesson learned: be careful of where you take photos, as you might not know what you're inadvertently taking pictures of. I was 11 years old when we went to Slovakia with the whole family, and it was pretty much like any big city holiday, and therefore completely boring and uninteresting for an 11-year-old boy. So, one evening when we get back to the hotel, I wanted to see if they had any sort of cool features like an arcade room or anything else, then spending time with my family talking about all the boring churches and museums and whatnot. So I went into an elevator and pressed for the lobby, and absolutely nothing happened. I figured the thing might be broken, so I just pressed to open the doors, and again, nothing happened. I was slightly afraid, because now I was thinking of being stuck inside of an elevator. So I knocked a couple of times on the door, which in hindsight was a bad idea, because after I knocked on the elevator door, the elevator started falling down. Not in a free fall, luckily, but definitely faster than an elevator is supposed to go. A few seconds later, it hit the ground and stopped with a bang followed by a ding, and the door opened and let me into a small, completely dark room, only lit up by the lights from inside the elevator. And then there was a locked door. The only thing I could make the elevator do now was open and close the door. So I sat in there, waiting for someone to rescue me while I went through the 5 stages of grief in perfect order. At first, I didn't believe it was real. It must have been some sort of mistake, and soon someone would open the locked door and find me. Then I got really angry, because I was just trying to find something to do, and then I had to get trapped in a stupid elevator. Bargaining is pretty hard when you're alone, but I figured it was as good a time as any to start hoping for some divine intervention. And afterwards, I just cried until I accepted my fate and peed in the elevator as a sort of screw you to the hotel when they would find my body, so somebody would have to clean that up too. A while later, though, I heard something that sounded like footsteps for me to shout for help at it. Apparently, it noticed, because they stopped and then moved a little closer to the elevator shaft. It came from a couple floors up, and I shouted help again and again until the elevator suddenly said ding and started moving up and opening the door on the very floor I had left it. And there stood nobody other than my own big brother, who had gone out to look for me because I had been away for over an hour, when he had heard me call for help and called the elevator. Back when I was in middle school, my family was in Spain. We had booked a hotel in advance, and when we finally got there, it turned out the parking was a ways from the hotel. So we unloaded all of our stuff, and then a hotel person was to come with us to help us find the parking space. My mom and brother were feeling bad, so they went up to the room immediately. Unfortunately, my mom was the only one in our family who spoke Spanish, and of course, the hotel gave us the only guy in management that didn't speak English. But we figured, how hard could it be to find a parking spot? The guy could point and say a key, and we could figure it out. Well, we ended up driving for ages, throughout all of these little dark, windy roads, until we finally get to this gated off area. It took the man a while to unlock it, and then we went inside. It was one of those underground parking lots, and even though it was the middle of the day, it was pretty much pitch black down there, and hard to see the individual parking spaces. The guy hops out of the passenger seat. I was sitting in the back and my dad was driving. Turns on his flashlight and starts beckoning us to where to go. My dad can't really see anything except for this guy, so he just blindly follows him. The beckoning gets quicker, so thinking we had a large distance still to go, my dad speeds up. Crash. He hits a huge metal pole that was right in front of him. He jumps out of the car and starts yelling at the guy, who just shrugs because he didn't understand English. There's a pretty big dent in the front of the car. The guy doesn't care. He hands us the keys to close the gate to the parking garage and walks off, leaving my dad and I to find our way back ourselves. When we get back to the hotel, the management doesn't even care, even when my dad wakes up my mom and makes her yell at them in Spanish. My mom wants to inspect the damage, but my dad is done with this parking garage. So that left me, a directionally challenged 12-year-old, to try and guide my mom back to the 2+ miles again. We got lost several times. The only good thing was that the rental car company only charged us about the equivalent of $300 for the damage, which was a lot better than we would have paid back at home for it. I was in Paris on Easter Sunday with my boyfriend, and since nothing is open on Easter, we decided to walk along the Seine to the Eiffel Tower and enjoy the nice weather. We were in Javel, which seemed to be an okay part of town, but it was very residential and very empty given the holiday. As we were walking toward the river, we encounter this man talking loudly/angrily in French and walking down the middle of the street. At first, I just thought that he was drunk and arguing with someone on the phone, but as he got closer, I realized he wasn't holding a phone, just talking to himself. He stares at us. We walk by and he keeps talking, and I sort of glanced up and look at him. Bad idea. He started following us down the street, exclaiming what I assumed were obscenities from his tone. Neither of us spoke French. This guy was big as well, larger than my boyfriend who's 6'4". We kept our heads down, ignored him, and walked away quickly trying to shake him off, making random turns, until we finally ran into 3 other people. We engaged with them and they spoke French, and as we turned the corner, we heard shouting, but we figured we were done with the situation. At this point, we were at the river, so we walked down towards the tower, and not 10 minutes later we encountered the same guy again walking towards us. I have no idea how he got ahead of us so quickly, but he was yelling at us again as he approached. We ducked into the lobby of a nearby hotel, and he didn't follow us in, but did hover outside for a while. We waited a few minutes and he eventually left. We just went home after that. Couldn't take any more crazy. There was also the time that I got flashed in Barcelona, but that is a different story. I was traveling in South America by myself as a 22-year-old woman. I arrived in Santiago, Chile by bus really late at night, like around 10 p.m. Shortly after I got off the bus, a guy comes up to me from the general area of the taxi stand and asks if I need a cab, and I say yes. We start walking to his cab and it's really far away, like at least 5 blocks. I start to feel kind of uneasy, but I'm also in the middle of this big unfamiliar city and just try to reassure myself that it's fine. I double check his cab has all the normal brand markings when we finally get to it, and I sit up front with my bag, more out of habit. It's common to do this in Ubers in South America. I give him the address of the hostel I booked, and we make small talk in Spanish for the first few minutes of the ride. And then there's a bit of a natural pause, which he breaks by looking over at me and saying very calmly, "Are you scared?" Of course, that really freaked me out, but I tried to seem calm. I just laughed a bit and was like, "No, I'm good. Just tired and it's late." And he goes, "Well, you seemed pretty scared back there when we were walking. You know, there's a lot of bad people around here. Sometimes they pretend to be taxis. You never know who to trust. I've heard a lot of women being sold after taking a bad taxi. Are you traveling here alone?" This is while we're still driving through the middle of the city. It's dark and it's late, and I'm now painfully aware literally no one knows where I am. I was going to message my family with an update when I got to the hostel. They don't know I'm in Santiago. They think I'm still on the coast. Of course, I don't say that and tell them that I'm always very careful, and actually my group of friends know I'm on the way and are waiting for me at the hostel. I see a stoplight coming up and was literally thinking that as soon as the car slowed down, I was going to make a break for it and just jump out of the car. Probably the most scared I've ever been in my entire life. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I see this guy reaching down for something under his seat, and my brain is just going, gun. Gun. It's gonna be a gun. Instead, he pulls out a pamphlet and then goes, "But you know, there's always one thing we can trust, right? The Lord. Do you believe in God?" And then proceeded to try and convert me for the remainder of the ride. Turned out to be harmless. But in the moment, that random religious cab driver scared the absolute crap out of me. In 2016, I hiked from New Jersey to Virginia on the Appalachian Trail. I was on the part of the trail known as the roller coaster, not far from Harper's Ferry. I hit heavy rain. The trail became a stream and all my rain gear decided to give out. Everything I had was soaked. I had to spend the next day waiting for my gear to dry out at the nearest shelter. Around noon, I can see someone walking intersecting to the trail. I can tell he's not a hiker, being that he had no bag and was wearing jeans. He told me his name was Steve. He starts by asking if I know Chris or Jim. Being that no one uses regular names on the trail, there would be no way to identify them, even if they were real people. Steve said he walked from DC, 80 miles, and was told to meet Chris and Jim for further instructions. He said he had information, and the NSA was after him. I figured the guy was having a mental break and felt sorry I couldn't help him. Not too far off was a free hiker hostel, maybe a 4-hour walk. The hostel was just a shelter that was enclosed with a wood-burning stove, but next to it was a house that a ridge runner, does trail maintenance, lived at. I directed him towards that. After all my stuff dried, I headed to the hostel and got there early evening. As I'm walking up, I can see the ridge runner and Steve arguing. The ridge runner is yelling at Steve, telling him to take a trail to a road and to leave this area. If he did not, the ridge runner would call the police for trespassing. At the shelter, I saw familiar people who filled me in on what happened. At every shelter is a trail log. The log is a journal that keeps track of people who pass through and notes about what's happening on the trail. It is also a way to pass messages to people you might know behind you. Steve got a hold of the log and started looking for a message for him. He thought he had to decode the messages to find instructions for him. Steve started to write random things and crossing things out through the log. This action made people angry who were already wary of Steve because of appearance of not being a fellow hiker. Steve also argued with a few people before this and made a fire to burn some paper that he was carrying. They notified the ridge runner. People were pretty upset about Steve, so I never told them that I ran into him previously. I never saw Steve again, and still think that he was a person with mental issues having an episode. However, I do imagine the scenario where he was telling the truth and what his story was. I was backpacking my way through Asia in the early 2000s and spent quite a bit of time in Hong Kong. Hong Kong Island is pretty hilly to say the least. I found myself near a fancy hotel near Central/Admiralty. Can't remember which hotel exactly. That was on a higher plane than where I wanted to go and didn't see an easy way to get down. I spotted an entrance to a set of stairs that I thought could exit to the street below. These weren't outdoor stairs. They led underground. In retrospect, probably the fire exit for the hotel. The door was unlocked and I just went in. Each floor had a door that I assumed led into the hotel or would exit to the street. I found each one was locked. I probably should have just left as soon as I saw the first one was locked, but I was young and dumber, and thought that eventually there would be a door out to the street below. So I kept going down this extremely dark stairwell trying to open each door. When I finally reached the bottom, I noticed a bunch of shapes in the darkness, mostly rags and boxes. Then I noticed movement. There were maybe 5 to 6 men down there all sprawled out, not talking or anything. But they noticed me, and at least one was staring at me. The whites of his eyes reflected what little bit of light was down there. They were definitely high. I can only assume that I had barged my way into some sort of heroin den. I just sort of stood there looking at them and they were looking at me, no one saying anything. I slowly backed up out of their sight and then rushed all the way back up, maybe 5 floors or so. Maybe it's not too creepy compared to other stories, but I was definitely freaked out for a while. It was totally dark and no one knew that I was down there. Of course, maybe they were equally freaked out that someone had barged into their secret spot. I'm American, and I lived in Malaysia for several years toward the tail end of high school. I have 2 stories. 1. I traveled to Vietnam with my sister and father. One of the places we visited was an area of concentrated tunnels, upkept from the Vietnam War era. We had the option of touring some of the tunnels and jumped at the chance. We started out in a small room with holes at eye level that just cleared the Earth's surface, perfect for shooting at the feet of the enemy. We were then led down a tunnel that required us to stoop, seeing as we were significantly taller than our Vietnamese guide. We came to another small room. Our guide told us that one tunnel led up and out. The other led to what was once a weapons cache. My sister and I really wanted to see that room, but my dad had enough and asked to be let out. To this day, I have no idea what my thought process was, but I decided to lead my sister to the next room. I might have been under the impression that there was a second guide there waiting for us. Unsurprisingly, it got dark. The guide had the flashlight, and the hanging lamp from the previous room got harder to see by. I kept thinking, it has to just be a few feet further. Instead, the tunnel got shorter and shorter until we were basically crawling forwards in the dark, single file. I remember looking back and realizing the tunnel must have curved or something because the lamplight was gone. There wasn't enough space to turn around, so I just kept going. I felt horrible, like I had just condemned my sister and I to dying in the dark, crushed by the ever-shrinking tunnel. Eventually, the floor in front of me ended. Thinking back, we had probably reached the weapon cache room and only needed to drop a couple of feet to stand. But in the dark, I only felt empty air in front of me. I'm pretty sure that moment is the moment that I developed a fear of really wide open spaces, because to this day, I can imagine some giant maw inches from my flailing arm looking for purchase. I told my sister that we'd have to crawl backwards, and if that middle schooler wasn't an absolute trooper about the whole thing. Unfortunately, we must have taken a turn without realizing it, because we started down there blind, lost, crawling in the dirt for what I would later learn was about an hour. The guide eventually found us, and I've never been happier to see a flashlight. My second story. I had early morning conditioning for track, so I opted to walk the couple of miles to school rather than wake up my dad. I couldn't legally get a driver's license and frankly didn't want to drive in that hellscape. So I'm walking in the twilight hour, alone, a young white boy in my private school uniform. Easy prey for 2 dudes that brandished knives and demanded that I pay them. Being dumb and young, I drop my bag and sprint the remaining mile to school. Their moped was far enough away that I lost them before they got moving, thank God. If that happened to me now, I'd just cough up the money they wanted. No doubt the $30 equivalent in their money was worth walking away unscathed. I've learned to carry 2 wallets when traveling in less than scrupulous areas. One for all my important cards and IDs, and one that's empty except for some cash. I travel alone a lot, and have been super fortunate to have minimal creepy encounters, but this one still makes my spine tingle. I was in London for 6 days on a stopover on my way back to Canada from 6 weeks in South Africa. I'd been working in South Africa, very long but rewarding days, so the London stop was touristy and lazy, just a nice reset before I got back home to Canada. There was a pub about a block or 2 from the hostel that I was staying in that I ate at every night. It was cheap, cozy, and never too crowded, so I'd bring a book, order a pint, and eat supper. I had chatted with the waitress a couple of nights in a row. She was very kind, my age, and we exchanged a few stories, and she knew from chatting that I was traveling alone and staying in a hostel nearby. Well, on day 4, I followed my usual route from the hostel to pub and greeted the waitress. She said hello and quickly brought over a drink menu. Not 30 seconds after I'd sat down, a man walked in and sat a few tables away. She motioned to him and mumbled, "Do you know him?" I kind of laughed and said definitely not. I don't know anyone in London. She nodded and positioned herself between myself and the man and said quietly, He got off a bench and followed you from the street over. I don't like the look of him, and I just thought I'd ask. Might be nothing, but thought I'd mention it." I thanked her and said that I'm sure it's just a coincidence. She shrugged and took my order, and the evening proceeded as usual. The man also ordered a drink but no food. I stayed for over 2 hours, reading, eating, and drinking. The pub was quiet. A few other people or groups came and went, but the man stayed. He drank the 1 pint and refused top-ups. The waitress kept a close eye on him, and me, and stopped over to chat several times between refills, but didn't bring him up again. When I was finishing my last drink and preparing to leave, I glanced over at him and noticed that he looked on the edge of his seat, like he was preparing to leave too. I hadn't really thought much of it till then, but my stomach suddenly knotted up. It was dark and it was drizzly, and I had a short but lonesome walk back to my hostel. I suddenly felt distinctly unsafe. I summoned the waitress over to pay and asked her if she'd mind calling me a taxi as well. She nodded vigorously, and I knew she thought this was a good idea. The taxi showed up, and I thanked the waitress and left. I hopped in the taxi, and I swear that old man thought I was so dumb for needing a drive for such a short distance. But whatever. I felt so much safer. I went back the next evening, as it would be my last night in London, and I wanted to say goodbye and thank the waitress for her hospitality, friendship, and ultimately looking out for me. When I arrived, she ran over and said she was so glad that I'd called a cab. I guess right after I left, the man left too, seeming really agitated. He'd not even asked for a bill, just left money on the table and stormed out. She felt very confident he'd seen me walking alone, followed me in, and was planning to approach me when I left. What would have happened then, neither her nor I really wanted to think about. I had a lovely last night at the pub, and we even shared some small glasses of wine together for a quick cheers before I left. I don't walk places alone at night anymore, even if it's just a short distance. This story isn't creepy in the sense that I was really scared, but it's more creepy in the sense that I just wanted this guy to get away from me. I was taking a red-eye from Miami to Buenos Aires. It's a pretty long flight. Like an idiot, I thought that a middle seat in the front of the plane would be more desirable than a window/aisle seat at the back of the plane. It isn't. So there I was, in the middle seat of the plane with older gentlemen on both sides of me. The unspoken rules of the airplane are as follows. The aisle seat can extend their legs into the aisle. The window seat can lean against the side of the plane. And the middle seat gets both armrests. Those are the rules. I've been traveling for work for a long time, and those are just the rules. The guy in the window seat must not have known the rules, because he kept trying to push my arm off his armrest. I fought him for a little while, but eventually let him have the armrest and just tried to get some sleep. Things neither escalated nor de-escalated until about 30 minutes after we had taken off. A foul stench reached my nose, and I couldn't immediately identify its source. I briefly inspected my surroundings and discovered that my window seat neighbor had removed his shoes. Exposed and naked to the world, his greasy toes wiggled and shamelessly exuded an aroma that was a mix of sulfur, sausage gravy, and mold. To my absolute shock, he lifted his foot nearest me, slid it out from under the space under the seat in front of him, and placed it in the adjacent space under the seat in front of me, the space where my feet were actively occupying. In the following moments, I realized that I had a decision to make as to the severity of the conflict that I would instigate. I had immediately decided that conflict would be unavoidable, with the brashness of my rude neighbor's most recent offense. There was a scale of following actions that I could have taken. I could have nudged his leg and treated the scenario like an honest mistake, which it was not. I could have gone straight to yelling, which would have been uncomfortable in the early stages of a red-eye flight. I opted for a multi-step approach. First, I accidentally stepped on his toes with my heel. He responded to this by pulling his leg up, clearly looking to readjust and place it back near where it was. I caught his knee as he pulled his leg up and firmly guided it back to the space that he was allotted. No eye contact was made, but he grunted in displeasure of my actions. In anticipation of a retort, I remained steady to defend what little territory American Airlines had loaned me for the evening. As in most scenarios regarding any scale of conflict, my heart beat quickly, and my adrenaline surged for triple, maybe even quadruple the amount of time that the situation actually took place. After the incident, he appeared to abandon his invasion and spent the remainder of the flight impersonating a hibernating grizzly bear with sleep apnea. Between the adrenaline that remained in my system and his unnaturally loud throaty snores, very little sleep was had. I once flew into Liberia, Costa Rica, and rented a car to drive down the Pacific coast. This was my first time to Costa Rica, and I figured I could use the GPS on my phone to navigate my way. After landing and picking up a rental vehicle, I immediately headed west to Del Coco Beach, because I wanted to check out the ocean. I checked out the scene and picked up some party favors, then headed south. All of the major highways and even some not-so-major roads were showing up on my phone, and I really wanted to stick as close to the ocean as I could, hoping for some cool little villages and beaches. This was working pretty well for a while, and I was just following old Google, having a ball of a time in my little 4x4. Then it started to get dark, and the road started to get a little rough. I decided to press on, because I had been on this particular road for quite some time, and my GPS was telling me that I was only about 45 minutes from my destination. I'm driving along a road that requires me to sometimes cross small creeks and maneuver around and through some large ditches, or missing pieces of road. The road was dirt at this point. Then all of a sudden, the road seems to go into a gated, but open field with a long, about 50-meter trench that was full of water and mud. I'm familiar with 4x4 vehicles and how to drive through some difficult terrain, but this had me sketched out a bit. But thinking about how far back I would have to backtrack, I decided to go for it. I backed up a bit to get some momentum going and made sure that I was in four-wheel drive. Then I gunned it and kept it pegged through this massive mud hole and just barely made it out on the other side. I stopped for a moment to gather myself, and all of a sudden, lights from what seemed to be another vehicle appear. At this point, I was a bit relieved because I had not seen another vehicle for hours. I figure it's just someone using the road coming from where I'm headed. This was not the case. A giant truck pulls up next to me and rolls down their window. It was an older, rough, scary-looking Tico. I say hello, and he doesn't say a word. He just sits there, staring down at me with murderous eyes, puts his thumb to his neck, and gives me the old, "I'm gonna slice your throat" gesture. This was probably the most scared that I have ever been in my life, and still is to this day. I legit threw it in reverse and flipped that little Suzuki around like some action movie. I slammed into the mud hole and thought that I was going to blow the engine. I was hammering it so hard. I made it through the trench and checked my rear view mirror. He's following me, and not in a slow, just make sure that I leave kind of way. More like a, I'm gonna catch you and kill you kind of way. I almost wrecked a few times trying to gain distance between him and I was able to do so. I came across a sign after about an hour. I didn't see this on the way in, showing me the way to civilization, and I quickly took that turn. I got to the highway and proceeded on with my journey. I still wonder what the heck was going on in that weird little piece of Costa Rican jungle. I'm assuming something to do with cocaine, but who knows. I had a great trip after that and made sure that I had actual maps going forward. While this was extremely creepy, it was the most exciting life experience I have had and would not trade it for anything. I was a volunteer working at a camp in Villapohe, Albania. One night, my friends and I decided to go to some beach bars to party. We bar hopped a little and eventually ended up in one a bit far from the camp, a bit further from the coast, behind a big forest. When 2 a.m. hit the clock, I felt tired, so I decided to go back to the camp. No one else was willing to do so, so I ended up walking alone. I decided to take a shortcut through the forest. It was pitch dark, so I used my flashlight on my phone. I illuminated the path and then I saw it. It was a body. I startled and started moving the light slowly, only to reveal 10 more bodies lying on the ground. Fortunately, all of those bodies were alive, just sleeping. It turned out the forest was full of homeless gypsies who were just living there. I was relieved that no one was dead, but also a bit scared of being robbed. Obviously, I don't mean to be racist. Most of those guys are fine and nice, but also poor and unfortunate. They were usually making a living by playing music on nearby beaches. However, at the same time, I saw their children pickpocketing the tourists. But the night got even scarier. When I left the forest safely, I started walking on the promenade. I started looking at the stairs as the night sky in Villa is simply gorgeous. I was passing a lot of rabid dogs on the way. I didn't think much of it at the moment, because they were just scavenging near the rubbish bins and piles and just kept walking. Suddenly, I started feeling uneasy. Something wasn't right. I turned around, and wouldn't you know it, the dogs were following me. The pack was getting larger and larger, and it wasn't a funny parade with cute puppies. They started forming an open circle formation, just like hunting wolves in the movies. I immediately started walking a bit faster, looking around for any large stick to defend myself. The dogs accelerated their pace as well. Encouraged by their numbers, some of them started growling. Then I heard loud barking and tapping. I quickly turned around and saw one of the dogs charging me, with about 10 to 15 dogs walking behind it quietly or growling. I did the only thing I could think of, which was shouting and stomping aggressively. That immediately discouraged the pack. All the 10 to 15 dogs stopped and looked at me quietly, still remaining in the circle formation. The charging one retreated and barked even louder, probably to cover its lack of courage. I slowly turned my back and started walking, but then the dog charged me again, and again I shouted and tried to look aggressive. This worked again, and became a routine for the rest of my way back to the camp, which was fortunately just 10 more minutes. Needless to say, I was scared to death that I was going to be eaten, or at least severely bitten by a pack of wild dogs. But thank God, nothing happened. This happened like 20 years ago, so the details are a bit hazy. I was in middle school. I lived in an upper middle class neighborhood in a little New England town with virtually no crime. I had just started babysitting, had just taken a whole babysitting course at a local hospital, and after putting up some flyers, I got my first gig. It was at a house in my neighborhood, about a 5-minute walk from my house. They had an older girl, who was maybe 8 or 9, and a young toddlerish age boy. Their mom was giving me a rundown of their routine and giving me a little tour of their house. We went into her son's bedroom, and she said something to the effect of, "Huh, that's odd. Why is his window open?" and quickly shut the window, and seemed somewhat distracted from that point on. She hurried through the rest of the tour, and then told me to go hang out with the kids while she finished getting ready. About 2 minutes later, she hurries in, sort of hustles us out the door and outside. I'm pretty confused at this point, but being an awkwardly shy middle school-aged girl, I just go along with it. Once we get to the driveway, she pulls me aside and tells me that she went back to her bedroom after noticing that the window was open and saw most of her jewelry was missing. Soon after telling me this, about 10 cop cars come flying in. Cops run out with guns drawn, the whole works. Cops tell me to leave, so I head home pretty terrified. Turns out, the burglar, who had broken in the night before, was still hiding in the son's closet, right next to where we were standing when the mom realized that the window was open, and something was off. I don't really like to imagine how that could have gone had she not noticed the open window and left me there for the night with her 2 kids. Needless to say, that was the beginning and the end of my babysitting career. I was babysitting my niece a couple of years ago. She's 6 now, so she would have been 3 back then. I put her to bed, read her a story, gave her a cuddle, and then went down to watch a movie, and I ended up falling asleep on the couch in the living room. I don't know how much later it was, but I woke up to something grabbing my ankle. My eyes shot open, and I freaked out. I shook my leg as hard as I could. Bad idea. She'd managed to unfasten her door, climb over 2 different baby gates, and get down the stairs without giving herself an injury. All to ask me if I could read her another story. We don't tell her mother about the time that I almost drop-kicked her daughter across the living room. I was playing hide and seek with the 3 kids that I was babysitting. They were 3, 6, and 9, and I was seeking. Well, I found the oldest and the youngest, but I couldn't find the middle child. After 30 minutes of searching, the house wasn't that big. I just wanted to die. I couldn't believe that I actually lost a child. It was like a bad movie. So I called the parents, ready to have the worst from them on account of losing their child. I told them what had happened and I'm scared crapless. And they just laughed and said, "Did you specify the boundaries?" The what? Turns out, this stinking middle child hid in a bush in their neighbor's front yard, a place that she had hidden before, which is how the parents knew about it. Because I didn't specify the boundaries of hide and seek. Even though the parents weren't mad, I still have nightmares about that. I'm sharing this on behalf of my sister. When we were younger, our parents decided that we were old enough to be left home by ourselves. Most of them worked weekdays during the summer holidays, so we had to babysit our younger brothers. One particular day, I was feeling dizzy and I wasn't thinking straight. I was really tired, but being 11, all I wanted to do was play video games. I grabbed my Nintendo DS and I sat on the couch, while my sister watched TV. Suddenly, I started seizing. I shut off completely. My sister, with no experience at all, rang an ambulance. My parents and grandma telling them what had happened. I was raced to the hospital within 10 minutes of seizing. We did live fairly close. My younger brothers started crying, thinking I had died when they saw me on the stretcher. I was very blue at the time. My parents cried too. My dad has epilepsy, and his family has a history. So it was a horrible feeling that it was passed down to me. However, my sister was calm and collected, serving as the backbone of the family that day. She's never received praise for saving me, despite this happening multiple times. Even my brothers have learned to help out. One even picked a lock when I was seized in the bathroom. I'm on medication and I take them daily, but I'm really indebted to my sister for being a real trooper through my first ever seizure. I was 14, looking after a 10 and 7-year-old, overnight stay at a house in the sketchier part of town. I lived in Winnipeg, so there was some gang activity in that area of town. Everything started out normally, just hanging out, watching TV, until a kid knocked on the door, about 16 years old, and asked if the 2 could come and hang out. I said no, because I had no idea if that was okay, and I told him sorry. This guy messages the 2 kids that I'm looking after on their phone or whatever, and they want to go hang out with him, but still unsure about it. A bigger teenager wanting to hang out with the 2 young kids seemed weird, even at 14, so I said no. The kids eventually just decided that they were going whether I said yes or not, and left the house while I was in the bathroom. I'm a 14-year-old, scared crapless of the neighborhood, so I never got very far from the house looking for them. I called the mom of the kids right away, and she came back from her party very quickly and found the kids in no time. dragged them back to the house, and I witnessed the scolding of a lifetime. She apologized to me a ton, but I just felt bad about the whole thing. I got paid $100 for it though. I was 11 and babysitting for our neighbor who was going through a nasty divorce. She had 2 sons who were 8 and 1. She leaves to go on her date and says that she'll be back around midnight. She doesn't tell me where she's going, and I have no way to contact her because it's the 80s and no one has cell phones. I'm watching TV. The boys are asleep. Everything's fine. Suddenly there's a knock on the door. Then banging and drunken cursing. "Cheryl, you stupid woman. I know you're in there. Open the door." I'm frozen looking at the door when the oldest boy comes flying down the stairs and runs to the door yelling, "Daddy's home." I grab him and pull him away from the door. By this time, the ex-husband had gotten into his truck to go get his gun to teach that woman a lesson. He's banging on the door and threatening to start shooting through it if no one opens it. I grab both kids and run out the back door and across the street to my house, where my mom calls the police. When the police arrive a few minutes later, they find the ex-husband on Cheryl's porch. He gets arrested, and I wait with the kids at my house for their mom to show up. Cheryl shows up, is totally unfazed by the story, and doesn't even pay me because she lost her wallet at the restaurant. When I was a preteen, I babysat a lot. Once, I was babysitting 2 sisters. One was about 6, and the other was an infant. The 6-year-old was down the street at a birthday party, and the baby and I were just chilling and watching TV. The parents were off at a movie, and about 30 minutes after they left, there was a knock at the door. I got up and looked through the small window in the door to see this dude in a shirt with an XL energy tag and a clipboard. He gives me this talk about checking a gas meter in the basement. I had this instinctual gut feeling that something was wrong, and I tell him that I'm the babysitter. Give me a minute and I'll call the parents to see if they forgot to tell me about an appointment. So I head to the kitchen to get the phone and call up the mom. I also check to make sure that the back door was locked. She starts freaking out and assures me that they don't have an account with Excel and tells me that they're leaving the theater immediately. I go back to the door and explain that I won't be letting him in. He starts getting pushy with me and telling me that it's really important and it's a safety issue, etc. I didn't see any Excel energy van or car on the street out front, and I'm beginning to get nervous. Luckily, the parents called a neighbor who showed up and demanded that the guy leave the property. The guy ran off and walked around the corner, so we didn't get a vehicle description. But the police came and took my statement as soon as the parents got home. A few days later, the parents were telling me that a similar guy had gone to a neighbor's house and had tried to intimidate his way into her house as well. I babysat 2 young boys one summer. One was about 12 and the other 5. Their mom worked during the day and their dad worked all night. So I picked them up shortly after he got home in the mornings and took care of them at my house while he slept all day. The parents were very close with my own parents at the time, so I knew them pretty well prior to me setting for them. The dad really creeped me out, so I would try to pick up the boys and just leave the house as soon as I possibly could. However, there were mornings where I would walk in and have to make conversation with the dad for 30 minutes because he had made the 5-year-old buffalo chicken wings and Mountain Dew for breakfast at 7 a.m. The child was 5 and already severely overweight. The parents were overly permissive. The dad was the worst and let the boys do whatever they wanted. So naturally, the 5-year-old never wanted to leave and always wanted to stay with his dad. To say the kid had tantrums about leaving his house is an understatement. One day, he laid down on the driveway, screaming so loud that I thought that I was expecting the neighbors to call the police. I couldn't pick him up because he was 100 pounds of dead weight, laying face down on the driveway. I had to call the mom after 20 minutes to finally get him in the car. One time, the 5-year-old screamed at me, "Look what you made me do," because he dropped his sandwich on himself. One time I heard him crying bloody murder from another room. I ran to him, and he was clutching his foot and screaming. Thought he had sprained or broken his ankle because of how much he was crying. I inspected his foot carefully for a few minutes, because he wouldn't tell me what happened. I looked at him probably about 15 minutes to tell me that he had stubbed his toe. He also had overtly inappropriate dance moves that he would do at the pool in front of the girls/women. He would also talk down to women and girls and exhibit overly flirtatious behavior at 5 years old. Most people thought it was funny, but it concerned me because I knew that he learnt it from his dad. I spent that whole summer being screamed at and verbally abused by an overweight 5-year-old. A few years later, the parents got divorced, and I was asked to be a witness. I said no. When I was younger, I had a bad fear of storms. I was babysitting 3 kids. I was about 13. The youngest one was napping, and the other 2 were eating. They had the TV on, and suddenly a tornado warning for our area came on the screen. I froze. I was terrified and had to take a moment to process everything. The 2 who saw the warning knew what it meant and started really freaking out. Before I could stop her, the oldest ran upstairs to grab her American Girl dolls, and I shouted after her. I finally collected myself enough to tell the child remaining at the table to go in the basement and get blankets. I ran upstairs to get the youngest one who was napping, and of course the light in his room wouldn't turn on, so I stumbled through the room to get him. Remember, I'm terrified of weather in the first place, so I'm completely freaking out on the inside that I have to take care of myself, plus 3 kids and a dog. Finally, I get all of the kids down to the basement, behind the bar that the parents were building. As I sat down, part of the bar fell off, and I gashed my leg open. So now, I'm trying to staunch the bleeding, keep the kids calm and safe, and keep myself calm. I thought I was going to die. The tornado never even came close. We were totally fine. Everything turned out well, but it was still one of the scariest moments of my entire life. I was about 14. We lived in military housing, and there was a new couple with 2 kids who were referred to me. The house was pretty empty. They had only been there a week or so, and the mom was showing me around with the 3-month-old baby in her arms. I was a little worried. 3 months old was the youngest baby I'd ever sat, and the mom thought similarly. They were only going to go to their welcoming event for a couple of hours, and it was right there on base though, so not far. What could go wrong? What went wrong was at the top of the staircase, as her 3-year-old called her, and she was following me down. A strap on her sandal broke, and she suffered a catastrophic fall, taking me out as she toppled, dropping the baby in her arms. Well, I'm not sure how it happened, as I'm not exactly famous amongst my friends for my grace. But as I was being bulldozed over, I reached up and snatched the baby out of the air and held her up high as we fell. I ended up with a black eye and some bruises where Mom essentially tackled me. The baby was completely unscathed. The mom ended up with an open fracture of one leg, right above her knee, and a decent concussion. She didn't act as if anything hurt at all though. She just kept on saying, "You saved my baby. You saved my baby," as the dad called the ambulance. I think they paid me $200 for a 4-hour gig that night, which in 1987 wasn't too shabby, but I don't think that my pulse slowed down for an entire week. I pretty much stopped babysitting shortly after that because it freaked me out so much. Not just the event, but word getting around that I was like some superhero with cat-like reflexes, when I'm pretty sure if that happened again, I couldn't grab that baby if I tried. When I was in high school, I regularly tutored an 11-year-old girl, and the parents had me babysit her and her twin a couple of times. One time, the parents were meant to go downtown to a game and then be back around 12. Around 8 or so, it started raining very heavily. I live in a Gulf city, and storms can blow in fast and turn into flooding really quickly. Once it became clear we were in for a big storm, the parents tried to head home early, but the streets had already started to flood, and they ended up trapped in a parking lot. The parents called, and we agreed that I'd spend the night in their guest bedroom. I had the kids go to bed and set up in the kitchen to do homework and watch Netflix. After a bit of this, I noticed water seeping in from under the back doors. They had a large house with like 3 double doors to the back, so it was a crap load of area. I got every towel in the house and started wiping up the water and using the towels to block the door. After this had been mostly cleaned up, I went back to the kitchen table to watch more Netflix. Not even 15 minutes later, the power cuts out, and all the lights shut off. This freaked me out a bit, but I tried to stay calm. Then the burglar alarm went off in the other room. I pretty much crapped myself. I was in a pitch black house with 2 kids, surrounded by flooded roads that no one can drive on. After a minute, I realized that I was the closest thing in the house to an adult. So I grabbed the biggest kitchen knife that they had and went to go check all the doors. They were still closed and no one was in the house, so I called the parents. It turns out the alarm went off when the power cut out, and I just needed to shut it off with a code upstairs. This happened about 3 more times over the next few hours. After the power came back on, I thought things had chilled out, but then we got a tornado warning. I went and got the kids from upstairs, and we all hung out in the sturdy basement for about an hour until the warning passed. At this point, it was about 2 a.m., and I passed out in the guest bedroom. The parents woke me up when they got home around 7 a.m., and I drove home past giant fallen branches and stalled abandoned cars. It was surreal. I was 16, and my friend Amanda was 14. We were watching her cousins for the weekend. Paul was around 4 to 6 years old, and Stella was 10 or 11. So we watched them Friday, and it went fine. Their mom came home Saturday, paid us $30 and got some clothes and left. So we decided that we'd walk to the convenience store to get some candy, junk food, soda, and rent a few movies. We were bad at making money because we literally spent everything that we made to have a movie night with the kids. So the store was 2 blocks away. Amanda and Paul wanted to cut through yards to get home, but Stella didn't want to. So I told Amanda to take him home, and me and Stella would just take the sidewalk. We could pretty much see their house from the store, and it was around 7 p.m. in the summer, so it wasn't too late. It was literally a 5-minute walk on the sidewalk. So me and Stella were walking. We were almost at the corner to turn onto their street. The house right before the corner was a drug house. Out walks this guy, and me, being my friendly Canadian self, says hi politely. The guy stops and says something along the lines of, "Wait, I know you, right?" I told him no, I don't know him. He looks at Stella and says, "I know her. I'm friends with your dad." Her dad was into drugs pretty heavily. He starts asking why I have her with me. I tell him I'm babysitting with my friend. Probably very dumb of me. He starts getting closer, told me that I was pretty and says, "Oh, are you going home? Why don't I come too? We can all hang out. You teen girls like to party, right?" The guy's eyes were like pin drops. He was clearly high. I grabbed Stella's hand. and kind of push her behind me, well, holding her hand because I'm starting to get scared, and I wanted to keep her away. Right then, my friend comes outside and sees us and yells for us to hurry our butts up. I look at Stella and just say run. We run, still holding her hand because I don't want her to fall behind. The guy just stood there. Once we got into the house and watched from the window till he left. I told Amanda what happened, and we called the kid's mom, but she said that it was fine and that stuff happens. We were in a poor part of town. So I'm still weirded out, and Stella is still a little scared. So we all decided to watch a movie in the living room, which is right where the front door is. I grab a large knife from the kitchen, and I sit on the side table. We kind of forgot for a while because we just watched the movie. Like, when I got the knife, I was kind of joking. I didn't think the guy would actually show up. But about a half an hour later, someone starts banging on the door and yelling to open up. Now, normal people would call the cops, but I'm half dumb and half ballsy. I tell Amanda to take the kids into the kitchen, and once they're out of sight, I open the door a crack. It's the weird guy. He was talking a lot. He said something about knowing where Stella's mom lived, so he knew where I'd be. I try telling him that he has to leave, but he just starts to get closer. I should have just slammed the door, but I got scared and backed up. I grabbed the knife as I'm backing up and held it behind my back. By this time, he's pushed the door open and is standing in the doorway. I kept telling him that he needed to get out, and he said something about me being there alone. Since they were hiding, he thought it was me there alone now. Right then, Amanda comes out of the kitchen. Kitchen doorway is right across from the front door. The kids are half hiding behind her as much as two kids can hide behind an 80-pound, 5'0" 14-year-old. Amanda is holding a huge butcher knife. The guy looks and sees her. I step back and bring the knife that I have out from behind my back and hold it at my side. Amanda yells at him to get out. I tell him, "You need to get out of here before we stab you." Dude bolted so quick that he didn't even shut the door. We called the kid's mom and told her the dude showed up and pretty much forced his way in. We even told her that he didn't leave until he knew that we had knives, and she told us to just lock the door and we'd be fine. We called Amanda's mom and told her. She picked us all up, and we all slept in Amanda's bed that night. Well, Paul was asleep by midnight. Me, Amanda, and Stella didn't fall asleep until well after 4 a.m. We watched the kids at her mom's for 2 more days. Then I went home, and I think Amanda had them another day or 2. I watched them with Amanda a few more times at their house, and nothing bad ever happened again. It's been 9 years. I talk to Stella from time to time. She's told me before that she remembers that night, and that she thought that the guy was going to kill us. And all this because my Canadian butt thinks that it's rude to walk by someone and not say hi. I wasn't the babysitter, but instead the one being babysat by my older cousin. We, my brother and I, were curled up asleep in her bed. She was between us. I awoke to my cousin screaming, "Get out." I said, "Get out." My aunt and uncle came running up the stairs to find the door to the balcony of her bedroom open. She said that she had seen a man crawling across her floor, but she had thought that she was just dreaming. But then he stood up at the foot of the bed and loomed over us. That's when she started screaming. She saw him run out the door and jump over the second-story balcony. Initially, all the adults, her parents and my parents, thought that she had just dreamed it. But then there was a flashlight found at the base of the big pecan tree that grew alongside the house. At that point, everyone realized that it was not a dream. I was maybe 12 years old and watching 2 little girls. I had only watched them once before, so I was still really trying to impress their mom. They lived in a crappy part of town, and we didn't play outside very often. This night, I was to spend the night and sleep on their couch. In the living room, there was a door that led outside to their backyard. The front door was directly across the little townhouse from the back door. Off to the right, looking towards the front door, was a kitchen, and on the left was the stairs that led to the second floor bedrooms and bathroom. When you opened the front door all the way, the door blocked off access to the stairwell. At some point, I fell asleep on the couch and was snapped awake. There, standing in the house by the back door, is a very drunk man. He's dirty, he's drunk, and he's walking towards me. My 12-year-old mind was panicking, and I knew that if I called the police, I'd be attached to the wall by the phone, and I couldn't prevent him from going upstairs. They didn't have a cordless phone yet. I immediately started talking to this man. He says he's looking for someone, and he's going to go upstairs. I bolt off the couch and beat him to the front door. That's when I noticed headlights out front, through the peephole. I see it's a taxi, and I fling the door all the way open and start yelling for the driver to help me. He rolled his window up and shrugged. I don't know how I did it, but I managed to stand in front of the wide open door and block his way up the stairs. He's pushing me hard, and all I can think of are these little girls asleep in their beds, and I remember that he's looking for someone who doesn't live here. I say, hey, Rosie and Trevor are waiting for you in the cab. Look, they're waving at you, dude. He buys it and walks out the front door just enough for me to slam and lock it. I run to the back door, and I lock that too. After him banging on the door for a few minutes, he goes around back and tries to get back in. He leaves in the taxi cab, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I never told anyone, never phoned the police, and never, ever went to bed again without locking all the doors and windows. This isn't my story, but my friend Linda's. This happened back in the 70s on a big cattle ranch in the middle of nowhere, Kansas. The farm had a huge wraparound porch that was very creaky, so you could always tell when someone was approaching the door. The kids were asleep when suddenly there came a knock on the door. Linda was surprised since she had not heard any of the normal creaky footsteps, but she opened the door and nobody was there. Linda was puzzled, but thought that maybe it was a mistake. 5 minutes later, the same knock at the door with no creaking sounds on the porch. Once again, nobody was there. When she first told me this story, I asked Linda why she would keep opening the door, and she said in that area, there was really nothing to fear, and it was a kind of community where doors were not locked and so forth. About 5 more minutes passed, with one more disembodied knock, and then it stopped for the night. The farm couple got home very late, so she didn't have a chance to mention it to them. However, the following morning, the rancher called her to ask if she had seen or heard anything unusual the evening before, so she told him the story then. Turned out that something, and they never did find out what, caused an enormous herd of cattle to stampede in the night, and they were ranging all over the surrounding farmland. They assumed that it might have been teens playing a prank, except that nothing like that has ever happened in that area before, and it never did since either. That story has always frightened me. I'm generally not one who enjoys or is good at watching other people, not even for money and free food. But there are 2 times that I did, and both were awful. The first was my niece, who was around 6 at the time. She was incredibly wild, and well, very crazy at times as well. She'd throw fits over nothing, and it was like watching an exorcism movie. She'd be crazy strong. She'd bite and growl and get very violent. A few months before the night in question, she tried to stab a cop with a pair of scissors. Yes, you read that correctly. So yeah, I was very scared of being alone with a first grader. I notice that she's been too quiet, so I look for her, and I find her with her dog, a smallish poodly thing. I don't know dogs that well, and a sharpened pencil raised over its head, and exclaimed that she was helping the dog go to heaven so she could get a cat instead. So I save and hide the dog, at which point she goes to the large locked plexiglass cage where my 3 parrots live. She pries and forces the lock open, then soaks my birds with Windex for no reason. Luckily, I caught her, washed them off, and they weren't hurt. Nothing else happened that night, but that was more than enough. I wasn't alone with her again for about 8 years. I was almost positive that she was on the path to being a serial killer, but surprisingly, as a teenager, she's much better and hasn't tried to murder anyone recently. The only other time that I watched anyone was in high school, when I was watching my 90-year-old grandfather while my parents were out. He'd been a little off, hence the watching. Unfortunately, a little off quickly became very off. He started insisting that there were children running around the house, asking where their parents were and yelling at them to leave. There were no children, just me, and telling him that only made him angry. He went back upstairs and came back with a surprise loaded shotgun that no one knew that he even owned, and proceeded to walk around the house hunting the children. He didn't shoot, thank God, but he did leave a lit cigarette on the pile of papers, and then go outside to yell at more things that weren't there. I had to call and beg my parents to come home. Turned out to be an issue with his medication. I realized that this makes it look like I live with a band of criminals, but I swear that that's not the case. Okay, 2 times I babysat, one with an actual baby. He was 1 at the time, and I house sat/puppy sat for a friend another time. I had done a few others, but these 2 were the creepiest. Okay, here's the 1-year-old story. I was friends with his mom and aunt. Actually, more of a friend of the aunt, and I was visiting. The sister needed a ride and asked if I could stay to watch her kid while my friend, her sister, drove to get a few things. I said sure, mainly because she had already put him to bed and it shouldn't be any work at all. This was around 7 p.m. They leave, and about 15 minutes later I hear a thump. Now both of their rooms are next to each other, and my friend has her cat locked in her room, because her sister and I have allergies to the cat. Anyway, I assume it's the cat, and I just continue to watch TV in the living room. Then 5 more minutes go by and I hear a smaller thump. So I go and check on the cat first. I know, kind of a bad move, but I was thinking logically that it was the cat, and I figured if I calmed it down it would stop acting out and not wake up the kid. Well, I opened up the door, and the cat is asleep on my friend's pillow. At first, I thought the little jerk was just pretending or something, and while staring at the cat I hear the thump again. But this time, it's clear that it's coming from the other room where the kid is. I immediately freak out, thinking that the kid fell out of his crib or something. And before I could even close my friend's door, the cat freaks out and hides under the bed, and the kid in the next room starts to cry, which definitely makes me feel like he did fall. So I shut the door and go to the next room, open the door quickly, and he's standing up in his crib crying. I feel relieved that he didn't fall, and I go to calm him down. Now mind you, for some reason the electrical doesn't work so well in her room. The light switch doesn't work, so you have to turn on the floor lamp by hand. So I'm in a dark room, minus the small nightlight, with a crying baby. It then dawns on me, what the heck was making that noise? So I turn on the light and look around. Her closet is open, and some of the stuff seems to be moved around, but nothing that looked like it fell several times or anything like that. So I closed the closet, mainly because the kid was crying while staring at the closet. And being the horror movie geek that I am, I was like, okay, closing the closet. He seemed to have calmed down, and it took me 5 minutes to get him back to sleep. I left the light on and the door cracked open so I could keep an ear out, but not wake him up myself with the TV. Anyway, that lasted about 10 minutes. Then I hear another thump noise. I get up and peek in. The kid is still asleep, so I open the door some more and the closet is open. Now, it's a sliding door closet, which isn't as creepy as a walk-in closet with an actual door. But closets in general are really creepy, especially at night. Anyway, my first instinct is to run, but I man up and go check out the closet to see what could have happened, or whatever. And nothing. I just told myself maybe it's a mouse or something. A big mouse that can open a closet door. So like I said, I closed it up, checked on the kid still, left the light on, and went back to the living room. Not even 5 minutes go by and he's crying. There was no noise this time, so I figured maybe it was a normal baby cry, like the light was bothering him or he peed or something. So I go in again. This time, the closet is only open a little bit. I'm extremely freaked out. I've already texted my friend telling him to get the heck back home. So I go towards the closet door to close it. My hand reaches for the edge, and then I hear a small thump, and then one of those baby police car toys that have the siren effect goes off in the closet. I open it up slowly, and there it was just going off. The kid is still crying his head off, and I know for sure that this toy was not in the closet. So I take it out, put it away, and close the closet door. I put the kid back to sleep and wait in the room with him. He didn't go back to sleep, but I could tell that he tired himself out with the crying fit that he had. He laid there staring at me, almost like he was telling me to get the heck out of there. I felt so uneasy in that room, like someone or something was watching me and it was angry, especially from the area where the closet was. So after about 15 minutes of waiting in the room, I stand up and start to head out. The light then turns off, which is odd since you have to turn it on and off manually since the wall switch doesn't work. I figured the light bulb blew out or something, so I walked over using what little light the nightlight offered as a guide towards the lamp. After I got to the lamp, I heard the closet door sliding open. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life, and my instincts kicked in, like turn on the light, and I felt for the switch on the lamp to turn it on, hoping that it would. And it did. Looking back, I was both relieved and creeped out that the light bulb didn't burn out, and that it somehow turned off by itself. Anyway, the light was back on. I turned around, and luckily, nothing. Or rather, I didn't see anything there. I grabbed the kid and shut the closet again, shut the door to the room behind me, and held him in the living room till his mom and my friend got back, almost 9 p.m. At first, she was angry that I took him out of his crib and that he was awake, but I was like, you need an exorcist or someone to bless your house, because things aren't okay here. I don't think she really believed me. She said that she'd noticed some small things happening, but nothing to that effect. That was almost a year ago, and apparently nothing that drastic ever happened again. Weird stuff happens to me and around me often. I've been told that I was a magnet for these things before, so I'm not sure if whatever happened because I was there, or maybe I brought it with me or activated it or whatever. They did do a prayer of some kind to try and bless the house/apartment. Maybe that helped. Well, okay. I think I wrote long enough, so I'll save the puppy sitting story for another time. So I know this is kind of late, but I finally got some free time to sit down and write this. I live in a rural area, and the nearest Walmart and Target are about 30 minutes away, just to give an example. So my friend at the time, who lives in another small town nearby up in the mountains, a town called Wrightwood, asked me to puppy sit/house sit. I agreed. A free mini vacation away from home, and I actually like the dog. A big, sweet-hearted black lab mix named Lainey, or however she spelt it. Anyway, I drove up to the house, saw my friend off, and made myself at home. And after settling in, I took the dog out for a walk. This was about 3 p.m. So the sun was still out, but it was cooler and shadier out. Anyway, we get back home. I make myself some dinner and then feed the dog her dinner. I turn on the TV and ended up dozing off for a bit. When I woke up, it was later at night, around 9 p.m. or so. I get up to walk around and stretch. Lainey was sleeping on the floor next to me and stayed in her spot even after I got up to move. I decided to take a tour of the house since I didn't really get one when I arrived, since my friend was leaving so shortly after I arrived. So it was a decent-sized house, 2 bathrooms and 4 bedrooms, including the master bedroom. The master bedroom was on the left side of the house, all by itself, with an ensuite bathroom. The other 3 rooms were on the opposite side of the house, down along the hallway, and at the end of the hallway was the other bathroom. In the middle of the house was the kitchen and dining/living room. My friend had just recently moved in. She was there for about a month, but had only lived in it for like 3 weeks due to business trips. The house also had very big windows too, which made it kind of creepy at night, especially because the windows in the living room, which faced the small backyard, didn't have curtains or blinds. Not that she had any neighbors behind her, but still, it was a little creepy. So I look around. The 3 extra rooms were just being used as storage at the time. One she was going to make into an office, and either one or both of the others into guest rooms. After I was done, I closed all the doors back up like they were. I checked the rest of the house for my lockdown procedure. I turn off all the lights, the kitchen, and go back to watching TV. Midnight rolls around and Lainey starts whining, so I let her out in the backyard to go pee. She runs around sniffing and whatever, usual dog stuff. I'm freezing cold standing in the doorway, asking her to hurry up, when I hear a crashing noise from inside. It gets my attention, and also Lainey's. So I turn around, peek my head in to see if it happened to be the kitchen or the living room. I can't see anything, and just figure that something fell in one of the rooms. Lainey finishes and comes in. I close up behind her, and I decide to go down the hallway to see what fell over. Lainey followed me to the entrance of the hallway, but then stopped and started to whimper. Her tail went between her legs, and she started to growl a bit. At first, I thought that maybe she was growling and scared of me because I didn't turn on the hall light. So it was dark. So maybe she didn't recognize me, so I called out to her so that she would know that it was just me. But she was still scared. So I opened up the first door, and I look around, and nothing seems to have fallen over. I leave, close the door, look over at Lainey, who is now laying on the floor at the entrance of the hallway, still whimpering. I open up the other room across the hall. Same thing, everything looked fine. I closed the door and went into the third room. There, I found a small box had fallen over. I go and pick everything up and move the box elsewhere. Then I noticed that the window was opened a bit, so I scared myself thinking that someone broke in. But I realized how dumb that was because there wasn't anywhere to find in the room, and I would have heard the door opening and closing if they had left the room. I close up the window and I lock it, and I check the other rooms and lock them up too. I go back out to watch TV, and Lainey lays down at my feet and seems better now. I start to doze off again. I'm about to fall asleep, and then Lainey just starts barking and acting berserk over by the hallway, just barking at the dark. I'm half asleep and freaking out, thinking, oh no, someone did get in. I go over and turn on all the lights, and I notice that the third bedroom door was open a little bit, the same room where the box fell. So as a cliche, I panic, go into the kitchen and grab a knife, and then I go to the room. The window was still closed, and nothing seemed out of place. I go, check out all the other rooms in the bathroom, and even the master and its bathroom. No one to be found. I put away the knife, and I see that it's 2 a.m. I decide to head to bed. I was staying in the master bedroom. Lainey came with me, and I closed the master bedroom door. I just had this feeling that I should. I get into bed. Lainey goes to her little corner where her bed is, and I try to fall asleep. I wake up to a huge slamming noise. I'm all disoriented, and Lainey is barking and jumps on the bed and barks towards the door. I get up and try to calm her down. I get my glasses on and go see what it was. It sounded like a door being slammed shut. I get out to the living room. Everything looked fine. Same with the kitchen. I get to the hallway, and all the doors are closed, but in the third bedroom, the light is on. I can see it coming in there at the bottom of the door. I then hear growling. I turn around and it's Lainey. The hair on the back of her neck was straight up, and her teeth were showing like she was getting ready to tear someone apart. I whispered, "Good girl, get ready to attack." I creep over to the door. I waved at Lainey to come over, but she didn't, so I knew that I was truly in this alone. I opened the door, and no one's there. Now, I know I turned off the light, and I know I locked up the house, but the light was on, and the boxes had been moved around, almost like they'd been thrown, but none of them opened up. It was just freaking me out. I noticed it was like 3:15 a.m., so I heard the slamming noise at 3 a.m., since it did take me a few minutes to build up the courage to leave the master bedroom and to open up the other room. I turn off the light, close the door, and go back to the master bedroom. I couldn't sleep. I had the small TV on in my friend's room. Lainey was on the bed with me, and I just couldn't relax. Finally, around 6:30 a.m., the sunlight was just peeking in, and my eyes were getting heavy. It felt like it was okay enough to go get some sleep. So my friend was due back later that evening, so I knew that I had some time to sleep during the morning, then get up and look like I've been somewhat productive that day. So I get my sleep, and finally, Lainey wakes me up whining her usual whine to go pee. I get up and let her outside. I see that it's noon. I go back inside and look around the house. I get to the hallway, and all the doors are wide open. I peek in each one, and no one's in them. I close all the doors and watch TV, feeling like I'm being watched. P.S. Lainey was back inside with me again. So I'm watching TV. I get a text from my friend saying that she'll be home even earlier, and she's actually on her way home now. I'm thrilled, but also worried for her. And an hour and a half later, she gets home, and she asks how Lainey was, and I told her that she was amazing. And then I sort of go quiet and sort of mumble something like, "But your house wasn't." She was like, "What?" And I told her straightforward, "Weird stuff happened last night, and either you have an invisible ninja kicking around boxes in your house, or there's something ghostly here." Well, she finally comes clean and tells me that the house is like 60 years old, so it has a history. An old man passed away there in the master bedroom. Some kid went missing from the house back in the day, and some other weird stuff. I tell her that it felt like something else. I didn't feel the old man's presence, or a missing kid that may have been killed. This was something dark, or at least it felt like it. I don't know. She didn't end up staying too long after anyway. She got tired of commuting back and forth from the city, and ended up finding a place down there for her and Lainey. And by the way, she was just renting the house. She didn't buy it. So she was able to go without having to worry about selling the house or anything like that. I've driven by the house a couple of times since then. I still get a weird vibe from there. Well, that's my story. Probably lame, but it felt scarier for me when I babysat the little boy. The house was slightly isolated, and I was alone except for a dog. At least the other time I was in an apartment complex, so there were lots of people around to hear me scream for help if needed, and I had the kid with me, which I could carry if I had to run for my life. So yeah. Also, I remember that when I had dozed off a few of the times on the couch, I felt like something was standing over me, and one of the times I woke up on the couch, I felt like someone had been touching me or grabbing my arm. It was so weird. I was babysitting a couple of siblings, a brother and sister, and the sister had a friend over to play with as well. The two girls were 5. The boy was probably 7 or 8, a little bit older. I was watching them during the day on a weekend because their single mom had to go into work. When I got to the house, the boy was zoned out watching TV, and the little girls were playing with dolls in another room. The morning went fine. But in the afternoon, as I was making lunch, I hear screams in the backyard. I run back there, and the boy is wielding a seriously sharp kitchen knife. The two little girls have barricaded themselves into one of those plastic playhouses and are screaming in terror, and the boy is madly stabbing the knife through the slits in the windows, laughing. As I run over, I'm shouting at him to stop, but he just keeps stabbing, and I have to tackle him and wrestle the knife away. I ended up getting cuts on my hands in the process, and the boy was kicking, punching, and biting trying to get out of my grasp. I somehow managed to drag him away and throw him in his room and call his mom at work. She comes home a few hours early, clearly angry that I called her and grumbling about how he obviously wasn't going to hurt the girls. She gave him a good smack, but basically told me that I was a bad babysitter. I was not that old myself, only 12 and terrified, so I just nodded and went home without getting paid. My sister was a nanny for a wealthy family. She was having a bad time with kidney stones and asked if I could assist her for a few days. I agreed. First off, it was a really strange family, but whatever, I could handle it. They had a 7-year-old son and a 3-year-old twins, a boy and a girl. The mother is out on a date. The kids are in bed, and my sister and I were up in her room eating dinner and watching TV. All of a sudden, we hear a loud bang. We turn all the lights on downstairs and check the house. Apparently, there was a large bar across the basement door, and it was clear that it had been knocked down. Someone was trying to break into the house. My sister gets on the phone and calls the police. I'm guarding the stairs in case anyone is in the house. I want to protect the kids. The oldest wakes up. We don't want him to be scared. I told her, go upstairs with him, and I would wait for the police. I stayed at the stairs holding 2 knives, in case I needed to defend myself. After what felt like an eternity, the police showed up. They weren't sure if someone tried to break in or not, but they made sure that no one was in the house and took a report. There had been break-ins in the neighborhood, so it wasn't unreasonable to think that someone had tried to break in, and turning the lights on scared them off. We couldn't get a hold of the mother or father. He no longer lived there, but we handled it. A day later, I'm watching the kids in the backyard. The oldest runs up to me and says, "Look what I found." It was a hunting knife. I told him I needed him to hand it to me. I also let him know that he wasn't in trouble. He hadn't done anything wrong, since I was clearly upset. I asked the mother and father. He was visiting, and it wasn't theirs, so we called the police. Unfortunately, I had to touch the knife to take it from the child, so I likely messed up any prints that were on it. The officer understood. She agreed that taking the knife away from the 7-year-old was the best option. It was found by the basement door, so clearly someone had tried to break in. I was pretty freaked out. The one thing that I was pleased with was finding out that I had the ability to stay calm under pressure. I was able to put the kids first, think clearly, and do what I needed to do. I can't even explain how happy I was to leave that place and never go back. The family was incredibly strange, and I felt really bad for the kids. I was babysitting my little sister while my grandparents were out of town. We lived with our grandparents. When we hear my grandparents' bedroom door open, I grabbed the only weapon that I had, a mini Yankees baseball bat, and was just sitting with my sister quietly in my room. We heard someone walk down the hall to the kitchen when I called my uncle to come check on us. This whole time, I wasn't completely convinced that what I was hearing was real. So 10 minutes later, he arrives and comes in through our front gate. We had a large outdoor courtyard, and he comes and searches the house. We go into our grandparents' bedroom, and their sliding glass door to the courtyard was open, and the chair in front of it was pushed forward, propping up the blinds. So someone had clearly entered the house, but my uncle searched the house and no one was there. We assumed that whoever it was had probably left the house when he heard someone come, so my uncle left. After that, my sister and I were in the kitchen eating some food when the doorknob to the garage door starts rattling. First softly, then harder. The knob was broken and almost impossible to use, so I grabbed my sister, ran out the front gate, got in my car, and left. I have never been so scared in my life. United States Merchant Marine here, sailing 4 years as of 4 days ago. I witnessed an earthquake while on board. First off, easily the scariest moment of my professional career so far. In transit along the west coast of Mexico just after lunch. Just working through my noon duties. Just my AB and myself on the bridge. All of a sudden, the ship starts shaking, slightly at first, gradually building into a serious, violent pounding shake. The best way that I can describe it is that it was similar to airplane turbulence, just slower and harder shaking. Of course, I'm shook. It only lasted about 30 seconds, but it was terrifying. My AB and I are on both bridge wings looking to see if there's something in the water that we could have hit. Maybe a submerged container? I'm verifying our position in every way possible, making sure that we didn't just sniff the bottom somehow. Being the navigator on board, I'd be in deep stuff if this were true. Better dust off the old resume. Captain comes up to the bridge. What in the heck is going on? Engine room gets called. They start checking the void spaces, machinery spaces, and bilges. Chief mate comes to the bridge, gets the bosun and the deck gang to start sounding all the tanks. Phones and radios are going off left and right. Everyone is asking me what happened, and I've got no answers for them. After about 15 minutes, things start to settle down, and nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. Captain heads down to his office to call the office, and presumably sign me off the ship. He comes up about 20 minutes later with a printout from the internet. About 15 miles away from us, there was a 7.5 magnitude earthquake under the surface. The amount of relief that washed over my entire body was almost orgasmic. Nothing seemed to be damaged in the aftermath. We all had a good laugh about it later. The captain said that I was white as a ghost when he came up. Giant spears plunging in and out of the sea are the scariest things that I've ever witnessed at sea. In the Gulf of Alaska, I've seen some stuff, but one of the most terror-inspiring things that I've seen are what can happen with some of the loose logs from the logging trade. Sometimes when a big log gets loose from a raft, it becomes partially waterlogged and floats small end up. So you have this 4-foot diameter telephone pole in the sea, sticking up 40 feet in the air. No biggie. It shows up on the radar and is easy to spot. Now give that pole 20 years of floating around or so, it rots in such a way that it becomes filed to a point by winds and waves, and looks quite menacing. Now put it in a gale with 25-foot waves, 50 feet through to peak, and it becomes a towering spike of death that shoots up from the sea every 15 to 20 minutes. Out of nowhere, 60 feet into the air, only to plunge down into the dark depths waiting to skewer some unsuspecting boat in a few minutes when it thrusts out of the ocean again. It is a genuinely terrifying sight. Rare, but not so rare that I haven't seen two in one season. While based in Gibraltar, doing my sailing qualifications, we would regularly sail over to northern Africa and back to clock up miles. I was on a rotating shift as captain on a trip to Melilla with one teacher and 4 other students. I had been seeing empty water bottles bobbing in waves for some time. Although trash in the Mediterranean is unfortunately common, this had caught my attention. When just as dinner was being served, I noticed something on the horizon directly in front of us. As we got closer, it became apparent that it was a life raft full of immigrants trying to get to Europe. With no shelter and no means of propulsion, it was about 40 people just bobbing around in the sea miles from any coastline. A very serious group discussion began to take place about what action we were about to undertake. We were 6 people on a 38-foot sailing boat, days from the closest port, with limited resources and no radio contact at the time. Do we change course and try to make radio contact and raise the alarm? Do we make contact with the group and provide what assist we can until help arrives? Do we attempt to tow them back into a port on the African coast, the closest land, and risk guaranteed arrest upon arrival? We closed to about 2 miles, and I dropped the sails and began motoring to stay within close visual contact with the group as we continued to discuss what to do next. I was strongly arguing to make contact and tow the raft back to port, as you never leave someone at sea. Every sailor you know, render all possible help when it's safe to do so. Consequences can be dealt with after everybody's safely ashore. We were close enough to see the fear and doubt on each other's face when out of the haze came a 70-foot Spanish Coast Guard vessel to save the day. They pulled up alongside of the life raft, dropped a net over the side, and had everybody climb aboard. Although we had been trying to make radio contact and send out emergency transmissions constantly in both English and Spanish, the Coast Guard never acknowledged us, either before or after they arrived on the scene. Once everybody was aboard, they promptly turned back towards Spain and powered off into the haze from which they'd come. We dodged an international incident that day, and I will never forget how lucky I am to be born in the country that I'm from. I was on a small sailboat about 100 miles offshore. I hadn't gotten any sleep in about 60 hours because the swell was so bad, and I don't think anyone else had either. So the captain had us doubled up on watches so no one worked alone. I came on watch just after sunset and relieved the skipper who went below to heat up dinner. The next thing I know, there's a commotion below, and the skipper sets the stove on the companionway and flames pouring out of the wrong part of it. I looked at the fire. What a weird stove, I thought. It didn't do that yesterday. I looked at the helmsman. He looked at the fire, then looked at me as if to say, "Is that real?" We both looked back at the flaming stove. Stoves aren't supposed to do that, I thought. Then we looked at each other again for a moment. Then back at the flaming stove. I watched it for a moment more. It's kind of pretty, I thought. Then the skipper stuck his head back out the hatch and bellowed, "Well, get it off the boat already." I suddenly snapped out of my daze, picked the stove up by the end that wasn't on a fire, and threw it overboard. It sailed end over end through the air, trailing flames until it landed with a splash, and for a few moments bobbed and burned like a torch on the open sea. And then, with one last belch of flame, it sank. I looked at the helmsman, then at the owner, and the gravity of the situation sank in. We had just escaped a major galley fire by the narrowest of hairs, and we were so doggone tired that we hadn't even realized it in the moment. There was no damage somehow. There were no injuries. All we lost was the jettisoned stove. There weren't even any scorch marks on the galley. And yet, if things had gone ever so slightly differently, we were minutes away from having to launch the life raft and abandon ship in the dark. As it was, We got out the backup jet boil, finished heating up dinner, and ate. I finally got some sleep 4 days later when we made it to port. Last year, I was at the beach with my parents. My dad and I go scuba diving a lot, and I go snorkeling alone quite often. This day, a storm was coming over the horizon, but it was still far away, and I figured that I have enough time to go snorkeling for a little bit. And I'm snorkeling down about half a kilometer down our extremely rocky beach, depth 6 meters. If a wave threw me on the rocks, nobody would find me, nor would I stay alive. That's how sharp they were. And suddenly the wind starts to pick up. I'm oblivious. Suddenly it goes dark. The storm clouds finally came about, and I realize that I'm in a pickle. I start swimming back, slowly snorkeling, when suddenly I swallowed huge amounts of water through my snorkel. I pull my head out of the water, and I see nothing but waves. Huge waves. I can't see the shore. In the end, I got back to shore safely before the storm hit. If I stayed in a little longer, I would have been lost at sea. My brother and I, as well as a couple of our friends, were sailing on 2 people sail-driven catamarans in the Gulf of Morbihan, off the coast of Brittany, France. He was sailing with his friend, and I was sailing with mine. It was a clear, sunny morning, a bit of a rare event in the region, which is usually rainy and foggy. We were not far off from each other, maybe 20 to 25 meters away, catching the winds, making some good speed and distance. At some points, I turned behind me to look at their catamaran, my brother and his friend Pierre, and it's as if I had seen it all happen right before my eyes. My brother was half crouched, maneuvering the ropes on the sail, and had stood up just a little to take in the view. Right behind him was the huge side mast, which was swinging fast towards him. I could not let out a word out of my mouth as I watched him get hit in the bag and flung overboard. The speed that we were going at, it's almost as if he became a dot in the sea too quick. There was little time for me to maneuver the catamaran back to him, and Pierre was pretty much manning his alone and unable to get a decent grasp on it all, as he was a beginner. I jumped up. I was steering out back on my catamaran, away from flying sails, and motioned this nearby speedboat as I screamed for help, pointing them towards the direction of my brother, whose head we could see in the distance bobbing up and down. The speedboat just slid effortlessly fast near him and rescued him. Those few seconds, maybe a minute or two, were very scary, but luckily he was wearing a life jacket, and our elementary school teachers had hired a really good sailing instructor company for our sea trip to Brittany, at the tender age of 8 to 9 years old. Sorry for the bait and switch. It felt too good to pass up the opportunity of telling a scary sailboat story from the perspective of a child. It was way less scary than it looked, really, but still pretty adventurous. We were really far from shore. Two friends and I took a trip to Indonesia a few years ago. We booked a 4-day boat trip to the Komodo Islands and discovered when we got to the harbor that our vessel was a bit smaller than we'd expected. There were 6 of us on the trip and a handful of crew, including a kid, literally, on work experience. On the second night of the trip, after 2 days of sun and calm seas, we sat and watched the stars as the waves slowly grew, until it clouded over, and the sea was too rough to be outside. The work experience kid was seasick, and he went to sleep in a blanket indoors on the deck of the boat. We all eventually went to sleep. I slept fitfully for an hour before waking up to a howling gale, our tiny boat being tossed about like a toy in the storm. We were sleeping on a raised section, so I climbed down to find one of my friends sat shaking on the deck as he watched the work experience kid slide back and forth, wrapped in his blanket. I looked out the portholes to see the sea one second and the black sky the next. I tried to reassure him that it was nothing major, whilst absolutely terrified and wondering what I would do if we capsized. This was when we noticed that a couple of the crew members had appeared and were now kneeling on their prayer mats, praying. Obviously, this freaked us out. My friend began to shout and scream, in no uncertain terms, telling me that he didn't want to die at sea. I pictured a newspaper story detailing the deaths of 6 travelers. I might have said a prayer at some point, though I'm usually not one for that. A fellow traveler came down and passed us each a biscuit, and I found this calm and reassuring. However, he was still wondering about whether we were about to drown at sea. We'd already heard that he worked on boats and told us he'd been on much heavier seas and that it would be fine. But he still appeared somewhat shaken. The storm did not abate, but as we had as of yet not been thrown into the sea, we decided to go back to bed. Eventually, I managed to fall into a restless sleep. We woke up the next morning to the gentle murmur of small waves, and we go back outside to find ourselves moored in a beautiful lagoon with a white beach on a calm sea. And that is the story of how we nearly drowned. When I was about 6, I went for a walk along the beach with my mom and sister, who was 1 year old at the time. My mom was pushing my sister in her buggy. I was cavorting and gathering shells. All was good. We were near a lighthouse, which had a sunken tidal path to it. And long story short, my mom had misread the tide times that morning and hadn't read the sign at the top of the path. About halfway through our walk back from the lighthouse, the sea suddenly becomes way closer than it should be. I see nothing wrong with this, being 6, but my mom immediately and justifiably freaks out. She rushes along the path with the buggy, yelling for me to keep up, but I got distracted trying to gather my bucket of shells. Now, I don't remember exactly how it happened, but I ended up on my own at the bottom of a really steep slope, with the water literally at my heels, and my mom shouting and crying from the top of it for me to run up. I was terrified and absolutely frozen, and I remember distinctly just thinking that I was going to die. It was getting dim. Nobody was around, and my mom later told me that she desperately was trying to find some way to get back down the slope to get me, without putting my baby sister in danger as well. I eventually snapped out of it and climbed the slope really slowly, using these smooth metal things that were laid into the path as handholds. By the time I got to the top, the path was completely covered by water. I was fine but shaken, and my mom never took us down that way again without triple checking the tide times. Gave me a lasting, healthy respect for the ocean. Tides can come in quicker than you ever expect. Don't play around with them. I used to live in Jamaica and loved being very close to the ocean. However, one night I had a strange experience. I was listening to some music with a friend on the veranda of my villa that backed up directly to the sea. I have a habit of staring into the ocean at night, as it's terrifying yet intriguing. I'm doing my usual thing, looking into the sea, and I think that I see movement. For a split second, I thought that it was a fisherman coming in late, but I immediately ruled that out due to a lack of engine noise. The object rose out of the water with grace and elegance. The part that I could see out of the water was only about 1 foot or less in height, and about as long as a mid-sized sedan. It had an arc to it, and that led me to begin thinking about a large marine animal such as a whale. I don't think that this could have been possible, as the object was about 40 feet from a solid coral cliff face. Maybe it was a drug sub? Jamaica is often used as a stopover for the drug cartels from Colombia to refuel, but I think that a surfacing sub would still make noise, and that still doesn't explain the proximity to the land. It sunk back into the inky blackness, never to be seen again. The silence of it all is what shocked me. I still shudder to this day at the thought of what I saw. My wife grew up in Miami. When we were dating 20 years ago, her folks took us to the Bahamas on their 32-foot boat. It was a lovely trip. They decided to do a midnight crossing to come home, as we'd lost one engine and the seas would be calm. All was well for the first couple of hours, so her dad went to catch some sleep and let the mom drive. It was the open water around 2 a.m. when we saw a single white light in the far distance ahead of us. 20 minutes. 30, 40. The small white light was getting larger, closer. No doubt it was another boat, but its angle of approach wasn't clear in the pitch dark. My then girlfriend and her mother began discussing the lights on the approaching boat. Red and green lights on either side of a vessel are an indicator of its approaching or departing. Clearly it was approaching, but they couldn't see the colored lights yet to know which way to steer to safety. Naturally, they began arguing, and me, being raised in Atlanta nowhere near maritime activity, I couldn't offer a single bit of help. Based on her perspective of the other ship's lights, the mother made the decision of which way to go. She cut the engine down and made a hard right away from the oncoming boat. The dad had felt the deceleration of the boat and came up to investigate. As soon as he arrived, so did the other boat. As it did, we all quickly realized that not only had the mom misinterpreted the direction of the other boat, we also learned that it wasn't actually a boat. No, the mom had slowed down to a crawl and had steered us directly into the path of an oncoming oil freighter. "What are you doing?" the dad asked, more calmly than one would expect. "Speed up. Speed up." He reached forward and slammed the throttle to full. The 32-foot boat lurched ahead, speeding as fast as it could on its one engine as it cut directly in front of the other freighter. A quick fact about freighters: these things are a few thousand metric tons of dead weight and take about a mile to stop. We never had any communication with the captain or crew of the freighter, but we assumed that they saw us and didn't want to crush our tiny boat. Even so, they couldn't have stopped in time anyway. We passed probably 50 yards in front of the freighter. That seems like a lot of distance when you think about half of a football field, but it isn't much at all in the open ocean, when the passing of a massive freighter could suck a boat our size into and under itself if we became caught in its event horizon-like wave. As we moved beyond its path and it passed behind us, I craned my neck up and up and up. I stared in awe at its huge black hull towering over us. It was terrifying and surreal, and I never want to be that close to a freighter in the water ever again. I'm not a sailor, but I've spent more time out at sea than most because of my fondness for most boat-related stuff. Even though I enjoy being out there, it always has kind of an eerie feel. I live in the south of Norway, and the North Sea is really dark. Even on the most beautiful days, you can max see a meter down. Well, this one time I was out by myself, in a pretty small, about 14-foot-long boat. It was one of these not sunny but still adequate weather days. Well, long story short, I lost control over the engine, and my boat spun around, landing me just underneath it. As I saw mentioned in another post, I have never felt as vulnerable as just then, floating at the top of a big nothing. You know there is nothing for possibly hundreds of feet underneath you. Probably the worst part of it is when you have to duck under the boat to get up and away. You just stare down into the abyss. You can choose not to look, but then it's almost worse. There are no big sharks or anything of that nature here, but still, you just feel like there's something down there, down in the dark. I managed to keep calm, and after about a half an hour someone must have spotted me, because I was soon picked up by the local SAR boat. I still don't like to look down into the water, but I will continue enjoying the sea, as long as I am above the surface. Not sure if this is considered creepy, but it's kind of unnerving. I was active duty Navy for 4 years based on a destroyer out of Japan. I'd say that I'd seen it all, but this story really stuck with me. We were putting around when we get a distress call from a cargo ship about 100 miles or so away. It wasn't them in distress, but another boat, and they were relaying it out to get some help. We responded, met up with the cargo ship en route. There was something cool about that. A United States Navy warship meeting up with a cargo vessel from like Australia or something to rescue some Thai fishermen. By the time we got on scene, another ship was there and was doing circles looking for the crew. We found the fishing vessel about 90% submerged underwater. Only the bow was still above the water. Unfortunately, we were not able to find any crew members. We found a few empty flotation devices but no crew. We stayed on scene, looking around for a few hours, even sending out our choppers. Ultimately, we had to call it, as we had another prior mission to take care of. We left the cargo ship and the other ship to look out, but really, I don't think either of them found anything. To this day, I'm not sure what caused that fishing boat to sink, and it's sad to see the boat, but no crew. I was serving on a Coast Guard vessel in the Barents Sea in the late 1990s. This is an area very rich with fish. So a big part of the Coast Guard's job in the area was policing, rescuing, and inspecting fishing ships. The closest coastline to the Barents Sea is the Russian Kola Peninsula, so the majority of the fishing vessels there were Russian. One day while patrolling the area, we noticed a fishing ship moving in a strange pattern. Usually, the travelers would move like a herd, following the fish stems. But this vessel would keep moving in and out of the fleet, and often moving right up next to other ships in the fleet, before moving out again. This seemed to us as a very strange behavior for a fishing ship, so we decided to send out a boarding party to inspect the vessel. I was on this party. When we came aboard, to our surprise, there were no fishing equipment on deck, and it didn't seem like a boat had been trawling at all. Still, we had to do a proper inspection and see what was in the cargo. When we moved inside the boat, we noticed that a lot of the lights inside the boat were changed to red, and there was a smell of old booze and sweat, instead of the normal smell of fish. We came into the cargo hold. It was even stranger when the cargo also turned out to be empty, so they were not supplying the fleet, or taking their catch to shore. On our way up to the bridge, we suddenly figured out what was going on. One of the crew luggers had no door, and the bunk beds inside were filled with scantily dressed Russian girls. It turned out it was a floating brothel servicing the fishermen out at sea. This might not seem much to some, but to an 18-year-old Norwegian, it made me realize how good my life was, compared to these people living right across the border. Especially considering both the girls and the fishermen were around my own age. I also have another story. This one's not mine, but my father, who was a commercial sailor from the 50s to the 70s. He was on a tanker crossing the Pacific Ocean. They were far from land and kind of in the middle of the ocean. The Pacific Ocean is big, very big, so the chances of meeting other vessels out there is slim to none. Still, one night when it was completely dark, dots started to appear on the radar. This was in the 60s, so radar technology wasn't even close to what it is today. So my father went out to the bridge wing to see if he could see any lanterns. Nothing. When he came back to the bridge, he saw that the radar was now completely covered with dots all around the ship. Big dots too, but still not a single lantern in sight. My father thought it must be a malfunction or some weather causing it. Still, the water was flat and the weather seemed calm, so he made a call on the radio for any ships in the area. Immediately, he got an answer from an American voice. It turned out that he had managed to cross paths with an American carrier group on maneuver in the middle of the Pacific. He then requested if they could turn their lights on so he could maneuver safely out of their fleet. Suddenly, within a few seconds as he described it, it was like a whole city materialized out of the darkness around them. From horizon to horizon, there were huge carriers, supply ships, escort ships, and whatnot. The contrast of being all alone in the vast ocean for days to this was very strange. He managed to maneuver the tanker through the myriad of ships, and when he came to the outskirts of the fleet, suddenly, as soon as they appeared, the whole fleet went completely dark again. Gone. Once again, the ship was totally alone in the vast dark ocean. He described the encounter as the strangest feeling that he experienced during 30 years at sea. I'm not a sailor, and I wasn't on the ocean, but I was on a cliff overlooking the water. It was California, and I was traveling with my family for a road trip, so we decided to stop and see the views. The parking area was blocked off from the view by trees, and we had to take a trail to see the views. Me and my brother, ages 19 and 15, decided that we would run all of the way there, but my brother is faster than me, so I lost sight of him on this extremely steep downward slope. I came to a fork in the trail, but I didn't know which was the one that he went down, and I didn't receive an answer when I called his name. I went right and followed the trail all the way down to a cliff at least 50 meters above the water, still calling his name, and he still never responded. Looking down, there were jagged rocks in the water below, so falling was guaranteed death. The wind picked up, and I had to actually press myself against the rocks to stop it from pushing me over the edge. It continued to get faster and faster, but then suddenly stopped. I don't know how, but the air went completely still, and I heard a faint voice of a little girl, maybe around 5 or 6, crying and screaming like she was terrified of something. There was nobody else around me, and there were no other voices that I heard. So I started calling for the little girl. She was clearly starting to call out, "Mama, Mama, I'm scared." And I followed her voice to this slightly jutting shelf that started to lead down the cliff. The rocks were covered in sand and were slightly damp, so I knew that it was dangerous, but I continued on anyways. Maybe about 6 meters down, there was a sharp 90-degree turn against the cliff that I couldn't see around, but my instincts were telling me to get back. I slowed down, but still inched my way to this turn, and looking over was a perfectly vertical drop into the ocean below. Even if I took even one more normal-sized step, my foot would have stepped right over. I still looked around to see if there really was a little girl somewhere, but there was nowhere that she could have hidden, so I went back up. I could still hear her voice, and it sounded so close to me, but I could not see her. My brother eventually caught up with me, since he went down the left trail, and the voice stopped. Upon asking him if he saw anyone or heard the voice, he just shook his head. Creepiest experience I've ever had with the ocean. My mother and great-grandfather were in the shallow end, just enjoying the ocean, when all of a sudden both of them just fell abruptly. No waves. Then I just noticed a whole lot of random people fall too who were near them. They all had trouble getting up, and my mother described it as constantly trying to get up, only to be forced down like a magnet. Her main concern was my great-grandfather, of course, as he's extremely old and frail. So, she eventually got up and helped him up as well, as all the other random people. No one was drowning, and no one was panicked. But then my dad quickly claimed that we just encountered a rip current, and that thank God it wasn't serious enough to where they got pulled all the way to the deep ocean. Rip currents are terrifying once you really look into them, and thank God that day was nothing severe. This and sea creatures are the main reasons why I don't like going to the beach, as in being fearful. When you're stuck in a rip current, do not, and I mean do not swim against the current, as in swimming straight towards the beach. You're going to get nowhere and tire yourself out. Be calm and don't panic, because if you panic, then you forget that you know how to swim. And don't think about sea creatures either. And don't even care if water keeps going on over your face, or if you swallow water, or if you occasionally can't breathe. Just swim, 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 swim to the side or diagonally. And I mean do it for a good while, not quickly. Eventually, you'll be out of the current and back on shore. I was once at the beach with my brother and cousins, just having a grand old time, swimming and letting the waves crash against our bodies. I've never been physically gifted, but I'm a good swimmer, so when we all decided to start swimming farther away from shore, I was pretty confident of being able to get back. And so, we went on, the shoreline becoming a mere line of sand in our eyes, and the rest of our kin the size of ants. Before we realize it, the sun was beginning to set, and in what seemed like only a few minutes, the waves, which were already very tall to begin with, easily tripled the size of 15-year-old me. When that happened, and our mothers became aware, they hurried ahead of us to go back to shore, and funnily enough, nobody hesitated. The task was easy, for my brother and cousins, all of whom were taller and older than me. So I tried to follow them. I swam and I swam and I swam. No matter how much I seemed to swim, I was no closer to the shoreline than I was before. In fact, it wasn't long until I realized that I was actually further away. The waves had begun pulling my body backwards into the ocean without me being aware of it. I could even hear the lifeguard's whistle telling others to get out of the water. That's when I felt that particular heartbeat in my chest. The one that you feel when you're about to ask the girl you like out. The kind that you feel when you're going to reveal to your parents the bad grades that you got at school. The kind of heartbeat that indicates fear. As soon as I felt it, I realized that I was in big trouble. I was going to become another one of those drowned kids at the beach. Tales mothers told their sons as a way to keep them close to shore. My brother was completely out of sight, along with my cousins, and I was still there, trapped by waves that constantly grabbed my feet and pulled me deeper into the ocean. I was panicking. I wasn't sure when or if my family would go to the lifeguard for help. Against uncertainty, I decided that I had no choice but to keep trying to swim back to shore. And that I did. It was hard, very hard. And if you ask me how I did it today, I'd tell you that I'm just clever. Or maybe The problem wasn't as bad as I had believed it to be. Once I was able to calm down again, I knew that all those tales of drowned people always went bad when they started panicking. So I took a deep breath and began doing this little technique. Whenever the waves pulled, I'd swim slowly, trying to maintain the ground that I was in. And when the wave pushed, I gave it all. I swam as fast as I could, thinking and knowing. To this day, I have no idea if I was right, that the momentum of the waves plus my efforts would help me reach the shore again. Soon, I could feel motes of sand running across my toes again. Only a few seconds had passed before my chest laid on a thin sheet of sand, and a few more passed before I could walk on it. It felt like pure bliss. I felt like aquatic Bear Grylls for being able to come up with such a solution, and was eager to tell my mom and cousins about it. Soon, of course, reality hit me again. I was received with a slap by my mother, who continued to rant on about how she had told me not to go so far away, how they were about to call the lifeguards, and how dumb I had been to disobey. My kin laughed at me as my mother yelled, and I soon learned that I had only spent 5 to 10 minutes at sea. So yeah, it didn't last as long as it felt, but still, a scary experience nonetheless. Quite a few years ago, there was a tropical storm coming up the coast. It didn't make landfall, but it was close enough that we got the rain, wind, and huge waves. Onshore winds were probably around 25 to 35 miles per hour, and waves were hitting 8 to 10 feet. It was so insanely choppy. Never in my life have I seen the waves that big and close together. We call them high and tight. My brothers and I went to go surf, but it was too choppy, so we grabbed our bodyboards and fins and paddled out. 5 minutes in, my one brother got out, since he doesn't live on the coast and isn't the strongest swimmer. He also didn't have fins, so he watched from the beach. My other brother is on the beach patrol, but he was off that day, so the on-duty lifeguards pulled everyone out because of the rip currents and waves, but let us go in. We took a few waves, having a great time, but starting to get worn out from constantly diving and fighting the waves, trying to get back out. I dove under a wave, and as soon as I came up, I saw the biggest wave of my life cresting. I knew it was about to come down hard on my head, so, like an idiot, I ditched my board and swam to the bottom. Not the best idea to ditch something that floats, but I had fins, and probably wouldn't have been able to hold on anyway. The wave slammed me into the sand. I rolled head over heels for what felt like an eternity. Just as I got my bearings and started to come up to the surface, I heard another wave pound right above me, and the same thing happened. I tried coming up. Another wave. Finally, I could tell that I was getting close to the beach because I was being dragged across the sand. I was able to hold on to the sand while the water went out, and was able to finally breathe and stand up. I called it a day after that. My back was bleeding from being dragged across the sand, and my legs felt like jelly. It probably wasn't more than 30 seconds, but being underwater and not being able to come up for even that short amount of time is insanely scary. I was on a snorkel cruise thing in Hawaii. We were following this rare seal and got far away from the boat. So I took one last big breath and swam as far down as I could, just to sit and look around one last time, and really just take in the experience. As I'm down there, I see this big glob out in the distance. Then slowly, it becomes larger and larger, and after it breaks through that blue wall, I realize it's a shark. I was frozen with fear. It was like the scene in Jaws when you can barely make out what it is, then it slowly becomes a reality. I panicked and went to the top, looked for my wife, but everyone looks the same with goggles and splashing around. so I just sat there and watched it as it seamlessly cruised around doing shark stuff. I never felt so vulnerable. I finally find my wife and tell her that there's a shark nearby, and in a hippie free spirit voice says, "Yeah, it's the ocean, bro. That's gonna happen," which calmed me down a bit. But I went back to the ship terrified and looking all around me the entire time. One time for New Year's Eve, my family went on a boating trip to Tangalooma Island, Australia, from the 30th to the 1st. Unfortunately, we decided not to check the weather, as it had been beautiful all week. As we went up the coast in our boat, a 45-foot Rivera, we almost got stuck in a couple of sandbanks. We weren't the most experienced, but my parents were trying their very best, and it wasn't too bad. We reached Tangalooma in the late afternoon and decided to save the beach for tomorrow, and we just swam around the boat because us Aussie kids are fearless apparently. Basically, we just enjoyed our little holiday, sunburns and all. Skip to the 1st. It started pouring rain the night before, keeping my dad up every few hours to monitor the anchors and position of the boat. I slept through the night and woke up midway through my parents trying to escape the storm. I woke up to the roof of the cabin falling on my head as we fell down one of the troughs, the deepest part of the wave. At one point, we were submerged by a wave, and my dad wasn't sure that we were going to make it out. Not something you want to hear, to say the least. At this point, the waves were 1.5 meters tall, and the troughs were roughly the same. In other words, really bloody big. My dad managed to swing the boat around, which might have capsized us if it hit the side of the boat, and we rode the waves back to the island. We made it back and quickly ran out of supplies, most importantly water. But after some deliberation with the security guards, we were allowed to enter the resort on the island to buy water, food, and seasickness tablets. Originally, we weren't allowed because we hadn't booked a room, which is understandable, I suppose. Once the weather changed for the better, we headed home. We learned that it was a part of a cyclone. I think that's the right term. Apologies if I'm wrong. From the news, and that many people weren't as lucky in escaping the storm. To be honest, I'm just happy to be alive after that experience. I was scuba diving at the Belize Barrier Reef on a mission trip. My mom was one of the chaperones for everyone and insisted that I wear a life jacket for my safety. I was 16 at the time and had taken swimming lessons. One stop was really weird because two different bodies of water were meeting but not mixing. We swam way far away from the boat and close to the line where the water met. The current here was rather strong, and due to the life jacket, my feet were just above the ocean floor. Therefore, I kept being pulled along by the ocean currents and would keep having to right myself. After having this happen multiple times while talking to my friends, I felt burning all along my back and legs. I spun around on instinct and was then pushed by the current into fire coral, which I had just felt on my back. It was a faded orange look, and it just scratched me. However, as I looked at the scratches, little spots of red began to appear, get bigger, and eventually fill up the entire wound area, and I was bleeding. We were all like, "Oh, this isn't an emergency, right? Don't we need to go back?" Then, approximately 100 to 140 feet away, we saw about a dozen or so of what were unmistakably shark fins appearing out of the water on the other side of the ocean heading towards us. It took me about a second to remember all the facts about sharks that I had read as a child, about sharks being able to smell blood in the water from far away. I booked it as fast as I could swim, which was slowed down because of the life jacket. My friends soon followed. Thankfully, none of the nurse sharks we played with earlier were nearby. When we got on board, the guide told us all of those were hammerheads, and he didn't want to tell us before because he thought that we'd be too scared to go, but they're harmless unless you're bleeding. The guide then rubbed rubbing alcohol on the fire coral venom wounds, which hurt worse than the initial wound. I went swimming down in the Gulf. That stretch had 3 sandbars just offshore, with the water getting deeper, waves getting higher, and current getting stronger the further out you went. I was with a guy on our first real outing together. He had never really been swimming in the Gulf before, and I wanted to show him the sandbars. We swam out to the first, going from maybe 6 foot to standing in water at our knees. He looked out and saw the second sandbar, maybe some 100 foot away, and asked about it. Well, I've never been out that far, but sure, let's do it. We get out there easily enough. Water was quite deep as soon as we stepped off the first sandbar, enough that I couldn't dive to the bottom. The water at the sandbar is rough, and we almost get pulled off a couple of times. He sees the third, and is all gung-ho about going out. Nah, there ain't nothing after that but open water. Let's head back, I say. I didn't tell him, but I was getting pretty concerned. We were a long ways from the beach at this point, and the undercurrent was super cold and super strong. I casually mentioned to him that we need to make sure that we swim at the surface. We start swimming back. Now, I'm a decent swimmer, and I'm used to open water swimming. He wasn't, and had never been. We're pulling forward. The current is trying to pull us back. I'm struggling to make headway, and he's falling behind me. We're both getting tired, but if we pause, we'll get pulled back to the second sandbar in under a minute. I stop briefly to pull back to him and ask if he's okay. He nods. At this point, I realize that there's a good chance that he may not make it, which means that I have to leave him on the second sandbar, hope that he doesn't get swept off, or if he does, he gets caught by the third sandbar, and head into shore myself to get a rescue. I also realize that if I go back to the sandbar with him to let him know what's going on, I may not have the strength to get back to shore. Thankfully, adrenaline for him kicked in, as well as a strong sense of not wanting to appear weak to me, and he reached the first sandbar about 30 seconds after me. We caught our breaths and made it back to shore pretty easily after that. That was the first and only time I've actually been afraid or uncomfortable out in the Gulf, or the connected bays. And I've been in water with sharks and gators, and even gone down a deep hole while wearing waders once. The power of the water, not even too far off of shore, really starkly showed the smallness of our bodies. My family has always gone to the same vacation spot in the summer since my dad was in the 5th grade, and it's the shark bite capital of the world. Not many fatalities though, luckily. Anyway, when I was younger, I would surf a lot when I was there, and one time, me and my friend were out waiting for a wave, and we both saw a shadow swim under us, and we immediately knew that it was a shark. It's pretty typical to see sharks there, but mostly just black tips. So we just caught the next wave and rode it in and went back out after. Then another surfer informed us that it was a bull shark, which definitely makes it a little more scary than if it was just a black tip. Also, another time that we were there, we went on a boat on the river. We stopped somewhere near little islands and decided to walk/swim from one island to another. This river area has a lot of marine life that is not afraid to come up to people. So I was a little timid to swim across, but everyone else was doing it, so whatever. Well, everything went just fine, and we got back on the boat. But an hour later, someone had caught a 400-pound bull shark right where we had walked and swam. I will never swim in that river again.